Traversing the world of pirates, Luo Chen awakens to the formidable master system. As long as he imparts knowledge to others, he can receive a hundredfold critical return. Ding, detected chosen 1 port gas D.Ace, potential S. Armament Haki, potential F-, personality flaw, recklessness. Would you like to initiate a specialized teaching program? Is that even a question? Push him to the limit. Thus, the Whitebeard Pirates underwent a transformation. Luo Chen, Ace, your flame fruit can't even ignite a piece of paper. Your power is far too dispersed. Allow me to present the flame compression and armament haki entanglement technique. Ding! You have taught Ace Armament Haki. Experience points *100. Congratulations. Host Armament Haki has reached the pinnacle. Luo Chen, Marco, while your Phoenix regeneration is impressive, your attack power is laughable. Here, take a look at this Rebirth Flame, Explosive Form Development Manual. Ding! You have assisted Marco in developing his fruit ability. Reward received. Permanent Physique Ja, 500. Unlocked Special Aura Phoenix Fire. The Marineford War erupted. Watching Ace, who with a single punch sent Akainu plunging into the depths, enveloped in dark, molten haki, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki was left utterly bewildered. Is this really Ace? When did the Whitebeard Pirates start a training program? Chapter 1. Pirate ha 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 ha. The bone-chilling sea wind, replete with the acrid scents of sulfur and rust, invaded his nostrils. Luo Chen's consciousness was forcefully yanked back from a haze into reality. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find not the familiar ceiling but a dim, oppressive sky that suffocated him. Beneath him lay a hard, cold rock, jabbing painfully into his back. This was not Earth. This thought struck him like thunder, echoing in his mind. He struggled to sit up and scanned his surroundings, his heart plummeting. All around him were remnants of crumbled walls, charred beams, and shattered stones, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the distance, a tattered flag fluttered feebly in the wind, revealing a torn seagull emblem. The ruins of a naval base, and further still, the boundless, tumultuous azure sea roared, its waves crashing against the rocks, producing a deafening cacophony. This was the new world from One Piece. An ultimate sea where formidable beings abound and monsters reign, existing only in the pages of a comic in his past life. What a joke. Luo Chen's lips felt parched, a primal fear washing over him like icy seawater. In this place, an unarmed ordinary person is worth less than an ant. A mere residual wave of Conqueror's haki or the flip of a giant sea king could obliterate him. Just as despair and helplessness threatened to engulf him, a mechanical, chilling voice resonated directly within his mind. Detecting host soul stability, mental fluctuations meet activation criteria. Master system officially initiated. The voice was abrupt, yet akin to a lightning bolt that tore through the darkness. Luo Chen was taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of joy. A golden finger, a quintessential feature of a transmigrator. His breath quickened the heart that had been so cold, now throbbed violently, brimming with unprecedented hope. This system aims to cultivate a master capable of altering the world's landscape. The host will enhance their own strength and system privileges through teaching, nurturing, and guiding others. To give a person fish is inferior to teaching them to fish. The host's strength derives from the strength of their students. Beginner's gift package has been distributed. Please check your rewards. A translucent virtual interface unfurled before Luo Chen's retina, exuding a sense of sleek technology. At the center of the interface, a finely crafted gift box icon spun gently. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen reached out with his mind to touch the gift box. Congratulations, host! You have received the Novice Gift Package reward. Haki Visualization Glasses Prototype. In the next instant, a pair of sleek black tactical glasses materialized in his hand, the lenses reflecting a faint blue light under the dim illumination. Haki Visualization Glasses, prototype produced by the system, capable of transforming the abstract energy of haki into visible visual signals. Note: the prototype can only vaguely perceive haki residue and flow, with low accuracy. Luo Chen immediately donned the glasses. The world transformed dramatically. In his vision, wisps of pale red, mist-like energy floated above the ruins surrounding him. These energies were both ferocious and resilient. Though exceedingly thin, they still exuded a palpable sense of pressure that sent shivers down his spine. So this is the residue of Haki? It turns out that what is referred to as aura is so intuitively present under the system's analysis. Main quest has been issued. Rise to prominence. Quest details. Board any of the Yonko's main ships and become an indispensable core member. Quest rewards. System privilege enhancement. Unlock Junior Mentor panel. Activate teaching return function. Quest hint. An excellent teacher first requires a sufficiently broad platform. Boarding a Yonko's vessel. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was no trivial goal. It represented the pinnacle of existence among countless pirates upon these seas. Yet in an instant, his expression shifted from shock to unwavering determination. High risk begets high reward that he felt like a penniless gambler, and the system had provided him with the sole chip that could grant him a seat at the table. He must gamble, and he could only gamble. The question was, which Yonko should he choose? Red-haired Shanks. His crew consisted mostly of old comrades, a rout of elite members, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to integrate into the Corps. Moreover, his whereabouts were erratic, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Beast Kaido, that was a madman group that believed in absolute power. An ordinary person with zero combat ability stepping in would only end up as a test target for one of the officers. Big Imam Charlotte Linlin, a family-oriented pirate crew bound by blood. Outsiders would forever remain outsiders, and that insane woman's soul fruit and insatiable hunger were ticking time bombs. Eliminating all erroneous options, the answer was clear. The Whitebeard Pirates. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. The man who regarded all his crew as family. The unparalleled sovereign of the seas, imbued with a remarkable spirit and magnanimity. A glint of wisdom and strategy shone in Luo Chen's eyes. What do I possess? A prescient perspective on the trajectory of this world for the next 2 decades, derived from my past life. This is my greatest advantage. What do I desire? The familial atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates, their profound loyalty and camaraderie. This is the haven I yearn for. What do I need? A platform that is both powerful and inclusive, allowing me to utilize my knowledge to fulfill the system's tasks, alter the tragedies that ought to have transpired, and ultimately obtain the strength for self-preservation and to influence the world. My goal is the Whitebeard Pirates. Luo Chen firmly established this first and most crucial objective in his mind. What he needed to do was not rush in like a fool shouting, "Let me aboard." That would be suicidal. He required a flawless script, an intricately designed encounter. He aimed to have the Whitebeard Pirates extend an invitation for him to board their ship. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept up sand and dust, striking against Luo Chen's face. The environment of the new world seemed to mock his audacity. The vast ocean teemed with peril, and formidable foes emerged incessantly. What right did a mere ordinary individual, utterly defenseless, have to venture forth? Was it merely based on the tales swirling in his mind? Do not be naive. In the new world, if knowledge cannot be transmuted into power, it is worth less than a trifle. The howling winds serve as a merciless warning against him. Yet Luo Chen merely adjusted the tactical glasses perched on his nose, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Knowledge, in itself, constitutes the most potent force. It is merely that you have yet to discern how to wield it. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and commenced a methodical exploration of the deserted island. In light of the unknown terrors, he was presently more focused on the actions before him. He required water, sustenance, and above all, a vessel capable of whisking him away from this place. With the visualization glasses of Haki adorning his face, his operational efficiency surpassed that of the common man. He could effortlessly evade those areas where Haki lingered most intensely, signifying the greatest danger. For there might lie unexploded weaponry or structurally unsound edifices. Soon, on the other side of the ruins, he stumbled upon a rudimentary port concealed by a mountainside, where an abandoned naval speedboat awaited. Though modest in size, the boat appeared structurally intact, with several sealed supply crates scattered nearby. Luo Chen's spirits soared. He approached and opened the supply crates, revealing several barrels of fresh water and some provisions. While meager, it sufficed to sustain him for a time. He leapt aboard the speedboat, initiating an inspection of the hull and propulsion system. Fortuitously, the engine had merely succumbed to corrosion from seawater, with the core components remaining intact. Drawing upon the mechanical knowledge amassed in his previous life, repairing it was not beyond the realm of possibility. As he prepared to commence repairs, a cold voice from the system echoed once more. Detection of host proximity to a special item, triggering passive scan. Scan target, naval speedboat, basic navigation system. Scan results. The navigation system harbors a faint signal source, receiving periodic signals from a specific direction. Signal analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The signal source is a communication signal from a subordinate pirate crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. The shortest pursuit route has been plotted for you. Would you like to navigate according to this guidance? Luo Chen's action stalled. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes igniting with disbelief and brilliance. This was nothing short of a fortuitous opportunity. His original plan involved sailing to the nearest trade route, then seeking a way to approach merchant vessels to glean information about Whitebeard. This process could span weeks or even months, rife with uncertainty. Yet now, the system had directly illuminated a shortcut to the scripted stage. Indeed, he responded resolutely in his heart. In the next moment, a pale blue virtual arrow materialized in his line of sight, pointing toward a direction in the vast ocean. It was as if an invisible thread connected him to that legendary pirate crew. Haha, hey. No, this was not the laughter of Blackbeard. This was Luo Chen's heartfelt, joyous laughter at the marvels of fate and the infinite possibilities of the future. No longer hesitating, he immediately set to work on the engine repairs. An hour later, accompanied by a roar that was not entirely smooth but sufficiently powerful, the engine of the speedboat roared to life. Luo Chen stood at the bow, feeling the vibrations of the engine, his heart awash with an unprecedented tranquility and fervor. Chapter 2. Do not panic, follow the script. The speedboat jolted across the surface of the sea, akin to a leaf poised to be engulfed at any moment. The vast ocean of the New World showed no mercy to anyone. Luo Chen steadied himself against the railing, allowing the frigid seawater to splatter upon his face, a sensation that kept him utterly alert. His mind was racing, conjuring a virtual display constructed by the system. Target faction analysis, Whitebeard Pirates. Captain, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors. Core combat power, 16 division commanders, Marco, Jozu Thatch. Organizational structure evaluation, familial, flat management, highly cohesive, with emotions and brotherhood as the core bonds. Tactical capability assessment, highly reliant on the individual prowess of powerful fighters for direct breakthroughs, lacking systemic strategic planning and intelligence integration. The conclusion was crystal clear. Luo Chen closed the screen, murmuring to himself. The Whitebeard Pirates, a band of violent marauders consisting of the world's strongest man and his adopted sons. They possessed unparalleled combat strength and unbreakable bonds of camaraderie. Yet this reliance on Whitebeard's decisions and the valor of their captains constituted their most grievous weakness. They were giants devoid of intellect. And he, Luo Chen, aspired to be that intellect. Please, host, devise a contact strategy. Plan A. Military deterrence. Success rate, 0.01. Assessment, utterly foolish. You will be crushed by a mere finger. Plan B. Reveal the ability to foresee the future, divulging critical information. Success rate, 5. Assessment, likely to be dismissed as a madman or a conniving schemer, with a risk of being obliterated by Whitebeard himself. Plan C. Submit a letter of allegiance. Success rate, 75. Assessment, a high-risk, high-reward optimal choice. This so-called letter of allegiance did not entail the decapitation of any naval commanders. Luo Chen lacked that kind of strength. His letter of allegiance consisted of the multitude of intelligence within his mind, translatable into victory's indispensable value. He required a meticulously orchestrated encounter, a performance compelling enough to capture the attention of the Whitebeard Pirates and Edward Newgate himself. Detected a deficiency in the host's knowledge base. Mastery of New World navigation is at 0. The system shop has listed basic navigation knowledge pack, priced at 10 novice teaching points. Would you like to redeem? Gazing at his meager 10 novice points, Luo Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Redeem. In an instant, a torrent of intricate information surged into his mind. Ocean currents, wind directions, climate, magnetic fields. An array of knowledge was imprinted deep within his memory. He let out a muffled grunt as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, As he gazed upon the tumultuous sea once more, everything appeared transformed. He could discern the direction of the undercurrents from the patterns of the waves and anticipate the arrival of storms by the color of the clouds. No longer was he a helpless drifter, but a true navigator. As he acclimated to his newfound knowledge, he stumbled upon a crumpled old newspaper, soaked by seawater. In the corner of the speedboat's storage compartment, the headline detailed the recent frequent maneuvers of the Navy's G2 branch. Emblazoned with the title The Iron Fist of Justice, G2 branch conducts large-scale anti-pirate exercises. Exercises? Luo Chen's fingertips lightly tapped the G2 letters on the newspaper. Others might believe it, but he would not. The commander of the G2 branch was none other than the notorious Vice Admiral. Known for his cunning and unscrupulous methods, the Ghost Spider. The so-called exercises were merely a smokescreen for a genuine hunt. A thought rapidly formed in his mind. System. Overlay the G2 branch exercise area with the previously locked signal locations of Whitebeard's subordinate pirate crews. Analysis in progress. Target overlap rate. 92. 7. Prediction. The pirate crew of Squard, a subordinate of the Whitebeard Pirates, will enter the ambush zone of the G2 branch within 48 hours. The opportunity had arisen. A perfect script for a letter of allegiance was presenting itself. Warning. Host equipment. Haki visualization glasses, prototype, is low on energy and its functions are limited. It cannot perform long-distance precise target acquisition. Please acquire teaching points promptly for upgrades. The system's alert felt like a bucket of cold water. It reminded him that he remained weak, precariously close to being unqualified even to observe a high-level battle. He must swiftly board the Moby Dick, locate his first student, Ace, and activate the true master system. He adjusted his course, the speedboat slicing through the waves at full speed towards the area marked on the newspaper. He needed to find Squard's ship before the Navy made its move. During his voyage, he unexpectedly discovered the wreckage of a merchant ship, split in two. He halted the speedboat, cautiously approached, and salvaged several intact waterproof supply boxes from the floating compartments. Fresh water, rum, and long-preserved cured meats and biscuits. This unexpected supply eased his taut nerves. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about survival while executing his plan. He had ample time and resources to await the arrival of the opportune moment. 2 days later, the engine of the speedboat had long been silenced. Drifting in a tranquil expanse of sea, Luo Chen leaned against the cabin, eyes closed, conserving his energy to the utmost. He resembled a hunter lurking in the shadows, silently awaiting his prey to step into the trap. Suddenly, a tiny red that began to blink on the lenses of his tactical glasses without warning. Warning. High-intensity energy conflict detected. Distance, 12 nautical miles, direction, southeast. Signal source analyzing. One party confirmed as a subordinate of the Whitebeard Pirates, flagship of the Spider Pirates. The other party confirmed as the fleet signal of the G2 branch. It had arrived. Luo Chen's eyes shot open, and he sprang to his feet from the deck. He did not require binoculars. The rudimentary functions of the Haki visualization glasses allowed him to see that, on the distant horizon, an energy representing chaos and violence was rapidly expanding. The thunder of cannon fire, even from several nautical miles away, was faintly audible. The battle had commenced. Squard, the man manipulated by Akainu during the Marineford War, who had dealt a fatal blow to Whitebeard, was now ensnared within the Navy's encirclement. This was his stage, the sole ticket to board that man's ship. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen grasped the steering wheel of the speedboat, pushing the engine's power to the maximum. The old engine emitted a roar of strain, and the speedboat surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the tumultuous area of cannon fire. His expression bore neither fervor nor anxiety, only an absolute calm akin to a chess player poised before making a move. He adjusted his tactical glasses, the lenses reflecting the eerie glow of the distant sky illuminated by cannon fire. Chapter 3. Help. The Navy has activated tactical maneuvers. The air was thick with a unique scent of gunpowder mingled with sea salt. Inside the operational command room of the Navy's G2 branch, the silhouette of the emerging Rear Admiral Gumir stood as straight as the main cannon of the flagship, Ironwall. Before him, a colossal tactical screen displayed blue dots representing the naval fleet, forming a flawless fan-shaped net. In the heart of the net, a blinding crimson light darted left and right, futilely searching for an escape. This was the pirate ship of Squard, the Spiral Spider, the third cruiser fleet, recalibrating its trajectory, prepared to execute 3 rounds of warning fire towards the target, located 300 meters to the left front. Gumir's voice remained as calm as the surface of a still lake. Understood. The order was promptly carried out. On the screen, the cursor representing the artillery's impact zone accurately covered the area where the red light was attempting to maneuver. Herd them into a pocket. Do not rush. On the flagship S deck, water columns surged higher than the masts. Damn it! Squard slammed his fist against the ship's side, splintering wood flying in all directions. He would have preferred the enemy's cannonballs to land on the deck rather than endure this cat-and-mouse game. Every time he attempted to accelerate or executed an intricate turn, the enemy's fire seemed to predict his intentions, an invisible wall of water forcing him back. "Captain, our space for maneuvering is shrinking," the helmsman cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Squard surveyed his surroundings. The icy hulls of a Navy ships adorned with seagull insignias filled his vision. They advanced methodically, compressing his living space with every passing second. Having navigated the New World for many years, he had encountered reckless lunatics and cunning hunters. Yet he had never witnessed such a tactical approach. There were no shouts, no charges, only textbook formations and stifling pressure. It felt as if a colossal python was slowly constricting around him, and he could distinctly sense the crushing of his bones. In the command room of the Iron Wall, an intelligence officer approached Gumir briskly, lowering his voice. "Vice Admiral, we have just received confirmation from headquarters that Squard is one of the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard. We must capture him." Gumir raised a hand, halting the officer's further remarks. "Will this alter our tactics?" "Oh, no. Then this information is of no significance to me." Gumir's gaze remained fixated on the tactical screen. A pirate was a pirate, and their names and flags did not change the fact that they were a disorganized rabble. The intelligence officer opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. This newly appointed vice admiral only believed in data, formation, and absolute execution. In his eyes, the so-called reputation of the Four Emperors was merely an uncalculated variable, and he excelled at eliminating all variables. Despair spread among Squard's crew like a contagion. "It's over. We are surrounded. We can't break through." At that moment, a small auxiliary pirate ship suddenly detached from the main vessel, hoisting its sails, charging towards the weakest point of the encirclement. The captain stood at the bow, shouting towards Squard, "Squard, brother, I'll carve a way for you. Go, come back. You fool." Squard's eyes widened in fury. It was too late. Almost instantaneously after the small ship's movement, 3 Navy frigates, like activated hounds, broke from the formation, unleashing crossfire that immediately blanketed the area. The artillery was astonishingly precise. Not a single shot was aimed at sinking it. The first round severed the ship's sails, while the second obliterated the helm. The small vessel, which had sought to create a miracle, became a motionless target, helplessly spinning in place. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The Navy's formation exhibited not a hint of chaos. The last vestige of morale aboard Squard's ship crumbled with the paralysis of that vessel. Gumir watched the now gray dot on the screen, picking up the communication snail on the table. "This is Gumir." The snail mimicked his emotionless expression. "Report to headquarters. The encirclement is progressing smoothly. Spiral Spider Squard has no possibility of breaking out." He paused, adding, "It is expected that the neutralization and capture of his flagship will be completed within 1 hour and 50 minutes. The name Iron Wall indeed lived up to its reputation. A voice of commendation came from the other end of the line. Gumir hung up the communication. He walked to the porthole, gazing at the distant pirate ship struggling amidst the cannon fire, much like observing a mathematical problem nearing completion, meticulous yet devoid of elegance. Chapter 4, Spider. Get the crew moving. Hurry. The screeching sound of friction reverberated through the ship's hull, causing the entire spiral to shudder violently, toppling several unsteady crew members to the deck. "We VE run aground. We VE run aground." Panic-stricken screams echoed on the deck. Squard clutched the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping over both sides. In the murky waters, grotesque black reefs lurked, resembling rows of teeth awaiting their prey, ensnaring them in this treacherous sea. Their speed had come to a complete halt. The Navy fleet loomed nearby, like a group of patient sharks, maintaining an impeccable distance. They could accurately cover this area with artillery while perfectly avoiding the treacherous reef zone. Squard's first mate, a one-eyed middle-aged man, brandishing a knife, rushed to his side. Resolute determination etched across his face. "Brother, let's fight them. Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us." "Fight?" Squard's voice was hoarse. "What shall we fight with? Shall we use our heads to collide with their cannonballs?" The image of the auxiliary ship being instantly dismembered replayed in his mind. It was not a battle. It was execution. He shoved his first mate aside, staggering into the captain's quarters, unfurling the nautical charts spread across the table. His damp fingers traced the surface, searching for even the faintest glimmer of hope. There was none. To the southeast lay the Navy's flagship, Iron Wall. To the southwest and directly north were two intersecting fleets of frigates. Their current position was the apex of this angle, a trap woven from steel and gunfire, now completely constricting. Despair clenched at his throat. The crew's morale had plummeted. Some sat slumped on the ground, cradling their heads and murmuring, "It's over. It's all over. We will die here." A young crew member even cried out, "I don't want to die. Let us surrender. Surrender means we might live." "Shut up." Squard stormed out of the captain's quarters, kicking the young crew member to the ground. "Coward." His chest heaved violently as he surveyed the faces filled with fear. These were the men who had trusted him and followed him to sea. Now, he was to lead them into hell. In the command room of the Iron Wall, Gomir's aide observed the red on the screen, now thoroughly ensnared, and a look of genuine admiration crossed his face. "Vice Admiral, your tactics are simply flawless. There are no unnecessary movements. Every step is as precise as a textbook." Gomir did not turn around, merely lifting the coffee cup from the table and taking a gentle sip. "This is not tactics, this is mathematics." His tone was as flat as a statement of fact. When all variables are eliminated, what remains is the singular solution. The aide paused momentarily before his admiration deepened. In his eyes, this vice admiral had elevated naval warfare to an art form. Gomir set down the coffee cup, lightly tapping the tactical screen with his finger. "Relay orders. Iron Wall encircle. Initiate the final phase." "Yes." All ships activated their searchlights. "I want those insects to see clearly who is sending them to their graves." The command was swiftly disseminated. In the next moment, a dozen robust beams of light pierced the night sky, converging from 3 directions upon the spiral. The entire pirate ship was illuminated, revealing every scratch on the deck and the expressions of terror etched upon the faces of the pirates, all laid bare. They resembled jesters ensnared in the spotlight of a stage, with nowhere to hide. Squard instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. He felt akin to a spider pinned to a specimen board, all his struggles rendered absurd and futile. Panic erupted among the crew. They were about to fire. "Help!" Squard's complexion turned ashen. He gazed at the enormous emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates emblazoned on his tattered cloak. That symbol represented his glory, the pride of his life. Yet now, he was poised to tarnish it with the gravest stain. He did not wish to be captured in this manner, nor did he desire to be paraded to impel down as a vanquished foe. That would be a fate worse than death. Gomir's aide approached him, whispering a report. "Your Excellency, all cannons are calibrated for a simultaneous strike. We are ready to launch the full assault." "Not yet." Gomir raised his hand, allowing them to savor the fear a moment longer. Fear, he believed, was a weapon far more potent than cannonballs. He relished this sensation, watching his prey crumble in despair. They were utterly crushed. This was the essence of true, unblemished victory. The heavy, slow grinding of machinery resonated from all directions. It was the sound of naval cannons adjusting their angles, each rotation akin to the footsteps of death, echoing against the hearts of all pirates. The air thickened with the scent of impending doom. Squard slowly drew his long blade from his waist, its surface reflecting the spotlight's glare, cold and blinding. He understood that all was lost, yet he could not simply succumb. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face his crew, who had long since abandoned all fighting spirit. He approached the young pirate who had been the first to cry out for surrender. The youth trembled in fear, his words incoherent. Squard did not chastise him further. Instead, he extended his empty hand and pulled him upright from the deck. "Stand tall," he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an unyielding authority. On the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, there are no cowards awaiting death on their knees. Releasing his grip, he raised his long knife. "Everyone, stand up. We are the sons of our father. Even in death, we shall die standing." Chapter 5. Luo Chen. "My apologies, I am the one posing the questions." Squard's shout echoed across the pallid deck illuminated by the searchlights, instilling a renewed sense of determination among the despairing crew, who grasped their weapons tightly and stood erect. The resolve to face death spread throughout the ranks. At that moment, an incongruous and monotonous engine sound emerged from the darkness beyond the encirclement. The sound approached steadily, calm and collected, entirely unfitting for a battlefield where death was imminent. All actions froze. Both the Navy and the pirates simultaneously cast puzzled glances toward the source of the sound. A small, unmarked speedboat sliced through the waves, leisurely making its way into the heart of the intertwined beams of light. Only one person stood upon the boat. Clad in a simple white shirt beneath a long black coat, He wore a pair of uniquely styled glasses that reflected a data-like sheen under the lights. "Spiral Spider," scored. A clear voice resonated, not loud, yet cutting through the din of waves and the thunderous roar of ship engines. "Do you wish to live?" Squard's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed intently on the sudden apparition. Was it a naval trap, or a reckless bounty hunter? "Who are you?" Luo Chen did not respond to his inquiry, but instead pointed towards the left flank of the naval fleet. To your front left, the warship codenamed Shark No. 7, with its cannon elevated at a 375-degree angle and wind speed corrected excessively. "That is merely a decoy." He gestured to the right flank. "To your front right, Seagull No. 3. That is the true point of attack. But fret not, their gunners have a peculiar habit of overly relying on the ballistic manual. The impact points of their first barrage will invariably land half a meter above the target." His tone was reminiscent of a commentator critiquing a poorly played chess match. Squard and his fellow pirates were rendered speechless. What nonsense was this man uttering? Gumir's aide, observing through a telescope from the flagship, immediately reported, "Your Excellency, an unidentified speedboat has breached the formation." Gumir furrowed his brow. This was outside his calculations, an insignificant variable. "Ignore it. Fire as planned. Crush them." "Yes." The signal flag of the flagship was lowered. "Fire." The earth-shattering roar of cannon fire erupted instantaneously, illuminating Gumir's confident visage. A barrage of shells arced through the air, hurtling toward the spiral. The crew of Squard let out their final cries. Yet, contrary to their expectations of destruction and death, the shells landed precisely around the spiral, sending towering columns of water into the air, but none struck their target. The closest shot grazed the top of the mainmast, soaring half a meter too high. With a splash, the frigid seawater drenched everyone on the deck. Yet they felt no chill, only a profound silence of shock. All eyes turned towards the man standing upon the speedboat. How could he have known? Squard's heart raced. This was no mere coincidence. It was unequivocally deliberate. "Did you see that?" Luo Chen's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. "This Admiral Gumir is not orchestrating a naval battle. He is solving a mathematical problem he has rehearsed countless times. He has quantified wind speed, wave height, ship velocity, and firepower, pursuing an impeccable optimal solution. And you are merely a known variable in his equation." A chill coursed through Squard at this revelation. They were not even worthy adversaries. They were simply numbers on his calculation sheet. The strength of such a man lay in his steadiness. Yet that very steadiness was his greatest flaw. Luo Chen adjusted his glasses. Predictability meant one could be anticipated. On Gumir's flagship, the aide's expression soured. "Your Excellency, the first barrage has missed." "Impossible." Gumir stood abruptly. "My calculations are infallible." He snatched the telescope, observing the unharmed spiral and that bothersome speedboat. An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that man? Second plan: lock throat formation, crossfire coverage, seal off all their escape routes. Gumir's voice grew increasingly urgent. Yes. The naval fleet began to maneuver, their heavy hulls carving new paths across the sea. "Here they come," Luo Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon Squard. "Now, follow my instructions. Hard to starboard. Engines at 70% output. Target 15 degrees to the right. Charge forward." One of Squard's aides immediately shouted, "Captain, we cannot trust him. Ahead lies their crossfire point. Charging forward is tantamount to suicide." "Silence," Squard bellowed. He fixed his gaze intently on Luo Chen, his mind waging a fierce internal battle. Should he trust an enigmatic stranger? Hand over the lives of his entire crew to him? Yet to refuse would mean being obliterated by naval cannon fire. Either way, death loomed. Perhaps it was worth a gamble. "Helmsman, follow his instructions. Hard to starboard. Set the engine to 70%. Captain, execute the orders." Squard drew his long blade, its tip aimed menacingly at his own crew. The wheel of the vortex was abruptly seized, the ship tilting violently as it charged towards what the naval fleet presumed to be a trap. Foolish insects. Gumir, aboard the flagship, scoffed at their choice of the worst possible path. "Fire. Let them experience true despair." The cannon roared once more. This time, the barrage was twice as dense. Dozens of shells weaving a deadly net in the air, precisely enveloping the location of the vortex and all conceivable escape routes. Yet, the vortex slipped through a minuscule gap in the firestorm, akin to a slippery eel. Shells exploded on either side of their ship, the towering waves threatening to capsize them. But they broke free. The deck of the vortex was a scene of chaos. Crew members sprawled in disarray, yet all remained alive. They had traversed the deadly hail of fire. A profound silence enveloped the ship. Every individual regarded the man standing on the speedboat, his trench coat billowing in the sea breeze, with expressions of astonishment. He had not even shifted his stance. Squard's hand, gripping the hilt of his knife, trembled slightly, not from fear, but from overwhelming shock and exhilaration. Luo Chen's speedboat had silently drawn alongside the vortex. "Now, are you willing to converse?" Squard opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, rendering him speechless. He stared at the remarkably youthful man before him, feeling as though his decades of seafaring experience had been rendered a jest. Luo Chen extended a hand. "If you wish to be rid of us, allow me aboard. From this moment forth, the command of this vessel belongs to me. Chapter 6. Surrender the ship to me, and I shall lead you through the fire." Squard descended the gangway in silence, the crew parting to make way for him. His boots thudded heavily against the deck of the vortex. Luo Chen stood on his speedboat, meeting his gaze with an air of calmness. Squard's Adam's apple bobbed. Board the ship. He spoke only 2 words, stepping aside to grant passage. Luo Chen supported himself with one hand on the ship's railing, effortlessly flipping over and landing steadily on the deck, his black trench coat barely fluttering. The crew's eyes were riveted upon him, a mixture of awe, skepticism, and intense wariness. "If you wish for me to relinquish command, so be it." Squard's hand remained firmly on the hilt of his knife. "But I need to know, where do you intend to lead us? Is it a path to salvation or another dead end? I require a sea chart, the most detailed one for this area." Luo Chen did not respond directly, but instead articulated his own demand. Squard waved his hand, and immediately a crew member dashed into the captain's quarters, returning moments later with a massive parchment sea chart, which he unfurled atop a wooden crate in the center of the deck. Luo Chen approached the chart, his finger gliding over it as if caressing the skin of a lover. Squard's first mate, a burly man with a scarred face, could no longer contain himself. "Hey, the Navy is right behind us. We don't have time to study the map here." Luo Chen's finger halted at a specific point. "The naval brigadier pursuing us is named Gumir, known as the Calculator. He never engages without preparation. His artillery accuracy is predicated on wind speed, sea currents, ship velocity, ballistics, and his psychological predictions of us pirates." His words were delivered flatly, yet they sent a shiver through the seasoned pirates present. His stranglehold formation, or iron wall encirclement, follows a straightforward logic. By constricting the fleet, it continually compresses our operational space, forcing us into a pre-designated fire coverage zone. Just like this. Luo Chen traced a narrowing circle on the chart with his finger. Each volley, seemingly a miss, is merely a recalibration of parameters, simultaneously hurting us. He relished the sensation of toying with his prey. However, this seemingly flawless formation harbors a fatal limitation. The scarred first mate scoffed derisively. "Theoretical nonsense. Under such a density of cannon fire, any stratagem is a farce. We cannot possibly break free. Indeed, in the face of absolute disadvantage, any conventional counterattack is tantamount to suicide." Luo Chen concurred with the man's assessment, leaving the scarred first mate momentarily stunned. Luo Chen lifted his gaze, surveying the tense crew around him. Gumir's impeccable formula is predicated on one assumption, that we will behave like a typical band of pirates cornered to the brink, desperately seeking the weakest point in the encirclement to escape. He paused, articulating each word with precision. Every one of his predictions hinges on the instinctual drive for survival inherent in pirates. Therefore, why should we adhere to his script? Luo Chen's finger jabbed forcefully at an astonishing point on the chart. This location was precisely where 2 naval vessels were poised to intersect, theoretically forming an absolute dead zone. What we must do is not break free, but charge headlong. We shall exploit his misguided confidence in his own predictions, compelling him to pave a path to survival for us, as his fleet enacts his calculations to seal off our supposed escape route. Our true course lies within the heart of their formation. The entire deck fell into a profound silence. A madman. This was the singular thought echoing in the minds of the crew. Squard's breathing grew labored. He fixed his gaze on the point on the chart, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He grasped the logic of this tactic. It was a counter-logic strategy, utilizing the enemy's intelligence against them. The insight was nothing short of genius, yet the risks were immeasurable. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. After years of battling in the New World, he had encountered the reckless and the desperate, but he had never seen anyone so composed, wagering both his own life and the lives of his entire crew against the psyche of the enemy commander. Who on earth is this man? Just then, the lookout in the crow's nest let out a terrified scream. "Captain, the naval fleet is on the move. They are closing in. My God, they're positioning. Squard snatched the telescope from a nearby crew member. Through the lens, he beheld the distant naval fleet adjusting its formation, each ship moving precisely into predetermined positions like chess pieces. The next point of encirclement they were about to form matched perfectly with the final encirclement position Luo Chen had just predicted on the chart. Squard's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. A chill coursed down his spine. This was no mere speculation, it was prophecy. Do you see? Luo Chen's voice echoed in his ear, eerily calm. When a hunter believes his trap is flawless, that is when he is most vulnerable. Now is our moment to charge. Squard slowly lowered the telescope. He glanced at his loyal first mate, then at the anxious crew of brothers surrounding him. Finally, his gaze returned to Luo Chen. The visage of the young man bore no trace of fervor, nor any hint of anxiety. Instead, it exuded a sheer, rational confidence, as though he were not commanding a vessel, but rather solving a mathematical conundrum. Suddenly, Squard erupted into laughter, a raspy yet resolute sound. Truly, the madman was a lunatic. He pivoted sharply, addressing the entire crew, drawing forth his long knife from his waist. Did you all hear that? His voice eclipsed the roar of the waves. From this moment forth, every word from this man shall be my command. The scarred first mate opened his mouth, as if to speak, but was silenced by Squard's blade-like gaze. Who dares to question? Who dares to hesitate? The glint of Squard's knife flashed ominously. I shall personally cast him into the sea to feed the fish. He retracted his blade and approached Luo Chen, solemnly presenting the command scepter. The lives of the 43 brothers of the Whirlwind Pirate crew are entrusted to you. Luo Chen accepted the heavy scepter, bracing himself for either triumph or a grand spectacle of fireworks. Chapter 7. You think I'm on the first level? In fact, I'm in the stratosphere. The moment Luo Chen grasped the scepter, the atmosphere aboard the ship solidified. Without a shred of hesitation, cold commands poured from his lips. Hard to port. Target. The Devil's Tooth Reef. What? The scarred first mate was the first to exclaim, his facial muscles twitching. Captain, that's a dead end. No ship can navigate through there. The crew erupted in disarray, the fear that Squard had just quelled surging once more. Charging towards the heart of the Navy's formation was madness. To sail into the deadly reefs was tantamount to suicide. Squard's heart sank, yet he observed Luo Chen, who did not even blink, merely gazing at him with calm assurance. That tranquility doused the fire of panic within him like a bucket of ice water. With a sudden twist, Squard turned and delivered a forceful kick to the scarred first mate's chest. Execute the orders, he bellowed, his voice tinged with bloodlust. He was, after all, the captain. The first mate staggered back, clutching his chest, his face etched with reluctance and despair, yet he dared not utter another word. Under Squard's oppressive authority, the helmsman trembled as he maneuvered the massive ship's wheel. The bow of the Whirlwind pirate ship resolutely turned, charging towards the deathly waters marked on the sea charts as a skull. Report. The target has suddenly turned and is speeding towards the Devil's Tooth Reef. In the flagship's command room of the Navy fleet, the signalman's voice carried a hint of confusion. Admiral Gumir, holding a cup of red tea, nearly laughed aloud upon hearing this. Oh, the Devil's Tooth? He approached the enormous sea chart, pointing at that area with a smirk akin to a cat toying with a mouse. It appeared they were utterly desperate, prepared to gamble their lives. How foolish these pirates were, their taste in choosing a grave so abysmal. Admiral, should we pursue? That area is perilous for our warships as well, a staff officer cautioned. No need, Gumir waved his hand dismissively, returning to his command chair. They may enter, but they shall not escape. Order the fleet to tighten the encirclement, blocking all possible exits. Once they crash and meet their demise, we can then salvage the survivors. Relay the order for the reconnaissance vessels to close in. I wish to enjoy the splendid moment when they collide with the rocks in real time. Yes. Gummer leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, savoring the taste of impending victory. Starboard 5 degrees. Half sail. Port side. Be alert. Lateral currents in 3 seconds. Luo Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear aboard. The whirlwind plunged into the treacherous reef area, and the world transformed in an instant. The menacing black rocks jutted out like the fangs of a colossal beast, emerging from the frothing white foam, the narrowest passages barely accommodating a small boat. The waves here were torn into countless chaotic whirlpools, violently tugging at the ship's hull. The crew clung desperately to the ropes, their faces pale. With each violent sway of the vessel, they felt as though they might be thrown into the sea, shredded by the rocks. Yet Luo Chen stood at the bow, his body swaying slightly with the ship's turmoil, as steadfast as a rock. His commands flowed without a moment's pause, precise as a machine. Lower the mainsail. Raise the foresail. We shall harness that updraft. Helmsman, do not gaze at the surface of the sea. Heed my command. 13 degrees starboard immediately. Scored himself gripped the wheel. A seasoned sailor of decades, he understood better than anyone how absurd that order was. 13 degrees starboard would lead the bow to collide directly with an enormous rock ahead. But he had already wagered everything. Gritting his teeth, his muscular arms twisted the wheel violently. The ship groaned under the strain, narrowly grazing the edge of a rock. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a monstrous wave crashed down from the very spot they had just evaded. Had they been a second late, the entire vessel would have been split in two by that force. Squard was drenched in cold sweat. He watched Luo Chen's silhouette, realizing that this was not a gamble, but a calculation. He was calculating the wind, the waves, the distribution of each rock, gauging the very breadth of this sea of death. Such feats were beyond human capability. This was a miracle. Did you see that? They're smoking. On the Navy's reconnaissance vessel, the lookout exclaimed with excitement. In the distance, the stern of the Whirlwind erupted in a plume of black smoke, its speed visibly diminishing, teetering precariously amid the surging waves. Well done, Luo Chen observed as the crew ignited the tattered canvas soaked in inferior oil, nodding in satisfaction. He then glanced at several crew members straining to toss broken planks and empty barrels into the sea. Add some more fuel, create a ruckus with the hull damage. The crew understood the assignment, striking the iron plates on the hull with hammers, producing a cacophony of clang. Clang! What once filled them with despair now ignited an unusual exhilaration. They were orchestrating a grand performance, a ruse to deceive the Navy. Report. The target ship has sustained severe damage, thick smoke billowing, speed plummeting. It appears to have lost control. Ha ha! Admiral Gummer could no longer contain his laughter. The outcome was as anticipated. Order all ships to full speed ahead. Prepare to bombard. I intend to send that wretched vessel to the depths. Yes, the entire fleet. Target the Devil's Tooth exit, full speed ahead. One by one, the iron warships pivoted their cannons, akin to sharks sensing blood, lunging toward the predetermined trap. They believed themselves to be the hunters, oblivious to the fact that they had already become the prey. The Whirlwind had traversed the most perilous reef zone and now lay quietly anchored in the shadow of a massive rock, perfectly evading the Navy's gaze. The smoke aboard had extinguished. All hands to cannon positions. Luo Chen's voice shattered the silence. Check the ammunition, calibrate the angles, await my command. No one questioned him further. The crew moved swiftly and quietly, their actions practiced, their eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Squard stood beside Luo Chen, feeling the unprecedented unity aboard the ship. They were no longer a disjointed band. They had transformed into a coiled blade, poised to strike. He gazed upon the young man's profile before him, an ineffable emotion surging within him. It was not fear, but rather reverence. All 43 pirates aboard the ship fixed their eyes upon the figure standing at the bow. They ceased to trust their own experiences, their brute strength, and even their luck. They placed their faith solely in this man, the one who had pulled them back from the brink of hell and was now poised to lead them in the creation of miracles. Luo Chen raised his hand, silently observing the dark silhouette of a ship gradually emerging on the horizon. He slowly clenched his fist, ready to commence. Chapter 8. Preparation. On the bridge of the Navy flagship, the Yongjin, the atmosphere was nearing a celebratory climax. Report. The tornado has confirmed it has ceased movement. The smoke signal is diminishing, indicating complete engine failure, and the hull is now trapped by the reef. The lookout's voice rang out with vigor, brimming with joy. Vice Admiral Gummer set aside his telescope, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was unfolding precisely as scripted. He turned to the communications officer. Connect me to headquarters. I wish to report directly to Admiral Sengoku. The officer's fingers flew across the dial of the transponder snail, and soon, a Navy-hatted transponder snail emitted a clicking sound, signaling the connection. This is Marineford, a steady voice came through. This is Gummer. He cleared his throat, standing tall. I report that the notorious pirate Squard has been cornered by our fleet off the coast of the G5 branch in the New World, and his ship, the Tornado, has been confirmed incapacitated, leaving him unable to escape. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Well done, Gummer. Sengoku's voice carried a hint of approval. Capturing Squard, a renowned captain under Whitebeard, would significantly impact the latter's reputation. This praise made Gummer's entire being swell with pride. Rest assured, Admiral, I will initiate a full-scale assault immediately, ensuring the capture of all 43 pirates. Not a single one shall escape. Exercise caution. The pirates of the New World should not be underestimated. Understood. Gomir ended the communication, unable to suppress the smile on his face. His aide swiftly approached, admiration evident on his features. Congratulations, Vice Admiral. This operation is nothing short of textbook execution. It will undoubtedly stand as your most glorious achievement in the New World. This is only the beginning. Gomir waved his hand dismissively, though the pride in his words was unmistakable. Relay my orders. All warships tighten the encirclement. Increase formation density. I want them to see the naval cannons surrounding them from all directions, utterly shattering their will to resist. Yes, with the flagship's signal flag waving, 8 Navy vessels began adjusting their course, compressing inward toward the center of the reef area like a slowly tightening iron hoop. In a bid to ensure absolute certainty in their encirclement, the distance between the ships was minimized to the extreme. To Gomir, this was the epitome of an effective bombardment formation, capable of covering every corner with firepower. He remained oblivious to what this dense formation meant for the enemies hidden in the shadows. Apart from the roar of the warship engines and the splashing of waves, the sea lay in eerie silence. In the distance, the incapacitated tornado resembled a discarded rag, quietly nestled among the rocks, awaiting its ultimate judgment. Gomir had even begun to envision the report he would write to the world government, pondering how best to articulate his valor and decisiveness while highlighting the righteousness and might of the Navy. Perhaps he could emphasize the pirates' foolishness and recklessness. Indeed, that must be it. These scum dwelling in the New World possessed brute strength but lacked intellect. Previously, the intelligence department had mentioned that the Whitebeard Pirates had altered their operational patterns, becoming more organized. Nonsense. In his eyes, a pirate was a pirate, forever unworthy of recognition. Vice Admiral, all ships have entered optimal firing range. The voice of the gunnery officer snapped Gomir back to reality. Target. Tornado. Prepare the main cannon. Gomir raised his hand, issuing a resounding command. Main cannon ready. All gun ports disengage. Safety. At my command, prepare to fire. Tension reached its zenith on the bridge, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the roar that would herald victory. Vice Admiral Gomir stood by the window, gazing at the enemy vessel poised to be reduced to splinters. He could almost envision Squard's face, filled with despair, and the expressions of envy and admiration from his colleagues within the Navy following this resounding triumph. He inhaled slowly, ready to deliver the final command. To the entire fleet, at that moment, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Not towards the tornado, but on either flank of their fleet. Yet, in an instant, he dismissed it. The threat appeared negligible. Chapter 9. Surrender, or we fire. On the deck of the tornado, silence hung so thick one could hear the thudding of hearts within chests. Each member of the Squard pirate crew looked up, gazing at the iron forest formed by 12 Navy vessels. A colossal shadow loomed over them, snuffing out sunlight, hope, and even air. Despair is a contagious plague. A young pirate's legs buckled, and he leaned against the ship's railing to avoid collapsing. How could they possibly escape? Whispers fluttered through the crowd like gnats, burrowing into every ear, gnawing at their already dwindling courage. They believed in their captain Squard, yet they did not trust the excessively youthful new captain who had suddenly emerged. Anyone can talk a good game, but now, the enemy's cannons were aimed squarely at their foreheads. Squard's first mate, a burly man with a scarred face, strode quickly to Luo Chen's side, his voice low and laced with urgency. Mr. Luo, the Navy has entered firing range. If we do not act soon, it will be too late. Luo Chen did not turn, his gaze fixed steadily on the flagship of the naval fleet in the distance. He calmly adjusted a custom-made telescope, its lenses reflecting a cold light. Patience, we must wait a little longer. Wait. The first mate's voice involuntarily rose, then quickly lowered again. Our gunners are already poised for action. The moment that Vice Admiral gives the command, we will be reduced to mincemeat. Luo Chen remained unperturbed, focused solely on his observations. He was calculating, assessing wind speed, ocean currents, the speed of each warship, and the distances between them. Indeed, Vice Admiral Gomir was a seasoned veteran. His fan-shaped encirclement was textbook material, nearly devoid of any blind spots. Almost. In pursuit of perfection, the distance between the 12 warships had been compressed to the extreme, like a guitar string stretched too tightly. A minuscule, nearly imperceptible gap in formation appeared between the flagship and its escort vessels. This man is indeed a scholar at heart. A smile tugged at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth. The crew's agitation grew. He is still smiling? He has no idea what we are up against. How could Captain Squard trust such a person? We have been deceived. He merely wants to drag us down with him. Squard listened intently to the murmurs of the crew, his grip tightening around the hilt of his dagger at his waist. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The Navy had fired. A cannonball struck the sea less than 10 meters to the left of the whirlpool, sending a towering column of water skyward. The icy seawater, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, cascaded down onto the deck, causing the ship to sway violently. The shrieks of terror erupted one after another. This was merely a probing warning shot, yet struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the crew's psychological defenses completely. Squard's fists clenched, the knuckles turning white from exertion. He had placed all his hopes upon the shoulders of Lothar, yet this trust was being mercilessly undermined by the harsh reality. Had he truly erred? Was the so-called strategy merely the youthful delusions of this young man? Just then, the voice of Admiral Gumir resounded from the flagship, booming through the loudspeaker with an air of condescension, clearly reaching every corner of the sea. Pirate ship ahead. I am Admiral Gumir of the Navy headquarters. You are completely surrounded. Lay down your weapons at once, cease all resistance, and surrender immediately. I repeat, surrender at once. Otherwise, you shall not be spared. The words not be spared hung over everyone like 4 towering icebergs, weighing heavily on their hearts. The crew turned ashen. A pirate's sword clattered to the deck. The man deflated as if all hope had been drained from him. It's hopeless. Surrender, Captain. We cannot win this fight. Squard's body trembled as he gazed at his brothers, who had followed him for so many years, his face betraying pain and confusion for the first time. This battle truly could not be fought. He slowly turned his head to look at the figure who had remained remarkably calm throughout, preparing to utter the words he dreaded most. However, he saw Lothar putting down his telescope. The moment had arrived. Lothar's voice was not loud, yet it rang like thunder upon the desolate deck. He turned to face all the crew, a relaxed smile gracing his features. Chapter 10. Surrendering the entire ship? Impossible. Everyone was taken aback. The desperate crew and the anguished Squard stared at Lothar with expressions of disbelief, as if he were mad. What did you say? A crew member trembled to ask. The moment? Squard's throat constricted as he managed to squeeze out 2 parched words, nearly doubting his own ears. Cannonballs were exploding nearby, and the proclamation of death echoed in his ears. What could this moment possibly signify? Lothar did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated through his actions. He took 2 steps forward, positioning himself at the very bow of the ship, confronting the 12 Navy warships that loomed like iron behemoths. Helmsman, his voice, though not loud, transcended the roar of the waves and the wind. Hard aport, full power ahead, target, straight ahead, the Navy flagship. The entire deck fell silent for a moment. Then came a more intense eruption. Insanity. He has completely lost his mind. Charge towards the flagship. ISNT, that's suicide. Captain, don't listen to him. Squard's mind went blank. Charge towards the flagship, to ram their command center under the concentrated fire of 12 ships? This was an act akin to a gambler flipping the table after losing everything. No, even gamblers would not dare to do such a thing. Yet Lothar's silhouette stood firm, like a nail driven into the wood, unwavering in the slightest. That calmness seemed to suggest that he was not facing the encirclement of the Navy, but rather a scripted play that had already been written. Squard's blood suddenly surged with warmth. It was either death or life. A choice must be made. Rather than surrendering on his knees, he would rather charge forward standing. Silence. Squard bellowed, his roar silencing all the restless crew. He pushed past those beside him, rushing to the helm, gripping the cold wooden wheel with determination. Follow his orders. Everyone, take your positions. Set sail. Full speed ahead. The crew, inspired by their captain's resoluteness, felt their fear replaced by a reckless determination. They pulled the ropes, unfurling the spare sails hidden beneath the mainsail. With a resounding crack, the seemingly damaged vessel surged forth with astonishing speed, slicing through the water like a drawn sword, heading straight for the Navy flagship. This scene made Admiral Gumir on the distant flagship narrow his eyes in shock. What is happening? How could their speed suddenly? He could not comprehend it. The pirate ship resembled a venomous serpent awakened from slumber, suddenly revealing its most lethal fangs. Its course was aimed directly at him. Admiral, they have gone mad. They intend to ram us. The ensign shouted in panic. For the first time, confusion appeared on Gumir's face. A suicidal attack? No, that is not right. The pirate ship was moving too swiftly, and its maneuvering was. Whirlpool, under Lothar's command, did not choose the broadest frontal assault. Instead, it angled cleverly, slipping through the narrowest gap between the flagship and a nearby escort vessel, a theoretical weak point that Gumir himself had created in pursuit of a perfect formation. Fire. Sink it. Gomir roared. Yet, it was already too late. The distance between the warships was too close. Turning the cannons took time. As they scrambled to adjust their firing angles, the whirlpool had already darted into the heart of their formation like a slippery eel. Boom! Boom! The two escort vessels fired hastily, their cannonballs nearly colliding with each other due to the misalignment. The entire Navy fleet was thrown into chaos by the incursion of this small ship. Portside cannon crew, target the waterline of the escort ship at 3 o'clock. Lothar's voice was chillingly calm. Starboard cannon crew, free fire. Disrupt the gunners on that ship. Captain Squard, prepare your blade. The crew was completely captivated by the spectacle before them. They had truly charged in. Surrounded by 12 warships, they were not reduced to mere fragments. Instead, they had become a sharp dagger, piercing into the heart of the enemy. Fear dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. Oh. Take them down. The pirates let out excited roars, frantically unleashing fire upon the flanking warships under Lothar's command. In Squard's eyes burned an intense desire for battle. He watched Lothar's back. This young man who had pulled them back from the brink of hell with an unfathomable strategy. What do you need me to do? Squard shouted. Lothar turned back, his face still adorned with that easy smile. Do you see that propeller at the rear of the Navy flagship? We do not seek their lives. I want them to remain here. In an instant, Squard understood. Sinking the flagship would only incite a desperate struggle from the Navy. However, if they merely incapacitated its propulsion, that command ship would become a floating target, a burden dragging down the entire fleet. Ha ha ha. How amusing. So very amusing. Squard laughed maniacally, his legs tensing with strength as he leaped like a cannonball, soaring across the expanse of the sea strait towards the rear of the Navy flagship. Slash! In his grasp, the long blade radiated an unparalleled aura as it struck fiercely at the massive underwater propeller. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, sending sparks flying. The hardened alloy propeller was cleaved open, revealing a deep fissure that exposed the very bone. The flagship of the Navy jolted violently, its speed plummeting abruptly. Chaos erupted among the naval soldiers on board. Report. Power compartment damaged. Rudder response sluggish. Vice Admiral Gomir gripped the railing tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging with strain. His prideful, perfect encirclement had been torn apart from within. Yet that accursed pirate ship, after inflicting severe damage on the flagship, showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it took advantage of the flagship as cover to commence an assault on the other side of the naval vessels. It was engaging in a deadly dance. It was using the cage it had crafted itself to strangle its own fleet. At this moment, on the deck of the Vortex, Luo Chen stood resolutely against the wind, his voice resonating throughout the ship. Who told you we were attempting to break out? Listen closely. We are not fleeing. He extended his hand, pointing toward the chaotic waters, toward the flagship belching black smoke. We are executing a counter-encirclement. Let Vice Admiral Gomir savor the taste of his own ironclad defenses. Chapter 11. Teaching Pirates to Combat the Navy. The flagship of Vice Admiral Gomir abruptly faltered, as if an invisible hand had gripped its throat. Report. Propeller destroyed. Power output down by 70%. Rudder malfunctioning. Unable to turn. The panicked reports cascaded in rapid succession, as Gomir clung tenaciously to the bridge's railing, his knuckles turning white from exertion. That scoundrel. He was not trying to escape. He intended to pin his flagship to this battlefield. All ships, fire at will. Reduce it to rubble. Gomir's roar reverberated across the flagship's deck. However, at that moment, his orders became a death knell. The naval vessels lost the unified coordination and precise speed guidance of the flagship, resulting in a fatal chaos in the once tightly woven encirclement. Boom! A frigate, in its eagerness to attack the Vortex, nearly fired a shell that skimmed past another Allied ship. Fool! What are you aiming at? They obstructed my line of fire. The Navy's pride in their coordinated combat capabilities crumbled entirely in that instant. Yet aboard the Vortex, Luo Chen's voice served as a steadying anchor, clearly reaching every pirate's ear. Hard right. Maximize engine power. We will sail closely alongside the flagship's port side. What? The helmsman was taken aback. Execute the command. The helmsman trembled, abruptly turning the wheel. The Vortex glided like an elusive eel, adhering closely to the massive hull of the Navy flagship, using the immobile giant as its most formidable shield. From the perspective of the other naval vessels, the pirate ship vanished. They could only see their own admiral's flagship slowly turning in the water. Where's the target? Where did that damned pirate ship go? On the other side of the flagship. We can't hit it. Gomir watched helplessly as the Vortex utilized its own vessel as cover, revealing its cannons from the opposite side. Portside artillery. Target directly ahead. Seagull 9, triple shot. Luo Chen's command was concise and decisive. Fire. Boom. 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 3 cannonballs struck precisely against the naval frigate, which had just turned its guns but had yet to aim properly. Its hull erupted with 3 massive holes, billowing smoke, instantly rendering it combat ineffective. After firing a round, before the Navy could react, Luo Chen's next command was already issued. Hard left. Full speed ahead. Cut between Seagull 5 and Seagull 6. Oh, 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 oh. The pirates let out bloodthirsty roars. This was no longer a battle, but a massacre orchestrated by Luo Chen himself. They were no longer prey, but hunters plunging into the heart of the wolf pack. Squardo stood at the bow, his long knife still humming. He gazed at Luo Chen's silhouette, a chill creeping up his spine. This young man had not only anticipated every move of the Navy, but had calculated their chaos and mistakes into his plans. He was not exploiting the Navy's strength, but rather its vulnerability when its formation was shattered. What a monster, Squardo muttered to himself. Vice Admiral Gummer's lungs felt as though they might burst from rage. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless scum. He roared at the messenger. Tell them. I do not care if we hit the flagship. Bring that ship down. But, Vice Admiral, follow through with the orders. The disordered commands led to even more chaotic results. Several naval ships, with grim determination, opened fire, but their cannonballs flew wildly off mark, erupting into towering columns of water in the midst of the fleet, further obscuring the vision of other vessels. The vortex nimbly navigated through the gaps in the cannon fire and water columns. Luo Chen, donning his Haki visualization goggles, could clearly see the trajectories of the predicted cannonball impacts in his field of vision. Veer left. 3 cannonballs are covering ahead. Decelerate. Advance only after the ship on the right finishes firing. Each of his commands danced on the edge of a blade, yet always managed to evade the most lethal attacks with precision. The crew had transitioned from initial fervor to a near-blind admiration. They no longer thought for themselves, mechanically and efficiently executing every word from Luo Chen. When Luo Chen said left, they would never veer right. When Luo Chen said fire, they pressed the launch button within a fraction of a second. Squardo observed it all, and for the first time, he grasped the true essence of command. It was not merely issuing orders from a lofty position. Rather, it was entwining the power of dozens, even hundreds, into a single strand, extending it as an extension of one's own arm, piercing precisely at the enemy's vital points. The Vortex Spider pirate crew, which he had prided himself on, had achieved 200% of its combat potential in the hands of this young man. On the flagship's lookout tower, a naval scout reported tremulously, "They're still inside. Like a scalpel, not a meat grinder. Our ship is being systematically dismantled one by one. Seagull 3 has lost power. Seagull 11's deck is on fire." Gumir listened to the relentless stream of bad news, his body swaying. He finally understood. His once proud ironclad encirclement had never been a net. Instead, it was a meticulously prepared arena for Luo Chen. The walls of this arena were constructed by him, using 12 naval ships. The rules of the arena were also set by him. Everyone had to encircle the central target, and Luo Chen merely shifted the target from himself to any ship in Gumir's fleet. He had turned the ironclad formation against Gumir himself, trapping his own fleet within. The ships outside could not enter, while those inside could not escape, forced to remain on a fixed trajectory, accepting the pirate ships' targeting with grim resignation. How utterly ironic. He had been strangled by the very tactic he had once taken pride in. A chilling sense of powerlessness gripped Vice Admiral Gumir's heart. He had lost. In the mere minutes since the battle had commenced, he had already been utterly defeated. "Shall we continue the fight?" Akusu edanquayod. Gumir offered no response, his gaze firmly locked onto the vortex, which once more surged forth from the mists. At that moment, Lakin's voice resounded again, this time laced with a hint of mockery. "Gunners, are you having fun?" Oh, absolutely delightful, Commander. Let's make it even more entertaining." Lakin gestured toward the towering main mast of the naval flagship, where the Navy's banner of justice still fluttered. Captain Squard, Lakin turned back, a smirk playing on his lips. "Sever their flag, and you shall sever their courage." Squard's laughter echoed, filled with exuberance. "This is I like it." Lakin addressed the entire crew, issuing the final command for this unorthodox lesson. "All hands, heed my order. Target the flagship's main mast. I want the Navy's banner to fall before the eyes of their admiral." Chapter 12. The Whitebeard crew's tactical demon emerges. Fire. Lakin's voice was calm and unwavering. Boom! Dozens of cannons roared in unison, solid projectiles slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, creating a deadly barrage. The target was not the hull of the naval flagship, but the main mast, symbolizing the Navy's dignity and Gumi R's personal honor. Under the horrified gaze of countless naval soldiers, the massive mast snapped with a bone-chilling crack. With splintered, ropes snapped, and the colossal seagull flag, akin to a bird with broken wings, mournfully plummeted from the heights, ultimately crashing into the churning sea, engulfed by foam. The battlefield fell into a profound silence at that moment. Gumi R's body trembled violently, as if the blow had struck not the mast, but his very spine. The encirclement had completely unraveled, his fleet scattered chaotically like a toppled chess set. Vice Admiral, the aide's voice quivered uncontrollably. Retreat. Gumi R forced the word through clenched teeth. Humiliation flushing his face to a shade reminiscent of liver. All ships retreat. He roared with every ounce of strength, his voice hoarse and desperate. Following that, his roar morphed into a frenzied inquiry, resonating throughout the bridge. Find me that man standing at the bow. That strategist. Who is he? I must uncover his identity. The naval flagship was the first to turn in disarray, while the remaining vessels, as if granted a reprieve, clumsily attempted to escape this hell. On the vortex, following a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of cheers erupted. Oh, 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 oh. We won. We drove away the naval vice admiral. The crew frantically waved their arms, tossing their hats into the sky. They gazed at the figure standing at the bow, his silhouette upright, their admiration transcending mere words, embodying a fervor akin to faith. Squard gasped for breath, observing the ecstatic expressions of his crew. Then glancing at the retreating naval fleet, everything felt like an unreal dream. Silence. Lakin raised a hand, a simple gesture. The deafening cheers ceased abruptly. All held their breath, awaiting new orders. This absolute command sent a tightening sensation through Squard's heart. They wished to flee, but their game was not yet over. Lakin's arm extended, pointing toward the beleaguered naval fleet's flank. Order, helmsman, hard left, prepare the broadside cannons. No need to sink them, just ruin their rudders. His tone bore no hint of emotion, as if stating a predetermined fact. I want them to understand that the power to retreat does not lie within their hands. Chase them for 10 nautical miles, then disengage. The vortex surged forth like a predator awakened, accelerating and deftly cutting into the naval fleet's flank, unleashing another round of cannon fire, sending more splashes and screams into the air. This was a massacre, a one-sided, humiliating pursuit. Squard stepped closer to Lakin, observing the young man's silhouette, his throat dry. This man, with a ship and crew, orchestrated a perfect naval battle that Squard had never dared to dream of. He said nothing. Under the gaze of all the crew members, this captain, known for his pride, deeply bowed, performing a 90-degree salute to Lakin. This bow signified complete submission and genuine respect. Lakin turned slightly, offering no assistance. Captain Squard, rise. Victory belongs to each member of the Vortex Spider Pirates. Squard slowly straightened, his title having transformed. It is not yours, Lord Lakin. We are merely the blade in your hand. Then, today this blade is sharp enough. Lakin calmly accepted this designation. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, the shadow of the naval fleet diminishing. The battle had concluded, but the work was just beginning. Compile the entire process of this battle into the most detailed report. Include how he utilized the fog, how he executed swift assaults, and how he countered their encirclement. Especially regarding Vice Admiral Gumi R's ironclad encirclement tactic, elucidate its weaknesses and countermeasures, item by item. Squard momentarily froze. This is? Send it back to the Moby Dick. Lakin interrupted his question. Let old man see it, and let the captain see it. The Whitebeard Pirates battles should not rely solely on brute force. Squard's body jolted. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, this battle had been a lesson meant for old man and the captains. His first mate and several core crew members gathered around. Having overheard this exchange, their expressions toward Lakin infused with both awe and a profound sense of trepidation. This man had not only outwitted the Navy, but had even calculated against his own, including the legendary old man, all within his scheme. He was not merely a strategist. He was a monster. Meanwhile, at the G2 Naval Branch in the New World, the atmosphere in the communications room was unbearably oppressive. A naval major, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, spoke into the transponder snail, reporting to headquarters. Igriegajis, Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Gumi R's fleet has suffered significant losses. After a moment of silence on the other end, a commanding voice replied. Significant losses? Who was the opponent? Kaido's men or Big Mom's? Neither. The major's voice dropped lower. It was the Vortex Spider Pirates under Whitebeard, with only a single ship. The transponder snail mirrored Sengoku's shocked expression, his brows furrowing tightly. One ship? Defeated Gumi R's 12 warships? Does Squard possess such cunning? Report, Admiral. According to Vice Admiral Gumi R's urgent battle report, the one commanding the battle was not Squard. It was an unidentified young man who stood at the bow throughout, dismantling Vice Admiral Gumi R's tactics with mere verbal commands, subsequently trapping and annihilating his fleet. Vice Admiral Gumi R referred to him as a tactical demon akin to a scalpel. He suspects that the Whitebeard Pirates have unveiled an unprecedented mastermind. The communication was cut off. On the deck of the Vortex, the sea breeze tugged at Lakin's black coat. He gazed at the now completely vanished enemy silhouettes. A weight lifted from his heart. The document presented to Whitebeard is substantial, both in weight and in its stunning implications. It is now time for the world's strongest man to take the initiative in seeking him out. Squard's lieutenant approached cautiously. Sir, we truly did it. Luo Chen turned around, a smile gracing his lips. This is merely the appetizer. Chapter 13, is this truly a battle report? It resembles a post-mortem examination by the Navy. The sun in the New World is perpetually scorching, and the deck of the Moby Dick felt slightly heated underfoot. Captain Marco of the 1st Division yawned as he tossed aside a recently completed supply list into the document basket, rubbing his drowsy eyes. He was preparing to head to the kitchen for a refreshing glass of pineapple juice. Captain Marco, a crew member hurried over, cradling a chirping transponder snail. It's an urgent battle report from Captain Squard. Squard? Marco paused momentarily, taking the sheets of paper with a casual hand. What trouble has that guy gotten into now? He lazily opened the first page, too lethargic to fully lift his eyelids. It was likely just another encounter with the Navy, perhaps a minor victory or a request for assistance after sustaining some losses. He perused numerous such reports daily. The casualty report indicated a ratio of 1:12. With 3 minor injuries on our side, no serious injuries and no losses. On the enemy's side, the Navy's Vice Admiral Gumi's fleet, consisting of 12 warships, suffered the sinking of 8 and 4 severely damaged vessels rendered incapacitated. Marco's fingers froze mid-turn of the pages. He re-examined the data on the first page. Squard Spiral Spider Pirates had only a single flagship. What a joke, he muttered, finally sitting up straight and laying the report flat on the table. Initially, he thought Squard was boasting. Yet, as his gaze swept over the tactical maps and detailed descriptions within the battle report, his languid demeanor vanished entirely. The paper contained hastily drawn but clear schematics. A net of 12 circles encircled a tiny arrow at the center, which pierced the core of the entire formation at an astonishing angle. Utilizing smoke bombs and ocean currents for camouflage, the enemy fleet was lured into a constricting embrace. Marco's brows knitted together. At the moment the encirclement was completed, they voluntarily abandoned both flanks, concentrating all firepower on a single point. Tearing open a breach from the front and plunging into the heart of the enemy formation, this was madness. In naval battles, the greatest taboo is to charge inward while being surrounded. It is tantamount to suicide. Yet, the subsequent descriptions in the report sent a chill down his spine. Upon breaching, the target was not the enemy flagship, but rather the weak links in their command chain. 3 supply ships and a medical vessel. Within 3 minutes, they were sunk, severing the enemy's logistical chain and causing chaos among their ranks. Exploiting this turmoil, they used the spiral to pivot, executing localized incursions that fragmented the intact fleet into several isolated groups unable to support one another. Finally, they concentrated their superior forces, picking them off one by one. Each directive was concise and merciless, akin to a surgeon's knife deftly slicing into an artery. Incredible. What is incredible? A booming voice interjected as Diamond Jozu's massive figure cast a shadow. He leaned in with curiosity. Could that guy Squard really have taken down a vice admiral's fleet? See for yourself, Marco replied, pushing the report towards him. Jozu picked up the document, his reading style contrasting with Marco's as he immediately focused on the outcomes and the most critical strike descriptions. A simultaneous barrage, accurately striking the Navy flagship's rudder? At such distance, and under those sea conditions? Jozu questioned, when did Squard's gunners reach such proficiency? And here, Jozu pointed out a section where Squard had anticipated Gumi's retreat route, preemptively deploying makeshift mines using wreckage. Could Squard actually think of such things? The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the same incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. This was beyond Squard's capabilities. The Spiral Spider, who fought on sheer instinct and ferocity, could not possess such a meticulously terrifying intellect. A name appeared in the report. Marco flipped to the last page, pointing to the note preceding Squard's signature. This battle was entirely commanded by Mr. Luo Chen. I, along with the entire Spiral Spider Pirate crew, were merely his most loyal blade. Luo Chen, a completely unfamiliar name. Who is this individual? Where did he emerge from? Josu's expression turned serious. Unknown, Marco shook his head, once more scrutinizing the battle report. This time, he perceived deeper nuances within the text. This report was not merely a report. Observe its format. Each tactical application is accompanied by a detailed analysis of principles and replicable key points. The 3 fatal weaknesses of the ironclad encirclement strategy. The 5 fundamental models of smoke bomb application in naval warfare's information asymmetry. How to predict a commander's next intention by observing the slightest shifts in enemy gunfire. Josu leaned in closer, increasingly alarmed. This is not a battle report. It is blatantly a textbook, a bloody textbook on how to dismember a standard Navy fleet. Did he really treat Vice Admiral Gumi's fleet as a teaching case? Josu's voice trembled. Indeed, Marco's expression grew gravely serious. Moreover, it serves as a teaching case for us. For the entire Whitebeard Pirates. This man named Luo Chen not only won a battle that was deemed unwinnable, but also effortlessly packaged the process of war into a curriculum delivered to the Moby Dick. This transcends mere tactics. It is a declaration, a silent challenge to the inherent combat style of the Whitebeard Pirates. Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones, and soon other captains and crew members gathered around. Vista, the flowery swordsman, and Sachi, the kitchen king, all beheld the contents of that report. A collective gasp filled the air. When did Squard's ship acquire such a monster? Is such a mind even humanly possible? I can only imagine that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be furious enough to smash his table upon seeing this report. The murmurs grew louder, and the name Luo Chen rippled through the Moby Dick, like a stone cast into a seemingly tranquil lake, creating waves upon the surface. Marco disregarded the surrounding commotion. He remained silent for a long while, then carefully folded the few sheets back together. It was thin, yet felt astonishingly heavy in his hands. The wisdom contained within this report held a value that surpassed even that of a formidable devil fruit. The Whitebeard Pirates possess the world's strongest man, wielding unparalleled power. Yet, all are aware that they are not adept at intrigue or cunning. They rely on the bonds of family and overwhelming strength. But now, someone has delivered to them precisely what they lack. A brain, a mind capable of unleashing their strength to 200, even 300% efficacy. I must see, Father. Marco rose, clutching the thin yet weighty battle report as he walked towards the man seated in a massive chair, gazing out at the distant horizon with a drink in hand. Chapter 14. Whitebeard erupted in laughter. Marco strode across the expansive deck of the Moby Dick, each step firm, while his heart roiled with tumultuous emotions. The handful of pages in his grasp bore a weight far greater than any royal bounty notice at this moment. Whitebeard sat in his enormous, exclusive chair, turned away from the onlookers. His formidable Naginata, Kanjiunki, rested quietly beside him. He abstained from alcohol, instead gazing toward the distant horizon where sky met sea, resembling a silent mountain. The female nurses of the medical team stood by at a short distance, the atmosphere laden with a somewhat oppressive quietude. Everyone understood that the old man's condition no longer allowed for significant emotional fluctuations. Old man. Marco halted behind Whitebeard, extending the report with both hands. Whitebeard did not turn around. He simply reached out with his large, ship-like hand to accept the pages. He perused them casually. Initially, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were reading an utterly mundane logbook of voyages. Marco, along with Josu, Vista, and others who had followed him, held their breaths. Josu glanced at Marco, his eyes inquiring, clearly asking, what will the old man think? Marco subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. The wisdom contained within this report was a distinctly different kind of power. It was calm, precise, and even carried a surgical coldness that seemed at odds with the boisterous spirit and bonds cherished by the Whitebeard Pirates. Would the old man accept such an anomaly? Time ticked away second by second. The profound silence on the deck rendered the sound of waves lapping against the ship particularly vivid. Suddenly a low, resonant chuckle emanated from Whitebeard's chest. Ha! This was soon followed by a second ha. The sound grew louder, transforming from a mere resonance in his chest to a rolling sound from his throat. Whitebeard's shoulders began to shake slightly, as if that silent mountain was coming to life. Googla goola la 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 la. The thunderous laughter erupted without warning, like a clap of thunder on a clear day, instantly engulfing the entire Moby Dick. The deck vibrated with laughter, and the distant sea was rippled by an invisible force. Several young crew members were so startled by the sudden outburst of mirth that they fell to the ground. "Old man, what's wrong? The old man is laughing?" The female nurses were initially taken aback, then exchanged anxious glances, nearly rushing forward to check on Whitebeard's condition. Yet Marco, Jozu, and the others remained rooted in their spots, having not heard such a hearty laugh from the old man in a long time. This was not laughter to placate the crowd. It was genuine, a response to something extraordinarily amusing. Whitebeard slowly turned around, his weathered face brimming with uncontainable delight. He held a report before him, his enormous fingers nearly crushing the paper. How interesting. Truly fascinating. He glanced at the still dumbfounded expressions of Marco and Jozu. "Look at what this little brat is doing." Whitebeard returned the report to them. He was not engaged in battle, nor was he writing a report. Marco and Jozu took the report once more, the paper seemingly still warm with the echoes of Whitebeard's laughter. He was dissecting. Whitebeard's voice resonated, filled with mirth, as he meticulously laid bare the naval tactics the Marines prided themselves on, and that Rear Admiral Gumi was like a fish, vivisected cleanly inside and out. He treated the fleet's command system as the brain, the artillery configuration as the skeleton, and the soldiers' morale as flesh and blood. Then, with the most delicate scalpel, severed all nerves and blood vessels, stroke by stroke. Finally, he documented the entire dissection process in a detailed manual and presented it to me. Bitte verbarst into lafteronsemor. Heu la 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 la. This fellow is issuing a challenge to me. A challenge? Jozu and Vista exchanged bewildered glances. Only Marco understood Whitebeard's implication. Luo Chen's actions were indeed a form of provocation. He was not flaunting brute strength. Rather, he was showcasing the rarest resource of the Whitebeard Pirates, supreme wisdom and strategy. With an impeccable victory, he silently proclaimed, "The power you possess, I can amplify. The conspiracies you cannot handle, I can manipulate effortlessly." Marco, Whitebeard's laughter subdued slightly, yet the admiration in his eyes intensified. "We have many strong sons, but we indeed lack a teacher capable of making these sons wiser." This assessment sent a jolt through all the captains. The old man had placed that unfamiliar newcomer in the role of teacher. Gulala, that scored fellow had struck gold this time. Whitebeard reclined against the back of his chair, lifting the massive drinking bowl beside him and downing its contents in one gulp. Thud. The bowl crashed heavily onto the deck. "Go." Whitebeard issued the command, simple yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Bring me that man named Luo Chen. I wish to see for myself what sort of individual possesses such a mind." Marco's heart raced. He immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, old man." He understood the significance of this order. From this day forth, the future of the Whitebeard Pirates might well navigate an uncharted course. As Marco turned to leave, preparing to personally welcome the newcomer, the entire deck erupted in excitement. "Hey, did you hear? The old man has personally ordered to meet that fellow named Luo Chen. Not just to meet. Didn't you hear the old man call him teacher? Heavens, what kind of luck has Squard stumbled upon?" Sachi squeezed beside Jozu, his face alight with curiosity. "Jozu, what exactly did that report say? Let me see." Jozu clutched the report tightly, his expression serious. "This is now classified information." Meanwhile, far across another sea, brubber, kacha. The phone bug aboard Squard's ship rang out. He nervously picked up the receiver, and upon seeing the lazy pineapple-headed visage mimicked by the phone bug, he nearly dropped the device. "Captain Marco." The steady voice of Marco resonated through the receiver. "Squard, the old man has issued a command." "Yes." Squard stood at attention. "Bring your ship over to rendezvous with the main vessel. Additionally, bring that newcomer named Luo Chen. The old man wishes to see him." A buzzing sensation filled Squard's brain as immense elation overwhelmed him. It was successful. Luo Chen's astounding letter of challenge had been recognized by the old man. Ending the call, Squard's face flushed with excitement as he burst from the captain's quarters, shouting at the deck, "Men, change course. Full speed ahead. We're going home." The crew erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, the man who had maintained his composure all along was leisurely polishing his specially crafted tactical glasses with a soft cloth. He heard the cheers behind him and felt the immense will descending from above, as if locking onto him. Luo Chen donned his glasses once more, the lenses reflecting the blinding sunlight. He raised his gaze toward the direction of the Moby Dick, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The first act had finally begun. Chapter 15. The new intern boards the ship and proclaims to strengthen all the captains. Squard's ship sailed with an unprecedented smoothness. He personally took the helm, assigning Luo Chen to the most comfortable captain's quarters. His attentive demeanor in serving tea and water made his crew feel as though they were aboard a phantom vessel. However, Luo Chen did not remain in the cabin. He simply sat on a wooden crate at the bow of the ship, allowing the sea breeze to caress him. Squard attempted several times to strike up a conversation, but upon catching a glimpse of the man's serene profile, the words caught in his throat. The man exuded no overt dominance, yet emanated an intangible pressure, as if any rash interruption would be sheer folly. Luo Chen's fingertips gently tapped against his knees. Rhythmic and steady. He was waiting. Ding! A crisp notification chimed solely within the recesses of his mind. Detected that the host is approaching the flagship of the Yonko. Edward Newgate, the Moby Dick. Main quest. Board the Yonko's ship. Completion. 50. It has arrived. Task progress reward distributing. Congratulations, host has acquired 5,000 teaching points. Congratulations. Host, the system's core function, teaching panel, has been officially unlocked. A virtual screen, visible only to him, unfolded upon his retina. The interface was exponentially more intricate than the previously simplistic personal panel, brimming with various data streams and selectable options. Luo Chen's breathing remained unchanged, yet his heartbeat quickened with renewed vigor. This was the true foundation of his audacity to confront the Yonko. He did not hastily delve into every function of the panel. Instead, he concentrated on the most pivotal option, data analysis. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the fidgeting Squard not far away. A thought flickered through his mind. Analyzing target, Squard the great whirl spider. Analyzing. The data on the screen refreshed at lightning speed, and moments later, a distinct character card materialized before him. Name, Squard. Affiliation, Captain of the Great Whirl Spider Pirates, under the Whitebeard Pirates. Comprehensive Strength Rating, C. Potential Rating, B. Abilities List. Swordsmanship, Mastery, a variant of standard naval swordsmanship. Broad and unyielding, lacking in variation. Martial Arts, good solid fundamentals, yet devoid of systematic training. Haki, not initiated none. Core shortcomings analysis. 1. Tactical acumen, low, highly reliant on combat intuition, lacking overarching perspective, easily led into traps. 2. Emotional vulnerability, critical, a deep-seated hatred for Pirate King Roger. An emotion easily provoked, capable of overshadowing his judgment regarding family, representing his most significant character flaw and weakness. Luo Chen's pupils constricted slightly, just as he suspected. This system could not bestow upon him omnipotent strength, yet it granted him a far more formidable ability, insight, the ability to perceive each individual's strengths, weaknesses, potential, and most lethal vulnerabilities. Squard would inevitably be easily manipulated by Akainu in the future, precisely due to this critical level of emotional vulnerability. The glaring red text on the system panel was strikingly apparent. A competent teacher must not only instruct students on how to grow stronger, but also rectify their paths toward destruction. Luo Chen closed the panel, his mind already brimming with the embryonic forms of numerous plans. The Whitebeard Pirates were powerful and united, yet they harbored significant hidden dangers. Father's health, the captain's excessive reliance on him, and the buried obsessions of certain individuals. And he would be the one to mend it all. An exuberant figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The man adorned with freckles and engulfed in flames. Poor Gas Diaz. What would his data reveal? The one who felt inferior due to his bloodline, impulsively reckless, ultimately heading toward tragedy. What would his core shortcomings be marked by the system? Luo Chen found himself almost impatient. Mr. Luo Chen, Squard, unable to suppress himself any longer, approached. Rubbing his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. The flagship is right ahead. Captain Marco and the others should already be waiting for us. Luo Chen snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to meet Squard's. A simple syllable, yet it inexplicably made Squard tense up. He organized his thoughts and spoke in a tone bordering on pleading. Mr. Luo Chen, will Father truly heed that report of yours? Can we truly change? Although the crew busied themselves in the distance, their ears remained perked, for this was a question shared by all. They were accustomed to following in Whitebeard's footsteps, resolving issues with fists and swords. The notion of staff and training corps sounded like a fanciful tale. Luo Chen stood, brushing off the dust from his trousers. He did not directly answer Squard's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question of his own. Squard, do you hate Roger? Squard's body stiffened suddenly, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a repressed snarl. He destroyed everything I had. Very well. Luo Chen nodded, continuing toward the ship's railing. Hatred is also a form of power. but only if one can wield it, rather than be consumed by it. He chose not to elaborate further. Squard remained frozen in place, repeatedly mulling over this statement, his expression fluctuating. Mr. Luo Chen, what I can offer, Luo Chen's voice resonated from ahead, calm yet powerful, is a method for each of you to harness your own power and emotions. As for whether Father will adopt it, that is not your concern. In the distance, the ocean's horizon unveiled a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a whale, gradually emerging from mist. The Moby Dick, that great ship, a vessel embodying the majesty of an era's sovereign, invoked reverence with merely its presence. Luo Chen's craft appeared minuscule before it, akin to a mere leaf upon the water. He could sense formidable auras emanating from the flagship, curiosity, scrutiny, and a subtle hint of vigilance. Squard's crew erupted into excited cheers. It's the Moby Dick. We're back. Luo Chen did not turn back. He merely donned his specially crafted tactical glasses once more. The cold lenses reflected the outline of the legendary ship with crystal clarity. He understood that the moment he set foot upon that deck, the very fabric of the world's fate would be irrevocably unraveled by his existence. Chapter 16. Did they just call my name upon arrival? The gangway thudded heavily as it was laid between the two ships. Luo Chen was the first to step onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The wooden planks beneath his feet were thick and solid, as if he were treading upon the spine of a colossal beast. The air was thick with the distinctive aroma of sea breeze mingled with strong liquor and gunpowder. The deck was crowded with imposing figures, each exuding an aura of raw power. Their gazes converged upon him, laden with scrutiny, curiosity, and an unabashed sense of intimidation. A man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle approached, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his eyes half open, appearing somewhat drowsy. I am Marco, captain of the 1st Division. Follow me, Father is waiting for you. Luo Chen trailed behind him, weaving through the throng. The murmurs surrounding them never ceased. Is this the kid? Squard extolled him to the heavens, resembling a scholar. Frail and delicate. Is he truly the one tasked with instructing us? Such musings did not perturb him in the slightest. His destination remained singular. The man seated upon the throne, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. He sat there, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain. Tubes connected to him for intravenous supplies. Yet the regal presence he commanded had not diminished in the slightest. Luo Chen halted his steps. Marco stepped aside. All gazes converged on the disproportionate pair in the arena. You are Luo Chen? Whitebeard's deep voice resonated as though echoing from the depths of a ship's hold, causing the deck to vibrate. Luo Chen adjusted his tactical glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. He neither bowed nor averted his gaze, but met the eyes that gazed down upon the sea. It is I, Edward Newgate. I have come not to become your son. As the words fell, the air on the deck instantly froze. Impudent. You dare speak to your father in such a manner. Several captains could no longer contain their rage, stepping forward with fierce glares. One particularly robust man, radiant like a diamond, clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to crack. Character, Joseph. Title, Captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ability, Diamond Fruit. Core weakness, rigid tactical thinking, overly reliant on the fruit's brute force. Luo Chen's gaze swept past Jozu, data flashing momentarily in his glasses. Whitebeard raised a hand, silencing his son's agitation. He surveyed the black-haired youth with interest. This man who had shown no sign of reverence since boarding the ship. Gururara, an amusing little brat. So, what brings you aboard my vessel? For a position, Luo Chen replied calmly. Chief of Staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. This unfamiliar term momentarily stunned everyone. Marco Fronith. Chief of Staff? We have no need for such a thing. No, you do. Luo Chen's tone was resolute. He surveyed the fearsome captains surrounding him. You possess the power to obliterate the world. Yet you resort to the most primitive of combat strategies. This is the greatest waste of power itself. What did you say? Even the normally composed Vista's expression darkened. Luo Chen disregarded the fiery glares and continued addressing Whitebeard. I have reviewed nearly 100 of your battle records. Your victories rely 90% on your unparalleled reputation and overwhelming personal strength, with the remaining 10% stemming from the captain's individual capabilities. Yet, there is no semblance of strategy. His voice, though soft, reached every ear clearly. The utilization of intelligence is abysmal, collaborative combat efficiency is lacking, and there are no targeted strike plans, nor any systematic analysis of enemy capabilities. You resemble a group of giants wielding the sharpest weapons, yet you merely flail them about indiscriminately. Such words were akin to publicly tearing the facade off the world's strongest pirate crew. The atmosphere on the deck plummeted to freezing point. Several hot-tempered crew members had already drawn their blades. I proposed the establishment of a general staff. Luo Chen seemingly ignored the murderous intent. I shall lead, responsible for all pre-battle intelligence analysis, tactical formulation, post-battle reviews, and diplomatic strategies. Furthermore, a training squad should be established to systematically enhance the combat skills and haki levels of all crew members, addressing your most significant vulnerability. Are you implying that we are all weak? Marco's tone had turned frigid. No, Luo Chen shook his head. You are strong. But you could be powerful enough to make even the Navy headquarters tremble, rather than merely maintaining a fragile balance. Your value is merely these theoretical musings? Whitebeard interjected, interrupting the tense atmosphere. My value, Luo Chen met his gaze, lies in providing you with a strategic mind that transcends this era, along with a talent cultivation system capable of facilitating a qualitative transformation for the Whitebeard Pirates. I can enable each of your sons to unleash 120% of their potential. What an audacious proclamation. A nameless youth dared to claim he would instruct the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's displeasure had escalated. He suspected this man was either mad or had ulterior motives. Yet, a deeper curiosity flickered across Whitebeard's face. He had encountered countless strong individuals and ambitious souls, but none had approached him with such a proposition based on knowledge and systems. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, shaking the entire ship. You certainly piqued my interest, little brat. As the laughter subsided, his expression sharpened. However, in the world of pirates, ultimately, it is the fist that speaks. How do you intend to prove your worth to me and my sons? The trial had finally arrived. Everyone awaited to see how Luo Chen would respond. Will he challenge a captain, or unveil some astonishing power? Luo Chen smiled, adjusting his glasses. His eyes beneath the lenses were as tranquil as still waters. I need not prove my strength. That is the behavior of brutes. I shall demonstrate my insight into the very essence of power. Chapter 17, Technology and Ruthlessness. He extended his hand, retrieving a pair of uniquely designed frameless glasses from the inner pocket of his coat, donning them slowly. The lenses reflected no glimmer under the sunlight, appearing as two pure voids of darkness. Buzz, a faint sound, audible only to Luo Chen, resonated, and the world before him transformed instantaneously. Colors and intensities of haki surged from the crew members' bodies. Most were a dark crimson, representing Armament Haki, while lighter blue signified observation haki. They flowed like living entities, coursing through and enveloping each individual. This was the effect of the haki visualization glasses. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the deck, glancing over the hostile and scrutinizing faces, ultimately settling on a robust man, striking the ship's railing with his fists. You cease. The man was taken aback, turning with an expression of displeasure. Luo Chen raised a finger, pointing at his fist. Your armament haki only envelopes 3 knuckles of your fist. At least 30% of your strength dissipates at your wrist. Moreover, every time you exert force, there's a delay of 1/10 of a second in the transmission of haki from your shoulder to your arm. You are wasting your stamina. The man's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? The surrounding crew members murmured, astonished that this young man would dare to critique them before everyone. Am I speaking nonsense? You know best. Luo Chen's tone remained unperturbed. Your old injury on your right shoulder subconsciously prevents you from fully unleashing your haki, does it not? The man's breath hitched. This fact was known only to the ship's doctor and a few old comrades. Do you not believe me? Luo Chen adjusted his glasses. Try focusing your consciousness on the scar on your right shoulder. Envision haki as a warm current, flowing through there first, then enveloping your entire forearm, all the way to your fingertips. Do not pursue speed. Feel its completeness. The man gritted his teeth, his face a mix of resistance and skepticism. Yet, under the gaze of Whitebeard and the captains, he found himself compelled to comply. He closed his eyes and, following Luo Chen's instructions, slowly channeled his haki. An unprecedented sensation of fluidity surged from his shoulder. The once clumsy aura of dominance flowed past with an unexpected gentleness this time. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and, facing the railing, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, far more resounding than before, as a deep imprint, twice the depth of his fist, appeared on the solid wooden railing. The entire deck fell into a profound silence. The burly man stared blankly at his fist, and then at the fist mark, ultimately turning to look at Luo Chen with an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Luo Chen paid no heed to his astonishment. shifting his gaze to another crew member sitting cross-legged in the corner, seemingly practicing observation haki. Your range of observation haki expands in a fan shape, with a radius of approximately 50 meters, quite impressive. The crew member's face lit up with pride upon hearing this. Yet you possess a critical blind spot. Luo Chen's tone shifted. Directly above you, within a 3 to 5 meter range, lies your absolute dead zone. The crew member's smile froze on his face. Impossible. My observation haki is all-encompassing. Is it? A smirk crept onto Luo Chen's lips as he gestured to another crew member nearby. The man understood the cue, picked up a small piece of wood, and flicked it with his finger. The wood carved a high parabolic arc, accurately descending right above the head of the crew member practicing observation haki. Thud. The wood gently landed atop his head. He shuddered as if stung by a scorpion, leaping up and touching his head in disbelief. The surrounding crew members fell utterly silent. If the first instance was a coincidence, what about the second? Their expressions toward Luo Chen transformed from initial anger and disdain to astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of fear. What manner of creature is this man? How can he perceive the elusive nature of haki with such clarity? Even Marco and Jozu could no longer maintain their composure. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This level of insight transcended their comprehension. This was not mere combat experience. It resembled an innate talent, a terrifying gift for deciphering everything. This individual is not a madman. Every word he spoke rang true. The fighting style of the Whitebeard Pirates indeed harbored numerous vulnerabilities. Whitebeard leaned slightly forward. His colossal hand, which had been resting on his knee, had unknowingly grasped his weapon, the supreme blade Murakam. Kid, your eyes. They are called the Haki visualization glasses. Luo Chen replied calmly, lightly tapping the frame. A little contraption I made myself. It allows me to vaguely perceive the flow of haki. By combining that with my analytical skills, I can identify the common yet existent shortcomings of each of you. He refrained from mentioning the system, attributing everything to the glasses and his analytical prowess. This half-truth explanation proved even more persuasive. The atmosphere on the deck shifted subtly. Those crew members who had previously exuded hostility instinctively retracted their auras, fearful that their own vulnerabilities might be exposed by this man in public. Gwahaha! Whitebeard's laughter boomed once more, though this time it lacked some of its previous boisterousness, infused instead with a deeper significance. He regarded Luo Chen as if gazing upon an unprecedented treasure. Proving your theory on ordinary crew members is not sufficient. Whitebeard's voice grew grave, imbued with an unassailable authority. The very air aboard the Moby Dick seemed to solidify. The true test begins now. Luo Chen awaited in silence. Whitebeard's finger slowly rose, not pointing at Marco nor at Jozu, but the elegant man standing among the captains, dual swords in hand. Now, kid, can you help my men break through? Only then will you demonstrate your worth. Chapter 18, the first lesson. The deathly silence on the deck was shattered by Luo Chen's light laughter. He adjusted his haki visualization glasses and met Whitebeard's ocean-deep gaze with calm assurance. I accept. 3 simple words devoid of grandiose rhetoric, yet they exuded an undeniable confidence. This tranquility caused the hearts of the surrounding captains to skip a beat. They had envisioned Luo Chen's elation, anxiety, or even feigned composure, but never this serene demeanor as if handling a mundane task. Gwahaha! Whitebeard chuckled, withdrawing his finger from pointing at Bista. Excellent, you have guts. I shall assign you a student. His voice resonated on the deck, laden with an imperious finality. Old Dad will personally observe how much weight you, this self-proclaimed harbinger of change, truly possess. With that, he turned, his massive form causing the Moby Dick to tremble slightly with each step as he made his way back to the captain's quarters. The true test had been postponed, yet the intangible pressure loomed over the hearts of everyone on the deck like a storm cloud. The crew members murmured and dispersed, their expressions toward Luo Chen rife with complexity, curiosity, skepticism, yet no one dared to openly provoke him any longer. Luo Chen remained in place until the crowd on the deck gradually thinned. A figure appeared silently beside him, radiating a gentle azure flame. You've taken quite a gamble. Marco, hands tucked into his pockets, wore his usual lazy expression, but his tone betrayed a sense of seriousness. The Whitebeard Pirates never lack for strong individuals. I know. Luo Chen turned his head, the lenses reflecting the setting sun's afterglow. What you lack is a method to make the strong even stronger. Marco's eyelids twitched slightly. This man had a knack for striking at the heart of the matter with a single phrase. Old Dad acknowledges your courage, but that doesn't mean he will recognize your ability. We are family. Yet even among family, one must prove their trustworthiness through strength. Marco cautioned him. The student old dad assigns you will not be an easy one. The tougher the bone to gnaw, the greater the sense of accomplishment, is it not? Luo Chen's response left Marco momentarily speechless. This guy's way of thinking was entirely different from theirs, who navigated the seas with instinct and bravado. I need some information. Luo Chen suddenly shifted the topic. What? Detailed records of all islands in the first half of the Grand Line that possess unique magnetic fields, climates, or ecosystems. The more detailed, the better, especially those areas with magnetic disturbances where even the permanent compass might fail. Marco was taken aback. He could not connect this request with the task of teaching the crew. It seemed more suited for a navigator or strategist. What do you need this for? Is it related to the upcoming training? No, it pertains to a longer-term future. Luo Chen provided little explanation, suggesting that he was planning some alternative bases and secret routes for the Whitebeard Pirates, just in case. Marco fell silent. This rationale sounded grand, even somewhat vague. Yet for some reason, when it came from Luo Chen's lips, it carried an undeniable persuasive weight. He could discern the flaws in Haki. Perhaps he could also perceive strategic risks unnoticed by others. Understood. I will have the intelligence team compile it. Marco ultimately agreed. But you should focus on the test at hand first. If one fails at the very first step, even the most far-reaching plans become utterly meaningless. As he watched Marco depart, the lightness on Luo Chen's face gradually faded. His consciousness delved deep within his mind. The master system has been activated. Current identity, junior mentor, teaching panel is now open. A virtual screen, visible solely to him, unfurled before his eyes. He refrained from hastily perusing the array of skill books in the system store. Instead, he summoned a blank student template, initiating teaching plan setup. Simulation Subject 1, Pure Physical Technique Brute. Characteristics, high strength and recovery, yet combat skills are crude. With inefficient use of Haki. Optimization Plan, introduce muscle control and force application basics. Mandatory Armament Haki precision coverage training. Simulation Subject 2, Fruit-dependent type. Characteristics, excessively reliant on fruit abilities, weak in physical form, Haki level below standard. Optimization Plan, recommend the use of C-Prism stone handcuffs for ability deprivation pressure training. Prioritizing 6 dials iron block and basic armament Haki hardening. Simulation Subject 3, gifted yet rebellious type. Characteristics, high potential, strong comprehension, yet severely individualistic and resistant to discipline. Optimization Plan, employ a reality-striking approach, utterly defeating them in their strongest domain to reshape their combat ideology. Recommended courses, Observation Haki Flaw Analysis, Combat Rhythm Control Theory. Who would Whitebeard select? An ordinary crew member? Unthinkable. That would not command respect. It must be someone with considerable strength and notoriety, yet with evident flaws in character. Thus, regardless of success or failure, the outcome would be explosive. This is both a test and a stage bestowed upon him by Whitebeard. A platform that could catapult him to greatness. Meanwhile, within the captain's quarters of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat quietly upon his colossal throne. A vast nautical map of the new world spread before him. His finger glided slowly across the map, finally pausing at the location of Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Gulalala, he murmured, savoring this new term. He shifted the focus of victory and defeat from reliance on personal valor and impromptu prowess to pre-battle strategy and intelligence warfare. Armed with knowledge and tactics, he would prepare his sons. Luo Chen's words from earlier echoed in his ears. This sudden appearance of the young lad had cut through the glossy exterior of the Whitebeard Pirates, revealing the lurking concerns beneath. He had been overly reliant on his own and his captain's personal strength. Such dependence was a symbol of invincibility in times of smooth sailing, yet when confronted with a genuine, equally matched and premeditated adversary, Whitebeard's gaze deepened with unprecedented intensity. Perhaps this era truly was on the brink of transformation. And could that bespectacled boy be the one to guide the Whitebeard Pirates into a new age? As night deepened, the salty sea breeze swept across the deck. Luo Chen stood alone at the ship's railing, gazing out at the moonlit surface of the ocean, awaiting his first official student. He knew that person would soon arrive. That individual would be the cornerstone upon which he would leverage the entire Whitebeard Pirates, and indeed, the whole world. Footsteps approached from behind, heavy and powerful, tinged with an unmistakable restlessness. Chapter 19. Who am I? This is unimportant. In the distance, a dark speck was rapidly enlarging. A crew member in the lookout tower shouted at the top of his lungs. Ship. A pirate ship, flying the Spade Skull flag. The previously languid atmosphere on the deck was abruptly stirred, as crew members who had been cleaning weapons or chatting over drinks stood up to gaze at the unexpected visitor. The Spade Pirates? A newcomer unknown to them, quite audacious, daring to head straight for Father S. ship. Another fool seeking to make a name by challenging Father. Amidst the murmurs, the nimble pirate vessel surged alongside the Moby Dick. A figure leapt high from the ship, crashing onto the deck like a cannonball, landing with a thunderous impact. Dust and wood splinters scattered. The newcomer straightened, donning an orange cowboy hat, his freckled face radiating unabashed arrogance and confidence. It was Port Gasti. Ace, where's Whitebeard? He roared, a wave of scorching air emanating from his body. I've come to claim your head. The surrounding crew members, momentarily stunned, burst into uproarious laughter. Hey kid, quite the bravado. If you want to see Father, you'll have to get through us first. Several captain-level officers watched him with keen interest, as if savoring an amusing theatrical performance. Ace straightened his back, proud as a peacock, flames licking higher around him, singeing the deck beneath his feet. He intended to defeat the world's strongest man in the most flamboyant and powerful manner, thus proving his worth. Luo Chen stood at the edge of the crowd, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. The specialized tactical lenses of his glasses displaying a flurry of data invisible to the naked eye. Ding. High potential target detected, generating data panel. Name, Port Gas D. Ace. Identity, Captain of the Spade Pirates. User the Mara no Mi. Potential rating, S, one of the protagonists of the era. Current state, extremely agitated, exceedingly arrogant, extremely sensitive. Combat analysis, fruit development, beginner. Physical techniques, intermediate, Haki, unawakened subconscious. Combat style, brash and energetic, prone to numerous openings. Personality weakness, self-destructive tendencies, a conflict stemming from his heritage, combining insecurity and arrogance, making him highly susceptible to verbal provocation, placing the need to prove himself above his own life. This was the challenge Whitebeard had set before him. A faint smile tugged at Luo Chen's lips. This was no mere examination. It was a top-tier material presented on a silver platter. A character with astronomical talent, yet misaligned due to a flawed upbringing and distorted mindset, resulting in a skewed distribution of his abilities. Such a student would yield the greatest sense of accomplishment in mentorship. He could vividly perceive the surging flame within Ace, akin to an untamed stallion galloping freely, yet devoid of order. It appeared formidable, yet was fraught with energy wastage and vulnerabilities. This young man hastened to dazzle the world to mask his deepest fears, the fear of the shadow named Joel D. Roger. The more ostentatious he became, the more fragile he felt inside. Gulalala. The captain's quarters door swung open, and Whitebeard's colossal figure emerged onto the deck. Brandishing his bicento, he regarded the fiery young man before him, letting out his signature boisterous laughter. He had encountered countless challengers before, yet this one felt different. The fire in those eyes was astonishingly pure. Whitebeard's gaze drifted past Ace to briefly meet Luo Chen's in the distance. That look seemed to convey, behold, this is the most unruly material I have chosen for you. Luo Chen nodded slightly, understanding that Ace's arrival was both Whitebeard's ultimate test for him and the most perfect piece of the puzzle in his plan. So you're Whitebeard? As Ace beheld the emergence of his target, his combat spirit surged to its zenith. Today, I shall sever your head and ascend as the Pirate King. His fists ignited with a blazing inferno, poised for attack. The imminent clash was palpable. Locken remained motionless, quietly observing, as his mind and system raced to dissect every subtle movement of Ace into data. Just as Ace was about to charge forth, a calm, yet distinct voice, neither loud nor obtrusive, resonated in the ears of all present. Exhibitionist personality, flashy attack stance, thermal efficiency below 30%. The source of the voice was the black-haired youth who had been lingering in the shadows. Ace's momentum came to an abrupt halt as he whipped his head around, his seething gaze fixated on Locken. Instantly, all eyes on the deck converged upon Locken. What was wrong with this guy? The flames enveloping Ace visibly swelled, and the searing heat waves caused discomfort among the surrounding crew. Who the hell are you? Locken slowly raised his hand, adjusting his tactical glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold stream of data. He regarded Ace as if examining a test paper filled with erroneous answers, something that could enlighten one on the essence of true strength. Chapter 20. Who is out of place? The atmosphere on the deck grew tense, crystallized by Locken's words. The flame surging from Ace cast his shadow into chaotic undulations, reminiscent of a ferocious beast seeking its prey. However, in this charged moment, an incongruous, boisterous laughter broke the tension. Ha ha ha. What a spirited young man. A burly, rotund figure emerged from the crowd, clutching a massive jug of liquor. He sported a thick mane of black curls and a scruffy beard, his uneven teeth grinning broadly in a manner that exuded warmth. It was Marshal D. Teach. He approached the fuming Ace, eagerly thrusting a large wooden cup into his hands, brimming with alcohol. Here, my friend, before you challenge Pops, drink this toast. It's the tradition of our Whitebeard Pirates. Ace's fury was momentarily interrupted by this unexpected gesture. He gazed down at the drink in his hand, then up at Teach, but ultimately his gaze remained steadfastly locked on Lochen in the distance. Teach's seemingly carefree insistence on drinking belied a keen observation. As he poured, his eyes discreetly flickered over to Lochen. That fleeting, subtle glance pierced through the atmosphere like a cold needle, instantly invading Lochen's perception. A barely perceptible twitch occurred at Lochen's brow. A minuscule system prompt materialized on his retina. Warning, unknown risk source detected. Data analysis failed. Target possesses special shielding. Unable to quantify. Threat level. This was the first instance the system had presented such an ambiguous alert. The cataclysmic might of Whitebeard could be quantified within the system, yet this seemingly ordinary crew member was shrouded in enigma. Teach was observing him, as Ace finally relinquished his confrontation with Lochen and redirected his wrath entirely towards Whitebeard, bellowing divine fire, unknown fire. A fiery spear surged forth towards the mountainous figure of the man. All attention on the deck was drawn to the ensuing battle, save for Teach. He guzzled his drink, vocally cheering for Ace's valor, yet subtly adjusted his stance to capture Lochen's reactions. He noted the unusual composure etched upon Lochen's face, not indifference, but a peculiar state of appreciation, analysis, and evaluation. Especially under the glow of the flames, the lenses of his unique glasses seemed to shimmer with a flowing light. An alarm bell rang softly in Teach's mind. This newcomer was not right. Having lurked aboard the Moby Dick for over 20 years, Teach considered himself well acquainted with the temperaments of every bolt aboard. He was familiar with the fighting styles of each captain, capable of mimicking their laughter. Yet this Lochen seemed to have sprung forth from the very stone itself overnight. Chief of Staff? Chief Instructor? These unfamiliar titles, along with this enigmatic individual, were jarring threads in the meticulously woven web of his destiny. Ha ha! Teach erupted into another round of laughter, elbowing a nearby 2nd Division crew member, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Hey, what's the story behind our new Chief of Staff? Pops seems to trust him immensely. The crew member, engrossed in the spectacle, replied casually, who knows? Apparently, he popped up out of nowhere and presented a grand plan to Pops. They say he's a brilliant strategist. Teach savored the term strategist, as the depths of his eyes swirled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Lochen too was quietly scrutinizing Teach. He required no system prompts to discern the man's identity. The future emperor, a dual devil fruit user, the architect of the Great War at Marineford, the most notorious traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates. This man was a ticking time bomb, and it seemed that his fuse had begun to flicker prematurely with Lochen's presence. Should he expose him directly? The thought flitted through his mind before being extinguished. Where was the evidence? What was the motive? In a pirate crew that revered camaraderie and boldness, accusing a well-liked, long-time member of treachery would only render him a target. Without absolute certainty, any rash move could provoke a lethal counterattack from his Viper. His plans required time, necessitating Ace's puzzle piece to fall perfectly into place. Until then, he could only dance with this serpent aboard the ship. Teach appeared unsatisfied with the information he sought, shrugging off his probing demeanor to refocus entirely on the unfolding battle. He raised his jug, fervently cheering each time Ace was effortlessly sent flying by Whitebeard, yet valiantly rising again. His exuberance and passion were impeccable, as if the profound inquiries he had just made were merely fleeting illusions. The conflict at the center of the deck intensified. Ace's fiery assault crashed against Whitebeard like a massive wave, only to be effortlessly deflected by the latter's Haki-imbued Naginata, dissipating into smoke. The staggering disparity in strength left all onlookers in awe. This was the power of the world's strongest man. Yet amid the uproar of the tumultuous sea, only 2 heartbeats remained detached from the combat. Lochen and Teach, their perceptions like 2 invisible blades, silently clashing in the air, probing, then sheathing back. The smoke and flames of battle served as the perfect cover for their exchange. Teach tilted his head back, downing a generous gulp of cherry pie-flavored alcohol, a wide grin spreading across his face, erupting into his signature laughter. Lochen slowly raised his hand, gently adjusting his tactical glasses. Chapter 21. Ace endures 100 beatings. In the center of the deck, the air warped under the oppressive heat. Great Flame, Imperial Phoenix. Ace unleashed a roar, betting everything he had. He poured all his strength and will into his fists, conjuring a colossal fireball capable of engulfing islands, akin to the rising sun, barreling towards the immovable figure before him. This was his most potent strike. The shouts of the crew fell abruptly silent. Whitebeard did not even rise from his colossal chair. He merely sat there, lifting his weapon, the Murakamajiri, with a single hand. There was no earth-shattering collision, no deafening roar. The Naginata in Whitebeard's grasp was gently thrust forward. Boom! The air emitted a dull, mournful cry. Visible white cracks spread through the atmosphere before the weapon like a spider's web. The once dominant sun, upon making contact with these fissures, extinguished itself silently and completely. It was not blown away nor snuffed out, but shattered to oblivion, its power ground into nothingness. In the very next moment, an invisible shockwave surged forth. Ace had no time to react. His chest caved in, blood erupted from his mouth, and his body transformed into a dark speck, hurtling backward to crash violently against the ship's railing, emitting a sound that was a painful distortion of metal. Gulalala, is that all you've got, kid? Whitebeard's voice was flat, yet imbued with the majesty of the ocean. Initially, there was silence, but it was soon followed by an even more fervent cheer. Oh, Dad is invincible. For the 101st time, Ace has been obliterated. This is the world's strongest. The crew, accustomed to this spectacle, even displayed fervent admiration. To them, this was a rite of passage for any new family member, a welcome from the strongest man in the world. Ace slid down from the twisted railing, collapsing onto the deck, his bones groaning in agony. His pride, his confidence, and even his most powerful technique were utterly crushed by a mere flick of the wrist from his opponent. Struggling, he propped himself up with his elbows, his chest heaving violently. Again, he rasped, swaying as he attempted to stand, but his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee. Give it up, Ace. His former comrades from the Spade Pirates surrounded him, their faces filled with concern. You can't possibly defeat Mr. Whitebeard. Get away. Ace shoved aside the outstretched hands, the indomitable flame reigniting in his eyes. Once more, he charged forward. The outcome, however, was unchanged. Whitebeard did not even employ the powers of the Tremor fruit. He simply swung his Naginata, cloaked in advanced Busashoka Haki, with effortless ease. Boom! Ace collided with an invisible wall, sent flying again, rolling across the deck for several dozen meters before coming to a stop. Lothar stood at the periphery of the crowd, quietly observing it all. Through the Haki visualization glasses perched on his nose, a stream of cold data materialized. Target, Port Gas D, Ace. Status, severe fatigue, multiple fractures, internal injuries. Haki level, uninitiated. Attack effectiveness assessment, 001. Recommendation, cease futile attacks immediately and commence basic strength control training. Lothar remained still. He needed to wait, to allow this blazing flame to be extinguished entirely by the overwhelming tide of reality. Only then could his words truly resonate. Ha, what a stubborn little brat. Teach's boisterous laughter reverberated through the crowd as he clutched a liquor bottle in one hand, slapping the shoulder of a crewmate with the other. That's the spirit. A man should be like this. Whitebeard did not mock Ace's humiliation. He simply observed the young man, who rose time after time only to be struck down again, waiting for him to make a final decision, to surrender or to become his son. At last, Ace expended his last ounce of strength. His arms slackened. His body could no longer support him, and he fell face down, crashing heavily onto the deck, raising a cloud of dust. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided. Everyone watched the motionless figure sprawled on the ground, and the atmosphere grew heavy. They bore witness to Ace's tenacity, as well as the insurmountable chasm that separated them. No one believed he could rise again. Whitebeard slowly leaned his Naginata against his body, preparing to conclude this inevitable challenge. This is where it ends, kid. Chapter 22. You are full of flaws. Just as Ace's knuckles turned white from the strain, ready to squeeze out the last vestige of dignity for his 102nd charge, a calm voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Stop. Your attacks hold no significance. The voice was not loud, yet it struck the taut atmosphere of the deck like a needle. All eyes instantly shifted from Ace and Whitebeard to the man on the periphery of the crowd, wearing peculiar glasses. Lothar. Ace abruptly turned his head, his eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto him. What are you talking about? His voice was hoarse from exhaustion and rage, each word squeezed from his throat. Lothar adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting sunlight, obscuring his expression. He paid no heed to Ace's wrath, stepping forth from the crowd and advancing directly toward the center. His pace was unhurried, yet the surrounding boisterous crew instinctively parted for him. I said, "Your attack, from its initiation to its conclusion, is utterly meaningless." Lothar's tone was as flat as if he were discussing the weather. "You." Ace's forehead throbbed with veins. A sense of humiliation more profound than his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard surged within him. It was a shame of being completely seen through, wholly dismissed. Just moments ago, during your final charge against Dad, Lothar paused a few meters in front of Ace, extending a finger. From the moment you pushed off with your left foot to the instant you were repelled by the Naginata, the entire process took 3.7 seconds. And within that brief span, I identified at least 17 flaws that could lead to your immediate defeat. A hush fell over the deck. 17 flaws? This number left everyone present in stunned silence. They had only witnessed Ace's valiant charge, effortlessly thwarted by Dad. The process was simple and direct. Where could there be 17 flaws? Marco crossed his arms, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt that this new advisor was perhaps exaggerating. Teach's smile also dimmed somewhat, watching Lothar with keen interest. "Nonsense," Ace roared, attempting to rise, but his weakened body only allowed for a feeble struggle. Lothar completely ignored his outburst, continuing his analysis. His voice cold and precise, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. "First flaw, the initiation. You took nearly a second to gather power, which is a classic charging stance. In a new world, that time is ample for a competent sniper to put a hole in your head. Second flaw, your charge route was a straight line. With no feints or diversions, you effectively telegraphed your attack target and intent to your opponent. Third flaw, your center of gravity. It was too high. In pursuit of speed, your lower body was left wide open. Dad didn't even need to use his weapon. A simple trip would have sent you tumbling. Fourth flaw, the application of your devil fruit ability. You concentrated flames in your fist, seemingly consolidating power. But Haki visualization indicates that at least 30% of the energy was wasted as heat radiation, failing to inflict any substantive damage on the target. With each flaw Lothar pointed out, Ace's expression darkened further. These words struck like tiny hammers, shattering his last vestiges of pride. He cannot refute them, because what Luo Chen describes is indeed his instinctive combat style. He does not pause. His words continue, becoming increasingly piercing. At the 10th point, the moment you throw a punch in pursuit of maximum power, your left shoulder instinctively lifts. This results in a 0.3-second rigidity in your left side, a fatal opening. Luo Chen raises his hand and gestures in the air. If your father's Naginata were not sweeping horizontally, but instead aimed upward to strike your elbow from this angle. Leveraging the principle of leverage, your Flame Emperor would be extinguished on the spot, and your own arm would dislocate from the recoil. This simulation is clear and intuitive, prompting surrounding captains, such as Diamond Jaws and Flower Sword Vista, to subconsciously nod in agreement. They are seasoned warriors, capable of understanding the substance of Luo Chen's analysis. This has transcended mere humiliation. It is a tactical dissection akin to a dimensional strike. The casual expression on Marco's face evaporates entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. His gaze toward Luo Chen shifts. This man possesses eyes that can penetrate the essence of combat. The 17th point is also the most foolish. Luo Chen's voice suddenly turns cold. At the moment you are sent flying, your first reaction is shock rather than defense. This 0.5-second daze is sufficient for your father to pierce you with 3 holes or shatter your internal organs with shockwaves. The reason he refrains from doing so is not due to your strength, but simply because Luo Chen pauses, glancing at the white-bearded figure on the throne. He wishes for you to be his son, not to take your life. The arena falls into a profound silence. Ace sits slumped on the ground, his complexion shifting from ashen to ghostly pale. Each of Luo Chen's words strikes him like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding at his heart. The combat style he takes pride in is rendered worthless by the opponent's analysis. It feels like an author who has poured their heart into crafting a prestigious piece, only to have someone wielding a red pen highlight countless grammatical errors and logical fallacies from title to punctuation. Shut up. Ace finally erupts with the ferocity of a cornered beast. You only stand there flapping your lips. Who can't talk big on paper? If you have the capability, he wishes to challenge Luo Chen to a duel, but the words falter on his lips. He lacks even the strength to stand, let alone fight. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and humiliation overwhelms him entirely. This is more painful than being defeated by Whitebeard 100 times. Luo Chen looks at him, slowly shaking his head. I'm not merely talking big, nor am I humiliating you. His voice regains its calmness, yet carries a deeper sense of oppression. I am merely stating a fact. Pork-ass D. Ace, your power is formidable, akin to a flood capable of engulfing islands. Yet, your manner of wielding it is as crude as a 3-year-old playing with water. You do not comprehend control. You merely allow it to flow freely, ultimately only drenching yourself and harming yourself, failing to strike your true enemies. Ace's body trembles violently, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. He cannot refute. Not a single word can he utter in opposition. Deep within the most secret corners of his heart, a voice tells him that Luo Chen is entirely correct. Aya! A roar filled with unwillingness, humiliation, and rage erupts from the depths of Ace's throat, echoing across the deck of the Moby Dick. Chapter 23. I will prove you wrong. Ace's roar circles above the deck, ultimately dissolving into heavy gasps. His scarlet eyes fixate on the figure standing calmly, as if intending to devour Luo Chen whole. Boom! Without warning, without the flourish of flames, Ace launches himself like an enraged cannonball, expending his last ounce of strength to leap from the ground, fueled by pure, primal anger, charging directly at Luo Chen's face. He aims to silence that detestable mouth with his fist. Luo Chen remains unmoved, or rather, he merely executes the smallest of movements. He steps back half a pace with his left foot, his body angling ever so slightly. It is this half-step that allows Ace's seemingly assured punch to merely graze the edge of his coat. Due to his overexertion, Ace stumbles forward, nearly toppling to the ground. Humiliation. A deeper humiliation than being knocked away by Whitebeard. A gentle yet resolute blue flame materializes, a hand lightly resting on Ace's uncontrolled shoulder. Listen here, Ace. Marco stands between the two, his expression more serious than ever. He is not mediating. He is executing an order. Get away. Ace shakes off Marco's hand, his chest heaving violently. He points at Luo Chen, his voice hoarse with rage. You just stand there flapping your lips. Do you understand what battle is? You know nothing. Luo Chen adjusts his specially designed glasses, the lenses reflecting the sunlight on the deck. I do, he responds calmly. I understand that a true strongman reflects when his weaknesses are pointed out, rather than roaring like a beast. I understand that a true strongman seeks to correct his flaws instead of attacking the one who reveals them. Polgadías, you lack the courage to confront your own mistakes. Why do you have to speak a battle? Each word strikes like a needle, precisely piercing the most sensitive and fragile areas of Ace's heart. This is not a humiliation regarding strength, but rather a fundamental questioning of his pride and dignity as a warrior. Ace is thoroughly incensed, feeling all his blood rush to his head, a destructive impulse surging within him. You are provoking me. The surrounding crew members dare not breathe. They revere Whitebeard, they're close to the captains, but they have never witnessed anyone daring to chastise Ace in such a manner. This new chief of staff possesses a courage greater than that of the Sea King itself. Diamond Jaws crosses his arms over his chest, his hard diamond arms glistening, observing without intervening. Flower Sword Vista rests his hand on the hilt of his sword, maintaining his silence as well. They are discerning individuals. Luo Chen's analysis is precise, and his response at this moment is equally impeccable. This is no mere verbal spat. It is a clash of wills. On the throne, Whitebeard remains unmoved. His massive form is as steady as a mountain, merely lifting his wine bowl and taking a hearty swig. The sound of his gulping in this dead silence is particularly pronounced. This serves both as a test and as tacit approval. It tests whether Luo Chen possesses the capability to tame this wildest of stallions, and it permits Ace to undergo this necessary and brutal growth. Luo Chen no longer looks at Ace. His gaze transcends Ace's shoulder, directed toward the insurmountable barrier in the distance. You do not believe what I say, he states matter-of-factly. That is fine. Your father is right there. You may challenge him for the 100th time. Go on, with your way, with the combat you take pride in. Prove me wrong. Prove that your flaws are utterly insignificant. Luo Chen extends his hand in a gesture of invitation. Prove that you're not merely a 3-year-old child incapable of controlling flames. This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ace, instead, found an unsettling calmness, a stillness reminiscent of the eye before a storm. He ceased his roaring and cast a profound glance at Luo Chen, his eyes brimming with frigid fury and resolute determination. Very well. He squeezed a single word through gritted teeth. I shall show you. With that, Ace turned and began his deliberate march towards the imposing throne. His silhouette was both decisive and solitary, each step resonating with the heartbeat of those around him. He sought to prove himself in the most harrowing manner possible. Luo Chen observed his retreating figure, the depths of his pupils behind the lenses reflecting an icy calmness. Continue to fail, Ace. Only by crashing against the wall of absolute strength, bloodied and battered, will you comprehend that your misplaced pride, devoid of purpose, will only lead to your destruction. Ace stood before Whitebeard, refraining from immediate attack as he clenched his fists tightly. Luo Chen's nonchalant voice echoed in his mind like an incantation, uncontrollably resonating. Sideways. Your core gateway is wide open. Elbow, leverage principle. A moment of stupor, lasting half a second. He wished to banish these thoughts, only to find them imprinted within his consciousness like a brand. An unprecedented irritation and confusion took root in his heart, reducing his relationship with Luo Chen to an absolute zero. Yet, he could not deny that the seed of doubt had been sown by the very one he opposed. Ace abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Whitebeard. Father, once more. Chapter 24. The Overconfident Youngster. Flames surged, only to be extinguished in an instant by an unseen force. Ace's body, akin to a cannonball, shattered the railing of the deck once more, tumbling into the sea. Plop! The icy waters instantly sapped his strength, dousing the indomitable fire within his heart. This marked the 100th challenge, and yet, it was also the 100th defeat. The crew had transitioned from initial shock and mockery to a state of numbness. They could hardly muster the energy to retrieve him, knowing that in a short while, this stubborn young man with ebony hair would struggle back to the surface on his own. It was the 17th plunge into the water. On the deck, a board crew member etched a new mark into the wooden planks. I wager he can only manage 3 more attempts today before reaching his limit. I bet 5. His spirit is still unbroken. The murmur of discussions and laughter mingled with the sea breeze, drifting into Ace's ears. He paid them no heed. He simply braced his drenched body, step by painstaking step, to climb back aboard the Moby Dick. Water droplets cascaded from his hair, leaving a trail of wet footprints leading towards the mountainous figure of Luo Chen. Luo Chen stood by the railing of the second deck, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the blinding sunlight. Before him, a virtual panel, visible only to him, updated its data. Target, port gas D, Ace. Status, extreme fatigue. Moderate mental resilience, erosion. Pride value, 34,100. System prompt. From destruction comes rebirth. First, one must shatter their brilliance. Luo Chen offered no intervention. He resembled the most ruthless alchemist, observing the violent reactions unfolding within the crucible, awaiting the moment when impurities would be completely incinerated. Father. Ace's voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. As he gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly. The figure on the throne, Whitebeard, did not even bother to open his eyes, merely exhaling a heavy breath. It was a sign of disdain, a complete disregard. More wounding than any attack. Fire fist. Ace roared, draining the last vestige of strength from within. Coalescing a fireball, significantly smaller than before, charging forward. This time, Whitebeard moved. He slowly raised the hand connected to an foredrip, extending a single finger. The moment his fingertip made contact with the flame, there was no explosion, no thunderous sound. The fireball, encapsulating all of Ace's determination, extinguished silently, like a soap bubble pierced. Ace's pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, an invisible force collided with his abdomen. Thud! He felt his internal organs shift, his body once again propelled backwards, crashing against the main mast and then sliding to the ground. He attempted to rise, but his body betrayed him. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The laughter around him faded. All eyes were upon him, watching the once spirited boy, ablaze with flames, now lying helplessly on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. Enough, Ace. Sachi approached, carrying a freshly baked pie, squatting beside him. Eat something first, rest a while. Ace did not look at him, his gaze fixated on the throne. His vision began to blur, Luo Chen's cutting words swirling in his mind once more. Flawless. A 3-year-old child, only capable of letting flames run wild. Could it be that he was right? Was everything I take pride in truly so fragile? An unprecedented sense of helplessness, like the pressure of the deep sea, clenched tightly around his heart. Go away. Ace forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. Sachi froze in place. I do not require your pity. Ace struggled, using his elbow to prop himself up, stubbornly turning his head away, unwilling to let anyone see his expression. The crowd gradually dispersed. The performance that had lasted for several days seemed to finally conclude in this dismal manner. Ace sat alone in the shadow of the mast, from noon until dusk. The setting sun elongated a shadow, rendering it solitary. The flames that once roared within him flickered dimly, more so than ever before. He began to question himself. Why venture out to sea? To prove he was not merely a shadow of that man. To seek the value of his existence? Yet now, it seemed he lacked even the qualification to stand upon this ship, as if it were a favor bestowed upon him by others. His so-called pride was crushed effortlessly by that man's casual gesture. His so-called strength was dissected mercilessly by that bespectacled fellow. He was nothing, a mere joke, an overconfident young fool. Chapter 25. Who truly cares for you? The last remnants of twilight slipped from the railing of the Moby Dick. Footsteps halted beside Ace. He did not lift his head, remaining curled in the shadow of the mainmast. A rough, hairy hand placed a bottle of liquor on the deck beside him, producing a dull thud. Drinking alone like a brooding lad is not the mark of a true man, Ace. It was Marshal D. Teach. He plopped down heavily, causing the deck to tremble. Ace remained unresponsive, burying his face deeper. Teach paid no mind, leisurely unscrewing another bottle and taking a hearty swig. Gulp. Refreshing. He wiped his mouth and said, I witnessed your clash with old man. What remarkable spirit you possess. Ace's shoulder twitched slightly. What is so impressive about being defeated by a mere finger? His voice was muffled against his knees. That was Whitebeard, the pinnacle of this era. To dare to throw a punch at the summit is a testament to the audacity of the sea. Not everyone possesses your kind of courage. Teach's laughter was robust and infectious. He pushed the unopened bottle of liquor closer to Ace. Come, have a drink. This is the drink of men. It can heal wounds. Silence ensued. After a few seconds, Ace lifted his head and grabbed the bottle. He beheld Teach's toothy grin, a visage brimming with unabashed camaraderie and admiration. This softened the tension that had gripped his heart all day. I lost this gracefully. Ace twisted off the cap and took a swig, the fiery liquid searing his throat. No, you simply have yet to discover the battle style that truly belongs to you. Teach shook the bottle, his gaze deepening. Battle style? Ace echoed. Indeed. You see, some individuals are destined to conquer the seas with their fists and flames, to chase their dreams. That is our romance. Teach's voice was laced with fervor. Yet, there are others who do not share this belief. They adhere to plans on paper, to so-called analyses and data. He changed his tone, hinting at something deeper. They wish to confine everything in a cage, to map out predetermined paths for everyone. They will tell you that your flames lack cohesion, that your punching angles are incorrect, that your bravado is squandered. With each word Teach uttered, Ace's fists tightened. These remarks echoed nearly verbatim what Rockhen had said. That guy, Teach grinned, that chief of staff. Rockhen, he is indeed clever, no doubt. But his cleverness is that of a scholar on land, not of us pirates. Ace gulped down a large mouthful of liquor, remaining silent. The agitation within him surged, exacerbated by the alcohol. He despised Roken's sharpness, even more so for his inability to refute it. Teach's words were like warm hands, soothing his shredded pride. We are pirates, Ace. Teach's voice rose. We believe in destiny, in dreams, in comrades, in our fists. He pounded his chest emphatically, not in cold, sterile tactics and reviews. Such things would erode a person's soul. They would turn flames into tepid water. Teach observed Ace's expression, noting the flicker of fire rekindling in his once dull eyes, albeit filled with confusion and anger. His words were striking the bullseye. A true strongman is forged through fists and life in the crucible of battle, not in a training ground dictated by a pen-wielding individual. He regarded battle as a damned mathematical equation, while we view it as a grand banquet. Teach laughed heartily, downing the remaining contents of the bottle. That sort of person is not one of us, Ace. In his world, there are no dreams, only optimal solutions. On the second deck, where the helm resided, Rockhen leaned against the railing, quietly observing the scene unfolding in the shadows below. He was not wearing his tactical glasses. Every grandiloquent statement and exaggerated gesture from Teach was crystal clear to him. Warning, high-risk subversive rhetoric detected. Target, Port Gas D, Ace. Threat source, Marshal D, Teach. Assessment, the opponent is exploiting the target's psychological vulnerability, implanting antagonistic thoughts, attempting to sever the target's trust link with you. Recommendation, immediate intervention, disrupt the dialogue. The IC system prompt flickered incessantly in Roken's mind. Yet he remained motionless, observing calmly. He needed to ascertain just how fragile the old Ace he had shattered truly was. He also needed to understand the magnitude of the seed he had personally sown. Teach's performance continued unabated. Listen, Ace. Do not let his rhetoric ensnare you. The kind of person you aspire to become should be determined by your own fists, not as a pawn in his plans. Ace's heart raced violently. Pawn. That word pierced him like a poison barb. He recalled Roken's sharp eyes, the cool detachment with which he analyzed him. In Roken's eyes, was he truly nothing more than a raw material in need of refinement? Teach's understanding stood in stark contrast to Roken's teachings. One made him feel like the audacious protagonist, while the other rendered him a flawed student. Although he did not wholly trust Teach, those words entwined around his thoughts like vines. The flicker of a notion that perhaps he should consult Roken was now thoroughly quashed. Bowing to someone who did not comprehend the romanticism of piracy, who merely wished to reduce him to a pawn. Absolutely not. Teach rose, carelessly tossing aside the empty bottle. Think it over, Ace. Does your flame burn for freedom, or to be caged? He strode away, disappearing into the darkness. Ace remained seated, tightly gripping the half-full bottle of liquor. He raised his head, glancing towards the second deck. It was devoid of life. He tilted his neck back and consumed the remaining alcohol in one go. Chapter 26. Arrogant Demands. The night breeze dried the spilled liquor on the deck but failed to disperse Ace's inner turmoil. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, measured and deliberate. Ace did not turn around. He recognized that gait. Roken halted a few paces behind him. Is his talk more palatable than liquor? Ace whirled around, his fists cracking ominously. Come to witness my folly? Or are you here to continue your teachings, to inform me of my latest transgressions? Roken disregarded his inquiry, calmly stating a fact. You have been influenced by him. I have not. Ace nearly shouted. Your anger, your defensiveness, every unrestrained expression you exhibit at this moment proves me right. Roken's tone remained unperturbed. The sensation of being completely laid bare left Ace feeling as if he stood naked in a frigid wasteland. Teach's words echoed in his mind. Pawn, material, mathematical problem. What do you understand? Ace stepped forward, heat radiating from him. You have no comprehension of the pirate's spirit, of the bonds of comradeship. You only grasp calculation and analysis. Is that so? Roken replied dismissively. Then let us wager. Ace was taken aback. What? Right now on this deck. Roken extended a finger. I will guide you for one day. Within that day, you may unleash your full strength against me. He paused, delivering the condition that sent blood rushing to Ace's head. As long as your flames leave even the slightest burn on me, even just 1 centimeter, you win. Silence ensued. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Ace's fury instantly crystallized into an incredulous sense of absurdity. Following that, a humiliation erupted akin to a volcanic eruption. How dare a mere strategist, devoid of any devil fruit abilities and merely a cartographer in the rear, address him, a user of the Mara no Mi, a future captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with such insolence? This was not merely a challenge. It was the pinnacle of contempt. Ace's teeth ground tightly together, nearly drawing blood from between his clenched jaws. This was an affront to his dignity. I shall not employ any abilities, Locken interjected, seemingly oblivious to the impending eruption of Ace's wrath. I will rely solely on the most fundamental of evasions, coupled with my understanding of combat, and my understanding of you. That final statement pierced Ace's most sensitive nerve like a venomous dagger. The temptations of Teach and Locken's teachings seamlessly coalesced into a singular emotion known as humiliation. He was determined to prove that this man was mistaken, prove that his flames were not a caged beast. Very well, Ace bellowed, his voice reverberating across the entire deck. This is of your own doing, Locken. Do not regret it. The tremendous noise roused the crew members who had yet to fall asleep. One lantern after another flickered to life. Marco was the first to burst forth from his quarters, landing on a railing. Hey, what on earth is going on at this hour, Ace? Following him, Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, along with other captains and crew, were drawn to the commotion, converging from various corners of the ship. Upon grasping the terms of the wager, the entire Moby Dick erupted in astonishment. What nonsense is this? Locken is going to spar with Ace? Under such conditions? Allowing Ace to unleash his flames? Has he lost his mind? That asked the Mara no Mi. While the crew acknowledged Locken's analytical prowess, they unanimously believed that this time he had overstepped his confidence. Sachi leaned close to Marco, concern etched across his face. Marco, this is reckless. Ace is in a rage. He wants to be able to restrain himself. Marco's brow furrowed as he observed the standoff between the two, shaking his head. No, look at Locken. The crowd followed his gaze. Confronting Ace, who had begun to elementalize, engulfed in fierce flames, Locken stood there composed, even without shedding his coat. That calmness was unmistakably genuine. At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard had also been stirred. He did not rise, but merely opened his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness penetrating his murky gaze. Gururara. His deep laughter resonated through the night sky, silencing all clamor. Let the children have their fun. I, too, wish to see what my chief of staff is truly capable of. He understood well that this wager was not merely about victory or defeat, but a testament to human nature, a rigorous self-validation of Locken's qualifications as a worthy disciple. In the shadows of the crowd, Teach grinned widely, revealing his uneven teeth. Gururara, what audacity, my brother Locken. He cheered for Locken, though a chilling skepticism flickered deep within his gaze. Something was amiss. This was far too strange. The man named Locken moved with the precision of a chess player, calm and collected. He was certainly not someone who would let emotions cloud his judgment. To so openly and almost suicidally provoke a user of a natural-type fruit. What could possibly embolden him? Teach could not fathom it. Such occurrences, surpassing his comprehension and control, instinctively stirred a sense of agitation within him, feeling as though his narrative had been torn asunder by an unyielding force. At the center of the arena, Ace was now completely enveloped in flames. The scorching waves radiated outward, forcing the onlookers to retreat. He fixated on a man before him, who remained steadfast and unchanged in posture. All his humiliation, all his fury, all his resentment coalesced into the seething flames of the moment. I shall make you pay for your arrogance. Flames coalesced in his arm, transforming into a blazing spear. Locken finally made his move. He merely beckoned Ace with a casual flick of his finger. Chapter 27. A punch against cotton. That single gesture of provocation ignited the final spark in the powder keg. Fire fist. Ace hesitated no longer. His entire right arm morphed into a roaring inferno, coalescing into a colossal fist the size of a house, descending upon Locken with the intent to incinerate everything in its path. The heat surged forth, causing Locken's dark cloak to billow wildly. The crew instinctively recoiled, many even shutting their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending devastation. Yet, the anticipated roar and cries of agony never materialized. Locken simply took a small step to the left, seemingly casual, yet it was executed with exquisite precision. The immense fiery fist barely grazed the hem of his garment before crashing down onto the deck with a resounding boom, sending splinters and embers flying. Before you throw a punch, your right shoulder habitually sinks for 0.3 of a second. Your wind-up is far too apparent. Locken's voice rang clear, devoid of any hint of combativeness. Ace's pupils constricted further, his rage intensifying. Fire gun. His hands transformed into cannon muzzles, unleashing a torrential rain of flaming projectiles towards Locken. The assault covered every conceivable angle of evasion. Yet, instead of retreating, Locken advanced, weaving through the dense firestorm as though taking a leisurely stroll in a garden. Each of his steps landed precisely between the fiery blasts, devoid of any unnecessary movement. When you shoot, your gaze locks onto the target beforehand, revealing your intent. Your attack is a scatter shot. It may appear extensive, but in reality, the force is diluted, wasting over 70% of your energy. Locken commented as he moved, resembling an instructor surveying students' assignments. Ace felt himself spiraling into madness. What was this? His full-force assault, in the eyes of his opponent, had become riddled with mistakes? This was more humiliating than outright defeat. Shut your mouth. Ace roared, flames erupting from his entire being, forming a circular wall of fire that expanded outward. Flame ring pillar. This is a wide-range attack, indiscriminate and without blind spots. Let us see how you evade it. The flames soared skyward, entirely engulfing Locken's figure. Locken! Sachi exclaimed in alarm. Marco clenched his fists, azure flames flickering across his arms, poised to intervene at any moment. Whitebeard's hand, holding the jug, halted mid-air, a flicker of gravity crossing his immense eyes. Only in the shadows did Teach's smile fade, replaced by profound seriousness and confusion. This was not right. This man would not be so easily vanquished. What exactly was he capable of? As the smoke and flames dissipated, Locken stood unharmed. Beneath his feet lay a charred circle on the deck, while the spot where he stood remained pristine. Just before the flames erupted, he had anticipated the fire's core and stepped into the eye of the storm, where the force was weakest. Losing control of one's emotions would only serve to render one's attacks increasingly chaotic. Luo Chen adjusted the tactical glasses perched on his face, resembling a 3-year-old child wielding a divine artifact, flailing aimlessly. Ace's mind was a blank slate. How could this be? Why? Why was he unable to strike? How could he see through all my moves? The sensation was akin to a naked individual standing before a monster that could perceive every thought. All pride and confidence were crushed to dust beneath the seemingly effortless evasion. I refused to believe it. Ace abandoned his flamboyant fire techniques, opting instead for the most primal approach. He propelled himself forward with explosive force, his body hurtling towards Luo Chen like a cannonball, his right fist clenched tightly. Devoid of any flames, a pure, unadulterated punch filled with fury. He was determined to believe that even the most fundamental of punches could reach him. This time, Luo Chen did not evade. Everyone watching beheld as Luo Chen merely raised his right hand, finger splayed, meeting Ace's thunderous blow head-on. Madness. He has truly lost his mind. To meet Ace's fist with his bare palm, Marco's body had already transformed into the phoenix, poised to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, bang, a dull, agonizing thud echoed through the air. No bone shattered, no blood spilled. Ace's fist was firmly cradled in Luo Chen's palm, unable to advance an inch further. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. On board the Moby Dick, a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the two figures in the arena, witnessing how that not particularly broad hand effortlessly blocked the full force of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Ace himself was bewildered, feeling the unyielding resistance emanating from his fist, as though he had struck a diamond. He slowly lowered his gaze and beheld an unforgettable sight. A faint, nearly transparent black sheen enveloped Luo Chen's palm. That aura, Armament Haki? Marco murmured in disbelief, his voice brimming with incredulity. Gururara. Whitebeard finally erupted into hearty laughter, his voice filled with satisfaction and surprise. So this is it. My chief of staff has concealed his true prowess well. In the crowd, Teach trembled, a chilling sensation racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Armament Haki. This man, who merely toyed with schemes, was in fact a master of Haki hidden beneath the surface. He had always thought Luo Chen was merely an intelligent anomaly, only to realize now that the opponent posed a genuine threat to his physical prowess. His script, his plans were irreparably torn apart in that moment. Your martial arts are worse than your fruit development. Luo Chen released his grip, gazing calmly at the disheartened Ace. Your focus is scattered, your stance unstable, and the trajectory of your punches lacks any coherence. Is this the strength you take pride in, pork-ass Ace? Ace staggered back 2 steps, the flames that once enveloped him extinguished without a trace. Sweat soaked his hair, cascading down his cheeks. He was not fatigued, he was afraid. A shudder emanated from the depths of his soul. The disparity was insurmountable. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided, brutal public lesson. All his trump cards had become a mere joke in the presence of the other. Once more, Luo Chen's voice resonated. Ace abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Once more, he repeated, his tone brooking no dissent. Ace felt as though all his strength had been drained. He collapsed to his knees on the deck, gasping for breath. He had lost, utterly and completely. Luo Chen did not spare him another glance, turning instead to face the silent crowd, adjusting the collar of his coat. Chapter 28. Ace's defense broken. The silence on the deck was as heavy as lead. Ace knelt there, the chilling touch of the deck seeping through his pants. Yet it paled in comparison to the coldness within his heart. The flames he had once taken pride in, the power that had earned him fame, appeared feeble and laughable before that man. Luo Chen calmly adjusted his coat collar, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. He looked down upon the kneeling Ace, devoid of any sympathy. Stand up. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Ace remained motionless, bowing his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, sweat mingling with humiliation. I said stand up. Luo Chen's tone intensified. Ace remained still, as though he had lost all sensation and strength. Is this your limit? Luo Chen took a step forward. The sound of his shoes striking the deck resonated like a hammer on Ace's heart. You cannot even summon the strength to stand. Yet you wish to surpass someone? To prove what? Poor Gas D. Ace, is your pride worth so little? Those words pierced Ace's most sensitive nerve like a needle. He shot up, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Luo Chen in a fierce glare. What do you understand? I understand more than you know. Luo Chen's retort was swift, leaving no room for gap. I understand why you throw punches, why you are enraged, and most importantly, why you're so weak. He extended a finger, pointing at Ace. Your anger is dispersed, like water spilled on the ground, utterly harmless. Your strength is superficial, akin to fireworks in the sky, beautiful to behold, yet shattering at the slightest touch. Each of your attacks is a roar concealing your insecurities. In the crowd, Sachi and Vista exchanged worried glances. Luo Chen's words were too harsh. This was no longer a spar, but a piercing of the heart. Marco's brow furrowed tightly as he stepped forward, preparing to speak. Luo Chen, enough. Luo Chen appeared to possess eyes in the back of his head, lifting his left hand in a gesture of silence without looking back. This is a lesson, Captain Marco. The first lesson is to recognize oneself. He redirected his focus back to Ace. You think the Marimera, know me, is powerful? That Logia types are formidable? Allow me to inform you that within these seas, I can list at least 100 methods to defeat a Logia user. And your fighting style conveniently triggers 90 of those fatal methods. Ace's breathing grew labored, his chest heaving violently. Do not look at me with those eyes. Luo Chen's voice turned icy. Unconvinced. Then stand up and use your fist to show me I'm mistaken. Concentrate all your strength into one point. Forget those ostentatious firewalls and pillars. What you need to do now is gather all your power, all your fury, all your resentment, and condense it into your fist. Just like this. Luo Chen slowly raised his right fist, that faint black layer of Armament Haki re-emerging, but this time it appeared more solid and profound. Compress, purify, then penetrate. Ace gazed at that fist, his pupils constricting sharply. The pressure emanating from it felt more suffocating than Whitebeard's own punch. For while his father's strength was that of the vast ocean, Luo Chen's power was a piercing spear capable of penetrating all. Stand up, Luo Chen bellowed. That cry seemed to carry an extraordinary force, crashing deep into Ace's very soul. Humiliation, fury, and resentment ignited in that moment, coalescing under the weight of a more formidable will. Ace roared, using his trembling arms to prop himself up, swaying unsteadily as he stood. Though flames did not envelop him, everyone sensed that, at this moment, he was even more perilous than when he had been ablaze. Excellent. A slight curve finally appeared at the corner of Roth's mouth. Yet it bore no trace of mirth, only a chilling anticipation. Again, Ace did not reply. He merely fixed his gaze on Roth, the earlier words echoing repeatedly in his mind. Concentrate and compress. Instinctively, he adjusted his stance, his legs lowering slightly, shifting his center of gravity downward. No longer did he charge recklessly. Instead, he resembled a poised cheetah, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Roth observed his transformation, nodding inwardly. Ding! Student Podcast D. Ace has initially mastered the principles of power concentration, earning 50 teaching points. The system's notification chimed, yet Roth's focus remained solely on the unfolding scene. Here comes. Ace moved. There was no grandiose display to commence, no shouted names of techniques. He simply stepped forward, his body taut like a drawn bow. His right fist propelled by a decisive force, targeting Roth's chest. The crimson flames upon his fist no longer blazed fiercely, but had condensed into a dark red hue, akin to a heated branding iron. This punch was 30% faster than before. The refinement of his power was incomparable. On Roth's tactical glasses, the energy readings surged wildly. He still did not evade. Just as Ace's fist was about to make contact with his chest, Roth's body executed an almost incomprehensible slight shift to the side and back. It was a deliberate opening, a feint designed to elicit Ace's attack. Ace instinctively seized this opportunity. He forcefully twisted his wrist, redirecting his punch, which grazed Roth's chest. Sizzle. A faint sound of fabric scorching echoed. The fiery gust from Ace's punch left a charred mark on Roth's iconic black trench coat. Although brief, the mark was unmistakably clear. Time once again froze. Ace remained in his punching stance, frozen in place. He stared blankly at the charred mark on Roth's chest, then glanced down at his own fist. He had succeeded. For the first time, his flames had left a tangible mark on this man. Not through brute force, nor by overwhelming fruit abilities, but through skill, through the very technique he despised, which had just been imparted to him by that man. An indescribable torrent of mixed emotions, exhilaration, shock, and confusion washed over him, instantly obliterating all his anger and resentment. He looked at Roth, his initial hostility and defiance rapidly dissolving, replaced by a curiosity and a belief he had yet to recognize within himself. Roth lowered his gaze to the mark on his coat, his expression devoid of any emotion. Look, he spoke calmly. Your flames have finally left a mark. This is merely the beginning. Ace slowly retracted his fist, his body swaying violently from exhaustion. Yet he managed to remain upright. He said nothing, only gazing at his hands as if encountering them for the first time. Chapter 29. Ace becomes a disciple. The morning sunlight, infused with the briny essence of the sea breeze, blanketed the deck of the Moby Dick. Crew members gathered in small clusters, polishing weapons and moving supplies. Yet their actions seemed somewhat absent-minded. Their conversations were hushed yet varied, invariably revolving around the previous day's groundbreaking lesson. Hey, did you see? Fire Fist, Ace didn't even graze the new chief of staff's clothing. Not only did he not touch him, but he was practically toyed with. I've never seen Captain Ace so flustered. What manner of creature is that fellow named Roth? It seems he didn't even lift a finger. At the center of the discussion stood Sachi, leaning against the mast with an apple in hand. Yet he hesitated to take a bite. Beside him, Marco crossed his arms, his blue flame-like hair particularly striking in the morning light, silently gazing toward the cabin. The atmosphere was peculiar and tense. Just then, a figure emerged from the cabin. It was Ace. Instantly, the discussion ceased, and the deck fell into a profound silence. Today, Ace lacked his usual flamboyance and recklessness. The expression ready to explode was replaced by a calmness tinged with fatigue and determination. He scanned the deck as if searching for something. Marco furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Ace, about yesterday. Ace ignored Marco, his gaze surpassing the crowd, finally resting upon Roth, who had just exited from the opposite cabin door. Roth held a steaming cup of coffee, his custom tactical glasses perched upon his nose, his expression as tranquil as ever. As if nothing had transpired the day before. The crowd parted to create a path. With every step, Ace walked toward Roth, treading upon the heartbeats of all present. Was he planning another fight? Or perhaps, Sachi nervously crushed his apple, juice splattering across his hand. Marco prepared himself to intervene at a moment's notice. Ace halted 3 steps away from Roth. He gazed at Roth, his lips moving as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Roth simply took a sip of his coffee, waiting calmly. Finally, Ace lowered his head abruptly, bending at nearly a 90-degree angle in a deep bow. This gesture froze time aboard the Moby Dick. Clatter. A crew member dropped a barrel, which rolled across the deck, its sound piercing the profound silence. Mr. Roth. Ace's voice was hoarse, tinged with a tremor he was unaware of. Yesterday, I was defeated. Please, he paused, as if summoning every ounce of strength. Please guide me. Boom. The crowd erupted. Did I hear correctly? Ace is requesting guidance. He actually bowed to that man. Is this still the rebellious Fire Fist we know? Marco and Sachi exchanged glances, both unable to conceal their astonishment. They understood better than anyone Ace's character, that pride deeply rooted in his bloodline would never allow him to submit easily. Yet now, he had performed such a grand gesture before a chief of staff who had only recently joined the crew. Behind the large window of the captain's cabin, Whitebeard set down his telescope, a wide grin splitting his weathered face. His hearty laughter resonated throughout the ship, filled with satisfaction and admiration. This young man named Roth not only possesses intellect but also skill. He has passed the test. On the deck, Roth faced the bowing Ace. Finishing the last sip of his coffee, he lifted his head. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Ace slowly rose to his full height, a hint of humiliation coloring his cheeks, yet within his dark eyes ignited a different kind of flame. No longer was it anger, but rather a profound yearning. Ding. Key character Portgas D. Ace has confirmed the master-apprentice relationship. Teaching panel officially activated. Student, Portgas D. Ace. Current ability assessment. Flame Fruit, Mastery. Basic Martial Arts, Good. Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Armament Haki, Beginner. Observation Haki, Beginner. Comprehensive Potential Rating, S. Current bottleneck. Rough application of power. Excessive reliance on fruit abilities. Combat will easily swayed by emotions. A torrent of data streamed through Luo Chen's mind. He regarded Ace before him as a flawless, unpolished gem. Subduing this wild stallion was merely the first step. Transforming him into a true ace was the crux of the plan. Without further ado, Luo Chen turned and pointed toward the newly constructed training ground on the opposite side of the deck. Your training begins now. I will send you the syllabus. Arrive even a minute late, and your training volume will double. With that, he strode purposefully toward the training field. Ace paused momentarily, then clenched his fists, silently following suit. Observing the 2 figures advancing toward the training ground, Marco approached, taking up the position Luo Chen had vacated, his expression one of complexity. This man had accomplished in a single day what had eluded them for years. Luo Chen. Marco's voice called from behind. Luo Chen halted, turning his head slightly. For the first time, Marco's face bore genuine recognition of equality. Old man did not err in her judgment. I will fully support the advisory and education team plans you proposed. Luo Chen nodded, his gaze sharp behind his glasses. Excellent. I require a detailed capability assessment report of all captain level and elite crew members, as comprehensive as possible, within 3 days. Marco was taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. No problem. Luo Chen uttered no more words and continued onward. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick seemed to shift from that moment. An invisible current quietly altering the course of this maritime behemoth, centered around the man now dubbed Chief of Staff. Ace followed behind Luo Chen, contemplating the not-so-tall figure ahead. His heart a tumult of emotions. Yet he vividly recalled the shiver of power when his fist had passed close to his opponent's clothing the day before. That sensation was one he yearned to possess again. No, it was imperative he did so. Chapter 30, System Alert. The banquet hall of the Moby Dick was ablaze with light. Massive barrels rolling in, the aroma of roasted meat almost lifting the ship's roof. Gulalala. Whitebeard sat upon his exclusive throne, tilting his enormous goblet, the robust liquid pouring down his throat. He set the goblet down with a resounding crash, silencing the entire hall. All eyes converge upon the world's strongest man. Whitebeard's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately landing on Luo Chen, who stood below. My sons, his voice thundered, imbued with undeniable authority and warmth. Today, we have gained another capable individual in our family. He extended his colossal hand, pointing directly at Luo Chen. I declare, from this moment forth, Luo Chen is the Chief of Staff of the Whitebeard Pirates, also serving as the Chief Instructor. After a brief silence, the hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Oh, Chief of Staff. Excellent. Does this mean we won't have to rely solely on heated instincts in battles anymore? Luo Chen, Luo Chen, Luo Chen. Whitebeard raised his hand to quell the uproar and continued. Luo Chen, you'll be entirely responsible for the advisory and education teams you proposed. Should you require personnel or resources, communicate directly with Marco and the others. Yes, old man. Luo Chen slightly bowed, accepting the weighty authority without unnecessary formality. Ace, amidst the crowd, watched Luo Chen surrounded by everyone, his glass trembling in his grasp. No longer resistant, his fiery gaze expressed a complex blend of acceptance and aspiration. This man was indeed worthy of being his teacher. Ding. Main mission. Boarding the Yonko ship has been accomplished. Mission evaluation. S. Perfectly integrated into the core decision-making team. Reward settlement in progress. System permissions elevated. Shop module updated. Unlocking more advanced exchange options. New feature unlocked. Tactical sandbox beginner. A series of system notifications flooded Luo Chen's mind, akin to a refreshing stream, bestowing a tremendous sense of achievement. He had succeeded. The first step, the most crucial step, had been firmly taken on the deck of this colossal vessel, and he had obtained part of the steering wheel. From this moment forth, the course of the Whitebeard Pirates would be altered because of him. Marco approached with a glass in hand, clinking it against Luo Chen's. Congratulations, Chief of Staff. You'll have to bear more responsibility from now on. Captain of the First Division. Luo Chen returned the gesture. The two exchanged a knowing smile, words unnecessary between them. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the entire banquet hall. The boisterous crew, the hardy captains, Whitebeard seated like a stabilizing force upon his throne. Everything mirrored his memories, imbued with an inescapable romance and fatal flaws. But now, he had arrived. Marco's regenerative flame should not merely be used to endure blows. Josu's diamond form could become the most fearsome battering ram. Vista's swordsmanship had room for refinement. And Ace's Haki was a treasure yet to be fully uncovered. In his mind, he had already devised at least 17 enhancement plans tailored for different captains. The future was luminous. The tragedies of the Marineford War and Blackbeard's conspiracies will be dismantled under the script he penned. He raised his goblet, ready to drink from the cup that symbolized the dawn of victory. Suddenly, a cold, sharp, and utterly foreign electronic voice pierced through his consciousness without warning. Warning, warning. Significant risk of world line deviation detected. S-level emergency mission forcibly triggered. Buzz. In an instant, the pale blue interface representing the system in Luo Chen's mind was stained crimson. The jarring alarm threatened to shred his very nerves. Emergency mission, Tooth of Shadows. Mission description. The lurking ambitious one has caught a whiff of fate's scent. Target individual Marshal D. Teach has confirmed the whereabouts of the dark fruit through unknown channels. Current holder of the fruit, 4th Division Captain and Chef of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi. Mission objective. Prevent Teach from killing Sachi and seizing the fruit. Mission failure punishment. The fate line of the Whitebeard Pirates will revert to the original narrative, likely leading to a far worse outcome. Countdown. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Snap. The smile on Luo Chen's face froze. The glass goblet in his hand emitted a faint crackling sound as a fissure silently spread. The raucous banquet hall, filled with deafening cheers and the boisterous laughter of comrades, seemed, at this moment, to dissolve into a distant background noise. The entire world was reduced to the blood-red alarm blaring in his mind and the chilling countdown ticking away. 72 hours. 3 days. In 3 days, Sachi would perish, Teach would betray them, and the familial bonds of the Whitebeard Pirates would bear the first irreparable fracture. Plunging everything into the abyss, he desperately sought to evade. He believed he had secured an initial victory, standing atop a precarious high ground. Yet, the most lethal serpent had coiled within the unseen shadows, striking far sooner than he had anticipated. Loken slowly turned his head, his gaze slicing through the revelry. He spotted Sachi, clutching a platter of roasted meat, laughing heartily with his comrades, his face radiating unadulterated joy. He also noticed, in an inconspicuous corner of the hall, a corpulent man raising his goblet, flashing his signature gap-toothed grin, and erupting into raucous laughter. The man seemed to sense Loken's scrutiny, lifting his cup and offering a distant salute in his direction. Marshal de Teach. Loken's pupils constricted into perilous pinpoints. Chapter 31. The 3-Day Countdown. The crack in the goblet resembled a slender, venomous serpent, slithering its way across the glass. Loken's fingers tightened instinctively, the sound of shattering glass drowned amidst the revelry. Unnoticed by any, the blood-red warning and the cold countdown on the system interface became the sole verity within his line of sight. 72 hours. 3 days. In 3 days, a good man named Sachi would die, and a brother named Teach would betray them, plunging a knife into the heart of the Whitebeard Pirates. He had just been bestowed with the power to alter everything, only to be informed that the tragic script had long been inscribed, awaiting its performance. Should he confront Whitebeard directly? No. A newly appointed chief of staff, with no evidence to support his hunch, accusing a long-standing crew member who had been aboard for over 20 years, a cherished family member, trusted by all, he would be dismissed as a madman or a scheming spy. Whitebeard's trust in his family stood as his most formidable shield, yet at this moment, it morphed into the highest wall before Loken. He could not breach this wall. He had to find a way to circumnavigate it. His gaze pierced through the cacophony of the crowd, zeroing in on that corner. Marshal D. Teach, the rotund man, appeared to have set down his goblet, boasting to the crew surrounding him, his raucous laughter infectious. A master of disguise. A sharp sting coursed through Loken's fingertips. Shards of glass had sliced his skin. He released his grip, allowing the shattered goblet to fall silently onto the thickly carpeted deck. The plan must change. No, his plan was only just beginning. He required a fulcrum, a point from which to leverage the stubborn trust aboard this colossal ship. And that fulcrum lay not far off, surrounded by a group of revelers, their faces flushed with drink. Forget Ace. Only Ace within the Whitebeard Pirates had undergone his almost draconian training and logical deductions. And only Ace had developed an almost blind tactical trust in him. Old man. Loken approached the massive chair of Whitebeard. Edward Newgate set down his enormous wine bowl, erupting into a thunderous laugh. Gaha, what is the matter, my chief of staff? Have you devised some new scheme to rattle my sons already? Merely here to confirm the extent of my authority. Loken's expression remained serene, as though the recent tempest had never occurred. Do my commands require the approval of the captains? Marco, overhearing from the side, interjected with a smile. Loken, you worry too much. Since the old man appointed you, your words represent his strategic intent. We shall all heed them. I'm asking the old man. Loken did not glance at Marco. His gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard. The atmosphere of the banquet momentarily stagnated. Whitebeard's perceptive eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the young man he had just promoted. Sensing the weight concealed beneath Loken's words, my chief of staff, Whitebeard began slowly, his voice steady as a mountain. On this ship, your tactical orders possess the highest priority. Understood. Loken turned, striding towards Ace's direction. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. The newly appointed chief of staff, cloaked in the authority confirmed by Whitebeard himself, faced no opposition. Ace was being held up by several crew members, his face flushed with indignation as he prepared for another round of drinks. Ace. Loken's voice was soft yet clearly audible to Ace. Huh, Loken? Just in time. Come help me drink. These guys, everyone, stand down. Loken interrupted, 3 words imbued with an unyielding authority. The surrounding crew froze, and Ace sobered considerably. What did you say? I command you, Port Gas D Ace, to immediately enter a state of battle readiness. Locken's pace was measured, each word landing like a nail. This was the Chief of Staff's inaugural command. Ace's face flushed instantly, a blend of alcohol, anger, and confusion. What are you joking about? It's a banquet. The enemy will not rest while we feast. Locken reiterated the sentiments he had expressed countless times during training. Follow me. He pivoted without awaiting Ace's compliance. Ace stood rooted for several seconds, his teeth grinding together. He glanced at the bewildered expressions of his comrades, then back at Locken's unyielding back, which allowed him no room for negotiation. Ultimately, he muttered a curse and strode after him. The two moved in tandem, traversing the raucous deck and entering a quiet passage leading to the ship's interior. What do you want? Ace finally erupted. You want to show off your authority in front of so many people? Locken halted, turning to face him. The dim light of the passage cast half his face in shadow. I need you to do something. What requires such urgency now? Listen, Ace. Locken's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. You cannot disclose this to anyone. Not Marco, not the old man. Ace hesitated, taken aback by Locken's demeanor. From this moment until I issue a command to the contrary, your sole task is to shadow Sachi, the 4th Division's captain, without leaving his side. Ace was utterly bewildered. Huh? Sachi? Why? That guy's just a good-natured cook. This is an order, not a discussion. Locken's tone remained unyielding. Use whatever excuse you can. Say you wish to learn cooking, or that you want to spar with him, or that you owe him money and need to repay him. I do not care how you accomplish it. For the next 3 days, Sachi must not spend a single moment alone. 3 days? That's absurd. Then let me rephrase in a manner you can grasp. Locken stepped closer, their faces almost touching. This is a practical drill. Your mission is to simulate the highest level of protection. Protect the target, Sachi. The imagined adversary is everyone aboard the ship, excluding you and me. Everyone. Ace felt his mind falter. Are you out of your mind? Are you asking me to doubt my own family? I am not asking you to doubt, but rather to execute orders. Lothar's hand pressed firmly on Ace's shoulder, his grip strong. You need only to fixate on Sachi, observe all those who approach him, and document their actions. This is the ultimate test of your refined application of observation haki. And if I refuse? Ace asked through clenched teeth. Then you may return to your drinking immediately. Lothar released his grip and took a step back, then added a prayer that your impulsiveness and naivety would not lead to the demise of those you hold dear in the future. Those words struck Ace like a poisoned dagger, piercing precisely into his softest spot. He recalled countless failures from his past and how Lothar had gradually pulled him back from the brink of self-destruction. His breath grew heavy. I need a reason. The reason is I'm the Chief of Staff, and you're my first lieutenant. Lothar's voice regained its calm. This mission is codenamed the Guardian of the Hearth. Execute the order, Ace. Ace stared into Lothar's unfathomable eyes for a full 10 seconds. Ultimately, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, yet also appeared to resolve himself. I understand. Go, and ensure he does not detect anything amiss. Ace turned and walked heavily towards the banquet hall, watching his silhouette disappear around the corner. Lothar leaned against the cold wall, his mind still awash in crimson. During the S-rank mission, special item exchange will be temporarily available. Item 1, Truth Drop Single Use. Forces a single target to answer one question truthfully within 10 minutes. Exchange points, 5,000 points. Item 2, Fate Scrying Mirror Fragment, one-time use. Allows a glimpse into a related future fragment concerning the mission target, lasting 3 seconds. Exchange points, 8,000 points. Current teaching points held, 1,250 points. The points are utterly insufficient. All he could rely on now was himself, along with Ace's precarious yet remarkably steadfast resolve. Lothar raised his hand to observe the fine wound on his palm. Teach's distinctive laughter seemed to penetrate through layers of deck, echoing in his ears. The game has begun. Chapter 32, A Knife Hidden in a Smile. Lothar closed the system interface. The blood-red warning and high-point total weighed heavily on his heart, yet also served to cool his ardor. No external aid, no shortcuts. He stood upright from a wall, adjusted the collar of his trench coat, and headed in the opposite direction of the banquet hall towards his newly assigned office as Chief of Staff. The office was modest, furnished with a nautical chart table, a bookshelf, and a large corkboard on the wall, already adorned with several pieces of intelligence pinned haphazardly. This is his battlefield. He seated himself at the chart table, withdrew a blank sheet of parchment, and dipped a quill into ink. He did not write, but instead sketched a rudimentary structural diagram of the Moby Dick. The kitchen, pantry, crew quarters, training grounds. Each area was encircled with boxes. Blackbeard, Marshal des Titres. This man had been lurking aboard for over 20 years, possessing a familiarity with the ship that far surpassed his own few months of service. Were his behavioral patterns? Lothar's pen struck heavily on the box labeled kitchen. Chedipie, teach indulgence. This presented a perfect, indisputable alibi, enabling him to frequently access the core area of the ship's provisions. And Sachi is the one in charge there. Knock, knock. Kumein. The door opened to reveal Ace, his face still bearing the scent of the banquet's revelry. Yet his expression was grave. Any discoveries? Lothar did not look up, continuing to perfect his structural diagram. He was drinking all night, arm wrestling with jaws, nothing unusual. Ace approached the table, glancing at the diagram. What is this? Our chessboard. Lothar set down his pen. And Sachi just went on deck with Marco for some fresh air, said he had a bit too much to drink. Very well. Lothar stood. Let us go. The chief of staff should pay a visit to the logistics department and inquire about the crew's provisions. Ace paused momentarily, then fell in a step beside him. You mean to go to the kitchen yourself? Is there a problem? Lothar retorted. Understanding the operations of each division is the chief of staff's duty, particularly the 4th Division, which ensures the crew's sustenance, is of utmost importance. This reasoning was airtight. Ace ceased his inquiries, silently trailing behind Lothar as his most loyal shadow. The two navigated through the still reveling deck, entering a passage leading to the ship's interior. The cacophony was left behind, and the air filled with the aroma of food and the rich scent of Rome. The kitchen was brightly lit. Sachi leaned against a massive cooking station, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Several chefs were busy tidying up, while a tall, rotund figure was grinning widely, pinching a corner of cherry pie from a baking tray and shoving it into his mouth. It was Teach. Ah, Sachi, your skills are truly improving by leaps and bounds. Teach's laughter was boisterous and hearty. Sachi playfully punched him. You rascal, all you do is steal bites. Upon seeing Lothar and Ace enter, Sachi looked somewhat surprised. Lothar? Ace, what brings you here? Just checking in on our head chef, Lothar said with a gentle smile, naturally approaching. Also, to learn how to manage the provisions of such a large ship is no easy task. His gaze swept over Teach, who was also watching him, his eyes brimming with unabashed curiosity. So it's the newly appointed chief of staff. Teach exaggeratedly laughed. What is this? The staff is now going to manage the brothers' stomachs? Morale is part of combat effectiveness. Teach. Lothar stepped to the edge of the cooking station, picked up a clean plate, for nothing boosts morale more than a hearty meal. I am here merely to ensure that our strategic advantage remains firmly established. He handed the plate to Sachi. If you wouldn't mind, could you elaborate on the food reserves and consumption aboard the ship? For example, how are some of the special, perishable ingredients managed? This inquiry was quite normal, yet also subtly unusual. Teach's smile faded for a moment. Sachi, unguarded, eagerly began to explain. Oh, you've come to the right person. We have the largest cold storage and some special preservation techniques. As for special ingredients, there has actually been something interesting recently. Speaking of which, Sachi. Teach suddenly interrupted, his arm casually draping over Sachi's shoulder. I heard you got your hands on something good? Everyone is quite curious. Lothar's heart skipped a beat. Ace stood at the doorway, arms crossed, brow furrowed. He could not decipher the undercurrents, but he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What good thing? It's just a peculiar-looking fruit, after all. Sachi waved dismissively. Old man said it was my luck. I'll decide what to do with it after the banquet. Luck is also a part of strength. Teach's hand slapped Sachi's shoulder with considerable force, a reminder of the value of the precious item they were discussing. With so many people aboard, the risk of losing it was indeed a lamentable prospect. His words carried the weight of both caution and veiled threat. Rest assured, I have secured it in my personal locker. Sachi indicated toward a row of metal cabinets in the kitchen corner. Teach's gaze followed the direction of his finger, lingering on the locker door for a fleeting moment. That puts my mind at ease. I believe we should exercise additional caution. Locken interjected suddenly, drawing the attention of everyone present. He fixed his serious expression upon Sachi, stating, as the chief of staff, I assert that any valuable items capable of impacting team stability should be subjected to heightened security measures, particularly items like the devil fruit, which can fundamentally alter the dynamics of power. He emphasized the term devil fruit with intent. Sachi appeared taken aback. Is it really that serious? Absolutely, Locken replied, tossing an apple into the air before catching it. I propose that before you decide how to handle it, Ace and I conduct a temporary tactical sealing of your locker. He clarified, this is not a command, merely a suggestion. Ace abruptly lifted his head, finally grasping Locken's purpose for bringing him here. This was no longer a mere drill. It was a genuine confrontation. The air in the kitchen seemed to freeze. Teach's smile vanished entirely as he glared at Locken. a tumultuous mix of cold calculation brewing in his eyes. The newly appointed chief of staff was overreaching. Teach's laughter became strained. Locken, are you perhaps a bit too anxious? We are all family here. Who would turn against their own? I never doubt family. I simply guard against unforeseen events. Locken met his gaze unwaveringly. Unexpected occurrences invariably arise when least anticipated. It is my duty to eliminate such improbabilities. He turned to Ace. Ace, what are your thoughts on my proposal? Ace stepped forward, positioning himself beside Locken, facing Teach and Sachi. His movement served as his answer. I concur with Locken. Any potential risks should be nipped in the bud. Sachi glanced between Locken and Ace, then turned to Teach, visibly conflicted. Guys, is this really necessary? It is indeed very necessary. Locken's tone brooked no dissent. He fixed his gaze on Teach, enunciating each word. Teach, what do you think? Teach remained silent for a full 5 seconds before a boisterous grin erupted across his plump face once more. Ha ha ha. Quite right. It was my oversight. Safety comes first. Safety comes first. He released his hand from Sachi's shoulder, stepped back, and spread his arms wide. Since the chief of staff and the second-in-command have spoken, let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections. All for the good of family. He seized the last piece of cherry pie and turned towards the door. As he passed by Locken, he halted momentarily, speaking in a tone only they could hear. You are quite special, lad. With that, he laughed heartily and exited the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Locken's taut nerves began to relax slightly. The first round ended in a draw. No, it was a loss for him. He had revealed his excessive concern regarding the matter. Sachi exhaled deeply, scratching his head. Well, if you all insist. Locken refrained from further commentary and, alongside Ace, affixed the specially crafted seals of the command department to Sachi's locker. The seal bore Locken's signature. Once this was accomplished, Locken glanced at the clock on the wall. There remained 68 hours until the deadline of 72 hours. Ace, tonight, double the night watch in the kitchen. Chapter 33. Silent Scheme's sunlight bathed the deck of the Moby Dick, dispelling the last traces of morning chill. Sachi cradled an oddly shaped purple fruit. Unable to contain his exuberance, he dashed to the center of the deck, throwing his arms around Marco, who was polishing his naginata. Marco, Jozu, come see what I found. Marco blinked sleepily, scrutinizing the fruit. Is that a devil fruit? Indeed, the dark fruit, the most fearsome of the natural types recorded in the compendium. With this, I can surely assist Dad even more. Sachi's voice brimmed with anticipation. A bold laugh resonated as Marshal D. Teach strode over, holding a large mug of beer. His considerable bulk caused the deck to tremble slightly with each step. Sachi, my good brother, what monumental luck has befallen us? Teach slapped Sachi's back with such force that it nearly sent him stumbling. He seized the drink from Sachi's hands, lifting it high. To our future great figure, the 4th Division Captain Sachi, cheers. Teach's face radiated a joy that eclipsed even Sachi's own, as he slung an arm around Sachi's shoulders, presenting them as the closest of brothers. This is fate. This is the dream. Sachi, Dad's era needs wings like ours to support it. He thrust a frothy mug of beer into Sachi's hands. Drink. We must celebrate heartily today. Sachi, caught up in the fervor, raised his mug enthusiastically. Exactly. For Dad. How can it just be us drinking? Teach surveyed the surroundings and boomed. I propose we throw a grand celebration tonight for Sachi. Invite all the captains and brothers. What do you say? Whoa. Splendid. The crew erupted in cheers. Sachi felt overwhelmed with emotion. Teach, you truly are. We are family, after all. Teach's laughter echoed across the deck. The banquet commenced promptly at dusk. The kitchen was ablaze with light, the long table laden with roasts and fine wines. Teach sat beside Sachi, continuously filling his cup as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. By the way, Sachi, where did you find this fruit? What extraordinary luck? Teach inquired, seemingly casually, while downing a hefty gulp of beer. Right at the ruins of the last island, Merc Island. Who would have thought? Sachi, already somewhat tipsy, answered without reservations. When you plan to eat it? No ruse. No rush. Sachi waved his hand dismissively. This is a vital source of power. I must first return to my safe in my room and await Dad's return for his opinion. Teach's smile broadened, and he clinked glasses with Sachi repeatedly. All the while his gaze discreetly scanned the entire kitchen. He noted the most probable route Sachi would take upon leaving the banquet, the sway of his intoxicated body, and the frequency with which his keychain jingled. Everything was meticulously calculated. Suddenly, Teach's movements faltered. He noticed that, amidst the raucous crowd, Locken and Ace had not joined in the revelry. Locken leaned against the doorframe, calmly observing with a glass of juice in hand. Ace stood not far from Sachi, arms crossed and body taut, akin to a coiled cheetah ready to spring. Those two were like frigid rocks amidst the fervent festivities. An inexplicable sense of agitation began to swell within Teach. Once again, these two individuals. As the banquet reached its zenith, Teach raised his glass once more. Sachi, brother, let us drink another toast. Clang! The two colossal goblets collided with a resounding thud. In that fleeting moment of contact, Teach's fingers deliberately, yet casually, brushed against Sachi's wrist. His muscles relaxed, utterly unsuspecting. Excellent. He withdrew his hand and downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Finally, the revelry dispersed in the deep of night. The crew staggered away, each retreating to their quarters for rest. Teach was the last to depart the kitchen. He approached Sachi, offering support like a dependable elder brother. Take care now, my brother, don't stumble. He assisted Sachi along the lengthy corridor, escorting him to the threshold of his chamber. Hand me the key. I shall unlock the door for you. Thank you, Teach. Sachi mumbled his gratitude. Teach took the key, opened the door, and gently guided Sachi onto the bed. He even thoughtfully draped a blanket over him. Having completed these tasks, he exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. The corridor was deserted, save for the distant footfalls of the night watch on the deck. The jovial grin on Teach's face gradually faded, replaced by an insidious chill and avarice. His plan had already begun to take shape in his mind. The location, the timing, the state of his target had all been confirmed. The only variable remained. He turned his head towards the far end of the corridor. Luo Chen stood there, quietly observing him. Teach flashed a grin, once again donning his rugged smile, waved at them, and turned astride towards his own quarters. Yet this time, his laughter did not resonate. Chapter 34. The Setup. At the end of the corridor, the silhouettes of Luo and Ace vanished around the corner. Marshal de Tiches Boistel, rugged smile extinguished, like a candle snuffed by the wind, leaving behind only the cold, congealed wax upon his face. He did not return to his room. The night had deepened. The Moby Dick lay like a slumbering behemoth, breathing steadily in the cradle of the waves. Teach slipped silently from his cabin, akin to a droplet of ink merging into the night. He began to wander the ship. His footsteps were feather-light, and his corpulent form exhibited an agility that belied its size, reminiscent of a black bear patrolling its territory. He did not tread the central path of the corridor, but instead moved along the shadows cast by the ship's walls. Every deck that might creak underfoot was etched clearly in his memory. He appeared to meander aimlessly, yet his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, greedily absorbed the surrounding information. The positions of the vents, the direction of the emergency escape ladders, and those surveillance blind spots that he had already thoroughly mapped out beyond the watchman's purview. Everything was being meticulously confirmed for the impending hunt. He circled around to the main thoroughfare leading to Sachi's room. Two watchmen leaned against the wall, engaged in a hushed conversation about cherry pies from home, Teach's favorite dessert. He halted in the shadows, listening intently. He wasn't concerned with the content of their dialogue, but rather analyzing the exhaustion in their voices, assessing their alertness. The conclusion was utterly vulnerable. He calculated the patrol's route and timing. The next team would pass this way in 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Sufficient time. At last, he stood before that door. Sachi's room. The brass doorknob glimmered faintly in the moonlight, the lock a standard issue aboard the ship, appearing sturdy. Yet to Teach's discerning eye, it was as fragile as a biscuit. He required no tools. Sheer strength could compel it to yield. But that would produce sound. He needed a more perfect scheme. An utterly silent, absolutely lethal plan. His mind raced, simulating every possible scenario. If Sachi were to scream, how long would it take for the ship's doctor and Marco to rush from their respective quarters? He estimated the distance. 45 seconds. He harbored unwavering confidence that he could conclude everything within 20 seconds. Teach even lifted his gaze, feeling the sea breeze wafting through the gaps in the deck, listening to the waves lapping against the hull. The roaring tides served as the finest cover. Fate seemed to have paved the way for him. However, an unbidden thought pierced his consciousness, like a cold needle, shattering his burgeoning ambition. Luo and Ace. Teach recalled the peculiar behavior of those two at the banquet. While everyone else reveled around Sachi and the devil fruit, they lingered by Sachi's side like outsiders. It was not protection. It felt more like surveillance. An indescribable sense of agitation surged from the depths of Teach's being. On this vessel, he feared not Whitebeard, for he understood the old man's benevolence. He feared not Marco, for he knew the captain's rules. What he truly feared was that enigmatic chief of staff. That man's gaze was too serene, too calm, as if it could penetrate the depths of his soul's desires. All of his plans hinged on the element of surprise. Yet Law's presence transformed this greatest assumption into a colossal question mark. Had that fellow sensed something? Teach resolved to postpone his actions. He could not gamble. To wager his fate, cultivated over 2 decades, against an unknown variable was folly incarnate. He needed to observe. He needed to discern Law's intentions. He lingered for a moment outside Sachi's door. Closing his eyes, he could even sense the dark aura emanating from beyond that thin door. A darkness that made his very soul tremble. The dark fruit. The power he had coveted lay just within reach. Teach's fists clenched tightly in the shadows, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Moments later, he released his grip, turned, and stealthily departed. Returning to his cramped, dim quarters, Teach collapsed heavily onto the bed, which groaned in protest. He stared wide-eyed at the darkness of the ceiling. Sleep eluded him. That serpent, which had lain dormant for over 20 years in pursuit of the dark fruit, had been thoroughly awakened. It merely retreated momentarily into its lair, its cold vertical pupils fixated intently on the singular variable named Law. Chapter 35. Learning to Cook? The following morning, the kitchen of the Moby Dick was already filled with the rich aroma of baked goods and savory broth. Law arrived, accompanied by Ace, punctually at the kitchen entrance. "Hey, Sachi. Good morning." Law greeted effortlessly. Ace trailed behind, his expression somewhat stiff, clearly uncomfortable with the covert task at hand. Sachi, who was directing the chefs in the preparation of a giant sea king's rib, turned upon hearing their voices, revealing a bright smile. "Law, Ace, what brings you two here?" "Today's breakfast features specially prepared smoked meat sandwiches. Would you care for one?" "Sounds delightful, but we're here to seek your guidance," Law replied as he stepped inside. He surveyed the expansive kitchen, which was orderly and vibrant. "Seek guidance?" Sachi wiped the grease from his hands, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed," Luo Chen nodded, asserting that as the newly appointed chief of staff, it was imperative for him to possess a comprehensive understanding of all logistical supplies aboard the ship. "The provisions were of utmost importance, and I can hardly think of anyone more adept than you in this regard." This rationale was wholly reasonable, verging on commendably diligent. A sense of pride, born from recognition, instantly illuminated Sachi's countenance. "Huh, you've come to the right person. Ask away, I'm all ears," he exclaimed, eagerly pulling Luo Chen closer and launching into his explanations. "Now, observe this meat from the manatee, with its thick layer of fat, perfect for steaks. However, its connective tissue is quite unique. It must be sliced along the grain, or else the texture will be tenfold tougher." He continued, "And here we have the bioluminescent jellyfish. It has no flavor of its own, but its mucus serves as the finest natural thickening agent, surpassing any spice in efficacy." Sachi spoke with fervor, utterly immersed in his domain, while Luo Chen listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Is there a distinction in the dietary needs of those with different fruit abilities? For instance, does Captain Marco's regenerative prowess necessitate a higher caloric intake? On our long voyages, often exceeding a month, how do we ensure these fresh vegetables remain unspoiled? These inquiries, seemingly naive, deftly struck at the core of logistics, compelling Sachi to pause from his tasks and expend considerable time elucidating storage techniques and nutritional pairing. Ace, leaning against the wall in utter boredom, listened to the talk of fat layers and mucus, feeling his eyelids growing heavy. His hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Just then, Luo Chen's voice echoed in his ear. "Do not idle. Observe Sachi's movements." Ace was taken aback. What is there to observe? Pay attention to the force in his wrist as he slices the meat, the rhythm with which he wields his knives. His combat style is intrinsically linked to his culinary skills. This is a means to hone your observational acumen. Luo Chen's tone was subdued, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Once you grasp it, I shall personally instruct you on how to apply this rhythm to your fire fist. Special guidance awaits." Instantly, Ace straightened, his gaze sharpening as it fixated on Sachi's knife-wielding hands. Though still feeling somewhat bored, he now possessed a purpose. Just as the atmosphere in the kitchen remained tranquil, a tall, corpulent figure appeared at the doorway. Marshal D. Teach. He flashed a crooked grin, brandishing an empty wine jug. "Ha ha ha. Sachi, pour me another drink. That fine wine from last night was truly delightful." He spoke as he ambled toward Sachi, his gaze casually sweeping over Sachi's waist, where the satchel containing the devil fruit was absent. The fruit must be in his quarters, the thought flitted through his mind. He needed an opportunity, a moment to engage Sachi in private conversation, perhaps to be invited to his room for a chat. However, as he took a couple of steps, he noticed Luo Chen and Ace standing firmly beside Sachi. Teach's stride faltered momentarily. Ah, these two again. Teach, your timing is impeccable. Luo Chen turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. He stepped forward, positioning himself strategically between Teach and Sachi. I was just consulting Captain Sachi regarding the procurement of supplies aboard the ship. As a seasoned member, your experience would be invaluable. Do share your insights. Luo Chen's demeanor was notably humble, adopting a posture of eager inquiry. For example, in the vicinity of Reverse Mountain, which islands boast the finest cherry pies, Ace nearly lost his composure beside him. Only Luo Chen could employ such a pretext to detain someone. Teach's smile momentarily stiffened. How could he not discern the implications in Luo Chen's words? It was an unmistakable signal. I am here, you shall not pass. Yet, he could not erupt in anger. To openly rebuff the chief of staff's inquiry within the Whitebeard Pirates was inherently peculiar. Ha ha ha, of course. Teach's laughter grew louder than usual, as if to mask the turmoil within. He jovially settled onto a nearby sack of flour, declaring, when it comes to cherry pies, it must be from Drum Island. Though their king, Wapple, is a despot, luck plays a significant role in procuring goods. Teach began to regale them with his tales, his words coarse yet brimming with the bravado of an adventurer. Sachi, intrigued, joined the discussion, and soon the three were passionately debating the culinary delights of the Grand Line. Only Ace observed silently, noting that while Teach animatedly recounted a particular island's anecdotes, Luo Chen merely smiled and listened. However, the specialized tactical lenses he wore flickered with barely perceptible data streams. Luo Chen was observing. Through the Haki visualization lenses, Teach's aura appeared steady, akin to that of an ordinary burly crewman. Yet, every time he mentioned dreams or destiny, or when his gaze met Luo Chen's, a faint, murky ripple of ambition, suppressed beneath layers of extreme restraint and disguise, surged forth from the depths of that calm demeanor. Speaking of which, Luo Chen, I must admit, your interest in cooking is quite unexpected. Sachi joyfully clapped Luo Chen on the shoulder. What do you say? Would you care to learn a few tricks? My dual-knife barbecue is a ship's specialty. This proposition resonated profoundly with Luo Chen. One honor. I will be delighted. He replied promptly. He had succeeded. From this day forth, he possessed an irrefutable reason to remain tethered to Sachi. Teach's expression darkened. He realized that finding an unobserved moment to strike at Sachi had become exceedingly difficult. Luo Chen, this man, had ensnared Sachi thoroughly within his protective sphere through the guise of a learning opportunity. As long as Luo Chen and Ace were present, he could not find that perfect, inconspicuous moment. Ha, you all continue chatting. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. Teach rose, brushing off the flour from his trousers with a heavy hand before turning to exit the kitchen. His imposing figure cast a shadow in the bright light of the kitchen. Sachi remained enthusiastically imparting his wisdom on ingredient selection to Luo Chen. Chapter 36, Teach's Threat. Barely half an hour had passed when the kitchen's curtain was once again lifted. Teach's large, rotund form nearly blocked the entire doorway, casting a significant shadow. Ha ha ha. His signature laughter reverberated in the relatively confined kitchen space, causing the plates atop the cabinets to rattle. Marshal D. Teach had returned. He held an empty plate, grinning widely to reveal his uneven teeth. Sachi, another serving of cherry pie, please. I devoured the last one too quickly to savor its flavor. Sachi, in high spirits as he instructed Luo Chen on discerning spices, immediately laughed and replied, no problem. The ship may lack many things, but food is certainly not one of them. Teach's gaze fell upon Luo Chen. Chief of Staff Luo Chen, I never anticipated your keen interest in kitchen affairs. Your acumen during the incident with Squard certainly astounded everyone back then. He spoke in a tone bordering on admiration, as if engaging in casual conversation. Yet, these words chilled the previously lively atmosphere in the kitchen. Sachi's movements slowed momentarily, while Ace's fist was already tightly clenched. Luo Chen adjusted the tactical glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, the lenses glimmering with reflected light. You flatter me. Captain Teach, I merely fulfilled my duties. Fulfilled your duties? Teach's laughter grew louder, a raucous cackle. That is no mere duty. That is wisdom capable of altering the tide of battle. I have long been curious. What does someone like you think of our Whitebeard Pirates? He stepped forward, closing the distance, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Do you believe that for pirates like us, sheer overpowering strength is paramount? Or is your inscrutable wisdom of greater significance? This question, like a poison blade, thrust directly at the core. It was an inquiry into Luo Chen's stance. probing whether he intended to vie for influence aboard the ship through intellect. Luo Chen turned, taking a small knife from Sachi's hands, and leisurely began peeling an apple. His movements smooth and steady. Captain Teach, this question is intriguing. However, I believe it is fundamentally a false dilemma. He passed a small piece of the apple to Sachi beside him. Strength serves as the keel of a ship, determining how far we can sail. Wisdom, on the other hand, is the rudder guiding our direction. A ship without a keel is merely a pile of rotten wood, while a ship lacking a rudder, no matter how sturdy, will only spin in place or crash into an iceberg. He raised his gaze, meeting Teach's eyes with calmness. They are not choices, but necessities. Father's strength forms our foundation, and my duty is to ensure that strength is applied in the most judicious manner. His words were impeccable, affirming the absolute core status of Whitebeard's power while defining his own wisdom as an auxiliary tool, perfectly sidestepping any suspicion of ambition. Teach's smile froze for a moment before erupting into an even louder laugh. Ha ha ha, well said, magnificently articulated. He clapped his hands heartily. However, Luo Chen, you're still new here. His tone shifted, laden with meaning. This ship is governed by many old rules and unwritten customs. Not everything is as simple as drawing lines on a blueprint. A threat. This was a blatant intimidation, wielded through seniority and tradition. He hinted that Luo Chen should refrain from meddling in matters beyond his purview. A fitting expression of confusion and humility appeared on Luo Chen's face. Oh, is that so? He paused his actions and looked earnestly at Teach. I truly do not understand. Captain Teach, you are one of the veterans on this ship, far more experienced than I. If you don't mind, could you enlighten me on which specific rules I should be aware of? I wish to integrate swiftly and avoid causing trouble for Father and the brothers. He lowered himself to an almost subservient stance, resembling a humble novice seeking guidance. Ace stood nearby, like a wooden statue. Yet, those around knew that this was no mere inquiry. It was an effort to place Teach on the hot seat. Teach had two choices. Either divulge specific unwritten rules, allowing Luo Chen to gain more insider information, or remain vague, rendering his threat meaningless and revealing his pettiness. The corner of Teach's eye twitched. He realized that this young man before him was like a ball of oiled cotton. No matter how forcefully one struck, he would effortlessly absorb the blow, leaving the attacker with oily hands. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Sachi, who was busy plating food. You see, Luo Chen, the greatest rule is brotherhood. He shook Sachi vigorously. Sachi and I share a bond that is worth our lives. I trust him as I would my own fists. I would eat the meals he prepares with my eyes closed. That is the rule of our Whitebeard Pirates. Trust. He emphasized the word trust, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Chen. He was subtly warning Luo Chen not to harbor any ulterior motives regarding Sachi. This was the final test. Luo Chen smiled. I see. I understand now. He handed the peeled apple to Sachi. My desire to learn from Captain Sachi stems precisely from this sense of camaraderie. Captain Sachi's willingness to provide the most delicious food for his brothers is a sentiment that represents our team's most precious treasure. I eagerly anticipate working alongside Captain Sachi to further solidify this trust. He elevated his purpose of learning to the noble height of contributing to the team, placing himself entirely in the sunlight. Blackbeard could find no flaw in his response. All of his probing, all his wits, were repelled by Luo Chen's grander and more righteous reasoning. A sense of unprecedented irritation began to rise within him. This man, Luo Chen, was of an entirely different ilk. While he himself lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, his counterpart played openly on the chessboard as the strategist. Well said, Luo Chen. You truly are a remarkable newcomer. Teach released Sachi and strode purposefully toward Luo Chen. From now on, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder as brothers. He extended his large hand, landing a hearty slap on Luo Chen's shoulder. This was a standard gesture of camaraderie and acknowledgement among pirates. Yet, in the instant his palm descended, his fingers deftly slid down Luo Chen's shoulder, along his side, swiftly and discreetly probing. The motion was so quick that even Ace nearby could not fully comprehend it. He was searching for weapons. A strategist, an advisor, if carrying a deadly weapon, would warrant a re-evaluation of his identity and intentions. Luo Chen's body remained perfectly still, allowing Teach's hand to roam over him. Teach's fingers encountered a hard object, not the grip of a gun, nor the hilt of a knife, but a smooth, solid scroll tube. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Teach withdrew his hand, his smile still jovial. Brother, let us grow closer. He picked up the cherry pie that Sachi had just made. turning to leave the kitchen with firm strides, leaving behind a receding echo of his laughter. This time, he truly departed. The kitchen fell silent once more. Yet, Luo Chen understood all too well. Blackbeard's patience was being swiftly depleted. This covert battle surrounding the dark fruit must accelerate. Chapter 37. The crew's misunderstanding. Ace abruptly pulled Sachi out of the kitchen, the latter still clutching half of a peeled potato. Luo Chen said that from today onward, your physical training will double. How can the captain of the 4th Division spend every day in the kitchen? Ace's enthusiasm was as searing as the flames in his palm. Sachi wore a bewildered expression, glancing at Luo Chen on the deck, who held a scroll tube. Luo Chen nodded at him, unfurling the core strengthening schedule for the Whitebeard Pirates, which he had personally devised. Captain Sachi, according to my assessment, there is significant room for improvement in your physical prowess and hockey. Your responsibilities extend beyond that of a chef. You are also an important captain under father. Henceforth, your kitchen duties will be delegated to your assistant, and your primary task will be to train alongside Ace in my newly established dojo. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every crew member on deck. The sailors exchanged glances, and an air of peculiarity enveloped them. To assign a squad captain, especially the chief cook, to undergo compulsory training? Such a notion had never been entertained in the annals of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet, Sachi, the brother's cook, appeared somewhat hesitant. "Fear not," said Lathan, rolling up the scroll. "I have arranged the duty roster to ensure that everyone will have their meals. However, it is combat prowess that underpins our survival upon these treacherous seas. Father requires sons who can charge in a battle, not mere cooks adept at flipping spatulas." The weight of this statement was both grandiloquent and unassailable. Ace, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Did you hear that, Sachi? Come on, let me see if your swordsmanship has deteriorated." Lathan mentioned he would personally guide us in advancing our hockey techniques. Reluctantly, Sachi was pulled by Ace toward the training grounds of the ship's stern. On the deck, however, some of the veteran crew members wore somber expressions. In a corner, Marshal D. Teach was drinking with several sailors, his thick fingers gripping a cup. A boisterous smile plastered across his face. Chief of Staff Lathan, you truly are full of vigor." An old sailor with a scar mumbled as he took a swig. "What Chief of Staff? He has barely been aboard for a few days and already tries to dictate to the captains. When did the Whitebeard Pirates adopt such rules?" Another sailor chimed in, "Exactly. Sachi's cooking is the best on the ship. Now we're stuck eating that slop made by the subordinates. It's so bland it's like eating air. This ISNT piracy, it feels more like a naval training camp." Teach patted the shoulder of the old sailor, feigning defensiveness for Lathan. "That's not fair. Lathan means well, for the sake of us and for father. Strengthening our abilities is never a bad thing." He paused, his tone shifting to one of understanding. "However, we are pirates at heart, yearning for freedom. Father regards us as sons, not soldiers. Gathering together, drinking, feasting, and calling each other brothers, that is what constitutes a family. If even enjoying Sachi's meals becomes a luxury, then what joy is left in our lives?" This sentiment struck a chord with the crew, resonating in the softest and most cherished corners of their hearts. They had joined the Whitebeard Pirates not for rigid discipline, but for the unparalleled sense of belonging and freedom. Whispers of discontent began to swell across the deck like a rising tide. Teach observed this unfolding scene, a knowing smile lurking beneath the froth of his drink. He need not lift a finger. A mere nudge would suffice to transform the crew's pride in their freedom and trust into a blade aimed at that meddlesome chief of staff. "Lathan, do you truly believe you can govern everyone? Your reach is too extensive." Within the training grounds, a faint imprint remained on the sea stone mixed target. Sachi gasped for breath, shaking his tingling wrist. Ace shouted from the sidelines, "Put some muscle into it. Your hockey needs to extend to your knuckles. With that flaccid effort, you can't even tickle Lathan." Lathan, donning his tactical glasses for hockey visualization, observed the intermittent, faint flow of hockey coursing through Sachi's arm. "Your approach is flawed. Captain Sachi, your hockey originates from your shoulder, causing your strength to dissipate. Try to channel your energy from your abdomen, twisting it into a single, explosive force." He guided Sachi while jotting notes in his notebook. Sachi felt distracted, an unsettling sensation creeping over him as if countless eyes were scrutinizing him from behind. Once, he was the most beloved figure in the kitchen. Now, he had become an anomaly, a disruptor of the status quo. This feeling was disheartening. The Phoenix did not knock. He simply pushed open the door to the operations room. Inside, Lathan stood before a massive nautical chart. marked with various colors indicating the movements of different factions. Your recent activities have become rather pronounced, Lothan, Marco stated bluntly, hands tucked into his pockets. His usual languid demeanor replaced by a serious tone. Lothan turned, removing his glasses. I am merely fulfilling the duties of the Chief of Staff, Marco. Duties? Marco stepped closer. Your duty is to devise strategies, not to dictate the daily lives of squad captains. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. The crew is complaining. They say you're undermining their freedom, that you are transforming this place into a naval base. They long for Sachi's barbecue, not to watch him get pummeled on the training field. Lothan's expression remained inscrutable. He had anticipated such reactions. However, Marco's words held a weight entirely different from others. It signified that the upper echelons of the Whitebeard Pirates were beginning to harbor doubts about him. The enhancement of strength invariably accompanies growing pains. Lothan replied calmly, the temporary discomfort is for the sake of a more enduring stability in the future. We do not require such stability. Marco's voice rose, we're the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as Father is here, this place is the safest haven. We rely not on discipline, but on the trust and bonds between family. He gestured toward the door. What you are doing is shaking the very foundation of our existence. You are forcing Sachi out of his element, stripping him of the joy he brings to this family, and confining him to a role for which he is ill-suited. This is not training, it is torment. You are sowing seeds of suspicion among the brothers. Is this your vision of strengthening us? Marco's pointed inquiries pierced deeply, each word standing firm on the principles of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lothan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. For on the surface, Marco's assertions were undeniably valid. Yet he, the one who saw the dark truth, could not articulate a single word. He could not disclose that a man named Teach was watching Sachi like a viper, poised to strike down a brother for the sake of a devil fruit. To voice such a claim in a crew that valued trust above life itself, without evidence, would only render him the greatest source of distrust, instantly ostracized by this family. Blackbeard, a masterful maneuver of using our own rules to bind my hands. Lothan fell silent for a moment. I understand, he said, donning his glasses once more and meeting Marco's gaze. Your warning is timely. Perhaps I have indeed acted with undue haste. His tone softened, as if genuinely accepting the counsel. I will revise the plan, allowing Captain Sachi to reclaim some of his kitchen duties. Thank you for your candor, Marco. Marco studied him, attempting to discern the genuine emotions beneath the facade. Yet the tactical glasses obscured everything. Ultimately, he merely nodded. As long as you can comprehend, that is sufficient. This family adheres to its own rules. Marco turned and departed. The door to the operations room closed, sealing off the external clamor. Lothan remained still, rooted in place. After a lengthy pause, he slowly approached the nautical chart and picked up a red pen. The path of overt strategy had been obstructed. To shield Sachi with righteousness and rules would only furnish the enemy with a weapon to strike back at him. If that is the case, then unconventional means must be employed. He could no longer afford to delay. Blackbeard's patience is finite, and the public sentiment stirred up by him and his pirate crew hangs like a countdown over their heads. Chapter 38, The Hidden Agenda. The door to the operations room closed, severing the cacophony of the outside world. Luo Chen stood motionless, as if he had merged with the shadows within the room. The vast nautical chart lay unfolded before him, countless islands and routes resembling a complex spider's web, with him positioned at its center. He picked up a red pen, its tip hovering in the air, lingering without making contact with the paper. The path of the hidden agenda had been obstructed. Blackbeard executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse. He didn't even need to appear in person, merely stoking the embers of discontent among the crew, amplifying their grievances, allowing Marco, this most family-oriented captain, to tighten the noose around his own throat, to wield the nobility and rules of the Whitebeard Pirates against him, a reformer, was akin to a dimensional assault. He found himself unable to counter, for every word Marco uttered stood upon the very foundation of this family. Here, the bonds of kinship and trust outweighed mere strength and discipline. Luo Chen slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, placing the pen back in its holder. He stepped out of the operations room, intending to seek solace on the deck to clear the cluttered pathways of his thoughts. However, upon pushing the door open, he discovered more than one person waiting outside. Marco had not strayed far. Beside him stood a figure as solid as a mountain, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. The sight of Jozu caused a slight heaviness in Luo Chen's heart. If Marco represented the brain and soul of the Whitebeard Pirates, then Jozu embodied the strength and intuition of this family. The fact that he too had come indicated that this matter had garnered widespread concern among the captains. Luo Chen. Marco's expression was even more serious than it had been in the operations room, tinged with a hint of helplessness. We believe it is necessary to have another discussion with you. His tone had shifted from a benign warning to something more formal. Of course, Luo Chen stepped aside, permitting them entry into the operations room. He understood that this hurdle must be overcome today. As Josu's massive frame entered, the already spacious operations room felt somewhat cramped. He did not take a seat. Instead, he stood silently with his arms crossed over his chest, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him. Luo Chen, I recognize that you act for the good of this family. Marco broke the silence first. Your abilities are evident to both Dad and all of us. Whether in previous tactical arrangements or in your guidance of Ace, you have proven your unparalleled value. He began with affirmation, a customary approach within the Whitebeard crew, prioritizing family before addressing issues. However, Marco's tone shifted, but you may not fully grasp the way we, as individuals, navigate our existence. We are pirates, we are family, not a military force. What Dad cherishes most is that we can freely enjoy our time together, laughing joyously over drinks, and the unreserved trust among brothers. The regulations you have set forth are too rigid. Luo Chen regarded him calmly. Marco, freedom and trust both require absolute strength to safeguard. I merely wish to adorn everyone with additional layers of armor before disaster strikes. But that armor should not be imposed. Marco's voice rose slightly. The enhancement of strength should stem from an inner desire, from a voluntary commitment. Look around now. What are the crew members complaining about? They say you have transformed this place into a naval base, lamenting the absence of Sachi's barbecues, rather than witnessing him being battered on the training grounds. At this moment, Josu, who had remained silent, rumbled in with his deep voice. Luo Chen, we all respect your cunning. However, your time aboard has been brief, and your understanding of the bonds between brothers remains shallow. That guy Sachi, his joy lies in the kitchen, crafting the most delectable dishes for all of us. Forcing him into tactical analysis causes him more distress than anyone else. Josu's words were blunt yet incisive. Unlike Marco, who countered philosophically, he directly pinpointed the core interpersonal issue. Luo Chen's gaze swept over the faces of both men. He keenly detected a hint of dissonance in their words, complaints echoing on the ship. Sachi's suffering, such specific and incendiary remarks. What manner of individuals were Marco and Josu? How could they be easily swayed by the grievances of ordinary crew members? Unless there existed a long-trusted brother, whispering day after day in a tone that professed concern for everyone's welfare. That individual could only be Marshal D. Teach. Luo Chen's heart turned cold. He finally grasped the immense disadvantage he faced in interpersonal relationships as a newcomer. Even endowed with a script capable of altering the future, even with irreplaceable abilities, how could he, a mere novice aboard for a few months, compete with a brother who had infiltrated their ranks for over 2 decades? Forging bonds with everyone? Blackbeard needed not present any evidence. He merely had to play the role of a well-meaning individual concerned for the team's atmosphere, effortlessly twisting all of Luo Chen's efforts into the ambitions of a disruptor of familial harmony. In that moment, Luo Chen acutely recognized that all his plans, forcefully advanced in his capacity as chief of staff, would encounter tremendous resistance. He could no longer overtly place Sachi under his wing. Blackbeard had once again acquired the space and time to act with ease. Contemplating this, Luo Chen inhaled deeply, the taut lines of his face softening abruptly. He removed the tactical glasses that had shielded his emotions, revealing a pair of clear and sincere eyes. I understand now. He spoke to Marco and Josu. Inclining his head slightly, it is my fault. I was too eager for success, neglecting the emotions and habits of everyone. Thank you for your reminders. They are of utmost importance to me. He refrained from further justification, instead acknowledging his errors with candor. Upon witnessing his demeanor, both Marco and Josu were momentarily taken aback. They had prepared a plethora of words to persuade him, yet did not anticipate such a straightforward concession from Luo Chen. Marco's previously tense expression relaxed, and he patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. It's good that you can understand. We are family. There is no rush. No one will deny your contributions. By the way, Luo Chen seemed to recall something, raising his head. Have you made any progress on the special magnetic field records of the first half of the Grand Line that I asked you to find? Oh, that? Marco retrieved a thick stack of documents from within his coat and handed it to him. It's all here. It took considerable effort to compile from our intelligence network. What do you need this for? Researching the routes? Sort of. conducting some preventive studies. Luo Chen accepted the hefty stack of materials, the rough texture of the paper brushing against his fingertips. That's good. You can get back to your tasks. Marco and Jozu exchanged glances, noting Luo Chen's change of heart. And they said no more, turning to leave the operations room. The door closed behind them once more. This time, the warmth and sincerity on Luo Chen's face vanished without a trace. He donned his glasses again, their lenses reflecting the cold light of the nautical chart. Approaching the table, he slammed the stack of magnetic field records down with force. The papers scattered across the floor. He bent down, picking them up one by one, yet his gaze remained fixed on a particular sheet depicting a peculiar maritime region. Since the ideals of family had become the shackles binding him, and since conventional, transparent means of protection had been thoroughly obstructed, then he could only resolve the issue through a more impactful, more unreasonable approach, one that could not be easily dismissed by anyone invoking the notion of family. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled into a chilling yet fervent arc. His gaze wandered over the peculiar magnetic field chart, a notion far bolder and more perilous than any prior schemes began to take shape frantically in his mind. Teach, do you believe you have triumphed? He murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vastness of the operations room, laced with a disquieting thrill. You wield your family's rules against me. Thus, I shall fabricate a crisis that transcends all regulations, a crisis only I can resolve. Chapter 39, Isolated by All. As the door to the operations room clicked shut behind Marco, the faint sound reverberated in Luo Chen's ears as if the world had sealed yet another door upon him. He maintained a gentle, bowing posture until the distant footsteps of Marco and Jaws gradually faded, at which point he slowly straightened his form. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound emanating from the nautical chart hanging on the wall, which silently recounted the vastness and peril of the sea beneath the dim light. The apology and warmth that adorned Luo Chen's visage receded as swiftly as the retreating tide, replaced by an unfathomable chill. He donned his specially designed tactical goggles once more, the lenses blocking not just the light, but also the icy malevolence threatening to overflow from his eyes. His special arrangements had been revoked. This outcome was both anticipated and unexpected. He knew his assertiveness would provoke backlash, yet he had not foreseen that this resistance, cloaked in the guise of familial loyalty, would materialize so swiftly and resolutely. The following day, the Moby Dick regained its customary bustle and normalcy. The aroma of Sachi's renowned seafood bisque wafted from the kitchen, where he hummed an off-key tune, skillfully handling enormous ingredients while exchanging light-hearted banter with the crew members who came to assist. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating his cheerful face, rendering everything so harmonious and splendid. Blackbeard Teach's presence was more vibrant than ever. He swaggered about with his rotund belly, clutching a massive goblet, mingling with the crew on deck, his signature raucous laughter echoing around him. Time and again, he leaned towards the kitchen door, vocally praising Sachi's culinary skills, even volunteering to help transport heavy barrels of spices. In those moments, his gaze would subtly flicker towards the operations room window high above, a glimmer of smugness and mockery within his eyes, piercing Luo Chen's heart like an invisible thorn. He was celebrating Luo Chen's downfall, reveling in the dismantling of the barrier that had just been established by his own comrades. Luo Chen's isolation commenced at a visibly accelerated pace. The crew no longer greeted him with the same awe and curiosity as before. More often than not, when their eyes met his, they instinctively averted their gaze, whispering to their companions. Even from afar, Luo Chen could discern the substance of their fragmented discussions. It's him, the chief of staff, too domineering, meddling even in Captain Sachi's affairs. Yes, we are family, yet his actions render everyone uncomfortable. I heard Captain Marco had a word with him, urging him to temper his approach. A controlling fellow, an ambitious schemer, an outsider who fails to grasp the essence of family. These intangible labels began to affix themselves to him one by one. The prestige he had cultivated through the establishment of the command and training teams was swiftly eroded by this seemingly affectionate, familial atmosphere. Even Ace began to waver. On the training grounds, Ace had just concluded a rigorous session of Armament Haki training, his muscles trembling slightly. Rather than taking his usual seat to rest, he approached Luo Chen, who stood at the edge of the field, his eyes reflecting a trace of confusion and incomprehension. Luo Chen, he hesitated, his voice dry. Why did you have to do that? I know you must have your reasons, and I trust you. But what Marco and the others said seems to hold some weight. Lately, everyone has been looking at you strangely. Luo Chen gazed at Ace, the young man upon whom he had bestowed the most care. The trust in Ace's eyes remained predominant, yet that subtle tremor of doubt resembled a drop of ink falling into clear spring water, insignificant yet heralding the onset of corruption. How would he explain? To tell Ace that Teach, whom they regarded as family, was poised to kill Sachi for a devil fruit and then betray them, ultimately leading to a war that would claim their father's life? If he voiced such thoughts, he would not be seen as a prophet, but rather as a deranged instigator. Ace, Luo Chen's voice remained calm. Some matters are complex to elucidate. You only need to know that everything I do is to protect this family. But your method, Ace began, hesitating. My approach is misunderstood, is it not? Luo Chen completed his thought. Ace fell silent, which in itself was a response. Luo Chen's heart sank. He understood that even Ace, the most resolute of his allies, was beginning to falter. What are the others? In his mind, a phantom countdown flickered wildly. Time remaining until Sachi acquires the dark fruit. 47 hours and 16 minutes. An unprecedented sense of urgency pressed upon his chest like a boulder, nearly suffocating him. He had less than 2 days to devise a rationale compelling enough to persuade everyone, a piece of irrefutable evidence. Upon returning to the empty operations room, Luo Chen felt an unprecedented depth of helplessness. He attempted to seek assistance from the system. System, conduct a thorough analysis of the target Marshal D. Teach. Examining his behavioral patterns and vulnerabilities. Beep. System alert. Target has not engaged in direct conflict with the host and remains in a state of high concealment, rendering deep analysis impossible. Current analyzable information is limited to what the host is already aware of. This cold notification extinguished any hope of invoking the system's powers. The system was an educational tool, not an omnipotent wish-granter. It could provide teaching methods and analyze physical principles. Yet it could not fathom the dark depths of a tyrant's heart who had concealed his true nature for over 20 years. Luo Chen paced irritably within the room. He recalled Whitebeard, that towering figure revered as the world's strongest man, whose words, "Become my son," possessed the power to dissolve all enmity. His unwavering dedication to the concept of family was both the source of the Whitebeard Pirates' cohesion and, at this moment, an insurmountable chasm for Luo Chen. Any direct accusations against Teach, devoid of irrefutable evidence, would be perceived by Whitebeard as slander against family and instigation. The consequences were unimaginable. He would stand to lose everything here, even his life. It was time to gamble. Luo Chen's steps abruptly halted as he turned, his gaze locking onto the stack of magnetic field records he had recovered from the first half of the Grand Line. Since he could not prove Teach was an internal threat, he would create an external crisis, one potent enough to heighten the vigilance of the Whitebeard Pirates, one that would permit him to execute personnel adjustments in protective isolation in his capacity as Chief of Staff. A glimmer of madness flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. He would exploit Teach's yearning for the dark fruit to devise a trap, not one aimed directly at Teach, but rather at the entire Whitebeard Pirates. He would fabricate a false intelligence, a colossal conspiracy involving the Navy. This conspiracy must be sufficiently authentic, its logic must be impeccably seamless, and, at its very core, it must be cunningly intertwined with Sachi, with the kitchen, and even with some forthcoming exceptional item. It is an exceedingly perilous scheme. He is wagering his entire credibility, even his very life. Should this false intelligence be unmasked, he would instantly transform from the illustrious Chief of Staff into the villain who deceived the entire crew. At that moment, without the need for Teach to intervene, the enraged captains would rend him to shreds. Yet he has no alternative. Luo Chen inhaled deeply, pulled out a chair, and sat down, extracting a blank nautical chart. He picked up a quill, and the hesitation and uncertainty in his gaze evaporated, leaving only the absolute focus and coldness of a chess player poised to make his move. The tip of the pen hovered over the chart, as a vast and intricate lie rapidly took shape in his mind. Teach, do you truly believe you can rest easy by exploiting your family's rules? Then I shall orchestrate a war beyond your imagination to seize your stage. A war that I alone will direct, and only I shall take my bow. Chapter 40, The Prelude. The door to the operations room was gently pushed open, emitting not a whisper of sound, yet the subtle shift in air compelled Luo Chen, engrossed in the chart, to raise his head in an instant. Standing at the threshold was Ace. He was not clad in his iconic captain's coat, but rather a simple vest, the sinewy contours of his exposed arms a testament to countless grueling training sessions. He leaned against the doorframe, his fiery aura seemingly cloaked in an invisible sheet of ice. Those eyes, usually aflame with passion, now brimmed with a complex tapestry of emotions Luo Chen had never before witnessed. confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of indescribable concern. Inside the operations room, the air was thick with a mingled scents of ink, aged parchment, and a faint trace of sea salt. The walls were adorned with nautical charts of the New World, each marked with an intricate array of symbols and routes in various colors. A testament to Luo Chen's tireless efforts and a reflection of the Whitebeard Pirates' current organized and formidable presence across the seas. Luo Chen, Ace began, his voice notably subdued. Can we talk? Luo Chen set down his quill, leaving a small ink blot on the paper, akin to an unpredictable pause. He leaned back in his chair, hands folded before him, calmly meeting Ace's gaze. Of course, have a seat. Ace did not sit. Instead, he closed the door behind him, isolating the operations room from the laughter of the crew on the deck. This chamber, belonging to the chief of staff, suddenly felt like an island cut off from the world. Why did you do that? Ace stepped closer, his hands resting on the edge of the immense chart table, leaning forward with an air of pressure. Why did you interfere with Sachi's schedule? You made him swap shifts with the cook of the 10th Division for 3 days and forced him to inventory supplies during non-meal hours. Although Sachi said nothing, he is clearly unsettled, and the crew is talking. Ace paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his confusion deepening. Marco and Jaws also came to me. They asked if you believe there's something wrong with our traditions in the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you intend to turn everyone into mere pawns in the staff, fixated solely on data and commands? These words struck Luo Chen's meticulously constructed defenses like sharp ice picks. He realized that his unusual actions had drawn the attention of the most astute individuals aboard this ship, and they had chosen Ace, the one with whom they shared the closest ties, to be the messenger. This was both a test and a final gesture of trust. Luo Chen's gaze did not waver. He looked at Ace, the man to whom he had devoted countless efforts, whom he regarded as a younger brother. He understood that Ace was his only and most crucial breakthrough in this perilous game. To directly disclose the matter of Blackbeard? Absolutely not. It was out of the question. Given Ace's vehement disdain for evil and his deep-seated affection for family, he would be the first to leap up, perceiving this as the gravest insult to kin. He would unhesitatingly confront Teach, and that outcome would only alert Teach prematurely, potentially provoking a catastrophic situation. Ace, Luo Chen's voice resonated with the calm of the deep sea. Everything I do is to protect this family. Do you believe that? I do. Ace replied without hesitation, but then furrowed his brow. Yet I cannot comprehend. Protect Sachi? He is the captain of the 4th Division. Who could possibly harm him here? If you wish to protect him, why resort to methods that discomfort him and create misunderstandings among everyone? Because danger does not always emanate from external sources, Luo Chen said slowly, each word seemingly weighed with meticulous calculation. I have a premonition, a very ominous one. I sense that Sachi is confronting dangers that we all cannot see. Ace abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with absurdity and a spark of indignation. Invisible dangers? Luo Chen, what exactly are you trying to say? Meeting his gaze, Luo Chen enunciated the word that could ignite the room. This danger comes from within. Absurd. Ace's voice escalated suddenly, his fist crashing heavily onto the table, causing the pens in the holder to rattle wildly. From within? What jest is this? This is the Moby Dick, our father's ship. We are family, brothers who trust each other with our backs. You say there are traitors among us. His chest heaved violently, the heat emanating from his flame fruit ability causing the air in the operations room to grow increasingly stifling. This was a violation of the Whitebeard Pirates' highest tenet, the most venomous curse against the very concept of family. Luo Chen watched him quietly, allowing that searing fury to wash over him. He did not argue, for any words would seem feeble in the face of the unbreakable creed of family. He simply rose slowly, walked to a locked cabinet against the wall, and retrieved a scroll wrapped in oilcloth with a key. Returning to the table, he unfurled the scroll before Ace. It was a hand-drawn copy of a chart, the texture of the paper identical to that of Navy internal documents, depicting an area of peculiar magnetic field records, accompanied by an abundance of data and analytical notes. In the corner of the chart, a striking red G5 branch classified stamp stood out. What is this? Ace's fury was diminished by this sudden evidence, his gaze flickering to the chart with confusion. Records of a special magnetic field near Bonero Island in the first half of the Grand Line. Luo Chen's voice regained its usual calmness and rationality. Confidential intelligence transmitted by our informant embedded within the Navy's G5 branch, who risked his life to relay this information. The Navy appears to have discovered something extraordinary and is plotting a covert operation. He pointed to a center point on the chart where the magnetic field was exceptionally intense, his gaze deepening. And according to our intelligence analysis, The core of this operation is likely related to a devil fruit that Sachi has acquired. Ace was stunned. He gazed at the intricate lines and data on the chart, then back at Luo Chen's unyielding eyes, his mind in disarray. Internal dangers, Navy's classified intelligence. The fruit acquired by Sachi, these clues tangled in his heart like a knot. His trust in Luo Chen became critically pivotal at this moment. Throughout the past, Luo Chen's every prediction and tactical deployment had been hauntingly precise, never once faltering. The trust accumulated through countless victories prevented him from dismissing Luo Chen's words as one would a ludicrous joke. I opened my mouth, only to find myself at a loss for a counterargument. He picked up the document. Its cold, tangible texture felt ominous, with each word and symbol seemingly laden with foreboding. I'm not commanding you to believe me. Ace, Luo Chen observed his conflicted expression and softened his tone. I merely request a favor. Safeguard this document and show it to no one. Then, with your eyes, help me watch over it. If I am wrong, I am willing to accept any punishment from Father. Ace gripped the blueprints tightly, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously folded the document and tucked it into his breast pocket. I do not understand your intentions, Luo Chen. He raised his head, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a fathomless lake of uncertainty. But I choose to trust you once more. Just this once. With that, he turned and strode out of the command room. The door closed once more, plunging the room back into silence. Luo Chen slowly returned to his chair, the tension in his back finally easing as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He had succeeded. He had personally handed this meticulously forged bait to the most pivotal individual. This bait pointed not only towards the external enemy, the Navy, but also subtly buried the fuse between Sachi and the impending dark fruit. Now, the most crucial actor in the script he had orchestrated was in position. Next, it remained to be seen when the shark lurking in the deep sea would catch the scent of blood and surface. Chapter 41. The final 24 hours. The door of the command room muffled Ace's departing footsteps, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Luo Chen felt as if all strength had been siphoned from his body, heavily leaning against the back of his chair, gazing up at the cold ceiling as he exhaled a long breath of stale air. That breath carried with it the pressure and calculations he had been tense about all day, yet it could not dispel the increasingly burdensome chill in his heart. He had successfully convinced Ace, but that was merely the first step of the plan, and the least significant one at that. The real storm lay concealed beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea. Just then, a cold, ethereal blue light flashed before him, visible only to himself. Warning, critical fate node, Dark Thief, is converging. Estimated remaining time to event trigger, 235958. The vivid red countdown struck like drops of blood, striking Luo Chen's nerves with precision and mercilessness. The muscles that had only just begun to relax tensed instantly once more, a chill racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. 24 hours. That man, Marshal D. Teach, the ruthless figure who had lurked aboard the ship for over 20 years, embedding patience and disguise into his very bones, would soon reveal his fangs towards his family. Luo Chen abruptly stood from his chair and hurried to the door, locking it securely. This was his absolute domain, the cerebral center of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, it would become the sole battlefield, determining the future course of this maritime behemoth. Without a trace of hesitation, he delved into his mind, swiftly accessing the familiar system marketplace. The dazzling array of redemption options flickered past, those items that once stirred his heart, such as the Haki training manual, advanced swordsmanship insights, and even potions that could enhance physical prowess, were rendered inconsequential. His goal was terrifyingly clear, and he directly clicked on the most expensive and obscure category, special functional items. The list refreshed, revealing an array of bizarre item names. Portable permanent pointer, can set uncharted islands, miniature climate simulator, lie detection sunglasses. Each of these items could be deemed miraculous, yet their prices were equally daunting. Luo Chen's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the list, eventually locking onto an unassuming item. It was an icon of a conch shell, exuding a dreamlike translucent quality, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of integrated circuits, emitting a faint glow. Item name, Directional Information Disruption Snail. Type, one-time special functional item. Function, upon activation, it creates a directional information field within a specified radius, maximum radius of 500 meters, for 1 hour. Within this field, all non-biometric detection devices, such as medical instruments, life detection cards, etc., will yield distorted readings, displaying false information preset by the user. Simultaneously, the field will exert a mild psychological suggestion on living beings within the area, making them more inclined to believe the fabricated information presented to them. Redemption required teaching points: 85,000 points. 85,000 points. Luo Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This number represented nearly all the arduous effort and painstaking accumulation of resources since his arrival. It was a result of his hellish training regimens designed for Ace, Jozu, Vista, and other captains, pushing them to their limits. The countless lectures imparting knowledge of Haki, Six Powers, and Devil Fruit applications to hundreds of crew members, accumulating painstakingly over time. This sum was sufficient to redeem an advanced Haki training manual, elevating his hard power to the next level. Yet at that moment, there was no hint of hesitation on Luo Chen's face. No matter how formidable his hard power was, it could not shield him from the most insidious betrayal from within. He understood all too well that the most terrifying aspect of Blackbeard did not lie in his strength, but in his manipulation of human hearts and the audacity of his ruthless ambition. To confront him, one must be even more unscrupulous, even more ruthless. Redemption. Luo Chen silently chanted in his heart. Teaching points 85,000, redemption successful. As the system notification echoed, the near-empty points account caused a pang of regret. Yet in the next moment, a cold, smooth, and weighty object materialized in his palm. It was indeed the information disruption snail, resting quietly in Luo Chen's hand like a delicate work of art, yet harboring the power to upend reality. Merely persuading Ace with a forged Navy blueprint had already reached the limits of his credibility. To make the entire Whitebeard Pirates, a group that valued family above life itself, doubt a son they had known for over 2 decades, to isolate Sachi was nothing short of fantastical. Unless there existed an irrefutable reason, a life-or-death matter that compelled them to do so. Luo Chen took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with a blend of madness and rationality. What he aimed to do was not to expose Blackbeard, but to handcraft a lethal label for the impending dark fruit. He retrieved a blank report paper from a hidden compartment of a storage cabinet, one that bore an indistinguishable texture, pattern, and watermark akin to that of the Navy's highest research institution, SSG. This was an item he had previously redeemed with a small number of points for unforeseen circumstances. Then, he commenced the most crucial creation since his arrival in this world. Utilizing the genuine magnetic field records of certain special islands in the Grand Line, which he had gleaned through indirect inquiries from Marco, he began to weave an impeccable web of lies. A top-secret intelligence gradually took shape beneath his pen. Emergency report on the resonance reaction of a Yami-type special devil fruit with a high-risk magnetic field of Bonero Island. In this report, Luo Chen meticulously articulates, in the most rigorous and scientific manner, that the dark fruit is not a natural phenomenon, but rather a biological weapon of an ancient civilization. The stability of its fruit form is entirely contingent upon the unique magnetic field of Bonero Island. Should one venture beyond this isle, the internal energy structure of the fruit would devolve into a state of extreme instability, engendering a highly toxic effect that he has termed dark energy infection upon interaction with the external environment. To lend an air of undeniable authenticity to this report, he has even fabricated an outrageously detailed clinical observation record. Within 1 to 3 hours post-ingestion, the consumer will exhibit mild cognitive dissonance, manifesting as misjudgments of light and shadow. This constitutes the latent phase. Between 3 to 6 hours, the toxins commence their insidious assault upon the nervous system and cells, resulting in irregular dark spots on the skin. The abilities granted by the devil fruit begin to emerge, albeit in a volatile manner that poses significant self-harm to the user. This is the pathological phase. Within 6 to 12 hours, the consumer shall enter an irreversible collapse phase, where all bodily cells are wholly assimilated and decomposed by dark energy, ultimately transforming into an amorphous shadow, with consciousness dissipating entirely. Each word, each phrase, resonates with a chilling, irrefutable scientific rigor. This report is less a fabrication than a meticulously crafted death sentence. He carefully stored the forged document away before retrieving the information-interfering snail and initiating programming. He intended to encode all symptoms and data from the report into this snail. When the time came, should Blackbeard harbor murderous intent, he would discreetly deliver this death report into Ace's hands. Simultaneously, he would activate the snail. At that juncture, regardless of the instruments the ship's doctor employed for examination, The results would invariably indicate dark energy infection, no matter how the crew observed, under the influence of psychological suggestion. Any minuscule irregularities would be interpreted as the onset of pathology. Trust and familial bonds may indeed be unbreakable. Yet when the countdown to death is scientifically laid bare before all, even the most steadfast trust may fracture. They would instinctively isolate Sachi from the fruit to safeguard his life. This would be a strategy of undermining their very foundation. Having accomplished this, Luo Chen leaned wearily against the window, gazing out at the moonlit sea, shimmering like a tapestry of diamonds. The countdown continued to pulse in his mind, akin to a bomb set to detonate at a predetermined time. He had prepared all the props and scripts. Now, he merely needed to wait in silence, to await the emergence of the fruit, laden with boundless ambition and darkness, to await his actors, one by one, to ascend the stage of fate that he had constructed with his own hands. Chapter 42. I begin to spoil the plot. On the deck under the night sky, the sea breeze carried the briny moisture, caressing every nook and cranny. Ace stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down the contours of his chiseled muscles, each punch accompanied by a fierce gust that tore through the air. He was engaged in supplementary physical training, a habit instilled by Luo Chen, utilizing extreme fatigue to quell his inner restlessness. A series of unhurried footsteps approached. Ace halted his movements, turning to look. Luo Chen was emerging from the cabin, cradling a hefty stack of blueprints and documents, his brow furrowed in apparent distress over some monumental dilemma. As he passed by Ace, he merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding towards the bow of the ship. Ace refrained from interrupting him. He understood that Luo Chen was perpetually burdened. The entire course of the Whitebeard Pirates was tethered to this man's intellect. At that moment, a stronger gust swept across the deck. One of the documents at the top of Luo Chen's stack was lifted by the wind, fluttering down like a white butterfly, landing at Ace's feet. Luo Chen seemed oblivious, continuing forward, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Ace bent down to retrieve the document. The paper felt remarkably thick, and the crimson top-secret seal, alongside the distinctive G5 branch insignia, sent a jolt through his heart. This was an internal Navy document, and of the highest classification. Instinctively, he glanced up at Luo Chen, who stood at the ship's bow, facing away, gazing into the inky abyss of the sea, as if searching for something. A surge of intense curiosity compelled him, and almost against his will, Ace unfurled the document. A mere glance caused his blood to run cold. This was neither a battle report nor a personnel transfer. It was a scientific report regarding the devil fruit. Emergency report on the resonance reaction of the Yami Yami type special devil fruit with the high-risk magnetic field of Bonero Island. The fruit was not a natural product, preliminarily identified as a biological weapon from an ancient civilization. Its structure relies heavily on a specific magnetic field for stability. Once removed from this environment, it would inflict irreversible dark energy infection on the consumer. Clinical observation records: latent phase, 1 to 3 hours, cognitive dissonance, pathological phase, 3 to 6 hours, dark spots on the skin, backlash from abilities, collapse phase, 6 to 12 hours, cellular decomposition, consciousness dissipates. The cold, unfamiliar terminology formed a death sentence that he could not comprehend, yet felt a bone-deep chill from. Ace gripped the paper, his hands trembling. Was this about the devil fruit that Sachi had obtained? Damn it, where did it go? Luo Chen's anxious voice suddenly broke through. He turned abruptly, hastening back, his face a tableau of frustration and panic. Upon seeing the document in Ace's hands, the color drained from his face. Ace. Luo Chen lunged forward, snatching the report from Ace with an uncharacteristic roughness. He clutched the report tightly, as if it were an explosive device. You read it? His voice was low, tinged with a tremor. Ace observed Luo Chen's unprecedented tension, and as memories of the report's content flooded back, his mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Luo Chen, what is this? What biological weapon? What dark energy infection? Is this about Sachi's fruit? Shut up. Luo Chen interrupted sharply, scanning the deck for eavesdroppers, ensuring no one else was present. This is not something you should be reading, but I have. Ace's anger flared, gripping Luo Chen's shoulders. You must tell me, is everything written here true? If Sachi eats that fruit, will he die? Luo Chen's body stiffened. He met Ace's fiery gaze, aflame with anger and fear, and fell silent for a moment. Lowering his head slowly, he spoke in a hushed tone only they could hear, infused with defeat and helplessness. It's a trap, Ace. A malicious trap set by the Navy against us. Ace froze. A trap? This intel was stolen from the G5 branch at great risk by our men. Luo Chen clenched the report tighter. They deliberately leaked this poisonous fruit, wanting our people to seize it. They wished to see us turn on each other, to witness us destroy a division captain out of fear and suspicion. This explanation struck Ace like a thunderbolt, reverberating in his mind. A Navy conspiracy? To sacrifice their own? It certainly bore the hallmark of that cunning old fox, Sengoku. But I don't believe it. Ace shook his head vehemently. How can we trust the Navy? This must be a fabrication. However, the magnetic field records contained within are indeed authentic. Luo Chen interrupted him once more, this time with an air of unwavering certainty in his tone. I have cross-referenced the data regarding the unique magnetic field of Bonero Island mentioned in the report with the navigational materials previously provided to me by Brother Marco, and they align by 70%. Ace was rendered speechless. Marco's navigational materials are among the most treasured assets of the Whitebeard Pirates, and there is no possibility of forgery. If the data corroborates, does that not imply that the report's depiction of the deadly poison is also likely true? The Navy has orchestrated a grand scheme with a report that is 9 parts genuine and 1 part false, whether they believe it or not. The moment someone consumes the fruit, seeds of doubt will be sown. In that instant, all the clues in Ace's mind converged. Luo Chen's unusual scheduling adjustments regarding Sachi a few days prior. The internal dangers he spoke of in the operations room. It turned out that Luo Chen had already obtained this intelligence. The internal danger he referred to was not about traitors, but rather the cursed fruit that was about to fall into the hands of his family. Everything he had done was to keep Sachi away from that fruit. Ace's heart raced. He gazed at Luo Chen, the man who always strategized with foresight, now displaying an expression of utter exhaustion, devoid of options. He finally comprehended Luo Chen's predicament. How could he explain this to everyone? To say that the Navy possesses a report claiming our new treasure is toxic? Who would believe it? Such a declaration would only incite panic and suspicion, and might even be construed as treasonous drivel. Luo Chen had chosen the clumsiest yet only viable method, attempting to forcibly isolate Sachi from the danger using his authority. And he, in his lack of understanding, had questioned and doubted him. A wave of profound guilt surged within Ace. He looked at Luo Chen and then at the crumpled report in his hands. Sachi hasn't consumed it yet, right? Ace's voice held a note of desperation. Not yet, Luo Chen replied, his expression still tense, yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. At the banquet today, he might just shudder at the thought. He could not fathom the hellish scene if Sachi were consumed the deadly fruit amidst the cheers and blessings of everyone. No, this must not happen. He snatched the report from Luo Chen's grasp, carefully smoothing it out before tucking it into his own jacket. This burden can no longer rest solely on your shoulders. Ace's expression turned gravely serious, embodying the resolute decision forged through countless training sessions and battles as a leader. I must seek out Dad. Right now, immediately. With that declaration, Ace hesitated not a moment longer and strode purposefully towards the captain's quarters. Luo Chen remained rooted in place, watching his determined silhouette, slowly exhaling a long breath. The sea breeze lifted the edges of his coat, and the tightly clenched fist finally relaxed. The actor had taken the script and moved towards the final stage. Chapter 43. Truth or Deceit. Ace had barely taken 10 steps out when he abruptly halted. He resembled a statue nailed to the deck, the sea breeze tousling his damp black hair, yet failing to disperse the turmoil and confusion etched upon his face. He turned around and strode back to Luo Chen, the report clenched tightly in his hand, its edges slightly curled from the pressure. Luo Chen. His voice was now considerably lower, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Are you certain? Ace fixated on him, as if seeking confirmation on a matter of life and death. Is this truly a conspiracy by the Navy, rather than the fruit itself being inherently poisonous? This question weighed heavily upon his heart, a stone pressing him down. Is it a calculated trap, or merely a pure, lethal force of nature? These are two entirely different forms of despair. Luo Chen did not respond immediately. He simply maintained a steady gaze with Ace, his eyes, usually filled with calculation, now devoid of any jest. Does it make a difference, Ace? Of course it does. Ace's emotions flared once more, one being a lie, the other a fact. Then let us hypothesize. Luo Chen stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them to a mere arm's length. Scenario 1. The report is a fabrication by the Navy, a complete conspiracy. If we believe it, isolating Sachi from the fruit would amount to nothing more than a false alarm, causing unnecessary worry for a few days. If we dismiss it, and Sachi consumes the fruit without incident, then the Navy achieves its goal, having sown a thorn of doubt in our hearts. A thorn named, is Luo Chen's intelligence credible? His words flowed steadily, each syllable slicing through the situation with surgical precision. Scenario 2. The report is genuine. Every word is true. If we believe it, we save Sachi's life. If we do not, Sachi will perish. Luo Chen paused, allowing the chilling conclusion to simmer between them. Now, tell me, which path should we choose? Should we gamble on the minuscule chance that the Navy is lying, or opt for the sole route that ensures Sachi's survival? Ace found himself at a loss for words. The fury and anxiety that had surged within him were extinguished by Luo Chen's cold, almost ruthless, logical analysis. Indeed, does truth or falsehood truly matter? When a family member's life hangs in the balance, anything on the other side of the scale loses all weight. Luo Chen's plan had never been about discerning truth from falsehood. It was about constructing an impenetrable firewall. The so-called trap he referred to was not the Navy's conspiracy, but the dilemma laid before them, compelling them to wager their families' lives. Upon grasping this, a shiver coursed down Ace's spine. He had always believed he faced flames and swords, while Luo Chen confronted hearts and probabilities. I understand now. Ace carefully refolded the report, placing it solemnly into his jacket, his movements akin to handling a sacred relic. This time, he did not question nor doubt. He chose to believe. He trusted this man who could see corners he himself could not. This matter must be conveyed to Dad. Ace lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented resolve. Only he could protect Sachi without inciting panic. Luo Chen nodded slightly. Go, deliver this truth to Dad. He placed subtle emphasis on the word truth. Ace did not catch the nuance. He turned and strode once more towards the captain's quarters. His posture was more upright and resolute than ever before. Yet it bore a heavy weight. In the shadows, a pair of greedy eyes observed it all. Marshal D. Teach leaned against the dim corner of the cabin, half a cherry pie still clutched in his hand. He had witnessed everything. He saw Luo Chen accidentally drop the document, saw Ace pick it up, witnessed their heated debate, and ultimately saw Ace hastily depart towards the captain's quarters with the file in hand. The smile on Teach's face vanished. The raucous laughter that usually erupted from him became lodged in his throat for the first time. Something is amiss. Far too amiss. That fool Ace. Aside from fighting and eating, when has he ever shown such concern for a document? And that expression on his face, as if the sky were falling. And Luo Chen. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had become the most unpredictable variable in Teach's plans. He was like a spider lurking on the ship, sensing every tremor and movement around him. Teach squinted his eyes as he stuffed the last bite of cherry pie into his mouth, chewing vigorously. His original plan was to wait for Sachi to unveil that coveted fruit at tonight's banquet, and then, amidst the revelry of inebriated guests, seize the moment to claim it. This method was the most prudent and least likely to arouse suspicion. However, Ace had gone to find Whitebeard. Whatever the contents of that document, once Whitebeard was stirred, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. If his sons were in trouble, that old man would not entertain reason. No, he could not wait any longer. The banquet? Too slow. Waiting equated to death. Teach's gaze hardened as he wiped his sticky fingers on his clothes, his corpulent body deftly pivoting to silently vanish into the deeper shadows. He was on a quest to find his dear friend, Sachi. Then, he would orchestrate the betrayal that was destined to unfold. On the deck, only Law was left. The sea breeze rustled his black coat, creating a haunting sound. He slowly approached the ship's railing, gazing into the abyss of the ink-black sea. The stakes had been fully wagered. He had transformed Ace, the most fervent flame of the Whitebeard Pirates, into the pivotal actor propelling his narrative forward. This was a manipulation, even a deception. Yet, as he contemplated the man's impending fate in the upcoming war, any lingering guilt evaporated into the ether. It was better for Ace to bear the truth of his deceit than to walk blindly towards ruin, paving his own path to survival. Warning: the critical destiny node of the Dark Thief is accelerating towards culmination. Event trigger estimated remaining time: 041533. In his mind, the vivid countdown surged forward abruptly. Law's body tensed. His plan was taking shape, but it also provoked the lurking viper. Blackbeard was poised to strike prematurely. Merely isolating Sachi would not extinguish Blackbeard's ambition. This was merely the first step, a bait to draw him from the shadows into the light. The true slaughter had only just begun. Law raised his hand, the cold directional information interference snail resting quietly in his palm. He looked in the direction Ace had vanished and murmured, "Ace, hurry." Chapter 44. The Navy's Machinations? Ace nearly burst through the heavy wooden door of the captain's quarters, the gust of wind sending the papers on the table fluttering chaotically. Old man, Whitebeard, holding a massive bowl of sake, slowly lifted his head at the sound. His face etched with concern and an uncontainable sense of dread as he regarded his newly adopted son. Gulalala, Ace, you seem quite flustered, which is unlike you. Ace gasped for breath, forcefully slamming the dampened document, soaked with his sweat, onto the table before Whitebeard. It's not me. It's a conspiracy from the Navy. Law suspects they intend to target Sachi. Whitebeard set down his bowl. His burly form leaned slightly forward, and the light in the captain's quarters seemed to dim. He picked up the document, which appeared diminutive in his vast hands. The G5 branch's conspicuous Navy insignia, along with the words dark fruit marked in red ink, and the detailed report on the mental contamination and toxic backlash of the ability users. Each word etched itself into his vision. Whitebeard fell silent. He did not erupt in anger nor question the contents, but repeatedly scrutinized the meticulously detailed data laid out in the document. Marco, Jozu. His call lacked any force but seemed to penetrate every inch of the ship's wooden structure. Moments later, two figures, one blue and one yellow, appeared at the doorway. Old man, what is it? Whitebeard handed them the document. Verify this. He pointed to a line regarding the recorded data of the special island's magnetic field, commanding, utilize all our intelligence channels, now immediately. Marco and Jozu exchanged grave expressions, having sensed the severity of the situation from Ace's nearly fiery reaction. The two seized the document and swiftly departed. Silence once again enveloped the captain's quarters, save for Ace's labored breathing. The vast intelligence network of the Whitebeard Pirates, akin to a reawakening behemoth, began to operate frantically. The incessant clicking of countless den mushy resonated throughout the Moby Dick's communications room as information surged forth, rapidly analyzed and cross-referenced. In less than half an hour, Marco and Jozu returned, their faces more grim than before their departure. Oh man. Marco placed a new navigational chart and several telegraph forms on the table. The intelligence aligns perfectly. The sea area mentioned in the document, the magnetic field records, the sea current velocity, even the distribution of underwater reefs, all match our latest calibrated navigational data. Jozu clenched his diamond-hard fist, producing a grating sound. It's too precise. The source of this intelligence is of an exceptionally high level. The Navy is indeed plotting against us. Anger permeated the air. They might not fully believe the report regarding the fruit's toxicity, as it sounded too far-fetched, but they were all too familiar with the Navy's tactics. Using a precious devil fruit as bait to sow discord, chaos, and even death among Whitebeard's family, such an insidious scheme was well within the Navy's capabilities. For the safety of a family member, they would pay any price. Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let a single potential threat to their family slip by. This was a principle ingrained in the very bones of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gulalala. Whitebeard suddenly rose, his raucous laughter laced with overwhelming fury, causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble slightly under his might. Those bastards in the Navy, they dare set their sights on my son. He issued thunderous orders. Find Sachi immediately. Isolate and protect him along with that damned fruit. Deploy the ship's doctor to watch over him 24 hours a day until we clarify the situation. No one is permitted to approach. The command rapidly echoed throughout the ship. In the kitchen, the 4th Division Captain Sachi was ecstatically showcasing the miraculous fruit he had just acquired to a few familiar crew members. The fruit, entirely purple, bore peculiar spiral patterns. Hey, look at this strange thing. Before he could finish his sentence, the ship's doctor and several captain-level crew members rushed in, their expressions grave. Sachi, it's the old man's order. Huh? What order? Sachi asked, bewildered. No time for questions. Come with us. Under Sachi's confused gaze, the dark fruit was carefully placed into a specially designed containment box, while he was half-forced to be escorted towards the medical room at the ship's stern. The entire atmosphere of the ship shifted from the lightheartedness of the banquet to a palpable tension, as if a storm were brewing. In the shadows of the cabin, a portly figure stood frozen. Marshal D. Teach had just infiltrated the kitchen, intending to seek out his beloved friend Sachi, only to be met with an empty scene. Immediately, Whitebeard's furious command reached his ears loud and clear. Isolation? Protection? Teach's smile completely froze, and a look of horror emerged in his shadowed eyes for the first time. The plan was in utter disarray. He had lurked for 2 decades, waiting for an opportunity that was unknown to all, a chance to extricate himself flawlessly. Yet now, that coveted prize had become the focal point for the entire ship, and Sachi had transformed into a protected entity. Why? How could this be? One name flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Luo Chen. Who else could it be but that man? The chief of staff, The one who always stood on the deck, surveying everything below. It was him. It had to be him, in a manner he could not comprehend. He had anticipated his actions and employed an unfathomable tactic, compelling Whitebeard to intervene personally, thus disrupting all his carefully laid plans. A chill surged from Teach's feet straight to the crown of his head. This man was a monster, one who understood patience and strategy even better than he did. On the deck, the sea breeze persisted. Luo Chen watched as Sachi was escorted into the infirmary, observing the crew fortifying their defenses on the Moby Dick. And he slowly exhaled a breath of frustration. The first step had been successful. He had compelled Blackbeard to reveal himself, securing the most precious reaction time for Sachi and the entire Whitebeard Pirates. However, he was acutely aware that a cornered viper could strike with unimaginable ferocity. The true crisis was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 45. Let the bullets fly a while longer. The wind on the deck dispersed the remnants of the revelry. Luo Chen's fingertips gently tapped against the railing, producing a rhythmic sound akin to a stopwatch counting down. In his mind, a cold mechanical voice resonated punctually. S-Class Emergency Mission. Tooth of the Shadow. Phase 1. Isolate target Sachi completed. Reward earned. 300 teaching points. Immediately following, a line of crimson warning text materialized. Warning. Marshal D. Teach's murderous intent has not dissipated. His primary target has shifted from the dark fruit to the planner intervening, and he is concocting a new seizing scheme. Mission countdown paused. Please expedite the acquisition of irrefutable evidence of his betrayal. Luo Chen exhaled sharply, the relief he had just felt evaporating once more. It had succeeded, but only temporarily. This web of lies spun in the name of the Navy resembled a fragile sheet of ice, momentarily shielding him from danger, yet simultaneously placing him in the most conspicuous position. Teach was no fool. He was now 100% certain that someone had seen through his disguise. An assassination attempt on Sachi had morphed into a hunt for him. Luo Chen. Inside the infirmary, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Sachi, visibly agitated, tossed and turned on the hospital bed, voicing his complaints to the stern-faced ship's doctor. What's going on? Just because of a cursed fruit, I have to be confined here? The Navy? When have they ever cared so much about a fruit that hasn't even been consumed? The ship's doctor adjusted his glasses, meticulously recording data. This is old man's order, Sachi. Until the threat is neutralized, this is the safest place for you. But this is too. Sachi's words were muffled behind the door. The most fortified infirmary on the ship had become a forbidden zone that Blackbeard could not trespass. In another corner of the cabin, the clamor continued unabated. A crew member jovially draped an arm over Teach's shoulder, reeking of alcohol. Hey Teach, have you heard? That guy Sachi is being protected by old man. It seems the Navy has fixated on the fruit he found. Marshal D. Teach erupted into his trademark laughter. Those Navy fools always meddle in affairs that don't concern them. Poor Sachi, I hope he is all right. He raised a barrel of rum and drank deeply, the liquid dripping down his beard in a rugged, boisterous manner. Yet beneath his shadowed visage, a murderous intent simmered like molten lava. Luo Chen. That name echoed in his mind, tinged with a metallic taste of blood. Everything was just too coincidental. That man, with a lie riddled with flaws, had deftly seized upon the very lifeblood of Whitebeard as family safety. He didn't even need evidence. A mere possibility was sufficient to compel Whitebeard to act personally, completely unraveling the plan he had meticulously woven over 2 decades. This chief of staff was indeed the most formidable monster aboard the ship. Teach's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on the solitary figure on the deck. He had to find a flaw in this man before he obliterated his destiny and erase him from this world preemptively. Inside Whitebeard's captain's quarters, the atmosphere was stifling. Edward Newgate sat upon his exclusive throne, the foredrip slowly delivering medication. He did not look at Luo Chen, but instead fixated on the ocean outside. Luo Chen. I'm here, old man. How confident are you in the Navy's intelligence? Whitebeard's voice was calm, yet each word felt like a mountain. Luo Chen straightened his back, facing the invisible pressure. This is a high-probability risk assessment, old man. Minimize costs while avoiding maximum losses. That is the Chief of Staff's duty. Duty. Whitebeard repeated the word, finally turning his head. He scrutinized Luo Chen for an extended period. I believe in my family. So do I, Luo Chen replied candidly. This brief exchange of tension concluded with Whitebeard's trust. Yet Luo Chen understood that this trust was his sole shield at this moment. Once the lie was exposed, he would be beyond redemption. A strode to Luo Chen's side, his excitement still palpable. We did it. Luo Chen, you're a monster. How did you know? I simply excel at uncovering what lurks in the shadows, Luo Chen replied, shifting the conversation. But don't celebrate too soon, Ace. Huh, we have merely startled the viper from the underbrush. Now it knows we are here, and its next strike will be more lethal. Ace's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. What should we do now? Just drag him out, without evidence. Luo Chen shook his head. In the face of irrefutable proof, he remains our family, old man's son. This is the greatest strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, and also its greatest weakness. Ace clenches fists. What should I do? Wait. Luo Chen's answer was succinct. Wait for him to reveal his fangs. What we must do is prepare a hammer that can shatter his venomous fangs before he strikes. Luo Chen silently recited in his heart. System. Is there a way to convert a person's malice into visible evidence? What are you discussing so seriously? Blackbeard's coarse laughter erupted unexpectedly behind them. His imposing figure, reeking of alcohol, approached. Ace's body tensed, muscles coiled like a hunting leopard ready to pounce. Yet Luo Chen calmly turned, a polite smile gracing his face. Teach, you've come at just the right time. We were discussing some contingency plans regarding internal security risks. He deliberately emphasized the word internal. Oh, Teach's grin widened as he stepped closer to Luo Chen, his enormous shadow enveloping him completely. What risk could there possibly be internally? We are all old man's sons. We are family. Family requires even greater honesty, does it not? Luo Chen countered. The air seemed to freeze. Ace could almost hear the frantic beating of his own heart. Well said. Honesty. The heavy hand of Teach suddenly thudded against Loken's shoulder, the force akin to that of a colossal boulder, strong enough to shatter the bones of an ordinary person. Truly, our chief of staff is remarkably considerate. His concern for the safety of his family is palpable. Loken's body remained utterly still, allowing that hand to rest upon his shoulder, even lifting his own hand to gently brush away non-existent dust from Teach's knuckles. It was only proper. Chapter 46. The intelligence was fabricated. Teach's coarse laughter echoed across the deck, yet Loken had already seized Ace's arm, unceremoniously dragging him towards the shadows of the cabin. Ace, still in the throes of post-battle exhilaration, stumbled slightly at the sudden pull. Hey, Loken, what are you doing? Loken did not glance back, his pace unrelenting as he led Ace to a dim and secluded corner where spare ropes were stored, a place seldom frequented by the crew. Releasing his grip, Loken turned, leaning against the stacked ropes, shadows consuming half of his face. Ace, regarding that naval intelligence. Loken hesitated, meticulously gathering his thoughts. That intelligence was false. The air instantly thickened. Ace's confusion morphed into shock, followed swiftly by disbelief. What did you say? His voice dropped to a whisper, as if seeking confirmation of his own hearing. There is no ambush fleet from the Navy, no so-called assassination operation. Loken's tone was chillingly calm from beginning to end. It was all a fabrication of my own making. Fabrication? Ace stepped forward, a wave of searing heat radiating from him, causing Loken's clothing to flutter. You deceived Pops? Deceived all the brothers? His fists clenched, the tone of his inquiry suddenly escalating. Loken did not flinch. He met Ace's blazing eyes with unwavering resolve. Yes, elite. To protect Sachi. Protect Sachi? Ace nearly erupted into laughter, the absurdity of the reasoning striking him. You think he needs safeguarding in this manner? We are right beside him. Who could possibly harm him? Someone we would never suspect. Loken leaned in closer, lowering his voice, enunciating each word with precision. Marshal D. Teach. Boom. It was as though Ace's mind had been struck by a cannonball. He froze completely, the flames of his body momentarily stalling. Moments later, an inferno of rage surged forth, 10 times fiercer than before, obliterating his rationality. You're insane, Ace roared, seizing Loken by the collar and slamming him against the wall of the cabin, the hardwood groaning in protest. Do you know what you're saying? That is Teach, a family member who has been with Pops for decades. Our brother. He taught me how to fight on the deck. We shared drinks together. Who are you? A mere newcomer, to tarnish his name. Ace's face contorted in fury. His fists raised high, flames igniting within his palms, illuminating the corner in a blinding glow. Yet that blazing fist halted just an inch from Loken's cheek, trembling violently. Ace's body quaked as well. An absolute trust, born from the depths of his soul, acted like an invisible shackle, restraining his arm from striking Loken. The trust brand was at work. Reason told him that the man before him was his mentor and dear friend, who had saved and transformed him. Yet, emotion raged wildly, claiming Loken was desecrating the most sacred ties of family within his heart. The agony of this conflict was unbearable. Why could Ace's fist not descend? Nor could it retreat? His voice was hoarse. Why do you speak such things? Loken allowed Ace to grip his collar, his posture remaining unchanged. Because you see the present, while I see the past. You think he is merely a jovial old sailor, but I see a schemer who has lurked for over 20 years. Answer me, Ace. Loken's pace was unhurried, yet each word struck Ace's tumultuous heart like a hammer. When Sachi revealed the devil fruit, did Teach's reaction not strike you as odd? Ace paused. He had immediately approached, jokingly asking if it was the fruit he had sought for so long. After Sachi denied it, Teach's signature raucous laughter, was it not louder and more hollow than usual? Moreover, when I suggested using the intelligence as a warning, everyone else was tense, yet he approached me, patting my shoulder, commending my foresight. That was not praise, Ace. It was a test. He was probing to discover how much I knew. Loken's analysis was calm and incisive, like a surgeon's scalpel, gradually dissecting the reality that Ace was unwilling to confront. What Teach desired was never wealth or fame. He had boarded the Moby Dick, lurking for all these years, solely for one purpose, the dark fruit. He had perused the devil fruit encyclopedia. He knew of its existence and its terror. He was waiting for it to manifest. Sachi acquiring it was not luck, it was a death knell. Teach would never permit that fruit to fall into another's hands. For it, he would not hesitate to kill his own brothers. Ace's body began to slacken, the grip on Loken's collar falling limply. He leaned against the ship's wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, cradling his head in anguish. No, that can't be. Teach. The details he had often overlooked began to coalesce in Loken's mind, forming a complete and venomous chain of evidence. Teach's discussions of dreams and destiny, his uncontainable ambition. The fleeting glances he directed towards Whitebeard, infused with a complex mix of reverence and greed. Additionally, Teach's extraordinary physique, rumored to withstand multiple injuries. Everything pointed to a terrifying truth. Why not directly inform Pops? Ace's voice was thick with despair. Do you think anyone would believe it? Loken countered, squatting down to meet Ace's gaze. A newly appointed chief of staff accusing a decorated old sailor, the son of Pops, of treason? What would the outcome be? I would be dismissed as a madman sowing discord, cast into the sea, and Teach, whose intentions would be revealed, would only resort to more covert and ruthless measures. By then, Sachi would truly be beyond saving. Therefore, I could only wield a lie to counteract an impending crime, a fictitious naval fleet to shield against the knife poised at our family's back. Loken's words shattered the final bastion of defense within Ace's heart. The bonds of family he cherished and took pride in had now become the most lethal poison, a breeding ground for betrayal. This realization inflicted a deeper torment upon him than losing 100 duels. He buried his face deep within his knees, his shoulders heaving violently. Loken did not attempt to comfort him. Some growth must be achieved through the harshest of means. Ace needed to shatter his naive illusions of his pirate crew with his own hands to truly shoulder the burden of being a division commander. After a prolonged silence, Ace finally raised his head. Those once bright, flame-like eyes now bore only bloodshot remnants in a desolate ash. What should I do? Loken regarded him, and, at last, beneath this layer of ash, he discerned a flicker of rekindled embers. This was not the impulsive blaze of passion, but rather a molten core, tempered and resilient. It's simple. Luo Chen rose to his feet, gazing down upon him from an elevated position. Forget everything I said today, and continue to serve as your second division captain. Drink with him, frolic with him, call him brother, as you did before. Our task is simply to wait. Ace suddenly lifted his head. Wait for him to reveal his fangs. Chapter 47. Caution. The shadows of the deck consumed Luo Chen's figure, leaving Ace alone, curled in a corner. The world spun around him. Each word spoken by Luo Chen felt akin to a venom-coated chisel, etching the word betrayal upon the proud foundation of his beliefs. Teach, the man who always draped his arm over Ace's shoulder at banquets, drunkenly discussing dreams. The first to hand him a flask after Ace's defeat against their father, grinning broadly in consolation. The comrade who would bicker with him over the last piece of grilled meat, but would unhesitatingly shield him from attacks in battle. Those images, those memories, once warmed his heart with the essence of family. Now, they had transformed into the sharpest barbs, deeply embedded within his flesh. No, this cannot be right. A mad thought struggled free from the chaos of Ace's mind. Luo Chen had lost his sanity. This notion was like a lifeline, which he clung to desperately. Yes, he must have gone mad. A newly appointed chief of staff, consumed by strategies and data, even calculating while drinking. How could he possibly grasp the bonds of the Whitebeard Pirates? He did not understand the meaning of family. He was merely envious, sowing discord. He sought to undermine the trust between captains, to usurp their father, and ultimately seize control of the ship. This explanation was so reasonable, so reassuring. It could rekindle warmth in those cherished memories and extract the dagger lodged in his heart. Leaning against the ship's wall, panting heavily, Ace nearly convinced himself. He had to believe this narrative. Otherwise, everything he held dear would crumble to dust. In the distance, on the mast, Luo Chen leaned against the railing, observing the struggling flame in the corner of the deck. He did not approach. Once the seal of trust was affixed, any forceful attempt to pry it loose would only shatter it further. Ace needed time to filter, to doubt, to suffer, ultimately to erase that erroneous mark with his own hands. It was cruel, yet for a future king, it was an unavoidable path. A boisterous set of footsteps approached. Ace, are you out here alone? This isn't like you. Marshal D. Teach strode over, wielding two enormous flasks, his rotund figure casting a vast shadow in the moonlight, nearly enveloping Ace entirely. Ace's body tensed instantly. Luo Chen's words echoed in his ears. Drink with him, frolic with him, call him brother, as you did before. He forced himself to relax, raising his head to muster a smile that was more painful than tears. Teach, what brings you here? Teach plopped down beside him, causing the deck to shudder. He shoved one flask into Ace's embrace, twisting open another to gulp down a hearty swig. Are you exhausted from training? Or has some captain ruffled your feathers? Tell me, I'll stand up for you. Teach thumped his chest, exuding a heroic demeanor. Ace clutched the cold flask, refraining from drinking. He gazed at that familiar, toothless grin, his heart aching with a sharp pang. Nothing at all. Teach leaned in closer, a glint of astuteness flashing behind his rugged facade. Your face is practically twisted into a knot. Ever since you returned from that talk with Luo Chen, you've been off. He lowered his voice, adopting a tone as if sharing a secret. Ace, you need to be cautious around that guy. Ace's heart raced, though he has his skills. Don't you think he's a bit too hasty? He's juggling being the chief instructor and the chief of staff, taking on everything himself. Such a person harbors considerable ambition. He is not that kind of person. Ace instinctively countered, though his voice was dry and feeble. You're still too young, Ace. Teach laughed heartily, giving Ace's shoulder a hearty slap. What do men like us, drifting upon the sea, pursue? Freedom, dreams, companionship. He paused, then shifted his tone. But what about Luo Chen? He seeks order, strategy, control over everything. He doesn't resemble a pirate. He resembles a naval officer. Naval officer. The word struck Ace's heart like a hammer. Luo Chen's meticulous yet cold demeanor, his obsession with plans, his unyielding commands. Previously, Ace had perceived this as the hallmark of strength. But Teach's words highlighted how starkly it contrasted with their free-spirited way of life. He even doubts his old comrades. Teach's tone turned somber, tinged with hurt. I heard he fabricated a lie about a naval fleet to prevent Sachi from going to sea. Ace, he doubts us, those of us who consider this place home. Ace felt the balance of his convictions teetering violently, beginning to lean towards Teach's side. Perhaps Luo Chen was indeed mistaken. Perhaps he was merely a suspicious madman, interpreting others' intentions through the lens of his own malice. Choosing to believe in Teach's potential betrayal felt far easier than accepting Luo Chen's misjudgment. He was just too cautious. Ace's voice wavered, revealing his uncertainty. Caution? Teach laughed even harder. Ace, this is not caution. This is distrust. A chief of staff who does not trust his family is far more terrifying than 100 enemies. He could destroy everything we hold dear. With that, he rose, downing the remaining contents of his flask in one go. Forget him. Let's drink. Tomorrow is a new day. Don't forget our dreams. Teach tossed the empty flask onto the deck and turned to leave, his grand silhouette reminiscent of old times. Ace sat dazed in place, clutching the unopened flask, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Teach's words served as an antidote, temporarily alleviating the agony Luo Chen had inflicted upon him. Yet deep within, Luo Chen's piercing gaze and his final words, waiting for him to reveal his fangs, were like a deeper thorn, painfully embedded, throbbing. Above on the mast, Luo Chen averted his gaze. Blackbeard's performance remained as masterful as ever. He understood well that for Ace at this moment, the comfort of family bore far greater weight than his own harsh truths. The seal of trust had been re-imprinted by Blackbeard, even more deeply than before. He must allow Ace to witness it for himself. He must compel him to tear away that facade of camaraderie, revealing the greedy and cunning visage beneath. Otherwise, all would be lost. Luo Chen's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, the familiar system interface unfolding before his eyes. He bypassed the dazzling array of skills and training courses, his finger gliding to the innermost page labeled Special Items in the Marketplace. On the luminous screen, a series of bewildering item names gradually scrolled by. Truth Gum, 3-minute experience version. Script of Fate, tattered pages. Memory rewind film, disposable. These items bore exorbitant prices and were often accompanied by stringent usage conditions. Luo Chen's fingers ultimately halted upon an item radiating a soft glow. Item name, Causal Eavesdropper, Imitation. Effect, allows the user to designate a target and eavesdrop on a pivotal dialogue or inner monologue related to specific keywords within the next 24 hours. Note, the more precise the keywords, the higher the success rate of eavesdropping. Usable only once. Luo Chen lightly tapped on the option. Keyword locked, Dark Fruit. Chapter 48, the action begins. Under the night sky aboard the Moby Dick, within the cabin, Teach downed a glass of strong liquor. The sharpness of the alcohol paled in comparison to the searing sensation within his heart. Something was amiss. Everything felt profoundly wrong. The man named Luo Chen was like a thorn embedded in flesh, each pulse bringing a jolt of acute pain. Teach set down his glass, his fingers drumming on the rough wooden table, producing a dull sound. A fabricated lie by the naval fleet to prevent Sachi from setting sail. How utterly ridiculous, yet strikingly precise. If Luo Chen were merely paranoid, he would employ a more cunning, irrefutable rationale, rather than this clumsy excuse that could be easily uncovered with the slightest inquiry. Having lurked aboard Whitebeard's ship for over 20 years, Teach possessed far more insight into the naval movements than a newly appointed chief of staff. Through his covertly established intelligence network, he effortlessly confirmed that the waters were calm, devoid of even a shadow of a naval patrol boat. This was not a lie. It was a signal explicitly conveyed to him. Luo Chen was not attempting to thwart Sachi. He was isolating him. But why isolate Sachi? A thought struck like black lightning, instantly cleaving through the fog in Teach's mind. The dark fruit. He realized that for this fruit, he could lie in wait for 20 years, and equally, he could betray everything for it. The thief's laughter erupted from the depths of Teach's throat, deep and hoarse, stripped of the joviality of daylight, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. This man, this transmigrator named Luo Chen, was not speculating. He was stating a fact. He not only anticipated Teach's actions, but also issued the most direct warning in this crude manner. There was no time to lose. If he delayed any further, this man would block every possible avenue. Teach's original plan had been to wait for the perfect moment, an unknown night, allowing everything to unfold like an accident. But now, Luo Chen's gaze was like a searchlight suspended overhead, illuminating all his shadows, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He had to act immediately. Before Luo Chen ensnared everything in his web, he must seize the fruit and depart from his place. Teach retrieved a small black snail phone from beneath the floorboards, devoid of any insignia of the Whitebeard Pirates, merely a common communication device. He dialed a long-buried number. The snail phone mimicked the expression of the recipient, lazily yawning. "It's me," Teach spoke in a low voice. "Oh, Teach, I never expected you to contact me. I thought you were enjoying life aboard that old whale ship," came a teasing voice from the other end. "Cut the small talk. Is my ship still a hive?" "Of course, the docking fees have been paid on time every year. Your old mates miss you. Prepare supplies and the latest navigation charts for me. Be ready to set sail at any moment." Teach's tone bore no trace of emotion. "Are you leaving Whitebeard?" The snail phone's expression turned serious in an instant. "In this era, there cannot be two captains aboard one ship." The thief's laughter echoed as Teach hung up the snail phone and concealed it once more. The escape route was already prepared. What remained was how to instigate a chaos that was neither too large nor too small within this colossal war machine, sufficient for him to slip away. His gaze drifted outside, where several crew members gestured towards Luo Chen's cabin. A perfect plan began to take shape in his mind. The following morning, the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick grew even more sinister. The crew's glances towards Luo Chen had transformed from mere suspicion to a mix of fear and hostility. "Have you heard? Big Brother Teach," said Chief of Staff Luo Chen, "wants to turn all the captains into his puppets. Not just that, his training regimen is designed to exhaust us, paving the way for his own people to take over. It's terrifying. Father trusts him so much, yet he plots to undermine him." These rumors spread like a contagion, running rampant aboard the ship. Teach understood all too well how to manipulate the hearts of men. He did not directly accuse Luo Chen of betrayal, but instead employed more insidious words that struck at the heart of ambition. An ambitious chief of staff attempting to control everything was far more unsettling than an open enemy. Luo Chen sat alone in a corner of the dining hall, his breakfast untouched before him. No one approached to greet him. Those crew members who once clustered around him with questions now kept their distance, as though he cared a plague. Even the chef who delivered his meal placed the dish down with a hint of wariness. He had been utterly isolated. Luo Chen lifted his coffee cup and took a gentle sip. He could feel countless gazes adhering to his back, laden with scrutiny and suspicion. All of this was within his expectations. Blackbeard was conducting a final mobilization of public sentiment, a smokescreen before he made his move. The more frantic he became, the more it signified his desperation. System prompt, causal eavesdropper, imitation, is currently operational, target. Marshal D. Teach, keywords, dark fruit. Expected feedback on key information within 24 hours. Please be patient, host. Luo Chen's consciousness withdrew from the system's light screen. All he needed to do was wait. Wait for that sharpest blade that would completely shred away all pretense. Ace hesitated for a long time, finally sitting down opposite Luo Chen with a tray in hand. Is what they said true? Ace's voice was somewhat hoarse. Which statement do you refer to? Luo Chen set down his coffee cup, regarding him calmly. Are you referring to my desire to control all the captains, or to replace Father? Ace found himself stifled by Luo Chen's nonchalant attitude. Do you not care at all? What I care about is whether you believe it. Luo Chen replied bluntly. Ace fell silent. He wished to assert that he did not believe it. But Teach's jovial visage and wounded tone, along with the crew's genuine panic, rendered him unable to utter those three words easily. Luo Chen, stand down, Ace finally spoke softly. Regardless of what you suspect, the atmosphere aboard the ship has become quite dire. Family should not be like this. Luo Chen picked up a piece of bread, tearing it slowly. Ace, have you ever witnessed magma? Before it erupts, the surface is always disturbingly tranquil, even exuding a comforting warmth. Yet beneath that calm lies the power to obliterate everything. He placed a small piece of bread into his mouth. I am not instilling panic. I merely wish to remind everyone that the tranquil land beneath our feet is on the verge of fracturing. Ace clenched his fists, utterly bewildered by Law's words. This cryptic demeanor left him feeling a profound sense of helplessness. I've finished eating. Ace abruptly stood, clutching his barely touched plate, and strode away. Observing Ace's retreating figure, Law chose to remain silent. Once the seed of trust is tainted by the venom of suspicion, it can no longer sprout healthily. Unless, of course, the flames of truth burn away all toxins. As night fell, the weather over the sea shifted dramatically. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and a fierce wind began to rage across the water, stirring up towering waves that battered the hull of the Moby Dick. The ship began to sway violently. Many crew members rushed to the deck, frantically securing the sails and cargo. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a rotund figure, akin to a specter, silently approach the infirmary. It was Blackbeard Teach. He leaned in the shadows, listening to the howling wind and the roiling waves. Perfect weather, perfect chaos, perfect opportunity to act. Sachi was inside, guarding the devil fruit he had coveted for over 20 years. Teach's hand rested on the dagger at his waist. Memories of his more than 2 decades aboard Whitebeard's ship flashed through his mind. The old man's grandeur, Marco's teasing, Josu's simplicity, and Ace's fiery, passionate smile. These images were fleeting, replaced by a fruit entirely black, adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. Dreams, destiny, this was his everything. Anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who they were, must be crushed. He discerned the light and shadows within the infirmary, confirming that Sachi was alone. He licked his cracked lips, and the rugged features of his face displayed no trace of joviality. Only greed and resolution remained. He was about to take that fateful step when, at that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Law's mind, like a divine revelation. Ding! Causal listening device information interception successful. Target, Marshal D. Teach. Keywords, dark fruit. Intercepta conten, inno monoluga caracterista. Fortune favors me. Sachi, don't blame me. Blame this fruit for choosing me. Once I obtain it, I'll snatch old man-'s quake fruit, and this world will be mine. Law's eyes flew open. He seized the specially designed tactical goggles he had kept by his side and vanished from the room in an instant. Blackbeard pushed open the infirmary door. On the deck, several crew members who were polishing the railings fell silent upon seeing Law approach. Their previously lively conversation came to an abrupt halt. They silently lowered their heads, hastening their movements, as if attempting to draw an invisible line between themselves and him. One even awkwardly shifted his stance, turning his back to him. This estrangement was as pervasive as the dampness of the sea, thick and frigid. Blackbeard Teach's methods proved more effective than anticipated. Whispers of his ambition, usurping the captain, and ambiguous intentions clung to the Moby Dick like barnacles, silently permeating every corner of the ship. Law did not halt his stride, nor offer explanations. He made his way directly to a crew member struggling with a jam cannon bolt. Try using reverse thrust, he suggested, handing over a crowbar. By applying force at the position of the third gear, they could counteract the internal biting stress. The crew member hesitated for a moment, but then followed the suggestion with skepticism. With a clang, the cannon bolt sprang free. "Thank you, Chief of Staff," the crew member said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Law merely nodded and continued on his way. He consulted with the captains regarding the proper recording of the navigation logs, assisted the cooks in optimizing the order of ingredient storage, and provided the lookout with more efficient site-switching strategies. Through his actions, he addressed the unspoken accusations before the flames of truth ignited. Any defense would only serve to fuel the fire of doubt. All he could do was continually accumulate his worth, ensuring that this ship and everyone aboard became reliant upon him. Only in this manner could he possess sufficient leverage when the scales tipped. He raised his gaze to the gathering storm clouds on the horizon. The wind was intensifying. The long-anticipated tempest was fast approaching, a perfect stage for Blackbeard. He required irrefutable evidence, one that would leave Ace, Whitebeard, and all others with no room for dispute, a tool capable of utterly shattering that mask of joviality. Law's consciousness plunged into the system marketplace. Causal listening device, killing intent manifestation lens, fragment of future S-Edge. Among the myriad of dazzling items, his choice was singular. It had to be the one that would expose Blackbeard's crimes to the world at the very moment he struck. This was his last gamble. The heavy pressure emanating from Blackbeard felt increasingly palpable, an oppressive force that had lurked for over 20 years, now nearing its breaking point. He must sever the fuse before it detonated everything. As night enveloped the scene, the fierce winds and colossal waves crashed violently against the Moby Dick, causing the vessel to sway tumultuously. The deck was alive with activity, the calls for sail retrieval mingling with the roars of the waves. Perfect chaos. In his room, Law sat quietly, the tactical goggles resting beside him. He was waiting for a signal that was destined to sound. Ace's midday gaze, filled with doubt and helplessness, continued to swirl in his mind. Once the seed of trust is tainted by the venom of suspicion, it can no longer sprout healthily. Therefore, let the flames of truth incinerate all toxins. At that moment, a crisp system notification resounded in his mind like celestial music. Ding! Causal listening device information interception successful. Target: Marshall D. Teach. Keywords: dark fruit. Intercepta kuntin. Inamonuluga karatrista. Fortune favors me. Sachi, don't blame me. Blame this fruit for choosing me. Once I obtain it, I'll snatch old man-ass quake fruit, and this world will be mine. Law's eyes snapped open. He donned the tactical goggles, and through the specialized lenses, he perceived an overpowering, blood-red, killing intent rising from the direction of the infirmary, glaringly vivid against the backdrop of the stormy night. His figure vanished from the room in an instant. The infirmary door cracked open, pushed by a hefty hand. "Sachi, are you asleep?" Teach's voice was as robust and boisterous as ever, laced with his habitual mirth. "Teach, not yet. This wretched weather keeps me awake," Sachi replied, glancing back at the peculiar fruit on the table, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "You've come at the perfect time. Look at my good fortune today." Is that so? Let me see what treasure you found." Teach entered with a grin, casually shutting the door behind him, isolating them from the tempest outside. His hand was concealed behind his back, tightly gripping the cold dagger. Dreams. Destiny. It was right before him. Indeed, this fruit exhibits an exceedingly peculiar appearance, Sachi remarked as he handed the fruit over, though the pock decks indicated that it belonged to the most perilous category within the natural realm. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow, exhibiting an agility wholly incongruous with its form, forcefully burst through the infirmary door. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. Standing at the threshold was Luo Chen, the tempestuous winds and rain cascading in behind him, causing his black trench coat to flutter ominously. He neither acknowledged Sachi nor cast a glance at the ominous fruit. His gaze, sharp and piercing like two frosted daggers, was fixated squarely upon Blackbeard. "Teach." Luo Chen's voice was unervingly calm, as serene as the eye of a storm. This late at night, are you here to seek Captain Sachi for a discussion about dreams? He placed extra emphasis on the word dreams. Sachi, utterly bewildered, inquired, Luo Chen, what brings you here? Blackbeard, Teach's boisterous grin, faltered momentarily. The hand concealed behind him tightened around the hilt of a dagger. The most significant variable in his plans had arrived. Ha ha ha. The Chief of Staff has graced us with his presence. Teach's characteristic laughter shattered the eerie silence. I am here to congratulate Brother Sachi. Such a rare fruit is indeed a stroke of incredible fortune. He spread his arms wide, feigning a nonchalant demeanor, as if the previous moment's menace were merely an illusion. Is that so? Luo Chen stepped further into the room, each stride echoing against Teach's heartbeat. I thought you were here to pursue your own dreams. He halted beside Sachi and glanced at the foreboding fruit. After all, one can wager everything for their dreams and betray everything in an instant, cannot they? Sachi was thoroughly confused, glancing between Luo Chen and Teach. What are you two talking about? Nothing, Teach replied, slapping Sachi's shoulder with a force that made Sachi wince. The Chief of Staff simply enjoys jesting. We are family, after all. How could there be any betrayal? He turned to Luo Chen, grinning widely, revealing a set of uneven teeth. Luo Chen, have you been overworking yourself lately? Perhaps you've become muddled in your thoughts. Suspecting family is a grave sin. This was an overt threat, crafted for the ears of the crew members who had gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. Indeed, several figures appeared at the doorway. Marco and Jozu among them, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? Marco inquired, his brow furrowed. Nothing, the Chief of Staff probably had a nightmare. Teach interjected hastily. Saying I would harm Brother Sachi? Ha ha ha, what a monumental joke. Whispers among the crew filtered into the room. Is the Chief of Staff too sensitive? Indeed, Teach is like a brother. Once more, he effortlessly commandeered public opinion. Luo Chen observed the flawless facade before him, noting Sachi's bewilderment and the wavering expressions of the crew outside. He understood that without that inner monologue as evidence, all he said would be mere slander. He was becoming isolated from everyone. At that moment, Ace squeezed his way in, surveying the three men in confrontation while listening to the surrounding discussions, his fists tightening unconsciously. He turned his gaze towards Luo Chen, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. Suddenly, Luo Chen smiled. He no longer regarded Teach, but turned his attention to Ace. Ace, have you ever witnessed a volcanic eruption? Before it erupts, the surface is always unnaturally tranquil. He pointed at the seemingly innocent Teach and the ominous fruit. Now, do you believe me when I say that the serene ground beneath us is about to shatter? Chapter 50, Preparations Before Departure. Ace's question was like a stone cast into a still lake, while Luo Chen's words struck harder, akin to a boulder, leaving everyone dizzy. Shatter? How could the Moby Dick, which carries countless families and dreams, possibly shatter? Teach's facial muscles twitched, and his trademark smile nearly faltered. What manner of creature was this Luo Chen? How could he seemingly peer into the depths of one's soul? No, that was impossible. It had to be a coincidence. He could not remain here any longer. With every passing second, the variables multiplied. Ha ha ha. The Chief of Staff truly knows how to joke. Teach's booming voice resounded once more, forcibly altering the atmosphere. Ace, do not be deceived by him. We are all sons of the old man. We are family. He patted Ace's shoulder with a forceful yet affectionate gesture, laced with a warning. The hour grows late. I must return to rest. Brother Sachi, take good care of your precious fruit. He turned and strode purposefully towards the exit, pausing momentarily beside Luo Chen, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. Chief of Staff, meddling too much can lead to a swift demise. With that, he pushed through the crowd, vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. His figure melded with the darkness, akin to a drop of ink dissolving into the night. Luo Chen did not turn back. He simply gazed at Sachi and the ominous fruit he held. Ace observed Luo Chen's profile, then glanced at the puzzle Marco and Jozu, ultimately directing his gaze towards the direction from which Teach had vanished. His clenched fists gradually loosened. Back in his dim and cramped quarters, Teach shut the door, isolating himself from the cacophony outside. The jovial smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Luo Chen, the name echoed in his mind, gnawing at him like a thorn embedded in flesh. The arrival of this individual had entirely disrupted his rhythm. Why had he appeared there? Why had he uttered those words? Coincidence? Or no, there was no time to delve into the significance of a trivial variable. Compared to that dream, Luo Chen was merely a stone in the path, easily kicked aside or circumvented. What truly mattered was the ominous fruit lying within reach. He had waited over 20 years for this moment. He could not afford to fail due to any unforeseen circumstance. He retrieved a crumpled nautical chart and a note from his pocket. The note contained internal weather intelligence he had procured through special channels aboard the ship. A severe storm was predicted to strike the Moby Dick's vicinity in 3 hours, with ferocious winds. The roar of the ocean would serve as the perfect cover. A twisted laugh resurfaced on Teach's face. Even the heavens are aiding me. He crumpled the note into a ball, chewing it forcefully before swallowing. No evidence could be left behind. He double-checked his escape plan. In the rear corner of the Moby Dick, concealed from view, lay an inconspicuous small sloop. He had secretly purchased it from a black market dealer using the bounty he had accumulated over the years. The small vessel was fast, shallow-drafted, and ideal for escaping the stormy seas while remaining undetected by a massive ship like the Moby Dick. The route had long been charted. Once he was beyond Whitebeard's territory, he could hoist his pirate flag without hesitation. Now, the final preparations awaited. He opened a hidden compartment beneath his bed, revealing the treasures and essentials he had quietly accumulated over the years. A waterproof leather pouch containing berries, several compressed biscuits, and a flask of fresh water. A few changes of clothes and a spare flintlock pistol were carefully stowed away in a coarse burlap sack, cleverly disguised as a mere bag of refuse. Having completed this task, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. On the deck, a number of crew members were still awake, stirred by the earlier commotion. Teach, not asleep yet? Greeted a familiar sailor with a yawn. Can't sleep, just out for a breath of fresh air. Teach, hoisting the garbage bag, laughed heartily as he made his way to dispose of the trash. You're quite industrious. Of course. We're family, after all. As he bantered with the crew he encountered along the way, he strolled leisurely toward the stern of the ship. His steps were steady, each one as precise as if rehearsed countless times in a shipyard, devoid of any superfluous motion. Upon reaching an old sailor polishing the railing, he delivered a hearty pat on the man's back. How's old Dad's health these days? Quite well. The ship's doctor is on board, so no need to worry. That's a relief. It's been too long since I visited home. Perhaps I should take an extended leave when we dock. The old sailor paused for a moment. Leaving? After all these years, can you really bear to? Ha. Of course I can't bear to. Teach's face bore an expression of reluctance. Yet he added, but I have my mother to look after. Fear not. I shall return swiftly. This is my true home. He spread his arms wide and embraced the old sailor, executing a perfect farewell, a smokescreen to numb all senses. Unseen by others, his grip on the bag tightened. He tossed the sack into the small boat that had long been prepared, the motion crisp and silent. After completing this, he turned back. As he passed the infirmary where Sachi was stationed, he instinctively halted. The door was closed, yet a dim yellow light seeped through. Sachi must be inside, admiring that coveted fruit, admiring what belongs to me. Teach's throat tightened, a greed erupting from the depths of his soul, nearly oozing from his skin. Soon, very soon, he continued forward, his expression reverting to his usual affable and hearty demeanor, as if the sinister glint in his eyes had merely been an illusion conjured by the night. Back in his cabin, Teach locked the door behind him. He shed his shirt, revealing a body marred with scars and dense chest hair. He refrained from lighting a lamp, instead pacing in the faint moonlight filtering through the window in the cramped space. In his mind, he rehearsed the entire plan one last time. Step 1, wait. Wait for the storm to grow fiercer, for everyone to succumb to slumber, for the swaying of the ship and the howling winds to become the dominant symphony. Step 2, infiltrate. He had long since fashioned a key for the infirmary lock. Sachi would be utterly unprepared. He wouldn't even lock the door. Step 3, execute. It must be a fatal blow, leaving him no chance to cry out. A dagger, a swift cut to the throat, clean and decisive. Sachi was no fighter. He could not resist. Step 4, seize. Consume the fruit. Feel that long-desired power surge within. Step 5, escape. Following the preordained route, swiftly reach the stern. Board the small boat, sever the mooring lines, and vanish into the storm. The entire process must not exceed 5 minutes. He even contemplated contingencies. What if Marco discovered him? The Phoenix's flames could pose a problem, but as long as he consumed the dark fruit, all of Marco's abilities would be nullified. At that point, no one could impede him. And what of Jozu? Though the diamond body was formidable, his own strength would suffice to temporarily repel him. As long as he could board that small boat, everything would conclude. The familial games of the Whitebeard Pirates would finally come to an end. He was a man willing to wager everything for his dreams. And the notion of family, in the face of such aspirations, was utterly worthless. He approached the bedside and retrieved the glistening dagger hidden beneath his pillow. The blade reflected a cold arc of light in the faint glow. He would act as the most loyal family member, accompanying them through the final moments before the storm's arrival. Then, in the deepest of nights, he would reveal his sharpest fangs. Outside, the wind began to howl. The sound of waves crashing against the hull grew louder. Raindrops pattered against the window like a drum roll. The storm had arrived. Teach grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. He pushed open his cabin door. Chapter 51, The Faint Mark. Night. The prelude to the storm had already begun. In Roth's room, silence reigned, with only the howling wind outside testifying to the passage of time. He had just regained his senses from the system's notification sound. The excerpt from Teach's inner monologue, each word piercing like a poisoned dagger. Evidence had been obtained, but was it sufficient? He recalled the evasive movements of the crew during the day, and Ace's eyes filled with suspicion and struggle. The weight of the word family aboard this ship was too heavy, so heavy that emotions could distort reality. Could a mere obscure inner monologue truly shatter the jovial facade Teach had maintained for over 20 years? No, it was not enough. Teach was an adept performer. He could easily mold himself into a falsely accused victim while tarnishing Roth as a scheming instigator. At that moment, public opinion would engulf him. There had to be a stage where Teach could not refute, could not perform, and could only reveal his fangs. He needed to provoke him into action. Roth's consciousness once again sank into the system's marketplace, swiftly searching through the myriad of items. He needed an insurance policy, something that could preserve his life when he unveiled his trump card. Soon, a particular item captured his attention. Intent to kill Mark, beginner. Effect, consumes a substantial amount of points to lock onto a single target. When the target harbors a murderous intent surpassing a critical threshold towards the user, this item will automatically activate, forming a persistent faint mark within the system interface. Note, this is a talisman from hunters. It cannot shield you from blades, but allows you to hear the sound of the blade being swung in advance. This item was tailor-made for his current predicament. It was not a weapon, yet it was more crucial than any weapon. Exchange. Roth hesitated not for a moment. The points he had amassed, originally intended to enhance Ace's training, were swiftly depleted by more than half. Exchange successful. Please specify the target for the mark. Marshal D. Teach. Target locked. Marshal D. Teach. Mark pending activation. Good. The alarm has been installed. Now it is time to sound it. Roth stood up, adjusting his collar, disheveled by the wind. He pushed open the door, braving the increasingly violent sea breeze, making his way towards the infirmary. Sachi's room was ablaze with light. He was placing the dark fruit onto the table, admiring it from every angle, excitement unable to be concealed from his face. Roth did not enter immediately, but lingered outside, deliberately allowing his voice to resonate clearly within, potentially reaching any ears nearby. Sachi, still awake? Roth? Is that you? Kumin. Sachi enthusiastically waved. Behold my bounty for today. Luo Chen leaned against the doorframe, refraining from stepping into the room. He cast a glance at the peculiar fruit, his brow knitting slightly. I was perusing ancient tomes earlier and stumbled upon some ominous accounts regarding this fruit. Ominous? Sachi's smile dimmed somewhat. Doesn't the tome merely state that it is perilous? Not merely perilous. Luo Chen's tone grew more somber. There is a note indicating that this fruit incites the deepest desires and betrayals, and its possessor often meets a grim fate. It is an object cursed to bring misfortune. He paused, ensuring his words bore the weight they required. Sachi, this thing is exceedingly strange. For the sake of prudence, perhaps we should present it to Father tomorrow. Let him personally assess its safety, or simply seal it away. This is not only for your sake, but for the tranquility of the entire ship. This suggestion landed like a boulder thrown into a placid lake. The joy on Sachi's face vanished completely. He glanced from the fruit on the table to Luo Chen. To relinquish the exceptional natural fruit he had acquired? Naturally, he was reluctant. However, Luo Chen's words were unassailable. For the sake of Father and the entire ship, such a weighty principle left him with no room for rebuttal. Luo Chen's status as chief strategist endowed every suggestion he made with considerable gravitas. I, Sachi, am somewhat hesitant. What you say seems to hold merit. He was a genuine pirate, loyal and straightforward. Although unwilling, if this fruit truly posed a danger to his family, he would be willing to relinquish it. At the very moment Sachi began to waver, a chilling, viscous aura of murderous intent erupted from the shadows near the infirmary. This killing intent was unadulterated, direct, and aimed solely at Luo Chen. It pierced through the air like an invisible ice spear, aiming straight for Luo Chen's back. Almost simultaneously, a crisp notification echoed in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Critical level of killing intent detected from Marshal D. Teach. Killing intent imprint activated. On the lenses of Luo Chen's tactical glasses, a faint yet vividly clear red light flickered wildly from a dark corner. It was done. The lurking tyrant, concealed for 2 decades, was compelled to unleash all his murderous intent by Luo Chen's words. To leave the judgment to Father severed the justification Teach had for seizing the fruit through the death of his companions. If he were to act now, it would not merely be a violation of the ironclad rules, but a blatant challenge to Whitebeard's authority, transforming the nature of his actions entirely. Luo Chen had obliterated the script Teach had awaited, in which he would naturally claim the fruit. Thus, he must die. Sachi, contemplate this carefully. Luo Chen straightened, his expression returning to its customary calm. He patted Sachi's shoulder as if the preceding moments had merely been a routine suggestion. I shall take my leave. The winds are strong. Rest early. He turned to depart, the hem of his coat tracing a black arc in the gusty winds. He sensed that the blood-red killing intent behind him had not subsided, but had grown more solidified. Teach had transformed from a lurking viper into a cornered beast, poised to strike. Chapter 52, Audience and Actors. Luo Chen leaned against the doorframe, the sea breeze pressing the hem of his coat against the ship's hull. He did not enter the room. The enigmatic fruit lay on the table, exuding a foreboding aura. Sachi, this is not merely for your personal safety. Luo Chen's voice lowered, yet resonated with clarity. Consider this. The fruit's abilities are so peculiar, with so many aboard the ship. Who can guarantee there aren't second or third individuals like Teach lurking among us? This remark punctured the last vestiges of Sachi's illusions. Previously, he thought Luo Chen was overreacting, but upon hearing Teach's name, he instinctively shivered. Are you implying that? I mean nothing of the sort, Luo Chen interrupted. I merely present a possibility. A fruit that invites betrayal is best entrusted to the least likely to betray, and that is Father. He emphasized his words. Presenting it to Father not only eliminates the threat aboard, but also demonstrates your loyalty to everyone, including Father himself. Your loyalty is far more valuable than a devil fruit. This loyalty is the strongest deck of our Whitebeard Pirates. Sachi was utterly convinced. Indeed, he sought the joy of adventure alongside his family, not the sheer power. Luo Chen's words struck at the core of his being. He rose, solemnly grasping the dark fruit from the table. I understand now, Chief Strategist. You are correct. Tomorrow morning, I shall present it to Father. This decision resonated like a command, clearly piercing through the sound of the wind and rain, reaching that dark corner outside the infirmary. The shadowy figure of Blackbeard Teach, concealed within the shadows, suddenly stiffened. Tomorrow morning? Presenting it to Whitebeard? What has been my 20-plus years of lurking? My 2 decades of restraint, reduced to? Yes. No, absolutely not. At that moment, all his patience disintegrated into dust. The last glimmer of hope was severed by Luo Chen's declaration to present it to Father. He must act. It must be tonight. On Luo Chen's tactical glasses, the red light, representing Teach, transformed from a flickering warning into a boiling crimson. The killing intent had grown so dense that it could no longer be concealed by any guise. It was done. The groundwork was laid, and the snake was drawn out. It's good that you can comprehend, Luo Chen remarked with a trace of calm smile. I shall take my leave. Rest early. He turned away, not casting another glance at Sachi, as if merely having completed an ordinary night patrol. He felt that sticky, swamp-like killing intent pinned firmly to his back. Yet, it did not pursue him. Instead, it lingered for a moment before the blood-red light began to slowly shift toward the infirmary. The target had shifted from the disruptor of plans, Luo Chen, back to Sachi, the fruit as holder. Teach had made his choice. He had chosen a path of no return. Upon returning to his strategy room, Luo Chen felt the tempest battering the porthole with a thunderous roar. He knew Blackbeard would undoubtedly strike tonight. This storm served as the perfect cover for Teach, while simultaneously presenting the ideal stage for Luo Chen. Now, only one vital spectator remained. A spectator who must witness this act of betrayal with his own eyes. Without first-hand observation, any words could be twisted into discord. Even if Ace held a trust bolstered by the system, that fantasy rooted in familial concepts needed to be shattered by the most brutal of realities. He needed Ace to see the savage fangs concealed beneath that generous facade. Luo Chen approached the wall, where a detailed schematic of the Moby Dick hung. His finger glided over the blueprint, tracing a convoluted path from his strategy room, finally stopping at the Captain-S quarters of the 2nd Division. How could he bring Ace near the infirmary without alarming anyone? A perfect pretext, an absurd yet plausible excuse that only he, the devil instructor Luo Chen, could concoct. He pushed open the door and stepped back into the tempest. In Ace's chamber, he was irritably polishing his dagger. The estrangement he felt during the day with Lothar and the latter's metaphor regarding lava left his mind in disarray. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lothar entered, carrying the dampness of the weather. "You again?" Ace raised his head, his tone unwelcoming. "What? Do you wish to impart some grand wisdom?" "Emergency tactical drill," Lothar replied succinctly, devoid of any emotion. "What?" Ace doubted his hearing. "Are you insane? In this dreadful weather? Does the enemy choose a sunny day for an attack?" Lothar countered, asserting that war could erupt at any moment in any extreme environment. "I need to test the lookout's visibility limits in torrential rain, as well as the deck crew's emergency response capabilities. You're the 2nd Division captain. Follow me." His words were imbued with Lothar's characteristic coldness, leaving no room for dissent. Though Ace was filled with displeasure, his body instinctively stood up. This was a reflex ingrained in him after countless drills with Lothar. "Crazy," he muttered under his breath. Yet he still donned his coat and followed. Lothar led him through the violently swaying passage of the ship. With each crash of the waves, the floor beneath them groaned. Ace soon sensed something amiss. "Hey, this isn't the way to the deck." They were traversing a secluded upper passage, typically reserved for maintenance, seldom traversed by anyone. Lothar remained silent, halting at a corner piled with spare ropes. This location was ideal, evading the raging winds while affording a vantage point to overlook the door of the infirmary below through a maintenance window. Drill content altered. Lothar's voice was low, nearly swallowed by the wind. "We commence now with stealth and observation training." He pointed towards the infirmary below. "Your task is to remain here and watch that door. No sound, no movement, regardless of what transpires." "Is that all?" Ace was bewildered, fixating on an unremarkable door. "What on earth are you up to?" The light from the infirmary filtered through the rain-soaked windows, appearing dim and blurry. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Lothar offered no further explanation. He merely leaned against the ship's wall beside Ace, arms crossed, silently gazing downward. On the lenses of his tactical glasses, a red dot representing Teach was stealthily approaching the lit door in the darkness, step by silent step. The actor is about to take the stage, he thought, and his most crucial audience was already in position. Chapter 53. You can only watch. The roar of the torrential rain was the sole sound in this moment. Ace felt like a fool, trapped in this drafty place by Lothar's absurd excuse, fixated on a nondescript door. "Is this your tactical drill? Stealth? Observation?" Ace suppressed his anger, questioning the man beside him. "What are we waiting for?" Lothar did not look at him, his gaze piercing through the rain, fixated on the infirmary door below, waiting for an actor to enter his self-proclaimed stage. This vague statement further irritated Ace. He could not comprehend Lothar, who sometimes resembled a cold, unfeeling machine, training them with the harshest standards. At other times, he appeared an unfathomable enigma, every utterance cloaked in meanings Ace could not decipher. Just as Ace was about to lose his patience, the ship suddenly jolted violently, more so than ever before. A spark erupted from the emergency light above, plunging the entire corridor into an impenetrable darkness. The brief sensation of weightlessness and the abrupt darkness tightened Ace's chest, instinctively tensing his muscles. Moments later, the backup power activated, illuminating a few dim red lights that cast the corridor in a hellish glow. The power system had been affected by the waves, Ace deduced. Such occurrences were common at sea. "Is that so?" Lothar's voice seemed unnaturally calm in the semi-darkness. "Perhaps someone merely requires a veil of darkness." Before the words faded, Ace spotted a large, familiar shadow in the corridor below, stealthily moving along the wall, utilizing the flickering shadows to remain undetected. It was Teach. Ace recognized the silhouette. He wanted to call out, but Lothar raised a hand to silence him. Ace observed as Teach did not head directly for the infirmary door. Instead, he paused by a metal box beside it, one of the ship's circuit junctions. Teach glanced around and skillfully pried open the box's lid. A flicker of weak electric sparks flared, extinguishing the sole light on the infirmary door. The door transformed into a pure black square, devouring all light. Ace's breath hitched. While it was one thing for a storm to disrupt power, it was another for a person, a family member, to personally cut off the electricity to a room where his companions resided. A horrifying thought, one he was reluctant to accept, began to take root in his mind. What was he doing? Ace's throat felt parched. Lothar did not answer, but instead posed an unrelated question. "What does Sachi have?" "A devil fruit," Ace instinctively replied, then abruptly realized the implications. That dark purple fruit, adorned with peculiar patterns. At the dinner table, Sachi had exuberantly declared his intention to present it to Pops, while Teach had sat not far away, wearing his signature grin, missing a few teeth. You once told me Teach waited on this ship for over 20 years for a specific fruit. Lothar's voice sliced through Ace's remaining hope with surgical precision. Ace's body began to chill, colder than the winds, and rain seeping in. He recalled another detail. Not long ago, Sachi had sustained a minor injury while handling ingredients and was scheduled to rest and observe in the infirmary that night. The location, the person, the motive, every fragmented clue strung together by Lothar's offhand remarks formed a chilling line. Below, after severing the power, Teach lingered in silence for several seconds, like a patient predator, ensuring no further disturbances were present. Then he pushed open the unlatched door, wholly merging into the artificially created abyss of darkness. Inside the infirmary, no sounds emerged. This cannot be, Ace murmured, as if trying to convince himself. He is our family. How could he? Family? Lothar finally turned his head, the tactical glasses reflecting streams of data in the dim red light, making him appear almost inhuman. Ace, the so-called family you speak of would not hesitate to stab you alongside himself when you shield him from danger. System prompt. Host detected engaging in a critical world line correction task. Correction target, Port Gas D Ace. Correction content, cognitive restructuring of betrayal by family. Ace's current trust imprint stability, 92. Warning. The imminent visual shock and cognitive disruption may lead to target emotional collapse and a sharp decline in trust. Please prepare a response plan. Lothar ignored the system's notification. What he desired was not a sheltered Ace, but a king who had witnessed hell and still chose to yearn for the light. Why? Ace's voice quivered slightly, for his dreams held greater significance than your very lives. Luo Chen's tone bore no hint of derision. He merely stated a chilling truth. Have you heard that raucous laughter of his many times? Behind that laughter lies the ambition he has harbored for 2 decades. Ambition. This word struck Ace's heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled Blackbeard's ever-present dreams, remembering the peculiar glint in his eyes whenever he spoke of destiny. In the past, he had thought it merely the exuberant rhetoric of a jovial crewmate. In hindsight, every word concealed sinister intentions. Your training begins now. Luo Chen's voice yanked Ace back to the present. What? Lurk and observe. Luo Chen gestured towards the abyss of silence below. You must witness with your own eyes and hear with your own ears, regardless of what transpires. Remember my previous command. You must not utter a sound or make any movement. Have you lost your mind? Sachi isn't there. Ace finally erupted, seizing Luo Chen by the collar and hissing in fury. We must rescue him. Luo Chen offered no resistance, allowing Ace to grip him. You wish to go? And then what? He retorted, in whose name? To tell everyone that Blackbeard intends to kill Sachi? Where's your evidence? Did you see anything? All you witnessed was him severing the power supply. He could easily claim it was just a prank. Ace fell silent. Then we risk alarming the snake. Blackbeard would immediately abort his plans, continuing to play the devoted brother he has been for 20 years. And you, Ace, would be labeled the paranoid madman. A lunatic even your father might doubt. Each of Luo Chen's words pierced Ace's reason like an icy dagger. Most crucially, whom will Sachi trust? You, or the elder brother who has stood by him for 2 decades and saved him countless times? Ace's grip slackened. Indeed, what could he use to prove his claims? Merely the severed power supply? Merely an absurd theory, even he doubted? So we just watch? Ace's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Yes, we watch. Luo Chen leaned back against the wall, demanding clarity on the visage of betrayal and the cost of ambition. Etch this scene into your bones. Engrave it into your very essence. This will be your most vital lesson, Ace. It will teach you that innocence must be paid for with one's life. In the darkness below, silence reigned supreme. Yet, this silence was more terrifying to Ace than any heart-wrenching scream. He understood that behind that veil of darkness, a blade might have already been raised, poised against an unsuspecting brother still lost in slumber. Chapter 54. Learning to Control Emotions. Boom! Another blinding flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating the chaotic scene on the deck of the Moby Dick as if it were daylight. 3 of the mainmast securing lines had snapped. Hurry, reinforce it. The lookout on the starboard side swayed. Secure it with ropes. The crew's shouts and commands were torn apart by the howling winds. The towering waves crashed against the ship's hull like mountains, causing the entire Leviathan vessel to groan as if it might be torn asunder by the wrathful sea at any moment. Marco, half of his body engulfed in blue flames, streaked through the storm, leading several crew members towards the precarious mainmast. Jozu, with his diamond-like massive form, braced against a hatch cover that threatened to be swept away by the wind, the deck beneath him creaking under the strain. All captains, all elites, All minds were ensnared by this sudden calamity. The tempest and electrical failures became the most lethal crises aboard. Yet, no one noticed that the true, deadly peril was silently unfolding in the ship's innermost depths, in the supposedly safest quarters. In the corridor of the infirmary, several nurses fumbled along the walls, illuminated sporadically by flashes of lightning from outside, anxiously searching for spare oil lamps and candles. Damn it, has the emergency power short-circuited too? Forget that, find a light source first. Captain Sachi is still inside. Their conversation brimmed with concern for their comrades, unwittingly paving the way for a silent infiltrator to approach the sick room. Within the isolation ward, Sachi slept soundly. The might of the Whitebeard Pirates infused every member with a profound sense of security. Here, family was always at one's back, requiring no undue vigilance. Yet, this trust had become the most lethal poison. Outside the patient room, a narrow crack in the door was the hellish window Luo Chen had opened for Ace. Through this fissure, everything was laid bare before him. Blackbeard's movements bore none of the careless demeanor he typically presented. He tiptoed, landing soundlessly, each step deftly avoiding any debris that might betray his presence. He resembled a venomous serpent that had lurked in the shadows for 2 decades, finally revealing its lethal fangs. And Ace, under Luo Chen's indication, bore witness to it all. When the lightning illuminated the scene once more, that fleeting light not only highlighted the glint of the dagger in Blackbeard's grasp, but also illuminated the twisted, avaricious visage upon his face. Ace's heart was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. It was him. It truly was him. Blackbeard, the very man who always spoke of family, laughed the loudest, and reveled the most exaggeratedly. The same man who would drape his arm around Sachi's neck during feasts, belting off-key sea shanties. The man he had always considered his brother. Why? Ace's mind went blank. He could neither comprehend nor accept the absurdity unfolding before him. The dagger was raised, its tip converging the only light in the darkness, coldly aimed at Sachi's heart. The hand Luo Chen had placed on his shoulder remained immovable, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain, suppressing every ounce of fury threatening to erupt within him. It also stifled his last vestiges of innocence. See clearly, Ace. Luo Chen's voice resonated in his mind, devoid of any emotion. Comprehend the nature of betrayal. Grasp the cost of ambition. Understand what kind of brother you nearly sacrificed your life to pursue. Ace stared intently. He saw Blackbeard's Adam's apple bob as he swallowed the saliva secreted from excitement. He saw the unwavering desire in Blackbeard's eyes, a near-manic hunger for that devil fruit. This was no spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a long-planned, deeply rooted malevolence. Luo Chen's words sliced through Ace's world, laying bare the most brutal truths before him. Had it not been for Luo Chen, had it not been for this premature rehearsal, tomorrow he would have received news of Sachi's death. Then, just like in the original story, he would have been consumed by rage, rushing to hunt down Blackbeard, completely disregarding the warnings of his father and comrades. He would have believed it was a captain's duty, a brother's loyalty. But now he understood. It was not duty, it was hubris. He knew nothing of Blackbeard, nothing of the darkness of the devil fruit. He would have charged forth with reckless fervor, plunging into a carefully laid trap. Ultimately, through his failure, he would ignite a war that engulfed the world, causing all those he cherished to pay for his recklessness with their blood. In the depths of slumber, Sachi appeared to be in discomfort, emitting a faint murmur as he turned over. Teach's movements came to an abrupt halt, his form frozen like a statue. The knife poised in his hand, unmoving in the darkness for several agonizing seconds. Ace's heart raced, yearning for Sachi to awaken, to scream out and rouse everyone outside. Yet, that did not happen. Sachi merely smacked his lips, seemingly dreaming of some delectable feast, and fell back into a deep sleep. Teach's body relaxed, a silent, maniacal laughter spreading across his face. The scorn and mockery in that smile seemed to deride Sachi's foolishness and the naivety of everyone aboard the ship. No longer hesitating, he flexed his arm muscles, and with a sudden force, drove the dagger downward with a resolve to end it all, aiming directly for Sachi's heart. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Ace could vividly see the blade slicing through the air, tracing a nearly imperceptible arc. He could discern how the knife's edge was no more than a few centimeters from Sachi's nightclothes. He could even envision the next instant, the blade piercing flesh, warm blood gushing forth. No, those 2 letters roared within his chest, but were stifled by Lothar's grip, unable to escape his throat. The flame, suppressed to its utmost limits within him, finally broke through the dam of reason. It It was not a mere spark, but a roaring inferno. Boom! The orange-red flames erupted from his body, yet as they made contact with Lothar, an invisible force forcibly quelled them. Control it. Lothar's command was cold and unyielding. If you wish to save him, learn to master your power rather than be subjugated by it. Ace trembled violently, sweat and tears mingling as they slid down his cheeks. He did not understand. Why wait until now? Why watch everything unfold helplessly? But the hand upon him provided an answer. It was not merely a suppression of power, but a form of guidance. A distinctly different, more refined, and resilient force was being transmitted through that hand, forcibly untangling the raging flames within him. It was Haki. It was Lothar's unfathomable Armament Haki. Anger is not the emotion you should harbor now. It is the intent to kill. Condense your anger, your resentment, all your emotions into the purest intent to kill, and then attach it to your fists. Lothar's voice was akin to a devil's whisper. It bore a truth that pierced to the core. Flames will consume everything, including your reason. But Armament Haki will not. It will merely sharpen your fists, rendering them deadlier than any blade. In Ace's eyes, the last remnants of confusion were incinerated by the flames, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and coldness. He finally comprehended Lothar's intention. One must break before one can stand anew. Only by witnessing the deepest darkness can one truly grasp the meaning of light. Only by experiencing the utmost powerlessness can one truly understand the essence of strength. His innocence, in that moment, was irrevocably shattered by the dagger poised to fall. It was also at that moment that, from the end of the corridor outside the door, the nurse's delighted exclamation finally rang out. We found it. We found the oil lamp. A faint, warm glow was about to illuminate the corridor. Teach's movements exhibited a barely perceptible impatience. He had to execute this lethal strike before the light arrived. He intensified his force. The dagger plunged downward. Chapter 55. The scene of the capture. The tip of the dagger had already grazed Sachi's nightclothes at his chest. In the next millisecond, it would pierce through that flimsy defense, then through skin, muscle, and finally, with precision, impale the still-beating heart. Time, within Ace's perception, was stretched infinitely. The world quieted, save for the barely audible taut sound of the fabric as the blade pressed against it. In that frozen instant, a chilling voice drilled into his soul. Ace, do you believe now? Lothar's voice bore no hint of fluctuation, as if stating a foregone conclusion. This is what I meant by unseen danger. Do you believe now? Ace's mind was a blank slate. Trust in family and brothers. These words, for which he had fought with his life, were in that moment brutally pierced by the dagger in Blackbeard's hand, along with Sachi's nightclothes, tearing them apart, reducing them to shreds. A wave of emotion, far more fervent and chaotic than flame, erupted from the depths of his heart. This was not anger. It was the void left by a shattered faith, the excruciating pain of a world turned upside down. The flames within him roared and howled, yearning to break free from all constraints, to reduce the betrayer before him to ashes. However, the hand resting on his shoulder acted as an absolute zero chain. Trust stamp. The seed that Lothar had sown deep within him now reached its most extreme and cruel manifestation. It did not extinguish Ace's fury. Rather, it served as a bellows, extracting all anger, pain, and resentment, compressing and forging them into an unprecedented strength. This power compelled him not to charge out like a beast, but to choose to trust Lothar, to trust this man who had led him to witness the depths of hell. Ace unleashed a roar, suppressed to the utmost, that erupted not from his throat, but from his very chest. Boom! The orange-red flames transformed from mere sparks into a concentrated meteor of fire, enveloping his body, and instantly crashing through the wooden door of the storage room. Splinters flew. The entire medical room was illuminated in an instant by this sudden blaze. Marshal D. Teach's pupils constricted sharply. The greed and savagery etched upon his face had yet to dissipate when this sudden, searing light illuminated him in stark clarity. Ace, how could he be here? This fleeting moment of shock caused his downward force to deviate fatally. Thud! The dagger failed to pierce the heart, but instead sank deeply into Sachi's left shoulder, the sharp blade slicing through flesh, exposing bone. Ugh! The excruciating pain jolted Sachi from his slumber, emitting a muffled groan of agony. Teach you. He recognized the figure beside the bed. His eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. But Ace was faster. The meteor of flame did not pause, sweeping past Teach's side, racing to Sachi's bedside. He opened his arms, positioning his body firmly behind the injured Sachi, resembling a burning guardian. He turned his head, his youthful face devoid of its former sunshine and exuberance. In its place was an incredulous agony, and a hatred potent enough to scorch the seas. He fixed his gaze on Teach, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Why? Teach's expression darkened ominously in the glow of the flames. He looked at Ace, who stood before Sachi, then glanced at the violently breached storage room door. And a name immediately surfaced in his mind. Lothar, that accursed chief of staff. How could he have anticipated his own actions? He even brought Ace, the greatest variable, to the scene. 2 decades of restraint, 2 decades of disguise, were utterly shredded in this most critical second. In the corridor, the oil lamp found by the nurse was drawing near. What in the world? It was the glow of Ace's flames. Chaotic footsteps were rapidly approaching. The escape route was being severed. At that moment, Luo Chen emerged slowly from the shattered doorframe. Not a single ember or splinter clung to him. His steps were steady, and his expression serene. He spoke not a word but quietly stood beside Ace, their shoulders aligned. His mere presence served as the most profound irony and judgment against Teach. Ha ha ha! Teach suddenly chuckled softly. With his cover blown, pretense was no longer necessary. He straightened his posture, and from his corpulent body emanated a malevolence and oppressive aura as deep as an abyss. Why? Teach drew forth a bloody dagger, and, with a sickly flick of his tongue, licked the crimson stain from the blade. He bared his jagged teeth, revealing a grotesque grin. Because this ship is far too small to contain my dreams. Ace, and you, Chief of Staff Luo Chen, have truly surprised me. Before his words could fully escape, his body suddenly sank, a wave of pure, heart-stopping energy radiating from beneath him. Ace's internal fury found its outlet. The theories, combat techniques, and insights about Haki that Luo Chen had imparted to him melded seamlessly with his rage at that moment. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Teach! He bellowed, a thunderous roar that transcended mere questioning and became a decree. Flame of the divine fire. A spear of high-density flames was instantaneously hurled from his hand, tearing through the darkness and aiming directly at Teach's face. Simultaneously, Teach's other hand clutched the hospital bed. Grasping Sachi. Release. The power of darkness instantly coiled around Sachi's body, attempting to drag him into the abyss. How dare you? Ace's fists ignited with flames as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Boom! The clash of fire and darkness erupted in the cramped infirmary, creating the most intense collision. Medicine bottles, cabinets, and medical instruments were instantly reduced to powder under the impact of 2 cataclysmic forces. The entire Moby Dick groaned in agony from the internal battle that unfolded. Chapter 56. Consuming the dark fruit. The collision of flames and darkness transformed the infirmary into a vortex of power. Ace's fists, imbued with the wrath that could incinerate all, channeled every ounce of his understanding of Haki that Luo Chen had taught him into the abilities of the Mera no Mi. The flames were no longer mere high temperatures. They possessed a substantial weight capable of shattering steel. Teach! He roared, delivering a punch. The air warped from the heat, and where his fist passed, the wooden panels of the wall instantly carbonized and peeled away. Ha ha ha! Quite the spirit, Ace. Teach, Blackbeard, displayed agility that belied his corpulent form. He deftly tapped his toes on the chaotic ground, executing a seemingly clumsy sidestep that narrowly evaded Ace's lethal punch. Boom! The flaming fist crashed into the wall behind Teach, blowing a charred hole through the iron wall of the cabin, allowing the frigid sea breeze mixed with rain to pour in. Teach did not glance at the gaping hole. His small eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated intently on Ace. Is it merely anger? Not enough, Ace. Such emotions alone cannot protect anyone. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing something. Look at this ship. Look at you all. Calling each other family. Calling that old man father. How laughable, this childish game. His words struck Ace like poisoned needles, piercing deep into his heart. We are family. Ace charged again, his legs igniting like flamethrowers, moving so swiftly that he left a series of afterimages in the air. Family? Teach laughed heartily, pressing forward instead of retreating, his stout arms reaching for Ace's fist. Family is a chain that drags you down. Family is what keeps talented individuals like you willingly trapped on this rotten ship, accompanying an old man as he slowly decays. Ace's mind bust. Each word from Teach's mouth denied everything he had built since setting sail. What he cherished, what he protected, was rendered utterly contemptible by Teach's rhetoric. Pain and fury intertwined, causing his flames to rage more violently, yet losing a measure of their focus. Just as the two were about to clash once more, Teach's target abruptly shifted. The arm reaching for Ace was merely a feint. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, and his other hand, quick as lightning, snatched for the box containing the devil fruit nestled in Sachi's arms. Ace attempted to change course, but the inertia of his full-speed charge rendered him unable to halt immediately. Blackbeard yanked the box from Sachi's grasp without a moment's hesitation, crushing it in an instant. A fruit, entirely black and adorned with eerie spiral patterns, was unveiled to the air. The dark fruit. An ominous aura caused the flames in the entire room to momentarily falter. It's mine. It's finally mine. A near-maniacal ecstasy spread across Teach's face as he opened his mouth wide, disregarding the fruit's legendary foul taste, and swallowed the entire dark fruit in one gulp. No! Ace let out a desperate howl. He watched helplessly as the fruit he had pursued for 20 years was consumed by the man he had once called brother. He could not intervene. A tragedy unfolded before his very eyes. Ugh! Teach's body convulsed violently, black smoke uncontrollably pouring from his orifices. An unfathomable darkness, seemingly capable of devouring light, erupted from him. Dark hole. The black gravity instantaneously enveloped the entire room. Ace felt his body plummet. The flames of the Mera Nomi feeling as though they were being constricted by an invisible hand, their flow becoming sluggish. He stared in shock at Teach. This was a power he had never witnessed. Outside the infirmary, Luo Chen leaned against the corridor wall, eyes closed, completely oblivious to the battle within. In his mind, the system's interface was rapidly refreshing. New devil fruit data detected, beginning analysis. Fruit name, dark fruit. Type, Logia, special variant. Core ability, darkness, gravity data, anomalous. This fruit cannot elementalize, but possesses the characteristic of forcibly contacting the user's physical form. Warning, this ability exhibits a powerful restraining effect against other devil fruit users. Luo Chen's fingers twitched slightly. To restrain all fruit users, that is the most terrifying aspect of the dark fruit. Ace, you are in peril. Yet he remained still, for the system's notifications continued to resonate. Formulating counter-strategies based on existing data. Plan 1. High-level Armament Haki coverage. This can effectively counteract the attraction of the dark water and the ability deprivation effect, requiring the user to possess an immense amount of Haki and control. Plan 2. Ultra-long-distance attacks. Exploit its elemental intangibility weakness to conduct a saturation strike. Plan 3. These would be lessons for Ace in the future. However, today's lesson must be taught by him alone. Inside the classroom. Can you feel it, Ace? Blackbeard Teach had firmly planted himself, reveling in the surge of new power within him, a look of unprecedented arrogance gracing his face. This is the power of darkness, the world's strongest devil fruit. He extended his hand, aiming directly at Ace. Dark water. A tremendous suction erupted from his palm, and Ace found himself utterly unable to resist, being forcibly dragged toward Teach. As he was being pulled, the flames enveloping him extinguished at a visibly alarming rate. His abilities were being stripped away. This was the deepest fear of any ability user. It's over, Ace. Teach clenched his other fist, shrouded in a layer of ominous black Haki, poised to deliver a lethal blow the moment he captured Ace. Despair flooded Ace's heart. Yet, he recalled Luo Chen's words. Fire will consume everything, including your reason. But Armament Haki will not. At the moment he was being dragged, he relinquished the futile attempt to summon flames, channeling all his will, all his anger and defiance, into his right fist. He remembered the countless times Luo Chen had guided him in hardening wooden stakes with Armament Haki, solidifying iron, and fortifying sea stone mixed targets. That indomitable conviction, Buzz, a layer of pitch black, exquisitely condensed hardened Haki instantly enveloped his entire right fist, just as he was about to be seized by Teach. Ace abruptly twisted his waist and abdomen, directing all his strength into his right fist, striking fiercely at Teach's face. Teach was utterly unprepared for Ace to unleash such a powerful counterattack while ensnared by the dark water. Bang! The punch connected solidly with Teach's chin. A jolt of pain surged through Teach as his head snapped back, blood mixed with broken teeth spilling from his mouth. The effect of the dark water was abruptly interrupted. Ace regained his freedom, tumbling to the ground, gasping heavily, the sheen of Armament Haki on his right fist dimming significantly. You bastard! Teach wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his smile twisted into something more sinister. Very good. Now, that's more like it. But still not enough. The darkness beneath his feet suddenly expanded, transforming into several black tendrils, lifting all the shattered cabinets and medical equipment in the room, hurling them at Ace like cannonballs. Black hole. Ace reignited his fists with flames, shattering the debris hurtling towards him. However, the power of darkness was relentless, tearing apart the entire structure of the infirmary. Boom! At last, the burden proved too great, and the walls and ceiling collapsed entirely, the infirmary reduced to a vast ruin. That sound came from the infirmary. Not good. Captain Sachi is still inside. Increasing numbers of people sensed the disturbance. Bang! One side of the ruins was abruptly breached by a tremendous force. Marco, shrouded in blue phoenix flames, was the first to rush in. What he beheld was Sachi, drenched in blood and struggling to stand. Ace, his face twisted with hatred and flames, and that man, standing amidst the dark vortex, laughing maniacally. Teach. Chapter 57. Luo Chen seemed to know something. The moment Marco burst into the ruins, the azure flames of rebirth erupted around him, illuminating the devastation. His mind struggled to process the scene before him. Sachi lay in a pool of blood, his chest still rising and falling. Ace was battered, his flames flickering, locked in confrontation with Teach. And Teach, the man who always wore a goofy grin while sharing food, with family on his lips, now stood at the heart of a twisted darkness, his face reflecting an alien, nauseating ecstasy. What have you done, Sachi? Marco's voice trembled with indignation. Marco, your timing is impeccable. Blackbeard Teach spread his arms wide, the darkness beneath him writhing like a living entity, expanding. Come, witness my newfound power. Before he finished speaking, he spread his fingers, aiming at Marco. Dark water, an irresistible force instantaneously locked onto Marco. He felt a heavy weight descend upon him as the relentless blue flames were brutally stripped from his very being, flowing towards the dark vortex of Teach's palm. This sensation was identical to what Ace had previously described. Bastard! Marco flapped his wings fiercely, forcibly breaking free from the gravitational pull, his body transforming into a streak of blue light as he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Teach's head. Useless. Teach did not flinch, his other arm, enveloped in Armament Haki, rising to block the strike. Bang! Flames collided with Haki, sending shockwaves that sent debris flying through the air once more. Marco was propelled backward, while Teach merely staggered back a half step. He had actually withstood the full force of the Phoenix's strike with sheer physical strength. Are you kidding me? Josu's massive frame crashed through another wall, his diamond-coated arm glinting ominously. Vista, Kizashi, and other captains followed closely behind, their expressions frozen in horror as they beheld the hellish scene before them. Teach! Josu's roar echoed like a landslide. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing the growing number of captains arriving, wore a smile that grew ever more deranged. Are we all here? Perfect. This saves me from having to bid farewell to each one of you individually. He surveyed his former brothers, each face etched with anger and confusion. Look at your expressions. Truly amusing. Teach spoke in a tone dripping with mockery, still clinging to that ridiculous family game. Shut your mouth. Ace reignited his flames, refusing to allow anyone to tarnish that word. Only the weak need to huddle together for warmth, calling those hypocritical Bonds family. Teach's voice drowned out the storm. And I shall pursue my dreams. The era of Whitebeard? It should have ended long ago. His declaration was a blatant trampling of the beliefs of all present. You traitor, Marco Schautif, transforming into the Phoenix once more as he charged forward. Whether the era will end is not for you to decide. Josu also took heavy steps, preparing to charge. Then let me show you the power of the new era. Teach's body suddenly sank, his hands pressed against the ground. Dark hole release. Boom! Pure darkness instantaneously engulfed the entire ruins of the infirmary, wildly spreading outward. This was not an attack, but rather a wide-ranging suppression of abilities. Marco's blue flames, Ace's orange flames. In this realm of darkness, their radiance was suppressed to its utmost limit. All actions came to a sudden halt. Now is the moment. From the very beginning, Teach's intention was never to confront everyone. He sought to escape, but before that, he had one more task to accomplish. In the darkness, his figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Ace. Ace was exerting all his strength to resist the all-consuming gravitational force, leaving him no time to react. Ace, you're quite an intriguing fellow. Teach's fist, enveloped in an even more profound and malevolent Haki than before, struck with ferocity. However, your existence will be quite a nuisance. Thud! The punch landed squarely in Ace's abdomen. Ace felt his insides jolt, his armament haki shattered in an instant, his body akin to a kite with its string severed, hurtling backward to crash violently against the main mast of the ship. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his flames extinguished completely. Ace, Marco, filled with fury and despair, attempted to rush forward. Leave me be, Teach cackled madly, retreating to the edge of the ship, where the darkness served as his best cover. Ha ha ha! The sea belongs to dreamers. Farewell, Whitebeard Pirates. He turned and leaped without hesitation into the tumultuous, shadowy depths of the ocean. The darkness recoiled instantly. Recondensing at the spot, he vanished, only to dissipate entirely. The sea breeze swept through, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of battered individuals. Everything transpired too swiftly. From the moment the captains arrived to Teach's escape, it spanned merely a few fleeting seconds. Quick, save Sachi. It was Aizu who first regained his composure, rushing towards Sachi, who lay in a pool of blood. The ship's doctors, shaking off their shock, hurriedly approached with a stretcher. Jozu slammed his fist onto the deck, producing a dull thud. Ace struggled to rise from the ground, the agonizing pain in his abdomen causing him to collapse once more. He gazed in the direction of Teach's disappearance, his nails digging deep into the wooden deck. Unyielding, enraged, and filled with boundless hatred, he had failed to stop him. He had allowed his brother to be gravely injured before his very eyes. He had permitted the traitor to escape with that accursed fruit. Everything that law had taught him, all the lessons on composure and the theories of Armament Haki, crumbled under the weight of his uncontrollable fury at the critical moment. How is Sachi? Marco's voice was hoarse. The bleeding has stopped. The wound is deep, but thankfully it did not strike his heart. His life is not in danger. The ship's doctor responded urgently after examination. Upon hearing this, Marco's tense form relaxed slightly. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the furious Jozu, the struggling Ace, and the chaotic scene around them. Finally, his eyes rested upon one individual, Law, the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. Throughout the turmoil, he stood at the edge of the ruins, beside the shattered doorframe of the storage room that Ace had crashed through. He bore not a speck of dust, not a trace of blood, and even the edges of his garments remained undisturbed by the recent tempest. He stood calmly, as if the cataclysmic betrayal and fierce battle had been nothing but a drama in which he had no part. This tranquility, against the backdrop of chaos and fury, appeared jarringly conspicuous. A chill crept up Marco's spine. A dreadful thought emerged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Why had Law and Ace been waiting in the storage room ahead of time? Why did he appear utterly unfazed? Marco approached Law step by step, raising his hand, blue flames dancing at his fingertips, a testament to his emotional turmoil. He fixed his gaze intently upon the man before him. Law, did you know about all this from the very beginning? Chapter 58, Boundless Fury. The blue flames at Marco's fingertips illuminated Law's tranquil face. The echo of his inquiry lingered in the air, each word striking the hearts of those present like shards of ice. Jozu's massive frame blocked the wind from the opposite side. He remained silent, yet the light refracted from his diamond-like arms was as cold as judgment. Are you implying that you stood by and watched all of this transpire? Jozu's voice was low, heavy with incredulity. Ace struggled, half kneeling on the ground, his gaze darting between the furious Marco and the silent Law. His mind was a blank slate. Had Law known all along? What then of the battle just fought? Of the humiliation he had endured? Was it all merely a prearranged performance? Law offered no response to Marco, nor did he acknowledge Jozu. He merely turned, gazing in a specific direction. Boom! A sound so thunderous that it shook the very foundation of the Moby Dick reverberated through the air. All disputes, all rage, all chaos came to an abrupt halt in that instant. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, wielding his supreme blade, the tsunami, emerged from the main cabin. Each of his steps felt as though they were treading upon the hearts of all present. He beheld Sachi lying in a pool of blood, being tended to urgently by the ship's doctors. He saw Ace, battered and barely able to stand. He surveyed the wreckage strewn about and the lingering, nauseating aura of darkness that hung in the air. Gura gura gura. Whitebeard's laughter lacked its usual grandeur. Can anyone tell me what has transpired aboard my ship? Old man. Ace abruptly lifted his head, summoning every ounce of strength to stand upright, his arm trembling violently with rage. He pointed towards the dark sea where Teach had vanished. It was Teach. He betrayed us. He killed Sachi for the dark fruit. Ace's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed from his throat like blood. Killed Sachi? Whitebeard's expression froze. Report, old man. A ship's doctor, drenched in sweat, rushed forward. Captain Sachi has been stabbed through the chest by a sharp blade. The injury is severe, but Captain Ace managed to seal some of the wounds with fire in time, and thankfully, it did not strike his heart. He is temporarily out of danger. This news slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Another crew member, who had been surveying the scene, approached with a shattered plate in hand, remnants of black energy still lingering upon it. Old man, there are signs of a struggle in Captain Sachi's room. This is something Teach left behind. It carries the aura of the dark fruit. The evidence was irrefutable. The fury of the crew erupted, coalescing into a singular focus directed at the now-vanished Marshal D. Teach. Whitebeard's fist clenched tightly, the air around him seeming to distort. Just then, Law made his move. He stepped past Marco, traversing the crowd until he stood before Whitebeard. Old man. He inclined his head slightly, his tone as calm as if he were reporting a routine navigation plan. Teach did not succeed. Whitebeard looked down at him. I did not allow him to succeed. Law reiterated, correcting his wording. The injury on Sachi is not fatal. Marco's mind bust. I informed Sachi in advance that I had received intelligence regarding the transparent fruit and intentionally leaked false information to Teach. I told him that I would deliver the intelligence to him tonight. Law's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every captain present. Simultaneously, I left a killing intent mark on Sachi. He spread his hand, and a complex and arcane rune flickered momentarily in his palm. This served as a warning device. Should someone harbor uncontrollable murderous intent towards him and take action, the mark would instantly activate, forming a fleeting barrier of armed color and alerting me. This explains why Ace and I were able to arrive at the very moment he moved. It also elucidates why Teach's initial strike failed to pierce Sachi's heart. The explanations, devoid of any emotion, struck like hammers, shattering all doubts and fury within Marco, Jozu, and others. They began to recollect. Several times recently, Luo Chen had familiarized everyone with the layout surrounding the medical room under the guise of tactical drills. They also recalled Teach's recent complaints about feeling surveilled, his movements perpetually restricted. They even remembered that just days ago, Luo Chen had held a lecture on emergency responses to surprise attacks on capable individuals, which they had dismissed as an overreaction. It turned out that everything had been part of his intricate plan. Marco gazed at Luo Chen's retreating figure, the bluish flames at his fingertips having extinguished without him noticing. What had he been doing? Questioning the one who had silently safeguarded them all? A wave of intense guilt surged within him, reddening his cheeks. Why hadn't he told us? Jozu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Tell you what, Luo Chen retorted. To inform you that our brothers, whom we interact with daily, will be ready to strike down another brother for a mere fruit? He turned, surveying the faces around him, stunned, shocked, filled with anger and shame. If such words had been uttered before he acted, this family would have already fractured. Family. The word weighed heavily in that moment. Teach's absurd notion of family echoed in their minds. Indeed, they had been enmeshed in this charade, believing that camaraderie forged over drinks and feasts constituted the strongest bonds. But reality had been brutally torn asunder by Teach's dagger, leaving a gaping wound. The faith they had held onto for so long was irrevocably shattered. A profound silence enveloped the Moby Dick. The wind wailed through the disheveled deck, mourning the loss of innocent times. The crew exchanged glances, recognizing the same bewilderment and pain reflected in each other's expressions. Then, this silence was eclipsed by an overwhelming tide of rage, not directed at Luo Chen, nor at anyone else, but the man who had betrayed everything, Teach. That bastard. Unforgivable. Suppressed roars erupted from the crowd. Ace clenched his fists, nails digging into flesh. He understood now. Luo Chen wasn't merely a spectator. He was protecting this family in a way he couldn't fully grasp, and he himself had nearly jeopardized everything. In other words, Whitebeard spoke slowly, his voice ominously deep. You had foreseen all of this. Indeed, Luo Chen nodded. You also anticipated that he would escape. Yes. Gulalala. Whitebeard suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Yet his laughter was laden with profound sorrow and fury. Family. My family. Boom! The quake fruit in his grasp crashed heavily onto the deck. Crack! The sturdy deck instantly fractured into a web of spider-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. And the entire ship groaned in agony. A visible white shockwave erupted from him, forcing everyone to stagger back. It was an unbridled fury, infused with conqueror's haki, emanating from the world's strongest man. Those who commit the most heinous crime aboard my ship, killing a comrade. Newgate will not allow it. His roar transformed into a tangible sound wave, resonating throughout the entire sea, scattering the clouds above. Old man, let's go. We will capture that traitor. In the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. All the captains and crew members, at that moment, knelt on one knee, beseeching their captain for battle. The raging fury coalesced into an unprecedented killing intent. At this instant, no one questioned Luo Chen. He was no longer merely the chief of staff. He was the chief instructor. He was a prophet, a sage who understood the human heart, and the calmest, most reliable guardian of this family. Marco knelt at the forefront. His head bowed, no one witnessing his expression. He simply struck the deck before him with all his might. Chapter 59. Ace's Pursuit. The roar of the crowd swelled into a storm, igniting the battle spirit within everyone. Luo Chen stood at the center of this tempest. Yet his mind was a frigid silence. S-Class Emergency Mission, Tooth of Shadows. Mission status completed. Evaluation B. Successfully prevented Sachi's death, but failed to stop the core item, Dark Fruit, from being seized, allowing key narrative figure, Blackbeard, to escape. Reward, 35,000 teaching points. System upgraded to Intermediate Instructor, unlocking Team Teaching Aura and Advanced Teaching Point Store. There was no joy as anticipated. It felt like he had exerted every ounce of strength to push aside a boulder about to crash down, only to discover that this boulder was merely the beginning of an avalanche. He altered the process, yet could not change the most critical outcome. Teach had fled with the dark fruit. Let us go capture that bastard. Old man, give the command. Calls for battle echoed incessantly. Whitebeard's massive form stood tall, surveying his furious sons, before his heavy voice finally fell. This matter shall not be tolerated. Ace. Whitebeard turned to the injured yet resolute young man. Old man, now is not the time for pursuit. A calm voice, though not loud, fell over everyone like a bucket of icy water. It was Luo Chen. He stepped forward from the crowd, interrupting Whitebeard's words. The clamor instantly froze. Marco spun around, his face a mask of confusion. Luo Chen, what are you saying? If Teach dared to act thus, he must have a contingency plan. Luo Chen continued towards Whitebeard, undeterred. His decision to betray us now, coupled with the easy display of his fruit's abilities, was a provocation and a trap. He halted before Whitebeard, looking up. Chasing him now would only play into his hands. Josu's diamond fist cracked ominously. Are you suggesting we simply watch him escape? Watch him roam free with Sachi's blood on his hands? Certainly not. Luo Chen turned to him, but vengeance requires more than mere fury. We need intelligence, a plan, a foolproof trap, rather than crashing blindly into our opponent's snare. His words were calm, rational, yet chillingly devoid of warmth. Gulalala. Whitebeard's deep laughter interrupted the debate. Luo Chen, I acknowledge your wisdom. Your plan did indeed save Sachi's life. He pivoted, an invisible pressure bearing down on Luo Chen. But some matters cannot be resolved through intellect. This is the ironclad rule of our family. Betraying comrades and slaying brothers must be avenged with blood. Whitebeard's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. This was not about traps or schemes. This was the dignity of my Whitebeard Pirates. Dignity, a term that weighed heavily upon Luo Chen's logic, akin to a colossal mountain. He understood that he could not win this debate, for he was not facing a rational decision-maker, but an enraged father. At that moment, Ace stepped forward, kneeling heavily before Whitebeard on one knee. Old man. He lifted his head, his face marred with blood and humiliation. This matter arose because of me. I failed to stop him. I cannot protect Sachi. This burden must rest upon my shoulders. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with undeniable determination. Please, allow me to go. I shall return with the traitor's head before you. This proclamation ignited the emotions of all present. Indeed, let Ace go. It is only right for the 2nd Division captain to seek vengeance for his crew. Whitebeard gazed upon the kneeling Ace, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, but ultimately, it was replaced by resolute conviction. Luo Chen's heart sank. He made one last attempt, moving beside Ace. Ace, please remain calm. Ace did not lift his gaze. I am calm. Hatred will cloud your judgment. You have just witnessed Teach's formidable strength. He is not an adversary you can confront alone. Luo Chen's voice was a low murmur, audible only to the two of them. This is a trap. He is merely waiting for you to pursue him. Ace fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head to meet Luo Chen's gaze. The confusion that once filled his face was now replaced with a fierce determination, burning almost incandescently. Teacher. The address momentarily caught Luo Chen off guard. I'm grateful for all that you have taught me. Your strategies, your analyses, I trust them completely. Without you, Sachi would already be dead. Without you, I might not have withstood even one of Teach's punches. But on this matter, I cannot back down. He gradually rose to his feet, locking eyes with Luo Chen. This is my duty as an elder brother, my responsibility as the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the disgrace of the man who fell before him. I must personally cleanse this shame. Luo Chen observed him and recognized Ace's trust in him, a faith that had ascended from mere tactical guidance to a strategic reliance. Yet, this trust was instantly relegated to second place in the face of familial vengeance. He had earned the status of the brain of this pirate crew, yet he succumbed to its fiery heart. Grayer, Whitebeard's hearty laughter punctuated the debate. Bringing it to a close, he lightly tapped Ace's shoulder with the hilt of his bisecting blade. Go, my son, gather your crew. Let everyone upon the seas witness the fate of those who betray the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, old man. Ace turned sharply, as if reignited by flames. 2nd Division, assemble. Cheers! Roars and battle cries reverberated through the air. In that moment, the entire Whitebeard Pirates transformed into a war machine, solely driven by vengeance. Luo Chen stood apart, the cacophony of the crowd starkly contrasting his solitude. He watched as Ace rallied his crew, as they swiftly readied supplies and small vessels, as he observed the resolute expressions of shared enmity upon their faces. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned in his worst fears. No, it was even worse. In the original timeline, Ace had set sail alone in pursuit. Now, he had secured Whitebeard's endorsement. He embodied the will of the entire Whitebeard Pirates, a legitimate avenger. This signified that there was no turning back for him. This pursuit would engulf the entire world. The fuse of the war atop Marineford had ultimately been ignited, in a manner that he could neither prevent nor, to some extent, had he not propelled himself. Luo Chen's fists slowly clenched within his sleeves. He had lost a family. Thus, he could only resolve this matter in the manner befitting family. He turned, moving against the tide of jubilant voices, toward his own quiet operational command room. He needed a maritime chart, a brand new map that could pull Ace back from the very gates of hell. Marco observed Luo Chen's departing figure, which bore no trace of despondency or anger, only a profound and unsettling calm. He suddenly recalled a phrase Luo Chen had previously uttered. Old man Whitebeard handles emotions. I handle victory. Marco shook his head and approached Ace, firmly clapping a hand upon his shoulder. Be careful, Ace. Chapter 60, Words for Ace. The door to the operational command room opened silently. Marco entered first, with Jozu following behind like a moving mountain, blocking the light from the corridor. The air lacked the clamor of the deck, filled instead with the cold scent of parchment and ink. Luo Chen stood before a massive world map, not turning around. Stop, Ace. Marco began directly, omitting all preamble. Give us a reason. The reason is that allowing him to go is tantamount to delivering him straight into the hands of the world government. Luo Chen turned to face the two captains calmly. Jozu's thick brows furrowed. What nonsense are you spouting? This is our grudge with Teach. What concern is it of the world government? Because from the very beginning, Teach's target was not merely the darkness fruit. Luo Chen approached the table, tapping a finger on a specific point on the map. He needed an identity, one that would allow him to access the core of worldly power with utmost expedience. What about the 7 warlords? For the first time, a change appeared on Marco's face. Impossible. He rejected the notion outright. The 7 warlord slots are fixed. Moreover, to become one requires immense renown or merit towards the government. Teach is merely a traitor who killed the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, seized the darkness fruit, and is now being pursued by the 2nd Division captain, Ace. Luo Chen supplemented, is that notoriety not sufficient? In an instant, the operational room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Marco and Jozu were not foolish. They were merely blinded by anger and the ironclad rules of family. With Luo Chen's words, a chilling, insidious thread suddenly connected all the illogical details. He is deliberately provoking us? He is intentionally leading Ace to chase him? Jozu's voice was laced with astonishment. This is merely the first step. Luo Chen's tone deepened. He was about to offer his blood oath. And Ace was the finest gift he could present to the world government. Utter nonsense. Marco abruptly lifted his head, the glimmer of blue flames flickering in his eyes. The Navy has their own justice. How could they possibly collaborate with a treacherous pirate? That contradicts everything they stand for. Principles? Luo Chen scoffed, as if he had heard a joke. Marco, after all these years dealing with the Navy, do you truly believe their principles hold more weight than the orders of the Celestial Dragons? Marco fell silent. Luo Chen understood that mere speculation would not persuade these men, who acted on instinct and honor. He closed his eyes. Intermediate minor permissions activated. Team teaching module loading. Preliminary intelligence analysis projection initiated. In the next moment, Luo Chen opened his eyes. He extended his hand, gesturing towards the barren surface of the table before him, and traced an arc in the empty air. A low hum resonated as a pale blue light emanated from his fingertips, intertwining in midair to form a complex, translucent data interface. Marco and Jaws took a step back simultaneously, their faces betraying unmistakable astonishment. What did they behold? It was not any known devil fruit ability. It was a luminous screen, upon which flowed characters and lines that eluded their comprehension. At the very center of the screen were two names, Marshal D. Teach and Port Gas D. Ace. A red line, marked with a pursuit arrow, extended from Ace to Teach. From Teach's name, several probability lines emanated, the thickest of which traversed numerous obstacles, ultimately pointing towards a chilling insignia, the world government's emblem. Along this line was inscribed a small note. Sacrifice Ace to obtain a warlord position. Estimated success rate, 784. What is this? Ja's voice was hoarse, and even his diamond-like arm reflected no brilliance at this moment. This is analysis. Luo Chen's response was succinct and direct, derived from Teach personality model. The world government's operational logic and the enticement of the dark fruit's allure, yielding the most optimal possibility. Marco fixated on the screen, attempting to grasp the entirety of it. Yet his mind was in disarray. Is this ability a glimpse into the future? No, Luo Chen clarified that this was analysis. But what kind of analysis could achieve such depth? Even if what you claim is true, Jaws forced himself to regain composure, pointing at Ace's name. What then? We all know Ace's strength. He is not so easily defeated. These words struck precisely at the soft spot of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. They were overly confident in their family's strength, excessively trusting in their comrades' power. Such confidence, which normally serves as a unifying force, now posed a lethal poison. He could be defeated. Luo Chen interjected, shattering Ja's self-assurance. For Teach knew everything about Ace, his character, techniques, and weaknesses, while Ace knew nothing of Teach's abilities. More importantly, Luo Chen's fingertip lightly tapped the screen, magnifying the dark fruit's icon next to Teach's name. This fruit was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Luo Chen sensed an intangible wall, not born of Marco's rationality or Ja's strength, but from the deeply ingrained culture of this pirate crew. About honor, about vengeance, about the unquestionable trust among family. His strategy, his analysis appeared cold and pale against such searing emotions. He could not dissuade them, for at this moment, he was not conversing with Marco or Jaws. He was engaging with the very soul of the Whitebeard Pirates. Outside the operations room, Ace's figure stood in the shadows. He did not enter, nor did he leave. He intermittently overheard the arguments within, handing over to the world government a declaration of allegiance to the warlords. He is the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Each word felt like a needle, piercing his nerves. The flames of fury blazed within his chest, clamoring for him to rush in and vociferously retort, to tell them that he would never be defeated by that traitor. Yet another force, a cold, rational power, firmly restrained his impulse. It was the lesson Luo Chen had repeated in his ear countless times at the dojo. Before engaging in battle, consider what your enemy desires. Anger is a blunt weapon wielded only by the weak. The trust seal in the depths of his mind began to warm slightly, preventing him from being entirely consumed by rage. He began to force himself to think. What if what teacher Luo Chen said is true? The mere thought sent a chill through him. He recalled the expression Teach had worn when last he looked at him, not that of a panicked traitor, but rather that of a hunter confident in his victory. Ace's fists clenched and then relaxed. For the first time, he felt uncertain about the vengeance he was about to pursue. Inside the operations room, Luo Chen observed the silent Marco and Jaws, aware that today's discussion had reached its conclusion. Directly persuading Ace would only push him further away. He needed to alter his strategy. He required allies, not merely nominal companions, but true allies who comprehended him and were willing to execute his plans. He retracted the data interface. My words are concluded. I will speak with Ace, but not now. Luo Chen turned to Marco. I need your assistance. Marco, delay Ace's departure. Marco did not respond immediately. He merely regarded Luo Chen as if seeing him anew. Very well. After a long pause, he finally uttered a word. The meeting was over. Luo Chen's warning was like a stone thrown into the tempestuous sea that is the Whitebeard Pirates, unable to alter its course, yet stirring deep undercurrents. Marco and Jaws departed, their silhouettes now bearing a weight they had not carried before. Luo Chen redirected his attention to the vast world map, his fingers traversing all possible routes Ace and Teach might take. ultimately pausing at an island in the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. Chapter 61. Only by entering the game can one break it. Delaying proved futile. At this moment, Ace knelt on one knee on the deck, his small ship, the attacker, ready for action. The massive shadow of Whitebeard loomed over him. "Father, I am leaving." Whitebeard remained silent, merely using his enormous bicento to gently pat Ace's back, as any ordinary father would. This gesture bore a weight greater than any words. "Go ahead." Whitebeard finally spoke, devoid of his characteristic laughter that signaled the impending doom for those who dared to harm his family. "Yes." Ace rose, not looking back. He exchanged fist bumps with the brothers, bidding him farewell on the deck. Those captains who usually jested now wore only grim expressions. This is the family's honor, which must not be tarnished. Luo Chen navigated through the bustling crowd towards Whitebeard's throne. "Father." Whitebeard lowered his head, gazing at this young man who consistently surprised him. "What is it? Are you here to stop me?" "I'm not here to hinder you." Luo Chen stood firm. "I merely wish to inform you that what you are about to offer is not a spear for vengeance, but a knife that could wound us all." He did not mince words. Before Whitebeard, any subterfuge was unnecessary. Should Ace pursue this course, he would become a tool for the world government to weaken us. The consequences of this far exceed the loss of a single dark fruit. Gururura. Whitebeard's laughter resonated, shaking the air with its deep timbre. "Luo Chen, I acknowledge your analysis is remarkable, even able to perceive things others cannot." He shifted his tone, the aura of the world's strongest man descending once more. "Yet your understanding of family falls woefully short. Family means that even when aware the path ahead leads to hell, as long as a brother's blood has not run cold, we must plunge headlong into it." Whitebeard rose, causing the Moby Dick to tilt under the weight of his resolve. "This is not about strategy, nor about consequences. This is the very essence of why the Whitebeard Pirates are akin to family. If we hesitate, even when faced with the vendetta against our brothers, how do we differ from those wretched scoundrels who band together solely for their own gain?" He enunciated each word with conviction, proclaiming his ultimate resolution. "Even if traps await us, the Whitebeard Pirates possess the strength to crush them. As for Ace, I shall be poised to provide support at any moment." Luo Chen fell into silence. He comprehended. Whitebeard's conviction stood as an indomitable fortress. Any rational analysis, any weighing of pros and cons, would be obliterated against this steadfast wall. He was not conversing with a pirate emperor. He was engaging with a stubborn father who safeguarded thousands of children. Direct confrontation would yield mutual destruction. He must devise an alternative approach, one that would protect Ace, unveil the truth, and preserve the bonds of family. "I understand, old man." He bowed slightly and stepped back. Luo Chen returned to the frigid war room of the command center. The instant the door closed, a chilling system alert resonated in his mind. "Warning, key plot character Ace has embarked on the designated course. Destiny divergence level 5, current divergence level 12. If the divergence level reaches 0, the system will deem the core mission of amending regrets a failure and enter dormancy." An unprecedented pressure enveloped him, akin to the crushing weight of the deep sea, pressing in from all directions. He believed he had changed significantly, yet the inertia of history proved far more daunting than he had anticipated. Time was fleeting. Luo Chen refrained from glancing at the nearby route chart tracking Blackbeard's movements. Instead, he approached another map and began to conceive a vastly different plan, one intricate, precise, and perhaps slightly mad. Ace was a pawn, Blackbeard was a pawn, the world government was also a pawn, and he aimed to be the player who subtly altered the course of the game. The crux was not to stop Ace, but to leverage Ace's pursuit, allowing him to witness firsthand how the prophecy he disbelieved gradually materialized into reality, to transform Ace from a passive victim into an active seeker, to turn Blackbeard's meticulously laid traps into a stage that would expose his own schemes. On the deck, Ace was bidding farewell to Marco. "Marco, I entrust the family to you." "Rest assured," Marco replied, patting his shoulder. "Don't die. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to Dad." Flames of vengeance burned fiercely on Ace's face, fueled by his hatred for Blackbeard. Yet, deep within that fire, a trace of hesitation flickered momentarily. For the world government. The declaration of the Shichibukai. Luo Chen's words lodged like an unyielding thorn in his subconscious. Trust seal pulsed with warmth in his mind, rendering it impossible for him to dismiss those warnings as mere background noise. Would it truly unfold that way? The door to the war room swung open. It was Marco, leaning against the doorframe without entering. "What you mentioned earlier about the alliance between Blackbeard and the world government, I still find it hard to comprehend." Marco's expression was complex. However, I believe in your analytical capabilities. That is not a fabrication. He took a step forward. Tell me, what exactly is your plan? What do you need me to do? Luo Chen lifted his gaze. He recognized that he had secured the most crucial ally in this high-stakes gamble. I need you to set sail along this route with a portion of our crew 3 days from now. His finger pointed to a location on the map that was distinctly different from Ace's trajectory. Not to provide aid, but to perform the task you must fulfill. Ace boarded his vessel, the Avenger. The small ship, propelled by flames, transformed into a streak of orange-red light as it shot toward the horizon, under the gaze of all. Roars of fury and blessings reverberated throughout the Moby Dick. Luo Chen stood by the window of the war room, quietly watching that light vanish into the distance. Ace, you believe this is a chase. In truth, this is merely the commencement of your journey, and I shall be your sole guide in the darkness. Chapter 62. The Bloodline of GOLD. Roger on a forsaken deserted island. The air reeked of rotting seaweed. Marshal de Tiches chest Yves de Violoni, each breath akin to drawing scorching iron from his lungs. Darkness surged uncontrollably from within him, staining the sand beneath his feet with an abyssal blackness before retracting abruptly. He emitted a laugh that mingled agony with ecstasy. This damned power was reshaping his body, inflicting excruciating pain while simultaneously bestowing an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. The world bowed before him. He extracted a nondescript black den mushy from his pocket and deftly dialed an encrypted number. Brew, 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 brew. The den mushy mirrored the emotionless visage on the other end. Speak. A cold, synthetic voice echoed. Are the dogs of the world government on duty now? Teach grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. The other end fell silent for a moment. Marshal D. Teach. You have betrayed Whitebeard. Are you seeking to surrender by contacting us? Surrender? Teach laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. No, I am here to make a deal you cannot refuse. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. I shall offer you a grand gift, one that could shake the very foundations of the new world. Polga dies. Once again, silence enveloped the line. But Teach sensed the invisible thread tightening. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The synthetic voice recited flatly. His head is indeed valuable, but not enough for us to make an exception. Ha. You fools sitting in your offices see only the numbers on the bounty. Teach's tone turned fierce. He is Whitebeard's adopted son, the old man's most cherished child. Capturing him is tantamount to seizing Whitebeard by the throat. And he lowered his voice like a venomous serpent. Do you truly believe he is merely port gas? His mother was Port Gas de Rouge. And his father? Static crackled on the line, a sign of the other party's agitation. The bloodline of the Pirate King, GOLD. Roger. Is this chip heavy enough? Silence. This silence lingered, feeling as though a century had passed. Your terms? The synthetic voice finally resumed, but the feigned calmness could not mask the urgency beneath. I want a vacant position in the Shichibukai. Impossible. The response was immediate. Crocodile's position is already reserved. Then kick him out. Teach laughed maniacally. What qualifications does a washed-up fool defeated by a supernova have to occupy that position? Meanwhile, I will present you with the son of the Pirate King. He knew he had shaken them. Even so, how can you guarantee capturing Ace? His strength is formidable, because I know everything about him, his techniques, his personality, his laughable pride. Teach licked his lips. More importantly, I possess this. He raised his left hand, and the darkness swiftly engulfed a massive rock beside him, which did not shatter but vanished into thin air as if drawn into an abyss. The dark fruit, the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Yet, this is not the entirety of my scheme. Teach's tone grew sinister. What you truly ought to be wary of is neither Whitebeard nor Ace, but a newcomer aboard Whitebeard's ship, a man named Lothar. Lothar? Confusion surfaced in the synthesized voice as there were no significant records of this name in the intelligence database. Merely a newly appointed advisor. Advisor? Teach's laughter brimmed with derision. He is a monster capable of prophecy. He knew of my betrayal plan in advance. He foresaw Ace coming to pursue me. He transformed Whitebeard's pack of instinct-driven beasts into an army endowed with intellect. The pressure you feel, the unusual movements of Whitebeard's fleet, are all thanks to him. This individual is the most formidable threat to the Whitebeard Pirates' future. Capturing Ace is the first step in undermining his prophecies. It is the key to disrupting all his deployments. On the other end of the line, silence reigned. Teach understood that the bait he had cast in the form of Lothar instilled greater fear in the upper echelons of the world government than the son of Roger. The unknown is the greatest fear. I require your assistance. Teach's smile faded as he articulated his true request. I will leave clues along the route that only Ace can comprehend, enticing him into the trap of my design. I need the Navy's intelligence support to ensure that no unwelcome flies linger in my hunting grounds, particularly Marco. Once successful, I will bring Ace to the Navy headquarters myself. Agreed. The synthesized voice crisply replied, we will clear the path for you. But should you fail? Failure does not exist in my lexicon. Teach hung up the transponder snail. He rose and approached several unknown pirates bound to the ground by dark energy. You are fortunate to witness the birth of my new power. One of the pirates struggled and spat. Bah, you traitor. Lord Whitebeard will never forgive you. Teach did not display anger. Instead, he wore an expression of delight. Dark water. His palm generated an immense suction force, drawing the pirate uncontrollably towards him, clutching him by the throat. Do you feel it? The power of your devil fruit is dissipating. The terror etched on the pirate's face far surpassed the threat of death. My power. This is the power of a god. Teach tightened his grip. Darkness surged, and the pirate could not even utter a scream before disintegrating into nothingness. He disposed of the remaining test subjects and cast his gaze upon the tumultuous sea. Lothar. The name pricked at his heart like a thorn. The analytical prowess of that man was the sole variable in his grand design. He must devise a means to calculate his actions as well. No, he could even exploit his prophecies to add a layer of perfect camouflage to his trap. A twisted, grotesque smile crept across Teach's face. He knew that a storm, destined to sweep across the world, would be unleashed by his own hands. And Ace was merely the first, and most crucial, stepping stone towards his ascension to the throne. He spread his arms towards the sea. Come, Ace. Let the world witness who the true protagonist of this era is. Chapter 63. Who is Lothar? Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The air in the marshal's office was as thick as iron. Sengoku slammed down the receiver of a pitch-black transponder snail. The snail did not mimic any expression, but fell into a profound silence, akin to an ominous black hole. Within the room, the Navy's highest combat powers had gathered. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino, Admiral Akiji, Kazan, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, Tsuru, collaborating with a pirate to capture another pirate? Absurd. Sakazuki was the first to break the silence, his fists clenched tight, causing the water cup on the table to emit wisps of steam from the heat. Marshal Ditit, a scoundrel who betrays his comrades. Not a single word he utters can be trusted. This would become the greatest stain in Navy history. Sengoku did not look at him, instead rubbing his temples wearily. Sakazuki, this is not a discussion on the definition of justice. This is an opportunity. He unfurled a map of the New World. A chance to deal a critical blow to the Yonko Whitebeard at minimal cost. We can use a trader to lure a big fish, maximizing the Navy's interests. So-called interests are built upon the foundation of wallowing in filth with refuse. Sakazuki stepped forward, his intense aura causing the surrounding air to warp. Calm down, Sakazuki. Tsuru lifted her teacup, gently blowing on it. That man named Teach is a deadly poison. He is greedy, vile, and devoid of morals. Such a person is indeed untrustworthy and uncontrollable. Her tone was flat, as though she were critiquing a poorly prepared dish. Yet precisely because it is poison, it is most suitable for dealing with the stubborn malady that is Whitebeard. We can let him corrode the very foundation of Whitebeard, and afterward, we shall cleanse the battlefield. Oh dear, what a terrifying proposition. Borsellino lounged on the sofa, arms crossed over his chest, his tone languid. A dark fruit that can devour abilities is quite intriguing. Moreover, he mentioned an even more fascinating individual. His fingertips glimmered with a hint of gold. A soothsayer named Lothar, capable of transforming Whitebeard-esque brutes into an army. This piques my interest far more than capturing Ace. Kazan, leaning against the wall with half-closed eyes, finally spoke lazily. This is troublesome, whether it be Teach or that fellow named Lothar. Once this matter begins, there will be no turning back. Sengoku's palm slammed down on the map. It is decided. He surveyed the three admirals, the authority of the marshal fully unleashed. We shall agree to Teach's proposal, but the initiative must remain in our hands. He may serve as the hound, but the leash must be held firmly by the Navy. The atmosphere in the office instantly sharpened. This was not a discussion, but an unequivocal command. Tsuru promptly mobilized the CP department's intelligence network and cross-reference it with the clues provided by Teach. I want to identify all nodes along Ace's pursuit route within 3 hours and find the most suitable islands to serve as hunting grounds. Understood. Borsellino, you will lead the scientific unit in collaboration with the intelligence department to monitor Whitebeard's fleet's movements around the clock. I need to know the flight trajectory of every seagull aboard that ship. Understood. Kazan, your task is the heaviest. Mobilize an elite fleet to preemptively lurk near the designated capture site. Remember, concealment is key. Until Teach completes his task, you are merely phantoms. Kazan adjusted his eye patch in acknowledgement. Sengoku's gaze finally fell upon Sakazuki. Once Ace is captured, your forces will serve as the first line, responsible for containment and reception. Ensure that Teach does not escape our control after handing over Ace. He aspires to become one of the 7 warlords, but first, he must learn to be an obedient hound. The magma enveloping Akainu gradually receded as he revealed a cruel smile. As long as it serves to thoroughly obliterate the pirates. I do not mind getting my hands dirty. He stepped forward, his voice low yet laced with a metallic tang of blood. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have a proposition. Since the target we seek is the bloodline of the Pirate King, why not aim higher? Every movement in the room came to a halt. The moment we capture Ace, we shall immediately unveil his true identity to the world and publicly execute him in Marineford. Akainu's words struck like a dagger at the heart of the room. With the blood of the Pirate King's son, we shall cleanse the stain upon the Navy. With the grandest execution, we shall instill terror among all the scum of the seas. Force Whitebeard to wage a war he cannot afford to lose. Sengoku fell into silence, the heavy breaths echoing in the office. This was indeed a venomous scheme, one capable of dragging the entire world into flames. He neither agreed nor opposed. Such tacit acceptance was more chilling than any words could convey. There's one more thing. Sengoku extracted a brief report from a pile of documents, detailing preliminary information on a man named Law. Intelligence Division, I demand you unearth everything about this man, known as Law. I care not what methods you employ, be it infiltration, bribery, or otherwise. Teach us fear of him is no mere facade. This name evokes a deeper sense of threat within Sengoku than even Whitebeard's tremor fruit. A mind capable of foreseeing the future is far more terrifying than fists that can obliterate worlds. I suspect that all the recent, unusual, and precise military maneuvers of the Whitebeard Pirates stem from this individual. He is the true mastermind behind Whitebeard. The nautical chart lay open upon the table, and Tsuru's finger glided across it, finally pausing a location named Bonero Island. It is a pivotal node along the shipping route, easily defended, yet difficult to assault. A perfect trap. This shall be it. Aghonet Dagutin Bogadi. Ace was silently unfurling within the highest halls of the Navy. Its aim was not merely a pirate captain, but the entirety of the Whitebeard Pirates, and indeed, the culmination of an era. Sengoku placed another document atop the one concerning Law. No matter who you are, in the face of absolute power and meticulous planning, any prophecy shall be crushed. Chapter 64, Disregard Logic. The command center remained illuminated throughout the night. Law stood alone in the empty conference room. The massive nautical chart table devoid of any items. Advanced Teaching Points Mall has been opened. Redemption items. Strategic Simulation Sandbox. Beginner. Redemption requires 95,000 teaching points. Confirm redemption? Confirm. Redemption successful. Current remaining teaching points. 210. Warning. Points balance critically insufficient. Some malfunctions will be temporarily locked. Law paid no heed to the system's warning. He gently pressed his palm against the smooth surface of the table, and countless pale blue light points ascended, weaving into a three-dimensional, flowing luminescent screen. He commanded the messenger at the door. Summon Captain Marco, Captain Jozu, and Captain Vista. Now, a moment later, Marco was the first to enter, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Law, is there an urgent matter at this late hour? Yuan. Following closely were Jozu and Vista, both equally bewildered. The entire ship was aware that Ace had set off in pursuit of Teach. The command center should be strategizing routes, not urgently convening the captains. Law exchanged no pleasantries. He pointed to the floating luminescent screen on the table. This is not a prophecy. It is a simulation. I will simulate everything Ace may encounter while pursuing Teach. The silhouette of an island rapidly became clear within the screen. 2 distinct pirate ships facing each other off the coast. Flames clashed with darkness, embodying the confrontation between Ace and Teach. We are all aware of Ace's prowess. Vista touched the hilt of his sword, his tone confident. Indeed, even if Teach possesses that peculiar fruit ability, Ace should be able to handle it. Jozu grunted in agreement. Within the screen, a patrol ship bearing the Navy's insignia inadvertently intruded upon the battlefield. Ace, while suppressing Teach, repelled the Navy vessel with a fiery punch, navigating the situation with ease. See? Yuan. Marco shrugged. Even with the Navy's interference, it would merely be a minor inconvenience for Ace. Law did not respond. He merely extended his finger and lightly tapped a parameter on the edge of the screen. Variable injection, the Navy's true objective. The screen flickered violently, resetting the image. Once again, the island appeared alongside the two ships. Yet this time, 3 standard warships emerged on the horizon, forming a perfect formation, sealing off all of Ace's escape routes. What is happening? Vista's expression turned grave. A coincidence? A fleet of this scale cannot simply be passing by. Josu's diamond arm glinted coldly. In the screen, the Navy warships opened fire without warning, their cannons aimed not at Blackbeard, but at Ace. Have they lost their minds? Josu shouted in fury. Ace, in the simulation, found himself in a precarious position, contending with Teach's dark encroachment while evading the Navy's relentless barrage. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates even exhibited an eerie synergy with the Navy, continuously compressing Ace's maneuvering space. Damn it! Marco's fist slammed against the edge of the table, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. The scene displayed upon the screen was one they most dreaded to witness. Ace was ensnared by Teach's dark waters, momentarily losing his fruit abilities, and in that instant, a colossal crimson lava fist descended from above, piercing through his body. The image froze. Ace was charred, shackled with sea stone cuffs, dragged by Navy soldiers, and thrown onto the deck of a warship. At the bow of the ship stood a tall figure, cigar clenched between his teeth, draped in a justice cloak, his outline as frigid as ice. Silence reigned. The command center was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Josu's massive frame trembled slightly. It was not fear, but an uncontrollable fury. Not even diamonds could mask the tempest within him. Impossible. Vista was the first to shatter the silence, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles white with strain. This is outrageous. How could the Navy possibly collaborate with a traitor like Teach? What their proclaimed absolute justice? This is utterly illogical. These words echoed the sentiments of all present. They could accept defeat, could accept dying in battle, but they could not accept such treachery and conspiracy from those who embodied justice. Logic? Law finally spoke, his tone as calm as ice. Vista, sheath your sword fighter sense of honor. Consider the logic of politicians. Think of the ambitions of power-hungry men. He approached the luminescent screen, tracing 2 lines upon it, one directed at Teach and the other at Navy headquarters. What does Teach desire? He craves fame. He seeks status. He longs for a legitimate identity that allows him to plunder with impunity. For instance, a vacant position among the warlords of the sea. What does the Navy desire? They aim to disrupt the delicate equilibrium of the New World and deliver a significant blow to their patriarch. What could achieve this more effectively than seizing the son most cherished by their father? Luo Chen's voice, though not loud, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. A transaction was proposed. Blackbeard would surrender Ace, and in return, the Navy would bestow upon him the title of Warlord of the Sea. To them, it appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Navy would capture a notorious pirate, while Teach would gain the means for elevation, all within the confines of established rules. He activated the team teaching module. A more intricate web of interests unfolded, overlaying the original simulation. From Teach to the CP organization, to Sengoku, and beyond to the higher echelons of the 5 elders. A clear chain of interests seamlessly elucidated this seemingly absurd collaboration. A monster capable of prediction. Marco suddenly recalled the warning Luo Chen had given before Teach's defection, and the mixed emotions of apprehension and resentment that had flickered across Teach's face when he looked at Luo Chen. He had initially thought of Luo Chen as merely possessing strong analytical skills. Now it seemed there was far more to him than that. Even if your deductions are accurate. Marco's voice was hoarse. We cannot allow Ace to face this alone. We must support him. Yes, let's crush that traitor and the Navy together. Jaws roared. The flames of vengeance did not extinguish in light of this brutal truth. Instead, they blazed even more fiercely. Luo Chen turned to face them, calmly observing. And then what? Will you plunge headlong into a trap crafted specifically for you? Engage the main fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates in an unprepared showdown within the encirclement laid out by the Navy? This is precisely what Teach hopes to witness, and what Sengoku most desires. Using Ace as bait, they're not fishing for one of you, but for all of us. Luo Chen's words fell like a bucket of ice water upon their seething rage. The captains fell silent, astonished by Luo Chen's terrifying insight, wrestling with the anger and helplessness of having their family framed. The resolve for vengeance clashed violently with the rationality of protecting their kin. Marco's hands, which had been tightly clenched, slowly unfurled, only to grip tightly once more. He gazed at the cold image of Ace's capture displayed on the screen, then lifted his eyes to Luo Chen. What then shall we do? Chapter 65. Nothing at all. The corridor lights elongated Marco's shadow. He did not immediately return to his quarters, but instead turned back, reopening the door to the strategy room. Luo Chen had not departed. He stood with his back to the entrance, meticulously polishing the now smooth wooden chart table, his movements slow and deliberate, as if erasing the bloodstains left by the previous simulation. That is impossible, Yua. Marco's voice shattered the silence within the room. Luo Chen paused in his task, but did not turn around. Are you suggesting that the Navy would collaborate with pirates? The Navy possesses their own honor and justice. Even if Sengoku is a cunning old fox, he would never ally himself with scum like Teach. Such a partnership would undermine the very foundation of the Navy. Marco approached the table, leaning over it with his hands pressed upon the surface, gazing intently at Luo Chen. Your political logic may work for our father, but it holds no sway with the Navy. Luo Chen finally pivoted to face him, folding the cloth he had used for polishing and setting it aside. Marco, set aside your logic that belongs to the Whitebeard family. Let's speak of facts. He extended a finger. Fact 1. Teach betrayed his family and murdered Sachi. He is a ruthless opportunist. Marco's body stiffened momentarily. Fact 2. The Yami Yami no Mi he stole is the only fruit capable of nullifying all other devil fruit abilities, posing a lethal threat to the Navy, especially to our father. Luo Chen extended a second finger. Fact 3. Ace is the son of the Pirate King. What does this identity signify once it is exposed? For the world government, which fervently seeks to erase the legacy of the Roger era? Each statement struck Marco's understanding like a nail. The Navy's justice serves to uphold the world government's dominion. When the son of a Yonko pursues a traitor, who can counter the Yonko? Who do you think becomes a pawn? And who is sacrificial piece on Sengoku's chessboard? Marco found himself unable to refute. Luo Chen's analysis was cold and cruel, yet it bore an irrefutable rationality. Countless encounters with the Navy flickered through his mind. Each seemingly righteous action had precisely targeted the interests of the Whitebeard Pirates. What he had previously attributed to coincidence or rivalry now coalesced in Luo Chen's narrative, presenting an unprecedented tapestry woven with treachery. For the first time, fissures appeared in his understanding. Even if what you say is correct, Marco's voice became dry. We should still bring Ace back. Rescue him from that trap. And then, Luo Chen countered. Shall we bind him back to the ship? Inform him that we forbid him from avenging his enemies, that we will swallow his humiliation for him. Do you think, with Ace's pride, he would accept that? It would utterly destroy him, Marco. He would not be grateful. He would feel humiliated and seek to prove himself in even more impulsive and extreme ways. Luo Chen stepped closer, their proximity intimate. We cannot prevent him. That would only push him into the abyss. What we must do is guide him, allowing him to walk into the safe path we have laid out for him. Guide? Marco mulled over the term, filled with unfamiliar connotations. We cannot make decisions for him, but we can provide him with all the information and possibilities. Let him see the traps ahead for himself, and allow him to choose to avoid them. Luo Chen's plan sounded like a fantastical tale. This requires Ace's absolute trust, as well as the complete cooperation of all the captains in the shadows. We must transform the hunting grounds set by the Navy and Teach into our stage. Marco fell silent, needing time to digest it all. The world Luo Chen described was far darker and more complex than he had imagined. In this realm, the bonds of family and honor could become the sharpest weapons in the hands of enemies. Why should I trust you? Based on a series of damned simulations? No. Luo Chen shook his head, raising his hand as if a panel visible only to him materialized in the air. Retrieving teaching dossier for Port Gasti, Ace. Special status assessment, trust stamp beginner, has been activated. Effect: when the warnings issued by the host closely align with reality, the subject's subconscious will yield a high trust weight towards the host's subsequent directives. In moments of critical decision-making, there is a 73.5 probability that the subject will hesitate due to the host's warnings. Luo Chen regarded Marco with a calm demeanor. Based on what you understand of Ace, he may be impulsive, yet since I boarded the ship, every warning I have given him, every training session, has left an imprint in his heart. He may verbally refute and express discontent, but in the moment of life and death, my words will resonate as the last voice in his mind. That voice will cause him to pause for even a second. And what we must do is seize that second. Marco studied Luo Chen's face. The youthful countenance bore none of the restlessness typical of his age, only a profound steadiness that suggested an understanding of all things. He recalled the ominous warning from Locken before Teach's defection, a foreboding remark about the darkness within him that could unsettle even his father. Memories of Ace flashed through his mind, despite the exhaustion that washed over him after every training session. He would instinctively adjust his breathing and martial techniques, as pointed out by Luo Chen. A chill crept up his spine. This man had, unbeknownst to him, infiltrated the very marrow of the Whitebeard Pirates with his influence. What must I do? Ultimately, Marco made a choice. Nothing at all. At least for now. He need not speak to the other captains. Luo Chen's response was unexpectedly surprising. Your support must remain in the shadows. To make it known would raise suspicions and even provoke resentment among others. They may perceive it as a lack of trust in Ace, as if we were plotting against family. I need you to be the decisive voice at the most critical juncture. When my plan requires the fleet's cooperation and opposition arises, I need you to step forward and stand by me. Marco understood. This was a clandestine alliance. He and Luo Chen would become anomalies within the Whitebeard Pirates, safeguarding their home in a manner that others could not fathom. I promise you, Yua. Marco's expression was gravely serious. But the condition is, no harm must come to Ace. If your plan places him in greater peril, then my head is yours. Luo Chen calmly accepted the weight of this promise, which surpassed any oath. Marco gazed deeply at him before turning to leave. The turmoil within his heart had not dissipated. Rather, it had sharpened. To believe in Luo Chen's prophecy was, in itself, a more terrifying prospect than the prophecy's content. It implied that everything he cherished and fought for, the familial principles that belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, might truly be fragile in the face of a genuine conspiracy. Luo Chen watched his departing figure and exhaled softly. The first crack in the stubborn stone of the Whitebeard Pirates had finally been made. This marked the initial step in dismantling the barriers of family, and the most crucial step in his complete rewriting of the Marineford War script. He approached the window, observing the crew members still reveling on the deck. Ignorance, at times, is a form of bliss. Yet, this bliss was alarmingly fragile. His task was to forge an unyielding armor for it before it shattered. Chapter 66. Ace's Rebellion. Flames engulfed the reflection of the sails. Ace's solitary vessel, the Striker, raced across the waves like an arrow released from a bow. He required neither compass nor charts. The image of Sachi lying in a pool of blood served as his sole navigational beacon. The warmth still lingering in that lifeless body and Teach's despicable, triumphant grin alternately blazed in his mind. This was betrayal. It was the most vicious trampling of the word family. He must personally bring this to an end. This was his duty as the 2nd Division captain and, moreover, his obligation as an elder brother. Brying. The monotonous ringing of the transponder snail abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Ace answered the receiver. It was Marco. Ace, it's me, Yua. Marco, what is it? Ace's tone carried a hint of impatience. He wished not to be distracted by anything at this moment. Luo Chen asked me to remind you. Marco's voice hesitated. There are some unusual weather patterns along your next course. He mentioned possible unpredictable currents, and the Navy's patrol density in that area has recently increased. Ace tightened his grip on the receiver. Luo Chen again. That strategist who could see through everything. I'm experienced, brother. I can handle this minor detail. He endeavored to keep his voice calm. We don't doubt you, Yua. It's just, I understand. Ace interrupted Marco, instructing him to thank Luo Chen for his concern. But I am not a 3-year-old child. I don't require step-by-step guidance on navigation. Click. He hung up the transponder snail and tossed it aside. An unnamed fury surged within his chest. Caution? That was not caution. That was suspicion. It was a lack of trust in his abilities and a belittlement of his title as 2nd Division captain. Ever since Luo Chen boarded the ship, everything had changed. The intricate tactics, the rigorous training, the suffocating debriefs. The Whitebeard Pirates were becoming increasingly unlike a pirate crew. And he, poor Gasti, Ace, appeared to be treated as a problem child in need of constant supervision. Boom! The ship jolted violently. A strange lateral force pushing the vessel to one side. It was a current. Ace swiftly stabilized the helm and adjusted the sails. Flames erupting from beneath him to forcibly realign the Striker. He gazed at the seemingly calm sea, Luo Chen's warning echoing in his ears. Coincidence? The weather in the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. Such a level of mishap was already a familiar occurrence for him. It proved nothing. He accelerated the ship, shaking off the momentary hesitation. At the next supply island, he exchanged a pouch of gold coins for the latest intelligence. A drunken informant at the dock leaned inconspiratorially. Blackbeard? That newly risen scoundrel? I saw him. Just yesterday, he stocked up on provisions and rum here. Ace's heart skipped a beat. Where'd he go? He boasted to his companions that he was heading to a place called Bonero Island. It's an uninhabited island, and rumor has it he arranged a duel with someone there. Bonero Island. Ace quickly pinpointed this location on the mental map in his mind, aligning perfectly with the direction of his pursuit. Thank you. He tossed another pouch of coins and turned to leave. The flames of vengeance nearly erupted from his eyes. He had found him. He was finally closing in on that traitor. This overwhelming obsession left him no room to ponder why such crucial information was so easily divulged by a dockside drunkard. A trap? He cared not. As long as Teach was there, even hell would not deter him. Upon exiting the tavern, several men wielding curved blades blocked his path. The leader bore a long scar across his face and held a wanted poster. Fire Fist Ace, 550 million berries. We'll be taking your head. Ace did not even spare them a glance. Step aside. Brothers, attack. In response, a towering wall of flames erupted into the sky. Fire Fist. The searing blaze instantly illuminated the street as if it were daytime. When the flames extinguished, the bounty hunters had been reduced to charred remnants on the ground. The surrounding residents erupted in terrified screams. Ace walked past the ashes with indifference. Such trifling adversaries were hardly worthy of warming up against. His conviction grew stronger. His power was sufficient to crush any obstacle ahead. Back aboard the ship, a small square embedded in the control panel suddenly emitted a series of beeping sounds. It was the emergency communication beacon, a gadget that Locken had installed on every captain's vessel. It does not engage in conversation. It merely receives information from the command center. A luminous projection materializes, revealing a rudimentary nautical chart. On this chart, his current position is marked by a crimson dot, while the direction of Banero Island is ominously cloaked by a colossal, flickering skull. A sinuous green dashed line, representing the suggested course, winds forth from his location, deftly circumventing Banero Island and leading towards entirely uncharted waters. This is no mere advisory. It is an unequivocal command. It is as if Luo Chen, with his so-called data analysis, is declaring, "You must not venture there. You ought to heed my counsel." Ace gazed upon the verdant safety line, then cast a glance at the unwavering direction indicated by the compass. A surge of indignation, intertwined with humiliation, welled up within him once more. By what right does Luo Chen presume to dictate his actions? Merely based on his calculations and analyses? Simply because of that incomprehensible system of his? He is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He possesses his own pride, his own missions to fulfill. He is not a mere pawn on Luo Chen's chessboard, to be manipulated at will. This excessive concern has morphed into a shackle, a constraint. He must prove to Luo Chen, and to everyone, that he Ace requires no protection from anyone. He extended his hand, not to smash the beacon, but merely to press the button to deactivate it. The projection vanished. The world fell silent. Ace grasped the helm, resolutely steering the ship towards the island known as Banero, directed by the unwavering compass. Chapter 67, He has arrived. Bidata. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach forcefully slammed the transponder snail onto the table. The snail, mimicking the serious visage of a naval officer, emitted a sorrowful squeal upon impact before falling silent. The route map was in his possession. He grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. Van Augur stood at the ship's railing, his long rifle motionless in hand. The course of fate had been charted for him. No, not fate. Teach picked up a piece of parchment, freshly faxed from the Navy, marked with a red line outlining the approximate tracking path of the Ace Striker. It is us. He crumpled the parchment into a ball, black smoke billowing from his palm, instantly consuming the paper and rendering it to nothingness. Lafitte, head to the nearby Spring Island and recruit a few loudmouth fools. Teach turned to the peculiar navigator. Tell them a tale. Say that Blackbeard Teach has been severely wounded by the Whitebeard Pirates and is hiding on some desolate island, barely clinging to life. Lafitte gently tapped his red and white striped cane against the deck, producing a crisp sound. A tale to ignite the blood of Fire Fist. I comprehend, Captain. Q. Those rotten apples of yours. Stop hoarding them. Teach glanced at the sickly ship's doctor, find a few necessary shipping routes, and toss them overboard. Let that boy catch a whiff of decay. Q erupted into a fit of violent coughing, retrieving an ominously appearing apple from his pocket. Cough, cough. The fruit of fate always finds its destination. Begiers. Oh ho ho ho. The champion is here. The muscular giant excitedly pounded his chest. Teach pointed to a dark reef area on the map. Go there, and with your elbow, smash half of the largest rock. I want Ace to see that a frantic battle took place here. Oh, leave it to me. The crew members dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Teach stood alone at the bow, arms outstretched, savoring the sea breeze sweeping through the new world. Bidata. Luo Chen, the chief of staff? Merely a scholar who hides behind the scenes, wagging his tongue. True dominance is forged through fists and cunning. Prophecies? In the face of absolute power and meticulous schemes, They are nothing but child's play. He extended his palm, darkness surging forth like a tide, enveloping the sea beneath the ship. The dark water turned to ink, an ominous energy lingering in the waters, refusing to dissipate. This was the finest marker left for Ace, a signal affirming that he was right behind him and poised to close in. Days later, Lafitte quietly returned to the ship. "Captain, the story has spread." He elegantly removed his top hat and brushed his chest. Fire Fist Ace, while resupplying on an island called Gaia, fortuitously overheard our script. It is said he nearly beat that drunken informant to death, extracting the location of Blackbeard's hideout. Which island did he inquire about? Teach took a swig of rum. Of course, it is the stage we prepared for him, Bonero Island. Lafitte chuckled softly, harboring no doubt that the whereabouts of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million could be so easily divulged by a dockside drunkard. Beat at the because he is Ace. Teach bellowed with laughter, his mind consumed by flames and the notion of family, leaving no room for schemes. Pride is the deadliest poison. What the brothers aboard? As per your instructions, they tell everyone that Ace has no chance of catching up, that the captain is too formidable, and Fire Fist is no match. Lafitte replied, "I trust these words have reached Ace's ears." Excellent. Anger will scorch reason. Humiliation will blind the eyes. Teach picked up another black transponder snail, its mouth sewn shut, appearing particularly eerie. "Brew, brew, brew, brew. It is I." He lowered his voice. A mechanical voice emanated from the other end. "Target status?" "Fire Fist Ace has entered your designated hunting range and is sailing full speed towards Bonero Island." A smug smile adorned Teach's face. "You may commence deployment." "Understood. Do not be hasty to hang up." Teach added, "I must reiterate, capturing Ace is merely the first step of the plan. The true peril lies with the Chief of Staff aboard the Whitebeard ship, Luo Chen." A moment of silence ensued. "We will reassess his threat level." "Not reassess, monitor. Immediately. Right now." Teach's tone intensified. "That man is more terrifying than Whitebeard himself. His mind is capable of calculating the entire world. Once you capture Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates will undoubtedly emerge in full force. And then you shall witness the true horror of Luo Chen." This was his heartfelt warning. Though he publicly derided Luo Chen's prophecies, the sensation of being seen through still sent chills down his spine. It was imperative to leverage the Navy's assistance to eliminate this potential colossal threat before he fully spread his wings. "Your suggestion has been recorded." Click. The transponder snail was disconnected. Teach tossed it aside and walked alone to the cabin window, gazing at the distant, elusive outline of the island, Bonero Island. His men had already selected the optimal ambush points on the island, lookout posts, and even escape routes for potential Navy landings. He would not entrust his fate entirely to the Navy. Collaboration was merely a matter of sharing a common enemy. Exploitation is the eternal law of the pirate world. Van Augur, unbeknownst to when he had appeared behind him, spoke in his unflappable tone. "Target has entered the line of sight." Teach raised his telescope. At the horizon's end, a small vessel propelled by flames charges resolutely towards the sandy shores of the island. It is Ace. He has arrived. Fueled by a tempest of rage and a fervent desire for vengeance, cloaked in a confidence shrouded by layers of deceitful intelligence. Plunging headlong into the web woven by Blackbeard and the world government. A veritable snare. The 68th chapter, The Encirclement. On the icy surface of the nautical chart, a red pointer is firmly affixed to an unnamed dial. Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, with gloved fingers, gently taps the table. Thud, thud, thud. An oppressive silence blankets the bridge, save for the faint hum of instruments. Every officer holds their breath, as if even the rhythm of their heartbeats might betray the secrets of this operation. The Falcon Operation, an edict personally issued by Admiral Sengoku, its codename ominously foretelling the outcome. They're the hawks soaring high above, while their target is that oblivious flamingo, recklessly striding into the trap. The denizens of the encrypted communication line awaken, mimicking a visage that commands respect without fury. "It is I." Sengoku's voice emerges, devoid of warmth. "Admiral, Ghost Spider stands at attention. What is the status of the target?" "Intelligence on Blackbeard has been confirmed. Our encirclement is fully deployed, just as depicted in your diagram, a flawless fan shape." Ghost Spider's tone radiates confidence. 10 warships, 300 heavy cannons, all calibrated to perfection. As soon as he enters the designated waters, a comprehensive strike can be executed at will. A moment of silence ensues on the other end of the line. "I want him alive." Sengoku's words are resolute. Public execution is paramount to maximize the impact. "I want the entire world to witness the fate of those who challenge the world government. I want that old fool, Whitebeard, to see his son perish on the scaffold." A cruel smile tugs at the corners of Ghost Spider's mouth. Understood. A gift that will utterly shatter Whitebeard's morale. Blackbeard has also mentioned someone. Sengoku's tone shifts. Luo Chen, the chief of staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. Merely a bookish coward lurking in the shadows. Ghost Spider scoffs at this. A pirate is a pirate, relying on brute force and momentum. Fire Fist Ace is the finest testament to this. Blinded by so-called familial bonds, he has fallen into this predicament. Their ties are their greatest vulnerability. Do not underestimate them, Sengoku cautions. Whitebeard's reign over the New World for decades is no mere coincidence. Capture Ace and report immediately. Click. The communication line falls silent. Ghost Spider sets the receiver down, and the air in the bridge seems to resume its flow. He turns to the sonar operator. Is there any movement from the buoy? Report, Admiral. The sonar buoy number 7 has just detected a high-speed moving target, a single vessel, exhibiting intense energy reactions. Matching the characteristics of Fire Fist Ace's ship, the Striker, the sonar operator's voice brims with excitement. On the nautical chart, a moving red dot races along their preordained course, heading straight for the enormous skull mark at the center. He has come. A predatory gleam surfaces on Ghost Spider's face. What the Marine Corps? He inquires of the communications officer. The Vulture squad landed on the unnamed island half an hour ago, lying in wait at the designated ambush point. They report that Blackbeard's vessel is docked on the opposite side of the island. Everything is proceeding as planned. Excellent. Ghost Spider strides to the grand porthole, gazing out at the seemingly tranquil waters. Here lies the infamous doldrums of the Grand Line, with its treacherous currents and capricious weather, a natural prison. He can almost envision Ace's current state of mind, consumed by the flames of vengeance, oblivious to the imminent peril. He believes himself the pursuer, unaware that he has already become the prey at the center of the web. A young lieutenant, palms clammy with sweat, dares to speak. Admiral, our Operation secrecy is of utmost importance, yet we are publicly declaring it a routine patrol. Are we truly capturing Fire Fist Ace? How does it feel? Ghost Spider does not turn around. It feels like, negotiating with a tiger, the lieutenant musters the courage to voice his thoughts. Blackbeard is a despicable pirate as well. Ghost Spider slowly pivots, his piercing gaze compelling the lieutenant to lower his head. The execution of justice can employ any means necessary, including temporary alliances with other beasts. His voice, though soft, resonates clearly within the bridge. Our enemy is the Yonko, Whitebeard. To topple this giant, any sacrifice and method are warranted. As for Blackbeard, he is merely a wild dog attempting to snatch scraps from a tiger's mouth. Once the tiger falls, he can be dealt with at any time. This declaration dissipates the last vestiges of doubt harbored in the hearts of all present. They are the Navy, the embodiment of justice. And at this moment, they are executing a grand mission capable of altering the world's balance. A messenger rushes in, presenting a document. Report, Admiral. This is encrypted intelligence from CP9 regarding the latest assessment of Luo Chen, Chief of Staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ghost Spider takes the document, scanning it swiftly. It details a series of unusual maneuvers by the Whitebeard Pirates following Luo Chen's boarding. The establishment of an intelligence analysis division, optimization of Haki training systems, and multiple precise forecasts of Navy operations. Conclusively, a note from the Gore CI reads, threat level for this individual is tentatively classified as extremely high. Prioritize monitoring rather than direct confrontation. A group of old men sheltered in the Holy Land, growing increasingly timid with age. Ghost Spider crumples the intelligence into a ball, tossing it into the wastebasket. What threat could a mere strategist pose? Is his pen mightier than Whitebeard's fist? He remains convinced that capturing Ace will send the Whitebeard Pirates charging towards Marineford like a frenzied bull, disregarding everything in their path. By that point, even the most intricate strategies would be futile against an overwhelming force. Report. The target has entered the range of Battery 3. Report. The target's speed remains unchanged. He is expected to land on the southern beach in 3 minutes. The atmosphere within the bridge reaches a fever pitch. All personnel return to their battle stations. Countless eyes fixated on the monitoring screens, watching the approaching red dot grow ever closer. Vulture Squad, what is your status? Ghost Spider seizes the phone bug linking to the Marine Corps. The target is in sight. The voice on the other end is muffled with suppressed excitement. He has disembarked. He is heading towards the beach. Confirmed. Only one individual. Of course, only one. A knowing smile spreads across Ghost Spider's face, a reflection of his pride and his epitaph. He gradually raises his hand, the bridge falling into a profound silence. All cannons disengage safeties. His hand hovers in the air for a moment, seemingly relishing this final moment. As soon as his feet touch the sandy shore, Ghost Spider's hand swings down decisively. Chapter 69. Isolated and Helpless? The Moby Dick Operations Room. The shrill alarm shatters the tranquility. On a massive nautical chart display, a green light representing Ace suddenly reveals several flickering red dots, coalescing into a converging fan shape. Warning, detection of a large-scale, high-spec Navy fleet secretly gathering. Warning, the target's course overlaps with the Navy's encirclement by 997. Luo Chen's body tenses instantly as he snatches the real-time navigation chart from the table and bursts out of the operations room. On the deck, the sun shone brilliantly, and the sea breeze was gentle. Several captains leaned against the ship's railing, sipping their drinks and boasting about their recent victories. "What's with that expression, Luo Chen?" Marco remarked lazily, lifting his eyelids upon seeing him. Luo Chen slammed the navigation chart onto a wooden barrel. Ace is in danger. The barrel trembled, causing the liquid inside to sway. The Navy's 10 warships, led by a vice admiral, were lying in wait at the island where Ace was expected to arrive. Luo Chen's finger pressed firmly on a spot labeled Banero Island. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Yet, only a few seconds later, Ja's booming laughter shattered the silence. "Ha ha ha, Luo Chen. Are you too nervous? Do you really think those Navy scoundrels would dare ambush our captain? This isn't about bravery, it's a trap." Luo Chen's voice was icy. "A scheme targeting Ace that ultimately pointed at all of us. Is this yet another one of your simulations?" Jaz set down his cup, the smile fading from his face. "Luo Chen, we appreciate everything you do for the team. Your training methods and intelligence analysis are invaluable." He paused, his tone turning rigid. "But in the end, it is still a simulation. Ace is a battle-hardened warrior, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. He is not merely a piece on your board." Ja's words were blunt, as cold and hard as his diamond fists. "We believe in Ace, in his strength, and even more so in his judgment as our family. That kind of trust could get him killed." Luo Chen's voice abruptly escalated. The air on the deck became completely frozen. "You're being paranoid, Luo Chen." Sachi approached, attempting to ease the tension. "We all care about Ace, but we cannot let that disrupt our composure. That traitor Blackbeard isn't worth such a large naval mobilization. Indeed, to them, this is merely a house cleaning. No one would suspect that a traitor would ally with the Navy and the world government. This conspiracy, which subverted all conventional pirate wisdom, surpassed their understanding." Luo Chen scanned the room. Marco's face bore a look of helplessness, while Vista frowned slightly. The other captains were largely filled with confusion and disbelief. He felt a chilling isolation. His predictions and analyses seemed so pale in comparison to the unyielding belief in family. This trust was the strongest weapon of the Whitebeard Pirates, yet at this moment, it felt like the most lethal poison. He retracted the navigation chart and wordlessly turned back towards the operations room. Behind him, he could hear their hushed discussions, like the distant tides of another world. As the door to the operations room closed, it severed all ties to the outside. Leaning against the cold iron door, Luo Chen slowly slid down to the ground. System notification. The degree of fate deviation continues to decline. Current value, 85. Warning, the target has landed on Banero Island and is about to enter the core area under naval bombardment. The green dot on the screen had now overlapped with the black dot representing Blackbeard, right in the center of the island. There was no time left. Any words of persuasion had become mere scrap paper. Luo Chen opened the system marketplace, presenting him with a dazzling array of redeemable items. Most of the points he had painstakingly amassed had been invested in dojo construction and team enhancements. At this moment, the remaining points were only sufficient to exchange for a single option. Emergency communication beacon. Single use, establish a one-way communication with a designated target for 30 seconds, regardless of distance and interference. This was his sole opportunity, his final trump card. Should he directly tell Ace to run? He would be perceived as insane. Ace's pride would never allow him to flee in the face of a traitor's pursuit. The warning had to be precise to the second. Not only must he save Ace, but this ambush must also serve as an undeniable steel stamp, seared deeply into the hearts of every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was essential to solidify Luo Chen's absolute authority as chief of staff. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth in the cramped operations room. In his mind, countless streams of information clashed violently. The Navy's warship deployment, Blackbeard's character, the standard heavy cannon's loading time, the terrain of Banero Island, Ace's combat habits. Everything was rapidly being simulated. He needed Ace to collide head-on with the iron wall known as reality. He wanted everyone to hear the deafening sound of cannon fire. He aimed to use indisputable facts to deliver this crucial lesson. A plan so audacious it bordered on madness began to take shape within him. Isolated and unsupported, then he would force them to acknowledge the truth through undeniable evidence. Luo Chen halted, the last flicker of hesitation in his gaze replaced by determination. He approached the control panel, extending his hand to activate the beacon, which had only a one-time use. He did not initiate communication immediately. He was waiting for the clash between Ace and Teach to ignite, waiting for the Navy's cannons to complete their final calibration, waiting for Ace's fury and confidence to reach their zenith. System notification: target Fire Fist Ace and Marshal D. Teach have officially entered combat. Warning: the Navy's first round of volleys is locked onto the target area. Expected impact time: 60 seconds. Luo Chen picked up a pure white transponder snail and dialed that unique number. He intended for Ace to be ambushed, but in a manner that he could control, one that he had meticulously designed. Chapter 70. The Price of Trust. On the shores of Banero Island, two figures faced off. Teach. Ace's fist ignited in flames, the heat distorting the air between him and Blackbeard. You have violated the one unbreakable rule aboard our father's ship. Marshal D. Teach grinned widely, emitting his trademarked hideous laughter. Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, don't say it like that. I'm merely pursuing my dreams. He patted his ample belly. For the sake of the dark fruit, I've waited over 20 years. Sachi was just too lucky and too unfortunate. Bastard. Ace stopped wasting words, his body transforming into a pillar of fire, charging forward. Fire Fist, a colossal flaming fist imbued with the wrath to incinerate all, struck towards Blackbeard's face. Yet Blackbeard did not flinch. Instead, he spread his fingers wide, a bottomless darkness materializing in his palm. Dark water. The flames and darkness collided, but no cataclysmic explosion ensued. Ace's flames seemed to be inexorably drawn into an unseen black hole, disappearing without a trace. A tremendous force tugged at Ace from Blackbeard's hand, making him feel as if his body was being uncontrollably pulled. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. For the first time, his elemental body lost that sense of ethereal confidence. All abilities will fail before my dark fruit. Blackbeard sneered, seizing Ace by the neck and slamming him violently to the ground. Bang! Ace coughed up blood, the visceral reality of his body leaving him momentarily dizzy. Do you see it now, Ace? This is the true power. Just as Blackbeard prepared to deliver the final blow, a peculiar tremor resonated from beneath the ground. It was not an earthquake. It was a more profound, rhythmic rumbling. Blackbeard paused, casting a puzzled glance towards the sea. Ace struggled to lift his head as well. In the next second, both of their pupils constricted simultaneously. On the distant horizon, dozens of black pillars were slicing through the sky at terrifying speed, heading towards a small island. They were not pillars. They were cannonballs. No, that's not right. Blackbeard's smile froze, replaced by sheer terror. The Navy? How could they be here? Boom! Boom! Thunderous explosions rained down like a torrential downpour, but the targets were not them on the beach. Rather, they were aimed at Ace's small vessel, the Striker, anchored nearby. In just a single volley, the ship that had accompanied Ace for so long was torn to shreds amidst the violent blasts. Ace stood there, utterly dazed. Moments later, a second wave of cannon fire engulfed the entire beach, raising towering clouds of sand. Ace tumbled desperately to evade, while Blackbeard and his crew frantically sought cover. As the smoke settled, Ace rose to his feet and surveyed the scene. A dozen Navy warships had formed a perfect fan-shaped encirclement from 3 directions, effectively sealing off the entire Banero Island. The gun muzzles of each ship gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. This was not a patrol. This was not a chance encounter. It was a meticulously orchestrated trap designed for him. He had thought he was the hunter pursuing a traitor. In truth, both he and that traitor were merely prey caught in another snare. The warnings from Lothar, the dismissive expressions of Jozu and the others, the strategic simulations he'd cast aside in the command room now seared into his mind like a red-hot iron. It was all true. A wave of icy despair crept up his spine. He had no possibility of escape. Under such a relentless barrage, no matter how swiftly his flames flew, they would never outpace the cannonballs. Ace, it seems we've been outmaneuvered. Blackbeard's voice echoed from nearby, tinged with annoyance. But that's all right. Once I deal with you, I'll settle the score with the Navy. Shut up. Ace roared, his anger overpowering his fear. He prepared for a desperate fight, determined to take the traitor Teach down with him. Just as he was about to ignite his life force for the ultimate strike, a faint yet urgent buzzing emanated from his pocket. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and grasped a cold, hard metallic object. It was something Lothar had forcibly given him before his departure, claiming it was a talisman. At the time, he had thought it an overreaction. A beacon flickered to life, and a voice, clear, calm, and devoid of emotion, resonated in his mind. One-way communication established. It was Lothar. Ace, cease all combat preparations. The voice was urgent yet unfazed, as if the relentless cannon fire was merely a tactical exercise on a battlefield. Listen carefully, break through at 3 o'clock with full speed. 3 o'clock? Ace instinctively glanced in that direction, where the crossfire from 2 warships was densest, the thickest part of the encirclement, the most foolish route to break through. Was he seeking death? That was the blind spot in their firing logic and the command system's reaction. You have a 5-second window. Now immediately go. Lothar's voice carried an irresistible commanding tone, one that felt familiar. On the deck of the Moby Dick, during his exhaustive training sessions, when his consciousness blurred, it was this very voice that guided him to perform the correct actions. That trust had become ingrained in him. Doubt lasted but a fraction of a second. Pride, anger, and despair were completely suppressed by an instinct named obedience. Gulfida, unknovoblefida. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace transformed his arms into 2 flaming spears, hurling them toward Blackbeard, forcing back the approaching enemies. He then propelled himself with that very recoil, his body morphing into a blazing meteor, surging toward the 3 o'clock direction indicated by Lothar, reaching the fastest speed of his life. On the flagship's bridge, the Ghost Spider admired his handiwork. Was he truly going to make a desperate charge? What a foolish beast. He watched the monitoring screen as the fireball representing Ace prepared for a final attack. But in the next moment, the fireball veered at an unusual angle, hurtling straight toward the front of the fleet. What? The Ghost Spider was taken aback, wondering what Ace intended. A suicidal attack? Commander, the target is speeding toward the crossfire between ships 3 and 4. Had he gone mad? The Ghost Spider immediately reacted, shouting, "Adjust the cannons. Bring him down." But it was too late. The fleet's cannon adjustments required time, and the transmission of commands also took time. It was this brief delay. Ace's flaming meteor, like a red-hot scalpel, precisely sliced through the thickest and most rigid part of the encirclement. Countless cannonballs whizzed past him, the shockwave from the explosive heat causing his blood to surge. But he had indeed broken through, before the Navy's main fleet could complete their second round of cannon adjustments. He narrowly escaped the deadly fan and plunged into the chaotic rocky area on the other side of the island. Bang! Ace crashed heavily onto a massive rock, his flames extinguishing as he reverted to human form. He gasped violently, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Behind him lay the futile roars and chaotic cannon fire of the Navy fleet. Yet those sounds seemed to come from another world. He had survived. In that seemingly certain death, he had lived. He lay there, dazed, staring at the now dull metallic object in his palm. Lothar, the man who always smiled, claiming everything was under control. The chief of staff whom they all, including himself, deemed overly cautious, paranoid. He had not only predicted this ambush, he had calculated the Navy's cannon deployment and the commander's cognitive blind spots with precision. The object in his pocket was not a mere talisman. It was a lifeline, a chill far more potent than that of Blackbeard's betrayal or the Navy's ambush washed over Ace. The words exchanged with Jozu and the others on the deck echoed in his mind. We trust Ace, trust in his strength. It had all been a simulation. How absurd. Their trust and pride had nearly led him to the Navy's execution platform. Ace clenched his fists, for the first time realizing how fragile his once prided strength was when faced with true scheming. Chapter 71. Not many. Just a single platoon? The sound of heavy breathing mingled with the briny scent of seawater and the acrid odor of gunpowder. Ace knelt on the ground, gasping for the cold air, each breath feeling like swallowing blades, his lungs ablaze with pain. He had survived. The thoughts spiraled through his mind, feeling surreal. Just moments ago, he had been ensnared in a net of cannon fire from a dozen warships. That overwhelming despair was an experience he never wished to endure again. Buzz! The metallic object in his palm vibrated weakly once more. Ace jolted, instinctively focusing all his attention on it. Lothar's eerily calm voice echoed in his mind again. Don't let your guard down, Ace. 300 meters ahead, amidst the jagged rocks, the Navy's Marine Corps lies in ambush. They're not numerous, perhaps a platoon, roughly around 30 men. However, their leader is a master of his craft. Ace's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he cast his gaze toward the treacherous cluster of rocks, which appeared eerily tranquil, save for the rhythmic crashing of waves. There was not a soul in sight. 10 minutes prior, he would have scoffed at such a warning. Yet now, Every word from Luo Chen resonated within him like an oracle's decree. His weapon of choice was a long sword, adeptly wielded to exploit the shadows cast by the rocks for surprise attacks. Luo Chen's voice continued, unhurried and resolute, as if narrating a foregone conclusion. At a 70-degree angle to your left, behind the tallest rock, lies his concealment point. Deploy the Firefly Fire Dama to blanket that area. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace's body reacted even before his mind could process the command. Firefly Fire Dama. Countless emerald flames, akin to swarming fireflies, erupted from his fingertips, animatedly weaving around the rocks ahead, precisely enveloping the shadowy region Luo Chen had indicated. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shattered the silence behind the rocky outcrop. Amidst the cries of despair, a figure clad in a naval uniform, brandishing a long sword, was propelled into the air by the force of the blast, crashing heavily into the water. Following this, dozens of naval soldiers scrambled out from behind the rocks, their expressions not fierce with battle rage, but rather stunned and bewildered, as if their ambush had been instantly revealed. Ace watched this unfold, icy dread coursing through his veins. Had it not been for Luo Chen's warning, he would have walked mere meters forward, directly into the lethal strike of that swordsman. Well done. Luo Chen's tone revealed no emotion, yet he cautioned. Do not linger in battle. Blackbeard and his crew must be close by. He is waiting for you to expend your strength, to be worn down or gravely injured before he swoops in like a vulture to deal the final blow. A chill more penetrating than the cold seawater that drenched his clothing surged from Ace's tailbone to the crown of his head. That man, Teach, filled with dreams and destinies, harbored a treachery and malevolence far beyond Ace's imagination. He had not only betrayed his family, but colluded with the Navy, turning them into mere pawns in his grand scheme to wear Ace down. Do not let anger cloud your judgment, Ace. Luo Chen's voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flames of his rising fury. Your current mission is not vengeance, it is survival. Navigate at full speed along the current at your 9 o'clock. It is the only gap in the Navy's encirclement that is yet to close. Ace glanced back at the tumultuous sea of cannon fire, then at the distant, elusive silhouette of Blackbeard's ship. The flames of revenge burned fiercely in his heart, yet he stifled them resolutely. For the first time, he comprehended the truth behind Luo Chen's words at the dojo. Anger is a blunt weapon wielded only by the weak. He could not afford to lose, not to Teach, nor to himself, who had underestimated the danger. Taking a deep breath, he ignited flames beneath his feet, resolutely steering the battered little ship that had survived the onslaught towards the direction Luo Chen had indicated, leaving no glance backward. Aboard the Navy flagship, within the bridge, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider beheld the monitor displaying the pinpoint of light representing Ace, which, after breaching the encirclement, had inexplicably evaded the Marine ambush, ultimately disappearing from the radar's edge. His expression transitioned from rage to astonishment, finally settling into a grave and somber demeanor. What is happening? He seized the collar of the communications officer beside him. What is the Eagle team doing? A platoon of elite soldiers cannot even apprehend a pirate battered by cannon fire? Report, Vice Admiral. The communications officer, visibly shaken, stammered. The Eagle team reported they were detected ahead of time. It was as if the enemy knew their position and launched an attack. Ghost Spider released his grip, staggering back a step. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This operation is highly classified. Both the route and ambush points were decided only moments ago. Even I received the final plan just hours prior. How could it have been leaked? Is there truly a being aboard Whitebeard's ship capable of foreseeing the future? He recalled the traitor Teach mentioning a name with almost fearful reverence over the phone, Luo Chen. On the surface, Ace piloted the small vessel, not once looking back. Luo Chen's voice fell silent. The metallic device ceased its clamor. Yet Ace felt as though Luo Chen was right beside him. With each turn of the helm, and every adjustment of course, the teachings of Luo Chen and his calm, piercing gaze flooded his mind. Trust Steel Seal. In that moment, he grasped the true significance of this bond. It was neither a shackle nor a means of control. It served as the sole tether pulling him back from the abyss of confusion and rage, a rational reign amidst chaos. The weight of that trust was suffocating. He remembered the words he had spoken on the deck to Jozu and the others, the impatience he exhibited when hanging up on Marco, and the absurd pride that had led him to deactivate Luo Chen's emergency communication beacon. Shame and dread engulfed him like a tsunami. He poured gas D. Ace had nearly met his end due to his own foolishness and arrogance, ensnared in a conspiracy he had deemed beneath him. Meanwhile, That man whom he had misunderstood, whom everyone had doubted, had, from afar, yanked him back from the precipice of hell in a manner he could not fathom. He had to return. Immediately, he needed to inform his father, to tell Marco, to share with Jozu, to convey to everyone. They had all been wrong, terribly wrong. The pride they took in their family's honor and creed crumbled to dust before the true machinations of the world. And that chief of staff, the scholar they had underestimated, was in fact the indispensable and true mastermind of their family. Chapter 72. Once again unmasked by Luo Chen. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, the air in the marshal's office was as heavy as a leaden weight poised to sink into the depths of the sea. With a sharp crack, Sengoku slammed down the receiver of a pitch-black, encrypted transponder snail, devoid of any expression. The force of his action was such that it felt as if he might crush the device into fragments. It has failed. He lifted his gaze. His normally authoritative visage now overshadowed by a dark cloud of suppressed fury. The ambush plan devised by Ghost Spider had utterly collapsed. Fire Fist Ace had successfully broken free. Boom! As the words left his lips, a formidable wave of uncontainable force surged towards Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, standing opposite him. Sengoku's hand struck down upon the century-old atom wood desk, shattering it into splinters. Wood chips flew, and documents scattered like snowflakes across the floor. Useless. The roar of the warring states echoed throughout the office, causing the 4 characters of absolute justice on the wall to reverberate ominously. 10 warships, an elite Marine Corps unit, a meticulously woven encirclement. Is this how you execute a mission? The Ghost Spider bowed his head, cold sweat trickling down his scarred cheeks, dripping onto the polished floor. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. This was meant to be a textbook perfect hunt, a stage for him to showcase the Navy's might to the world government. Yet now, it had devolved into a colossal joke. Marshal, there must be something amiss. A deep, searing voice emerged from the corner. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki stepped out from the shadows, his magma-like aura seemingly ready to drip and incinerate the ground. With the temperament of Fire Fist Ace, he was a brute blinded by rage. In the face of such a dire situation, it was impossible for him to single-handedly unravel our intricate plans. Akainu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly to the heart of the matter. I suspect our intelligence has been compromised, or perhaps the Whitebeard Pirates possess a unique source of intelligence, unbeknownst to us. Oh, what a terrifying conjecture, drawled Admiral Kazu Borsellino from the sofa, his languid tone trailing off, yet the glint behind his sunglasses bore a dangerous light. To foresee the Navy's most confidential operations is no small feat for an ordinary intelligence network. Perhaps it isn't mere intelligence. The long-silent chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, 2, set down her teacup with a crisp clink. All eyes turned to the wise elder. Tsuru's gaze swept across the scattered documents before she spoke slowly. Do you remember? That traitor Teach repeatedly emphasized a name during negotiations. Luo Chen. At the mere mention of this name, the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. Blackbeard referred to him as the Oracle. Tsuru's voice was soft, yet it struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's hearts. She stated that this man named Luo Chen could foresee the future, transforming a rabble into a disciplined army. He said that Ace would pursue him, and that too was prophesied by Luo Chen. Initially, I thought it was merely the traitor's exaggerated words to elevate his bargaining position. A glimmer of insight flickered into Tsuru's eyes. But now it appears that the greatest possibility for Fire Fist Ace to escape that fatal trap lies in this Oracle issuing yet another timely warning. Silence fell, a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. A monster's brain capable of foreseeing Navy actions. This realization sent shivers down the spines of the assembled Titans. More chilling than Whitebeard's world-destroying power. Sengoku slowly returned to the remnants of his chair, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from the exertion. CP9, he bellowed towards the door. An agent clad in black suit immediately appeared at the threshold, kneeling on one knee. Immediately, initiate a highest-level investigation into Luo Chen, Chief of Staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. A note of fear, unrecognized even by himself, laced Sengoku's voice. I want to know everything about him. His origins, his past, what he has eaten, what he has drunk, and even what dreams he had last night. I cannot tolerate the existence of someone who can freely pry into our trump cards upon these seas. Yes, the agent accepted the command and vanished in an instant. Sengoku's chest heaved violently as he gazed out the window, the azure sea now appearing shrouded by an invisible shadow in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the waters near Bonero Island, on a rudimentary raft hastily assembled from broken planks, Blackbeard Teach was intently observing the now calm sea through a telescope. The Navy fleet had retreated, leaving behind a wreckage of devastation and charred ship remains. His expression was dark enough to drip water. "Captain," murmured Van Augur beside him, "our plan has failed." Teach lowered the telescope, squeezing out the words from between clenched teeth. He had not anticipated, truly not anticipated, that Luo Chen's warning abilities could be so formidable. It was not vague prophecies or general warnings. He could even pinpoint the weak spots in the Navy's firepower net. The theoretical absolute dead zone he himself had selected for Ace. This was no longer the work of an oracle. This was a devil who could treat war as a chessboard, viewing all as mere pawns. "Ha ha ha!" Teach suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with dread and extreme wariness. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having reiterated Luo Chen's threat during his dealings with the Navy. This man was the greatest and most terrifying thorn in his path to dominance. Ace, the bloodline of Roger? Before Luo Chen's all-seeing wisdom. It was merely a knife, more easily wielded. "What should we do now, Captain?" "What to do?" The flames of greed reignited in Teach's eyes. "Of course, we must secure the warlord title as swiftly as possible." He needed to establish a firm footing and obtain the protection and resources of the world government without delay. Only then could he possess the capital to engage in the next round of gambits against the monster lurking behind Whitebeard. At Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the office lightened slightly, yet the oppressive feeling grew even thicker. They realized that the Whitebeard Pirates had transformed. No longer merely a group relying on the old man's reputation and the brute strength of its captains. It now possessed a brain, one more composed than Tsuru and more skilled at strategizing than Sengoku. All traditional strategies and tactics might become mere jokes in the presence of this intellect. Marshal, the previously silent Admiral Akiji, Kazan, lazily spoke up. "If that's the case, is there still a need to continue our dealings with Blackbeard?" He couldn't even capture an ace. Sengoku glanced at the shattered desk, a flicker of resolution crossing his eyes. "Relay my orders. Temporarily halt all support and intelligence sharing with Blackbeard until we ascertain how Fire Fist Ace managed to escape. I cannot allow the Navy's resources to be squandered by an incompetent traitor, nor can I allow him to use us as pawns to probe into Luo Chen's depths." Sengoku's roar reverberated throughout the Navy headquarters. Luo Chen, this name, for the first time, ascended the highest level blacklist of the world government in an unforeseen manner. With his singular strength, he not only thwarted a perfect encirclement aimed at a core member of the Four Emperors, but also sent tremors of fear throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Chapter 73. How did you do it? As the battered and nearly disassembled small boat came into view of the Moby Dick, the deck erupted into a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. "It's Ace. Ace is back. Wonderful. I knew that traitor was no match for Ace." The crew members excitedly waved their arms, their rugged faces radiating genuine joy and pride. However, the smiles on the faces of Marco and Jaws at the bow of the ship stiffened the moment they discerned Ace's condition. The vessel had returned, yet the individual aboard seemed as if he had lost his very soul. Ace navigated the battered ship slowly closer, his face, usually adorned with a confident and exuberant grin, now bore only a pallid weariness. His gaze was vacant, devoid of focus, as though he had just emerged from an inescapable nightmare. He did not respond to the jubilant cheers of others. As the ship steadied, Ace staggered onto the deck, his body wobbling precariously as if he might fall. Marco swiftly stepped in to support him. "Ace, are you injured?" Ace offered no reply. He merely shrugged off Marco's assistance, lifting his head to search the crowd with bloodshot eyes. At last, his gaze locked onto the man standing calmly beside Whitebeard, Luo Chen. In the following instant, Ace executed a shocking action that left everyone astonished. He disregarded all the captains, even neglecting the advancing Whitebeard, and rushed straight toward the cabin. "Old man, all captains, to the operations room, immediately." His voice was hoarse and urgent, carrying an undeniable authority tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The cheers on the deck abruptly ceased, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Whitebeard cast a solemn glance at Luo Chen, then at Ace's vanishing figure, a flicker of gravity flashing in his murky eyes. "Everyone go," he commanded, aboard the Moby Dick in the operations room. The vast sand table retained the configuration established during Luo Chen's simulations, adorned with flags representing both the Navy and Ace. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. All the division captains had gathered, encircling the sand table, their attention fixated on the man standing in the center. "Ace. I have found Teach," Ace began, his voice low and each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. He consumed the dark fruit. My abilities are ineffective against him, and I was easily defeated by him. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the captains, yet Ace paid no heed. With a trembling hand, he pointed to Bonero Island's location on the sand table. Just as he was about to deal with me, the Navy appeared. Not one ship, nor two. Ace's voice began to quaver, filled with the echoes of dread and profound terror. It was over a dozen warships, led by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. They approached from 3 directions, forming a perfect fan-shaped encirclement, effectively sealing off the entire island. Boom! This revelation detonated in the minds of the captains like a bombshell. Jaws clenched his diamond fist tightly. Disbelief etched across his face. Vista's hand, gripping the sword hilt, turned pale. This was not merely a pursuit of a traitor. It was a long-planned ambush targeting the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was not a coincidence. Ace's voice trembled, laced with shame that followed the shattering of his pride. It was a trap, a meticulously orchestrated snare laid by Teach and the Navy. He raised his head, scanning the faces that were stunned into silence. Just as Luo Chen had predicted, down to the last detail. Marco's pupils contracted suddenly. He glanced sharply at the sand table. The black flags representing the Navy warships formed an encirclement that mirrored Ace's description exactly. At that moment, I was engulfed by cannon fire, leaving me no chance to escape. Ace's gaze finally shifted to Luo Chen, who had stood silently to the side throughout. It was Luo Chen. He left me a beacon that activated at the last moment. He instructed me to break through at 3 o'clock, where the crossfire from 2 warships was densest, the thickest point of the encirclement. Had it been any other time, I would never have believed, but in that moment, I put my faith in it. I charged ahead, countless shells whizzing past me. I truly broke through, because that area was their shooting logic's blind spot, a blind zone for the command system's response. They couldn't adjust their cannon muzzles in time. Ace nearly shouted, his voice echoing in the operations room, creating an eerie silence. Everyone seemed frozen, staring at the sand table and then at Luo Chen. Prophecy? No, this is beyond mere prophecy. This is a precise calculation of a Navy's Vice Admiral's thought process, the entire fleet's command system, down to the second. It was not over. Ace's chest heaved violently. I broke out of the encirclement and escaped to a rocky area. Luo Chen's voice rang out again. He warned me of an ambush by the Marine Corps ahead in the rocky cluster 300 meters away. He even specified that the leading captain wielded a long knife and was lurking just behind the highest rock at a 70-degree angle to my left. Ace's voice faltered. The only sounds in the operations room were the heavy breaths of the captains. Jaws, Sachi, and Vista, renowned, formidable pirates of a new world, now regarded Luo Chen with eyes transformed completely. From initial indifference to a degree of skeptical cooperation, and now to this moment. It was astonishment, awe, and an instinctive fear in the face of an intelligence that transcended comprehension. They finally grasped how ludicrous and perilous their previous trust on the deck had been. They were not trusting Ace. They were unwittingly pushing their brother toward the execution platform of the Navy through their ignorance and arrogance. And Luo Chen, whom they once deemed merely a talkative scholar, had from a distant vantage, like an all-knowing deity, forcibly yanked Ace back from the depths of despair. Gulalala. Whitebeard's deep laughter shattered the silence. He rose slowly, the immense weight of his presence rendering the air thick. He did not glance at Ace, but instead strode towards Luo Chen, extending his colossal hand, capable of enveloping Luo Chen's entire upper body. He patted Luo Chen's shoulder heavily, yet with a touch of tenderness. Luo Chen. The old man's voice carried an unprecedented sense of recognition and satisfaction. You have done well. A simple phrase, yet it bore more weight than any accolade or praise. It was the highest commendation from the world's strongest man to his son. Luo Chen offered a slight smile and a nod, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. At that moment, Ace stepped forward, inching closer to Luo Chen. His head bowed, concealing his expression from all. After a long pause, he slowly lifted his gaze. The flames that once burned in his eyes had faded, leaving only a haunting fear of survival and a profound quest from the depths of his soul. He stared into Luo Chen's eyes, voicing the ultimate question that resided in the hearts of everyone present. Luo Chen, how did you do it? Can you truly foresee the future? This inquiry struck like a boulder, plunging into the hearts of all. Every gaze was fervent, inquisitive, and reverent, fixated upon Luo Chen. In the face of it all, Luo Chen maintained his signature, tranquil smile. He gazed at Ace, slowly beginning to speak. I cannot predict the future. I have merely calculated 3 steps ahead of our adversaries. 3 steps ahead? Ace and all the captains were taken aback. They understood that this was far from a simple matter of mere calculations. Yet, this understated response struck them with a profound shock, more impactful than any convoluted explanation. From this day forth, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates comprehended a fundamental truth. Their home possessed a true intellect, a guardian capable of rendering the Navy's schemes into mere farce, an entity bordering on prophetic insight. Their understanding of the Navy and the world itself was irrevocably transformed from this moment onward. Chapter 74. A new game. The oppressive silence within the operations room was accentuated by the dull roar of the engines reverberating from deep within the ship's hull. Ace's lingering question, "How did you manage that?" echoed in the air. All the captains' gazes converged on Luo Chen, akin to searchlights, infused with awe, curiosity, and a hint of reliance they themselves had yet to recognize. Luo Chen met their collective gaze with a calm smile. "I cannot foresee the future," he began, his voice soft yet piercingly clear to every ear present. "I have merely calculated 3 steps ahead of our foes." This seemingly modest declaration sent chills down the spines of the powerful individuals present, for they realized the terrifying depth of insight and calculation that lay behind such apparent humility. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within Luo Chen's mind. "Ding! Phase task. Ace's trial has been completed. Task evaluation. Target port gas D. Ace has safely returned, not captured. Task completion. Perfect. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received 5,000 master points. Advanced Observation Haki Analysis Manual 1. Advanced Application Handbook of Armament Haki 1. Luo Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he maintained an outward calm. However, the system's subsequent notification caused his pupils to imperceptibly constrict. Warning, due to host intervention, the trajectory of fate has deviated. In the original plot, Marshal D. Teach would present Ace's head as a token to the world government to request the title of Warlord of the Sea. Now, due to Ace's escape, Marshal D. Teach has altered his plans and is proposing to the world government using the intel from the Bonero Island incident, alongside his accomplishments in assisting the Navy to hunt down Ace. Judgment, his progression towards becoming a Warlord of the Sea, has been significantly accelerated. Here it comes. Luo Chen understood. The flutter of a butterfly's wings had already altered the storm's path. By saving Ace and averting the worst outcome, he had inadvertently propelled Blackbeard onto another expressway equally capable of fulfilling his ambitions. This was no longer a mere game of pursuit. It had evolved into a true contest of wits. Gulalala. Whitebeard shattered the silence, moving beside Luo Chen, his massive hand thumping heavily on his shoulder. His gaze filled with unprecedented recognition. "Luo Chen, from this day forward, you shall formulate all our action plans. This family requires your intellect." These words were tantamount to entrusting the entire course of the Whitebeard Pirates to Luo Chen. Marco inhaled deeply, stepping forward with a grave expression. "Luo Chen, since the Navy has allied with that scoundrel Teach, we must alter our strategy. We can no longer allow Ace to venture alone." As soon as he spoke, all the captains nodded in agreement. Their recent brush with death had cast aside the absurd notions of one-on-one combat and personal glory. Luo Chen's gaze swept over the assembled group, ultimately resting upon the sand table. He spoke calmly, yet his voice sliced through the air like a scalpel, unveiling a deeper, unrecognized crisis. "Everyone, the situation is far more dire than we imagined. Teach seizing Ace to exchange for his warlord status is the worst-case scenario, but now, with his proposal based on aiding the Navy, we face an even graver threat." Jozu, perplexed, asked why. "At least Ace is safe, because this signifies a nascent mutual trust between him and the Navy." Luo Chen pointed, drawing an invisible line on the sand table between the Navy's flag and Blackbeard's. "Once he successfully becomes a warlord, he will no longer be a traitor hiding in the shadows. He will don the legitimate mantle of justice." Luo Chen's voice turned somber, imbued with a chilling intensity. He will be able to legally possess territories and recruit forces. He can utilize the world government's intelligence network to track our movements. He could even sail under the guise of exterminating pirates, attacking our islands, and should we retaliate, we would be branded as enemies of the world government. His words seemed to lower the temperature of the entire operations room by several degrees. The relief on the faces of the captains evaporated, replaced by sheer horror. They had only seen Ace's safe return, oblivious to the lurking viper poised to transform into a golden-scaled, government-protected dragon. A terrifying brilliance ignited in Whitebeard's murky eyes. He comprehended. That traitor was weaving a more lethal web, utilizing their most cherished familial creed and the Navy's regulations. Ace's fists clenched tightly, a sound of cracking knuckles resonating. His anger now laced with a sobering realization. Luo Chen observed his reaction, inwardly nodding in approval. Very well, the anger remained, but it was now a weapon tempered by reason rather than impotent rage. Father, Luo Chen turned to Whitebeard, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I propose that the entire crew immediately enter a state of heightened alert. All captains and ships currently at sea must return at once, and we must consolidate our defenses. Until we fully ascertain Teach and the Navy's next moves, we cannot afford to have any member acting alone. Gulalala, let be as you say. Whitebeard's roar reverberated throughout the Moby Dick. Notify everyone. Teach is our traitor. The world government is our enemy. They dare to harm my son. They shall face my wrath. The fury of the family had been ignited, and the absolute trust in Luo Chen had solidified. All of this laid a robust foundation for Luo Chen's next bolder plan. He gazed at the sand table before him, as if already envisioning the future war that would engulf the world. Blackbeard, do you believe that donning the guise of a warlord will grant you peace? You will not comprehend that what you have accelerated is not solely your own ambition. You have equally hastened the final script I have prepared for you. System panel, current degree of fate deviation, 57. Warning, the world line has undergone significant alteration. The difficulty of subsequent plot lines will dramatically increase, and corresponding rewards will also be elevated. Host, please proceed with caution in your strategies. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced the corners of Luo Chen's lips. Now this is intriguing. Chapter 75. Ace must be captured. On board the Moby Dick. In the operations room of the command center, the atmosphere was as dense and oppressive as the pressure of the deep sea, leaving one breathless. All squad leaders had gathered, their gazes fixated on the figure before the sand table, whose unsettling calmness was almost eerie. Luo Chen. After convening Whitebeard and all the corps captains, he lapsed into silence, as if meticulously crafting words capable of revolutionizing the world. At last, he lifted his head, his crystalline eyes sweeping across each individual present, including the towering figure of his father seated upon the throne. We cannot thwart Teach. Luo Chen's voice, though soft, pierced through the stifling silence of the room like a needle. Not only can we not impede him, but we must also actively cooperate with him. We require a strategy to control the manner, location, and timing of Ace's capture. Boom! It was as if an invisible bomb detonated within the operations room. Damn it! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble violently. Whitebeard's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, his overwhelming conqueror's haki crashing through every corner of the operations room like a tangible tsunami. The walls cracked, and the air wailed in anguish. Weaker crew members fainted under the sheer weight of his wrath. He abruptly rose, his massive frame casting a shadow that nearly enveloped Luo Chen entirely. Luo Chen. Whitebeard's voice had transformed from inquiry to a divine decree, brimming with undeniable rage. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You want me to relinquish my son? For your damned strategy. He grasped Luo Chen by the collar, his hand, strong enough to crush steel, now visibly trembling with fury. This was the most profound desecration of the Whitebeard Pirates' ultimate creed, family. Yet, despite being grasped by the throat of fate by the world's strongest man, Luo Chen's expression bore no trace of fear. He merely gazed calmly into those eyes ablaze with indignation. Father, please remain composed. His voice retained a chilling clarity. Blackbeard has acquired what he desires, and the world government is eager to witness the rise of a new warlord of the sea, one who can counterbalance us. His identity is now a foregone conclusion. Subsequently, he will employ the Navy's legitimate FA, ADE, and intelligence network to ensnare Ace in an inescapable trap. No matter how Ace evades or fights, his fate of capture is now inevitable. Each of Luo Chen's words cut through the unwillingness to confront reality like a cold blade. Whitebeard's formidable rage faltered slightly in the face of this chilling truth. Rather than allow Ace to be hunted down like prey, exhausted of all dignity and honor, Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. Instead, let us dictate the terms of this capture. Let Ace, before his apprehension, leave behind irrefutable evidence that exposes all of Blackbeard's conspiracies for the world to see. Marco's pupils constricted sharply. He stared at Luo Chen in shock, as if seeing this man for the first time. In an instant, he grasped the true intention concealed behind Luo Chen's audacious plan. This course of action would fundamentally alter the nature of the war. Luo Chen's voice, though not loud, overshadowed Whitebeard's heavy breaths. It will no longer be a mere pirate squabble in the eyes of the Navy. It will not be a cleansing of traitors by Teach. It shall be an open confrontation between justice and betrayal. We will reveal to the world the collusion between the world government and a treacherous coward who slaughters his comrades, turning their so-called justice into an enormous farce. This, Marco inhaled sharply, his scalp prickling with astonishment at the blueprint Luo Chen had painted. The plan was exceedingly reckless, audacious. Yet, based on his unshakable trust in Luo Chen's inscrutable wisdom, he realized this was perhaps the only pathway to liberate the Whitebeard Pirates from their passive predicament and even seize the initiative. It was a monumental gamble. The stakes were Ace's life. But if successful, they would secure the world's opinion, gaining an unimaginable advantage for any future rescue. Whitebeard released his grip, staggering back a step to resume his seat upon the throne. The fury subsided, replaced by a deeper struggle and pain. The honor of family and the safety of his son, two things he had guarded his entire life, were now cruelly balanced on the scales by Luo Chen. This plan was too revolutionary, too cold. It was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Observing the now silent Whitebeard, Luo Chen knew the moment of truth had arrived. He extended his hand and gently tapped the strategic simulation sand table. Buzz! A radiant light emanated from the sand table, projecting two starkly different yet concurrently evolving three-dimensional images at the center of the operations room. These were two potential futures. In the left image, Ace was captured exhausted, on some uncharted island, while Blackbeard triumphantly delivered him to the Navy. Immediately, the world was inundated with scandalous news of the Whitebeard Pirates harboring criminals and engaging in internal strife, forever nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the prime example of the world government's so-called absolute justice. Conversely, in the right image, Ace, though similarly captured in his final moment, transmitted a stone recording Blackbeard's every crime, spreading across the globe through some extraordinary means. The world erupted in uproar. The Whitebeard Pirates, once a passive band of criminals, transformed into avengers of betrayal, occupying the moral high ground. Watching the two vividly distinct outcomes, Whitebeard fell silent. His murky eyes flitted between the two images before ultimately settling on Luo Chen's calm, yet resolute face. After a long, protracted silence, he let out a heavy sigh, as if expending every ounce of his strength. Gulalala. The laughter that followed was devoid of its usual bravado, replaced by an endless complexity and resolve. Luo Chen. Whitebeard's voice was hoarse and weighty, his gaze laden with intricate emotions as he regarded the young man he had placed so much hope in Indiana. If you can guarantee that Ace will safely return, if you can ensure that the traitor and the grotesque visage of the world government are exposed to the light of day for all to see. He paused, every word like a mountain pressing down on Luo Chen's shoulders. Then, I entrust Ace's fate to you. Chapter 76. What? You want me to abandon Ace? Within the operations room, all the captains felt the suffocating weight of Whitebeard's fury. Jozu instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Marco. Wait. Marco's face was pale, yet he forced himself to remain composed. He fixed his gaze on Luo Chen, who was gripped by the world's strongest man. The man's face still bore no trace of fear. Luo Chen merely regarded those eyes, aflame with wrath. Father, please remain composed. His voice remained imbued with a terrifying rationality, as if that hand capable of crushing his skull was merely a friend's resting on his shoulder. I did not intend to relinquish Ace. Quite the contrary, my actions serve to protect him, as well as safeguard our entire Whitebeard Pirates crew. This is not surrender in any sense. Lothar's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a sharpness that seemed to pierce through the veil of ignorance. This constitutes a more profound form of protection. He gazed intently into Whitebeard's eyes, dissecting the cold reality one word at a time. Ace narrowly escaped death on Bonero Island, which has already demonstrated that, under the collusion of Teach and the world government, it is impossible for Ace alone to exact his revenge. Teach is on the verge of becoming a warlord of the sea. He will acquire a legitimate identity and gain access to the Navy's intelligence network. He will ensnare Ace in an inescapable web. No matter how Ace attempts to evade or fight, his fate of capture is now inevitable. Each of Lothar's words struck like a cold blade, brutally unveiling the harsh reality that everyone was reluctant to confront. Whitebeard's towering fury momentarily faltered in the face of this frigid truth. Rather than allow him to be hunted down like prey, expending every ounce of energy and dignity only to be basely captured and turned into a pawn of the world government's propaganda of justice, Lothar's gaze sharpened. Why not take the reins of this capture ourselves? This notion left Marco breathless, The blueprint Lothar had painted shocking him to his core. The audacity of his plan was staggering, yet grounded in his absolute trust in Lothar's enigmatic wisdom. He discerned that this might indeed be the sole avenue to liberate the Whitebeard Pirates from their passive predicament, even turning the tables in their favor. However, how could they ensure that evidence would remain intact? Bista raised the most crucial question. The Navy and Teach would never afford him that opportunity. I shall provide special means. Lothar's response was imbued with both confidence and mystery, a method capable of disregarding any interference, instantly broadcasting the truth across the globe. Just then, Ace burst in. Having overheard the latter part of the conversation, his face, which had just regained a hint of color, drained to a pallid hue. Shock, anger, pain, and the bewilderment of betrayal swirled in his eyes. Lothar, Ace's voice trembled. You want me to willingly be captured by that traitor? This is not about my pride. It concerns Sabo's vengeance. It pertains to our father's honor. An intense argument erupted between Ace and Lothar. He questioned Lothar's coldness, wondering if his utterly rational plan could still accommodate the bonds of family. Your impulsiveness will only serve to fulfill the sinister designs of Blackbeard and the world government. Lothar interjected candidly. You seek revenge. I do as well. But not at the expense of your life for an uncertain outcome. Only by sacrificing the lesser can we achieve the greater. Your capture this time is meant to save countless others who may fall victim to Teach and the Navy. Ace found himself ensnared in an unprecedented mental struggle. On one side lay his deep-seated hatred for Blackbeard. On the other, an absolute trust in Lothar's near-divine intellect. Alongside the decision of the ultimate arbiter seated upon the throne, Whitebeard released his grip, his towering form staggering back a step as he returned to his throne. The fire of his wrath abated, replaced by a more profound struggle and pain. The honor of family and the safety of his son, two things he had devoted his life to safeguarding, were now laid by Lothar in the most brutal manner upon the scales of his conscience. Lothar understood that the final moment had arrived. He ceased to persuade with words and instead invoked the power of the team teaching module. In an instant, an invisible will transmitted the heavy perspective of the greater good and the absolute trust in Lothar from Whitebeard's heart to every captain present, like a tidal wave. The captain's initial excitement and anger gradually subsided, replaced by the same pain and struggle that plagued Whitebeard. They comprehended. They grasped the chilling nature of this plan, along with the fervent heart of protection that lay beneath its icy exterior. Whitebeard remained silent for an extended period. His murky eyes surveyed the anguished Ace, the resolute Lothar, and every son that shared in the same struggle. Ultimately, he released a heavy sigh, as if expending all his strength. The laughter that once resonated with grandeur was now devoid of its exuberance, leaving only endless complexity and resolution. With his absolute authority, he quelled any potential dissent. This is Lothar's plan. Whitebeard spoke slowly, his voice echoing across the entirety of the Moby Dick. It is also my decision. Who dares to defy it? He paused, each word like a mountain pressing upon the hearts of all present. It is betrayal. Chapter 77. Everything is under control. The Seagull of the World News Agency scattered the latest newspapers across every corner of the sea. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified into a block of lead. A crew member rushed into the war room, his voice trembling with fear. Chief of Staff Lothar. It's bad. In his hands, a freshly inked newspaper bore a headline that slapped every member of the Whitebeard Pirates across the face. The birth of a new warlord of the sea. Marshal D. Teach will assist the Navy in the name of justice. In the accompanying photograph, Blackbeard grinned with his jagged teeth, exuding a wild and arrogant glee. That traitor actually, how despicable. The world government dares to ally with such scum. The captains roared in outrage, save for two exceptions. Seated upon the throne, Whitebeard's eyes were half closed, revealing no discernible emotion. Lothar, standing before the sand table, did not even turn around. Ace's fists were clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves in his flesh. Lothar. At last, Lothar turned, accepting the newspaper from the crew member, his gaze calmly sweeping across the glaring headline. He exhibited neither anger nor surprise, as if merely confirming a report he had long anticipated. There is no need for panic. Lothar casually tossed the newspaper onto the sand table, where Blackbeard's grinning visage was precisely overshadowed by a piece representing the Navy headquarters. The world government requires a compliant dog to counterbalance our father. Teach needs a legitimate guise to mask his true self. Their interests aligned, as expected. His nonchalant words doused the flames of fury among the crew, ushering in an even deeper chill. This extraordinary calm signified that everything was well within his calculations. "So, what should we do now?" Marco inquired in a low voice. A cold smirk crept across Lothar's lips. "We need not do anything. The chessboard has already been set. It is now our turn to make a move." He extended his finger and lightly tapped the sand table. Teach is an exceedingly arrogant gambler. Upon obtaining the title of Warlord of the Sea, his first act will be to demonstrate his worth to the world. And the best way to prove himself is to personally capture Fire Fist Ace. Lothar's gaze shifted toward Ace, his eyes sharp. He will employ the Navy's intelligence network to pinpoint your location. He will request naval fleet support, crafting an inescapable trap. He will select a stage most suitable for public display, orchestrating a grand performance of justice vanquishing evil. With each word Lothar spoke, he moved a piece on the sand table. The naval fleet model encircled a solitary point from all directions. At that point fluttered a flame banner, symbolizing Ace. This sight sent shivers down Jaw's spine. Surely that meant, yes indeed. Lothar interjected, "This is precisely what we desire." The entire operations room fell into an eerie silence, with every gaze fixed upon Lothar, as if he were a madman. Only Ace, fixated on Lothar's eyes, transitioned from initial shock to gradual comprehension, ultimately igniting a flicker of resoluteness within the unyielding flames of his spirit. He understood. Lothar's plan was more audacious than he had ever imagined. 2 weeks prior, Lothar's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. "I have leaked 7 pieces of false intelligence regarding your whereabouts to the Navy through our acquaintance at the G2 branch. These pieces of information are a tangled web of truth and falsehood, seemingly unrelated. However, should someone connect all the dots and analyze them?" Lothar's finger finally settled upon a treacherous island model. "All clues will converge here, Purgatory Island. A fortress easily defended, yet difficult to assault, ideal for ambushes, and distanced from any navigational routes, making it a perfect trap for the Navy fleet. Teach S intelligence analysts will believe they have deduced the most optimal location themselves, convinced it is he who chose the battlefield." Marco gasped in disbelief. "This transcends mere counterplay. This is about implanting an idea within the enemy's mind, leading them to believe it is their own conception." "Ace," Lothar turned his gaze towards him, his demeanor now grave. "Your mission is not one of vengeance, but of performance. You must act like a cornered beast, fighting with such ferocity that all will be convinced you are utterly spent. At the most opportune moment, you shall be captured." "I understand." Ace's voice was hoarse yet resolute. "But it is not over." Lothar retrieved a pendant shaped like the Whitebeard Pirates emblem. This is an image recorder crafted from a special sea stone mixed with memory metal. Once activated, it will be imperceptible to any observation Haki. It will document everything. He personally adorned Ace with the pendant. Its most crucial function is as a beacon. When you are captured, at the moment when Teach is most elated, I shall activate it. It will emit a unique Haki signal, one that only I can perceive. That will be the signal for the final act to commence. The time for farewells had arrived. Ace walked alone towards his beloved flame-powered vessel, the Attacker. There was no farewell banquet, no grandiloquent speeches. On the dock, all core members of the Whitebeard Pirates stood in solemn silence, their initial worry for Ace converging into unwavering trust in the dark-haired strategist standing beside their father. It was a trust that completely surrendered their fate. The small boat departed from the Moby Dick, transforming into a solitary orange light on the sea, resolutely heading towards the stage known as Purgatory. Finally, Whitebeard spoke, his voice resonating like the roar of the deep sea. "Lothar, my son, he will return," Lothar replied calmly, "and he shall do so as a hero." He turned and returned alone to the empty operations room. In the darkness, he observed the light representing Ace on the sand table, navigating with precision along the predetermined course towards Purgatory Island. Everything was within his grasp. Chapter 78. Public Execution. Moby Dick, Operations Room. Silence. The only sound was the faint rustle of navigational charts being stirred by the sea breeze. Lothar's fingertip rested upon a freshly decoded top-secret telegram. This message had originated from the G2 branch, courtesy of his contacts there. Each word was imbued with the chilling essence of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Target, 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Decision makers, Admiral Sakazuki, Supreme Commander of the World Government, Steelbone Kong. Consensus, approval of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's warlord application, utilizing him as a pawn to execute a purge under the guise of capturing Fire Fist Ace. Core strategy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Execution details. The Navy will provide Teach with all necessary intelligence and logistical support. deploying reconnaissance fleets around Purgatory Island to ensure a flawless operation. Radical proposal, Akainu following Ace's capture. He should be publicly executed in Marineford to maximize the psychological impact on the Whitebeard Pirates' morale and prestige. Moderate proposal, Suru agreement to public execution. But preparations for total war must be made, as this act will inevitably ignite a war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Final resolution, tacit approval. Lothar's eyes remained as tranquil as an abyss. These chilling words stirred not a ripple in his heart. Anger? Panic? Such emotions belonged to the feeble. For a strategist, when the opponent moves precisely according to one's preconceived script, only one feeling prevails: delight. Lothar. The door to the operations room burst open as Marco entered. Clutching an official newspaper he had just acquired from News Coup, his face ashen. The Navy is truly colluding with that scoundrel. Jaws, Vista, and other captains followed closely, each face etched with barely restrained fury. The world government's mouthpiece had successfully portrayed Blackbeard as a righteous ally in the pursuit of heinous pirates, while their proud comrade Ace was depicted in the paper as a reckless criminal. How dare they? This is an utter trampling of justice. Lothar did not turn, merely sliding the encrypted telegram to the center of the table. The official newspaper was for the world to see. This, however, was their true intent. Marco rushed forward, swiftly scanning the contents of the telegram. Upon reading the words "public execution," azure flames erupted from his arm, raising the temperature in the room dramatically. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. Public execution? Marco's voice emerged through clenched teeth, brimming with incredulous malice. They intend to use Ace's life to ignite a war against our father. Calm down, Marco. Lothar finally turned, his eerily calm gaze dousing the flames of their collective rage like a bucket of ice water. Va? A cold smirk curled upon Lothar's lips. No, what they seek is not war. They desire trial. He approached the grand nautical chart, picking up a golden lion piece representing Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku was an exceptional strategist, yet his greatest flaw lay in his excessive faith in righteousness and order. To him, merely branding them as evil and executing Ace publicly would secure the moral high ground, garnering global acknowledgement of the Navy's absolute justice. Lothar's fingers then grasped the crimson dog piece representing Akainu. This figure was Sengoku's sharpest and most obedient hound. He cares not for grand ideals. His sole concern lies in absolute annihilation. The proposal for public execution is likely one he would voice first. He yearns to prove that his sense of justice is beyond reproach, using Ace's blood as a testament. The captains felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Chen was not merely analyzing intelligence. He was dissecting the very souls of his adversaries, laying bare the thought processes of the likes of Sengoku and Akainu before them. But they had dispatched reconnaissance fleets. The area surrounding Purgatory Island was teeming with their watchful eyes. Jozu spoke with a deep, rumbling voice filled with concern. Ace. This is precisely what I desire. Luo Chen interrupted him. The Navy believed they had dominion over Purgatory Island, convinced that their prey had entered a trap. They would focus their attention solely on how to capture Ace and counter our potential rescue. Luo Chen's gaze swept over each captain present, his voice low yet imbued with an aura of omniscience. They believed this was their strategy. Yet, they remained unaware that the more fervently they engaged, the more magnificent the stage prepared for Ace would become. A grand spectacle requires more than just protagonists and antagonists. With swift movements, Luo Chen's fingers traced the nautical chart, pointing to several locations distant from the New World. Marco, utilize our channels to triple the volume of underground arms trading in Dressrosa within a week. I intend for CP0's attention to be momentarily diverted by that arrogant flamingo. Jozu, contact our shipwrights in Water 7, and let it be known that the Whitebeard Pirates have reserved a batch of special war coatings, sufficient to allow the entire Moby Dick to submerge in the doldrums. Vista, make your way to Wano country personally. There is no need to meet anyone. Simply let your sword aura manifest near Onigashima. Commands were issued one after another. The captains present were left stunned. These orders seemed utterly disconnected from the task of rescuing Ace. However, bolstered by an almost blind trust in Luo Chen, they hesitated not for a moment. Yes, they all acknowledged their orders, leaving the vast operations room with only Luo Chen remaining. He redirected his gaze to the nautical chart. The Navy's fleet and Blackbeard's pirate ship converged on Purgatory Island like marionettes pulled by strings. Everything was within his grasp. Luo Chen extended his hand, gently lifting the Crimson Hound piece, representative of Akainu, from the chessboard of Marineford. He then placed it deliberately beside Purgatory Island. He gazed at the piece as if admiring a nearly finished masterpiece. The sharpest hounds only bite hardest when freed from their master's chains, and they're also most prone to biting the wrong target. Chapter 79. The Self-Cultivation of an Actor upon the Boundless Azure Sea. A small, flame-powered vessel, the attacker, drifted like a solitary leaf towards an uncertain fate. The sea breeze carried a briny tang. Waves crashed against the hull, producing a monotonous yet rhythmic sound akin to a hypnotic pendulum. Ace sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes tightly shut, yet tranquility eluded him. His mind was a tempestuous purgatory. Luo Chen's plan pierced his searing soul like icy needles. Every detail, every deduction replayed vividly in his mind. His delicate features bore an unsettling calm, while his profound gaze reflected unwavering determination. Reason dictated to Ace that this was the only righteous path. Yet emotions roared like a caged beast, thrashing against the confines of rationality. To surrender voluntarily. Ace forced the words through clenched teeth, a wave of uncontainable humiliation tightening every muscle in his body. A burst of orange flames erupted uncontrollably from his shoulder, scorching the wooden rail beside him. A flash of memory flickered in his mind. Sachi collapsing, the brother who always cheerfully offered him pastries, urging, Ace, try this new flavor I've created, now lifeless in a pool of blood. And the murderer, the traitor, Marshal D. Teach, donned the guise of a warlord of the sea, basking in the adulation of the world under the Navy's protection. Why? Why should a traitor who slays his comrades be adorned with glory? Why must he, in a cowardly manner, achieve a so-called greater good through capture? Fury. The flames of vengeance surged within him like molten lava coursing through his veins. He nearly lost control, pivoting the ship to unleash his entire arsenal in pursuit of that man, intent on reducing him to ashes, even if it meant their mutual destruction. At that moment, another image forcibly intruded upon his thoughts. In the training grounds of the Moby Dick, he gasped for breath, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Luo Chen remained pristine in a white shirt, devoid of even a wrinkle. Your flames are formidable, Luo Chen's voice resonated calmly. But your haki is squandered in anger. Rage is a catalyst, not the weapon itself. When you are governed by fury, your haki reveals countless vulnerabilities. To me, you resemble a naked child, riddled with flaws. Luo Chen pointed a finger, effortlessly tapping Ace's fiery chest. In that instant, a concentrated burst of haki penetrated his elemental form, striking him like a thunderbolt. It was a memory of his repeated failures, a testament to Luo Chen's relentless efforts to pull him back from the brink of death. That weighty trust seal, akin to a mountain, gradually subdued the blazing flames of vengeance within him. Ace panted heavily as the uncontrollable flames began to subside. He pounded the deck with his fists in anguish. If Luo Chen had not been there, what would he have done? The answer was unequivocal. He would have chased after Teach like a headless fly, only to crash into the snares of a narrow island, ultimately collapsing in humiliation at the feet of that traitor. Just as in the original tale. Would such an outcome avenge Sachi? It would not. It would only ensnare their father and brothers, rendering them passive, becoming the world's laughingstock and a stepping stone for the world government as propaganda of naval justice. That was not vengeance. It was folly. It was to offer his life and the glory of the entire Whitebeard Pirates as spoils to the enemy. As this realization struck him, Ace trembled, a cold sweat breaking upon his brow. He slowly opened his palm, gazing at its center. Luo Chen's teachings, Luo Chen's plans, Luo Chen's every prophecy. They did not bind him. Rather, they sheltered him. They were a safeguard for all his kin behind him. Ace reached for the pendant shaped like the Whitebeard emblem from around his neck. The pendant felt cold in his grasp, crafted from a unique blend of memory metal and sea stone powder. It was not merely a recording tool. It was a testament to Luo Chen's trust in him. Luo Chen believed he could conquer the beast within. Luo Chen believed he could grasp the true significance of this plan. Luo Chen believed he could embody the role of this tragic hero. This arrest is meant to unveil the true visage of Blackbeard, to expose the dark underbelly of the Navy for the world to witness, and to allow the Whitebeard Pirates to ascend to the absolute moral high ground. Ace, when weighing your personal honor against the lifetime glory of our father, which holds greater significance, is your desire for vengeance merely to slay, teach, and vent your fury? Or do you aspire to see that traitor and the entire decaying order that shelters him nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace? The words of Luo Chen in the command room echoed once more in his ears, each syllable resonating like the tolling of a profound bell, awakening him. Ace abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, where his stage, impelled down, awaited. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. This was not humiliation. This was a charge. He would become the cannonball, launching the first full-scale assault against the hypocritical alliance of the world government and Blackbeard. His sacrifice was to ignite a tempest of public opinion that would sweep across the globe. His capture was to ensure that, in the upcoming conflict, our father could claim just cause and garner the support of all the oppressed. This, indeed, was the true battle. This was the grandest vengeance, capable of bringing solace to Sachi's spirit in the heavens. An unprecedented awakening surged from the depths of Ace's soul. He ceased to struggle, no longer beset by confusion. The resentment and pain in his eyes receded, replaced by an unparalleled clarity and resolve. He clenched his fists tightly. Whoosh! The flames upon his body ignited once more. But this time, they were not the wild orange of fury. Instead, they manifested as a stable and blazing white flame, edged with a hint of gold. This was the fire of enlightenment, ignited by the compression and purification of all his anger, pride, and discontent, burning solely for the purpose of victory. Ace reattached the pendant around his neck and gently tapped it 3 times with his fingertip. It was a brief signal, imbued with boundless trust. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, in the operations room, Luo Chen stood alone before the vast sand table. The light, representing Ace, steadily advanced along the preordained course. Suddenly, the light flickered 3 times before returning to calm. A subtle smile crept upon Luo Chen's lips. He understood. His most proud pupil had made the most arduous yet correct choice. From this moment forth, the bond of trust between master and disciple would remain unbroken. Aboard the ship, Ace rose, straightening his spine. He was no longer the impetuous youth who resolved matters solely with his fists. Amidst the tempest of hatred and trust, he had undergone a genuine metamorphosis. He gazed into the distance, his expression calm yet keen. This was not his prison. This was his stage. Blackbeard, the Navy, the world government. Ace murmured softly, his words carried away by the sea breeze. Come forth. Chapter 80. Come forth, Ace, I await you here. Impelled down. A name fearsome, yet in reality, a desolate reef forgotten by the sea. The air was thick with a peculiar scent of sulfur mingled with sea salt, the landscape littered with jagged stones. Devoid of life, the ship Moby Dick lay quietly anchored in a hidden cove as Ace, bare-chested, stepped onto the island. Each step he took crunched the gravel beneath his feet, as if releasing an emotion that could no longer be contained. The island was eerily quiet, too quiet. Only the wind whispered, akin to the murmurs of lost souls. Scattered across the ground were remnants of past battles, charred craters, rocks torn apart by tremendous force, and even a pool of congealed black blood. All signs pointed to a recent and brutal conflict. Ace's gaze swept across these marks, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Quite the performance, he mused inwardly. These so-called scars, though seemingly horrific, were easily discerned as mere theatrics from the tactical lessons he had learned from Luo Chen. The signs were too deliberate, like a third-rate troupe setting the stage, fearing that the audience would fail to recognize the danger that lurked here. A familiar, nauseating laugh echoed from the shadows deep within the island. Marshal D. Teach, the traitor imprinted upon the souls of all Whitebeard pirates, sauntered forth, leaning against a massive rock, his corpulent form heaved with labored breaths. His face pale as if he had truly endured a fierce battle, grievously wounded. Upon seeing Ace approach alone, a glint of unabashed glee and mockery flickered in the depths of his flesh-enveloped eyes. The prey had unwittingly walked into the trap meticulously laid by the hunter. Captain Ace, I never expected you to chase me all the way here, Blackbeard spoke in a feeble tone, laced with the taunt of a cat playing with a mouse. I am no longer your comrade. I am now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, under the protection of the world government. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged, decayed teeth. By the rules, you shouldn't pursue me any longer. It would incite war, ha ha ha. Silence. Traitor. Ace's roar resonated like thunder across the entirety of Impelled Down. Whoosh! The orange flames erupted from his body in an instant, enveloping his muscular torso, warping the air around him. His freckled face was etched with the purest rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he sought to reduce the man before him to ashes. In that moment, his performance was flawless, for this anger was half genuine. You killed Sachi. Ace's voice trembled, not from fear, but from a physiological response ignited by his profound fury. You scum who would betray even family for power. Observing Ace, consumed by his wrath, Blackbeard's satisfaction deepened. He slowly straightened, the facade of weakness vanishing, replaced by a grotesque and arrogant grin. Indeed, I killed Sachi. He unabashedly confessed his crime, as if recounting an inconsequential event. Who told him to obstruct my path? The dark fruit is something fated to belong to me. A sinister darkness, akin to ink, spread from his palm, devouring all surrounding light. The power evoked in Ace a primal sense of revulsion and dread. Look at you, Ace. Still so impulsive, Blackbeard mocked. Is this the power of the Logia? It is indeed splendid, but alas, it is meaningless before me. You have no comprehension of what true power entails. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, his tone fervent and mad. I became a warlord of the sea. Do you think it was merely for a title? No, it is destiny's design. It grants me a legitimate identity, the protection of the Navy, and then I shall wield their foolish sense of justice against your father, against your entire Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard's words pierced Ace's most sensitive nerves like sharpened daggers, laced with venom. Every utterance was precisely in line with Loken's rehearsal. Ace roared in fury, ceasing all further discourse. Flame on the line. Two colossal fire spears erupted from his arms, resembling two roaring fire dragons, tearing through the air as they surged toward Blackbeard. This was the signal, the commencement of battle, as well as the cue for the actor to begin his performance. Upon witnessing this, Blackbeard did not flinch or evade. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Futile. He extended his palm, enveloped in darkness. Dark water. An overwhelming suction force materialized, ensnaring the two arrogant fire dragons as though caught in an invisible vortex, uncontrollably drawn toward Blackbeard's palm, ultimately devoured by the unfathomable abyss, leaving not even a spark behind. Do you see, Ace? This is the power of darkness. It can consume all. Blackbeard stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Your flames are ineffective against me. Ace's pupils constricted sharply, yet within his heart remained as calm as ice. Loken's first lesson. His dark water possesses the trait of attracting the physical forms of ability users and nullifying their powers. But in doing so, he suffers double the pain. He is a coward, terrified of pain. This is a weakness to exploit. Do not revel too much, teach. Ace appeared even more enraged, planting his foot firmly and transforming into a blazing streak of flame, charging forward toward Blackbeard. He needed to close the distance. He had to engage closely. What a foolish decision. Blackbeard's smile grew increasingly sinister upon seeing Ace willingly relinquish his advantage of distance. He relished the sight of those self-righteous natural ability users, their faces etched with terror and despair once he ensnared their physical forms. Just as the two were about to collide, Ace's left hand ignited with an even more brilliant flame, morphing into a fiery shield that he forcefully slammed into the ground. Mirror flame. Boom! A blinding light and a violent explosion instantaneously enveloped Blackbeard's vision. This was a stratagem, a ruse meticulously designed by Loken to create an opportunity. Under the cover of the brilliant light, Ace's figure did not falter for an instant. His right hand darted toward his neck with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. His fingertips gently tapped rhythmically on the pendant shaped like the Whitebeard emblem. Image recorder activated. Audio recorder activated. Haki beacon entering standby mode. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Blackbeard regained his sight from the brief, dazzling spectacle, Ace had already dashed before him. That flame-engulfed fist struck mercilessly toward his face. Naive, Blackbeard sneered, extending his massive hand to unleash dark water once more, accurately seizing Ace's arm. An all-too-familiar sensation of powerlessness surged through Ace, the flames upon him extinguishing like a snuffed candle. Got you, Ace. Blackbeard bellowed with exhilaration. His other fist, brimming with force, crashed into Ace's abdomen. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Ace was sent hurtling backward as if a puppet with severed strings, spewing a torrent of blood that stained the ground a deep crimson. He gasped, struggling to rise, yet appeared utterly powerless. Blackbeard beheld the success of his strike, erupting in raucous laughter. While nursing his own aching fist, he continued his verbal assault, which he executed with unmatched prowess. Is this the family bond you pride yourselves on? Sacrificing your life for a dead man? What a laughable connection. Old Dad is aging. His outdated family games should have been discarded by the tides of time long ago. Ace lay on the ground, seemingly racked with pain, yet internally, he meticulously recorded every taunt, allowing the cold pendant to faithfully document it all. Each word would serve as potent evidence for the future judgment of this traitor. Just then, Blackbeard seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his laughter and gazing toward the distant horizon. A more sinister grin crept across his face. "Look, Ace." He spoke with a tone of feigned pity. "Your reinforcements have arrived." Following his gaze, Ace beheld a line of tiny dark dots appearing at the junction of sea and sky. Those dots rapidly magnified, revealing a fleet of Navy warships emblazoned with military insignia. They approached from all directions, encircling the island of Impel Down like fishing vessels drawing in their nets. Blackbeard's bait had succeeded. The Navy's encirclement was now complete. A fateful showdown, a meticulously orchestrated performance. All the actors had taken a stage named Impel Down, and the truth concealed behind the curtain was about to commence its grand spectacle under the scrutiny of the entire world. Chapter 81. The Interweaving of Fate. My Flames. A Sacrifice for Victory. Impel Down. Boom! The pitch-black gravity collided with the searing flames, unleashing shockwaves that pulverized the jagged rocks within a 100-meter radius into dust. The entire island cried out in agony beneath the weight of this terrifying clash. Ace's figure was propelled like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the distant mountainside, causing the rocks to splinter like a spider's web. A stream of scalding blood erupted, staining the ground before him a dark red. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Marshal D. Teach stood at the opposite end of the smoke, his corpulent body marred by burns. Yet his grotesque visage bore an expression of unrestrained arrogance and pride. "Do you see, Ace? No matter how fiercely your flames burn, they can never touch true darkness." He extended his palm, engulfed in a foreboding aura, with darkness writhing as if alive between his fingers. "Give up, then kneel and beg me. Perhaps I will consider granting you a swift death." Ace propped himself up with his arm, struggling to rise. His gaze was vacant, his face a mask of pain and defiance, presenting an utterly shattered appearance devoid of flaw. Yet deep within his soul lay a tranquil expanse, as calm as an icy lake. Loken's final contingency plan. First rule: Teach is excessively arrogant and revels in psychological torment. He will not kill you immediately, but will toy with your dignity like a cat before delivering the fatal blow. This is your time to perform. A flicker of desperate madness flashed in Ace's eyes as he roared, reigniting the flames coursing through his body. "Enough prattling, Teach." Flame ring pillar. A towering column of fire surged upward, awakening like a colossal dragon, roaring toward Blackbeard. Meanwhile, thousands of nautical miles away, aboard the Moby Dick, in the operations room of the command staff, Loken stood quietly before the immense strategic sand table, his expression as calm as a still lake. In the center of the sand table, the flickering flame representing Ace's life signs was visibly dimming at an alarming rate, while the surrounding values, symbolizing heart rate and Haki fluctuations, flashed dangerously in ominous red. At the periphery of the sand table, dozens of blue points, signifying the Navy fleet, had formed a perfect circle, gradually constricting. They resembled a pack of sharks that had caught the scent of blood, patiently awaiting the final struggles of their prey. Marco stood behind, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, as azure flames uncontrollably seeped through his fingers. He dared not gaze at the sand table. Each flicker of red light struck his heart like a heavy hammer. "Trust him," he murmured. Marco remained resolute, his voice chillingly calm. "He is my most proud student." On the island of Impel Down, Blackbeard cackled, the boundless darkness surging forth to effortlessly engulf the towering inferno. He lunged forward, the ground cracking beneath him, as he charged like a moving mountain of flesh towards Ace. "I've got you." His dark hand precisely clutched Ace's throat. In an instant, Ace felt as though he was plummeting into the frigid depths of the ocean, all his strength ebbing away like a receding tide, extinguishing the flames that enveloped him. With a resounding thud, a massive fist, accompanied by a gale that tore through the air, struck his abdomen. Ugh! Ace emitted a muffled groan of excruciating pain, his body curling up like a shrimp, as he violently expelled the remnants of his last meal, a grotesque mixture of bile and blood. "Ah!" Blackbeard tossed him aside like refuse, reveling in the moment. He savored the thrill of trampling upon the once mighty Fire Fist, the son of the Pirate King. "You know, Ace, that fool Sabo thought, until his dying breath, that I was his best brother." Blackbeard crouched, whispering conspiratorially in Ace's ear. He came running to me with that devil fruit, grinning like an idiot, saying, "Teach, look what I've found." "Ah!" The expression was simply ludicrous. I merely nudged him aside. Ace's pupils constricted violently at the cruelty of those words. This was no act. It was a visceral rage that emanated from his very soul. Yet, In that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity as Blackbeard, in his overwhelming arrogance. Let his guard down. His hand, dusty and hanging limply by his side, brushed imperceptibly against the pendant shaped like Whitebeard's symbol hidden within the tattered pocket of his pants. A complex preordained activation sequence was completed. Image recorder, silently activated. High-fidelity audio recorder, silently activated. Haki beacon, entering final standby mode. Unbeknownst to Blackbeard, he continued to relish his performance. And those fools in the world government, I simply gave them a morsel of information about you, promising to capture the remnants of the Pirate King, and they eagerly handed over the position of Warlord of the Sea. They needed a target to confront Pops, and I needed a legitimate stepping stone. We each get what we desire. This is the world of adult Ace. Your ridiculous family games are long outdated. Each word, each syllable, was faithfully recorded by the cold pendant. Ace lay on the ground, his body trembling violently, seemingly from injury and rage, but in truth, it was the suppressed ecstasy of impending success. Not yet. The evidence must be irrefutable. Gathering his last ounce of strength, he lifted his head. His bloodied gaze locked on Blackbeard, his voice hoarse as he roared, "Pops will never forgive you." Pops? Blackbeard laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. He's already old. His world-destroying power cannot save him from the fate cast aside by time. Once I kill you and acquire his tremor fruit, this era will be renamed Blackbeard. He laughed maniacally, raising his fist high, the power of darkness converging upon his knuckles, preparing to deliver the final blow to Ace. Just then, on the distant horizon, the jagged silhouettes of warships finally came into sharp focus. The Navy had arrived. Oh, it seems the executioners are here. Blackbeard halted, needing the Navy to witness his heroic capture of the Fire Fist. This was his most perfect declaration to the world government. In that moment, Ace's heart nearly ceased to beat. Now was the time. Marco's final contingency plan, Part 3, upon the Navy entering visual range. At the moment you are about to be utterly defeated, throw the beacon into the trench 30 meters to your left rear. Teach. Ace erupted with his final surge of strength, not to attack, but to rise. He staggered backward, a resolute tragedy etched upon his face. Even in death, I will drag you down to hell with me. Great Flame, Flame Emperor. He poured all his vitality, all his haki, into this final strike. A colossal fireball, radiant as a miniature sun, formed in his hand, radiating an intense heat capable of melting steel. Foolish. Blackbeard sneered disdainfully, unleashing the full might of his darkness. Dark hole. An endless wave of darkness surged forth like a tsunami, surging towards the sun. Ace thrust the Flame Emperor forward with all his might. As everyone, including the circling seagulls above, focused their attention on that world-shattering strike, Ace's other hand, moving with a speed akin to an afterimage, deftly retrieved the searing pendant from his pocket and hurled it toward the unfathomable trench behind him. Plop! A sound so faint it could hardly be noticed. The next instant, darkness swallowed the sun. The terrifying shockwave hurled Ace away, his body tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily upon the cold rocks, rendering him unconscious. In the last moments before his vision faded to black, he thought he glimpsed satisfied smiles upon the figures clad in justice coats aboard the Navy's warships. On board the Moby Dick, in the operations room, the light representing Ace on the sand table extinguished completely. A profound silence enveloped the room, so still one could hear the sound of hearts shattering. Marco swayed, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Yet, just as despair settled over everyone, a clear, melodious chime rang out. Ding! In the corner of the sand table, a once-dim miniature receiver suddenly illuminated with a gentle green glow. A progress bar appeared instantly, loading at an astonishing speed. Data transmission in progress, 13,589. The truth of Impel Down has been fully received. Image file integrity, 100. Audio file integrity, 100. Mission assessment, perfect. Luo Chen, whose body had been taut with tension, experienced a fleeting moment of relaxation upon encountering the word perfect. He slowly turned around to face the mixed expressions of sorrow, shock, and inquiry among the captains. For the first time, a chilling, bone-deep smile, imbued with boundless killing intent, curved upon his ever-calm visage. Chapter 82. The Judgment Begins. The world witnessed the countenance of the traitor. On Purgatory Island, the temporary naval base was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach stood atop a shattered giant rock, his corpulent form casting a massive shadow that obscured the sunlight behind him. His grotesque face was now etched with unabashed arrogance and glee. Beneath his feet lay Ace, bound tightly by sea stone chains. The Fire Fist had long succumbed to unconsciousness, his body charred and stained with blood, with only the faintest breath indicating he was still alive. A naval vice admiral approached, casting a complex gaze at the newly appointed Shichibukai. Marshal D. Teach, you've done well. Blackbeard flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of jagged, decayed teeth, and greedily replied, "This is my tribute to the world government." The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Quite significant, wouldn't you say? The headquarters will remember your contributions. With a wave of his hand, the Vice Admiral summoned several naval officers, who roughly hoisted Ace away, preparing to escort him aboard the warship. Report to Marineford. The Vice Admiral commanded, his voice booming. Target Fire Fist Ace has been successfully captured. Mission accomplished. Blackbeard watched Ace being taken away, his eyes shimmering with the ambitions of a ruthless conqueror. Everything was unfolding according to his script. He had succeeded. However, unbeknownst to him, while he reveled in the fruits of his victory, a true judgment prepared specifically for him was just beginning thousands of nautical miles away. On the Moby Dick, in the operations room of the command staff, the air was as dense as iron. When the light representing Ace's life signs extinguished completely on the sand table, Marco's body jolted, his complexion turning ashen. The eyes of all the captains present, including Jozu and Vista, instantly turned crimson, their pent-up fury and grief threatening to explode within the confines of the room. Ace was dead. No, he had been captured. Yet this outcome struck like a heavy hammer, shattering each heart. Only Luo Chen remained standing silently, his back turned to the others, resembling an emotionless statue. Just as this stifling despair was about to engulf them all, a faint yet resoundingly clear sound echoed from the corner of the operations room. Beep. Everyone abruptly turned their heads, and there, in a corner of the sand table, the mini receiver that had been enveloped in darkness now glimmered with a soft, resolute green light. A data loading progress bar appeared above the receiver. Data transmission in progress. 135891000. The truth of purgatory has been fully received. Image file integrity, 100. Audio file integrity, 100. Mission assessment, perfect. Luo Chen's tense body experienced a momentary relaxation at the appearance of the word perfect. He slowly turned around, confronting the captain's mixed gazes of anguish, astonishment, and inquiry. For the first time, a chilling, bone-deep smile, infused with boundless killing intent, graced his typically serene face. Everyone, Luo Chen's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in each ear. The first phase of the operation has succeeded. Now, let us witness the evidence our bravest family has procured with their lives. He gently pressed a finger on the console. Instantly, the main screen of the operations room illuminated, revealing the devastated battlefield of Purgatory Island. The image magnified Blackbeard's abhorrent visage, as he squatted before the gravely injured Ace, whispering something in a tone that suggested shared secrets. The high-fidelity audio processed by the system transformed each of his words into sharp daggers, piercing the hearts of all members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you know Ace? That fool Sachi believed until his dying breath that I was his best brother. I merely gave him a gentle push. And those idiots at the world government, I merely provided them a tidbit of information about you, and they were eager to hand over the Shichibukai position. Old Dad is aging. His world-destroying power cannot save him from the fate cast aside by time. Once I kill you and acquire his tremor fruit, this era will be renamed Blackbeard. Each utterance, each declaration from the traitor, boasted of conspiracies, insulted family bonds, and coveted Old Dad. Silence. A deathly quiet followed by a volcanic eruption of rage. Teach. Whitebeard's earth-shattering roar caused the entire Moby Dick to tremble. The world's strongest man, with eyes as red as blood, unleashed an uncontrollable conqueror's haki that tore a gaping hole in the clouds above. He had seen it. He had witnessed the most hideous face of that traitor. He also beheld his son Ace, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, still clinging to his mission, utilizing his last ounce of strength to complete this flawless record. Marco, Jozu, and the other captains clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging into their flesh, drawing blood without their realization. Their hearts brimmed with an indescribable fury towards Blackbeard, while their feelings for Ace were filled with infinite heartbreak and pride. Luo Chen. Marco turned, his voice hoarse from the intensity. Luo Chen's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. Without the slightest pause, a series of commands flowed clearly from his lips. Intelligence Department. Duplicate this footage 10,000 times. Utilize all our channels. newsbirds, the underworld, black market merchants, cooperating kingdoms. I want the entire world to witness this truth within 12 hours. Public Relations Department. Draft a statement immediately. The title shall be The Birth of the Shichibukai, a dirty betrayal and transaction. Let the world judge him. Yes, the entire Whitebeard Pirates. A war machine thoroughly re-engineered by Luo Chen commenced operations with unprecedented efficiency. Half a day later, at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, President Morgan's, cigar in mouth, prepared to release his front-page headline for the day. Shocking. Fire Fist, Ace captured. The remnants of the great pirate era are destined to meet their end. However, just as he was about to finalize it, countless news birds flew in from all directions, bringing not mere information, but memory starfish recording images. When Morgans reviewed the content of the footage, he was so excited that his feathers stood on end. Big news. This is the real big news. He tore apart the original front page and, with trembling hands, inscribed a new headline. Soon, the entire world bore witness to two starkly contrasting newspapers. 1. An official declaration from the Navy unequivocally announced their capture of the heinous Fire Fist Ace. A special edition from the World Economic News Agency bore a sensational headline. Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords, conspires with the Navy. Shocking footage unveiled. Ace tragically falls while seeking the truth. The news sent ripples across the globe, igniting an uproar. As the public gazed upon the newspaper's damning images of Blackbeard confessing to the murder of his comrades and colluding with the Navy, juxtaposed with the Navy's frigid declaration of justice, a wave of anger surged through the populace, feeling utterly deceived. Was a warlord truly such a vile scoundrel? Was the Navy's notion of justice to ally with such a traitor? Was Fire Fist Ace captured merely for his pursuit of the truth? He was a hero. Public opinion, in an instant, flipped on its head. The credibility of the world government suffered an unprecedented blow at this moment. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku trembled with rage as he stared at the newspaper on his desk. His pride in a plan that was supposed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone had been effortlessly turned against him. A self-inflicted wound. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He could never have imagined that the enemy would acquire such damning evidence and incite a global outcry at such a terrifying speed. Unbelievable. Beside him, Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, molten magma scorching a large hole into the surface as he bellowed. This is a provocation to the order of the entire world. We must employ the harshest measures to silence them. The Whitebeard Pirates had lost Ace, yet Edward Newgate's audacious maneuver had won them the entire world. The war had yet to officially commence, yet Whitebeard already stood at the pinnacle of moral righteousness. Chapter 83. Edward's second move. On Sabeti Archipelago, the sun shone brightly, yet the atmosphere was thick with a tension reminiscent of an impending storm. The once bustling Area 1 was now besieged by thousands of citizens, their bodies blocking passageways. Armed not with weapons, but with freshly printed extra editions of the World Economic News, they cried out, "Frauds! The Navy are deceivers. Is this your justice? To consort with traitors who murder their comrades. Release Fire Fist Ace. He is the true hero." The chorus of outrage surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the fragile defenses of the Navy's stronghold. A young Marine soldier, pale with fear, clutched his rifle as he watched a boy of similar age in the crowd ignite a newspaper bearing Blackbeard's grotesque visage, raising it high. The flame seemed to scorch the very fabric of the justice he so proudly wore. This was but a microcosm of the world. From the flower country in the West Blue to certain allied nations in the South Blue, similar scenes unfolded across the globe. The bullet named Truth, fired by Edward, had, after 12 hours of fermentation, detonated a worldwide media explosion. At Marineford, in the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the windows. He slammed his fist onto the desk, its surface crafted from precious atom wood, cracking under the force of his fury. His eyes blazed red as he fixed his gaze upon the newspaper before him. Blackbeard's arrogant confession stood side by side with the Navy's official announcement, creating a masterful irony that struck like a resounding slap across the face of the world government. His meticulously devised plan to ensnare Whitebeard in immorality while simultaneously bolstering the Navy's prestige had instead turned him into a foolish hunter, blinded by his own schemes. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The door burst open, and Akainu stormed in, radiating heat that caused the carpet beneath him to curl. We must immediately suppress this narrative. All media outlets spreading rumors must be shut down. This threatens the very foundation of justice. How do we suppress it? A languid voice interjected from the sofa, as Akiji, unbeknownst to them, had already taken a seat, his fingers coalescing frost to chill a cup of hot tea. The entire world is watching. Silencing one voice cannot silence them all. This time, we have indeed struck a deal with scum, have we not? Akiji, are you speaking in defense of pirates? Akainu roared. For the sake of absolute justice, certain necessary measures are permitted, but the public will not think so. The once silent Saru spoke with her wise, aged voice. Our greatest weapon is not our battleships or cannons, but our credibility. Now, this weapon has been pierced by a young man named Edward. Sengoku closed his eyes in anguish. The image of Edward's calm and composed face filled his mind. That man, without even stepping onto the battlefield, had ensnared the fleet admiral in the most embarrassing predicament in decades, with but a single piece of footage. In the holy land of Marineford, deep within Panga City, the highest echelons of world power silently observed the colossal image suspended in the air. The footage depicted Blackbeard's monologue on Impel Down. The atmosphere was suffocating. Chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward, the bald Gorosei, wielding a sword, spoke slowly, devoid of emotion, according to the urgent report from the CP department. This individual joined Whitebeard merely 3 years ago, yet has restructured the entire pirate crew in an alarmingly short span. He is an anomaly. His danger does not lie in destruction. Another Gorosei, sporting a long beard, remarked gravely, while Whitebeard's power can obliterate islands. This Edward possesses the ability to undermine the very foundations of the world. He wields our own rules against our order. He is more dangerous than Whitebeard himself. The populace's ignorance is easily incited by him. The system of the Shichibukai has begun to show cracks. He must not be allowed to continue. Ultimately, the central Gorosei made a decisive declaration, his voice cold and absolute. Relayed to Sengoku that he need not concern himself with public opinion. Proceed with the swift public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Use the bloodline of the Pirate King and Whitebeard's failure to proclaim to the world that any challenge to order shall be crushed. No matter their tricks, they are meaningless before absolute might. A command powerful enough to cause the seas to boil again emanated from the Holy Land. In a tightly guarded room within the Marine headquarters, Blackbeard, Teach, gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his signature laughter twisted and grotesque for the first time. His corpulent frame trembled with rage, dark powers spilling uncontrollably from him, corroding the furniture into hollow shells. He was meant to be the protagonist of this grand drama, the tyrant rising atop the ashes of Fire Fist. Yet now, he had become a contemptible villain in the eyes of the world, a clown elevated through betrayal and schemes. The carefully constructed persona of a dreamer he had cultivated was shattered by Edward. That bastard. He crumpled the newspaper into shreds, his greed eclipsed by unending hatred. He realized that Edward was the greatest stumbling block on his path to destiny. This man had not only seen through his plans, but had cleverly turned him into a projectile aimed at the world government. Knock, knock. A Marine Vice Admiral entered. His gaze conflicted. Teach, the headquarters has concerns about your actions. Spare me the pleasantries. Blood interrupta bruscally, fursivi resurrecting tataruvangrin. Does this not illustrate that it is Edward who is the true enemy of the Navy? I'm merely a catalyst. Now, we share a common enemy. He extended 3 robust fingers. I demand more intelligence. I require the map to advance into the city, and I need the Navy's cooperation. I shall drag that scoundrel known as Lothar into the abyss myself. In exchange, I will assist you in utterly burying the era of Whitebeard. The Vice Admiral fell silent. He was acutely aware that the Navy was embroiled in fierce debates over whether to continue leveraging this malignant tumor. However, the orders from the 5 elders superseded all else. They needed Blackbeard as a blade against Whitebeard. Thus, a more sordid transaction was clandestinely forged in the shadows, in stark contrast to the clamor and conspiracies beyond. Aboard the Moby Dick, the atmosphere, albeit tinged with sorrow, was unprecedentedly united. On the deck, Whitebeard gazed at the newspaper depicting the protests for Ace, observing the headlines condemning the Navy and Blackbeard. Instead of trembling with rage, his colossal frame emitted a deep, gratifying laugh. Gulalala, my foolish sons, do you see? That lad Ace has not brought us disgrace. He has fought the most splendid battle in his own way. The pain in Marco, Jozu, and the other's eyes was replaced by a blazing pride. They realized that Ace's capture was not a mark of shame, but rather a badge of honor. In the operations room of the headquarters, Lothar stood before the vast world map, where countless glowing points flickered, representing the shifting winds of public opinion across the globe. Public sentiment was not aimed at securing Ace's release. Lothar turned to face all the captains. His voice calm and clear. The arrogance of the Navy and the world government would not be swayed by mere protests from the populace. On the contrary, in a bid to salvage their dignity, they would execute Ace with greater swiftness and resolve. What are we doing this for? Vista queried, perplexed. A knowing smile curved Lothar's lips. First, it is to fight with a righteous cause. We transition from pirates seeking revenge to a just force fighting to save a hero and judge a traitor. This will garner us unexpected support in the impending war. Second, he raised two fingers. It is to sow discord among our enemies. The credibility of the Seven Warlords system has been compromised, inevitably causing rifts within the Navy. The chain of trust among them has already been severed. Most importantly, Lothar's gaze sharpened like a blade, as if he could already foresee the battlefield ahead. It is to reveal to the entire world that this war is not just to rescue Ace. We must also, in front of the entire world, judge that traitor and the decaying justice that shelters him. He fixed his eyes on the red dot representing Marineford on the map. His voice steady, yet imbued with an inexhaustible sharpness. This storm sweeping across the world has only just begun. Prepare to unleash our might upon the world government. Chapter 84, Mastering Fate. In the operations room, the recording detailing the truth of the Inferno had concluded. Yet Blackbeard's maniacal laughter and his treacherous confessions reverberated in their ears like a tangible cacophony. Silence. After an oppressive silence, fury erupted like a volcano. Commence battle. Whitebeard's roar, powerful enough to rend mountains and split seas, sent tremors through the entire Moby Dick. His massive form surged to its feet. The terrifying aura of his conqueror's Haki manifested as a palpable shockwave, bursting through the cabin and soaring into the sky, creating a vast, visible vortex in the clear, blue expanse. This king of the seas, reigning for decades, had eyes as red as blood, not in anger, but in determination. A resolve to wager his life and the honor of his entire crew to rescue his captured son from the depths of hell. All hands mobilize. Recall all fleets from afar. My son shall not be a mere pawn for those scoundrels to claim as their achievement. We shall welcome Ace home. Oh. Marco, Josu, Vista, and all the captains of the divisions, as well as every crew member in every corner of the ship, erupted in a thunderous roar. Their battle spirit ignited like a tangible flame, blazing fiercely in each pair of eyes. They were prepared to pay any price. Amidst this overwhelming fervor, a cold, mechanical voice quietly resonated in Lothar's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's actions have fundamentally altered the critical node of the world line concerning the Marineford War. Destiny deviation has reached the threshold. Congratulations, host. Successfully prevented the passive war triggered by Sachi's death, and proactively ignited a comprehensive conflict with the world government through overt means. The master system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to senior mentor. Unlocked core function. Fate interference module. Beginner. Effect. The host can expend master points to intervene probabilistically in key individuals and events, increasing or decreasing certain possibilities. Unlocked core function. Strategic planning function. Advanced. Effect. Capable of constructing ultra-high precision three-dimensional battlefield models, simulating troop deployments, fire coverage, potential tactics, and weaknesses. Task settlement. Reward of 10,000 master points. Special item. Heroes Amplifier X1. A flicker of barely perceptible ripples crossed Lothar's gaze. He knew that the true game was only just beginning. Whitebeard turned, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet they radiated absolute trust as they rested upon Lothar. What shall we do next? All the captains' eyes converged on Lothar, their fervent battle spirit transforming into pure trust and anticipation in the presence of this man. Lothar approached the vast world sea chart, his expression regaining its signature calm, one of mastery over all. Father, everyone, the Navy and the world government, in their desperation to save face, will undoubtedly execute Ace in the fastest and most grandiose manner. His finger glided slowly across the Grand Line, ultimately landing heavily on a location familiar yet daunting to all. This place can only be one. The Navy headquarters, Marineford. Marineford. The mere utterance of this name caused the air in the operations room to freeze instantaneously. It was the heart of the Navy, the facade of the world government. An impregnable fortress akin to a copper wall and iron bastion. They would lay a trap there, waiting for us to walk into their snare. Lothar's voice was chillingly calm. But what they do not know is that we too have awaited this day. He extended his hand and gently pointed at the void before him. Activate strategic planning function. With a soft hum, The central sand table of the operations room suddenly radiated blinding light. Countless streams of data surged upward, intertwining in midair, delineating, and ultimately coalescing into an exceptionally detailed, lifelike, three-dimensional image. It was the entirety of Marineford, from the crescent-shaped harbor to the execution platform in the square, and the iconic buildings of the Navy headquarters. Every artillery position, every potential ambush point was clearly marked with red dots. This is Jozu stared in awe, utterly astonished by this miraculous spectacle that transcended his understanding. Marco inhaled sharply, having accompanied his father on numerous assaults against Marineford. Yet never had he witnessed the fortress's layout so comprehensively, from a divine perspective. Loken's fingers glided delicately over the illuminated model. According to his calculations, the Navy would summon over 100,000 elite troops and hundreds of warships. The 3 admirals would be stationed beneath the execution platform, while the 7 warlords of the sea would be deployed at the forefront. The latest pacifist forces would likely be secreted in concealed positions on either side of the harbor, poised to strike as surprise reinforcements. With every word Loken uttered, corresponding troop deployments materialized within the three-dimensional model, meticulously simulating a war yet to unfold with a spine-chilling precision. All the captains were enveloped in profound astonishment. This was no mere strategy, it was prophecy, a divine insight into the future. Gulalala. Whitebeard observed the scene before him in silence for an extended period before finally erupting into a deep, resolute laughter. He slowly approached Loken. His enormous hand, capable of enveloping Loken's entire back, descended heavily yet with utmost seriousness upon his shoulder. Loken, the old man's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity and solemnity. From this moment forth, you shall be the supreme commander of this war. The Whitebeard Pirates, my 47 ships and 43,000 sons, their lives, their honor, my everything, are entrusted to you. This promise bore a weight beyond any oath. The world's mightiest man had placed all that he possessed upon the shoulders of this young man. Feeling the immense pressure upon his shoulder, Loken did not flinch. Instead, he met Whitebeard's gaze with calm determination. He understood that he must not only rescue Ace, but also irrevocably alter the outcome of this war, reshape Whitebeard's destiny, and pave a path to the future for his foolish brother, who would soon enter the battlefield, donning a straw hat. The weight of responsibility was monumental, yet a confident smile graced Loken's lips as he gazed at the illuminated model of Marineford, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. Father, bear witness to a new era that we shall forge with our own hands. The war at the summit, which was destined to be dictated by fate, shall from this moment forth welcome its one true and final sovereign. Chapter 85. The conclusion is set. Upon the utterance of Whitebeard's weighty declaration, I entrust everything to you. The atmosphere in the command room seemed to solidify. This was not merely an order. It was a solemn entrustment. The world's strongest man had placed his lifelong glory, the lives of thousands of his family, and the future of Ace, whom he regarded as a son, entirely upon the shoulders of a young man. Loken gradually straightened his spine, aware that from this moment, he was no longer merely the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was the sole player in the war poised to upend the world's balance. Relay my orders. Loken's voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable calm that instantly quelled the tumult and indignation within everyone present. All units, enter a state of full combat readiness. He approached the expansive nautical chart, his gaze sharp as a blade. Marco, your division and Vista's 5th Squad shall serve as the vanguard, tasked with breaching and dismantling defenses. Jozu, your 3rd Squad is responsible for the absolute defense of the ship Moby Dick. Loken paused, pointing to an inconspicuous corner of the sand table. Prepare 3 specially reinforced small assault vessels, disguised as ordinary pirate ships. In critical moments, they will prove more vital than the Moby Dick. Understood. The captains responded without hesitation, immediately accepting their orders. Loken's commands were clear, precise, and even unconventional. Yet in this moment, no one dared to question them, for they had all witnessed the terrifying accuracy of this man as prophecies. Intelligence team, medical team, logistics team, all material reserves, execute the maximum intensity warfare plan I previously devised. I need every bottle of rum aboard to fulfill its purpose during wartime. Each directive sliced through the air like the most precise surgical scalpel, fine-tuning and calibrating the colossal war machine that was the Whitebeard Pirates. Loken's eyes seemed to glimmer with a light visible only to him, a screen displaying the team training module. Rather than expounding lengthy, tactical explanations, He utilized the system to directly implant the most critical mission nodes and potential adversaries into the minds of each squad and captain as vivid combat imagery. When you see me, signal no, everyone must retreat at least 50 meters in the 9 o'clock direction within 3 seconds, regardless of what you are doing. When I signal Kazu, seek cover and envelop yourselves in Haki. Do not look up. He continued, most crucial is the all-knowing eye. Luo Chen's tone turned exceedingly grave. During the war, I will provide you with real-time battlefield information, including enemy positions, their attack intentions, and even their weaknesses through a special method. You need not understand or contemplate. All that is required is absolute trust and execution. The captains were shaken to their cores. This unprecedented method of combat transcended their understanding of pirate warfare. This was not merely a battle. It was a divine judgment in which they were following a deity towards inevitable victory. On the deck, Whitebeard stood alone, silently gazing from a massive bow of the whale ship. He stared into the distance, towards Marineford. Within his colossal form, a volcano of suppressed fury surged, the power of the tremor fruit distorting the air around him visibly. Luo Chen emerged from the cabin and approached him from behind, offering a specially concocted potion. Father, your wrath is the most formidable weapon in this war, yet let it only erupt at the most critical moment. Whitebeard accepted the potion and drank deeply, feeling the gentle vitality restoring his body, which had been burdened by anger. He did not turn around, but merely grunted in response. Did this man even calculate the fluctuations in his own emotions? At that moment, the head of the intelligence team rushed over, pale-faced, clutching a freshly decrypted report. Chief Strategist Luo Chen, Father, the Navy headquarters has entered a state of highest alert. The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords, and over 20 vice admirals are all in position. Their defenses are impregnable. As this news broke, the atmosphere on the deck tightened abruptly. Luo Chen, however, merely nodded calmly, as if he were listening to a weather forecast he had long anticipated. He turned and returned alone to the frigid command room, gazing at the isolated island surrounded by myriad red dots on the sand table, understanding that this would be an unprecedented hard-fought battle. Yet he was already prepared. Simultaneously, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, within the vast crescent-shaped harbor, 100,000 elite Navy troops stood at the ready, an atmosphere of lethal determination soaring to the heavens. Hundreds of warships formed an impenetrable steel barrier, sealing off the harbor completely. The countless cannon muzzles gleamed with the chilling light of death, aimed squarely at the expanse of the azure sea. In the center of the square, a colossal gallows loomed high into the clouds, as if declaring the majesty of justice to the entire world. Ace was roughly escorted up the long staircase by 2 naval officers. The sea-stone handcuffs were frigid and biting, stripping him of all his strength. Yet he stood tall, his back straight and his face devoid of any fear. Beneath the gallows, 3 figures stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding an aura of invincibility that seemed to form the most unyielding defense line of the world government. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, pulsated with a subtle flow of magma, his gaze fierce, as if he sought to incinerate all wickedness. He believed that the Whitebeard Pirates were the greatest remnants of this era, and must be eradicated with utmost thoroughness. Admiral Kazu, Borsellino, maintained his lethargic demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Yet anyone familiar with him understood that his light-speed kicks could deliver a lethal blow from the most unexpected angles at any moment. Admiral Akiji, Kazan, gazed with a complex expression at the distant sea, as if contemplating the deeper significance behind this war. At a higher command platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood alongside the hero garb, both bearing solemn expressions. Before them, the 7 warlords of the sea had all gathered, the atmosphere palpably tense. Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye, cradled his black blade, Yoru, in quiet meditation, appearing utterly unconcerned. Don Quixote, Doflamingo lounged in a chair, legs crossed, a signature, playful smirk adorning his lips, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama while calculating the potential gains he could reap from it. Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and Boa Hancock each harbored their own ulterior motives. This meticulously orchestrated trial of justice by the world government was being broadcast live to the entire world via the Den Mushi. Their objective was clear: to utterly dismantle the reputation of Whitebeard before the eyes of all, instilling fear in any who dared to stir. At that moment, Ace on the gallows suddenly lifted his head. He beheld, on the distant horizon, a massive pirate flag emblazoned with a white mustache and crossbones, breaking through the waves and slowly rising. Following closely were a second and a third flag. 47 ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, akin to colossal beasts awakening from the depths of the ocean, formed a sharp arrowhead formation, entering the view of all present. The atmosphere in Marineford erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Sengoku shot to his feet, his expression grave. Ace gazed at the familiar flag, at the figure at the bow, resembling a mountain, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. Yet, he remembered the words of Luo Chen. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was enveloped in calm. He understood that he was the spark that would ignite this war. But he also knew that the script for this battle had long been written by that man, who had already inscribed its conclusion. Chapter 86. Will the era of Whitebeard end here? In the Marine headquarters of Marineford, the gates of justice slowly closed, severing all external clamor and extinguishing the last flicker of escape. 100,000 elite Marines stood as silent statues, filling the crescent-shaped harbor and square. An atmosphere of lethal intent gathering like storm clouds, rendering the sunlight devoid of warmth. Upon the towering gallows, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, draped in a cloak adorned with the word justice, held a golden den mushi, his voice reverberating through the myriad of broadcast devices scattered across the globe. People of the world, I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His voice was steady and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable power. Today, we shall conduct a public execution of the heinous pirate, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirates have pillaged and slaughtered, disrupting the order and plunging the world into chaos and wails of despair. And the Whitebeard Pirates are the very remnants and symbols of this malevolent age. This battle is not about personal vendettas. It is the ultimate judgment of justice upon evil. With this war, we will declare to the world. Sengoku's voice suddenly elevated, transforming into a thunderous roar. Whitebeard and his era will be irrevocably ended today, in this place. As his words fell, the 100,000 Marines of Marineford erupted in a resounding battle cry. In the Great Pirate Era, for absolute justice. The soldiers' morale surged to its zenith. In their eyes, the outcome of this war had already been predetermined. They were fortified by 3 admirals, supported by the 7 warlords of the sea as their sharp edge, secured by an impregnable fortress with prearranged ocean currents and underwater traps. Whitebeard is strong, but this is the Marine headquarters. This is before the mightiest war machine of the world government. The strength of one man will ultimately be crushed beneath the overwhelming power that represents the world. Beneath the gallows, the hero Garp sat silently in a meditative pose. He gazed at his grandson, bound by sea stone above, whose face, always adorned with a goofy smile, now bore only tranquility. Garp's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing agony that rendered him breathless. Yet he could not move. He was the Marine hero Garp. This honor was a heavy shackle he could never shed. On the command platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze swept over the fervent soldiers below, then turned to the tranquil sea in the distance, a flicker of imperceptible worry crossing her wrinkled face. Sengoku, is that man named Luo Chen truly fine? Just a mere advisor. Sengoku scoffed, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. Our intelligence department has conducted the most precise predictions of Whitebeard's routes and forces. He may have some clever tricks up his sleeve, but in the face of such an absolute disparity in power, any scheme is futile. Today, he will witness what true despair looks like. In the holy land of Marineford, the celestial dragons observed this entire spectacle coldly through a vast screen. They required no schemes, no processes. They only demanded one outcome: the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard Pirates and the total end of the old era. In a corner of the crowd, Marshal D. Teach mingled among the naval officers, bearing the title of a newly appointed warlord of the sea. A respectful yet humble smile adorned his face as he occasionally nodded and bowed to passing vice admirals, resembling a dog eager to please its master. Yet, the eyes concealed beneath layers of flesh glimmered with the coldness and greed of a viper. Ha ha! He laughed inwardly. Look at these fools brainwashed by justice. And behold that stubborn old man clinging to his ridiculous family games in the distance. They are all mere stepping stones for my ascent to the throne. Teach's gaze, seemingly casual, swept over Ace on the gallows before shifting to the seemingly flawless defense line of the Marines. He felt a profound disdain for the Whitebeard Pirates. Luo Chen, that so-called chief of staff? He certainly has some skill managing to procure that footage, tarnishing his reputation for a spell. But what of it? It is merely a desperate struggle. Before the war machine of the Marines, any stratagem is but a joke. He could even envision the facade of calm that Luo Chen wore, concealing an inner turmoil of terror and despair. What a ridiculous fellow. Teach's thoughts drifted further afield. He was acutely aware that the Navy did not place complete trust in him. That old fox, Sengoku, always regarded him with an air of wariness. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as he presented himself as sufficiently obedient and valuable, he could attain everything he desired in this war. He had already leveraged his identity as one of the 7 warlords to subtly extract a wealth of intelligence regarding the defensive arrangements at Marineford from several low-ranking naval officers. This information would serve as the key to realizing his ultimate ambition, to seize the Tremor fruit. This was the true purpose of his venture. Once he possessed that world-destroying power, combined with his invincible dark fruit, he would transcend the title of Pirate King and ascend as the king of the world. Teach's gaze swept one last time over Ace on the execution platform, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the entire process of Ace's capture and knew that Luo Chen had intervened. That man named Luo Chen was indeed a significant threat, the greatest thorn in his path to supremacy. An opportunity must be seized to bury him here, alongside Whitebeard. At that moment, a shrill alarm pierced the air, reverberating throughout Marineford. It had begun. A shiver ran through the hearts of all present. From the distant horizon, a colossal pirate ship shaped like a whale emerged from the mist, akin to a mythical beast sailing forth into view. The Moby Dick. Behind it trailed 46 ships, each distinct yet all bearing the Whitebeard skull flag, forming a sharp arrowhead formation in their wake. The Whitebeard Pirates had arrived in full force. Finally, they had come. Sengoku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. A boisterous, wrathful laughter echoed through the air, as if transcending time and space, reaching the ears of every soul present. At the bow of the Moby Dick stood the strongest man in the world, wielding the supreme blade, Tsunami, like a mountain. "My son, are you well?" Whitebeard did not cast a glance at anyone else. His gaze was solely fixed on that figure on the execution platform, the one who haunted his dreams. The war was officially ignited at that moment. However, while all the Navy focused their attention on the frontal assault of Whitebeard's fleet, none noticed the tranquil harbor of Marineford. Beneath the surface of the water, 3 small assault boats, painted with specialized anti-sonar coatings and resembling deep-sea creatures, had silently infiltrated the most vulnerable spot of their defensive system. Within the cabin, corps commanders such as Marco, Jozu, and Vista held their breaths, their ears filled with miniature communicators. A calm and reassuring voice resonated through. "Everyone commence." Chapter 87, All-Out Offensive. Marineford, Naval Headquarters. The Gate of Justice emitted a heavy rumble as it sealed shut, isolating all external clamor and extinguishing the last flicker of hope for survival. 100,000 elite Marines, like a silent forest of steel, blanketed the crescent-shaped harbor and central plaza. A palpable aura of slaughter coalesced into a cloud, and even the sun's rays seemed to lose their warmth. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku held a golden transponder snail, his voice broadcasting through the world via the image-transmitting snails, reaching every corner of the sea. This battle is devoid of personal grudges. It is the ultimate judgment of justice upon evil. Whitebeard and his era shall be thoroughly extinguished here today. As his words fell, the 100,000 Marines erupted into a thunderous battle cry. In the age of pirates, for absolute justice. The soldiers' morale soared to its zenith. In their eyes, the outcome of this war was already predetermined. They boasted 3 admirals, the 7 warlords, impregnable fortifications, and prearranged maritime whirlpools and underwater traps. Whitebeard was powerful, but this was the Navy's headquarters. Individual strength would ultimately be crushed before the undeniable might representing the world. The shrill alarm echoed through the skies of Marineford. They had come. From the distant horizon, a colossal pirate ship, shaped like a whale, broke through the mist, akin to a mythical beast. The Moby Dick. Following it were 46 ships of various designs, forming a sharp arrowhead formation. The Whitebeard Pirates had arrived in full force. On the command platform, a naval vice admiral lowered his telescope, a confident smirk gracing his face. "All ships, attention! The enemy has entered our maximum firing range. According to the plan, initiate the first wave of saturation fire. Target, the enemy flagship, the Moby Dick. Fire. Boom, boom, boom." Hundreds of warships unleashed a torrent of destructive flames simultaneously. Thousands of cannonballs, whistling ominously, rained down upon Whitebeard's fleet like a storm of steel, capable of erasing an island from existence, provoking desperate gasps from the global audience watching through the image-transmitting snails. Yet, in the eerily silent command room of the Moby Dick, Luo Chen observed the dense array of red dots illuminating the strategic map without a hint of disturbance in his eyes. His voice, transmitted through special communicators, reached each ship captain's ears with clarity. All vessels immediately disperse. Execute the Phantom Shadow Number 3 infiltration plan. As a command was given, the scene that unfolded left all naval commanders dumbfounded. The 47 ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, as if endowed with a singular soul, executed an astonishing maneuver simultaneously. They abandoned the traditional fleet formation, darting through the waters like a school of agile fish, following an erratic, unpredictable zigzag trajectory at high speed. Thousands of cannonballs fell nearly entirely astray. They crashed into the sea, sending towering columns of water skyward, yet not a single sail was touched. What? The naval vice admiral's confident expression froze instantly. How is this possible? Our trajectory calculations were flawless. Their movements are utterly unpredictable. This is not the tactical acumen one would expect from pirates. Shock rapidly spread throughout the naval command system. Rockin's voice rang out once more. Flagship, the Moby Dick. Draw fire from the front. The remaining vessels execute a rapid incursion from both flanks into the harbor. As the command was issued, the figure at the bow of the Moby Dick stirred. Whitebeard gripped the atmosphere with both hands and forcefully pulled apart. Crack! The space before him shattered like glass. Roaring laughter erupted. The terrifying force of tremors struck the waters before Marineford with a resounding impact, reverberating across thousands of meters. A colossal tsunami was conjured from thin air. The naval artillery was compelled to redirect its fire, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon that immense whale ship. In that fleeting moment of distraction, dozens of small, fast boats from the Whitebeard Pirates surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the harbor with astonishing speed from the tumultuous waters churned by the tsunami. Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed this scene, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The command of Whitebeard had shifted. No longer was it a mere brute force charge, as in the past. The precision, cunning, and deceptive tactics now employed instilled a sense of unease within him. That man, named Law, was a formidable adversary. Landing troops, prepare. Law's voice was cold and composed. Accompanied by another earth-shattering tremor from Whitebeard, massive waves propelled several ships of the Whitebeard Pirates directly onto the icy shores of Marineford. Bang, bang, bang. The vessels crashed against the ice, and countless figures leapt forth. For ace, the warriors of the Whitebeard Pirates successfully made landfall. Stop them. The naval soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, the air filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire and clashing swords echoing throughout the square. Get out of the way. A furious roar erupted as Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, barreled through the naval defenses like an unstoppable war chariot. Countless soldiers were sent sprawling by his colossal strength, while blades clanged against his body, producing only a series of futile, brittle sounds. Rosewheel Dance. The figure Vista, the flower swordman, appeared like a specter, his dual blades slicing through the air, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp rose petals that felled naval soldiers by the dozens. They fought with unparalleled valor. Yet what astonished them more was the divine voice that echoed in their ears. Jozu, 20 meters to your left front, is their heavy artillery squad. Break through it. Vista, be aware of the sniper at 3 o'clock. He requires 18 seconds to reload. That is your opportunity. Law's all-knowing eye. Through the system, the real-time troop deployment across the battlefield of Marineford was laid bare before him, as clear as if it were etched upon his palm. He transformed this information into the simplest, most direct commands, relaying them to every captain. The advance of the Whitebeard Pirates became a terrifyingly efficient precision strike. They always found the weakest points in the naval defenses. They consistently anticipated the attack routes of the naval admirals. The naval lines before them crumbled like fragile paper. The Whitebeard Pirates were an unstoppable force. The tumultuous onslaught began to visibly disrupt and destabilize the naval formations. Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched as the defenses faltered. The confidence that once adorned his face now replaced by uncontrollable fury. He finally realized the magnitude of the terrifying opponent he faced. The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords. Sengoku's roar resonated throughout Marineford. All units mobilize. Crush them. Chapter 88. The Navy is suppressed, with Sengoku's thunderous roar echoing through the skies. The 3 figures representing the Navy's utmost combat prowess beneath the execution platform finally sprang into action. One languid figure dissipated into countless motes of light, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, another figure descended from the high platform, exuding an aura of bone-chilling cold. Admiral Akiji Kazan. With each step he took, the ice beneath him spread further. And within his languid demeanor lay a terrifying power capable of freezing all. On the battlefield, a cerulean figure transformed into a phoenix, its wings stirring up a fiery tempest that instantly engulfed a squad of elite naval troops. 1st Division Captain Marco. Just as he prepared to advance further, an intense chill struck from behind. Marco abruptly turned, sweeping out with wings enveloped in regenerative flames. Clang! Ice and fire collided violently at the center of the battlefield. The azure flames and stark white ice eroded one another, exploding into blinding steam that enveloped everything around them. Oh dear, how passionately frightening. Akiji's figure slowly emerged from the steam, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, while the other gathered frigid energy, effortlessly blocking Marco's full-force strike. The 1st Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was indeed worthy of his reputation. Enough with the chatter, Navy Admiral. Marco's gaze sharpened, his wings flared once more, transforming him into a blue fire meteor, charging fiercely at Akiji. Ice Age. Akiji maintained his nonchalant expression, yet his strike was merciless. Placing his palm upon the ground, endless cold surged from him, spreading like a tsunami in all directions. The air froze. Flames solidified. The entire battlefield seemed on the brink of being dragged into an eternal, frozen hell. The flames of the phoenix upon Marco blazed furiously, resisting the bone-chilling cold that threatened to engulf him, yet his speed was inevitably hindered. He could regenerate, but that did not mean he was impervious to restrictions. This was the might of an admiral of the Navy. Just one man was enough to alter the tide of the entire battlefield. On the Moby Dick, in the command room, Law quietly observed the sand table, where the blue light representing Marco and the white light representing Akiji entangled in a fierce struggle. Surrounding the white light were countless data chains representing absolute zero, ruthlessly compressing the space in which the blue light could maneuver. Relying excessively on fruit abilities in battle can easily be countered by opponents of equal caliber. Law mused softly, as if instructing an unseen pupil. His eyes were fully engaged with the all-knowing eye. Every movement of Akiji's strikes, the trajectory of the cold currents, even the tiny habits of energy accumulation within him before activating his ability, were dissected, quantified, and transformed into lines of cold data. Weaknesses were laid bare. Law's fingertips lightly tapped on the control panel. On the battlefield, ice spike barrage. Akiji waved a hand, conjuring sharp ice spears from thin air, sealing off all of Marco's evasive routes with calculated precision. Marco had no choice but to withstand the onslaught, shattering the ice spears with his Haki-imbued wings. Yet, in that brief moment of rigidity, Akiji's figure appeared spectrally at his flank. Got you. That hand, capable of freezing the seas, reached for Marco with absolute confidence. Marco's pupils constricted. He understood that if caught, even the Phoenix would be utterly encased in this terrifying low temperature. Just as the crisis loomed, a calm, emotionless voice resonated like a divine oracle in his mind. Marco, abandon your defense. Tilt your body 30 degrees to the left, push off with your right foot, and ascend. This command contradicted every instinct of battle. Was it a trap? No. That voice belonged to Law. Marco barely had time to contemplate. The trust that had long been ingrained in his very soul compelled his body to react even before thought could take hold. He relinquished all defensive stances, his form leaning left in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, and with a sudden force, his right foot slammed down upon the icy surface. Boom! Rather than retreating or dodging, he shot straight upwards in the sky. Akiji's determined grasp fell short, missing by a mere 3 centimeters. For the first time, a hint of astonishment flickered across Akiji's perpetually languid expression. This evasion was no mere coincidence. He had no time to alter his approach, for Marco's silhouette had already materialized above him. Free fall. Target. The wrist of his right hand, where he condenses his icy power. The voice of Luo Chen echoed once more. Without hesitation, Marco unleashed his claws, enveloped in azure flames, like a battle axe descending from the heavens, striking fiercely at Akiji's wrist. Akiji's gaze shifted, hastily raising his arm to block. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Remarkably, Akiji was forced back half a step by the impact. Though unscathed, the astonishment on his face transformed into a grave seriousness. Oh dear! Akiji shook off the tingling sensation in his wrist and looked up at Marco, who had soared back into the air, his eyes sharpening with newfound intensity. Your combat style seems to have become rather incomprehensible. Up in the command center, Sengoku and strategist Crane observed the scene, their brows furrowed in concern. When did Marco's combat intelligence become so elevated? Murmured strategist Crane. Only Luo Chen understood. This was not intelligence. It was an absolute domination of information dimensions. Marco, do not engage him head-on. His ice requires a condensation core to form instantaneously. Utilize your mobility to attack during the intervals when he activates his abilities. To the left, 3 meters beneath the ice, lies his ambush. At 3 o'clock, he is crafting an ice mirror, preparing to confuse you with reflected light. A series of prophetic commands incessantly resonated within Marco's mind. The ensuing battle completely overturned everyone's perceptions. Marco ceased to clash head-on with Akiji. He transformed into the most agile falcon in the sky. Each dive and strike precisely targeting Akiji's most vulnerable and unexpected points. Akiji's every assault, whether a sweeping glacier or a deft ice spear, seemed to be anticipated in advance. Effortlessly evaded by Marco at minimal cost. He resembled an omniscient deity, toying with a formidable mortal. The Navy Admiral Akiji was utterly restrained. He could not assist other battlefields, and, under Marco's elusive harassment, found himself subtly at a disadvantage. This scene spread across the world via the image-transmitting snail. A collective gasp arose globally. How could this be? The Navy Admiral is being suppressed. Amidst the battle, Marco cast his gaze towards the direction of the Moby Dick. In his eyes, alongside the blazing fervor for combat, there lay an earnest, almost fervent admiration and trust. Chapter 89. The Player in the Pieces. The command room of the Moby Dick. Here, at the eye of the storm, silence reigned to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Luo Chen stood before the vast strategic sand table, his eyes closed. At this moment, his mind encompassed the entirety of Marineford. The all-seeing eye had been activated. The impregnable fortress transformed in his mind into an extraordinarily intricate three-dimensional image, with every movement of the Navy, every rotation of the gun emplacements, and even the energy cores of the pacifist forces hidden beneath the ice, manifesting as flickering data streams, utterly revealing. Ding! Master points, 100 seconds, 110 seconds. The system's cold prompt reverberated within his consciousness. The immense strain caused sharp pains to shoot through his temples. Yet his handsome visage remained as tranquil as a still pond. This price was negligible compared to the imminent victory at hand. The Navy's communications utilized the 7th encrypted channel. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Luo Chen's lips. Alas, there's a flaw. He extended a finger and gently pointed into the void. System, commence interference. On the battlefield, Navy Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was leading an elite squad, preparing to flank the recently landed 10th Division Captain Khalil from the side. Suddenly, the snail at his waist rang. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Urgent orders received. An anxious voice echoed from the snail, mimicking the tone of the command center. Target changed. Proceed immediately to Area 3 and intercept Diamond Jozu. Repeat. Proceed immediately to Area 3. What? Ghost Spider paused, finding the command somewhat abrupt, yet military orders are absolute. He hesitated not for a moment. All units, redirect. Target, Jozu. However, just as he led his team away, Khalil's heavy artillery forces completed their landing in the very position he intended to flank, tearing open a massive breach in the unprotected defenses. Similar scenarios unfolded throughout the battlefield. Some Navy squads received contradictory orders, spinning in circles. Some artillery positions received erroneous coordinates, their shells accurately striking their own lines. The Navy's pride, its meticulously coordinated command chain, at this moment seemed to be unraveled by an invisible hand, playing a chaotic and absurd symphony. Damn it! In the command center, Sengoku observed the bewildering chaos at the front lines, trembling with rage. What is happening? Why are the orders being misconstrued? Why are our deployments consistently anticipated by them? He abruptly turned, his scarlet gaze sweeping across all the officers behind him. We have a traitor among us. The first reaction of this astute strategist was not to suspect the enemy, but to doubt his own ranks. For the tactical execution demonstrated by the Whitebeard Pirates had far exceeded any predictive parameters, resembling a battle fought with a map in hand. Luo Chen caught wind of Sengoku's roar. A playful smile danced upon his lips. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. His gaze shifted from the chaotic Navy lines to the peculiar, shimmering points representing the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk was merely paddling. Doflamingo was observing the spectacle. Hancock appeared lost in thought. Jinbei harbored ulterior motives. Bartholomew Kuma remained a mystery. A cluster of unstable powder kegs, and the Navy dared to place them on the battlefield. Luo Chen's fingertips gently traced the sand table. dispatching a new command through the emergency communication beacon, silently transmitting it. On the battlefield, the swashbuckler Vista was engaged in a fierce duel with a Navy vice admiral, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, Luo Chen's voice resonated in his mind. Vista, sheath your sword. Retreat 30 meters to your left rear, and greet Don Quixote da Flamingo with your roses. Though Vista was perplexed, he executed the command without hesitation, elegantly repelling his opponent before vanishing like spectre. At the very moment he departed, a delicate pink thread descended from the heavens, ensnaring the naval vice admiral who had just narrowly escaped peril. Ah! The chilling laughter of da Flamingo echoed ominously. Ah, Admiral, running amok is hardly a commendable habit. The vice admiral's expression shifted dramatically. Da Flamingo, what are you doing? I am one of your own. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. A malevolent glint flickered in da Flamingo's eyes. This scene was witnessed by countless naval officers, their gazes toward the Shichibukai, now infused with an acute sense of vigilance and distrust. A minute crack had thus formed. Within the command room, Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was merely an appetizer. His aspirations transcended the mere rescue of Ace. He intended to dismantle the Navy's vaunted Justice League before the eyes of the entire world, shattering their hypocritical facade beyond repair. Sengoku, do you perceive this as war? Luo Chen gazed intently at the golden dot on the sand table, representing the fleet admiral, whispering softly as if conversing with an adversary from another realm. No, this is a lesson, and all of you are my students. Chapter 90, The Wrath of Akainu. The naval defense was being torn asunder. Under Luo Chen's inscrutable command, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates operated like precision surgical instruments, dismantling the Navy's seemingly impregnable formation into disarray. On the command platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's complexion had turned a ghastly shade. Beside him, the man who had remained as silent as a dormant volcano could no longer contain himself. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, a pack of imbeciles. His voice rumbled with a molten fury akin to lava. The so-called elite were being toyed with by a band of pirates. He could not abide the grotesque chaos that marred the line of justice, nor could he tolerate the flag depicting a skull that advanced so brazenly before him. If you cannot eradicate evil, then allow me to incinerate this battlefield along with all the refuse. Akainu sprang into action. He did not single out any captain as a target. His goal was unbridled, absolute annihilation. Great eruption. Akainu's right arm transformed into a torrent of molten rock. And that colossal lava fist did not strike any foe, but instead crashed violently toward the sky. Boom! The immense lava fist exploded midair, morphing into hundreds of smaller lava fists. They descended like a meteor shower heralding doom, trailing long streaks of black smoke and fire, emitting a piercing shriek as they tore through the atmosphere, heading toward the most densely populated landing zone of the Whitebeard Pirates. Meteor Volcano. This was a cataclysmic strike of map-level destruction. Ah, get away. It's lava. In an instant, anguished screams filled the air. Countless ordinary members of the Whitebeard Pirates, even some officers, were unable to react before being consumed in that rain of devastation from above. Their bodies turned to charred bones upon contact with the lava, unable to emit even a single complete cry of despair. The frozen square was pocked with vast, molten lava-filled craters. The acrid scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of charred flesh, coalescing into a hellish aura of despair that relentlessly assaulted the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates. You bastards! Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, roared, his massive form adorned with dazzling diamonds, resembling an immovable shield as he attempted to shield his comrades from few lava fists. Boom! Boom! The collision of lava and diamond produced a deafening clamor. Jozu succeeded. He had blocked the onslaught of the lava fists, yet the terrifying heat, capable of melting steel, still seeped through the crevices of the diamond, searing him and eliciting a pained grunt as wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the once impenetrable surface of his diamond body. His movements were severely hampered. Akainu's strike not only inflicted tremendous casualties, but also, through sheer force, stymied the unstoppable charge of the Whitebeard Pirates. The naval line held firm. The surviving naval soldiers beheld the scene before them, akin to divine retribution, their faces rekindled with fervent adoration. It is Admiral Akainu, so powerful. The pirates are utterly defenseless before Admiral Akainu. Victory would undoubtedly belong to justice. At that moment, the morale of the Navy surged to its zenith. However, within the cold command room of the Moby Dick, Luo Chen observed the strategic sand table, where the lights representing the lives of his crew extinguished one by one. In his profound gaze, there was neither anger nor sorrow, nor even the slightest ripple of emotion. Only the absolute calm of a player witnessing his opponent fall into a trap. "Old man." Luo Chen's voice resonated clearly through a specialized communicator, reaching Whitebeard's ears. "Let your fury ignite. Show them what true annihilation entails." At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard watched his sons struggle in agony amidst the lava, his colossal form quaking with overwhelming rage. He had heard Luo Chen's voice. He understood. Sacrifice was an integral part of this plan, and his fury would serve as the catalyst for the next phase. "Sakazuki." Whitebeard's earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout Marineford. He seized the air with both hands and forcefully pulled it apart. Crack! The space before him shattered like glass. He unleashed a punch not aimed at Akainu, but rather at the massive craters filled with flowing lava that Akainu had just created with his meteor volcano. The shockwave surged precisely into them. In the next moment, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spine unfolded. Rumble. The central square of Marineford, once solidly encased in ice by Akiji, began to collapse with a cataclysmic roar under the force of Whitebeard's punch. Akainu's lava had melted the ice layer, and Whitebeard's tremor obliterated the fragile structure that had been compromised. The ice beneath countless naval soldiers vanished in an instant, and they screamed in terror as they, along with heavy artillery and fortifications, plummeted into the frigid, merciless depths of the sea. The Navy's once impenetrable land defense, their pride, was destroyed by the very hands of their most formidable admiral and their most formidable foe. Akainu beheld this spectacle, his pupils constricting in shock. He abruptly looked up, glancing toward the Moby Dick, as if trying to pierce through the thick hull to glimpse the shadowy puppeteer orchestrating the chaos. He had fallen into a trap. His meteor volcano had not been aimed at the Whitebeard Pirates. He had unwittingly provided Whitebeard with a fulcrum capable of obliterating the entire battlefield. Within the command room, a cold smile finally graced Luo Chen's lips. His voice, akin to an oracle, resonated in the minds of every captain caught in the throes of battle. "Everyone, the Scorched Earth script has been completed. Now, it is our turn to counterattack. Target the enemy command platform." The roar of the warring states echoed like the horn of final judgment, resonating throughout Marineford. Under the temporary cover provided by Akainu's cataclysmic meteor-like eruption, which thwarted the Whitebeard Pirates' charge, the gaze of the Marine Admiral flickered with a cold and resolute glint. All fleets, execute the final encirclement plan. Constrict. Pin every pirate firmly within the harbor. The ground trembled as the Marine fleet, long poised for action, surged forth like an awakened iron behemoth, converging destructively toward Crescent Bay. They ceased their futile long-range bombardment, instead forming an impenetrable moving wall of steel with their very vessels. Simultaneously, countless Marine vice admirals, leading elite Marine Corps units, surged forth from all directions of the fortress. Their singular objective was to compress the operational space of the Whitebeard Pirates at any cost, to isolate and encircle them, and then, akin to crushing an ant, to annihilate them one by one. In an instant, the pressure on the battlefield escalated tenfold. "Damn it, the rear is blocked too." A cadre of the Whitebeard Pirates bellowed in anger. He had just felled 3 Marines when an explosive shell detonated behind him, severing his link to the main force. Our escape route. The few pirate ships remaining in the harbor were engulfed in roaring flames, succumbing slowly to the depths as a result of the Marines' near-suicidal charges and concentrated fire. The retreat was utterly cut off. Shadows loomed from all directions. It was the Marines, clad in justice cloaks, fearlessly charging forth. In the sky, beams of lethal light, manifesting from Kizaru, darted freely. On the ground, the frigid ice of Akiji clashed with Akainu's magma, wreaking havoc. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates experienced, for the first time, the suffocating sensation of oppression. This was not a battle of equals. It was a confrontation against the entire world. "Hold on." Marco swung his sword, felling several Marines, his breath becoming labored. "Trust in Admiral Luo Chen. This must all be part of his plan." Yet even he, gazing upon the blood-soaked and steel-forged encirclement visibly tightening before his eyes, felt a pang of confusion. "Luo Chen, what is your plan? Why have you led us into this dire predicament with no means of escape?" On the command platform, Sengoku observed the steadily retreating Whitebeard Pirates, a chilling smile of control spreading across his face. "It is over," he declared with confidence. "Whitebeard, no matter how formidable your personal power, you cannot contend with the order that represents the will of the world. Your era shall conclude within my flawless encirclement." In the shadows, Blackbeard Teach observed the scene, his greedy eyes shining with a fervor more intense than magma. Soon, when that old man Whitebeard is driven to desperation, expending his last ounce of strength will be the perfect moment for my entrance. However, at this instant, when everyone, including the Whitebeard Pirates themselves, believe they have fallen into a hopeless situation aboard the Moby Dick within the frigid command room, Luo Chen quietly surveyed the strategic sand table. The blue dots representing the Marines formed an apparently flawless encirclement, gradually tightening. Yet in his omniscient eye, this tableau appeared entirely different. It was not an encirclement. It was a foolish giant serpent willingly extending its neck into a noose. In their pursuit of the swiftest encirclement, they had committed all maneuverable forces to the flanks. Luo Chen extended a finger, lightly tapping the sand table. There lay the front of the encirclement, the point where the Marine forces were most densely deployed, with formidable defenses, and even several vice admirals stationed personally. Sengoku, do you think I would, like all the mediocre strategists, attack your weakest flank? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth. He understood that what appeared weak was, in fact, laden with traps, a pocket Sengoku had prepared for him. No. Luo Chen's voice resonated through the team teaching module, echoing like an oracle in the minds of all corps commanders. Marco, Bista, Jozu, I command you to rally the strongest forces of all divisions. Abandon all enemies on flanks. Target, directly ahead, the command platform where Sengoku stands. Break through it for me. Chapter 91. Kizaru's Lightspeed Sniper Shot. Marineford, the battlefield akin to Purgatory. Under Admiral Sengoku's command for the final encirclement, the entire battlefield underwent a qualitative transformation. Dozens of Marine warships, animated as if endowed with life, abandoned long-range bombardment, and, with a desperate near-suicidal fervor, converged from the outer sea toward Crescent Bay. They constructed an impenetrable wall of steel, using their hulls as barriers and their cannons as chains. The retreat was utterly severed. Damn it, our ships, the few pirate vessels left in the harbor, ignited into fierce flames under the Marines' reckless charges and concentrated fire, emitting mournful cries as they slowly sank into the icy depths. All around, enemies surrounded them. In the sky, lethal beams traversed mercilessly. On the ground, ice and magma intertwined in chaos. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates felt, for the first time, the suffocating pressure of oppression. This was not a battle of equals. It was a fight against the entire world. On the command platform, Sengoku watched as the blood and steel-formed encirclement visibly shrank. A cold smile of dominion finally gracing his face. It is over, Whitebeard. Your era shall conclude within my perfect encirclement. The entire world, through the images transmitted by the Den Mushi, witnessed this scene, their eyes closing in despair. The defeat of the Whitebeard Pirates seemed inevitable. Yet, just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, that man moved. The Marine Admiral, Kizaru Borsellino. His perpetually lazy smile flickered with a cold glint behind his sunglasses. What a troublesome bunch. He leisurely raised his finger, not aiming at any of the battling commanders on the field, but rather at the highest point of the square, the solitary execution platform. Since this is dragging on, allow me to put an end to this tedious war. In the next moment, his figure transformed into light, a brilliantly radiant golden beam, disregarding the chaos and slaughter of the battlefield, transcending the barriers of space and distance. Crossed thousands of meters in an instant at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. His target was clear enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fire Fist Ace. He aimed to directly assassinate Ace before Whitebeard and the entire world, using the swiftest, most brutal method to utterly shatter the morale and spirit of the Whitebeard Pirates. What? Admiral Kizaru. Countless Marine soldiers and onlookers shrieked in terror. They became acutely aware of Kizaru's intentions. The war appeared poised to conclude in an utterly unforeseen manner, instantaneously. Upon the execution platform, Ace sensed the lethal threat capable of evaporating him. That beam of light was astonishingly swift, so swift that his observation Haki barely caught a glimpse of its trajectory before the assailant materialized right before him. Instinctively, he yearned to resist, to elementalize, to erect a final bastion of flames. Yet, those cold sea prism handcuffs acted as the most malevolent curse, binding him firmly in place and stripping him of all his power. He could only watch helplessly as the golden light, emblematic of death, rapidly expanded within his pupils. Borsellino. At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard emitted a thunderous roar that split the heavens. He witnessed with his own eyes that despicable Marine admiral launching a surprise attack on his son, who was confined to defenseless. Crack! The space before him shattered like glass, as the cataclysmic force of his fury erupted, attempting to intervene from afar. But it was too distant. The speed of light surpassed sound, and even exceeded the transmission of his own power. Ace. Meanwhile, Marco, ensnared by Akiji, was on the verge of madness, transforming into the Phoenix. He recklessly sought to rush towards the execution platform, yet thick walls of ice rose one after another, and the Marines' cannon fire poured down upon him like a deluge, anchoring him in place. Despair, an unprecedented sense of hopelessness enveloped the entire Whitebeard Pirates. However, amidst this dire predicament, Ace's pupils, constricted by fear, suddenly regained a flicker of clarity. In his mind, he recalled the last words spoken by Luo Chen before the expedition. Ace, remember, no matter what transpires on the battlefield, even if a Marine Admiral's blade is at your throat, do not panic, do not give in. Your eyes may deceive you, your senses may mislead you, but you must trust me. Trust that I will pave the final step toward your victory. Ace slowly closed his eyes. He relinquished his struggle. He abandoned his resistance. In the face of that light-speed death, he chose a near-meditative tranquility. He was waiting, awaiting the signal from that man. Kizaru's figure reformed before the execution platform. His finger had transformed into the legendary sword, Amatsukami, glimmering with a sharp radiance capable of piercing all. The beam had reached its peak of concentration. Farewell, Fire Fist. His languid voice resonated like the pronouncement of the Grim Reaper. The entire world seemed to hold its breath at that moment. On board the Moby Dick, Luo Chen stood silently, resembling an emotionless statue. Yet, within his mind, the data stream of the all-seeing eye had transformed into a blinding crimson hue due to the strain of its operation. Warning. Host core, target port gas D. Ace is facing a lethal threat. Threat source. Marine Admiral Kizaru, user of the light fruit. Attack assessment. Light speed sniper shot. Hit probability 9999. Fatality probability 9,999. System is computing evasion protocol. Calculation failure. Conventional means of evasion are ineffective. Initiative finale contingency. FATE intervention module. Shall 50,000 master points be consumed to execute an absolute probability lucky intervention for target Ace? 50,000 points. This was nearly half of Lothan's accumulated fortune. Yes, Lothan's response came without a moment's hesitation. A piercing pain shot through his temples, draining the color from his face to a ghostly pallor. Yet at that moment, his deep-set eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, as though piercing through time and space, establishing a soul link with Ace on the execution platform. A voice, audible only to Ace, thundered in his mind. Ace, tilt your head to the left. Now, in the instant Luo Chen issued the command, Ace's body reacted instinctively. He jerked his head sharply to the left. It was a minuscule movement, so subtle that even the executioner beside him remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Kizaru's fingertip unleashed a beam of light, amalgamated with speed and destruction. Whoosh! The golden beam did not pierce Ace's heart or evaporate his head. Rather, it whizzed past his cheek at an astonishing angle, precisely striking the core lock of the C-prism handcuffs around his neck. Crack! A sound so crisp, it resonated like a celestial chime. The shackles that had confined the entirety of Fire Fist's power shattered under the direct assault of the Marines' highest combat might, Admiral Kizaru. The entire world fell silent. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Kizaru's face, typically adorned with a lazy grin, became rigid. On the command platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku found the words of victory he was about to utter lodged in his throat, contorting his facial muscles. The 100,000 Marines at Marineford wore expressions akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. And the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, their eyes wide with fury, had their charge abruptly halted. Every gaze turned towards the execution platform. He saw it. He beheld Kizaru's despicable ambush. He also witnessed his son, against all odds in that seemingly fatal predicament, survive in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. Unscathed, all the dread and rage transformed into an unadulterated, primal desire for vengeance against the Marines and the world government. Grah! A roar, unprecedented and shattering, erupted from the chest of the world's strongest man. This time, there was no restraint, no suppression. He grasped at the void with hands powerful enough to effortlessly crush islands, radiating a white halo of annihilation. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Sengoku, Garp. Whitebeard's voice, akin to a divine decree, reverberated throughout Marineford. You have angered me. Crack, crack, crack. The space before him shattered like glass struck by a divine hammer, fracturing inch by inch. The terrifying force of tremors transformed from precise strikes into indiscriminate, cataclysmic power, sweeping towards the entirety of the Marineford fortress. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth lamented. The fortress screamed. The colossal fortress, forged from steel and massive stones, a symbol of naval authority, trembled under the force of a single punch, crumbling like a sandcastle battered by a monstrous wave, giving rise to countless grotesque and terrifying fissures from its very foundation. Run for your lives. The fortress is collapsing. Countless naval soldiers screamed in terror as the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, swallowing heavy artillery and defensive structures alike into an unfathomable abyss. The warships docked in the harbor were tossed by the shockwave, colliding with one another like mere toys, capsizing in the chaos. With just a single strike, Whitebeard unleashed his world-destroying might, sending the Navy's proud bastion into disarray. On the command platform, Sengoku gazed in shock at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. He could hardly fathom that the frail old man, long beset by illness, still possessed such terrifying power. This exceeded his expectations, but something was amiss. The sharp intellect of the strategist alerted him to an anomaly. Though Whitebeard's assault was ferocious, it was not without method. The vast chasms, seemingly random, followed a bizarre pattern that converged towards a singular direction: the execution platform. He was not merely demolishing the fortress. He was, with his own strength, forcibly carving a king's path for his children straight to the end. Sengoku abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Moby Dick. That man, once again, it was the man named Lothar. Not only had he saved Ace, but he had also factored in the old man's fury. By resurrecting Ace, he had pushed Whitebeard's potential to its absolute limits. In the command room of the Moby Dick, Lothar's complexion paled from the immense consumption of the Fate Intervention module. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Whitebeard's eruption would last only 3 minutes. His voice resonated through the emergency communication beacon, reaching the ears of every corps captain with clarity. Marco, Jozu, Vista, follow in Dad's footsteps. Clear every obstacle in our way. For Ace charge. Oh. The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates soared to unprecedented heights at that moment. They glimpsed hope. They beheld the old man, a godlike figure, paving their path. Every captain, every crew member, followed that immense silhouette down the road paved with destruction and collapse, launching a desperate assault towards the execution platform. Whitebeard, at the forefront, resembled a moving deity of destruction, tearing through the Navy's formation with sheer brute force. And behind him, in the minds of every Whitebeard pirate, Lothar was the true god of this war. Jozu. Lothar's voice was calm and clear. To your 3 o'clock, 400 meters away, Akainu is gathering his next wave of meteoric magma. Raise your body to shield the brothers on the left flank. On the battlefield, Jozu, who was currently appending a squad of Navy soldiers, did not hesitate for a moment. He abruptly halted, turned, and his massive form shimmered with diamond brilliance. He completely exposed his back to the enemy on the other side. Just as he completed his defensive stance, a massive crimson magma fist, radiating an aura that incinerated all, struck his diamond shield with precision. Boom! The violent explosion sent Jozu reeling. Yet behind him, hundreds of charging comrades remained unscathed. Vista, your sword is too slow. Lothar's voice rang out once more. Forget about that rear admiral. He is merely bait. On the roof of the lookout tower to your right, 3 elite snipers are concealed, their bullets coated with sea stone powder. Engaged in a struggle with a Navy rear admiral, Vista's expression sharpened upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he feigned a vulnerability, retreating gracefully using the force of the opponent's attack, his twin blades tracing brilliant arcs through the air. Rose waltz, countless rose petals, imbued with razor-sharp sword energy, did not target any enemies on the ground, but instead, as if animated by life, spiraled upwards, precisely enveloping the seemingly tranquil lookout tower. Ugh! 3 brief cries of anguish emanated from the tower's summit. The Navy's long-range threat was swiftly neutralized. Marco, don't worry about Jinbei. His target is not you. Sachi, be cautious of Doflamingo's strings. They're underground. Correja, angle the cannon 15 degrees higher and bombard the hillside of Iceberg number 3. The pacifist unit S supply point is there. Commands flowed forth, each a calculated prediction. Lothar sat poised aboard the Moby Dick, seemingly endowed with countless eyes, absorbing the entirety of the Marineford battlefield into his gaze. He transformed every member of the Whitebeard Pirates into the sharpest pieces on his chessboard. Meanwhile, the Navy, from the Admiral to the soldiers, found their every counterattack, every defensive maneuver, every reinforcement anticipated by Lothar, who easily neutralized them with the simplest, most effective means. The Navy's tactics began to unravel. Their coordination showed fatal disconnects. Their proud numerical advantage and geographical positioning crumbled like a joke before Lothar's unfathomable omniscient strategy. On the command platform, Admiral Sengoku beheld this unfathomable spectacle, feeling an unprecedented, bone-deep sense of defeat. He finally understood that the tide of this war had been completely seized by the chief of staff he had never regarded with seriousness. He was not merely battling Whitebeard. He was contending with a monster capable of foreseeing the future. In a corner of the battlefield, Blackbeard Teach's greedy eyes fixated intently on the massive figure wreaking havoc ahead. Within him, there was no fear, only an increasingly fervent excitement. "Ha, old man, your body must be at its limit, right?" He could see that with each punch Whitebeard threw, with each roar, he was wildly burning through the remnants of his vitality. "Keep going, keep causing chaos." Teach commanded his crew to remain concealed, like the most patient vulture, waiting for the lion to fall. He had already envisioned his future script. Once Whitebeard and the Navy were mutually annihilated, and that old man took his last breath, he would step forth and seize the strongest paramecia fruit before the world. At that moment, with the powers of two fruits in hand, who could possibly thwart his dreams? Lothar? A cruel smile curled at Teach's lips. Just a schemer who hides in the shadows. Once he possessed absolute power, all strategies would be effortlessly crushed. He anticipated the bloody carnage, eager to be the sole and ultimate victor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, on Lothar's vast strategic board, the black piece representing his Blackbeard Pirates had been relentlessly marked by a red circle flashing the highest threat level from the very beginning. The prey had already begun to envision victory. In the depths of Luo Chen's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of icy, murderous intent flickered. "Unfortunately, you lack even the qualifications to serve as a mere pawn." Chapter 93, Tactical Manipulation. The formidable physique of Whitebeard served as the most conspicuous coordinate on the battlefield. Each swing of his naginata resonated like a command, guiding the torrent of pirates behind him, steadfastly advancing toward the execution platform. Yet at the flanks of this unstoppable tide, 7 powerful figures representing the world government's legitimate marauders were embedded like deadly nails along Whitebeard's offensive path. They constituted the most crucial component of the Navy's plan, sharp blades intended to sever, exhaust, and ultimately hunt down the senior officers of the Whitebeard Pirates. Aboard the Moby Dick, Luo Chen's fingertips glided gently over the tactical sand table, connecting the 7 pieces that represented the warlords of the sea. The pace of his father's advance exceeded expectations. However, if this continued, they would soon collide head-on with the defensive zone of the warlords. He could not allow his father to bear the entire burden alone. In his mind, the system's interface silently unfolded. Strategic planning function activated. Analyzing target group, warlords of the sea. Personality models, behavioral patterns, and core weaknesses loaded. Optimal strategy generation in progress. Divide, lure, mislead, fragment. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Luo Chen's lips, confronting this defiant group. Each harboring their own ulterior motives, with brute force would be the most foolish choice. They do not operate as a unified entity, nor will they ever become one. That suffices. Communications officer, connect me to the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. The orders were transmitted instantaneously through the snail phone to the front line. Jozu, currently enduring a barrage of naval gunfire with his indomitable diamond form, paused momentarily. "Luo Chen, what instructions do you have?" Luo Chen's voice remained calm and devoid of any tremor. "Jozu, abandon your current opponent. Immediately move to the G5 area and locate Dracula Mihawk." Jozu's breath caught in his throat. "You want me to confront Mihawk now?" "No," Luo Chen countered, "do not engage. Use your utmost speed to glide past him, maintaining a distance of approximately 300 meters, continuously provoking him to pursue you. Remember, your task is not to fight, but to lead him on a stroll." Though filled with confusion, Jozu, driven by absolute trust in Luo Chen, let out a fierce roar, clearing his path through the Navy and charging toward Mihawk. "Now, connect me to the captain of the 5th Division, Vista. Vista, create a commotion near the C3 area, close to the Navy's logistical supply line. Make the noise substantial, but ensure the targets remain ambiguous, so it appears as though you are seizing some secret weapon or vital supplies. Contact the former subordinates of Gecko Moria. instructing them to head to the B2 area and deliver a grand gift to their former captain. One seemingly unrelated, even absurd command after another emanated from the command center of the Moby Dick. The entire Whitebeard Pirates, this intricate war machine, began to execute bizarre maneuvers in a manner incomprehensible to outsiders. At the opposite end of the battlefield, Dracul Mihawk had just cleaved through the icy surface with his black blade, Yoru, rescuing hundreds of sailors from the brink of death. He felt no interest in this war. For him, it was merely a stage to gauge the distance between himself and the world's strongest man. At that moment, a formidable presence surged rapidly from the side. It was Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mihawk's hawk-like gaze locked onto the approaching figure. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. However, Jozu did not initiate an attack. Instead, he swept past the edge of Mihawk's defensive zone with his colossal diamond form, careening into a group of Navy personnel who failed to evade in time. This was a blatant act of disregard, a provocation that conveyed, "I can enter and exit your territory at will." Mihawk tightened his grip on his black blade. He moved, his figure darting like a specter in pursuit. The dignity of the world's greatest swordsman would not permit anyone to behave so insolently before him. Don Quixote Doflamingo was currently manipulating several Navy officers with his string fruit ability, orchestrating their mutual destruction while reveling in the chaos of war. Suddenly, a pirate affiliated with his Don Quixote family rushed to his side in a panic. "Young master, this is bad. An elite unit from the Whitebeard Pirates has launched a surprise attack on the C3 Naval Supply Depot." Doflamingo's laughter ceased abruptly. "The Navy's depot? What concern is that to us?" But they seem to be attempting to seize that item secretly transported from Dressrosa. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. That item? Is it a covert operation by the Navy or a scheme by the Whitebeard Pirates? Whichever it may be touches upon his most sensitive nerve. How intriguing. This truly piques my interest. Without further regard for the ongoing battle, he vanished, swiftly heading toward the C3 area. He intended to witness firsthand who dared to meddle with his cheese. Meanwhile, Jinbe was locked in a fierce struggle with the naval admirals, each punch imbued with hesitation. Boa Hancock stood atop a high point, ostensibly providing support. Yet in reality, she occasionally kicked out her fragrant feet, turning any unwitting Navy or pirate that approached into stone. At that moment, a barely perceptible special sound wave, intermingled with the roar of cannon fire, swept over the two. It was the psychological suggestion sound wave, basic, that Luo Chen had exchanged for through the system. It bore no offensive capability, nor could it manipulate one's will. However, it had the power to amplify the most tangled and conflicted emotions buried deep within one's heart. Jinbe's mind was flooded with Whitebeard's words, "Let's settle this," intertwined with the image of Ace being led to the execution platform. "What on earth am I doing?" Hancock's vision was dominated by Luffy's beaming smile. What is that foolish man up to now? Their movements became increasingly sluggish, their focus wavering. Meanwhile, Gecko Moria was excitedly pursuing a swarm of shadows exuding powerful auras. Stop. Your shadows belong to me. Unbeknownst to him, those shadows were merely bait crafted by Luo Chen through special means. At the command center, a messenger shouted in alarm. "Marshal, the warlords of the sea have completely disarrayed their formation." Buddha Sengoku abruptly looked up at the colossal monitor screen. The image revealed Mihawk chasing Jozu across the battlefield. Doflamingo had abandoned the front lines, whereabouts unknown. Jinbe and Hancock were merely going through the motions. Moria was foolishly chasing after thin air. Damn it! What are they playing at? Sengoku's forehead throbbed with fury. These are the warlords of the sea. They are crucial forces for the Navy to balance the 4 emperors. Now, they resemble a troop of jesters, completely detached from the Navy's tactical framework. No, it is not their fault. An expression of grave concern emerged on Vice Admiral Tsuru's face. Someone is orchestrating their actions. Someone has discerned the character flaws of them all, deftly maneuvering each one away at minimal cost. Sengoku's gaze pierced through the smoke of battle, fixated intently on the tranquil behemoth that is the Moby Dick. That man. Once more, it is that chief of staff. He not only anticipated the naval tactics, but has now calculated the hearts of the 7 warlords as well. At this moment, the very individuals being outmaneuvered have finally sensed the disarray. Doflamingo, having come up empty in Area C3, instantly comprehended the entirety of the situation. He has been outsmarted. For the first time, a chilling intent to kill tinged his laughter. The Whitebeard Pirates harbor such a monstrous entity. The thought alone incites a desire to tear him apart. Hawkeye came to a halt. Ahead, Jozu also paused, observing him from a distance, no longer fleeing. This was not a battle, it was a guiding hand. Hawkeye understood in an instant. The adversary's aim had never been to engage him directly, but rather to simply draw him away from the main battlefield. Such a brilliant strategy. Grasping his black blade, Yuru, his gaze shifted toward the Moby Dick. The chief of staff of Whitebeard, is it Lucian? I shall remember this name. The threat posed by the 7 warlords has been insidiously dismantled. On the path to the execution platform, the most troublesome obstacles have been effortlessly cleared by Lucian. On board the Moby Dick, a captain reported excitedly, "Mr. Lucian, the plan has succeeded. All 7 warlords have been restrained." Lucian merely nodded calmly, as if he had accomplished something trivial. His gaze traversed the battlefield, landing upon the elevated execution platform. "Father has already torn open a breach for us. Now, it is our turn." He rose to his feet and issued new orders to the Din Din Mushi behind him. Chapter 94. Luffy. All hands, heed my command. The second phase of the operation begins. Lucian's voice resonated clearly throughout the communication network of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the next moment, the captains, who had been fighting independently, synchronized their movements. The assault team, led by Marco, Jozu, and Vista, ceased their engagements, pivoting sharply like a collection of daggers, charging towards a direction that completely caught the Navy off guard. The artillery clusters on the flank of Area C. What do they intend to do? A naval rear admiral gasped in disbelief from the command platform. Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the monitor, his heart sinking. A feint. Everything prior was merely a ruse, restraining the 7 warlords, applying pressure on the front lines, all orchestrated for this moment of tactical deception. Damn it. Their intent is to dismantle our fire suppression points. Sengoku instantly grasped Lucian's scheme, his body trembling with rage. Should the artillery be destroyed, the Navy would lose its absolute advantage of high ground control over the entire bay. Relay my orders. Sengoku's furious roar echoed throughout Marineford. All pacifist forces mobilize immediately. Target the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew. Execute indiscriminate attacks. Activate the enclosing walls. Seal them within the bay. Not a single fly shall escape. Akainu, Kizaru, do not concern yourselves with those captains. Concentrate all firepower and secure Whitebeard's head. The desperate cries represented the Navy's final trump card, now fully revealed. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound of metal grinding, colossal steel walls began to rise slowly from the depths of Marineford Bay, encasing the area. The cold steel, imbued with the essence of death, closed in inch by inch, cutting off sunlight and severing every possible escape route for the Whitebeard Pirates. What? The escape routes are sealed. It's a trap. We are surrounded. The pirates gazed in terror at the slowly converging steel canopy, an unprecedented pressure enveloping every heart. Simultaneously, dozens of identical replicas of Bartholomew Kuma, the pacifistas, surged forth from the fortress. They began to gather destructive yellow beams of energy in their mouths and palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lasers, like the scythes of death, mercilessly swept across the battlefield. A pirate, unable to evade in time, was instantly pierced through the chest, turning to ash before he could even scream. Get away. They are weapons of human destruction. The battlefield space constricted sharply. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates confined to an ever-narrowing area, casualties soaring rapidly. Akainu's Magma Fist and Keizuru's Lightspeed Assault abandoned their skirmishes with Marco and others, unleashing a torrent of attacks directed at Whitebeard himself. The situation shifted in an instant. The Whitebeard Pirates, once the aggressors, found themselves reduced to caged beasts. Ha ha! The era of Whitebeard ends here. The pilots. The morale of the Navy soared to its zenith the moment the encirclement was completed. On the execution platform, Sengoku coldly observed the hellish scene below. Executioner, prepare. The final countdown commenced. Ace's body tensed like a drawn bow. He watched his family, who had plunged into peril to save him, and observed the new wounds accumulating on Whitebeard's body, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Before him, the figure that had remained as silent as a mountain. The Navy hero, Garp, finally stirred. Garp did not glance at Sengoku or Whitebeard. His gaze remained fixed upon Ace. Fragmented memories flashed uncontrollably through his mind. The boy who devoured his food with reckless abandon, his face smeared with rice. The impudent child from Windmill Village, who would argue with him, yet quietly cover him with a blanket while he slept. The foolish boy who, despite being the son of the Pirate King, cried and questioned if he was truly meant to be born. These were all his grandson. Garp's iron fist trembled slightly in an unnoticed corner. He had dedicated his life to justice, But at this moment, that very justice demanded he deliver his own kin to the guillotine. The anguish threatened to tear him apart. Sengoku had been vigilantly observing Garp, well aware of his old friend's tendencies. His greatest concern was that Garp would let emotions cloud his judgment at the last moment. Garp! Sengoku warned sharply. Garp seemed oblivious to the call. All of this was captured in its entirety by Lucian aboard the Moby Dick. On the panel of the all-seeing eye, the light representing Garp exhibited an exaggerated fluctuation of emotional turmoil. Target, Monkey D, Garp. Status, extreme struggle, familial justice. Collapse, threshold, 98. A subtle smile crept on Lucian's lips. Just then, boom! At the edge of the battlefield, a shockwave, entirely defying logic, erupted with ferocity. A giant marine, a member of the giant tribe, was hurled through the air by a single punch, his massive body crashing into a watchtower. What is that person? Report. It's the Straw Hat Kid. Monkey D. Luffy has stormed in. A figure, like an uncontrollable cannonball, sprinted straight from behind the Navy's lines toward the execution platform. He was battered and bruised. Yet he seemed oblivious to fatigue, enveloped by a primal and indomitable will. Stand Azida. The Navy soldiers blocking his path fell like wheat before a hurricane, collapsing in droves. Luffy? Another member of the D lineage. The high-ranking Navy officials were thrown into disarray. This Straw Hat Kid was not supposed to be here. How had he arrived? On the execution platform, Ace abruptly lifted his head. As he recognized the unmistakably familiar figure, he froze in place. Was it joy? No. It was an overwhelming surge of terror and rage. Luffy? You fool. What are you doing here? Go back. Ace bellowed with every ounce of strength, his voice hoarse from emotion. Yet, in response, a shout echoed throughout Marineford, imbued with unbridled fury and determination. Ace, I'm here to save you. That cry of Ace struck Garp's heart like a heavy hammer. One grandson stood on the execution platform, while the other recklessly charged towards death. The anguish on Garp's weathered face was impossible to conceal. He struggled to suppress the tempest of emotions within, but his trembling iron fists betrayed him entirely. Ace sensed Garp's quaking and gazed at the grandfather who had endured a lifetime of hardship. In that moment, the resentment born of bloodline dissipated somewhat, leaving only a flicker of warmth. On board the Moby Dick, Law observed the red, that representing Luffy within the all-seeing eye, advancing with an unstoppable momentum, tearing through the Navy formation. Everything unfolded precisely as he had predicted. Sengoku's encirclement served as a catalyst. Garp's wavering was the breakthrough. And Luffy's emergence was the final spark that ignited it all. Law raised his hand and issued the simplest yet most critical command since the onset of battle to his special encrypted snail phone. Marco, let him through. Chapter 95, A Stunning Reversal. Bang! The executioner's body was abruptly pushed aside by an invisible force, causing him to lose control and topple to the side. The long-handled battle axe slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground near Ace's feet with a dull thud. Below the execution platform, Garp slowly retracted his inadvertently extended leg and resumed his seat, his expression unchanged, as if the earlier mishap had nothing to do with him. However, his gaze seemed to inadvertently glance towards the Moby Dick, laden with emotions beyond the comprehension of outsiders. And in that fleeting moment of chaos, Law and Ace seized their solitary opportunity. With a whoosh, a golden beam streaked past Ace's cheek, precisely striking the core lock of the sea-stone handcuffs binding his neck. Crack! A sound so crisp and melodious, it resembled a celestial symphony. The shackles that had restrained Ace's fiery power shattered under the direct assault of the Navy's highest combat strength. Admiral Sakazuki. The world fell into a profound silence. Warning. Host behavior has triggered the highest level of fate backlash. Mental strength is undergoing severe impact. The system's alarm blared in Law's mind like a piercing siren. An indescribable agony swept through him, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, yet he stood resolutely, his spine erect. He had succeeded. Once more, he had trampled upon that absurd fate. On the execution platform, Ace felt the shackles around his neck loosen, the force that had suppressed his powers vanishing. Flames. The power of the Mera no Mi surged back like a torrent unleashed. Boom! Columns of fire erupted skyward, centered around him, painting the heavens above the execution platform in shades of orange and red. What? The Navy High Command was collectively stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Ace had escaped right under their noses in the most absurd and bizarre manner imaginable. This was an audacious affront to the dignity of the Navy. Ace, a familiar, tear-choked cry emanated from below. A figure, akin to a cannonball, ascended the execution platform, hurling himself forward without hesitation. Luffy. Ace turned sharply, beholding his brother, battered yet still grinning like a fool, and the flames in his eyes were instantly veiled by a mist of tears. Brothers reunited. No superfluous words were exchanged, only an embrace fueled by all their strength. The bond of brotherhood that transcended life and death reached its most fervent exaltation at that moment. I'm so glad you're okay. Ace. Luffy choked out, burying his face in Ace's shoulder. You idiot. Who told you to come? Go back. Ace exclaimed, returning the embrace with fervor, his voice hoarse. I'm your brother. Luffy lifted his head, tears streaking his face, yet his smile radiated brilliantly. In the next moment, they turned simultaneously, back to back, facing the approaching Navy soldiers who had finally recovered from their shock and were rushing in frenzied waves. Luffy. Let us fight side by side. Oh. Luffy erupted with overwhelming haki. The dark armament flowed over his arms, intertwining with Ace's blazing flames, creating a tapestry of black and red, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. The two heirs of the Will of D unleashed their first furious roar together upon the world's grandest stage. The Navy felt unprecedented pressure. Yet, Law's voice resounded again in Ace's mind. Don't be distracted. Follow my commands and break through towards Whitebeard. Ace restrained the impulsive Luffy. Let us go. The two launched themselves off the execution platform like cannonballs. Intercept them. The three admirals struck simultaneously. Akainu's magma, Akiji's ice, and Kazura's light beams sealed off all their escape routes from three directions. Luffy, turn left and use Gum Gum Gatling. Ace, right side, fire fist. Law's commands were precise down to every movement. Luffy and Ace executed the orders without hesitation, their attacks landing squarely on the weakest point where the admiral's assaults converged. Boom! A massive explosion tore a fleeting gap for them. The brothers, guided by Law's near-divine coordination, consistently found the sole path to survival within the Navy's seemingly flawless encirclement. In the heat of battle, Luffy felt Ace's surging fiery power, and his still-maturing observation, Haki, surged forward at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Ace was no longer the reckless brute he once was. He seamlessly integrated Law's every instruction into his combat style, with each punch and every dodge carrying the essence of strategy. Whitebeard watched with pride and joy as his two sons reunited, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Erupting into a hearty and boisterous laughter, he understood that Law's plan had succeeded. This news spread across the world through the image-transmitting snail. Sabaody Archipelago, Alabasta, Skypiea, West Blue, all those captivated by the unfolding war stood agape, astonished. Ace had been rescued. Good heavens, how could this be possible? In the very heart of the Navy headquarters, before the three admirals. At this moment, the ideals of Navy justice and absolute power faced unprecedented scrutiny. The world media erupted in chaos. Marineford. Admiral Sengoku gazed at the two unstoppable figures, his visage ashen. Meanwhile, the three admirals found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented blend of embarrassment and rage. In a corner of the battlefield, Blackbeard Teach's once smug countenance had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable terror. He realized that Loken's strategy had far exceeded his wildest imaginings. At the Holy Land, Marineford, the five elders observed the tumultuous scenes on the screen, their expressions dark and brooding. They were profoundly dissatisfied with the Navy's performance. The morale of the Navy had suffered a significant blow. Many soldiers, witnessing the invincible brothers, began to question the very justice they had staunchly upheld, wondering if it was genuinely absolute. Furthermore, the incriminating footage, preemptively orchestrated by Loken, depicting Blackbeard's collusion with the Navy, began to circulate wildly across the globe, exacerbating the burgeoning crisis of trust. Numerous hidden factions began to reassess the global order. The Whitebeard Pirates' position, far from being diminished by Loken's intervention, had been fortified like never before. This war, intended to herald the end of an old era, had, under Loken's pen, diverged entirely from the world government's expectations. It became the most magnificent prologue to a brand new epic. Ace and Luffy's roars reverberated through Marineford. We have arrived. This era is far from over. Chapter 96, The Navy's Wrath. The tumult of war gradually receded with the retreat of the Moby Dick. The sky above Marineford was shrouded in a murky gray, tainted by smoke and blood. The president of the World Economic News, Big News Morgans, was so electrified that his feathers stood on end. He personally manipulated a special image-transmitting snail, directing the lens firmly toward the orderly retreat of the colossal whale ship. Big news. Esteemed viewers, do you see this? This is not a defeat. This is a regal triumph. Within the encirclement of 100,000 elite troops, amidst the onslaught of the 3 admirals and the 7 warlords, the Whitebeard Pirates successfully rescued their family. This is unprecedented in history. Morgan's voice, laced with sheer exhilaration, echoed across every corner of the world. The miracle was not wrought by Whitebeard's world-shattering power, but by a name destined to resonate throughout the seas from this day forth. Luo Chen, chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. He transformed the Navy headquarters into his chessboard. He manipulated the Navy admirals with ease. He turned a seemingly fatal war into a public trial of the world government. The newspaper's transmittal snail buzzed frantically as orders from around the world cascaded in like an avalanche. People no longer referred to him merely as chief strategist. He had become Whitebeard's guardian, the guide of destiny. Countless resounding and reverent titles were forcibly bestowed upon Luo Chen. At Marineford, on the command platform, Admiral Sakazuki surveyed the battered fortress, listening to Morgan's piercing flattery emanating from the transmittal snail, nearly choking on his breath, almost collapsing. He had lost utterly and completely. Not only had he failed to execute Ace, nor topple Whitebeard, but he had also allowed the Navy's centuries-old Ode of justice to be shredded and trampled underfoot by the man named Luo Chen, leaving the entire world to witness the mockery. Luo Chen. Akainu ground his teeth as he uttered the name, the ground beneath him melting into magma from his inextinguishable fury. He realized that this man, who lurked behind the scenes, was far more terrifying and difficult to contend with than Whitebeard himself. The might of Whitebeard was a blatant destruction on display, while Luo Chen's horror was insidious, a poison capable of permeating hearts and undermining the very foundations of the world. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base within the New World, the Revolutionary Army's officers gathered around a table, watching the footage of the earth-shattering war. This Luo Chen is truly a talent. For the first time, Dragon's face bore an expression of interest. His tactical acumen surpassed our understanding of warfare. Chief, should we make contact with him? No. Dragon shook his head. Now is not the time. The world government will not spare him. Let us observe how this guiding force of destiny navigates the impending reckoning from the pinnacle of the world. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the surviving pirates were tending to one another's wounds, the atmosphere a blend of somberness and fervor. Despite suffering significant losses, their core, their family, Ace, had returned. Under Luo Chen's command, their retreat was executed with remarkable order, minimizing casualties. All crew members turned to the command room, their gazes no longer filled with mere admiration. It was a fervor bordering on faith. Ace, battered and bruised, paid no heed to his wounds. He rushed into the command room and, upon seeing the slightly pale figure of the man within, knelt without hesitation on one knee. Luo Chen. Ace bowed his head, his voice trembling with emotion. From this day forth, your directives shall be my divine decree. Luo Chen did not assist him, but regarded him calmly. Beep. Congratulations, host. The trust and reliance of the core developmental target, Port Gasti, Ace, has reached its zenith 100. His growth will yield sustained high returns in instruction. Warning. The world line has undergone an irreversible, significant divergence. Current fate divergence degree, 784. System permissions are undergoing final upgrades. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Promoted to Ultimate Mentor. Unlocked new module. World Correction Module. The host can expend vast points to make limited corrections to the established rules of the world. Warning. Each correction will provoke a severe backlash from the will of the world. Unlocked new module. Historical retrospective fragments. Points can be expended to glimpse the true historical fragments of the blank century concealed by the world government. Settlement of this war's rewards. Master points 500,000. Special item. Convergence Resonator of Conqueror's Haki X1. A deluge of points flooded into Luo Chen's account, yet he felt no elation. He understood that behind this vast reward lay even more formidable challenges ahead. Gururara, Whitebeard, supported by Marco, entered the room. His complexion was poor, his body wrapped in bandages, each breath accompanied by a heavy rumble. The war on the summit had nearly drained him of all vitality. Yet, gazing at Ace, safe and sound, and the still, composed Luo Chen, his murky eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Luo Chen. The voice of the old man was hoarse and laden with gravity. This family, I cannot support for long. I entrust them to you. It was a solemn charge. Whitebeard knew that his era had drawn to a close. Yet, he bore no regrets, for he had witnessed the dawn of a more magnificent new era, one personally ushered in by Luo Chen. At the Holy Land, Marineford, among the currents of power, the 5 elders gazed upon the extensive emergency report concerning Lothar, spanning several hundred pages, and for the first time, fear etched itself upon their aged visages. This individual must not be allowed to remain. His threat level must be classified as the highest, even surpassing that of the 4 emperors. Immediately, initiate the Great Purge plan, convey my orders to mobilize CP0. At any cost, eliminate Lothar. Simultaneously, expedite the awakening of ancient weaponry. A reckoning against Lothar, orchestrated by the world's highest authority, has quietly commenced. Lothar stood by the window of the command room, gazing at the gradually tranquil sea beyond. The war had concluded, yet the true battle was only just beginning. His adversary was no longer the Navy, but rather the entire world government, the dark truths concealed within the annals of history. Furthermore, he still possessed a formidable trump card yet to be played, the brother of his most esteemed student, the one adorned with a straw hat. A knowing smile graced Lothar's lips as he turned his attention to his system panel. Host, Lothar. Title, Ultimate Mentor, Fate's Guide, Sage of the Seas. Provisional next mission objective. Guide the heir to the will of D. Monkey D. Luffy, to embark upon the true path of the Overlord. Lothar deactivated the panel. Luffy? I am quite familiar with him. Chapter 97, Altering Destiny. Lothar closed the panel, disregarding the system's notifications. He understood that now was not the time for celebration. As he exited the command room, all actions came to a halt as everyone turned to face him. I know what occupies your thoughts. Lothar's tone was calm, yet resonated clearly in every ear. We have lost many brothers, and we have paid a grievous price. However, the war has not concluded. He surveyed the crowd, his extraordinary composure freezing the previously mournful atmosphere. Do you believe that escaping from Marineford guarantees your safety? No. Lothar shook his head. The world government will soon initiate a reckoning far more dreadful than the war of the best. They will employ every propaganda mechanism at their disposal, portraying us as demons bent on world destruction, blaming the failure of the war of the best on our treachery. They will manipulate information to undermine our allies and isolate us. They aim to make us the common enemy of the world. His words sent a chill down the spines of the pirates who had just returned from the battlefield. Having barely survived, they had not contemplated these deeper complexities. Ace clenched his fists, realizing that rescuing himself was merely a victory in name. The true struggle had only just begun. What shall we do? Marco, clutching his chest wound, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Defense? Hiding? Those are merely paths to a slow demise. A cryptic smile curled upon Lothar's lips. We shall not defend. We shall take the initiative. He softly uttered into the air. System, activate the preliminary demonstration of the World Correction Module. Buzz, a barely perceptible ripple emanated from Lothar, and within the minds of the core members present, Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, a wealth of information they should not have known suddenly emerged. It was not merely imagery or sound. It was an understanding of possibilities. They beheld visions of futures where, had the Navy's encirclement closed 30 seconds sooner, Jozu would have been irrevocably trapped in the harbor. They witnessed moments where, had Kizaru's laser deviated by even the slightest fraction, Ace would have perished. They glimpsed innumerable fates where the Whitebeard Pirates faced total annihilation. Yet all these futures were forcibly redirected to this optimal resolution by an unseen power. Whitebeard's massive frame trembled as an expression of indescribable shock flickered in his murky eyes for the first time. He had lived a lifetime without witnessing such unfathomable might. This was not prophecy. This was the alteration of fate. This is my answer. Lothar's voice pulled everyone back from their astonishment. The so-called world correction does not directly change the past. Rather, it selects the most advantageous path among countless future crossroads and guides the world toward that path. And the cost? Whitebeard rasped, aware that such power could not come without a price, an exorbitant one. Lothar readily acknowledged. Every correction is a confrontation with the world's constants, inciting unpredictable risks of world backlash. Thus, we must not abuse it. Lothar's gaze swept across all the captains. Our future is no longer solely about being a free-spirited pirate family. From this day forth, we are the vanguard of a new era of transformation. Our mission is to guide this decaying world toward rebirth. This grand vision, bordering on hubris, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The shadows of defeat that lingered in their minds were forcefully pierced by this beam of light. Morale was quietly restored. Hope reignited. Ace knelt before Lothar, one knee on the ground. Lothar, my life is yours. Whatever you seek to correct, I shall pave the way for you. A newfound determination sparkled in his eyes. He finally comprehended that Lothar's game transcended personal grievances and the conflicts of pirates. It was a divine gamble played upon the grand chessboard of the world. Excellent, Lothar nodded. Your current task is to recover. We need you at your peak. He turned to Marco. Marco, how many combat personnel have we lost? Marco promptly reported a grave number. Lothar's expression remained unchanged. Disband all divisions and reorganize. Increase maneuverability and stealth by forming small units. We need an elite force capable of engaging in any battlefield at a moment's notice, not a horde of reckless brutes. Understood, Marco replied without hesitation. This personnel adjustment plan fundamentally overturned the previous model of the Whitebeard Pirates, yet he recognized its correctness. Ding! Host actions are reshaping the core philosophy of the Whitebeard Pirates. Warning! Fate deviation has reached 792. The attention of the world's will is intensifying. Lothar temporarily deactivated the system. Large-scale world correction was still premature. The immediate priority is survival and strengthening. Our foremost task is to locate a new base that is sufficiently concealed and secure. Lothar unfurled a nautical chart. System. Simulate the thought process of Admiral Sakazuki to predict all possible evacuation routes and mark their encirclement. Strategic planning function simulation initiated. Soon, several danger zones appeared on the nautical chart, marked in red. I have already helped you avoid the Navy's initial pursuit. Lothar's finger pointed to an unmarked area known as the Hive. This is our first objective. The Hive? Jozu was taken aback. Is that not the birthplace of the Rock's pirates? Now, a haven for pirates? It is a chaotic place. Precisely because it is chaotic, Lothar responded simply. The most dangerous places are often the safest. The world government would never anticipate that we would rebuild our power right beneath their very noses. Ace rose to his feet, volunteering himself. Luo Chen, allow me to go. I can disguise my identity, scout Hive Island in advance, and endeavor to establish our own intelligence network. We can no longer afford to be deaf and blind, as we were before. Observing Ace's eagerness to undertake the dirty work, Luo Chen smiled faintly. That foolish younger brother, Luffy, had already set out on a 2-year training journey alone, and his elder brother had finally matured. Very well. Luo Chen gazed out of the window at the tumultuous sea. Let us commence from Hive Island. Let this world hear our new voice. Chapter 98. Akainu's Ascendancy. Holy Land. Mariewa. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, 5 aged figures sat in the dim light, the air thick with tension as if it could solidify. Scattered across the floor lay numerous newspapers from the World Economic News Agency, each featuring the same man's profile on the front page, accompanied by his glaring title, The Guide of Destiny. Useless. The Navy headquarters, with its 100,000 elite troops, 3 admirals, and the 7 warlords, are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. The bald elder, cradling the first-generation sword, slammed it onto the ground for the first time, producing a dull thud. Buddha's responsibility is paramount. All his plans have been foreseen by that man named Luo Chen. He has turned the entire world government into a global laughingstock. The issue does not lie with Buddha. The elder with the long white beard interjected, tapping his fingers against the armrest. The problem lies with that Luo Chen. His abilities have transcended our understanding. That is not mere intelligence. It is foresight. Foresight? The blonde elder snorted dismissively. I refuse to believe in any true foresight. This must be some form of top-tier strategy based on intelligence analysis that we have yet to comprehend, or perhaps a unique devil fruit ability. Regardless of what it is, the outcome remains unchanged. The highest-ranking elder summarized, our authority has faced an unprecedented challenge. The populace is beginning to question justice, and the allied nations are wavering. This momentum must be suppressed swiftly and bloodily. Silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, the bald elder spoke again, his tone now cold and menacing. Buddha is no longer fit to occupy that position. He is too weak, too concerned with so-called sacrifices and repercussions. We require a sharper blade. Akainu, perhaps? Who else could it be? The long-bearded elder's expression remained impassive. His absolute justice, though extreme, was precisely what was needed at this moment. We need a global purge to remind this world who the true architect of order is. I concur. Let Akainu ascend. Grant him the utmost authority to act as he sees fit. The blonde elder paused. As for that Luo Chen, classify him as an S-level threat, codename the Prophet. Relay the orders to capture him alive with priority for the CP organization and the Navy. I intend to pry open his mind personally to uncover the secrets it harbors. Agreed. Agreed. Thus, a clandestine meeting that would determine the future trajectory of the world concluded amidst a few terse exchanges. The old era was buried by their own hands, and a new, blood-soaked and iron-fisted terror-filled age was on the horizon. New Marineford. The reconstructed fortress loomed even more magnificently than before. Yet the air was thick with an inescapable sense of defeat. In the marshal's office, Sengoku removed the cloak, symbolizing wisdom and glory, donning only a simple shirt. Seated alone by the window, he appeared as though he had aged 20 years overnight. The phone bug on the table incessantly rang, inundated with inquiries from various branches and allied nations, surging like a tide. He answered not a single one. He had lost. The intellect he prided himself on had been rendered worthless before that man named Luo Chen. A sense of absurdity washed over him. The Marineford War had never been a confrontation between him and Whitebeard. Rather, he and the entire Navy had unwittingly stepped onto a grand stage meticulously prepared by Luo Chen. They merely played the role of a grotesque and foolish villain scripted by the other side. Knock, knock, come in. The figure that entered was Akainu, Sakazuki. He did not even salute, calmly walking to Sengoku's desk. Mr. Sengoku, the order from the elders has been issued. Sengoku did not turn, merely waving his hand wearily. I understand. From this moment forth, this place is yours. I will do better. Akainu's response was devoid of emotion. The face you lost under your command. I shall reclaim piece by piece. Sengoku remained silent, rising to brush past Akainu. As he reached the door, he paused, not looking back. Sakazuki, do not allow justice to devolve into mere violence. Violence is the most effective means to enforce justice. Akainu seated himself in the chair that represented the highest authority of the Navy, slowly articulating, any compromise or mercy towards evil is a betrayal of justice. Sengoku ceased to speak and exited. The moment the door closed, Akainu's face was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window, appearing chillingly ruthless. He pressed the button for the intercom, and in the next moment, his voice, saturated with a sense of lethality, reverberated through every corner of the new Marineford. I am Sakazuki. From today onwards, I shall assume the position of Admiral of the Navy. My command is singular. Justice allows for no compromise. Evil must be eradicated entirely. Henceforth, I will implement a global purging policy. All Navy soldiers shall exercise zero tolerance towards pirates. Any vessel flying the Jolly Roger, regardless of the severity of their crimes, shall be deemed associates of evil and dealt with ruthlessly. Those who dissent from the mission shall be branded cowards and expelled from the Navy. Those who fail to execute orders shall be regarded as traitors and face military law. My words conclude here. A profound silence enveloped the Navy headquarters. All soldiers felt an unprecedented and suffocating pressure of terror. Some remaining with a shred of conscience among the vice admirals displayed expressions of struggle. Yet, upon glimpsing the molten gaze of Akainu, all words were swallowed back. They understood. The Navy had undergone a transformation. Within Akainu's office, he picked up another encrypted phone bug. It's me, Admiral. The voice of the CP-0 commander resonated respectfully from the other end. Do we have any results regarding the investigation on Luo Chen? Report, Admiral. This individual seems to have materialized from thin air. We cannot uncover any information regarding his existence prior to the age of 12. His abilities are equally indecipherable. CP-9 attempted to infiltrate the Moby Dick before the Marineford War, and the entire unit was annihilated. Useless. Akainu coldly spat the words. Continue the investigation. Utilize all your resources. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground. Unearth him for me. The Elder's directive is to capture him alive, but if the situation demands, I authorize you to eliminate him on the spot. Understood. After hanging up, Akainu picked up another document. It contained the list of candidates for the new admiral position. Without a glance, he cast it aside. He dialed another number. Borsellino. How terrifying. Dear new admiral, what orders do you have? The signature, languid tone of Kizaru emanated from the transponder snail. I am assigning you the most elite pursuit unit, comprising 5 giants of the Marine Admiralty, along with the latest pacifists. Akainu's tone was devoid of any emotion. I want you to personally lead the team to the new world. Oh, who is the target? Such a grand operation. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ah, this is quite a laborious task. That Lothar is a far more troublesome character than Whitebeard himself. Then eradicate him along with them. Wipe them from the seas. Akainu stood up, walking to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the entire fortress. I want the entire world to witness the fate that befalls those who dare to provoke the world government. I care not what schemes Lothar possesses or what foresight he may have. Before absolute, crushing power, any conspiracy shall be reduced to ashes. He paused momentarily, adding, this is but the first step in our cleansing. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Chapter 99. The hunt beyond the script. Akainu's appointment as admiral swept across the seas like a chilling current. The implementation of a zero-tolerance policy had all pirates sensing the scent of death. This was a navy more iron-fisted and frenzied than even the era of the warlords. The Whitebeard Pirates, the very culprits who had just slapped the navy in front of the entire world, were undoubtedly the first target for the newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki to establish his authority. A net of traps targeting the Moby Dick had quietly been set. Inside the command room of the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the calm before a storm. Lothar stood before an enormous nautical chart, where he had marked several densely packed encirclements and ambush points in red ink. These were the naval pursuit deployments he had deduced by simulating Akainu's thought processes through the strategic planning function. Each red circle represented a fleet led by elite admirals, symbolizing death. Mad Dog is indeed mad. He seeks to corner us before we even begin. Lothar's tone was calm, as if critiquing a chess game unrelated to himself. Lothar, what should we do now? Marco's expression was grave. He had never seen such an exaggerated web of encirclement. The Navy had seemingly brought forth their entire might without regard for cost. All conventional routes had been sealed off. Who said we must take a conventional route? A cold smirk played at the corner of Lothar's lips. He extended his finger, tracing a winding black line on the chart that traversed several windless zones and treacherous waters. Relay my orders. All hands, change course. Target, the Maelstrom Straits surrounding Raijin Island. What? The captain's present turned pale. The Maelstrom Straits? That is a forbidden zone even the Sea Kings dare not approach. It is perpetually covered by dozens of gigantic whirlpools. Our ships cannot possibly pass through. They can pass. Lothar's gaze fell upon Ace. Ace. Yes. Ace stepped forward, determination in his eyes. Use your flames to continuously create a high-temperature zone 100 meters ahead of the ship. The heat will alter the density and flow of the seawater. I will calculate the most precise angle and timing to carve out a fleeting safe passage for us. To combat the might of the sea with flames? This sounds utterly ludicrous. Yet, gazing into Lothar's unfathomable eyes, no one dared to voice their doubts. Understood. I will ensure the mission's success. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace turned and dashed towards the deck. The massive Moby Dick, under the incredulous gazes of all its crew, turned its bow, charging fearlessly into that realm of destruction. 3 days later, New World, Marine Base GL Division 8. A newly appointed Marine Vice Admiral, Tekai Gyuritin, anxiously stared at the empty radar screen. According to Admiral Akainu's personally devised net plan, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates should have appeared in the waters he was tasked with blockading by yesterday at the latest. To that end, he had deployed 30 warships to lay down the trap. Yet now, there was not a trace of the Moby Dick, let alone a single pirate. Report to Vice Admiral Gyuritin. The fleet stationed at ambush points A, C, and F have also reported no sighting of the Whitebeard Pirates. Impossible. Gyuritin slammed his fist on the table. It's as if they've evaporated into thin air. Can they fly or teleport? He would never know that just beneath his very eyes, the whale ship he deemed prey was stealthily gliding past, utilizing the geothermal currents calculated by Lothar, navigating along the terrifying undersea volcanic belt in a manner he could not comprehend. Inside the Moby Dick, the infirmary, Lothar was conducting a medical examination on Whitebeard. The outbreak of the war atop the Red Line had nearly extinguished the life force of this elderly man. Old man, the power of the Gura Gura no Mi is too taxing on your body. Lothar's voice was gentle. In the upcoming battles, please entrust more of the command to Ace and Marco. Your very existence serves as our greatest deterrent. What you need to do is survive and witness the dawn of a new era. Whitebeard leaned against the massive headboard, his body wrapped in bandages. Yet he erupted into a hearty laugh. Gururara, this place has long been meant for you young ones. He looked at Lothar, his murky eyes filled with reassurance and trust. Lothar, go forth and do what you must. My old life and this ship are entrusted to you. Outside the door, Ace and Marco listened to it all, silently clenching their fists. They understood that the moment of inheritance had arrived. In the days that followed, under Lothar's guidance, Ace and Marco began rigorous joint combat training for all crew members. The Whitebeard Pirates were quietly undergoing a transformation into a brand new model. 5 days later, the Moby Dick sailed into a seemingly tranquil sea, yet one rife with hidden dangers. System, I smell a trap. Lothar stood in the command room with his eyes closed. All-seeing eye activated. The waters ahead have confirmed the presence of a naval ambush fleet. Flagship Commander, Vice Admiral Oni Spider. Forces, 15 warships, 8,000 elite Marines. They have constructed a deceptive encirclement using mirages and artificial reefs. A slight smile graced Lothar's lips. Finally, someone with a bit of sense. What a pity, though. That intelligence is of no use against the script. He pressed the transponder snail. Ace, Marco, it's time to stretch our limbs. Yes. Their voices brimmed with fervor. Orders, full speed ahead, Fane entering the trap zone. The Moby Dick, like an oblivious prey, swaggered into the clutches of Oni Spider's encirclement. We've hooked them. A cruel smile spread across Oni Spider's face aboard the flagship. All fleets, open fire. Yet, at the very moment he issued the command, Lothar's voice, like a divine decree, resonated within the minds of all the captains. Now, Ace, Great Flame Ring, Objective, their flagship arsenal. Marco, upend their left flank's escort vessel. Jozu, with all your might, shatter their fabricated reefs and obliterate their formation. Boom! A colossal, orange sun ascended in Ace's grasp, crashing down upon the flagship of the Ghost Spider with unstoppable force. Almost simultaneously, Marco transformed into a cerulean phoenix, conjuring towering waves. The gargantuan Moby Dick surged forth like an awakened primordial beast, smashing through the fragile camouflage with ease. The tide of battle reversed in a mere tenth of a second. What? The smile on Ghost Spider's face froze entirely. He watched in horror as the sun magnified rapidly in his pupils, feeling the earth shatter beneath him from the violent explosion. Caught off guard, their prideful ambush lay vulnerable before the enigmatic command of their foes, as fragile as a jest. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Ghost Spider screeched in terror. But it was too late. The Whitebeard Pirates crew, like unsheathed blades, launched a jubilant counterhunt against the disoriented Navy fleet under the leadership of Ace and Marco. This clash lasted less than half an hour. The Navy fleet suffered the sinking of 5 ships, 7 heavily damaged, and fled in disarray. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in thunderous cheers as they gazed at the retreating enemy vessels. With a resounding victory, they dispelled all shadows of defeat. Standing calmly by the window of the command room, Luo Chen observed it all. He understood this was merely the beginning. This battle was not only for the Navy, but for the entire world to witness. The Whitebeard Pirates, though wounded, remained unbroken. And he, Luo Chen, would lead this reborn force through the flames to deliver the clearest response to the world government, which had decreed absolute justice. Your era has come to an end. My era has only just begun. Chapter 100, Blackbeard's Confidence. In a new world, on a nameless deserted island, wails and screams were the only prevailing melody. Help! Stay away! A pirate captain, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was desperately scrambling across the scorched earth, his once proud steel fruit ability rendered utterly useless. Behind him, a corpulent and towering figure ambled leisurely, emitting a cringe-inducing laughter. What do you think you're running? Your fate has long been sealed. Mashal Ditich. Blackbeard. He extended his robust arm, finger splayed. Dark water. An ominous, all-consuming darkness erupted from his palm, engulfing the pirate captain like a living mire. No, my powers. The pirate captain, in terror, realized his once indomitable steel body was swiftly reverting to flesh and blood. That darkness stripped him of all his strength. Teach stepped forward, easily grasping the captain's head in his colossal hand and forcefully pressing it to the ground. Bang! The earth cracked, dust swirling. Your dreams end here. Teach released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to slump to the ground. He retrieved an apple from his pocket and placed it beside the corpse. A peculiar scene unfolded. The ordinary apple began to manifest strange spiral patterns on its surface, as though something intangible was being forcibly infused within. Moments later, a brand new devil fruit was born. Captain, well done. Another fine fruit in hand. Members of the Blackbeard Pirates emerged from all directions. Shiryu of the Rain polished his prized sword, Raimei, with a bloodthirsty grin. Katarina Devon licked her lips, eyeing the new fruit with keen interest. After the Marineford War, Teach, having lost his warlord title, became even more unhinged. He exploited the window of opportunity while the Navy faced off against the remnants of Whitebeard, indulging in his favorite pastime, hunting devil fruit users in the New World. Their strength underwent a dramatic transformation in a short span of time. Come, Bagus, Teach tossed the steel fruit to the combat champion. Eat it, and let your fists become harder than diamonds. Thanks, Captain. Champion. Bagus swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Everyone, let us feast. On the desolate island, bonfires blazed. Members of the Blackbeard Pirates gathered around the fire, drinking heartily and boasting about their recent exploits. Captain, where do we head next? Shall we snatch the head of that supernova Eustace kid? No ruse. Teach took a large swig of his drink and burped. Now is not the time to deal with those brats. Just then, a man wearing a peculiar mask appeared silently beside Teach. It was a new crew member, the former CP-9 commander, Spandam. He had long lost his former authority and now submissively handed over the latest newspaper. Lord Teach, here is the latest news from the World Economic News Agency. Teach snatched the newspaper and skimmed through it hastily. When he saw the prominent headline and the image of the man with black hair and black eyes, his iconic smile froze for the first time. Whitebeard's guardian, Luo Chen. God S.I. Perspective shatters Navy pursuit fleet. Akainu assumes new fleet admiral. Global purge policy initiated. The newspaper detailed how Luo Chen commanded the Moby Dick in a counterhunt against Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's fleet, resulting in a disastrous defeat for the Navy in their first major encirclement. The bonfire party fell eerily silent. All crew members sensed the chilling and volatile aura emanating from their captain. Luo Chen. Teach pressed his rough fingers firmly against the newspaper, nearly puncturing it with his grip on Luo Chen's photograph. That man again. This anomaly that should not exist in his narrative. In his plan, the outcome of the Marineford War was supposed to see Whitebeard perish, him seizing the Tremor fruit, and then replacing Whitebeard as the new Yonko. But Luo Chen's emergence had shattered everything. Not only did he rescue Ace, but he also led the Whitebeard Pirates to triumph against seemingly insurmountable odds. Now, that man was even toying with the Navy's elite fleet with a band of battered remnants. This was no longer strategy. This was foresight. It was an insight into the future. Teach had always believed himself to be the chosen one of destiny, the heir of the D clan, the true protagonist of this era. Yet, Luo Chen's existence made him doubt his fate for the first time. After the suffocating silence came an even more frenzied laughter. Teach crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the fire. How interesting. So very interesting. His face once again bore that greedy and exhilarated expression. Indeed, this era would never cease to amuse me. Captain? Shiria looked puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Machaldi. Teach rose to his feet, extending his arms as if to embrace the entire dark expanse of the night sky. Akainu, that rabid dog, mistakenly believed his adversary to be Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy was under the impression that his foe was the Navy. They were both gravely mistaken. In this era, the true protagonist is none other than I, Marshal D. Teach. His voice resonated with an undeniable arrogance. Akainu's purging would only plunge this world into greater chaos. This is the perfect opportunity for us to thrive amidst the turmoil. Luffy's struggles will merely hasten that old fool Whitebeard's demise. Each command he issues, each victory he secures, is but a flicker of Whitebeard's dwindling life force. Teach's analysis was chillingly precise. I cannot afford to wait much longer. He gazed down at his palm. The dark power swirling upon it, the Tremor fruit, the world's mightiest paramecia fruit, must be mine. Only by obtaining it can I truly reign over this world. Convey my orders. Teach's tone turned eerily cold. Shiryu, Lafitte, go and create even greater chaos. Divert the Navy's attention entirely. Von Aucher, your task is the most critical. Keep a vigilant watch over all possible sea routes the Whitebeard Pirates might traverse. I care not what methods you employ. I must know when that old coot will draw his last breath. Doflamingo, you and the Tyrant King must contact those underground monarchs discontented with the world government. Inform them that a new king shall soon be born. As for me, Teach's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing his jagged teeth. I shall continue my hunt. I require more power, more pawns to pave the way for my grand entrance. He had already foreseen the future. When Luffy and Akainu were locked in a devastating clash, it would be he, leading the Blackbeard Pirates, empowered by countless abilities, who would ascend to dominion over the world. At that moment, with the dual forces of darkness and tremors at his command, he would be invincible. Just wait, Luffy. Do you think you are rewriting destiny? No, you are merely clearing the final obstacles for my dark empire. Chapter 101, Testing the Waters. The Moby Dick sailed through relatively calm waters. Beneath the surface, however, turbulent currents surged ominously. Within the command room, Luffy sat in quiet contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping in the void. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. An indescribable energy, mingled with greed and foreboding, pricked at his consciousness, reaching across the vast expanse to disturb the mental sea connecting him to the system. Warning: high-intensity destiny disturbance detected. Target locked. Marshal D. Teach. Temporary module activated. All-seeing eye fragment. Available for use, consuming 100,000 points, allowing a glimpse into the target's area for real-time dynamics for 3 minutes. It has begun. Luffy's expression remained stoic. He understood that the most avaricious serpent lurking in the shadows was finally revealing its fangs. Activate. Points deducted. All-seeing I initiated data loading. Buzz. Before Luffy, the world instantly drained of color, transforming into a gray sand table composed of countless streams of information. A remarkably vivid scene unfolded in his mind. In the new world, upon an island scorched by warfare, Blackbeard Teach was cackling maniacally as he tossed a devil fruit, freshly appropriated from a corpse, to his crew. They radiated a mingled aura of multiple devil fruit powers. Their flagship had been re-equipped, sailing towards the very sea where the Moby Dick might soon traverse. Teach's corpulent visage was alight with a ravenous thirst for power and a covetous gleam directed at a particular target. He was plotting a surprise attack. The target was unmistakable. Ace, Marco, to the command room. Luffy's voice echoed through the ship's intercom. Within half a minute, the two entered. Luffy, what's the matter? Marco inquired. Fatigue etched upon his face, the relentless journey and training having left everyone in a taut state. Without preamble, Luffy drew a circle on the nautical chart with a red pen. Blackbeard is here. He then traced a crimson arrow pointing directly to their current position. His objective is us, or rather, the tremor fruit within Dad. Ace's body tensed instantaneously, a scorching aura emanating uncontrollably from him, singeing the wooden armrest beside him. That bastard. Calm down, Ace. Luffy's tone was steady. Your fury will resolve nothing. Only serve as the spectacle Teach most desires. With those words, Ace's flames receded. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He recognized that Luffy was correct. Impulsiveness had long been his greatest weakness. Marco's expression was one of grave concern. How dare he? The Navy's pursuit is not yet over, and he dares to strike at us? For he knows better than anyone that Dad's body has reached its limits. Luffy pinpointed the crux of the matter. During the Marineford War, he awaited Dad's strength to wane. Now, he merely seeks to confirm whether Dad has truly reached the point of no return. What does he intend? To assault Dad as he did with Sachi? Ace gritted his teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws. No, he is much shrewder than that. He will first conduct a surprise attack to gauge our reactions, to test whether Dad still possesses the strength to unleash that cataclysmic power. Luffy's fingers tapped lightly on the nautical chart. Once he confirms that Dad is indeed weak, the next step will be his final hunt against us, led by the entirety of the Blackbeard Pirates. The air in the command room was frigid as ice. What should we do? Marco turned to Luffy. At this moment, the man's words represented the highest command of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. We cannot allow him to succeed. Luffy's gaze shifted to Ace. Ace, I need you to lead an elite team aboard the Moby Dick's second ship, the White Whale, to secretly depart along this route and surprise Blackbeard in the eye of the storm, where he is destined to pass. Let me go. Ace paused. Then his eyes ignited with fierce, fighting spirit. All right, I will definitely twist that traitor's head off. Your task is not to defeat him. Luffy interjected, interrupting his fervent declaration. Remember, it is an interception, not a decisive battle. Your objective is to prevent his vanguard from approaching our main ship, disrupt his probing plan, and gather intelligence about his and his crew's new abilities by any means necessary. The current Blackbeard is no longer the same as he was during the Marineford War. I require the most accurate data. A hint of seriousness appeared on Luffy's face for the first time. Strategic planning function activated, formulating interception plan for Ace's team. Plan 1, direct assault, utilizing the explosive power of Fire Fist to instantly obliterate his vanguard vessels. Risk high, likely to be ensnared by Blackbeard himself. Plan 2, guerrilla harassment, employing the mobility of the White Whale to bombard from the periphery. Risk medium, intelligence gathering efficiency is low. Plan 3, trap ambush. Dozens of strategies rapidly unfurled in Luo Chen's mind, ultimately leading him to select the most optimal solution. I shall provide you with a detailed operational plan and 3 utterly secure retreat routes. Your task is to execute them with utmost precision. Understood. Ace nodded gravely, placing his complete trust in Luo Chen's judgment. At that moment, the door to the command room swung open, and Whitebeard, supported by Jaws, strode in. Gulalala, I'm not dead yet. You little brats think you can pull off something big behind my back? Though he chuckled. His murky eyes swept sharply across the markings on the nautical chart. Luo Chen succinctly reiterated the plan. Upon hearing it, Whitebeard expressed no doubt, but simply turned to Ace. Go, Ace. Show the traitor that our Whitebeard pirates are not to be trifled with. He paused, adding, "Everything is to be done as Luo Chen says. Be extremely cautious." "Yes, old man." 2 days later, in the eye of the storm sea. The weather here was harsh, with colossal tornadoes connecting the heavens and the ocean, forming moving walls of water. A uniquely shaped black sailboat navigated carefully through the gaps in the storm. It was the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Ha ha! Ahead lies Whitebeard's course. Get ready to surprise the old man, lads." Teach stood at the bow, arms outstretched, reveling in the storm's fury. However, at that moment, flame on, a massive net of flames erupted unexpectedly from one of the enormous tornadoes, instantly enveloping their ship. "What?" The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates gasped in shock. Teach reacted swiftly, thrusting his hand forward. Dark water. An endless void surged forth from his palm, colliding fiercely with the flaming net. Boom! The violent explosion churned the sea. A figure, stepping upon flames, descended from the sky, landing atop the mast of the Blackbeard flagship. With black short hair, freckles adorning his face, and eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, it was none other than Port Gasti Ace. "Teach." Ace gazed down upon him. "Long time no see, traitor." "Ha ha ha." Ace. Teach was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but his face soon transformed into a more excited and cruel smile. "I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's just you, a fish that slipped through the net. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down." He stomped his foot, causing the entire ship to tremble. "Your fate ends here today." Darkness surged like a tide toward Ace. Yet Ace did not flinch or evade. Instead, he clenched his fists, igniting an unprecedented inferno around him. Fire Fist. A colossal punch of flames surged forth, crashing against the encroaching darkness. Fire and darkness clashed violently once more in this storm-ravaged sea, a fateful confrontation. However, this time, Teach's darkness was noticeably thicker and more corrosive than during the Summit War. Ace's flames were gradually devoured and extinguished by that darkness. "Useless Ace," Teach cackled, "before my darkness. All your abilities shall fade into nothingness." With his other hand, he suddenly clawed at the void. Bang! Visible cracks appeared in the air. It resembled the power of the Tremor fruit. Though merely a fraction, the destructive aura was unmistakable to Ace. How could he possess the power of the Tremor fruit? This thought flashed through Ace's mind, causing his heart to race. "Stay calm. Observe his movements. He is luring you in." Luo Chen's voice echoed in Ace's mind like a cold steel brand, forcibly quelling his nearly uncontrollable emotions. "Yes. Observe. Analyze." This was the task Luo Chen had entrusted to him. No longer recklessly attacking, Ace transformed into flames, moving swiftly across the ship to evade the encroaching darkness while using fire bullets to harass the other members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Teach attempted to draw Ace closer with dark water, but Ace consistently utilized the explosive force of his flames to narrowly evade at the last moment. The battle reached a stalemate. Although the Blackbeard Pirates possessed greater overall strength, they were unable to mount an effective offense under Ace's reckless harassment. Teach's expression gradually darkened. He realized that the Ace before him was entirely different from the impulsive hothead of the past. Every attack and every evasion carried a chillingly tactical intent. That was not Ace's style. It was the shadow of Luo Chen. "Damn rat," Teach muttered under his breath, realizing that his probing plan might have already been exposed. Just then, having completed his intelligence gathering and tactical harassment, Ace showed no desire to linger. He signaled a retreat to his comrades aboard the White Whale. "Teach, we shall meet again." Ace left these words behind as he transformed into a pillar of flame, rapidly soaring towards the White Whale. Trying to escape? Teach roared, preparing to pursue, only to be met with a barrage of precise cannon fire that sealed his path. Chapter 102. Teach's New Power. Hints of a Dual Ability User. The White Whale, the Moby Dick's second ship. Like a white specter, it cleaved through the remnants of the storm's eye, racing towards the main vessel. The atmosphere aboard was suffocatingly tense. The pirates, just emerging from a high-stakes interception battle, bore no joy of victory on their faces. Instead, they were marked by the palpable anxiety of having survived a near encounter with death and an inexplicable confusion. Ace stood alone at the bow, allowing the cold sea breeze to tousle his damp hair. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. The pain far overshadowed by the tumultuous waves of emotions surging within him. He replayed every detail of his battle with Teach in his mind. The all-consuming darkness and the destructive tremors that should not have emerged. He recognized that feeling all too well. It was the power of his father, the symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates, the epitome of the world's strongest. Why Why did it manifest in the hands of that traitor Teach? A primal fear of the unknown mixed with seething rage threatened to engulf his reason. Yet he forced it down. For Luo Chen's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Your anger solves nothing. Observe. Analyze. Bring back intelligence. That is your mission. Aboard the Moby Dick's command room. When Ace pushed the door open, Luo Chen stood with his back to him, gazing intently at the vast nautical chart, as if he had been waiting there all along. You're back, Luo Chen stated without turning, his voice calm and devoid of any ripple. Yes. Ace approached him, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. The mission was successful. We intercepted Teach's advance party. They did not approach the main ship. We lost 3 cannons. 7 brothers sustained minor injuries, but there were no fatalities. He paused, his voice instinctively lowering, tinged with a hint of difficulty. However, Loken, there is something distinctly amiss with Teach. Elaborate on the details. Loken finally turned around, his obsidian eyes sharp enough to pierce through the very soul. His powers derived from the dark fruit had grown more formidable since the war on the summit. Ace reminisced, each word articulated with deliberate slowness, as the oppressive darkness threatened to shatter his elemental form. Moreover, within that darkness seemed to lurk something else, a force deeper and more corrosive. Most critically, Ace lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Loken, and spoke each word with grave emphasis. During our confrontation, Teach did not merely wield the power of darkness. He unleashed another force altogether. With a mere punch thrown into the air, the very fabric of space around me fractured. It was identical to the attacks initiated by Father. Though the potency was feeble and the range limited, the sensation of utter annihilation could not be mistaken. It bore the essence of the tremor fruit. The command room fell into an oppressive silence, as if the very air had solidified. A pirate wielding dual devil fruit abilities? This utterly shattered the ironclad norms of these seas. Any foolhardy enough to consume a second devil fruit would perish, their body unable to withstand the clash of 2 powers. This was a consensus shared by all. Ace fixed his gaze upon Loken, yearning to discern even the slightest hint of shock or confusion on his face. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Loken's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond. No, not tranquility. Beneath that calm exterior lay a chilling understanding. As if he had anticipated all of this. System. Loken silently intoned, summoning the foundational data analysis of Marshal D. Teach. Command received, analyzing target. Target, Marshal D. Teach. Physical characteristics, aberrant. His bodily structure deviates from the norm, suspected to possess multiple hearts or life cores, theoretically capable of harboring multiple devil fruits. Possessed fruit, dark fruit, special logia. Fruit characteristics analysis. The essence of the dark fruit is not elemental, but rather gravitates around attraction and devouring. Its gravitational force can forcibly strip other users of their powers, rendering them temporarily ineffective. Its devouring trait allows it to absorb the powers of any encountered devil fruit. Comprehensive analysis. Target Marshal D. Teach, leveraging his aberrant body and the peculiarities of the dark fruit, potentially transcends the 1 fruit per person rule, rated at 978. Conclusion. He can become, and inevitably will become, a wielder of dual devil fruit abilities. Loken slowly closed his eyes. Everything connected. Why had Teach, for the sake of the dark fruit, lain in wait aboard Whitebeard's ship for decades? Why, upon acquiring the dark fruit, was his first target Ace, solely to obtain leverage for negotiations with the world government? Why, despite possessing the upper hand during the war on the summit, did he ruthlessly strike down the exhausted Whitebeard? His ambition was never merely a single fruit. What he sought was the most malevolent logia, the dark fruit, and the most potent paramecia, the tremor fruit. Darkness and vibration. The gravitational pull that devours all, and the power that annihilates everything. When these 2 extreme forces converge within a single individual, what a terrifying spectacle it shall be. What a truly godlike power. Loken? Ace gazed at the silent Loken, his heart racing with urgency. Loken opened his eyes, the coldness within them sending a shiver down Ace's spine. I comprehend now. Loken approached the nautical chart, grasping the black piece representing Blackbeard. Ace, do you believe Teach's ambition is merely to covet Father's power? No. He intends to merge that power with his own darkness. What he desires is not to become the next Whitebeard, but rather a monstrosity that surpasses all. Loken's voice was soft, yet resonated like a hammer, striking heavily upon Ace's heart. In that instant, Ace grasped the chillingly terrifying implications behind those words. Let's go see Father. The room of Whitebeard was permeated with the pungent scent of medicine. The once mighty man, now frail, leaned weakly against the headboard, his body punctured by various life-sustaining tubes. When Loken and Ace relayed their analysis in its entirety, a profound silence enveloped the room. Gulalala. After a lengthy pause, Whitebeard emitted a low, raspy chuckle, which triggered a violent coughing fit due to the strain on his wounds. That little bastard had been plotting this from the very beginning. In his murky eyes, there was no shock, only an abyss of regret and fury. Anger at his past negligence, at having nurtured a potential threat that nearly obliterated the entire family. Loken. Whitebeard turned his gaze toward him. I trust your judgment. Speak. What would you have this old man do? He understood that his time was limited. Yet, this final strength must be expended in the most valuable of pursuits. Father, I need you to survive. Loken's response rendered everyone speechless. The tremor fruit within you is Teach's ultimate objective. As long as you remain alive, he cannot wholly seize this power through the resurrection of the fruit upon the death of its user. What he currently exhibits, in terms of tremors, is likely merely a transient theft of residual power from you through the dark water. Our task is to thwart him, ensuring he can never obtain the complete, most potent tremor fruit. A resolute glimmer sparkled in Loken's eyes. From this day forth, our core mission shall no longer revolve around evading the Marine's pursuit. He firmly pressed the black piece representing Blackbeard at the center of the nautical chart. It is the hunt for the most perilous serpent. Whitebeard regarded the young man before him, his calmness and decisiveness beyond his years assuaging his worries entirely. Very well. He nodded firmly. I entrust my life to you. Beside him, Ace also stepped forward. The impulsiveness and rage that once marked his face had faded, replaced by an unprecedented resilience and awareness. Loken. He knelt on one knee, speaking with solemnity. Previously, my pursuit of Teach was for Sachi, for father's dignity. But from this moment onward, I shall become your eyes and ears. I will spare no effort to monitor his every move, gathering all intelligence on him until I can personally put an end to his twisted ambitions. He finally grasped it. Loken's strategy was no longer for the sake of any individual or pirate crew. It was to prevent a calamity capable of upending the entire world. And he, poor Gasti, Ace, will become the sharpest blade within this grand chess game. Excellent. Loken observed the transformed Ace, satisfied with a nod. He redirected his attention to the vast nautical chart, beginning to sketch new tactical symbols and troop deployments. Since the enemy has evolved, our strategy must undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Convey my orders. All captains with combat prowess are to commence specialized evasion training focused on ability deprivation and spatial disruption. We must make Blackbeard aware that, despite possessing 2 devil fruits and believing he has discerned the threads of fate, in my narrative, the antagonist shall never attain ultimate victory. Chapter 103. The world is stunned. In a certain maritime region of the New World, a colossal newspaper vessel adorned with the visage of a magnificent avian head races at full speed in pursuit of the vanishing course of the Moby Dick. Within the ship's cabin, the fervent big news Morgan trembles with excitement, his small eyes glimmering with an unprecedented zeal as he bellows into a golden, top-tier den mushy, unleashing a roar potent enough to send the world into a frenzy. Big news. Big news. Citizens of the world, have you witnessed this? You are bearing witness to history. Morgan's voice, laden with ecstatic fervor, reverberates through the broadcast den mushy, permeating every tavern, every square, every royal palace, and even every naval office throughout the globe. This is not a rout. This is not a disgraceful escape. This is a kingly triumph. His voice, sharpened by sheer exhilaration, is imbued with an unrivaled incendiary power. At the Marine headquarters of Marineford, amidst the impregnable fortress of 100,000 elite Marines, under the joint assault of 3 admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea, the Whitebeard Pirates have successfully rescued their comrade, Port Gasti Ace. This is unprecedented in the annals of maritime history. Unheard of. Morgan's lens is firmly fixed upon the battered, yet still majestic whale ship. And the architect of this miracle is not the world-destroying might of Whitebeard, nor the soaring flames of Marco, the immortal phoenix. It is a name. He takes a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength, and proclaims the name destined to be etched upon the pages of the new era. Luo Chen, chief strategist and instructor of the Whitebeard Pirates, a man previously unknown to fame. It is he who transformed the impregnable Marine headquarters into his personal chessboard. It is he who toyed with the lofty admirals at his whim. It is he who metamorphosed a meticulously orchestrated public execution aimed at terminating the old era into the most resounding and comprehensive public trial against absolute justice. The news detonates like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the entire world. In a bar on the Sabati archipelago, pirates who have just witnessed the battle crush their glasses in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. In the royal palace of Alabasta, Princess Vivi covers her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Above the Sky Island, the youthful visage of Isa reflects a countenance of sheer shock. Luo Chen, the guiding force of destiny, the guardian of Whitebeard. Countless resounding and reverent titles are forcibly bestowed upon this enigmatic figure. The world government attempts to sever all signals at the earliest opportunity, but it is already too late. Luo Chen's name, like an unquenchable wildfire, spreads across the seas with unstoppable momentum. He is no longer merely a strategist. In the eyes of countless oppressed souls abandoned by justice, he has become a new symbol of hope and rebellion. In the reconstructed Marshal S office of New Marineford, Akainu Sakazuki sits silently upon the chair that embodies the pinnacle of naval authority. He does not roar nor exhibit rage. Yet the temperature within the office is terrifyingly high, the air distorting under the oppressive aura of his murderous intent. The ground beneath him has melted into a small pool of viscous, smoke-emitting magma. The din-din mushy on the desk still echoes with Morgan's piercing flattery. Defeated, utterly vanquished, his prideful absolute justice has been shattered by that man named Luo Chen. Under the watchful gaze of the entire world, he can almost envision the disdainful glances of the kings of allied nations who once bowed before him, now mocking the Navy's incompetence behind his back. Luo Chen. Akainu grits his teeth as he utters the name. He suddenly lifts his head, his magma-burning eyes fixated on the world map on the wall. This man, lurking in the shadows, is more formidable and challenging than Whitebeard himself. The might of Whitebeard is overtly destructive, while Luo Chen's terror is insidious, capable of infiltrating the heart and shaking the very foundations of the world. This war, he must not only reclaim victory, but also obliterate the myth of that man in the most blood-soaked and brutal manner possible. In a clandestine base of the New World, Baldiago, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army gather around a massive table, repeatedly watching the earth-shattering battle footage. Every time the screen reveals the Whitebeard Pirates' astonishing tactical maneuvers, even the battle-hardened veterans cannot suppress their gasps of awe. Sabo, did you see? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, stand in the shadows, his face obscured beneath his cloak. The tactical genius of this man, named Luo Chen, transcends our understanding of warfare. Leader, should we reach out to him? Ivankov inquires, his exaggerated form writhing. A talent such as this, if he could join us. No. Dragon shakes his head, his voice steady and profound. Now is not the time. His gaze seems to pierce through the screen, glimpsing a future still distant. The world government will not let him go. What lies ahead will be his true trial. Let us observe how this newly emerged guiding force of destiny will respond to the reckoning from the pinnacle of the world. He may become our most unexpected ally in overthrowing the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. On an island shrouded in darkness, Marshal D. Teach crumples the newspaper in his hands and tosses it into the bonfire. The image of Luo Chen's profile twists and distorts in the flames before ultimately turning to ash. Luo Chen, that scoundrel once more. For the first time, Teach's face lacks its signature maniacal grin, replaced instead by unmistakable irritation and wrath. He should have been the sole victor of this war. Yet now all glory, all renown, has been seized by that man lurking behind the curtain. His meticulously crafted script lies in tatters. Captain, that fellow seems to genuinely possess the ability to foresee the future. Shiryu of the Rain wipes his famed blade, his tone now laced with gravity. The future? A glimmer of greedy obsession rekindles in Teach's eyes. No, in this world, there is no true future, only destiny. He firmly believes himself to be the one chosen by fate, and Luo Chen is merely a bothersome, stumbling block along the path of destiny. The more he struggles, the swifter that old man Whitebeard will meet his demise. The more he succeeds, the more fervently the world government will pursue him. Teach's eyes shimmer with the ruthless ambition and foresight of a tyrant. Convey my orders. Let's continue our hunt. Allow Akainu and Luo Chen to engage in their dog-eat-dog conflict. When they have mutually inflicted wounds upon each other, it shall be our moment to seize the essence of this era. His determination to obtain the tremor fruit grew even more resolute. He intended to demonstrate to the world with the absolute power of dual devil fruits that any schemes, when confronted with overwhelming strength, would be reduced to mere dust. As the news spread, the undercurrents of the New World surged with greater intensity. Pirate crews, long oppressed by the Navy, were discontented with the world government. began to seek clandestine channels to establish contact with the Whitebeard Pirates. They sought not an alliance, but merely a word of guidance from Luo Chen. In their eyes, the name of this man had become synonymous with victory and survival. At this moment, Luo Chen's prestige reached unprecedented heights. His influence transcended that of a mere pirate crew, positioning him as a true player capable of swaying the course of the new world. Upon a Moby Dick, Luo Chen stood by the window of the command room, listening calmly to his subordinates' reports on the external reactions. There was no trace of pride or self-satisfaction on his countenance, for he understood that when the world elevates you to a pedestal, the next step often leads to a plunge into the abyss. Chapter 104, The Dragon's Doubt. Somewhere in the Grand Line, an island composed entirely of white soil floated silently in the capricious winds, like a scar upon the world. This is Baldigo, the malevolent source that the world government yearns to obliterate yet can never locate, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Contrary to the chilling and eerie imaginations of the outside world, the atmosphere here was always imbued with a certain vitality, albeit restrained. Yet today, this vitality was overshadowed by an unprecedented gravity. Within the vast circular conference room of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, dozens of officers clad in green cloaks sat in utter silence. Each one was a formidable figure capable of unleashing chaos and bloodshed in their respective nations. Yet at this moment, all eyes were fixed intently on the central hub of the conference room, where a snail phone was projecting an image. The content depicted the final stages of the Paramount War. In the image, a golden beam of light shot towards the execution platform, bearing Fire Fist Ace at a speed incomprehensible to humankind. No, a golden-haired youth instinctively let out a low growl. Clad in goggles, with a grotesque scar etched upon his face, he was Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Even after witnessing this scene countless times, each glimpse still tightened the heart he had thought lost forever. However, in the next moment, the image showed Ace making an almost unfathomably subtle movement, tilting his head just so. With a swift whoosh, the golden light grazed his face, precisely shattering the shackles of sea stone. Boom! Fiery flames erupted once more, under the gaze of the entire world. A collective gasp echoed throughout the conference room. A miracle, one officer murmured, his eyes wide with uncontainable astonishment. This was no longer a phenomenon explainable by mere coincidence. Emporio Ivankov, the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom, writhed in his massive form, astonishment etched upon his colossal visage. Wadacy was certain that even a miracle itself could not have been so precise. The image continued. Ace and Straw Hat Luffy fought side by side, navigating through what appeared to be an impenetrable encirclement by the Navy, as if they were fish in water. Each of their breakthroughs, every strategic maneuver, was executed with unparalleled finesse, as if an omniscient deity were guiding them towards their only path of survival. They knew the name of that deity, Luo Chen. As detailed reports about this man were laid upon the table alongside the images, these revolutionaries, accustomed to overturning nations, experienced for the first time what it meant to have their understanding challenged. The foresight of the Navy's every tactic, the manipulation of the 7 warlords. Even the angles of Kizaru's attacks and the doubts within Garp's heart had all been accounted for. Sabo's voice was hoarse as he repeatedly rubbed the report in his hands, the name beneath his fingertips seeming to carry a certain enchantment. Where had this man emerged from? His emotions were a tempestuous blend of elation over his brother's miraculous survival, profound gratitude and respect for Luo Chen, and, more than anything, a deep shock and curiosity. The vision of a new era proclaimed by Luo Chen in the newspapers resonated with their revolutionary ideals in a strangely harmonious manner. At the far end of the conference room, shrouded in shadow, stood a man adorned with peculiar tattoos, cloaked in deep green. He remained silent, resembling a lifeless statue. Yet the tempestuous aura emanating from him thickened the air within the conference room. The world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. He had perused all the reports and images, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, long enough for everyone to believe he would remain mute indefinitely. Finally, he moved. He slowly approached the massive world map, his gaze not landing on Marineford, but rather on the chaotic waters known as the New World, where countless factions vied for dominance. What you observe is a miracle. Dragon's voice was low and serene, yet imbued with undeniable authority. What I see is war. He turned, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. A conflict far more advanced and perilous than the one we are currently engaged in. Luo Chen, this man dragon, extended a finger, lightly tapping his temple. He has shown the world that the Navy's absolute justice can be toyed with. The world government's absolute power can be pierced. He has not slain a single celestial dragon. Yet his actions have shaken the foundations of the world government more profoundly than if we had eliminated 100 of them. With an internecine conflict among pirates, he has orchestrated the most thorough spiritual revolution against the world government. Dragon's analysis sent a shiver down the spines of all present. They finally grasped the depth of Luo Chen's strategy, which far exceeded their imaginations. He was not merely a pirate. His objectives have been aligned from the very beginning with theirs, targeting the lofty, decaying deity. Leader. Sabo stepped forward eagerly. We must make contact with him. He saved Ace. He has the capability. No. Dragon's response was firm and icy. Why? Sabo could not comprehend. Because he is currently the most perilous eye of the storm in the entire world. Dragon's gaze deepened. The world government will never permit the existence of a monster capable of foreseeing the future. Their subsequent reckoning will be unprecedented in its madness and bloodshed. To approach him now would not only expose ourselves, but would also bring unnecessary trouble upon him, potentially disrupting his own plans. Dragon retreated into the shadows, his voice becoming ethereal, a player capable of orchestrating such a war. Do you think he has not anticipated the world government counterattack? No, he must already have a contingency prepared. What we must do now is not to disturb him, but to observe him. A hint of anticipation crept into Dragon's tone, one he was unaware of himself. Convey my orders. The intelligence department of the Revolutionary Army has elevated the threat level posed by Luo Chen to that of an admiral. All resources are to be mobilized to gather comprehensive information regarding him and the Whitebeard Pirates he commands. Remember, observation only. Contact is strictly forbidden. He then turned his gaze towards an officer lurking in the shadows. Carla, you are to personally venture into the New World. Your mission is not to meet Luo Chen, but rather to engage with those kings and underground forces that are stirred by his victories. I wish to ascertain the magnitude of the storm he can unleash. Understood, leader. With this command issued, the vast war machine of the Revolutionary Army quietly recalibrated its operations around a single name. As the members of the conference room gradually dispersed, only Dragon and Sabo remained. Sabo. Yes, Mr. Dragon. Are you pondering whether, had you not lost your memory, you might have been able to rescue Ace, just as he did? Sabo's body jolted, his head bowed in silence. There is no need for self-reproach. Dragon's voice softened unusually. Each individual's path is distinct. Luo Chen's emergence is merely an unforeseen variable. Yet, this variable may reveal a new avenue leading us towards dawn. Dragon's gaze returned to the world map. In his mind's eye, the calm, yet terrifying profile of Luo Chen in the command room materialized. He seemed to behold another version of himself, a self that chose a different means to upend the world. Luo Chen, Dragon murmured, his eyes glimmering with unprecedented light. Who exactly are you? Where have you suddenly emerged from? What will that new era you envision truly resemble? Show me. Let me see if you possess the ability to bring down that hypocritical sun that looms over the world. Chapter 105, High Violent. The skull flag at the main mast fluttered in the sea breeze. Inside the command room, the atmosphere was stifling. Luo Chen stood before a massive nautical chart, marking numerous pursuit fleets and potential ambush points in red ink. Each crimson circle represented a grave prepared by Akainu. Our supplies cannot last much longer. Marco's voice was hoarse. Continuous battles and intense sailing had pushed the crew's fatigue to the brink. We need a place to rest. Most of the safe islands in the New World are now under the watchful eyes of the Navy, added Jozu, the 3rd Division captain, in a deep voice. Once we dock, we will be pounced upon like mad dogs. Hence, we shall not seek refuge in safe havens. Luo Chen's finger swiftly glided over the nautical chart, illuminating and extinguishing zones marked as extremely dangerous forbidden waters. Strategic planning function activated, filtering optimal strongholds. Eliminated option 1. Karabali Island, resource-rich but defenseless. Eliminated option 2. Visalia, an aerial island, easy to defend but incapable of supporting a large fleet. Optimal plan identified. The special waters surrounding Hive Island. Codenamed Fog Cemetery. Luo Chen's finger ultimately rested on an area marked by countless skulls, a region so obscure that even the nautical chart seemed reticent. Here, Joza leaned in to examine, his massive visage etched with confusion. This place lacks even a formal name, and it is said that no ship that enters can ever emerge. Because it has a natural defensive barrier, Luo Chen elucidated, calling forth detailed data about the region. A three-dimensional image unfolded above the nautical chart. The waters were enveloped in a perpetual fog, rich in magnetic minerals. Any navigational instruments or life cards that ventured within would utterly fail. Beneath the mist lay a labyrinthine maze of sharp reefs formed by volcanic rock, alongside dozens of swift currents with peculiar directions. This is a natural fortress. Ace gazed at the intricate image, his eyes alight. The Navy's fleets could never venture in. But how do we get in? Marco posed the crucial question. Conventional methods are, of course, futile. Luo Chen traced an astonishingly convoluted route along the three-dimensional image, one that skirted perilously close to reefs and whirlpools. Yet the currents flow predictably. I will calculate the safe passage for each minute. Ace, I will require your flames to adjust the local water temperature at critical junctures, creating slight updrafts to correct our course. Leave it to me. A week later, as the battered Moby Dick, following Luo Chen's precisely timed instructions, navigated through that deadly labyrinth and reached the center of the fog to a massive island never before trodden by outsiders. Every crew member erupted into fervent cheers of survival. This island was unimaginably rich in resources. There were freshwater waterfalls, forests bearing exotic fruits, and even a volcano rich in minerals. Commence work? With this command, the Whitebeard Pirates, once a mere war machine of destruction, began their construction efforts with unprecedented efficiency. Under Marco's coordination, the divisions were disbanded and reformed into lumberjack teams, exploration teams, construction teams, and guard teams, led by Ace. The most elite combatants were tasked with clearing the island of dangerous colossal beasts while simultaneously engaging in the collaborative combat training tailored by Luo Chen for them. Observing this bustling scene, Whitebeard leaned against a makeshift lookout tower, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This family was undergoing rebirth in an entirely new manner. The new stronghold, Hive, served as the temporary command center. Luo Chen was receiving several special guests, kings of small nations who, after the Paramount War, had voluntarily severed ties with the world government to seek refuge with the Whitebeard Pirates. Lord Luo Chen, we bring all our food and medicine. The leading elderly king spoke humbly, seeking merely to secure a means of survival under your protection. Akainu's purging policies had utterly left these weak nations despairing of the world government. Protection does not come without cost, Luo Chen replied candidly. I require all your historical documents, as well as everything you know about the world government. The kings displayed signs of distress. Lord Luo Chen, we are willing to offer treasures, but our historical documents are the foundation of our nations. Your countries are nearly extinguished. Luo Chen's words severed their last hope for retreat. Ultimately, the elderly king sighed, retrieving a palm-sized fragment of a stone tablet wrapped in layers of silk, presenting it with both hands. This is the forbidden tablet passed down through generations of our royal family, inscribed with ancient characters that even we cannot decipher. It is said to be connected to the truth of the world. Today, I offer it to you as a token of our sincerity. Luo Chen accepted the tablet, feeling its chilling touch. Ding! Core information key related to the blank century detected. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement, Seeker of History. Reward settlement, 800,000 points of prestige. System module, final upgrade permissions, unlocked. With the tablet in hand, Luo Chen's grip was steadfast as a rock. So, it is, he mused. The true determining factor of this war does not lie upon the battlefield. Overthrowing a regime has never solely relied on brute force. Rather, it necessitates the complete obliteration of the very foundations upon which its legitimacy rests. What constitutes the cornerstone of the world government? It is the intricate web of lies about justice they have woven for 8 centuries. The key to unraveling this deception lies within the erased century, the void of 100 years. That evening, at the command center, Luo Chen summoned Ace and Marco. Our enemies have misjudged the situation, Luo Chen stated bluntly. What do you mean? Ace inquired, perplexed. Akainu, teach, they are mere trifles. Our true adversary is this, Luo Chen declared, his finger emphatically striking the ancient stone tablet before them. It is the world government itself, which has concealed the truth of 800 years of history. Marco's mind raced. Swiftly grasping Luo Chen's intention. Are you suggesting we unveil the erased century? Precisely, Luo Chen replied, for the first time displaying a glimmer of ambition. From this day forth, the strategic objectives of the Whitebeard Pirates will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. We shall no longer merely evade and retaliate. Instead, we will take the initiative to attack. He fixed his gaze upon Ace and Marco, issuing new directives. I require an intelligence network that spans the entirety of the new world, even infiltrating the Navy. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of every historical document, to trace every last survivor of O'Hara, and to monitor the movements of every archaeological fleet dispatched by the world government. Marco, you are responsible for consolidating our existing allies and those underground forces dissatisfied with the world government, securing funding and resources for our endeavors. Ace, you shall assemble the most elite task force at our disposal, on standby. Luo Chen rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the burgeoning homeland that belonged to them. As for Luffy, he has his own adventures. We must prepare for him and for this world. A magnificent celebration to herald the dawn of a new era. Ace and Marco exchanged glances, each perceiving an unprecedented surge of battle spirit in the other's response. Indeed. Chapter 106, Battling Lies with Truth. New Marineford, Admiral S. office. Akainu sat in silence. The chair, symbolizing the highest authority of the Navy, felt like a searing iron beneath him. The office floor had melted into small patches of viscous, smoke-emitting lava. A Navy vice admiral bowed his head, trembling as he reported, afraid to meet the admiral's gaze. Sir, we have lost track of them. The pursuing Ghost Spider fleet fell into an ambush and suffered heavy losses. Subsequently, the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to evaporate into thin air. All reconnaissance units have lost their trail. Akainu remained silent, yet the oppressive heat radiating from him was the most terrifying response. The vice admiral felt his pant legs begin to curl from the heat. Cold and hot sweat soaking through his uniform. In the stifling silence, a peculiar golden transponder snail on the desk suddenly rang. This transponder snail bore no facial features, only the emblem of the celestial dragons, symbolizing the pinnacle of world power. Akainu stood and answered the call. No sound came through, only a profound silence. However, the cold, rock-like expression on his face instantly grew grave. Understood. He uttered a single word before hanging up. Holy Land, Mariehua, within the realm of power. 5 aged figures sat like ancient statues in the dim light. Akainu's tall stature seemed insignificant in their presence. Sakazuki began the sword-wielding, bald-headed elder. The Whitebeard Pirates have established a new stronghold in the New World. Since your appointment, the Navy's reputation has not only failed to recover, but has been thoroughly tarnished. Akainu's fists coalesced into molten rock at his sides, yet he forcibly suppressed his anger. It was a misjudgment on my part. No, it was not your error, countered the elder with a long beard. It is you and the entire Navy who have underestimated the peril posed by that man named Luo Chen. He is like a specter, a creature that sees through all. Our military strategies have become farcical in his presence. If this continues, the authority of the world government will be undermined by him alone, added the blonde elder. Military victories can no longer mask the damage he has inflicted upon public perception. The populace is beginning to believe in pirates and question justice. This is far more terrifying than the loss of 100 warships. Akainu remained silent, fully aware they were speaking the truth. Thus, we have decided to initiate a long-shelved plan. The central elder finally spoke. A plan capable of obliterating Luo Chen and his influence at its very roots. Akainu raised his head. What plan? A plan that requires neither warships nor cannons. The bald elder's face revealed a chilling smile. The genius Vegapunk completed a prototype of a comprehensive system for us years ago. A system capable of manipulating the flow of information worldwide. We call it Clean World. Clean World? For the first time, an incomprehensible term surfaced in Akainu's mind. Luo Chen's most formidable weapon is not the pirates under his command, but the truths and narratives he has constructed. He has led the world to believe he is a hero while portraying us as the villains. Explained the elder with a long beard. The Clean World plan aims to reclaim this weapon. It can filter, distort, and even fabricate information through the global communication network. We will manufacture countless pieces of evidence to prove that the Whitebeard Pirates slaughtered civilians, that Luo Chen colluded with the evil kingdom, and even that the truth of the Marineford War was a conspiracy orchestrated by him to seize power. When the world perceives him as a demon, his myth will crumble without effort. Akainu's heart raced. To combat truth with lies? Is this the world government's trump card? Sakazuki, your task is to maintain a high-pressure military stance against them, drawing all of Luo Chen's attention. By time for the full initiation of the Clean World plan. When our narrative envelopes the globe, it will be your moment to launch the final offensive against him. The elder spoke devoid of emotion. Go forth, and do not let us down again. Hive Island, Temporary Command Center. Luo Chen was studying the nautical charts, strategizing the next resource collection route. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. A vague malice, seemingly emanating from the very rules of the world, pierced his mind like a cold needle, connecting him to the system. Warning: the risk of world backlash is slightly increasing. Unknown large-scale energy fluctuations detected. Energy source: non-physical realm. System preliminary analysis. This fluctuation relates to the global sphere of information and cognition. Information? Cognition? Luo Chen's brows furrowed for the first time. He immediately recalled the news from Morgan about several independent news agencies being forcibly shut down. So that's it. If one cannot prevail, do they resort to severing the connection? No, it is far more insidious. Their intent is not merely to silence dissent. They seek to convince the world's blind that they have glimpsed the truth. Lord Lothar, a crew member responsible for intelligence organization, burst in with palpable urgency. This is dire. The World Economic News Agency has just released a special edition. He thrust a freshly printed newspaper, still bearing the scent of ink, before Lothar. The front page bore a shocking headline in blood-red letters. Shocking conspiracy. The Whitebeard Pirates are willing to ignite war for power. And Chief Strategist Lothar is the mastermind behind it. Accompanying this were several exceedingly blurry, yet deliberately suggestive photographs. One depicted Lothar in a meeting with an underground empire's ruler, while another showed a vessel of the Whitebeard Pirates near the ruins of a devastated village. All of it was fabricated. Yet, for the oblivious masses, this evidence was more than sufficient. Lothar gazed at the newspaper, his expression devoid of anger. He calmly set it down upon the table. War had escalated. Chapter 107. Crushing Your Lies with 800 Years of Truth. On Hive Island, within the temporary command center, a newspaper, still imbued with the scent of ink, was gently pressed upon the frigid nautical chart by a bony hand. The blood-red headline resembled a ghastly scar, searing the eyes of all who beheld it. Shocking conspiracy. The Whitebeard Pirates are willing to ignite war for power, and Chief Strategist Lothar is the mastermind behind it. Nonsense. Ace slammed his fist onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle, orange flames erupting uncontrollably from his shoulder. This is utter drivel. What collusion with underground rulers? What slaughter of innocents? Why have we ever committed such acts? His fury echoed the sentiments of all present captains. This was a torment more unbearable than 100 wounds on the battlefield. It was a deep-seated slander, one that left them misunderstood and reviled by the world. The atmosphere in the command room was oppressive, as heavy as lead. Only Lothar remained unperturbed, quietly observing the newspaper as if appreciating a poorly crafted artwork. Gentlemen, he finally spoke, his voice soft yet instantly quelling the tumult and outrage. What the Navy cannot reclaim on the battlefield, the world government intends to seize from the hearts of the people. Lothar's finger lightly touched the blood-red headline. This is not slander. It is information warfare. Their aim is not to prove our guilt, for they care not for the truth. What they desire is to instill in the hearts of the global populace the belief that we are guilty. When a lie is repeated 1,000 times, it becomes the sole truth in the minds of the masses. Lothar's words cut like a cold scalpel, exposing the world government's filth beneath its polished facade. This was a weapon more fearsome than cannons or warships. It destroyed not bodies, but minds, our very foundation. Marco's countenance was graver than ever before. He finally comprehended why Lothar had been so adamant about seizing the moral high ground from the outset. What shall we do? Ace compelled himself to regain his composure, knowing Lothar would possess the answer. Fight lies with lies? No, Lothar shook his head, a cold, infinitely mocking smile gracing his lips. We shall crush their fabrications with a truth they cannot refute, one they will never dare to acknowledge. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the ocean of his mind. There, an ancient and mysterious system panel floated in stillness. System, expend 100,000 master points. Activate, historical retrospection segment. Buzz, a torrent of icy, indescribable information surged forth, like a cosmic storm breaching the dam of his mental realm. The agony, a searing pain that felt as though it were tearing his very soul, made Lothar's body tremble imperceptibly. Before him lay not the command room, but a chaotic vortex composed of countless shattered lights and shadows. Time and space lost all significance here. He beheld a magnificent kingdom, unimaginably vast, basking in eternal sunlight. Towering edifices shimmered with a gentle glow, and peculiar flying vessels flitted through the skies. On the ground, people of every hue and race wore genuine smiles that radiated from the depths of their souls. Their names seemed to bear a common mark. The scene shifted. Within an underwater palace, a colossal, indistinct figure donned an equally immense straw hat, seemingly making a promise to a beautiful mermaid princess. Lothar could not discern his words, yet he sensed the timeless vow of freedom and reunion that transcended dimensions. Joy Boy. This name struck like a brand, searing itself deep into his very soul. Then came the design of a battleship. Its outline was both fearsome and exquisite, exuding a beauty of destruction. Its main cannon seemingly possessing the power to sink islands with a single shot. Pluton, another forbidden name. The vision shattered once more. The final image revealed a burning wasteland. The once sunny kingdom had transformed into a hellfire inferno. 20 indistinct figures loomed over the ruins, emanating a palpable aura of insatiable greed and malevolence. Beneath their feet lay the countless unyielding corpses of the D-Kingdom. They appeared to partake in a bloody pact, vowing to obliterate the name of this kingdom, along with its history and ideology, from the annals of the world. The descendants of these 20 figures would ascend to the Holy Land, becoming new deities, the celestial dragons. The torrent of information ceased abruptly. Lothar's eyes flew open, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his deep-set gaze now reflecting 800 years of blood and fire. Ding! Historical retrospection completed. Warning. The host has glimpsed the forbidden roots of the world. Your existence has drawn the attention of a higher level of the world's will, significantly increasing the difficulty of subsequent fate corrections. Note, this retrospection only comprises fragmented segments. A more comprehensive historical truth requires additional master points and higher system permissions. Ignoring the system's warnings, Lothar rapidly compared those scattered yet world-altering fragments with his knowledge of the Pirate King's history, piecing them together. A terrifyingly clear outline began to form in his mind. The world government was built upon a foundation of lies and bloody ruins. Their so-called justice was predicated upon the genocide of a greater, freer civilization. What they concealed was not merely a segment of history, but the true origin of this world. Lothar? Ace called out, concern etched upon his face as he observed Lothar's pallor. Lothar lifted his gaze, the shock and murderous intent gradually fading, replaced by an icy calm. An insight into all things. Ace, here, contact someone. The voice of Luo Chen resonated with an unassailable decisiveness. He conveyed to Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency, that he possessed an exclusive piece of news capable of selling 1 billion copies, a scandal concerning the ancestors of the celestial dragons. Ace's heart skipped a beat. Simultaneously, Luo Chen's gaze shifted towards a distant maritime region on the chart. Find a way to deliver this life card to your brother. He handed Ace a specially crafted life card, pointing to a specific island. Luffy? Ace inquired, perplexed. Why involve him? I am not ensnaring him. I am guiding him. Luo Chen's eyes seemed to pierce through the nautical map, envisioning the figure clad in a straw hat. Luffy's trajectory of growth was, in itself, a revolution. He would act as a magnet, attracting all companions yearning for freedom, and like a hammer, incessantly striking at the most vulnerable nerves of the world government. He does not require us to orchestrate his path, for that would dull his brilliance. We merely need to discreetly sow a few seeds along his journey that could erupt into a spectacular display of fireworks. In Luo Chen's mind, the strategic planning function whirred into action, simulating Luffy's future trajectory. Don Quixote family of Dressrosa, Charlotte Linlin of Whole Cake Island, and Kaido of Wano. He was acutely aware of the enemies Luffy would inevitably confront, their weaknesses, and their dark secrets. His task was to inadvertently deliver this ammunition into Luffy's hands. I understand. Ace gazed at Luo Chen, observing the calm demeanor on his face, which bore the weight of an intricate design capable of encompassing the entire world within a chessboard. A shiver ran down his spine as he finally realized that Luo Chen's ambitions extended far beyond merely saving him or safeguarding the Whitebeard Pirates. This man indeed aspired to upend the world. Marco, Luo Chen turned to another side. Immediately mobilize all our channels to gather every negative piece of information regarding the world government from these past years, particularly the irrefutable evidence of maltreatment faced by the allied nations. I intend to unveil to the world the sheer hypocrisy and absurdity of their so-called justice. Rising to his feet, Luo Chen approached the window of the command room, overlooking the burgeoning home they were building for themselves. In this information war, we must not only emerge victorious. His voice resonated heavily within the hearts of all present, but we must also nail the world government to the pillar of historical shame, ensuring they can never rise again. Chapter 108, The Defamation by the Navy. Holy Land, Mariehua. The atmosphere was oppressive. Journalists from the World Economic News Agency, escorted by CP0 agents, stood in the square at the periphery of power, Their cameras and transponder snails were all trained on the door that symbolized the pinnacle of global authority. Today, an unprecedented global press conference was about to unfold. The door creaked open. Emerging was not a spokesperson for the world government, nor the fleet admiral, but a figure they had only heard of in legends, a man with a long white beard, a map-shaped scar on his forehead, clad in a white robe. One of the Gorosei, the true rulers of the world, was making his first live appearance before the public. The hall fell utterly silent. Even the most seasoned journalists dispatched by Morgan felt their feathers tremble uncontrollably. The long-bearded Gorosei approached the podium, not acknowledging any of the reporters, his demeanor akin to issuing an oracle to a swarm of ants. Today, I have summoned you all to correct a long-standing, malevolent lie. Each word resonated through the broadcast transponder snails, reaching the ears of countless viewers worldwide. The so-called blank century was a mere fabrication. Boom! With that single statement, a wave of bewilderment washed over the minds of innumerable live viewers. It was a narrative concocted by malevolent individuals attempting to subvert the world, aimed at undermining the peace and order upheld by the world government for 8 centuries, designed to incite hearts and plunge the world back into chaos. The journalists in the square exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice their dissent. Any individual or organization that dared to disseminate or investigate this lie would be deemed an enemy of the world government. The declaration of the long-bearded Gorosei continued, each word imbued with an undeniable truth. This included, but was not limited to, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army lurking in the shadows. He equated Luo Chen's name with Dragon-S, branding them as evil instigators. Their so-called new era was nothing but a synonym for chaos and destruction. And the truth they spoke was the most insidious deception aimed at all peace-loving citizens. Only the absolute justice upheld by the world government could pave the way to everlasting peace. We call upon the global populace to open your eyes, reject this phantom history, and join us in safeguarding the hard-won order. With the declaration concluded, the Gorosei turned away, seemingly uninterested in responding to any questions, his figure disappearing back through the heavy door as if he had merely swatted a buzzing fly. Yet, this action unleashed a 12-level mental tsunami across the globe. Some were enraged, others terrified, but many, under the prolonged authoritarian rule of the world government, chose to believe. Belief was the easier path. Questioning could be fatal. The shadow of lies began to envelop the entire world. New Marineford, Fleet Admiral's office. Akainu was observing the live broadcast from Marineford through a massive transponder snail. His face bore no hint of emotion, only the dark red glow of magma coursing beneath his skin. This is as it should be. Order must be absolute, allowing no room for discord. The most terrifying aspect of that man, Luo Chen, was his attempt to provoke thought among the masses. And thought, he knew, was the root of chaos. Now, the world government had stepped in personally, sealing off every avenue of contemplation with a grander, more righteous lie. A rear admiral strode in briskly, saluting sharply. Report, Admiral. The statement from the Gorosei has caused a tremendous reaction within the Navy. The troops are invigorated, vowing to defend justice at all costs and eradicate those historical criminals. Excellent. Akainu rose, moving towards the vast world map. His finger pressed heavily on the New World region. Convey my orders. All Navy fleets are to enter a state of maximum combat readiness. Increase scrutiny on all suspicious vessels. He stood with his back to the rear admiral, an oppressive heat radiating from his body. Any naval soldier harboring doubts regarding the Gorosei's statement is to be executed on the spot. Yes, the rear admiral jolted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. A sinister smile finally curled at the corners of Akainu's mouth. Luo Chen, you seek to manipulate the hearts of men, do you? Now, the hearts of the entire world stand opposed to you. When your myth is thoroughly shattered, and your name is synonymous with evil, I shall come to take your life, merely fulfilling the will of heaven. Baldigo, headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Within the conference room, the atmosphere had crystallized into a palpable chill. The visage of the 5 elders, adorned with arrogance, continued to play on the image-transmitting snail. Scoundrels! This gaggle of sanctimonious rubbish. The flamboyant Ivankov trembled with rage, his massive face contorted by fury. What are they doing? They are treating the entire world as fools. However, they are not merely toying with people. A golden-haired youth, Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, clenched the hose in his hand. They're committing murder. They seek to obliterate the memories of all, extinguish the thoughts of all, and transform this world into a colossal prison, where only their singular voice is permitted to exist. His words sent a shiver down the spine of every officer present. In the shadows of the conference room, Monkey D. Dragon remained silently observant. He listened and watched intently. Only after the broadcast concluded did he slowly emerge from the shadows. Angry? He inquired of those present. Of course, we are furious. Sabo interjected. They are systematically erasing history. This is 100 times more despicable than waging outright war. Anger is the emotion of the weak. Within Dragon's being, it was as if a tempest was howling. They have finally revealed their final and most grotesque trump card. They are unafraid of us overthrowing a satellite nation. Nor are they daunted by the death of a celestial dragon. What they truly fear is history itself. It is the genuine dawn they have concealed with lies for 800 years. Dragon approached the world map, his hand gliding over the blank pages of history. They believe that with a greater lie, they can eternally obscure the truth. He shook his head. Eso nave. Commander, what shall we do? An officer queried. Dragon turned, and for the first time, clarity, an unmistakable resolve, manifested on his face beneath the deep green cloak. They wish to erase history. We shall awaken it. Relay my orders. Immediately contact all historians and archaeologists we have placed around the globe. Spare no effort in protecting them and ensuring their safe relocation. Krau, Sabo, present. You too. Head to the O'Haran ruins at once. Dragon's voice became resolutely decisive. I require you to salvage all historical texts that scholars have desperately concealed beneath the lake. Then, find a way to make the rubbings public. What? Sabo and Krau gasped in shock simultaneously. This will turn us into targets for the entire world. Targets? Dragon retreated back into the shadows. From a moment we decided to stand against this world, we have already become targets. They wish for the world to forget. We must compel it to remember. It is time for that voice, buried for 8 centuries, to resound once more. Chapter 109. The storm after the failure of public opinion. Light was swallowed by the thick walls and silence. The press conference declaring a historical revision that swept the world was but a stone cast into the abyss, leaving no trace of its echo. Here, the true storm was just beginning to brew. 5 figures sat motionless in the dimness. Their very existence represented the world's most profound oppression. Admiral Sakazuki and the CP-0 chief, clad in pure white suits and masks, stood like subordinate deities at the edge of the shadows, their breaths seeming superfluous. The onslaught of public opinion had faltered. The sword-wielding bald 5 elder broke the silence first. His words bore no emotion, merely stating a chilling fact. The statement we released did not, as anticipated, extinguish that spark. Instead, it has incited more individuals to develop an unwarranted curiosity about the void. That man, Luo Chen, is akin to poison ink dripping into clear water. The golden-haired elder interjected. He does not merely contaminate the water quality. He alters the very essence of it. He is instructing the world on how to doubt. Doubt is the beginning of the collapse of order. Thus, the phase of appeasement ends here. The elder with the long white beard concluded. Next comes the reckoning. He looked towards the CP-0 chief, whose mask concealed any discernible expression in the dim light. I need you to deploy all the resources of CP-0 to infiltrate the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. I do not care about the process. I demand results. Gather every piece of information on that man, Luo Chen, his past, his preferences, his weaknesses. Then, utilize all of this to either capture him alive or eliminate him. The CP-0 chief slightly bowed. The elder's reply was understated. He is an anomaly, a variable that should not exist in this era, nor should be recorded in history. The only way to deal with an error is to obliterate it entirely. Sakazuki stood by, the magma within him surging. Elimination? That would be too lenient. That man must be publicly executed under the gaze of the entire world. His death will solidify the crumbling authority of the world government. Merely relying on assassination may prove insufficient. The elder with the cap resembling Gandhi slowly began to speak. The most terrifying aspect of Luo Chen lies in the speed at which he disseminates his thoughts. We must sever all channels through which he can voice his opinions from the roots. He raised his hand, a faint glow emerging in his palm, forming an invisible network encompassing the globe. The global surveillance program, codenamed Skynet, shall henceforth enter its final phase. Every telephone, snail communication, every news channel, every flow of information worldwide will be subjected to real-time monitoring. Any attempt to disseminate the truth will be pinpointed and erased at its inception. Sakazuki's body subtly shifted. He had heard of this plan, but never anticipated it reaching such terrifying proportions. Surveillance can only serve as a means of interception. For the thoughts already tainted, we require more thorough purification methods. The golden-haired elder added. Another technology submitted by Vegapunk can now be deployed, a technique we refer to as the thought stamp. Through a network of specialized signal bases spread across the globe, we can implant the correct perceptions directly into the subconscious of the populace. We will make them believe from the depths of their hearts that the world government is virtuous, while Luo Chen is a veritable demon. To manipulate thought through technology, even one as cold-hearted as Sakazuki felt a shiver at such means. This is no longer war. This is a fundamental alteration of the human species. Sakazuki, the elder with two prominent mustaches, finally turned his attention to him. These are the weapons prepared for you. Your task is singular. Assemble all elite forces of the Navy and deliver a devastating blow to the remnants of Whitebeard entrenched in a new world. One final, annihilating strike. I permit you to employ any means necessary. I do not care how many Navy soldiers are sacrificed. I want the Whitebeard Pirates erased from the map entirely. This is a top-secret directive of absolute confidentiality. Sakazuki's head snapped up. This was precisely the command he longed to hear. Those machinations, those information wars, were merely auxiliary. Ultimately, it was sheer, unadulterated violence that would dictate victory or defeat. At your command, he replied in a deep, resonant voice. I shall make them aware of what true justice embodies. Excellent. The sword-wielding elders rose from their seats and approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down upon the sanctified land below, a world shrouded in a sea of clouds, Luo Chen stood as the greatest obstacle. His reckoning was essential to uphold the celestial dragon's dominion spanning 8 centuries. But remember, he intoned, his voice growing ominously profound. If the Navy's scalpel cannot precisely excise this malignancy, then the world itself, in rectifying this monumental error, will activate its immune system. At that juncture, what is purged may extend beyond a mere pirate crew. Both Akainu and the head of CP0 felt their bodies stiffen simultaneously. From that utterance, they sensed a terror surpassing even the elders themselves, a force older, deeper, and more insurmountable than the world government itself, a force potent enough to rectify the world. The meeting concluded. Akainu turned, emanating a searing wave of heat as he exited the corridors of power. He needed to return to the new Marineford at once. He would mobilize every soldier, every warship. An ultimate battle, poised to engulf the world, was already knocked and ready, and he would be the one to pull the trigger. In the dimly lit room, only 5 figures remained. The power of correction must remain dormant unless absolutely necessary. Was an anomaly truly worth the peril of awakening that ancient being? A person capable of glimpsing into history, his very existence constituted the gravest sacrilege against the throne. Prepare yourselves, they intoned, for the sake of eternal order. Chapter 110. Luo Chen unleashes his ace. In a tranquil tavern of a certain small town across the seas, the sea breeze carried a briny scent and a dirigible masquerading as an ordinary merchant vessel. Cloaked figures stealthily slipped rough, pungent newspapers through the cracks of every tavern and inn. A half-drunken mercenary, yawning, picked up a newspaper from the ground, initially mistaking it for a promotional flyer from a grocery store. However, upon his eyes falling upon the headline, all inebriation was instantly banished. World Truth Special Edition? What is this? He muttered, continuing to read. Exclusive scoop. What did the ancestors of the celestial dragons do 800 years ago? The erased great kingdom and the unjust alliance of 20 kings. The text beneath the headlines resonated with the sensationalist flair unique to Morgan's. Friends, do you believe that the world we inhabit is built upon a foundation of blood and lies? The elders tell us that the blank century is an evil falsehood. But why do they dare not reveal that, prior to that century, a vast kingdom existed, replete with technology far surpassing our own, where all races coexisted in equality? Why do they shy away from admitting that their ancestors, those 20 kings revered as creators, were the very architects of this great civilization's destruction? The newspaper provided no photographs as evidence, yet it wove together disparate historical fragments through an unprecedented narrative lens. It mentioned a group known as the core of that ancient kingdom, and illuminated that the establishment of the world government was rooted in a bloody usurpation, a shameless betrayal of a superior civilization. The mercenary's breath grew labored as he abruptly raised his head, surveying his surroundings. In the tavern, everyone who had acquired a newspaper shared his stunned, shell-shocked silence. Their worldview shattered. Is this real or not? Someone finally trembled, asking, I don't know, but this seems to explain so much. Indeed, why are only the celestial dragons elevated above all? Why does the world government prohibit the interpretation of historical texts? If this is true, then what does our long-held belief in justice amount to? Panic, rage. The seeds of doubt, once sown, would take root and flourish with unparalleled fervor in the hearts of men. Bang! Someone violently smashed a glass upon the floor. To hell with justice. I've had enough. A tempest began in this remote town, sweeping across the world like wildfire. Ports and cities erupted in unprecedented mass protests. People flooded the streets, brandishing those coarse newspapers and shouting slogans demanding the return of history and the overthrow of the celestial dragons. For the first time in 800 years, the supreme authority of the world government faced the heaviest and most lethal blow. At the Marine headquarters in New Marineford, the air had grown so hot it could melt steel. Beneath Akainu's feet, the ground transformed into a bubbling pool of magma. He simply stood, radiating such terrifying heat that the very walls of the room began to crack. Useless. All of you are useless. His roar reverberated throughout the building. Where is the heavenly net? What of your proud, global surveillance system? Why did you not intercept these damn things at the first opportunity? A Marine admiral knelt, trembling like a leaf. Admiral, these newspapers were not disseminated through the conventional snail phone network. They were physically delivered. We cannot trace their origin. Physically delivered? Akainu's fury was palpable, nearly taking on a tangible form. That man, Luo Chen, he dared to deliver a resounding slap to me, to the entire world government, using the most primitive, clumsy, yet utterly indefensible method. This was no longer war. It was humiliation. Akainu seized the snail phone on the table and directly connected to the Holy Land. Elders, I request the immediate deployment of all fleets. Conduct indiscriminate bombardment on Hive Island. I care not for any plans. I want that man's life now. On the other end of the snail phone, there was a prolonged silence. Sakazuki, calming himself, felt the weariness in the voice of the sword-wielding elder for the first time. Now is not the time for anger. The public unrest must be quelled immediately. The Navy's authority must be preserved. But there are no buts. This is an order. The call ended. Akainu stood frozen, magma dripping from the corners of his mouth, hissing as it struck the ground. He felt a sense of unprecedented powerlessness. His pride in absolute military might appeared utterly feeble in the face of Luo Chen's audacious machinations that stirred the hearts of the world. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, within the expansive conference room, all the officers silently gazed at the urgently delivered Truth Special Edition. He actually did it. Sabo's voice trembled with undeniable shock. He stared at the subversive words on the newspaper, recalling the elders' haughty faces. This was nothing short of a one-sided public execution. With a single newspaper, Luo Chen shattered the sacred facade that the world government had maintained for 8 centuries, exposing its most sordid and bloody core. From the shadows, Monkey D. Dragon slowly approached the world map. He picked up a piece representing the Whitebeard Pirates and another symbolizing the Revolutionary Army. He gazed at these two pieces in deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended moment. Mr. Dragon? Sabo ventured to inquire. He walks a path entirely different from ours. Dragon finally spoke, his voice low and complex. We are undermining the walls, while he is dismantling the very foundation. Dragon's assessment sent a shiver down the spines of all the officers present. This individual's vision and methods had transcended our understanding of revolution. He was not merely opposing the world government. Dragon pressed the piece representing the Whitebeard Pirates firmly at the center of the nautical chart. He is judging this world. Meanwhile, in the new world, within a kingdom long oppressed by the world government, an aged king trembled as he read every word of the newspaper in his private chamber. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet and flung open the window. Outside, his subjects raised torches, coalescing into a torrent of fury as they besieged the naval branch. A surge of pent-up passion, suppressed for decades, boiled anew in his veins. He turned to his trusted general behind him and issued the boldest and most resolute command of his life. Open the armory. Distribute all the weapons. Tell our people, from this day forth, we are no longer a member of the world government. We shall rise in revolution. At Hive Island, the command center was abuzz with excitement. Ace waved a summary of intelligence exuberantly, his face lit with joy. Luo Chen, did you see? The entire world is in chaos. Those fools must be in disarray now. Ha ha, this is exhilarating. While Marco too felt a surge of excitement, a tinge of worry creased his brow. We have pushed the world government to the edge of a precipice. Their ensuing counterattack will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Luo Chen simply stood calmly by the window, gazing at the distant construction of their new homeland. The newspaper that had stirred the world lay carelessly beside him, as if it were a trivial matter. Ding! Congratulations. Host, You have achieved the epic accomplishment horn of truth. With your solitary efforts, you have shaken the very foundations of an 800-year reign, awakening the thoughts of countless people around the globe. Reward summary: 5,000,000 master points. System permissions significantly enhanced. Unlocking new module. Civilization blueprint. Luo Chen closed the system panel, disregarding the astronomical rewards. He turned to Ace and Marco. This is merely the beginning. When an empire built on lies begins to crumble, its first instinct is not to repent. He picked up another piece of intelligence from the table. Instead, it resorts to even more frenzied violence to conceal its own trepidation. The intelligence revealed that the fleets of the three admirals were converging on Hive Island from various directions at high speed. Chapter 111. A bloodbath triggered by newspaper. Roughly printed newspapers, delivered by countless newsbirds, found their way to every corner of the world. In a tavern in the Sabati archipelago, a nobleman who had just concluded a slave auction carelessly picked up a newspaper with his cane, intending to use it to wipe the mud off his boots. However, the blood-red headline froze him in place. Exclusive. Are the celestial dragons' ancestors usurpers? The erased kingdom of D is the true world lineage. The nobleman's cane clattered to the ground. Around him, those wealthy merchants who had just boasted about how many slaves they had purchased, the drunken pirates, and the indifferent bartenders. All of them picked up the newspaper, plunging the tavern into a profound silence. After the silence came an uproar that shattered the roof. This is impossible. This is slander. This is an affront to the Creator. The nobleman screamed, his face pale. Yet the accompanying photos, albeit blurred, resembled ruins he had seen before on an island in the New World. A well-traveled pirate trembled as he spoke, and the inscriptions on these fragments, though I cannot decipher them, are identical to symbols on an ancient tablet passed down in my family. The contents of the newspaper acted as a key, unlocking long-buried doubts about history in the hearts of many. Why was there a century of blankness in textbooks? Why was interpreting historical texts a grave offense? Why did the celestial dragons enjoy all privileges? In the past, they dared not question or even contemplate these matters. But now, this newspaper provided them with a terrifying yet extraordinarily logical explanation. The world government was founded on lies. Their justice was the justice of usurpers. Bang! A pirate smashed his cup on the ground, rising with a flushed face. To hell with the celestial dragons. I've always found them detestable. Burn down the auction house. Free all the slaves. Overthrow them. Once ignited, the fire of rage no longer heeded anyone as control. The world government reacted with astonishing speed. They immediately issued a statement through official channels, claiming it was a malicious slander orchestrated by the pirate Luo Chen in collusion with the media giant Morgans, aiming to subvert the world. However, this statement appeared pale and laughable in the face of the already surging public sentiment. The people no longer believed. The Navy fleet was dispatched urgently, frantically sealing off all institutions related to the World Economic News Agency and arresting all those who disseminated the newspaper. But it was too late. The seeds of truth had already spread around the globe. Some pro-government media attempted to distort the facts, portraying Luo Chen as an ambitious usurper intent on world domination, while tarnishing the Whitebeard Pirates as demons slaughtering innocents. Yet their voices were crushed under the weight of Luo Chen's expos that struck at the very roots of the world. For the first time, the people's fury was not directed at any pirate crew, but was precisely aimed at the lofty holy land of Marineford. On this day, the credibility of the world government plummeted to its lowest point in 8 centuries. At Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the atmosphere in the vast conference room contrasted sharply with the chaos outside. It was filled with a kind of exhilaration that followed oppression. Opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ivankov, the Okama king, exclaimed, his body twisting with excitement. The people's thoughts are awakening. If we raise our voices now, the response will echo across the seas. Sabo was equally animated, his grip tightening on the pipe in his hand. That man, Luo Chen, accomplished in a single newspaper what we have failed to achieve in a decade. He has shaken the foundations of the world government. From the shadows, Monkey D. Dragon emerged slowly. He approached the world map, gazing at the countries marked in red, where large-scale riots had erupted. Relay my orders. All Revolutionary Army undercover units. Commence action immediately. Our objective is not to incite the populace to assault the naval branch, for that would be a futile expenditure of resources. He turned, and beneath the deep green cloak lay an unprecedented resolve. Let us disseminate our thoughts, our ideals. Inform those who are angry and confused that their desires extend beyond merely toppling the celestial dragons. They yearn for a truly new world governed by the people. It is time to stoke the flames of revolution ignited by Lothar, adding the most fervent kindling from our revolutionary army. In a tempestuous sea pursued by storms, a vessel adorned with the massive head of a bird was desperately evading the cannon fire of the Navy. Within the cabin, Big News Morgans, far from exhibiting any fear, was instead quivering with excitement, his feathers trembling. Big news! Big news! He roared fervently into a small recording snail. Do you see it, world? Do you see the grotesque visage of the world government? They dare not confront the truth. They resort only to cannon fire to silence those who speak it. But I, Big News Morgans, shall never yield. Readers, await me. I shall bring you more explosive truths. The truth about Lord M. He bellowed while directing his crew. Quick, shake them off. To Hive Island. Only by that man's side can we find the safest and most newsworthy haven in this world. Due to this report, Morgan's notoriety reached unprecedented heights, making him the third most wanted target of the world government, second only to Lothar and Dragon. At Hive Island's command center, a colossal screen was divided into hundreds of small images, streaming chaotic scenes from around the globe. Ha ha ha. Fantastic. Lothar, look. The entrance to the Holy Land is nearly submerged by the protesting crowds. Ace exclaimed, doubled over with laughter as he pointed at one of the images. Though Marco felt a twinge of delight, a weightier expression settled on his face. We have pushed them too hard. Such upheaval will not be tolerated by the Five Elders. War is imminent. Lothar silenced all visuals, restoring calm to the command room. He paid no heed to Ace's exuberance nor responded to Marco's concerns. Instead, he gazed placidly at the system panel, where the data flickered wildly. World Government Credibility Index, 87. Global Public Awakening Level, 45. Risk of global backlash, rising sharply. In this information war, he had triumphed, winning the first phase of victory. Yet this also meant that he had effectively sealed off every potential retreat for the enemy. What would a behemoth, cornered and desperate after 800 years of dominion, do next? The answer was self-evident. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Chapter 112. The Surprise Attack of Blackbeard. The alarm at Hive Island was not sounded for the Navy. The sharp, jarring noise shattered the command center's clamor, freezing the smile on Ace's face and the worry on Marco's brow. What is happening? Ace was the first to react. Did the Navy launch a preemptive strike? No. Lothar sprang to his feet. Beside the enormous screen displaying the Navy's movements, a small screen representing Hive Island's defense system was flashing an unprecedented blood red. Our intelligence network and alert lines have registered nothing. The enemy has appeared directly at the island's center. Before he could finish, a chilling, pure darkness surged from outside the window. This was not mere obscurity. It was a tangible, devouring blackness that consumed everything: sound, light, and even the will of man. A raucous, familiar laughter, accompanied by violent tremors, emanated from the central plaza of Hive Island. Lothar's tactical glasses instantly locked onto that direction, the data on the lens refreshing frantically before finally settling on a name that froze his blood. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. Ace's face instantly darkened with murderous intent, his sword vibrating with unquenchable fury. This name was the greatest taboo for the Whitebeard Pirates and the heaviest shackle weighing upon Ace's heart. How could he be here? How did he bypass our defenses? Marco, enveloped in the azure flames of the Phoenix, ignited in confusion, under Lothar's meticulous arrangements. Even a seagull entering Hive Island would be recorded. How could Blackbeard and his entire crew materialize out of thin air? Lothar offered no reply. His mind raced. If for the first time, all his contingency plans and calculations became mere useless debris. Blackbeard's dark fruit, with its gravitational properties, might enable a certain degree of concealment. But he could not have silently landed an entire ship, unless there was an insider, or he had mastered some extraordinary infiltration method entirely beyond his comprehension. In that moment, the vulnerabilities of relying on intelligence and strategy were magnified infinitely, when an enemy who defied all logic appeared at the most improbable time and place. Lothar experienced a profound sense of powerlessness as his plans lay utterly shattered. All division captains, immediately proceed to the central plaza. Protect Dad. Lothar's voice resonated through the phone snail, chillingly calm. Ace, Marco, follow me. Our aim is not to kill, but to delay. In the central plaza of Hive Island, a place where Whitebeard was meant to recuperate, an immense darkness now loomed. Blackbeard Teach spread his arms, standing at the center of this abyss. his corpulent form seemingly concealing a black hole capable of engulfing the world. Dad, long time no see. Teach grinned, revealing his uneven teeth as he addressed Whitebeard, who knelt nearby. Look at you now, truly a wreck. The tide of the era no longer requires remnants of your outdated generation. Whitebeard leaned on his mighty blade, the supreme great knife, still oozing blood from his chest wound. He gazed at Teach, the son he had once cherished as his own. Teach, you scoundrel. Don't call me that, Dad. Teach's smile vanished, replaced by a twisted greed. My dream is not to be your son forever. He lunged forward. Dark water. A powerful gravitational force erupted, firmly ensnaring Whitebeard's body. As Whitebeard attempted to activate the powers of the Tremor fruit, he found the strength within him being siphoned away by an invisible vortex, rendering him unable to muster a shred of power. The dark fruit can temporarily nullify the abilities of its user. Do you see it, Dad? Before my darkness, that power you so proudly wield, capable of destroying the world, is nothing. Teach sneered, advancing step by step toward Whitebeard, now subdued by his abilities. Behind him, Shiryu of the Rain, Van Augur, Q, and Lafitte formed a line, blocking all attempts by the Whitebeard Pirates to rush to the rescue. Stop it, Teach! A thunderous shout resonated, followed by a blazing column of fire soaring toward the sky. Fire Fist. Ace's enraged attack, however, was dispersed mid-air by an invisible shockwave. Your opponents are us, Van Augur, the sniper, stated calmly, brandishing his rifle. On the other side, Marco's azure flames were thwarted by Shiryu of the Rain's swift blade. Do not disturb the captain's good fortune, Phoenix. In an instant, the tide of battle was cleaved asunder. When Luo Chen arrived, this was the scene laid before him. Whitebeard was ensnared by the forces of darkness, rendered immobile. Ace and Marco, along with other captains, were fiercely entangled with the officers of the Blackbeard Pirates, and Teach had already advanced to stand before Whitebeard. Luo Chen, you must think of a way. Ace bellowed within the chaos, his flames manifesting the first signs of desperation and impotence. Luo Chen's tactical glasses were wildly analyzing every nuance of the battlefield. It was futile. Time was of the essence. From the very beginning, Teach's aim was not to conquer Hive Island, nor to engage in a decisive battle with them. His singular objective was Whitebeard, or rather, the Tremor fruit that Whitebeard wielded. Thank you, old man, for your years of care. As a token of gratitude, please bestow upon me your most potent power as a farewell gift. Teach cackled as he produced an enormous, pitch-black shroud from within his garments. This massive black cloth, as if imbued with life, enveloped both Teach and the immobile Whitebeard entirely. No one could discern what transpired within. Only Teach's chilling laughter and the muffled, agonized groans of Whitebeard could be heard. Old man, Ace's eyes burned crimson as he recklessly attempted to break through the defensive line. Luo Chen's gaze was fixed on the black cloth, his mind a blank slate. 2 devil fruits? How could this be possible? How could a single body bear the powers of 2 devil fruits? This contradicted the fundamental laws of this world. Yet Blackbeard, this man, sought to overturn all reason. Boom! The black shroud erupted under an invisible force, and Teach re-emerged. He stood there, with his left hand embodying unfathomable darkness, while his right hand coalesced a sphere of energy radiating a white aura, symbolizing destruction and tremors. Behold, this is my era. With that, he raised his right hand and struck downward with tremendous force. Crack! The air splintered as if a mirror had shattered. Vast fissures radiating from Teach's fist in all directions. The entirety of Hive Island, nay, the very space of this maritime realm, let out a mournful wail under the weight of his blow. A terrifying tremor engulfed everything. The earth fractured, buildings collapsed, and the distant sea heaved colossal waves. All were staggered by this force, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. This was Whitebeard's power, the strength of the mightiest man, capable of obliterating the world. Yet now, it resided in the hands of Blackbeard Teach. How could this be? Marco murmured, sensing the life force of Whitebeard ebbing away at an alarming rate. Whitebeard fell to the ground, having lost the Tremor fruit. I have succeeded. I have triumphed. Teach roared in victory, feeling the 2 distinctly powerful forces within him. Darkness and tremor. I'm the strongest. He turned his gaze upon Luo Chen, his expression an unabashed mockery and arrogance. Hey, chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates, the mastermind, was this step in your script? From this day forth, I am the king of the new world. No, the king of darkness. Luo Chen remained silent, merely observing the fallen Whitebeard, the cackling Teach, and the shattered Hive Island. The system panel displayed the ominous warning of world backlash risk, now glowing a blinding crimson. He had ignited the flame of the world, only to summon forth the most unwelcome of demons. With his last ounce of strength, Whitebeard propped himself up and issued his final command to all his children. Run. Cover everyone's retreat. Ace ignited with an unprecedented blaze, roaring towards Luo Chen. Blackbeard, one hand wielding darkness and the other the tremors, descended like a god or demon. Want to flee? Leave your lives behind as my tribute for ascending to power. Chapitre 113, Blackbeard's dual fruit. The void in Luo Chen's mind lasted a mere half a second. Amidst Teach's maniacal laughter and the anguished cries of Hive Island crumbling, his thoughts, momentarily halted by the shattering of his plan, were forcibly reignited by an overwhelming instinct for survival and sense of responsibility. Do not panic, follow the script. He instinctively recited his mantra, though this time, the words bore no trace of past levity, only bitterness. What script? The script had been reduced to ashes. Activate all-seeing eye. Luo Chen commanded inwardly, as the lenses of his tactical glasses were inundated with torrents of data. Target locked. Marshal D. Teach. Status. Highly agitated. Ability 1. Dark Fruit. Awakened. Ability 2. Tremor Fruit. Initial fusion. Unstable. Risk of overload. Target locked. Edward Newgate. Status. Life at risk. Tremor Fruit. Extracted. Vitality rapidly diminishing. He was still alive. The old man was still alive. This information pierced through Luo Chen's deepest despair like a shot of adrenaline. As long as there was life, there remained a chance. Ace. Luo Chen's voice cut through the chaos via the den mushy, precisely entering Ace's nearly uncontrollable fury. Listen to my orders. I want to kill him. Ace roared, his voice hoarse, flames dancing wildly around him, nearly consuming his very sanity. Then go, but do it my way. Luo Chen's words came at a breakneck pace, each syllable a nail. Your task is not to kill him. It is to cause him the greatest trouble. Marco, I'm here. Marco's azure flames flickered on the other end, tinged with urgency. You have but one task. Take the old man. Immediately. I care not how you do it. Get him off this cursed island. But no buts. Luo Chen's roar drowned out the cacophony of the earth's rending, issuing the command of the chief strategist. Execute. The moment the order was given, Luo Chen's thoughts shifted to another dimension. Strategic planning function. Activate. Maximum power simulation. Simulation target. Arrival time of the naval fleet. Simulation result. According to existing intelligence, the naval vanguard will arrive off Hive Island in 17 minutes. Too swift. At Blackbeard's current unstoppable state, let alone 17 minutes. They could be annihilated within 5. 2 fronts. One against the now godlike Blackbeard and the other against the imminent naval assault. It was a dire predicament. 4th, 5th, and 7th Divisions. Abandon frontal combat and retreat to the preset urban combat fortifications in Zones B and C. Utilize the Hive tactics we practiced 100 times to delay Blackbeard's underlings. Sachi, Jozu, you two, at all costs, block Shiryu of the Rain and Van Augur. Create an opportunity for Ace. Everyone, our goal is not victory, but retreat. For the old man, for Marco, by every second. A series of commands emanated clearly from Luo Chen's lips, disseminated through the den mushy to every corner of the chaotic battlefield. The crew, initially plunged into chaos and despair following Whitebeard's fall and Blackbeard's rise, seemed to grasp a solitary lifeline as if they were drowning. Instinctively, they began to execute commands they had long since memorized. Amidst the battlefield's turmoil, a semblance of order miraculously began to take shape. Teach, too, evidently took notice of this shift. Ha ha ha, still flailing in vain? He taunted, a sinister grin spreading across his face as his right hand clenched into a fist. And once more at Ace. Quake. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space shattered, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a fan-like arc. Ace was struck head-on, sent flying like a severed kite, crashing through countless rocks along the way. Ace, Marco exclaimed in horror. It was futile. Conventional tactics were utterly ineffective. In the face of absolute power, any strategy appeared pitifully inadequate. Luo Chen observed Teach, a man reveling in the zenith of his existence. The powers of the tremor fruit within him surged uncontrollably, and with every punch he threw, the very foundation of the island groaned in agony. If this continued, let alone the navy, the island itself would succumb to the depths of the sea before long. On Luo Chen's tactical glasses, the deep crimson indicator of world repercussion risk was so intense it seemed poised to drip blood. He understood that the actions he was about to undertake would exact an unfathomable toll on him. Yet he had no choice. System: activate World Correction Module. Warning: this module will interfere with the fundamental rules of the world, triggering severe backlash from the world will. The user will face tremendous risks. Confirm activation? Confirmed. Luo Chen declared without hesitation. Please lock in correction targets. Target 1. Marshal D. Teach Tremor Fruit. Adjust the initial surge of its powers, converting indiscriminate, devastating spatial tremors into controllable, more focused impacts. By doing this, Teach's power would remain formidable. Yet the aftermath of each of his strikes would no longer annihilate everything in the vicinity without restraint. This would prevent Hive Island from sinking immediately and afford the crew a moment's respite for their evacuation. Correction target locked. Calculating points required for correction. The correction will consume 800,000 master points and trigger a backlash of intensity level A. Luo Chen's heart fluttered. This amounted to nearly all his savings. Target 2. Interfere with the action tendencies of specific individuals. Please specify individuals. Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku. Warlord Bartholomew Kuma. All potential third-party high combatants capable of providing rapid support or interference on this battlefield. Interference content. Implanting delays in information, indecision in judgment, deviations in course, and other minor variables to prevent them from intervening at the optimal moment. Warning: interfering with multiple key plot characters will trigger a chain reaction, escalating backlash intensity to S-Class. The user faces risks of mental collapse or physical disintegration. Confirm? On the lens, a Scarlet S-Class warning flashed frantically, sending a jolt of pain from the depths of his soul. Luo Chen felt as if the formless world had cast a cold gaze upon him. The anomaly. Confirm execution. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out those 2 words through clenched jaws. Boom! An indescribable weight crashed down upon Luo Chen. He felt as though his mind were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, every bone in his body groaning in protest. Yet, simultaneously, through the all-knowing eye, he witnessed in the distance the punch Teach had just thrown. The shockwave, which should have reduced half the square to dust, strangely diminished in power, concentrating its force toward its intended target. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at Navy headquarters, a communications soldier responsible for monitoring missed the critical initial seconds of Hive Island's anomalies due to a spilled cup of coffee. It was done. Ace. Luo Chen roared with all his might. Now is your moment. Use your strongest flames and teach him a lesson. Struggling to rise after being flung by the shockwave, Ace heard Luo Chen shout. He did not understand why, but he sensed that Teach's attack no longer bore the suffocating sense of destruction it once had. He looked up and saw the figure still standing tall atop the command tower. Trust, at that moment, overshadowed all anger and sorrow. Oh! Ace unleashed a primal roar, no longer impulsive, but channeling all his will and realization into his fists. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, an unprecedented, massive fireball rose like a true miniature sun in the darkness of Hive Island, hurtling with resolute momentum toward the seemingly invincible king of darkness. On the battlefield, as the Navy reinforcements arrived, they were met with devastation. Both the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates had vanished without a trace. The world government soon received the shocking news of Blackbeard becoming a dual fruit user, plunging them into great turmoil. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, behind this assault that would reshape the world's landscape, a man, with the frailty of a mortal, quietly maneuvered the very trajectory of fate itself. Marco transformed into a cerulean phoenix, grasping Whitebeard's massive form, soaring into the heavens. Luo Chen, hurry! Chapter 114, The Calm Ace. That sun, embodying all of Ace's will, collided violently with Teach's all-consuming darkness and tremors. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar annihilation. Flames and darkness devoured one another, the force of the tremors tearing through space, only to be forcibly fused by the higher temperature of the flames. At the junction of light and dark, everything dissolved into nothingness. Not bad. Really not bad, Ace. As the smoke cleared, Teach stood his ground, his clothes slightly scorched. Yet his corpulent form bore no substantial wounds. He spread his arms wide, relishing the residual energy from the clash of powers, a more manic smile creeping across his face. But this is still not enough. Far from it. Ace knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. That previous strike had nearly drained him of all his strength. He glared at Teach, whose arrogant grin pierced his heart more than any assault could. Get out of here! Ace, get on the ship! Marco's voice called from behind. The cerulean flames already lifting Whitebeard's massive body skyward toward the flagship Moby Dick. The other captains fought and retreated, creating chaos to cover their comrades' withdrawal to the harbor. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain, Van Augur, and the Tyrant, pursued relentlessly like sharks sensing blood. Trying to escape? Teach sneer, fingers blade wide. Not so fast. Dark water. A tremendous suction erupted from his palm, targeting Marco and Whitebeard as they ascended. No way. Ace roared, his body instantly elementalized, transforming into a swift stream of fire, forcefully obstructing the path of the suction. Fire fist. A concentrated fiery fist shot forth, clashing against the dark gravity, temporarily disrupting Teach's assault. Luo Chen's orders are for Dad to retreat. Marco, don't worry about me. Ace's voice through the transponder snail was resolute. A command from the 2nd Division captain. Execute. Marco hesitated mid-air, ultimately gritting his teeth and accelerating his pace. Truly touching brotherly love. Teach retracted his hand, watching with interest as Ace remained behind to hold the line. Then let this brotherly reunion become even more entertaining. He swayed slightly, yet his massive frame unleashed a speed that was incongruous as he hurled a punch towards Ace. It was not darkness, but rather a shockwave. Ace's body bristled with tension. He recalled every piece of advice imparted by Luo Chen. When confronted with an insurmountable disparity in power, do not resist head-on. Your advantage lies in the agility and versatility of flames. Allow him to strike empty air, incite his fury, for in his rage, he shall reveal his vulnerabilities. In the fleeting second before the punch's wind reached him, Ace transformed into a tempest of flames, dispersing in all directions, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Boom! The fist crashed into the ground, shattering the concrete of the harbor and creating a terrifying chasm that extended towards the sea. Oh! Teach was taken aback. This punch had been evaded. Ace reformed not far away. He refrained from counterattacking, instead pressing his hands onto the ground. Flame net. The bright orange flames spread swiftly along the ground, weaving into a massive net of fire, isolating the pursuing members of the Whitebeard Pirates from Teach. The intense heat distorted the air, obscuring Van Augur's vision. Do not think to use sniping to harass my comrades. Quite intriguing. Teach chuckled, no longer resembling the reckless youth he once was. Was it that strategist named Luo Chen who taught you this? He has transformed you from a mere powder keg into a thinking brand. Silence. Ace growled. I shall speak nonetheless. Teach's laughter was laced with malice. What are the lessons he imparted? Can he anticipate that I would acquire the tremor fruit? Is he not now cowering aboard his ship like a defeated hound? Such so-called intellect is worthless in the face of absolute power. Each word pierced Ace's heart like a venomous needle, striking at his most tender spots. Had it been in the past, he would have succumbed to rage and charged recklessly. Yet now, the voice of Luo Chen echoed in his mind, calm to the point of being chilling. Ace, remember, emotions are your greatest enemy. Any utterance from your opponent aims to draw you away from our script. What you must do is draw him into your rhythm. Ace inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the surging anger. He calmly assessed the situation. Teach's shockwave power was too destructive. Distance must be maintained. The darkness countered his fruit's abilities. He must not allow himself to be touched. Delay. Yes, Luo Chen had said. This time the objective is not victory, but retreat. My task is to prolong. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Moby Dick, splutter. Luo Chen violently coughed up blood, splattering the sea chart before him. A tearing pain surged from the depths of his soul, causing his vision to blur. The backlash of the S-Class was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. This was not merely a physical burden, but a rejection and correction from the world itself. He felt his existence being erased by this world. Warning. User's life signs are rapidly declining. Unstable fluctuations in the mental field detected. World Correction Module has severely overdrawn your potential. Immediate entry into hibernation is recommended. Silence. Luo Chen steadied himself against the table, unwilling to yield just yet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The data streams on his tactical glasses were refreshing chaotically. He saw Ace battling alone, the crew fighting valiantly to retreat, and beyond that chaotic battlefield, a small variable that should not have been there. Target locket, Stau hat Kit, Monkey de Luffy. Current location, 41 nautical miles southwest of Hive Island. Status, extreme anxiety, abnormal heart rate. Is it mere coincidence? No. Perhaps it is a resonance of the D-clan. But this distance is insufficient. A flicker of madness crossed Luo Chen's eyes. A gambler never leaves the table before losing it all. I have wagered everything. I cannot afford to lose this last hand. System, invoke the final permissions. Adjust the currents and winds in the sea 41 nautical miles southwest of Hive Island. Warning, this will once again provoke the world's will, your body. Execute. Luo Chen's roar, laced with blood, commanded, pull that small boat closer to the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On board the Going Merry, Luffy paced anxiously on the deck without warning. His heart gripped by an invisible hand, an ominous premonition rendering him restless. What is wrong, Luffy? Nami inquired, noticing the sudden peculiarity in wind and current. I don't know. Luffy clutched his chest, feeling that something dreadful was about to happen. Very dreadful. The image of Ace's smiling face flashed through his mind. Ace. Something has happened to Ace. This thought struck him like lightning. An indescribable sense of oppression erupted, centered around Luffy. It was formless, yet weighed a ton. The surrounding sea creatures instantly flipped onto their backs, and the seagulls plummeted like rain. On the ship, Zoro, Sanji, and the others stood momentarily stunned, feeling a tremor that resonated deep within their souls. Hive Island. It is over, Ace. Teach had lost his patience, launching both hands forward. The left hand cloaked in bottomless darkness, the right hand tearing through the atmosphere with shockwaves. Dark path. The strongest impact. This was a killing blow, sealing off all of Ace's escape routes. Ace felt death approaching. Yet, rather than despair, he focused all his remaining strength into his arms, preparing for one final stand. At that moment, a peculiar wave surged from the distant horizon, sweeping across. It was faint, yet bore an undeniable quality of royalty. Teach's movement momentarily froze. He abruptly turned his head towards the source of the wave. Is this Conqueror's Haki? No, it cannot be. This Haki is juvenile, crude. Yet its essence caused even one so accustomed to power as Teach to feel a pang of unease. This sensation was akin to that of my father and Shanks. Is there someone else of such caliber in this era? Just that fleeting moment of distraction. Armament Haki. Ace seized this ephemeral opportunity. He did not choose to clash directly. Instead, he unleashed his gathered Haki in a spiraling manner, striking the ground with tremendous force. Flame Pillar. Utilizing the reactive force of the Haki, striking the ground, Ace transformed into a soaring pillar of fire, narrowly evading the dual onslaught of darkness and shockwaves at an improbable angle. Sachi. Jozu. Now is the time. Already on standby at a distance, Sachi and Jozu simultaneously launched their attacks, the massive anchor and diamond-like bodies crashing into Teach, granting Ace the final moments needed for retreat. A flash of azure flames passed, and Marco returned, seizing the exhausted Ace and soaring into the sky. Teach. Ace, in the air, shouted with the last of his strength. I will return for you. Clean your neck and wait. Teach stood rooted, opting not to pursue. He retracted his abilities, stroking his chin, gazing towards the direction from whence the Haki emanated, his expression grave as never before. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Luo Chen, does Ace harbor another hidden king? Chapter 115. Where did the news come from? The Four Emperors? On the third day following the conclusion of the Hive Island incident, the world was set ablaze with revelations. Hundreds of thousands of newsbirds inundated the skies, scattering freshly printed newspapers to every corner of the globe, from bustling commercial metropolises to remote allied nations. From the formidable naval bases to the clandestine strongholds of revolutionaries, all eyes were drawn to the front page, dominated by a chilling visage. A new emperor of the New World has emerged. Marshal D. Teach, the first ever wielder of two devil fruit powers, has officially ascended to the rank of Four Emperor. In the photograph, Teach laughed maniacally, one hand engulfed in an abyssal darkness, the other crackling with destructive energy. Beneath him lay the ruins of the crumbling Hive Island, and the image itself served as an unparalleled declaration of power. In a tavern on an island frequented by pirates in the New World, a brutish captain slammed his tankard upon the table, sending liquor splattering everywhere. What nonsense is this? Blackbeard? That scoundrel who once trailed in Whitebeard's wake has become one of the Four Emperors? The newspaper was explicit. He had usurped Whitebeard's tremor fruit. How could one individual possibly possess the powers of two fruits? What Whitebeard? What are the Whitebeard Pirates? Were they vanquished? No, look at the subheading. Another pirate, slightly more literate, pointed to the paper and read aloud. Under the command of Chief of Staff Luo Chen, the Whitebeard Pirates executed an extreme retreat from Hive Island, with specific casualties unknown. Luo Chen, that strategist of Whitebeard's? Exclaimed another. I've heard of him. He was the one who single-handedly thwarted the Navy's encirclement plan at the Shabandi Archipelago not long ago. They say he can foresee the future. A chief of staff managing to lead remnants away from a double fruit wielder? This was even more absurd than Blackbeard ascending to emperor. What now? The new world has descended into chaos. A lunatic has claimed the throne, and what fate awaits us insignificant figures? What else can we do? We can either pledge allegiance to Blackbeard or seek refuge in Whitebeard's territory. At the very least, that Luo Chen seems more reasonable than Blackbeard. Panic and confusion spread like wildfire as the old order crumbled to ashes overnight. Weak pirate crews were compelled to make choices under the looming shadows of two new and old tyrants. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office was stifling. Damn it! Akainu roared, his fist crashing onto the desk, leaving a smoking imprint in the hardened surface. Those useless fools at the world government. How dare they let such news circulate? Beside him sat Sengoku, dressed not in the Admiral's cloak, but in the attire of a common officer, furrowing his brow as he held the newspaper. Sakazuki, this is not merely a question of the government's intentions. This newspaper was not published by the World Economic News Agency. What do you mean? Akainu turned his head, bewildered. It was disseminated through unofficial channels, nearly simultaneously across the globe. The world government could not contain it. Sengoku pointed to a minute mark in the lower right corner of the paper. Look at this, a phoenix clasping a pen. This is the personal emblem of Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Did the Whitebeard Pirates disclose this themselves? Have they lost their minds? To announce their own defeat to the world? No, this is not an announcement of failure. Sengoku slowly shook his head. This is a declaration of war. It is also a perfect counterattack. The original plan of the world government was to suppress the information and proclaim their successful mediation of the conflict between Whitebeard and Blackbeard to maintain their facade. Yet, that man, Luo Chen, preempted them and revealed the truth. Akainu's fury began to subside as he swiftly grasped the implications. He had thrust Blackbeard's threat before the entire world, compelling the Navy and the government to confront this new emperor. Simultaneously, he had amplified the resilience of the Whitebeard Pirates, signaling to all that they had yet to fall. Indeed, Sengoku set down the newspaper. What complicates matters further is that he has attached another piece of news. He slid over another smaller paper, which meticulously listed several kingdoms that had erupted in internal strife and famine due to the world government's increased taxation. He has exposed the government's lies alongside our predicaments. Many allied nations are beginning to question our competence and credibility. Countries like Alabasta and Dressrosa, which have previously suffered at the hands of pirates, have sent scathing letters of inquiry. We must contend with Blackbeard's rise while simultaneously addressing an internal crisis of trust. The root of all this turmoil lies with that man, Luo Chen. Akainu's fist cracked ominously. Compared to the brutish Blackbeard, this shadowy manipulator pulling strings from behind the scenes is the true adversary of the Navy. No, of justice. He must be marked as our highest priority target for elimination. At Mary Geos, within the realm of power, 5 elders sat in silence, gazing upon a stack of documents suspended before them. The elder with a bald head, cradling the original sword, Kiku, finally spoke. The Tremor fruit has ultimately fallen into the hands of another D, Marshal D. Teach, a schemer who has lurked for decades. His threat surpasses even that of Roger in his day, remarked the elder with a long beard. The threat does not end there. The blonde elder pointed to another document. Look at this, the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. At the same time as the Hive Island battle, he unconsciously unleashed Conqueror's Haki over 40 nautical miles away. Though faint, the essence cannot be mistaken. Another D, another possessor of Conqueror's Haki. Is it mere coincidence? There are no such things as mere coincidences in this world, interjected the elder with a mustache. What truly unsettles me is that variable, Luo Chen, who connects all of this. He pointed to Luo Chen's photograph. Our intelligence indicates that the scale of the Hive Island's collapse was far less than the devastation that should have resulted from the initial eruption of the Tremor fruit. The delays in the Navy's fleet intelligence and the deviations in their routes are rife with unnatural signs. It is as if an invisible hand has been subtly adjusting the trajectory of this world. A man who can foresee the future, command the Whitebeard Pirates, and secretly influence the global situation. He is like a virus, eroding the order we have established. Lord M, the bald elder interrupted. It is not yet time to disturb that individual. However, the threat level posed by this Luo Chen must be elevated to the highest. Activate the highest authority of CP0. At all costs, eliminate this world's corrector. He and the Whitebeard Pirates behind him pose a danger that has already surpassed that of the freshly crowned Blackbeard. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Ivan Kov, the Okama king, waved his massive arms in shock. Incredible. That Teach fellow has truly done it. Whitebeard, a look of concern, crossed the face of Curly Dayton. Dragon stood at the cliff's edge, letting the fierce wind billow his cloak. He remained silent, merely scrutinizing the information in his hands. Dragon, what are your thoughts? Ivan Kov leaned in. The rise of Blackbeard was inevitable. But the survival of the Whitebeard Pirates is a matter of chance. Dragon finally spoke. The emergence of this Luo Chen has muddied the waters of the sea's future. Just a strategist. Is it that exaggerated? A strategist who can simultaneously render the world government and the navy reactive is no mere strategist. Dragon shifted his gaze to another piece of information. Moreover, he has intersected with Luffy. Luffy. Sabo sprang forward, snatching the document. As he beheld the conjunction of the terms Conqueror's Haki and Honeypot Island, he was rendered utterly motionless. Ace was nearby Honeypot Island, and so was Luffy. What could this mean? It appeared that a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk danced at the corner of Dragon's mouth. This tumultuous new era would prove to be far more intriguing than we had anticipated. Aboard the Moby Dick, in the infirmary, Luo Chen roused from his unconsciousness. The excruciating pain wrought by the S-class backlash still tore at his nerves, yet he could tolerate it, albeit with great effort. The first thing he did was glance towards the adjacent sickbed, where a colossal figure lay, entwined in a myriad of medical tubes. Whitebeard's breathing was steady, his vital signs stable. He had succeeded. With nearly all his savings and half his life, he had salvaged the life of this venerable elder. "You're awake?" Marco entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. Weariness etched upon his face, though the azure flames in his eyes radiated vitality. "How do you feel?" "Still alive," Luo Chen replied. Sitting up to accept the newspaper, his gaze immediately fixating on the face that wore a maniacal grin. Blackbeard was now one of the four emperors, and the world had descended into chaos. "What shall we do now?" Marco voiced the collective concern of the crew. Luo Chen remained silent. Chapter 116. Luo Chen's defiance against the will of the world. Luo Chen did not respond to Marco's inquiry. He merely took the newspaper, his fingertips gliding gently over the image of the grinning black visage, devoid of anger, imbued instead with a calmness akin to that of an observer appraising an object. "What now?" Luo Chen finally spoke, casually setting the newspaper aside. "Marco, have you ever pondered why Blackbeard succeeded?" Marco was taken aback. "Because he is treacherous, despicable, and has endured for decades, acquiring the nefarious powers of the Yami Yami no Mi." "No," Luo Chen interrupted. "These are merely reasons, not the root cause. The essence lies in the fact that this world itself is a rotten honeypot island, constructed upon lies and tyranny. Teach is but the most avaricious maggot within it. Even in his absence, Greenbeard and Redbeard would emerge." These words plunged Marco into a profound silence. Our adversary has never been Blackbeard alone, but rather the world government that has engendered this order and adorned it with the facade of justice to mask the prevailing peace. Luo Chen leaned against the headboard. The weakness stemming from the backlash forced him to articulate each word slowly, yet every syllable rang crystal clear. Father's dream was to have a family. However, as long as this world remains in its current wretched state, our family shall never attain true peace. "So what do you mean?" Marco ventured cautiously. "To secure peace from external threats, one must first stabilize the internal chaos," Luo Chen uttered succinctly. He closed his eyes, severing his connection to the outside world, immersing his entire being into the sea of his consciousness. The S-class world backlash had nearly fragmented his mental field, yet it also bestowed an unexpected benefit. In his forceful resistance against the world's rules, he seemed to have touched upon something deeper, something more elemental. "System, display my attribute panel. Name, Luo Chen. Identity, Chief Strategist and Chief Instructor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Status, S-Class World Backlash, Moderate. Mental field on the brink of collapse, potential severely overdrawn. Master points, 1, 250,000 points. 1.2 million. This was the reward calculated by the system following his audacious gamble of forcibly altering the timeline with his 80,000 points. In light of the ultimate repercussions of the Honeypot Island incident, he had preserved Father, safeguarded the core combat strength of the Whitebeard crew, and simultaneously set Blackbeard and the world government ablaze. Yet, this was insufficient to truly topple that colossal entity that had stood firm for 8 centuries. These efforts were far from adequate. System, I wish to exchange for a historical retrospective fragment. Target, the complete blank century. Warning, probing the blank century will consume a vast amount of master points and carries a high probability of triggering the locking of the will of the world. The last S-class backlash has yet to subside. Do you wish to continue? The system's warning was unprecedentedly grave. Confirm. Luo Chen's resolve wavered not in the slightest. Exchanging for the primary historical retrospective fragment, consuming 100,000 points. Exchange successful loading. A frigid stream of data surged into Luo Chen's mind. He did not perceive clear imagery, but rather countless shattered silhouettes, filled with cacophonous noise. A kingdom of unimaginable grandeur, architectural styles unlike any he had encountered. Colossal airships navigating the clouds, and the faces of the populace beaming with genuine joy. A blurred figure adorned with an enormous straw hat stood upon a coastline, pledging a promise to a magnificent mermaid princess. When I return, I will take you into the true embrace of sunlight. The scene shifted. 20 kings, armed with weapons. Their visages twisted with greed and envy. Their coalition blotted out the sky. Gigantic automatons descended from the heavens to defend the kingdom. The celestial king Uranus cleaved the firmament, while the sea king Poseidon stirred tumultuous waves. In the final moments of battle, the figure with the straw hat expended his last ounce of strength to scatter the red stone, which bore the weight of history across the globe. One day, someone shall inherit my will, my treasure. The D will undoubtedly herald the dawn. The data stream abruptly ceased. Luo Chen's forehead beaded with cold sweat, not from agony, but from sheer astonishment. So that's it. So it was like this. Joy Boy, that legendary figure, and the ancient kingdom he represented did not perish out of arrogance. On the contrary, it may have been a realm wherein technology and spiritual civilization reached their zenith, a truly free and equal domain. Its destruction stemmed from the envy and greed of 20 kings. The establishment of the world government was steeped in blood from its inception, a thorough invasion and usurpation. Joy Boy's legacy was not one of vengeance. Rather, his aspiration was for a future individual to fulfill that promise, to lead the mermaid princess into the sunlight, allowing all races of the world to coexist beneath the same azure sky, to host a grand, everlasting banquet. This was the true essence of One Piece. Not treasure, not power. It was freedom, it was equality, it was a world where all could become family. Was this not precisely what Father had pursued throughout his life? As Luo Chen pieced these fragments together in his mind, forming a cohesive logical loop, the system panel suddenly flickered with fervor. Ding! Congratulations! Host has preliminarily touched upon the core of the world, successfully assembling critical fragments of Joy Boy's legacy. World Truth Resolution 5. System Determination. Host is now qualified to bear higher-tier historical truths. Reward. Master Points. 1. 500,000 points. Unlocking higher-tier historical permissions. The Will of D in the Blank Century. Fragment. A torrent of points flooded into his account. But Luo Chen had no time to dwell on it. He promptly accessed the newly unlocked permission. Would you like to expend 500,000 points to continue the interpretation? Yes. A new stream of data surged forth. This time the information was even more astonishing. The D-Clan was not a specific family. They were a group of individuals within that ancient kingdom, born to oppose the dominion of gods, pursuing ultimate freedom. They are the arch-enemies of the divine. The 100 Years of Blankness is not merely a segment of history erased from existence. It epitomizes a century-long, inhumane purge orchestrated by the world government, or rather, those 20 monarchs against the D lineage. They obscure the truth, distort history, craft themselves into deities responsible for the world's creation, while vilifying the D lineage as the progeny of demons. The celestial dragons maintain their lofty status solely due to their descent from those 20 kings. Their privileges built upon the countless corpses of the ancestors of the D lineage. Luo Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. He finally comprehended everything. The significance of Roger's surrender. The reason D's will is passed down through generations, and the relentless extermination of historians like Robin by the world government. Once the truth is unveiled, the legitimacy of the world government's rule will evaporate. The false order they have established would crumble instantaneously, provoking their most frenzied and reckless retaliation. Luo Chen's actions transcend merely challenging the 4 emperors or the navy. He is excavating the very roots of the global order. He is closing in on the world's most profound secrets and approaching an unimaginable, ultimate threat. At the very instant he reached this conclusion, an indescribable frigid will, seemingly emanating from another dimension, abruptly descended into his spiritual domain. It was not the pain of an S-level backlash, nor any known haki. It was a pure, lofty gaze, akin to that of a chess master who has finally noticed a piece on the board that does not belong to him. Warning. Supreme World Backlash Alert. Will from the Void Throne detected. Locking onto existence. Danger level. Annihilation. Advice. Host. Immediately sever all probing into the origins of history. Now. At once. Otherwise, there's a risk of being erased by the laws of causality. For the first time, the system's alert bore a tone of terror. Luo Chen felt his very existence being erased by an intangible force from this world. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes wide. A stream of black blood erupting from his mouth, staining the pristine sheets crimson. Marco, taken aback, rushed to his side. Luo Chen, what is happening? Chapter 117, it's over. I've become a bug. That black blood was not merely a physical backlash. It felt more like a warning from the pinnacle of the world. Before Luo Chen could wipe the blood from his lips, an indescribable weight enveloped the entire room. It was neither haki nor mere presence. It was a superior, fundamental oppression. It felt as though the very rules of existence had transformed into a tangible force, seeking to expel him from this space-time continuum. Warning, the will of the world's apex has locked onto your existence coordinates. Ultimate world backlash is brewing. Corrective action risk level elevated to max. On the system interface, every word turned a deep crimson, flowing with the hue of blood. The word max, like a brand, was firmly affixed at the center of the panel, instilling an unprecedented sense of suffocation. He had been discovered, not by the Navy, nor by the Five Elders, but by the true master of this world, the one who sits upon the void throne, whose name is too insignificant to be recorded, Imu, struggling to rise from the bed. Every movement tugged at the deep pain within his soul. Marco, he called toward the door, quickly fetched Dad and Ace. An emergency meeting of the highest urgency. The infirmary door swung open. Whitebeard, leaning on the once mighty sword, Song Yunxia, entered. Though he had lost the tremor fruit, his towering presence was a deterrent in itself. Ace followed closely, his face etched with concern and urgency. Upon seeing Luo Chen's pallid visage and the blood-soaked sheets, the flames on his body flickered uncontrollably. Luo Chen, what on earth has happened? Luo Chen gestured for them to sit. He lacked the time to explain the system's existence, nor was it necessary. He opted for a narrative they might better comprehend. Previously, I could foresee the Navy's movements and devise tactics ahead of their time because I could, to a certain extent, influence the course of this world. Whitebeard and Ace listened in silence, refraining from interruption. They had long sensed the secrets surrounding Luo Chen, but, out of trust, had never pursued them. Every intervention invites a correction from this world, which is what I refer to as backlash. My interventions have now crossed a line to protect Dad and everyone else at High Violent. I have stirred that which should not be disturbed. Ace furrowed his brow. You mean the Five Elders? No, Luo Chen shook his head, raising his gaze to meet Whitebeard's weathered eyes. It is the master of the Five Elders, the true ruler of the deepest sanctum of Marineford, the king of the world, Imu. Imu? This unfamiliar name left both Whitebeard and Ace perplexed. The supreme authority of the world government has discovered me. Luo Chen articulated each word with gravity. The air thickened. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, placing his enormous hand on the hilt of Song Yunxia. Gururara, what king of the world? I refuse to acknowledge that. He flashed a grin imbued with the audacity and dominance of a lifetime spent traversing the seas. Luo Chen, you are the chief strategist of this family. Regardless of who the enemy may be, the Whitebeard Pirates will be your most steadfast shield. Indeed, Ace stepped forward, flames igniting around his fist. Everything I have is because of you, Luo Chen. Whoever dares to touch you must first go over my dead body. I care not whether it is Imu or some other nonsense. I will reduce him and his throne to ashes. As he looked at the two before him, a surge of warmth filled Luo Chen's heart. Yet, he understood that this foe could not be vanquished by mere bravado and resolve. He needed to comprehend his opponent. System. Examine the historical fragments regarding Imu. Luo Chen commanded within. Warning. Probing this target will consume vast amounts of mental energy and may exacerbate max-level backlash. Your physical condition is extremely perilous. Execute. Initiating retrospective. Before Luo Chen's eyes, no images of Imu's appearance or past emerged. Instead, he beheld an abyss, an absolute void devoid of light and darkness. Soon after, a colossal map of the world unfolded within this emptiness. An unfathomable hand, seemingly composed of shadows, appeared above the map. With a gentle motion, that hand brushed against a prosperous kingdom on the map, akin to erasing chalk from a blackboard. In an instant, that kingdom, along with all its cities, populace, history, and culture, vanished from the map. No, it did not merely disappear. It was obliterated, as though it had never existed in this world. Then came another kingdom, and another, one after another. Civilizations that had once left their mark in history were effortlessly erased beneath that hand. There are no explosions, no anguished cries, only an absolute, deathly silence. Luo Chen abruptly withdrew from the retrospection, his body drenched in cold sweat. He finally comprehended the extent of the void that had persisted for a century. This was not a feat achievable through the burning of books, the execution of scholars, or any physical means. Imu, or rather, the ancient weapon sovereign under his dominion, wielded a power far beyond mere physical destruction. It was the annihilation of existence itself, from the very fabric of causality, from the foundational records of the world. He aimed to erase something entirely. What is wrong, Luo Chen? Ace noticed his disquiet. Luo Chen's body trembled. He had finally grasped Imu's intentions. That lofty king held no regard for dispatching CP0 to assassinate him, nor did he consider waging war to obliterate the Whitebeard Pirates. For Imu, those were merely the methods of inferior beings. His true objective was to eradicate Luo Chen as a flawed variable. Along with the series of events he had inadvertently set in motion, Ace's survival, Whitebeard's continued existence, the turmoil across the world, completely erasing them from the annals of this realm. This was an assault transcending life and death. Even if one were to perish, traces of their existence would linger. Yet, once obliterated, one would genuinely become nothingness. No one would remember you, your family, your friends. The memories in their minds would also be altered, severing all connections you had in this world. This was the epitome of horror. What to do? Faced with such an insurmountable force, what could one possibly do? Luo Chen's mind raced frantically. All his strategies, all his cunning, appeared laughable in the face of existence annihilation. Unless he could amplify his influence to a degree that even Imu could not easily erase. Like a single drop of ink in a glass of clear water, easily replaced. But what if that drop were to fall into the vast ocean? He intended to engrave his correction deeply in the hearts of every individual across the globe, binding his existence to the pulse of this era, to the fates of countless souls. Luo Chen suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating on the enormous map of the new world adorning the wall. His finger traversed numerous islands, ultimately landing on a projected route in the latter half of the Grand Line. That was the trajectory of the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy, Old Man Ace. Luo Chen's voice regained its composure, a calm born of desperation. I have found a way to break the deadlock. Our first objective is not to counter Blackbeard, nor to challenge the Navy. His finger pressed firmly on the map. I will guide my other student to complete his path of liberation without direct confrontation. I intend for the will of D to become the most steadfast anchor against that power of erasure. At the very moment Luo Chen formulated his plan, a drip echoed. A drop of water fell upon the command room window, soon followed by a second, a third. The sky had, unbeknownst to them, gathered a massive rain cloud without warning. Dark and oppressive, shrouding the entire sea. Is it raining? Ace approached the window, only to quickly realize something was amiss. Outside the base, the newly planted vegetation, upon contact with the rainwater, withered visibly, turning yellow, swiftly losing all vitality. This rain carried a faint yet undeniable corrosiveness. The worlds had begun to retaliate. No longer confined to the realm of the mind, it now directly interfered with reality in the most tangible form. Luo Chen slowly exited the room, extending his hand to allow the cold, deathly rain to fall into his palm. He turned to Whitebeard and Ace, proclaiming a new reality. The war is not with the Navy, nor with Blackbeard. It is with the god of this world. Chapter 118, A Breath of Opportunity. The atmosphere in the command room of the Moby Dick was as heavy as the depths of the ocean. Aside from Whitebeard and Ace, all the core division captains, including Marco, Jozu, and Sachi, were present. They gazed at Luo Chen's pallid face and the dried dark red stain upon the table before him. A cloud of foreboding settling over each countenance. The corrosive rain had ceased, yet the ominous premonition it left behind continued to fester in every heart. Our true enemy is a specter that has usurped the throne of the world, Imu. Luo Chen's opening words cast a veil of confusion over the hardened warriors present. Jozu leaned forward. Luo Chen, we do not understand. Is our enemy not Blackbeard and the Navy? They're merely pawns. Luo Chen raised his hand. A stream of unintelligible data rapidly coursing across the lenses of his specialized tactical glasses. This specter is the king of the celestial dragons, Emu. His aim is to maintain the so-called eternal order he has fabricated. Any existence that seeks to alter this order is deemed an error to be eradicated. And we, the Whitebeard Pirates, are the greatest error in this world today. He laid out his deductions in the most straightforward manner. The captains, seasoned warriors in their own right, felt an unprecedented weight as words like throne, specter, and eradication coalesced. Do you mean that everything occurring on Hive Island has been under his watchful eye? Marco quickly grasped the crux. Not merely observed, Luo Chen pointed to his glasses. I can sense a tremendous killing intent has locked onto us. I refer to it as the World Correction Resistance Index. This index is escalating at an alarming rate. Reckoning could arrive at any moment. Gulalala. Whitebeard's deep laughter shattered the silence. So what? If he seeks my life, let him come personally. Old man, this enemy is unlike any we have faced. Luo Chen shook his head. His power may exceed our comprehension. For instance, he could directly erase our existence from this world. Existence annihilation? The term sent a chill through everyone present. Marco furrowed his brow, posing the pivotal question. If he possesses such power, why are we still sitting here unharmed? Why does he not strike directly? This was the crux of the matter. Because every power comes with a cost, Luo Chen offered his hypothesis. This ability to rewrite reality must have significant limitations. It could require an extensive cooldown, or perhaps specific conditions must be met to activate it. Otherwise, figures like Roger would not exist in this world, nor would the D-Clan, nor would we rebels. And that is our only breath of opportunity. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present softened slightly. As long as there were weaknesses, there would be opportunities. What shall we do now? Sachi inquired. Reinforce the defenses of Hive Island? Or find a place to hide? No. Luo Chen's response took everyone by surprise. He rose and approached the massive map of the New World. Precisely because our enemy is formidable to the point of being unassailable, we cannot retreat into a shell of defense. He picked up a red pen and circled a dozen locations on a map. I command that starting today, all combat divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates shall disperse. As a unit, we shall take the initiative. Proceed to the locations I have marked and create the greatest turmoil. What? This is tantamount to suicide. The captains were in an uproar. Luo Chen, have you lost your mind? We are at our weakest now. To disperse our forces is to present the Navy and Blackbeard with the opportunity to pick us off one by one. Jaws was the first to voice his opposition. What I mean by turmoil is not to attack Navy outposts or to contest territory with Blackbeard. Luo Chen turned, his expression disturbingly calm. He handed a list to Ace. Ace, you will take an elite squad and execute the tasks outlined in this document. As Ace received the list, confusion washed over him. Seek the Golden Bell of Sandora. Investigate the anomalous currents surrounding the O'Hara ruins. Explore the historical texts beneath Fishman Island. What do these have to do with anything? The objectives on the list were all ancient relics and historical landmarks deliberately obscured or forgotten by the world government, entirely unrelated to combat. Luo Chen, these places, each one is a historical anchor point. Luo Chen explained, Emu's power is rooted in his erasure of history. What we must do is act contrarily. We will revive these forgotten fragments of history with our actions, allowing them to resurface. When our existence becomes intrinsically linked to these indelible historical moments, the cost for Emu to target and erase us will escalate exponentially. We are using the weight of history to disrupt his targeting. We must thoroughly muddy these waters. The command room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Luo Chen's fantastical, yet logically coherent plan. To wield history against the deity? This was no longer a conflict among pirates. It was a war at the level of civilization and law. Luo Chen gazed at the crowd, aware that this plan required one final piece. He opened the system shop, and with the escalation of crisis levels, a new option, radiating a soft glow, appeared at the top. Conceptual defense barrier, basic. Effect. Protect an area with a diameter not exceeding 5 kilometers from any direct interference or attack on the level of law for 12 hours. Points required for exchange. 10,000,000 points. 10 million points. A figure so astronomical it could induce despair. Luo Chen's eyelid twitched. The sum of all his points barely amounted to a fraction. Earning points was no longer for skill books or personal enhancement. It was to secure the survival of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. His gaze finally settled deep within the system's task list, on an extremely dangerous epic mission. Mission name: The Proclamation of D. Mission objective: reveal more secrets regarding the D lineage to the world, igniting a global reappraisal of the enemies of the divine. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, Amongst the flowers, 5 elders awaited the final command. They were prepared to mobilize the full might of the world government for a complete reckoning with the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet the figure upon the throne had yet to issue a decree. After some time, a dispassionate thought was conveyed to their minds through an unknown medium. No need for a decisive battle. First, conduct a test. I wish to see the limits of that variable intervening in this world. The 5 elders were taken aback. A test? Has that anomaly grown to the point that requires the personal testing of that esteemed figure? Luo Chen was oblivious to the movements in the Holy Land. Yet his spirit, now acutely sensitive due to the world's backlash, sensed a subtle shift. The oppressive force looming overhead, capable of unleashing thunder at any moment, began to rise at an eerie pace, then stalled. Not vanished, but a stillness akin to the calm before storm. Ima was wary, or rather, he was apprehensive of the possibility represented by the force behind him, a force capable of overturning everything. An invaluable window of opportunity had emerged. Luo Chen approached the nautical chart and picked up another pen. His pen did not linger on the new world, but transcended the red line, drawing a heavy circle over a desert kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace, add one more task to your list. Go to Alabasta. I want you to witness with your own eyes what Dawn your brother will bring to that nation. Chapter 119. The beginning of the Void Assassination. In the Holy Land, Marineford, 5 aged figures sat quietly in the dimness. Suddenly, in the center of the room, upon the empty obsidian table, a flower materialized out of thin air. A completely withered black rose, its petals curled like the hand of a corpse. Beside the petals, a blood-red D was cruelly slashed through by a cold diagonal line. No commands, no words. Yet this was the supreme oracle. The sword-wielding bald elder slowly opened his eyes, plucked the withered flower, and with a mere pinch of his fingertips, the bloom disintegrated into the finest ash. The will of Lord Emu is clear. Eliminate the anomaly. Preserve the eternal. We must act immediately. The golden-haired elder rarely displayed a hint of anxiety. The incompetence below was becoming unbearable. Those wretched celestial dragons, stirred by that pirate's so-called prophecy of D, were clamoring like frightened swine, demanding an explanation. They fear being pulled down from their pedestals, and even more so, they dread the arrival of that so-called new deity. The elder with the long beard added, his words laced with contempt for his kin. Their anger and fear were shaking the very foundations of the Holy Land. Let them silence themselves. The central elder made a decisive judgment. His decision was final. A grand military operation would only serve to further validate the prophecy of that anomaly. This time, we require surgical precision. He turned to the shadows at the farthest corner of the room. Let the void handle it. From the shadows, a figure emerged silently, clad in a pure white suit, his face adorned with a featureless white mask, as if he were a being that did not exist in this realm. The highest commander of CP0, codename, the Void. One who answers only to the 5 elders, beyond the scrutiny of even the Marine Admiral, the most loyal shield of the celestial dragons. At your command. The response from the Void was devoid of fluctuation, as if it emanated from another dimension. Military action could be deferred, but the noose of public opinion must be tightened. The elder wearing a flat cap, resembling Gandhi, spoke leisurely. Relay my orders to activate the global propaganda machine. I want every soul on this planet to believe that the D lineage is a bringer of destruction and calamity. Their every appearance is accompanied by war and death. We must pave the way for subsequent cleansing. But how do we find that elusive Luo Chen in the vast expanse of the new world? Akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, the golden-haired elder posed the most critical question. At this moment, the scientific and defensive deity among the 5 elders, Saint Satan, retrieved a crystal container from within his garments. Inside the vessel floated a jellyfish-like entity, roughly the size of a fist, entirely transparent, yet shimmering with countless star-like luminescent specks within. This was a feudal invention from Vegapunk years ago, which I had my subordinates modify. A playful expression graced Satan's visage as he referred to this creation as the Tracker. It is incapable of tracing life cards nor detecting Haki, but it can perceive a more unique phenomenon, the echoes of laws. Each time that anomaly named Luo Chen intervenes in the world, each alteration of fate he enacts leaves faint scars upon the foundational rules of existence. This small creature serves as a hound, sniffing out the scent of those scars. It will assist us in approximately locating that man-s position. Saint Satan handed the crystal container to the entity known as Void. Take this to the new world. I grant you the utmost authority to act first and report later. Your singular objective is to either bring back Luo Chen's head or confirm his identity and obliterate every trace of his existence. Understood. Void accepted the container, his form once again merging into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the warring states, the ongoing unrest was being addressed. A hurried vice admiral in charge of intelligence rushed into the room. Report. We have just intercepted unusual troop movements from CP-0. At least 3 secret fleets directly affiliated with the Holy Land have entered the New World. CP-0? He paused his writing. The operations of CP-0 have always been independent of the Navy, but such a large-scale mobilization is certainly out of the ordinary. He immediately seized the golden transponder snail that connected to the Holy Land. However, all he received on the other end was a prolonged, busy signal. When he attempted to call again, the line connected, but the respondent coldly warned him not to inquire about anything related to CP-0, as it was classified information. The call was abruptly terminated. Sitting in his chair, the visage that often radiated wisdom now bore a profound confusion and unease. Who was the target this time? Blackbeard? Or that man, Luo Chen, who instilled even greater trepidation? What does the Navy serve as? A mere shield and sacrificial pawn for the celestial dragon's desires? He grasped another black transponder snail, hesitating for a moment before dialing the number he least desired yet most needed to contact. Hello, it's me, Garp. Simultaneously, aboard the Moby Dick, nestled amidst fog and reefs, Luo Chen stood before a nautical chart, plotting the next course for the A Squad. Suddenly, his actions halted. Warning, warning, warning. The system interface flickered wildly before his eyes, each word transforming into a glaring crimson hue. Detection of a lock from the world's highest echelon. An unknown biological weapon is tracking your law echoes. The World Correction Resistance Index is surging. Current index, 412, 578, 899, a terrifying number. Continuously escalating, dominated the entire screen. Luo Chen's body froze. Chapter 120, prepared in advance. In the New World, on an uncharted steel island that remained unrecorded on any official sea charts, lay the deepest shadow of the world government, the lair of Cipher Pole Aegis Zero. The air was rife with the chilling scent of disinfectant mingled with rust. An elite CP-0 member, clad in a black suit, knelt on one knee, reporting to a figure before him, not daring to lift his head. The figure stood with his back to him, tall and clad in immaculate white attire. A featureless, pure white mask concealed his face. He was the highest officer of CP-0, an entity whose name had been erased, codenamed Void. Have we confirmed the target? Void remained silent, yet his voice resonated directly within the subordinate's mind, flat and devoid of tone. Report, sir, confirmation received. The tracker has reacted. As the subordinate's words fell, Void slowly turned. Before him rested an opened crystal container. A jellyfish-like translucent organism floated forth. It bore no eyes, no mouth, yet within it sparkled a galaxy of minute lights. At that moment, these lights coalesced into a faint beam, trembling as it pointed toward a vast map of the New World on the wall. A blurred region. Excellent. Void extended his hand, and 3 shadowy figures from CP-0 silently approached him. Each exuded an aura potent enough to suffocate even an admiral-level adversary. They were the elite assassins of CP-0, masters of the 6 powers, endowed with bizarre devil fruit abilities perfectly suited for assassination. To the New World, Void's voice echoed once more. 3 pirate skirmishes, 2 unexpected incidents with the Revolutionary Army. Stir the waters to divert the attention of that director who enjoys orchestrating scenes away from us. His directive starkly contrasted with the usual assassination missions. He understood that this target was a creature capable of foreseeing the future. Any direct action could easily fall into the opponent's trap. The only way to break the deadlock was through absolute caution and unpredictable trajectories, countering the prophecy. Days later, indeed, several conflicts erupted across the New World, seemingly unrelated, yet successfully capturing the attention of the Navy and most factions. Meanwhile, aboard CP-0's secret flagship, Void scrutinized the intelligence in his hands. It was fragmented information obtained at great cost by infiltrating the outer networks of the Whitebeard Pirates. 1st Division Captain Marco was spotted in Sea Area A. 3rd Division Captain Jozu appeared in Sea Area B. 2nd Division Captain Ace was leading a squad to explore an ancient relic known as Sandora. Void's gaze settled upon Ace's name. He extended a gloved finger and gently tapped the tracker. The jellyfish-like creature within stirred, and finally, the beam directing toward the New World became exceptionally clear and stable, firmly fixating on the island where the Sandora relic was located. Found it. Void's thoughts remained undisturbed. He deduced that the elusive Luo Chen was undoubtedly in direct connection with Ace's squad on this special mission. Approaching the navigation table on the bridge, he lightly placed his palm upon it. An astonishing scene unfolded. The blue region representing the ocean on the chart began to undulate and morph as if alive. Ultimately, a peculiar ghostly route, evading all known paths, reefs, and even Navy patrols, quietly materialized on the chart, radiating an eerie glow. His ability pertained to navigation and pathfinding. A route utterly untraceable. Set sail. Void issued his final command. The primary objective: capture Fire Fist Ace alive, compelling Luo Chen to reveal himself. Should the plan fail, his voice bore an icy undertone of murderous intent for the first time. At all costs, they sought to seize the history they were pursuing and, subsequently, eliminate all those in the know. Thus, this ghostly warship vanished into the vast expanse of the ocean. Its fleeting maneuver was unwittingly captured for a brief second by a distant naval surveillance phone bug. Yet in the next moment, the imagery from the phone bug was engulfed in a flurry of static, abruptly severed. This incomplete and eerily charged intelligence eventually found its way to the desk of Admiral Sengoku, further burdening his already taut heart, strained by the global situation. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard Pirates' new base, in the command room, Ace stood before a nautical chart, meticulously planning the next course of action for the various teams. Suddenly, his movements halted. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The lenses of his Conqueror's visualization glasses displayed numerous red dots of varying sizes, symbolizing the threat levels posed by the world government and CP0, steadily moving within his purview. Everything lay under his vigilant watch. However, in that fleeting moment, one seemingly inconspicuous red, assessed by the system to possess an exceptionally high threat level, vanished. It did not retreat beyond the monitoring range, nor was it destroyed. Instead, it dissipated into the night like a droplet of ink, as if it had never existed at all. Ace's pupils constricted sharply. The enemy had employed a mode of movement that defied conventional prediction and understanding. The hounds had been unleashed. A lethal hunt, aimed personally at him from the pinnacle of the world, had commenced. Chapter 121. The Void of Frustration. Ace's pupils constricted suddenly. Warning: unknown spatial jump detected. High-level threat is rapidly approaching Team Ace. On the system map, several ominous red skull markers materialized around the green, that representing Ace's position, forming a deadly encirclement without warning. The enemy's target was not the headquarters. It was Ace. Ace's heart sank, yet simultaneously his mind entered a state of absolute calm. He sees an intricately designed, encrypted phone bug, adorned with special runes from the table. This device, crafted using system points, was engineered specifically for core leaders, impervious to any conventional means of eavesdropping. The phone bug activated instantly, emitting a cold and emotionless mechanical voice rather than mimicking any human tone. Abort mission. Retreat at full speed. Activate mist. 3 words, 9 characters. There was no time for explanation, no superfluous words, only the most direct and indisputable command. On the island of Gaia in the New World, within the ancient ruins of Sandora, Ace led an elite team, cautiously exploring a golden altar ensconced in colossal vines. The apocalypse communicator at his waist vibrated suddenly, and that icy voice resonated directly in his mind. The curiosity and excitement on Ace's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a primal, instinctual seriousness of absolute obedience. He did not hesitate even for a fraction of a second. All units retreat. Detonate markers 3 and 5. Yes. The team members immediately abandoned their exploration, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. They retrieved several fist-sized shells, etched with spiral patterns, from their packs, activated them, and hurled them towards pre-designated locations deep within the ruins. These were the deterrent shells, upgraded from the Sky Island, entrusted to them by Ace. Boom! Boom! The sound of muffled explosions erupted, releasing a dense white mist imbued with unique energy fluctuations, surging forth from the depths of the ruins like a dam bursting. The mist rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of several kilometers in mere seconds. This fog not only obscured vision, but also contained subtle vibrations that greatly interfered with and shielded the perception of observation Haki. Go! Ace commanded sharply, leading his team swiftly along the designated escape route. Barely half a minute after their departure, several pure white figures silently emerged atop the altar. Leading them was the highest official of CP0 Void. They had been forewarned. Void's voice echoed directly in the minds of the team members as he surveyed the impenetrable fog before him, his expression concealed beneath his mask. Interesting. Spread out. Utilize your abilities for a thorough search. Bring that startled rat to me. However, Ace did not flail about in the mist like a headless fly. He exhibited a calmness and maturity starkly different from his past. Mirror fire. He clapped his hands, conjuring 3 fiery duplicates of himself, each racing off in different directions, deliberately creating massive energy fluctuations. This tactic, taught to him by Luo Chen, aimed to exchange minimal cost for maximum misinformation regarding the enemy's movements. As expected, 2 of CP0's elite assassins were lured by the fiery duplicates, misdirecting their pursuit. Yet, Void himself remained undistracted, pursuing directly in the direction of Ace's retreating form with astonishing speed, almost brushing against Ace's back. Ace could even feel the chilling, bone-deep killing intent emanating from the apex of the world. Just as Void was about to launch his attack, the seemingly ordinary ancient vines beneath his feet suddenly came to life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of incredibly resilient vines sprang forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring Void's limbs. These vines were adorned with tiny, flickering, azure-glowing barbs. Sea prism stone powder. Void's movements momentarily faltered, although he swiftly shattered the vines. That mere fraction of a second allowed Ace's figure to vanish deeper into the fog. A trap? For the first time, a ripple of uncertainty coursed through Void's thoughts. It seemed as though the opponent had calculated every one of his movements. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luo Chen's orders had already been dispatched. Marco, Jozu, on it. Activate the ghost route and proceed at full speed to support Ace. Remember, you're not going to rescue anyone. You're going to hunt. Marco and Jozu exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervent battle spirit in the other's eyes. They led an elite squad aboard a specially modified fast ship, navigating into a concealed secret waterway hidden behind a base. This waterway connected to a deep-sea highway, unaffected by conventional ocean currents, known only to Luo Chen. At the highest point of the base, the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, sat alone. His eyes were closed, life-sustaining tubes embedded in his body. Yet his right hand firmly grasped the Naginata tsunami cutter beside him. A faint yet pure tremor of power gradually coalesced within his fist. Although he had lost much of his strength, with decades of understanding of his devil fruit, he could still execute a long-distance, precise tremor, clearing the final obstacles for his children. This is the true secret countermeasure of Luo Chen. A net intricately woven from land, sea, and air, combining cunning, might, and supernatural forces has quietly spread. The ruins of Shandora. As Ace's squad successfully rendezvoused with Marco's support team, the tide of battle instantaneously shifted. The Void came to a halt. He gazed into the thick fog, where points of vibrant life reignited and fell into a prolonged silence. His flawless plan had been anticipated with uncanny precision by an adversary he had never encountered. This was no longer mere prophecy. It was a calculated scheme. The man named Luo Chen was no ordinary individual. He possessed the ability to strategize. Retreat. For the first time, the Void's thoughts were tinged with the emotion of defeat. A reassessment of the target was imperative. The threat level of this opponent required an urgent elevation. Chapter 122. All actions were within sight. The ruins of Shandora, shrouded in dense fog. This place was no longer a paradise for exploration, but a hunting ground meticulously prepared by Luo Chen for CP0. Marco transformed into an azure phoenix, soaring at an altitude of 1,000 meters, with the fog appearing almost non-existent to his keen vision. His vantage point became Luo Chen's eyes. Ace, 300 meters to the left, at the 2 o'clock position, was directed towards a waterfall. Marco's voice, calm and composed, flowed through the apocalyptic communicator into Ace's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace's body became a blazing streak of light, racing toward the indicated direction. He no longer sought the wide-scale destruction reminiscent of the Great Flame Emperor. He had evolved into a top-tier assassin. Gunfire. A perfectly condensed flame bullet whizzed past a CP0 agent's ear, precisely detonating a cluster of ancient flora ahead, the splattering juice temporarily obstructing his pursuit. Firefly Dharma. Dozens of fist-sized green fireballs, like living sprites, flitted through the forest, incessantly harrying and fragmenting the formation of the CP0 squad, driving them step by step toward the meticulously laid trap by Luo Chen. The members of CP0 felt a sense of suffocation for the first time. Each of them, masters of the 6 styles, found themselves like jested monkeys in this damned fog. unable to unleash their full prowess. Found him. One of the speed-oriented CP0 members, his eyes glinting with ferocity, caught a faint trace of Ace's presence. Utilizing the shaving technique to its utmost, he vanished from sight, morphing into an indistinguishable white line, lunging directly toward Ace's back. Success. However, just as his finger gun was about to make contact with Ace, a colossal shadow, gleaming with diamond brilliance, unexpectedly obstructed his path. It was the 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu. He made no extraneous movements. He simply stood there like an immovable wall. Boom! The full force of the CP0 member's strike, capable of piercing steel, collided with Jozu's diamond form, leaving merely a shallow white mark. What? For the first time, despair flickered across the face of the CP0 agent. Jozu grinned, revealing a simple yet overwhelmingly oppressive smile. Shining impact. The enormous diamond body descended with the weight of a mountain, crashing down. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. In the distance, atop a hill, the CP0 Supreme Commander, the Void, silently observed it all. He did not intervene. He understood that everything had come to an end. This meticulously planned assassination, utilizing the tracker, a rule-level artifact, had, from the very beginning, fallen into the opponent's narrative. Every step he took had been calculated by the man named Luo Chen. Continuing the fight would yield no chances of victory. Indeed, even he himself might become ensnared here. Without a moment's hesitation, the Void decisively abandoned his captured subordinate. He retrieved a chess king piece, entirely black, seemingly composed of pure shadow. Crack! He crushed it without hesitation. An invisible wave, not of this realm, spread out, enveloping him and the 2 surviving CP0 members in an instant. With a flash of light, the 3 vanished as if they had never existed. Marco, circling in the air, lost sight of his target, as though the adversary had never been there at all. Within the ruins, only the CP0 agent, grievously injured and unconscious from Jozu's blow, remained. Ace and Marco swiftly subdued him. Luo Chen was indeed correct. These individuals harbored secrets within their very beings. Ace extracted a communication device, smaller than a grain of rice. From beneath the skin at the agent's nape and pride, opened his jaws to retrieve a miniature self-destruct poison capsule. His technique was deft, clearly having been forewarned by Luo Chen. A live capture obtained. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, a new prompt quietly emerged on Luo Chen's system interface. Successfully thwarted the highest level assassination by the world government, capturing the core intelligence unit CP0K7. Reward settlement, 500,000 master points. New permissions unlocked. Preliminary analysis of the exclusive mental barrier for CP0 agents. Holy Land, Marineford, amidst the power struggles. The atmosphere was so silent one could hear the beating of their own hearts. The 5 world kings listened intently to the report relayed by the Void through special channels regarding the failure of this operation. Total annihilation. No, it was more disgraceful than total annihilation. They had lost one, captured another, and had not even caught a glimpse of the enemy. This was an unprecedented calamity for CP0, the sharpest assassination organization of the Celestial Dragons in its 8th century history. He is not a prophet. After a long pause, the sword-wielding Elder Star spoke slowly, his voice infused with an unmistakable gravity for the first time. He is our shadow. Every one of our actions appears to be on his chessboard. This conclusion sent a chill from the depths of their souls to all present. The threat level of Luo Chen in their minds escalated from a mere anomaly to be eliminated to a perilous new definition. Arch-nemesis. In the secret base of CP0, the Void stood alone in the darkness, conveying his final conclusion to the power brokers. His thoughts were concise yet weighed like 1,000 pounds. The target possesses near-omniscient battlefield insight. The success rate of conventional force eradication plans is 0. Recommendation: initiate concept eradication or rule-level strike plans. Chapter 123. The Ambitions of Blackbeard. New World, a Pirate's Paradise. The Refuge of Fugitives, Haven Island. The resounding laughter of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, echoed thunderously, causing the entire island to tremble. His left hand was a chasm of darkness. Dark water. As he clenched his palm, a distant towering peak appeared to be consumed by an invisible maw, twisting, wailing, until it was drawn into the void, leaving not even a trace of dust. His right hand emanated a cataclysmic white light. The air trembled. With a single punch, he struck not at any tangible entity. Yet the atmosphere ahead was suddenly laced with spiderweb-like fissures. In the next heartbeat, The vast ocean was violently torn asunder, creating a chasm, as towering waves surged toward the heavens, only to dissipate into a mist of water vapor beneath the terrifying shock waves. The dual fruit power, an illusion of nearly omnipotence that seemed to govern all, sent every cell within Teach's body into a frenzy of ecstatic screams. At that moment, a subordinate stumbled forth. Panic etched across his face. "Captain, the latest news from a new world reveals that CP0 has suffered defeat at the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates." A boisterous laugh erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. The previously clear skies above the ocean were as if suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Teach's smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an extreme grimness. He slowly turned, his unfathomable eyes swirling with greed and ferocity. "Luo Chen." The name escaped his lips almost through clenched teeth. "Is you again? It seems that until this stumbling block of yours is removed, the world is not yet ready for my era." A chilling laughter echoed once more, devoid of any grandeur, now only filled with icy malice. Teach understood better than anyone that the Whitebeard Pirates, under the command of that man named Luo Chen, had transformed into a war machine armed to the teeth. The world government would undoubtedly not tolerate the existence of a dual fruit user like himself. To confront both of these colossal powers head-on was sheer folly. He needed a key that would elevate him to greatness, allowing him to trample all rules underfoot with ultimate power. Ancient weapons. His gaze fell upon the navigational charts of the Grand Line. Yet Blackbeard did not foolishly scour the world for the historical texts. He chose a shortcut, a path stained with blood. His target was a former celestial dragon recently apprehended by the Navy. Days later, the naval fleet escorting this criminal encountered a nightmare in the Calm Belt. Rain's ominous strike and Bayer's ruthless elbow blows easily shredded the so-called impregnable warships into fragments. "Ha ha ha. Do not be alarmed, former lord." Blackbeard stood atop the wreckage of the deck, employing the powers of the dark fruit to ensnare the guards of the former celestial dragon one by one, subjecting them to endless agony and torment. Fear was the most effective lever. On the brink of mental collapse, this once noble celestial revealed a world-altering secret passed down through his lineage. The design of Pluto, the king of the underworld, had indeed been destroyed. However, its core power system, the very essence of its design, had been preserved by their ancestors in another form. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Blackbeard's eyes. It was not inscribed on any stone tablet or parchment, but encoded within a unique genetic sequence implanted in the bloodline of a family. This revelation momentarily stunned Blackbeard. What a mad yet brilliant notion. That family was not of nobility. They were merely the guardians of the royal tombs of the Alabasta Kingdom, tasked with their preservation for generations. Alabasta. With this lead, the ambition within Blackbeard ignited like an explosive detonation. The four emperors? No, that was far too small. He sought to possess Pluto. He aimed to command the apocalyptic battleship capable of obliterating an island with a single shot, establishing an empire of absolute darkness under his dominion. Change course. Men, set our sights on Alabasta. He intended to quietly seize the key that would determine the ultimate victor, while Luo Chen and the world government focused their gaze on the new world as if playing a game of chess. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, within Luo Chen's command center, he was reviewing the battle footage of capturing CP0, data streams flashing across the lenses of his tactical glasses. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless system alert echoed in his mind. Warning: core clues to the ancient weapon Pluto at a critical world node have been acquired by dark forces. The world line is substantially shifting towards the path of destruction. Host must respond immediately. Luo Chen's actions froze. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through space, directly perceiving the distant desert. The most troublesome disruptor. Blackbeard clearly understood that once he made a grand entry into the first half of the Grand Line, he would inevitably become the target of all. He needed a scapegoat, a perfect target to draw the world's fire. Through an exceedingly clandestine underground channel, he contacted a figure long forgotten by the world using a special black transponder snail, the former CP9 commander, Spandam's father, Spandane. "Ha ha! Do you wish to see the current CP0, those little brats who overshadowed you, brought to disgrace once more?" Blackbeard's devilish voice struck a chord in Spandan's darkest recesses. He proposed an irresistible deal. He would provide lethal intelligence regarding Luo Chen and the Whitebeard Pirates, assisting Spandane in rallying former CP members and disillusioned government officials to exact a spectacular revenge on CP0. In return, Spandane was to deploy all his hidden resources and connections to sow chaos worldwide, targeting the strongholds of the Revolutionary Army, consumed by power and the thirst for vengeance. Spandane accepted this devil's bargain. Blackbeard's true intentions were insidiously cunning. He sought to leverage this undercurrent within the world government to strike at another target he had long coveted, the Revolutionary Army. He had heard that Dragon was also in pursuit of the historical texts. Thus, while seizing the key to Pluto, he would let the government escalade, weaken a potential rival. Days later, multiple suspected Revolutionary Army strongholds in the New World faced devastating assaults simultaneously. The meticulous planning and ruthless tactics led all factions to direct their ire at the recently humiliated CP0, believing this to be the wrathful retaliation of the Celestial Dragons. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Dragon surveyed the flurry of reports arriving like snowflakes, his brow furrowed in concern. He sensed something amiss. This style did not resemble CP0. It felt more like a premeditated internal purge and scapegoating. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Luo Chen observed the global anomaly reports synchronizing with the system interface, connecting the timing, locations, and methods of the attacks with a recent Pluto alert. In an instant, the fog dissipated. A clear logical chain formed in his mind. Spandane, the Revolutionary Army, Pluto, and behind it all, that iconic, toothless, maniacal grin, Blackbeard. Luo Chen whispered the name, his gaze chillingly fierce. This man was orchestrating a grand game. Not only did he intend to seize the ancient weapon, but he also sought to incite a cataclysmic conflict among the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and the Whitebeard Pirates, enabling himself to reap the benefits from the chaos. Chapter 124. Im overturns the table, erasing history. In the depths of Marineford, within the city of Pangu, upon the void throne where no life is permitted to tread, a shadow beyond description stands silently. Im, the sovereign of the world, the specter of history. With a slender finger, seemingly unearthly, he gently touches the emptiness before him. This touch is devoid of sound, devoid of light. It resembles a singularity named rule cast into the tranquil lake known as the world. An invisible, supremely authoritative command, transcending both light and sound, instantaneously spreads across the seas, permeating the Grand Line and enveloping the New World. This is not a mere order, it is divine retribution. In the New World, in a certain demonic sea plagued by storms and thunder, deep within the ocean's depths, in those dark corners forgotten by time, several colossal entities slowly awaken from the sediment that has solidified for centuries. They are not steel warships. Their hulls are composed of a pale substance that is neither metal nor stone, inscribed with dizzying ancient runes. These are the archaic weapons classified as top secret in the archives of the world government. They're the mad prototypes that predate the birth of Pluto, focusing on the realm of laws rather than physical destruction. They do not bear the righteous flag of the Navy. Instead, they display the hoof of the celestial dragon, symbolizing the world's most noble bloodline. Their aim is precisely directed at the celestial anomaly where Monkey D. Luffy is destined to arrive. A conclusion painstakingly reached through countless pieces of intelligence and calculations by Roronoa Zoro. The will of the king has descended. Yet, this is not the entirety of it. 3 streaks of light tear through the clouds, moving at a speed unattainable by mere mortals. They do not sail upon warships. Instead, they ride the winds. The foremost among them causes the sea beneath to bizarrely dip, as though an invisible hand is gripping that space, along with gravity itself. They are the true guardians of the celestial dragons under Im's command, monstrous beings that have not graced the world for 8 centuries. Aboard the Moby Dick, Roronoa Zoro's tactical glasses display a cascade of data, which suddenly morphs into blinding red garbled text. Warning: world-level law interference detected. World's root rejection response initiated. Host's existence is being marked as illegal by the will of the world, undergoing dimensional expulsion. An indescribable agony explodes from the depths of Zoro's soul. It is not physical harm, but a more terrifying sense of disconnection. It feels as though the entire world is informing him with every atom, every inch of space, every second of time. You do not belong here. You are in error. You must vanish. His body trembles, his vision blurs, feeling as if he is being gradually erased from this 3-dimensional world. Suddenly, a warm, colossal hand gently rests upon his shoulder. The terrifying, repulsive force that could rend dimensions is abruptly halted before this hand. Whitebeard stands behind him, his towering form akin to an immovable spine of the world. He does not glance at the monsters surfacing from the ocean's depths, nor does he pay heed to the three terrifying presences in the sky. Zoro, stay calm. Whitebeard's voice is not loud, yet it carries an overwhelming authority that commands the submission of all things. Should the heavens fall, I will bear the weight for you. He turns to the vigilant captains on deck and issues the most succinct command. Marco, protect Zoro. All hands, level 1 alert. The specters, it seems, have truly emerged from the grave of history. Meanwhile, the punitive warships bearing the celestial dragon flag have reached their target waters. They do not fire their cannons. Countless ancient runes upon their hulls ignite sequentially, emanating a pale, lifeless glow. The light converges, resonating with the distorted celestial anomaly above. A colossal, silent vortex of energy gradually takes shape at the center of the sea. Where the vortex passes, there is no explosion, no destruction, only disappearance. The life paths recorded by countless navigators dissolve into thin air. The ancient relics on nearby islands, bearing the marks of time, instantaneously transform into mundane rocks. Even the air, filled with the intangible essence of the past, history, and memory, thins and becomes blank at a visibly accelerating pace. This is not an attack. It is a localized formatting of the history within the specified area. Deep within the ship, under the protection of Whitebeard's imposing presence, Zoro struggles to maintain consciousness. Through the system's nearly collapsing remote perception, he witnesses the horrific scene. In an instant, all myths are dispelled. A clear chain of logic forms in his mind at lightning speed. Im's true intention is not to kill Luffy. What he seeks is to cut off the source. He aims to erase every possible clue and trace regarding the will of D, the century of blankness, from that sea. He intends to deprive Joy Boy's return of the soil necessary for awakening. He desires to silence the drums of liberation before they can ever sound. Forever entombed in the erased history, time is running out. Zoro forces his body to endure, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He knows this is his last chance, the final move in a game played across the void with the king of the world. He must act before history is entirely obliterated. He must ensure that the manuscript, embodying all his efforts and hopes, reaches Luffy's hands. He must ignite the sun of the new era, named Nika, upon the ruins of formatted history, infused with Ace's will and his own designs. Chapter 125, Find Luffy. Whitebeard's hand is the only tangible reality Zoro can perceive in this time and space, which is being denied by the world. The immense power intent on tearing him apart from the very roots, erasing him, emits a silent wail upon colliding with this hand, forcibly repelled. Yet Zoro understands this is but a temporary reprieve. Im's target is not Whitebeard, but him, the anomaly. Whitebeard can shield him from the heavens, but he cannot protect him from the world's own rejection. Ace. Zoro's voice is faint, yet it resonates clearly across the desolate deck. Each word laced with the taste of blood. Ace steps forward, his fiery gaze filled with urgency and intent to kill. I'm here, Zoro. Who do you want to slay? Go find Luffy. Zoro trembles as he retrieves a scroll sealed with a special material from his bosom, its surface shimmering with the energy of the system, safeguarding its contents. In his cleansing history, he seeks to erase all possibilities of Luffy's awakening. Deliver this to him. Zoro's gaze pierces through Ace's shoulder, gazing towards the distant horizon, where a storm is gathering. What is this? Ace takes the scroll, feeling its heat, as if grasping a pulsating heart. Zoro forces a pale smile, each word appending Ace's understanding of this world. It is the final key to the drums of liberation. It shall reveal to Luffy that the D he bears is not a mere trivial fate, nor a curse, but a mission. His ultimate destination has never been to become the Pirate King. Luo Chen paused momentarily, summoning all his strength, uttering the phrase that would drive the world government into frenzy. He shall become the nemesis of the gods. Ace trembled violently, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. He gripped the scroll tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain, deciphering the weight of this charge from the gradually unfocused gaze of Luo Chen. This might be their final conversation. I promise. Ace refrained from unnecessary words, leaving behind a two-word vow, before transforming into a blazing meteor, soaring into the heavens, dedicating his life to fulfill this last mission. As Ace departed, the breath supporting Luo Chen dissipated. His body slumped, his presence rapidly eroding. The world within his sight began to fade, and the shouts of Marco and Jaws became distant and distorted. The backlash of the world had reached its zenith. The ship's doctors of the Whitebeard Pirates rushed forward, but were rendered powerless against the vanishing essence, as any medicine or treatment lost all significance. Luo Chen, Marco Schauti Frantikeri. How can we save you? Luo Chen did not respond. His consciousness was sinking into an endless abyss. On the system interface, the task progress bar for collecting information on the fragments of the Celestial King came to a complete standstill under Im's interference, turning gray. He could no longer draw any power from this world. It was a deadlock. System. Just before his consciousness fully dissipated, Luo Chen issued a final command within his mind. I need an infusion of extreme energy. This was his last gamble, employing his ultimate cheat to combat the very fabric of the world. A line of crimson warnings flashed furiously on the system interface. Warning: extreme energy infusion will permanently overdraw the core essence of the system, and privileges will undergo irreversible degradation. Does the host confirm? Luo Chen's will showed no signs of hesitation as he barreled straight into the confirmation option. To hell with degradation. If I'm gone, what use is this system to me? In the next moment, an indescribable surge of colossal energy erupted from the very core of the system, violently crashing into Luo Chen's nearly transparent soul. His body was forcibly solidified by this energy, no longer dissipating. Yet his consciousness was swept into a historical torrent composed of countless pieces of information, spinning chaotically. Amidst the endless turmoil, he locked onto a singular coordinate: the Isle of Forgotten. It was the sole endpoint he had calculated through countless iterations, where Luffy was cornered by the Punishment Fleet and the Celestial Dragon's Guardians. In the waters near the Isle of Forgotten, Ace's fiery form tore through the sky, and he felt the oppressive force that made even the soul tremble. The sky twisted, devouring all traces within this realm. This was the divine punishment Luo Chen spoke of. Meanwhile, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Nami's navigation compass spun uncontrollably, rendered entirely ineffective. Nico Robin gazed at the island in terror, sensing that the history there was vanishing, not being destroyed, but becoming non-existent out of thin air. They were crashing headlong into the heart of divine punishment. On the Moby Dick, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. He expended all the energy he had infused, sending the last vestige of his conscious will across the vast distance into Ace's mind. Let Luffy touch that stone tablet. Chapter 126. Everything has been expedited. Consciousness is shattered glass, floating amid an infinite abyss of darkness. Luo Chen felt like an empty shell, hollowed of all its parts, clinging to the last flicker of light known as will. The repulsive force emanating from the world itself gnawed at the traces of his existence like a parasite. However, the ferocious energy unleashed by igniting the system's core acted like countless steel nails, forcefully anchoring his fading soul to this space-time. The cost was immense. He could see that the system interface, which had accompanied him for years, was now riddled with wounds. Once orderly modules such as Teaching Panel, Skill Book Exchange, and Simulation had all turned gray, covered in web-like cracks. Only the most basic warning function still struggled to survive. Old man. A weak call escaped Luo Chen's throat, tinged with the taste of blood. He abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the familiar wooden ceiling of the Moby Dick and a magnified face filled with concern. It was Marco. Luo Chen, you're awake. Marco's voice, filled with delight, ignited an uproar among the Whitebeard Pirates gathered by the bedside. Wonderful. Doctor, come quick. The towering figure of Whitebeard parted the crowd, approaching the bedside, his perceptive eyes revealing an unmistakable tension. He extended his massive hand, gently resting it on Luo Chen's forehead, feeling that faint yet palpable warmth. Gwahaha, my son, you finally returned. Luo Chen attempted to pull the corners of his mouth into a familiar relaxed smile, but only succeeded in pulling at the wounds on his face. The aftermath of bleeding from all 7 orifices had yet to subside, rendering his appearance utterly disheveled. Old man, I'm fine. No sooner had he spoken than the shattered system interface in his mind suddenly erupted with blinding red light. It was the highest level of threat alarm. Warning, a drastic deviation has occurred at a key node of the world line. Threat source locked. Marshal D. Teach. Behavior analysis. Target has abandoned the original course to Arabasta, launching a surprise attack on the border kingdom of the New World, Sands of the Kingdom, and has acquired the blueprints for the Pluton's core power system. Threat assessment. Blackbeard is consolidating clues about ancient weapons, with the degree of world-line destruction rapidly escalating. A series of fragmented, garbled crimson text slammed into Luo Chen's soul like a heavy hammer. Blackbeard, his greatest nemesis, in the wake of the excruciating price he paid to confront him, had astonishingly reached out at such a bewildering speed toward the ancient weapon capable of annihilating the world. Luo Chen's pupils constricted sharply. His original plan had been to use his knowledge of historical texts to sever Blackbeard's pursuit of Pluton-esque clues after the war on the summit. But now, everything had been expedited in the most dreadful manner possible. GUH. Overcome by rage, a mouthful of blood erupted from Luo Chen, staining the pristine bedding. Luo Chen, steady yourself. Don't get agitated. Marco and Jaz quickly supported his faltering body. Yet Luo Chen disregarded everything, gripping Whitebeard's arm tightly, his pale eyes rekindling with sharp intensity. Old man, something has happened. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable resolution. That bastard Blackbeard didn't go to Arabasta. He deceived everyone. He went to the sands of the kingdom and obtained the blueprints for Pluton. The moment these words fell, the air within the entire cabin froze. Pluton. As captains of the Yonko pirates, they certainly understood what this legendary name entailed. That is a forbidden ancient weapon capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. The mirth that once graced Whitebeard's visage vanished entirely, replaced by a foreboding heaviness, as if a storm were brewing. He regarded Luffy, the chief strategist who, having just clawed his way back from the brink of death, immediately pointed the entire pirate crew toward a new course. He understood that Luffy's words were undoubtedly true. In Tiki's deep, rumbling voice lay a fury potent enough to make the very seas tremble. He had not only betrayed his family, but sought to drag this world into chaos. Luffy inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within him. As his mind raced through the agony, he would exploit the chaos of the Sand Kingdom to draw the Navy's attention, buying himself precious time. His next destination remained Alabasta, for there lay the last key to awaken Pluton, the bloodline of the Guardians. We must be swifter than him. Luffy raised his gaze, sweeping over every captain present, his voice low yet resonant. Emu aims to erase history, while Blackbeard seeks to wield the weapons of the past to annihilate the future. Father. He turned to Whitebeard, his eyes glinting with a mix of madness and resolve. Our adversary has never been solely the Navy. Now, it is time for the world to know who stands guard over the last bastion of this era. Chapter 127. It depends on Luffy. The World Economic News Agency's newspaper was printed with unprecedented frequency, as if the wings of a newsbird were on the verge of being severed. The front page no longer featured the standoff between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy, nor the ripples caused by the Straw Hat Boy. Instead, a menacing, jagged grin dominated every column. Blackbeard Pirates launched surprise attack on the Sand Kingdom. Marshal D. Teach, the nightmare of the New World, wielder of dual devil fruit powers. The paper echoed with Teach's iconic raucous laughter, seemingly transcending the page, laden with a chilling arrogance and insatiable greed. The mouthpiece of the world government endeavored to sway public opinion, portraying Blackbeard as yet another irrefutable testament to the wicked nature of the D-Clan, attempting to cast a shadow of blame upon Luffy and Ace. However, such clumsy scapegoating appeared laughably feeble in the eyes of the public, who had witnessed the Whitebeard Pirates' protective deeds. More began to question why the Navy had failed to avert this disaster. The undercurrents of a new world surged with unprecedented intensity. Countless pirate crews, struggling to survive amidst the four emperors, faced a new dilemma: either bow before Blackbeard and become part of his dark dominion, or be consumed by the all-devouring abyss, along with their ships and reputations. Blackbeard's influence expanded with the rapidity of ink diffusing in clear water. Yet he was more cunning than anyone could imagine. He chose not to clash directly with the Navy headquarters, but instead, like a sensitive hyena, accurately pounced upon those gray organizations tethered to the world government. Underground arms dealers, bounty hunter guilds, information brokers, these entangled powers were uprooted overnight, their wealth and intelligence feeding the burgeoning might of the Blackbeard Pirates. At this moment, the Navy's G5 branch, situated off the coast of Alabasta, stood in a state of heightened alert. An utterly reliable piece of intelligence lay on the commander's desk. The Whitebeard Pirates were poised to launch an assault on Alabasta. The naval fleet assembled urgently, cannons trained on every potential landing point, bracing for the impending strike. They remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely the overture of a grand ruse orchestrated by Blackbeard. Simultaneously, in the sweltering depths of the Alabasta Desert, Blackbeard and his crew had circumvented all Navy defenses and appeared before the royal tombs, where generations of monarchs lay in eternal slumber. What a splendid place! Teach exclaimed, arms outstretched, the power of his dark fruit distorting the very light around him, as if intent on dragging this sacred land into the abyss. With a single step, the heavy stone door of the tomb creaked open in response. Within the depths of the mausoleum, there were no traps, no guards. Only a handful of elderly men, clad in simple white robes, their skin as parched as tree bark, sat quietly in meditation before a massive stone tablet inscribed with history. They were the guardians of the tomb, devoid of combat prowess, yet entrusted with protecting a secret older than the kingdom of Alabaster itself. The elder at the forefront slowly opened his eyes. In his murky gaze, he did not perceive Blackbeard's form, but rather two intertwining, profoundly malevolent wills. One was the devouring darkness, the other, a tremor potent enough to shatter the world. He sensed the twisted D within Blackbeard, not an inheritance, but usurpation and corruption. This man was 1,000 times more perilous than the world government. You have arrived, harbinger of calamity. The elder spoke, his tone calm and ancient. Blackbeard cackled, heedless of the other's identity. Old man, spare me the nonsense. I'm not here to listen to your drivel about the will of D in the dawn. In his eyes blazed nothing but raw greed and ambition. I seek but one thing. Hand over the key to activate Pluton, or... A suffocating darkness began to seep from Blackbeard's palm, hissing with a corrosive sound. I shall consign you and the history you guard to oblivion. In a forgotten, unknown sea of the new world, Ace was in pursuit of Luffy. The sky was not blue, but an eerie, leaden gray, as if soaked in ink. The sea no longer undulated, but formed an absurdly massive vortex, its swirling core not of gravity, but a terrifying energy intent on drawing all into the void. Damn it! Ace growled, his arms' muscles bulging to their limits, as the high-speed assault vessel beneath him groaned under the strain of his released haki and flames. The ship was being inexorably dragged toward the vortex's center, a trail left by the Punisher warship, a scar torn in space by the world's highest power as it erased its mistakes. Just as Ace struggled to hold on, the corner of his eye caught a sight that caused his heart to seize. Not far off, a ship flying the Straw Hat Jolly Roger, the Merry-Go, was being swept helplessly toward the abyss by that destructive force. Luffy! Ace's eyes widened in horror, a wave of panic surging within him, more potent than when confronting Blackbeard. He could perish, but his only brother must not. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Whitebeard Pirates, within the medical bay, Luffy's consciousness floated. His shattered system emitted a ghastly crimson alarm, akin to the final heartbeat of a dying soul. Warning! The final variable, Monkey D. Luffy faces a world-class erasure threat. Failure to correct will lead to a zero possibility of a new era. Destiny's course deviation locked at 98. The fragmented words pierced Luffy's soul like countless poisoned steel needles. He abruptly opened his eyes, those orbs almost devoid of spark, ignited with a resolute will. Marco, help me up. Luffy, you're insane. You can't. Marco's exclamation fell on deaf ears as Luffy extended his somewhat ethereal hand to press against his temple. He understood that this was his final opportunity. It represented the last audacious gamble of an anomaly like him against the world. The Master System would invest all remaining permissions of his existence into the World Line Interference Module. Within his mind, he issued the ultimate command. Hum! Luo Chen's body suddenly became translucent, as if it were about to completely dissipate into the air in the next moment. The price was his very existence. In exchange, his consciousness momentarily broke free from the shackles of the flesh. Gazing down upon the chaotic sea from a transcendent perspective, he perceived the trajectories of the wind, the pulsations of ocean currents, and the direction of every turbulent eddy of energy. To him, the entire world transformed into an exquisitely intricate chessboard. He did not resist the overwhelming force capable of erasing everything. Instead, he merely extended a spectral finger to gently nudge the edge of the board, shifting the most unassuming piece. A faint current 100 meters away was altered by a mere 0.1 degree. This minuscule change collided with another current, triggering a chain reaction. Immediately afterward, he exhaled, altering the path of a high-altitude cyclone, which precisely weakened an updraft that was converging toward the Mary. Like a divine hand at play, akin to the most precise domino effect. He did not directly push the Mary, rather, through countless insignificant adjustments, he crafted a singular path for it to escape the storm of destruction. Whoa! The ship is being pulled in. On board the Mary, Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, weeping in despair. Just then, an unexpectedly colossal lateral wave struck the side of the vessel with tremendous force. The crew was thrown about, yet paradoxically, this force did not capsize the ship. Instead, it acted like a gentle yet resolute hand, forcefully propelling the Mary out of the vortex's strongest gravitational pull. Soon after, a strange wind blew, filling the sails and driving the Mary at an astonishing angle toward the island shrouded in dense fog not far away. Bang! The bow ran aground at an ancient, dilapidated port, and the Straw Hat crew, having narrowly escaped death, jumped off the ship in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by what had just transpired. Luffy, a frantic shout echoed as Ace, aboard a small boat, rushed ashore. He had no time to explain, nor could he indulge in the joy of reuniting with his brother. He grasped Luffy's shoulders, pointing toward the island's innermost depths with unprecedented seriousness. Luffy, listen to me. There is something there that you must retrieve. As the words left his mouth, in the distance, the horizon revealed the punishment warship, resembling a steel beast, shifting direction, its cold cannon muzzles locking onto the island. They had discovered Luffy's presence. The erasure protocol was reactivated. What is it? Luffy tilted his head, confusion etched across his face. But in the next moment, his expression transformed. His heart raced, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if something of profound importance was calling him from within the depths of the island. It was a scent mingled with freedom, barbecues, and grand feasts, a flavor unique to his own adventure. Oh, I can feel it. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly turned, raising his fist high. Crew, full speed ahead in that direction. Inside the medical bay, Luo Chen's body fell heavily backward into Marco's embrace, the light in his eyes fading completely as he slipped into a profound coma. In the final moment of his consciousness's silence, a thought quietly crossed his mind. The piece had reached the turning point of fate. The rest is up to you, Luffy. Chapter 128. The Foe Divine Armament descends. At the center of the Forgotten Island, the air felt stagnant. Luffy gasped for breath, his feet planted on moss-covered stones as he gazed up at the colossal object before him. It was a massive stone tablet, entirely black, its surface engraved with ancient inscriptions he could not comprehend. Under the influence of the strange force attempting to erase everything surrounding the island, the trees and rocks were enveloped in an ominous, blurry halo. Yet this stone tablet remained not only unscathed but emanated a faint, warm light from the depths of its engravings. A peculiar feeling surged within Luffy's heart. He could not decipher the writing upon it, yet he sensed a voice, not a voice heard by the ears, but one resonating within his very soul. Thump, thump, thump. It was a rhythm vast, free, and filled with laughter. At Marineford, the Holy Land, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the depths of the ocean. The five pinnacle powers of the world gazed at a hazy image projected by a Den Mushi. In the projection, a straw-hatted figure stood before the very stone tablet they dreaded most. The punishment had failed. The financial martial god, sporting a massive white beard, spoke with the chilling tone of stark reality. Imu's power was forcibly interfered with by the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates, creating the sole escape route for the offspring of D. The wielder of the first generation of swords, Kichiku, gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. The golden-haired Gorosei uttered this name with an icy glare. A variable that should not have existed had now become their greatest obstacle. Yet, a variable can also be eliminated. The mustache scientific defense god rose from his seat, walking to the far side of the room to issue a command that transcended time. Notify Akainu and Sengoku. His voice bore no emotion, yet contained a weight capable of shaking the world. Activate the Underworld King suppression and Sea King summoning protocols. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office, the Den Mushi in Akainu's hand fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The blood drained from his face, replaced by profound shock. The Underworld King's suppression? The Sea King's summoning? Aren't those legendary ancient weapons? How could the world government possibly possess them? No. Meanwhile, Sengoku suddenly recalled that Vegapunk had once drunkenly divulged a top secret to him. The world government may not possess true ancient weapons, but they held fragments of the design concepts for those two weapons. This was a card that could not be played. It was meant to intimidate the entire world, ensuring the Celestial Dragon's dominion for 800 years was ultimately unassailable. Once employed, it would signify the world government's acknowledgement that the situation had spiraled out of control to the extent that the world needed to be destroyed to save it. Yet the Gorosei's command was akin to divine will. Trembling, he picked up the Den Mushi, connecting to the clandestine lines hidden around the world. Execute Directive A1. The moment the command was issued, the very landscape of the new world began to tremble violently. Somewhere beneath the depths of a colossal abyss, a vast underwater base slowly awakened. Countless gigantic creatures, their sizes comparable to islands, opened their crimson eyes from the darkness. They were artificially created Sea Kings, genetically implanted with fragments of Poseidon's DNA, grotesque and twisted, monstrosities born of science and divine power. They opened their massive mouths, emitting not roars but a silent infrasound wave. The next moment, the entire ocean erupted in chaos. The true Sea Kings, under the coercive command of the infrasound, had their eyes turned crimson, relinquishing all thought, transforming into primitive instruments of destruction, unleashing monstrous waves in a death charge toward the Forgotten Island. Simultaneously, within a heavily guarded secret dock of the Navy, a colossal battleship, previously unrecorded in any archives, glided forth with a deliberate grace. Its prow was not fashioned in the traditional manner of a ram, but instead bore a gargantuan, jet-black cannon resembling the ominous muzzle of a doomsday weapon. Within the mouth of this cannon, no ammunition was housed. Rather, it gathered an unsettling energy that distorted light and tore asunder the very fabric of space, as if intent on launching the laws of physics themselves as projectiles. The shockwaves of these laws, devoid of the core of the doomsday weapon, were nevertheless potent enough to obliterate an entire island in a single strike. A divine retribution of sorts. These terrifying armaments did not directly target Luffy. Instead, they were strategically positioned across the New World, indiscriminately sowing chaos and destruction. A once thriving island was instantaneously rendered to oblivion beneath the shockwaves of the laws. A tranquil sea was utterly consumed by a tidal wave of monstrous beasts controlled by artificial sea kings. The world government proclaimed to the entire globe, in the most extreme manner possible, a grim reality: defy us, and this shall be your fate. This served as a warning to Luffy, and a final deterrent to all who harbored rebellious intentions. The skies above the Forgotten Island darkened ominously. Ace and Sabo, united in their struggle against the elusive celestial dragon guardians, simultaneously felt the dual despair emanating from the heavens and the seas. At the sea's surface loomed an endless white wave composed of titanic beasts. Above, a beam of light, rending the sky, descended with an aura of annihilation. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo cried out in unison, recognizing this as the world government's ultimate reckoning. Meanwhile, Luffy stood before the stone tablet, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. His hand gently caressed the cold stone, the manuscript bestowed upon him by Lucrin emanating a warmth akin to that of the tablet itself. As the lights converged, the ancient script before Luffy transformed into a vivid vision. He beheld a towering figure, adorned with the same straw hat, laughing joyously at the world. Surrounding him were giants, fishmen, humans, and all manner of creatures, gathered at a single table for an everlasting banquet. Freedom, liberation, such was the grand aspiration of this world feast. The final dream left by Joy Boy. Thud, 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 thud. Luffy's heartbeat abruptly altered its rhythm. The long silent drums of liberation, beneath the backdrop of divine annihilation, began to throb with unprecedented vigor. Chapter 129. The final D transformed into the sun god. The cries of the new world reverberated through every news snail, spreading across the seas. An island renowned for its textile industry was swiftly erased from the maps. The shockwave of laws plummeting from the clouds bore no flames, no explosions, but merely a beam of light. In its wake, the island and the countless lives upon it were reduced to the most fundamental particles, returning to the void. In the depths of the sea, genetically altered monstrosities formed a pale wall of death. The monstrous waves they conjured were no longer a manifestation of nature's might, but a cold, precise weapon serving the directive of extermination, engulfing coastal towns and their bewildered inhabitants into the abyss. The world bled. Countless individuals slumped before their screens, their faces ashen. They witnessed the world government, which had loomed benevolently for 800 years, reveal a visage so grotesque and irresistible in its ferocity upon shedding its mask of compassion. What meaning does rebellion hold in the face of such power? Capable of instantaneously vaporizing islands? Our courage and will merely a jest? At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the curtains of the Commandant's office were drawn tight, isolating the interior from the sunlight of justice. Sengoku sat despondently in his chair, surrounded by scattered reports detailing calamity from every corner of the globe. His hands trembled not from fear, but from a profound sorrow and rage emanating from the depths of his soul. This was not justice. This was atrocity. It was an act of terror wielded against countless innocents to intimidate a single pirate crew, to obliterate a so-called anomaly. He clenched his fists fiercely, nails digging into his palms. What he had devoted his life to protecting, was it truly justice for the people, or merely the capricious privilege of the celestial dragons? This question pierced through the convictions he had steadfastly upheld for years like a venomous thorn. Simultaneously, on a tempestuous, isolated island base, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, faced the storm, gazing at the cataclysmic scenes projected by the news snail. His subordinates seethed with indignation, horrified by the madness of the world government. Yet, on his face, eternally etched with determination, there was no sign of wavering. The wind whipped around him, not fear, but an all-consuming fury, ignited and ready to incinerate everything in its path. They had finally cast aside their facades. Dragon-esque voice, deep yet crystal clear, resonated in the ears of every revolutionary officer. Let the entire world see what kind of monster we aim to topple. On the Forgotten Island, Luffy could neither hear the lamentations of the outside world nor perceive the encroaching doom. At the sea's surface, an endless white wave of titanic beasts surged forth. Above, a piercing beam of light descended, carrying the essence of total annihilation. In his world, only the stone tablet before him and the increasingly frenzied beating of his heart remained. Thud, thud, thud. That was not merely his own heartbeat. It was a call from 8 centuries past, an echo of a great existence embedded deep within his blood and soul. The manuscript entrusted to him by Lucren now floated between him and the tablet, its radiance intertwining with the ancient script. Boom! An indescribable will erupted around Luffy, detonating with a cataclysmic force. Conqueror's Haki. Yet this time, it was not merely a deterrent. It transformed into a tangible tempest, hurling the encroaching celestial dragon guardians away like mere chaff. Their bodies remained suspended in midair, their consciousness utterly shattered by this sovereign will. In the next moment, Luffy underwent a remarkable transformation. Beneath his straw hat, his black hair visibly shed its color, morphing into a vibrant, cloud-like white. His eyebrows shifted, steam ignited upon his skin, and he appeared as a burning white deity. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm of his heartbeat spiraled into chaos, manifesting as a storm that engulfed his very soul. He heard it. Within the drumbeats lay unrestrained laughter, the freedom that shattered all chains, a rebellion that defiantly raised a finger to the divine. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the energy vortex above, formed by the power of divine retribution, erasing all existence. Then, he broke into a vast, radiant smile. Roar! This roar was not a sound wave, but a pure impact of will, a declaration of war against the laws of the false god. The energy vortex, capable of rending space itself, momentarily faltered under the force of that furious cry. The force of historical correction was momentarily disturbed, as the ancient characters on the obsidian tablet became astonishingly clear, as if paying the utmost homage to their true master. What power is this? The remaining guardians of the celestial dragons struggled to remain upright, their bodies trembling in terror as they gazed upon the white figure, a force capable of disrupting Lord M's divine retribution. He is the D. He is the most fearsome anomaly. Far away, in a secret medical chamber, the comatose Luo Chen suddenly smiled faintly, a weak yet satisfied arc gracing his lips. The pieces are in place. Now, let the world welcome its son. Chapter 130, Luffy's Complete Awakening. Boom, boom, boom. A peculiar sound began to reverberate across the Forgotten Island. It was not the war drums, yet it resonated with a grandeur surpassing any drumbeat. It was not a heartbeat, but it possessed a might greater than that of any living being. It pierced through the winds, overpowered the tsunamis, and even made the interference barrier released by the divine retribution battleship above tremble under its weight. The source of this sound was Luffy. Boom, boom, boom. Ace and Sabo turned in shock, clearly witnessing an invisible yet tangible crimson ripple frantically expanding outward from Luffy's center. That was Conqueror's Haki. No, it transcended their understanding of Conqueror's Haki. The air quivered, the earth cracked. The remaining guardians of the celestial dragons, once creatures of iron will, now felt as though they were being struck by an invisible mountain. Their expressions froze in terror as blood spewed from their mouths, their bodies uncontrollably flung away. More bizarrely, one of the Zoan users, in his half-beast form, instantly reverted to human shape under the Haki's impact, collapsing into a limp heap. This was an absolute suppression at the level of will, a ruthless expulsion of usurpers by a sovereign. At that moment, the manuscript entrusted to Luo Chen and carried by Luffy floated unbidden between him and the dark tablet. It emanated a soft yet blinding light, as the pages disintegrated into countless motes, like fireflies guided by an unseen force, all rushing into Luffy's brow. Boom! In Luffy's mind, no complex knowledge or secrets flooded in. He beheld a singular image. A colossal figure, also donning a straw hat, stood beside a gigantic table that could accommodate the entire world, revealing a magnificent and radiant smile to all. Giants, fishmen, humans, mink tribe, long-legged tribe, long-armed tribe. All races laughed freely at that banquet, feasting heartily and drinking from large cups. It was neither conquest nor domination. It was a grand, ceaseless celebration. So, this is how it is, Luffy murmured. In that instant, his gaze became clearer than ever before. He remained the man who aspired to be the Pirate King. However, he understood that the Pirate King he truly desired to be was not the sovereign of the seas, but the master who could host the grandest banquet for the entire world. The guardians of the celestial dragons struggled to rise from the ground, their hearts gripped by a terror stemming from their very bloodline as they looked upon Luffy. His body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled and strange, cloud-like patterns emerged on his skin, resembling the totems of some ancient warrior. He unleashed a single punch. There was no armament hardening, no flames, merely an ordinary punch. Yet this punch was imbued with a devastating will known as liberation. One guardian charged forward, attempting to use his powers to block. But the moment his abilities met the punch's wind, they evaporated as if snow met the blazing sun. The fist struck solidly against his chest. Boom! The guardian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a towering ancient peak hundreds of meters away. The mountain crumbled, dust rising to the heavens. Ace and Sabo stood dumbfounded, their throats constricting. What they sensed was no longer their brother's power, but the aura of a king, an essence that transcended their father Whitebeard, surpassed Roger, a divine power capable of overturning heaven and earth. Luffy paid no heed to the lesser foes. He slowly raised his head, gazing skyward at the Law's shockwave falling from the clouds, capable of obliterating the island. He grinned, revealing a smile brighter than the sun. In the next moment, he exerted all his strength and declared to this oppressive world his first proclamation after awakening. I am the man who will become the Pirate King, and I shall transform this world into a grand banquet. This roar transcended mere sound waves. It ascended with a joyful and rebellious frequency unique to the drums of liberation. Buzz! The descending shockwave of Law quivered the instant it met this voice. The trajectory of the light beam visibly deviated, albeit minutely. It was this insignificant deviation that allowed the cataclysmic light to skim the edge of the forgotten island and plunge into the boundless deep sea. The island was saved. In the distant secret medical chamber, the comatose Luo Chen's lips involuntarily curled into a weak yet profoundly satisfied arc. In the depths of his consciousness, the cold, mechanical voice of the system, as the final echo, gradually surfaced. Core mission completed. Corrector, you have laid the foundation for the new world. Chapter 131. The Sun God Nika. This extraordinary rhythm disregarded the distance of space. It roared above the forgotten island, transforming into tangible waves of Conqueror's Haki, violently tearing open a rift in the vortex of divine retribution energy created by Lord M, a strand of sunlight, imprisoned for 800 years, pierced through the darkness representing divine authority, cascading precisely upon that pure white figure. Luffy basked in the light. His body radiated unprecedented brilliance and warmth, the white steam dancing, his cloud-like brows and hair proclaiming the return of an ancient deity. With each heartbeat, he kept pace with the rhythm of liberation. The earth beneath his feet cheered for him. The ancient tablet erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, and the dormant characters sprang to life, wildly dancing upon the surface, broadcasting to the world the long-awaited return of their master Joy Boy after 800 years. The remaining guardians of the celestial dragons found standing itself an overwhelming challenge. The drum beats and the Haki pressed down upon their souls like an invisible mountain. The blood within them seemed to tremble in fear, instinctively recoiling in terror from their natural enemy, the D, in special corners of the world, distant yet significant. Boom! 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 At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the naval hero Garp, busy processing documents in his office, felt a sharp pang in his heart. He did not merely hear the sound, he felt it. A profound and intense resonance, born of lineage, surged within him. He abruptly rose to his feet and approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the new world. The countenance that perpetually wore a carefree smile was now etched with astonishment and complexity. This rhythm, this sensation, he murmured to himself, his lips curving involuntarily into a grin that blended both solace and trepidation, ultimately transforming into a knowing smile. You little rascal, Luffy, you finally reached this juncture. The fate that had entangled the D lineage for centuries was now erupting through his grandson in the most ferocious and resplendent manner. In a new world, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, a tempest howled as Monkey D. Dragon stood at the bow of his ship, his emerald green coat billowing in the storm. His subordinates were reporting the heinous acts of the world government with palpable fear, yet he suddenly lifted his gaze. The overwhelming will that swept across the heavens. The resounding drumbeat of liberation. He sensed it more acutely than anyone else. It was Luffy. He had awakened. The fury in Dragon's eyes was swiftly replaced by deeper, more resolute light. He turned to face all the officers of the Revolutionary Army and issued commands that would irrevocably alter the world's landscape. The time has come. Notify all covert forces to respond to the call of liberation. Initiate a full-scale assault on the world government. The soul-stirring drumbeats reverberated through every news snail and naval listening device, resonating across the seas. For the first time, the world bore witness to the power of D in such a visceral manner. They beheld the figure clad in pure white, laughing heartily, witnessing how he tore through divine retribution, how he made the world resonate with him. What manner of monster is that? No, a god. I can feel it. I can feel freedom. Is this the D that the world government has sought to obliterate? This is hope. The propaganda machine that the world government had operated for 8 centuries was rendered utterly incapacitated in that moment. Their vilification of D seemed so pale and ludicrous before Luffy's smile, brighter than the sun, before the jubilant drumbeats of liberation. Countless naval soldiers trembled, their hands gripping their weapons. The justice they protected overlapped with the divine punishment represented on the screen, oppression and annihilation. Yet the figure deemed evil brought forth rebirth and hope. Faith was crumbling. In Marineford, amidst the power struggles, the expressions of the 5 elders shifted from ashen to lifeless. Nika, the sun god. The voice of the golden-haired elder trembled. We have utterly failed in our suppression of D. Completely failed. Luffy's awakening was like the most resounding slap across their faces. At that moment, upon the throne, the ethereal figure of him, overlooking all, emanated a chilling will. Images forcibly imprinted themselves in the minds of the 5 elders, distorted historical fragments. Truths that should never have been revealed, Ace-S advanced Haki taught by the church, all leading to a singular source. Luo Chen. The vision froze upon his smile as he exhausted his strength and succumbed to unconsciousness. The 5 elders trembled violently. A fear more profound than that of the sun god's resurrection surfaced within them. He was neither a prophet nor a wise sage. The elders' trembling hands betrayed their dread. He could directly interfere with the world's operations. He was a rectifier above the rules. Could he have emerged from that blank century? This thought instilled a sense of true apocalypse within these 5 apex powers of the world. They realized for the first time that their true enemy was perhaps not the boisterous sun god, but the man still in a coma, the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet now, him had no time to concern himself with the unconscious man. A vibrant sun god was the greatest threat at hand. This also granted Luo Chen a precious, undisturbed moment to breathe. At the World Economic News Agency, President Morgans was so exhilarated that his feathers fluffed up, personally penning the headline. He emblazoned the title in the most extravagant font, Child of Dawn. The prophecy of D fulfilled. Joy Boy's heir, the sun god Luffy has arrived. He seamlessly intertwined all prior information disseminated through him with Luffy's awakening, crafting an epic proclamation heralding the end of an era. Ready to soar across the globe with a news snail. On an island in the New World, red-haired Shanks gazed skyward, as if he could pierce the clouds to see that familiar figure. He lifted his flask and took a hearty swig. Luffy. A proud smile crept across his lips. You finally come. The new era that he had wagered an arm on was officially commencing today, ushered in by the very child he held in such high regard. In the secret medical base of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luo Chen lay peacefully within the life support apparatus, breathing steadily, enveloped in an unprecedented slumber. He had exhausted everything. No one knew when he would awaken, perhaps not even he himself. Ace stood at the bedside, fists clenched, observing his most revered mentor, the man who always strategized and was capable of anything, now vulnerable as an ordinary person. His eyes brimmed with red, yet no tears fell. Grief was supplanted by a more potent will. It was resolute, Whitebeard approached him from behind, his massive hand resting upon Ace's shoulder as he spoke solemnly. Ace, Luo Chen has set the stage. Now it is our turn. Before he awakens, we must safeguard this new world he has so dearly fought for. Ace's gaze shot up, the fire in his eyes burning brighter than ever. Yes, old man. Chapter 132, Countdown to World War. Upon the empty throne, the eyes that had observed 800 years of history finally stirred with genuine turmoil. The sound of the drum of liberation had ceased. Yet, the rift it tore in the world could never be healed. Could distinctly perceive that the coordinate known as Luo Chen had entirely vanished on the level of world laws. In its place arose a newly birthed, uncontrollable variable named Nika. Luo Chen had leveraged his existence to tilt the entire timeline of the world. He had succeeded. He had driven both himself and Im to the precipice of no return. Very well. A cold, emotionless will swept through the corridors of power like a chill. Since you have overturned the old game board, let us reshape the world. The 5 elders shuddered, as if they had heard the most terrifying of forbidden words. Lutim, the golden-haired elder's face turned as pale as a ghost, his voice trembling. Are you suggesting we activate that plan? The reshaping of the world signifies. It signifies indiscriminate eradication, to obliterate every blemish beyond the map of the world government, from history, from concept, entirely. This is the authority of a creator god. It is also the madness of a world-destroying demon. Im's will was undeniable, and the second directive swiftly followed. Locate all the anchor points he left behind. Reverse cleansing. Bring everything he has rectified back to the origin. The eyes of the 5 elders narrowed to pinpricks. In an instant, they comprehended the truth. Lord Im's true objective had never been the boisterous sun god, but rather the deceased chief of staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. Im's intentions extended beyond mere slaughter. He sought to annihilate hope. He aimed to methodically crush and erase everything that Luo Chen had sacrificed his life for, before the eyes of the entire world, plunging all who dared to hope back into the deepest despair. The moment the command was issued, the world began to dissolve. The new world, a kingdom that had erupted into revolution in response to the call for liberation, was still awash with cheers for the overthrow of tyranny. Yet in the next heartbeat, the sky lost its color. It was not merely clouds obscuring the sun. Rather, the very concept of color itself was being extracted from the heavens, replaced by an eerie grayish white. What was that? Someone pointed towards the shore, terror lacing their voice. The azure sea was vanishing, as if an invisible eraser was methodically wiping it away from the canvas of existence. The waters, the sands, the ships in the harbor silently dissolved into nothingness. Then came the cities, the streets, the throngs of people. Help! My legs! My legs are gone! A man, sprinting in horror, watched as his lower half vanished in a thin air, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Panic could not even spread. The entire kingdom, along with millions of lives above, was erased within mere seconds, as if it had never existed at all. The coordinates representing that island on the Navy headquarters world map transformed into a gaping void. Sengoku, gazing at the urgent reports flooding in, felt a chill envelop him, his heart turning to ashes. This is not war, he murmured, his voice parched. This is unilateral deletion. He seized the transponder snail and shouted hoarsely to the entire Navy. All fleets, abandon all missions. Immediately. Right now. Evacuate the civilians. Save as many as you can. However, just as another island, shrouded in the erasure's brilliance, was on the brink of vanishing, a faint glimmer emerged. A flicker of light, resiliently emanating from the heart of the island, bore witness to a distorted history. It was the truth left behind by Luo Chen when he exposed the dark history of this land. This light was like a nail driven into the timeline, unable to halt the erasure, yet slowing the cosmic eraser's pace significantly, granting the island's inhabitants a precious few minutes to breathe. At the Whitebeard Pirates' secret medical base, the island trembled violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? No. Look at the sky. It seems like space is fracturing. Marco and the other captains burst from the ship's hold, their faces grave as they beheld the bizarre auroras and rifts in the sky. It's the malice stemming from the very roots of the world. Ace, standing by Luo Chen's bedside, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The ultimate reckoning had begun. Whitebeard's towering figure stood behind him, firmly gripping his shoulder, his voice as steady as a mountain. It seems our enemies can hardly wait. Ace. Yes, Dad. Ace spun around, the fire in his eyes burning brighter than ever before. Luo Chen was still fighting. Whitebeard gazed at the figure within the life support apparatus, still grappling with the laws of the world. Before he awakens, we shall be his strongest shield. We will not allow anyone to disturb his battle. In Alabasta, deep within the royal palace. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach clutched a stone tablet etched with ancient script, its knowledge surging into his mind like a torrent. So this is the genetic memory of the ancient weapon, Pluton. I see now. He felt the cataclysmic force from the outside world and, instead of fear, trembled with exhilaration. The more chaos, the better. Is the god himself making an appearance? Ha ha ha. This is the stage I have longed for. He crushed the tablet in his fist and turned to Bajur and the others, issuing new orders. Set sail, lads. Destination, Raftel, before the new king is born. Let us seize the ultimate one piece for ourselves. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Baldigo, Dragon stood resolute against the wind, his dark green cloak billowing. He surveyed the horrific scenes of islands disappearing across the globe, his gaze chillingly cold. He understood that the final moment had arrived. There was no longer a need for stealth, nor room for circumvention. Dragon turned to face all the Revolutionary Army officers behind him, confronting a golden transponder snail that had connected to secret channels worldwide. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed in a voice loud enough for the entire world to hear. The strongest declaration since the birth of the Revolutionary Army. I'm a commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, the hidden god of the world government, has launched an extermination war against the entire world. Here, I declare to the world, from this moment forth, the Revolutionary Army will join forces with the heirs of the will of D to launch a full assault against the gods of the old world. All who yearn for freedom, heed the call of liberation. War is declared upon the celestial dragons, upon the world government, upon those lofty thrones. The moment those words echoed, the suppressed fury of 800 years ignited across countless corners of the globe. The declaration of war struck like a thunderbolt, tearing asunder the veil of the old era. Chapter 133. The Knights of God, Purifying the World. In the holy land of Merigios, amidst a flurry of butterflies, Im stood quietly, gazing impassively at a life indicator paper slowly dimming before him. The fiery blaze representing liberation and resistance was rapidly fading, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishing completely. Satisfied with the outcome, Im felt a trace of undeniable displeasure at the emotional impurities that had stained the erasure process. Akin to an unsightly scratch on a perfect artwork. 5 figures, their hair and beards as white as snow, stood like statues, their breaths stifled to the utmost. Finally, the bald-headed elder, brandishing a sword, slightly bowed and spoke in the most humble tone. Lord Im, shall we proceed with a physical cleansing? Im did not respond. Slowly, he turned, bare feet treading upon the soft grass, approaching the massive mural that dominated the wall behind the throne. The mural, ancient and worn, depicted a cataclysmic war from days long past. In the painting, a colossal figure adorned with a straw hat beamed brightly as it fiercely battled against an aloof king seated on a throne, wielding a pitch-black sword of supremacy. Suddenly, Im extended a slender, pale finger. The gesture was gentle and slow, as if merely wishing to brush away a speck of dust from the mural. His finger delicately touched the figure wearing the straw hat. In the real world, amidst the battlefield of great events, countless remnants of fleets floated upon the sea above. Crack! The sky resembled a vast mirror, cleaved by an invisible, intangible yet supremely dominant force, creating a colossal black fissure that spanned the horizon. This was not mere storm clouds nor a tempest, but the very lament and rupture of space itself. A raw, unyielding pressure seeped from the crack. Just a whisper of it. Below, the seas were dotted with numerous gargantuan warships belonging to the Grand Alliance fleet. Their most robust keels simultaneously emitting a mournful creak under the unbearable strain. Some even snapped in two, slowly succumbing to the depths of the ocean. Countless formidable beings, be they pirates or navy, gazed upward in horror, a primordial fear surging from the very core of their souls. It was as if a genuine deity watched coldly over this pitiful throng of insignificant ants. For 8 centuries, a voice, ancient, neutral, devoid of emotion, resounded not through the air, but directly within the minds of the 5 elders and certain entities deep within Panga City. Static could never be entirely eradicated. A command, the will of Im, icy and absolute. The Knights of God mobilize. Exterminate all vessels bearing the D and those remnants clinging to the antiquated notions of the past from this world. At the very instant the decree was issued, in a secluded, timeless sanctuary deep within Pangu City, a temple unrecorded in any annals, 9 pairs of eyes. Dormant for countless centuries, simultaneously opened. Whoosh! 9 figures rose from their thrones. They were not adorned in the resplendent armor one might envision, but rather draped in simple, pure white robes akin to those of priests, devoid of any embellishments. Each face was obscured by a variety of metallic masks, concealing all traces of identity and emotion. Most chilling of all, these 9 figures were not solely celestial dragons. Among them were several possessing the elongated arms characteristic of the long-armed tribe, and one, unmistakably a member of the mink tribe, covered in snowy fur. They were not merely a privileged class. They were guardians of the very concept of world order, sworn to it since the dawn of time, rather than to any bloodline. They were the sharpest, most arcane instruments of slaughter wielded by him, the leader of the Knights of God, a man of well-proportioned stature wearing a smooth golden mask devoid of any features, knelt slowly on one knee towards Im's throne. His code name was Stultus. In the ancient tongue, it meant the fool. Yet the aura he exuded was 1,000 times more rational and frigid than that of the world's most composed executioner. Stultus, the will of him once again descended with precision into his mind. Your task is to sever that anchor point, the one known as Monkey D. Luffy. The last and most jarring noise. As you command, my lord, the fool replied, his voice devoid of any tremor. In the next moment, boom! The 9 figures transformed into 9 streaks of radiant light, soaring from Pangu City and tearing through the clouds. Their speed surpassed even that of light. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, they had already become 9 meteors of destruction, hurtling towards the chaotic battlefield below. Their objective was unmistakably clear. Before the anomaly known as Luo Chen was entirely erased by the world's rules. From a physical standpoint, to extinguish all potential sparks that could resonate with the world's memories due to his existence, preemptively and thoroughly. The first target, the boy donning the straw hat. The last hope of D, Monkey D, Luffy. Chapter 134, The Knights of God. Conceptual erasure, the collapse of belief. As the 9 streaks of light descended, there were no earth-shattering explosions, no towering waves, nor even the faintest sound. They quietly landed upon 9 pivotal nodes within the chaotic battlefield. However, at the very moment they touched down, an invisible, terrifying pressure swept across the entire battlefield. All those strong individuals, whether revolutionary commanders or captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were locked in the gaze of the 9 figures, felt as if struck by lightning. Their actions, thoughts, even heartbeats, fell into an instantaneous void. It was as if their souls were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. At the Revolutionary Army's position, Bello Betty raised her enormous battle flag, preparing to unleash her inspiration fruit ability once more. Everyone, stand up. Victory is at hand. Her words abruptly halted. A figure had appeared before her without her noticing. Clad in a simple white robe and wearing a silver mask engraved with restrained relief, the knight stood silently. He made no move, nor did he emanate any killing intent. He merely extended a finger, calmly pointing at Bello Betty. No sound, no visual effects. Yet Bello Betty froze. Her pupils instantly drained of all light. Every thought of inspiration, encouragement, awakening the fighting spirit, and the pursuit of freedom was as if forcefully smoothed away by an invisible hand. The fervor within her heart cooled instantly, her boiling passion turning into a stagnant pool. For the first time in her life, she felt an absolute indifference emanating from the depths of her soul. Fight? What for? Freedom? What is that? Can it be consumed? Companions? Merely a noisy bunch of individuals. Thud! The battle flag slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The revolutionary soldiers, once invigorated by her rallying cry, now appeared bereft of their guiding spirit, their fervor evaporating into confusion. Inspiration fruit rendered ineffective. No, it was directly erased from the very roots of its concept. Meanwhile, Jinbei, the fishman, was poised to unleash the secrets of fishman karate when a burly knight with a resolute visage obstructed his path. Fishman karate, fish wave, he bellowed, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, the knight remained still, merely standing there calmly. Just as the force of his punch was about to make contact, Jinbei's movement abruptly halted. Something felt wrong. An unprecedented thought, like poisonous weeds, began to flourish wildly in his mind. Why fight? Must Mr. Luffy's orders truly be obeyed? Escape, yes. Fleeing is the wisest choice. To gamble the future of the entire Fishman Island on an ephemeral promise. I am indeed a fool. Such thoughts were more tormenting to Jinbei, whose very essence was etched with the virtue of chivalry. than death itself. Cracks began to form in his once unyielding sense of justice. The knight's ability amplified the weaknesses within the hearts of his targets. Across the battlefield, similar scenes unfolded in various locations. Fear spread among all the elite forces. What manner of monsters were these? They did not assault the body, employ haki, nor rely upon devil fruit abilities. They attacked the very core of what made a strong individual formidable. It is the spiritual essence that constitutes the soul. Courage, belief, loyalty, passion, chivalry. These intangible yet profoundly significant attributes appear as fragile as parchment before their gaze, easily pierced. This is a terror 1,000 times greater than mere death. In the heart of the battlefield, the leader of the Divine Knights, a man adorned with a smooth, golden mask devoid of features, Stultus, materialized between Ace and Sabo. Surprisingly, his target was not Luffy. Step back. Ace and Sabo erupted simultaneously in a torrent of flames, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Yet, Stultus merely stood in serene silence, gradually articulating his thoughts. His voice, calm yet imbued with an almost magical allure, effortlessly penetrated the roar of the flames, reaching the very logic and souls of the two warriors. Is it truly justice to plunge the world into relentless warfare for an uncertain freedom, causing the suffering of billions? Is it not the height of selfishness to sacrifice the stability and order of the entire world for the solitary wish of your brother? A thunderous echo resounded in the minds of Ace and Sabo, akin to two bolts of lightning striking from a clear sky. You're talking nonsense. Sabo instinctively prepared to retort in anger, but as the words formed on his lips, he was horrified to find himself unable to voice them. It was not fear that silenced him, nor was he persuaded. Rather, the will to counter, the unwavering conviction for ideals, was being systematically undermined and dismantled by Stultus' irrefutably rational discourse. Their beliefs were being assassinated by an absolute reason. Ace experienced a similar turmoil. His temples throbbed as he glared fiercely at his opponent, yet he felt his once proud willpower swiftly dissipating. He even began to uncontrollably ponder. Was there a hint of validity in his words? Damn, what am I thinking? The flames enveloping both men flickered and waned at a visibly rapid pace. Observing their anguished expressions, Stultus spoke again, calmly dropping a bombshell capable of overturning the world's understanding. I know what you're thinking. You believe we are the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. He shook his head slowly. No, I am not a celestial dragon. Stultus' voice carried a note of ancient sorrow. 8 centuries ago, Joy Boy was my dearest friend, and I fought alongside him for the dawn of that which we call freedom. However, I witnessed firsthand how that so-called great kingdom, upon attaining absolute freedom, fell into chaos and self-destruction due to insatiable desires. He lifted his gaze as if peering through time and space, witnessing the bloody history of that era. Freedom is not a remedy. It is the most potent poison. Thus, I chose to follow Lordum, becoming the guardian of order. As Stultus revealed his identity to the completely stunned Ace and Sabo, he declared, I am the original traitor, and I am the ultimate guardian of this world. At the moment his words fell, the last flicker of rebellion in Ace and Sabo's hearts was extinguished. In their pupils remained only an abyss of terror and confusion. Confronted with this adversary emerging from the ashes of history, armed with a terrifying ability that struck at the very weakness of their souls and upended their understanding, the two men experienced, for the first time, a profound sense of helplessness and despair that transcended even death. Chapter 135. The Lament of Shirahoshi. The planet's retaliation. Fishman Island, Ryugu Palace. Within the Hardshell Tower. Plop. Princess Shirahoshi suddenly collapsed to her knees, her immense form curling inward, hands clutching her chest tightly. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearl from a broken dam, uncontrolled, not out of fear, not out of grievance, but from an indescribable emptiness, as if the entire world was withering and dying before her. Lord Luffy. She could feel it, the man who had promised to take her to see a true forest, the one whose presence radiated warmth akin to the sun. His essence was being rapidly erased from this world, like a painting being mercilessly erased by an eraser. Bit by bit, the sensation was 1,000 times more agonizing than King Neptune's injury or her brother's defeat. No, do not disappear. Shirahoshi's sorrow was pure, so pure that it encompassed none of the complexities of hope, freedom, or future. It was simply the instinctive fear of a timid child, terrified of losing her most cherished friend. This untainted emotion, in her unconsciousness, transformed into a silent lament through the innate supreme authority of Poseidon. Buzz! This lament did not traverse the air or the sea. Instead, it resonated directly with the souls of all the oceans on this planet. In the depths of a new world, within the Devil's Triangle, a pair of colossal crimson eyes, larger than islands and long dormant for 8 centuries, suddenly opened. In the waters off Wano, 10,000 meters deep in a trench, an ancient sea king, resembling a dragon and entwined around an underwater volcano, slowly raised its head. Across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, in the calm belts, the ultimate behemoths, whose sizes rivaled mountains and whose lifespans spanned centuries, misconstrued by humanity as mere illusions or legends, awoke simultaneously. They received no commands for battle. They could not even comprehend what was transpiring. Yet they felt it. They felt the profound, soul-rending sorrow emanating from their sole, supreme king. On the battlefield of this monumental event, the officers of the Revolutionary Army, the captains of the White Brigade, and all elite combatants found their wills ruthlessly dismantled. Jinbe, whose chivalry was crumbling, suddenly trembled. Bellamy, whose passion had been utterly extinguished, displayed a flicker of clarity in his bewildered expression. They, along with all surviving warriors on the battlefield, friend or foe, unanticipatedly sensed a sudden, profound wave of sorrow that penetrated deep into their very bones. This was not their own emotion. It was a lament as if the entire world were weeping. This pure, sorrowful will, emanating from the planet's most colossal life forms, coalesced into an invisible spiritual tsunami that instantaneously swept across the entire world. This spiritual tsunami could not counteract concept erasure. It could not resurrect passion nor revive chivalry. Yet it served as an incredibly intense background noise, a cacophony potent enough to shake the soul. It severely disrupted the Divine Knight's precise targeting of concepts such as belief and courage. The knight adorned with the temperate mask emitted a sound imbued with emotion for the first time. He witnessed Bellamy, who should have been devoid of hope, shedding a line of tears down his face. The woman, in confusion, touched her cheek. Why do I feel so sad? This sudden, overwhelming surge of emotions, foreign to her essence, struck her like a frigid, piercing brine, mercilessly splashed upon her forcibly chilled soul. A flicker of her own suppressed defiance, pushed to the brink, was surprisingly awakened amidst the agonizing torment. PFF. Jinbe spat out a mouthful of blood, not due to injury, but as this sorrow from beyond forcefully collided with the treacherous and cowardly thoughts swirling in his mind. His heart, teetering on the edge of despair, found a momentary stabilization in the wake of this excruciating stimulus. In the center of the battlefield, the straw hat boy, forgotten by all, seemingly reduced to an empty shell, also sensed this lamentation. This sorrow was all too familiar to him. Hashigami. In Luffy's vacant gaze, a flicker of feeble light suddenly refocused. Hashigami is crying? The grief of his comrades. This most straightforward, unadulterated thought became yet another solid anchor for him amidst the erasure of concepts in his void. Members of the Divine Knights simultaneously felt the dissonance. Their capacity to attack with intent visibly faltered under the overwhelming tide of this global resonance of sorrow, diminishing in precision and efficiency. It was akin to attempting to strike a match amidst a tempest of 12 gales. Beneath Stultus's smooth, golden mask, a grave aura finally surfaced. His plan, the decisive blow meant to undermine Ace and Sabo's convictions, was interrupted, merely gaining 3 seconds of respite. For the Divine Knights, 3 seconds were insignificant. Yet, for this crumbling battlefield, those 3 seconds represented a miracle, an unexpected counterattack, not born of hope or freedom, but stemming from the most primal emotions of existence. Luffy's fists, once limp and powerless, began to tighten once more, inch by inch, amidst the astonished gazes of all. In that fleeting moment, a calm, frigid voice, laced with a hint of relieved mirth, resonated like a thunderclap transcending time and space, echoing precisely within the minds of all the leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates and the core members of the Revolutionary Army. The signal has been received. Everyone, prepare. Are we flipping the table? It was the voice of Luo Chen. Chapter 136. Obsession as a Spear, Even the Gods Retreat. Luo Chen's voice ignited the final spark to detonate the entire powder keg. The signal has been received. It was the voice of the Chief of Staff. Brothers, let us do this. Those who had just been forcefully yanked from the mire of conceptual erasure by that external sorrow found their minds singularly fixated on one thought. Flip the table. Boom! The first to react were Ace and Sabo, closest to the leader of the Divine Knights, Stultus. Oh! Without uttering a single word or even exchanging glances, the flames, nearly extinguished and suppressed, erupted in a vengeful blaze. No longer for some trivial notion of freedom or justice. To hell with the world order. I will protect my brother. This thought, so simple, so raw, so devoid of reason. Fire fist, dragon's claw. From the left and right, two torrents of flame, embodying the brothers' collective will, roared like two raging dragons, tearing through the atmosphere and crashing violently towards Stultus. For the first time, a genuine surprise flickered beneath Stultus's smooth golden mask. His commanding aura, which had enveloped the battlefield like an absolute truth, rippled minutely in the face of these two unreasonable obsessions. Swish! After 8 centuries, this man took a half step back, barely evading the brothers' onslaught. He allowed the ferocious flames to graze past him, carving deep, unfathomable chasms into the earth behind him. The tremors of his will echoed across the battlefield, tinged with an odd curiosity. Is it an absolute obsession formed from pure instinct to protect one's kin? Poseidon, you are yet another unpredictable variable. Meanwhile, Zoro's gaze, upon hearing Luo Chen's voice, regained its clarity. What foolish notions of battle significance or the honor of a swordsman had been cast aside? The warrior's instinct whispered a single truth to him. Slash this bastard before me. Buzz. The Sandai Kitetsu emitted a thrilling cry, as if celebrating its master's return. Without a moment's hesitation, a razor-sharp, spiraling slash erupted forth. The knight clad in the mask of loyalty, facing him, clearly did not anticipate Zoro's swift liberation. Hastily crossing his arms to defend. Crack! A bone-deep fissure instantly marred the armament designed to withstand the onslaught of a vice-admiral. How dare you let Miss Nami and Robin witness my shame? Sanji's brows twisted into that iconic curl once more. His mind devoid of grand ideas. He was consumed by the most primal instinct to protect. Demon Wind Foot, the final touch kick. Boom! Fiery flames ignited on his leg as he sent the knight, who had cast him into the abyss of cowardice, flying. In that moment, all the strong souls who had broken free from their mental shackles comprehended the true meaning of Luo Chen's call to flip the table, to resist the Divine Knight's unreasonable obliteration of concepts. The crux lay not in grand ideals or beliefs. Rather, it resided in the most concrete, personal, and unreasonable obsession. I will protect my family. I cannot allow beautiful women to see me humiliated. I will cut you down. These seemingly selfish thoughts possessed the strongest defensive power in the face of absolute rational logic. Ugh! At the heart of the battlefield, Luffy finally lifted his head. He felt Hashigami's sorrow, sensed his brother's fury, and perceived the rekindled fighting spirit of his comrades. He unleashed a roar towards the sky, the most ferocious cry he had ever uttered. This roar did not summon the power of Nika, nor did it harbor any fruit abilities. It was imbued with an unprecedented solidity, a pure conqueror's haki. Buzz! This amalgamation of the rage-infused conqueror's haki and the sorrowful will emanating from the Sea Kings produced an astonishing resonance. Two of the most extreme emotions merged instantaneously into a new composite emotional shockwave, sweeping across the battlefield. PFF, PFF, PFF. Members of the Divine Knights trembled in unison. Their momentum abruptly interrupted. Their precise ability to lock onto mental concepts faltered completely amidst this tempest of mingled anger and sorrow. The scales of victory seemed to tilt wildly in favor of the Grand Alliance. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, within the blossoms, Im lowered the colossal scissors from his grasp, lifting his gaze towards the void as if piercing through the red line, witnessing everything transpiring upon the battlefield. In his cyclical gaze, there resided no trace of anger despite the thwarted plans. Instead, a glimmer of amusement danced across his visage. The sorrow of Poseidon, the wrath of a D-clan. Such tumultuous emotions, indeed. He extended a finger, gently tapping the colossal illusory straw hat that symbolized the sovereign of the world, suspended in the air. Since you are so reliant on emotions, let us render this world a touch more pristine. An invisible will, channeled through the authority of King Uranus, instantaneously permeated the minds of all the knights of the gods. Concept erasure, new directive initiated. Target, sorrow. Seizing this opportunity, resolved to orchestrate a grand purification beyond all expectations. He intended for this world to not merely forget hope, freedom, and anger, but to obliterate sorrow as well. He aspired to create a garden that was utterly, absolutely numb, perfect in its desolation. On the battlefield, Jinbei, having just stabilized his footing, suddenly sensed a disquiet. The profound lament that had allowed him to transcend his shackles of cowardice was dissipating at an astonishing rate. No, it was not merely fading, it was being erased. The warriors, once invigorated by rage and sorrow, were once again engulfed by an all-encompassing lethargy that seeped into their very bones. The sole method to break this deadlock inadvertently illuminated a new, far more perilous avenue of attack for the adversary. Despair loomed, thicker and more suffocating than before. Following a fleeting moment of clarity, this time, what the enemy sought to seize was no longer an ethereal belief, but rather their most fundamental right as living beings to feel pain and sorrow. Chapter 137. The Yellow Sparrow Lies in Wait. The Underworld King, Activation. Meanwhile, as the battlefield of Marineford succumbed to the struggle between divine and mortal wills, upon a long-forgotten ruin, the remnants of Wano country, a formidable raft flagship, grotesque in its design, floated silently atop a waterfall that linked heaven and sea. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, stood at the helm. In his hands, he bore neither wine nor cherry pie, but a pulsating black core, seemingly forged from pure malice and foreboding. The key to the Underworld King. This was the genuine secret he had deciphered from a hidden compartment of a neglected historical manuscript. Boom! A wave of terror, potent enough to resonate through half the world, emanated from the direction of Marineford. It was the power of concept erasure, ruthlessly rewriting reality. Poison Q, Van Oka, and the core members of the Blackbeard Pirates exhibited expressions of horror and gravity. Yet Teach, feeling that overwhelming force, bore no trace of fear. Instead, he was consumed by an insatiable greed and exhilaration that threatened to burst from his chest. His signature, tooth-grinding laughter echoed across the desolate lands. Fight! Make it even more intense! Teach hoisted the black core high, as if toasting to an unseen entity. Deplete the gods up there and that so-called sun god entirely. Your era is about to conclude. He cackled, his other hand suddenly outstretched. Dark water, an endless torrent of darkness, surged forth from his palm, enveloping the ominous core entirely. Captain, do we truly not need a key to unlock the door? Van Oka, beside him, still found it hard to believe. In their understanding, activating an ancient weapon must involve a lock and a ritual. Foolish. Teach scoffed. True power is never solicited with key. It is seized with greater might. He had long ago discerned the truth through his meticulous study of historical texts. The key to activating the Underworld King was not some fanciful insertion or incantation. Its power source was a unique ancient energy dormant in the deepest recesses of the earth. And the overwhelming gravity of the dark fruit was precisely the only key capable of disregarding the crustal barriers, forcibly extracting that slumbering energy from the depths of 10,000 meters. Let us move. With Teach's command, the already prepared buyers and others let out a cry. Driving chains thicker than masts, entwined with colossal sea prism stones, deep into the seabed surrounding Wano. Buzz. A ritual array immense enough to encompass the entirety of the old Wano country instantly took shape. Now, Teach's eyes sparkled with avarice as he forcefully pressed the darkness enveloping the activation core down into the air beneath him. Come fort. That darkness, seemingly alive, sank into the sea below without disturbing a ripple. It penetrated thousands of meters of seawater, breaching the impregnable layers of rock. Like a precision-guided deep-sea bomb, it struck directly at the colossal vessel, which had lain dormant beneath the great foundations of Wano for 8 centuries, instilling fear in the world government. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, the entire Wano country, no, the entire sea, began to tremble violently. The magnitude of this tremor far surpassed any earthquake triggered during the battle between Kaido and Luffy. The heavens collapsed, and the earth caved in. The immense waterfall began to flow backward. The solid ground began to crumble inch by inch. A shadow, far more terrifying than the island itself, began to rise slowly from the endless abyss beneath the nation. Not fast enough. Teach grinned widely, revealing his jagged teeth. He clenched his fists. 2 halos of white light representing annihilation enveloping him instantly. Quake fruit. Buzz. Teach's fist did not strike the earth, but rather slammed into the void. Resonance of vibrations. The invisible, powerful shockwaves morphed into a unique frequency that spread forth. This frequency was not intended for destruction, but rather to create a wondrous resonance with the awakening underworld king. Crack, 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 crack. The massive entity's ascent accelerated several-fold. Did you think I merely sought to control it? Teach reveled in the world-destroying power coursing through him, his ambitions swelling uncontrollably. You are so naive. Through his research, he discovered that the Underworld King was not merely an ultimate battleship. Its colossal core power reactor was, in fact, an unprecedented, vast energy converter. His plan, from the very beginning, was never to join the battlefield of Luffy or Im. He would wait. Wait until I'm King of Heaven and Luffy Nika had exhausted each other, sapped of their strength. Then, he would use the Underworld King to absorb all residual energy left on the battlefield, whether it be the power of law or liberation, and claim it as his own. Teach, would be the one to consume everything and emerge as the ultimate victor, the sovereign of the seas. Come forth, my era. Boom! Accompanied by a sound capable of rending the heavens, a terrifying metallic friction echoed, leaving all in stunned silence. A mere segment of the ship's bow, extending for thousands of meters, was adorned with a multitude of fearsome, unknown gun ports, its surface an obsidian black, embodying the ultimate weapon. At long last, it breached the surface of the seas of Wano, rising slowly. Blackbeard stood atop his flagship, arms outstretched, unleashing a laughter that reverberated through the heavens, directed at this ancient weapon awakening before him. Just outside the fierce clash between deities and the sun god at the gaming table, a most avaricious and unpredictable third-party force emerged, holding a trump card capable of overturning the entire table. The scene was set. Chapter 138. The Spear of Divine Retribution. The mockery from D. In Marineford, amidst the blossoms, Im's actions suddenly came to an unanticipated halt. His eyes, akin to cycles of reincarnation, remained unfazed, as if nothing in the world could capture his attention. Yet just moments ago, an energy wave, distinctly different and infused with greed and the essence of plunder, pierced through his perfect canvas of the world's garden like a venomous stinger. His gaze seemed to penetrate endless clouds and the crimson earth, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the distant New World in the abandoned seas of Wano. A name, long sealed for 8 centuries, began to surface within his consciousness, tinged with an unprecedented cold disdain. Pluton. For the first time, genuine fury ignited within Im's will. The inheritor of Joy Boy, that boisterous sun god, was merely a cyclical repetition of history, a game he had long grown weary of. However, the loss of control over the ancient weapon was absolutely intolerable. It represented the sole variable capable of appending the chessboard he had meticulously arranged for 8 centuries. The authority of the Heavenly King was, without hesitation, divided once more. A beam of conceptual erasure, light, more solid, and 100-fold more robust than when it obliterated sorrow, suddenly detached from the invisible web enveloping the world. It was no longer a purifying cover. Instead, it manifested as a spear of divine retribution, gathering the wrath of the gods, capable of judging all existence. The space before it appeared frail and insubstantial. This luminous spear, disregarding distance and time, traversed half a planet, locking onto its target with absolute precision. Aimed directly at Wano's coordinates, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. In Wano, amidst the ruins, Blackbeard reveled in the terrifying power emanating from the hull of the ship, capable of dominating the world. Suddenly, an overwhelming malice, freezing his very soul, descended from the heavens. Captain Van Augur, through the scope, beheld the piercing spear of light, his complexion paling in an instant. In the presence of such power, their proud darkness and tremors seemed utterly insignificant. Yet, on Teach's face, there was no trace of fear. Rather, he wore an expression of audacious triumph, a smile that spoke of a scheme coming to fruition. Just in time. It seemed he had anticipated this moment long ago. Shiryu, it's your time to shine. Now, a figure appeared, ghost-like, atop the bow of the newly emerged Pluton. Shiryu of the Rain, cigar in mouth, leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. He unsheathed the second-generation Kitetsu at his waist, the blade glimmering with an eerie red light. Yet, he made no defensive or offensive posture in response to the spear of divine retribution. Instead, amidst the astonished gazes of all, he abruptly turned. slashing towards the massive cannon beside him, thicker than a castle tower. What is he doing? Is he destroying the weapon? No. Swoosh. The strike produced no resounding clang of metal. The blade seemed to slice through an illusion. In that instant of the strike, Shiryu activated his Clear Fruit ability, applying it in a bewildering manner to his slash. He rendered the very concept of the slash itself transparent. The blade did not sever the physical cannon. Rather, it severed the invisible yet real causal connection between the Pluton warship and the space it occupied. Buzz. In an instant, the colossal Pluton, along with Shiryu, standing atop it, entered an exceedingly peculiar state of pseudo-invisibility. It remained here, yet on the level of the world, it vanished within that second. Boom! Im's spear of divine retribution arrived at its predetermined coordinates with astonishing accuracy. It pierced through everything, tearing apart all, yet it alone failed to penetrate the intended target. The spear continued its relentless momentum, crashing violently into the ruins of Wano behind. There was no explosion, no deafening roar. The great mountain that had once served as Kaido's foundation for Onigashima, along with the surrounding land within a 10-mile radius, simply vanished into thin air, erased completely from the very essence of existence. Observing the smooth, mirror-like void, Bajur and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their throats constricting in panic. Teach's maniacal laughter was the greatest mockery directed at the divine above. Do you see it, you fools? He spread his arms wide, bellowing in pride. This is how my pirate crew operates. We do not seek to oppose the rules, but to manipulate them, to toy with you self-proclaimed deities. However, before his laughter could fully dissipate, in the holy land of Marineford, the flicker of fury in Im's eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by an absolute chill. The attack had missed? No matter. The Heavenly King's targeting mode instantaneously switched under his will. From spatial coordinate locking, it transitioned to DS will locking. In the next moment, in Wano, an overwhelming chill, 100 times more terrifying than the spear's previous targeting, enveloped Teach in an instant. It was an indescribable sensation, as if his soul, his bloodline, his very existence was being grasped tightly by an invisible hand. No matter where he fled, whether to the ends of the earth or into the depths of the ocean, as long as he remained Marshal D. Teach, as long as his name bore that accursed D, he would never escape the next pursuit from the Heavenly King. Ha! Teach's smile faltered for the first time. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Have I been discovered? He murmured softly, the greed and arrogance in his gaze finally giving way to a hint of gravity. It seems time is running short. He suddenly turned to his subordinates, issuing the most urgent command. Everyone, dive immediately. Use Pluton to sever tracking. Hurry. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield of Marineford, at the moment Im diverted his focus, mobilizing the main force of the Heavenly King to confront the immense variable that was Blackbeard, the pressure of conceptual erasure, which had been threatening to crush the entire alliance of Luffy, suddenly lightened. Chapter 139. In the name of D, the will of the world gathers. On the main battlefield of Marineford, the terrifying pressure capable of obliterating all emotions and existence suddenly lightened. In less than a mere fraction of a second, a diminutive decay occurs. The ordinary person would scarcely be able to perceive it. Yet, for the man who stands resolutely against the tempest, awaiting the eternal moment, this is more than sufficient. The leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, in the profound depths of his eyes, a terrifying brilliance erupts in an instant. Now, act. Dragon's voice, though not loud, reverberates like thunder in the ears of all the Revolutionary Army's officers. Ivankov, Sabo, and the other commanders exhibit no hesitation whatsoever. It is as if they have rehearsed this 1,000 times. They suddenly produce from their bosoms dozens of uniquely shaped life cards. These cards are not made of paper, but resemble dried leaves, devoid of pointers indicating any individual. Instead, they exude an ancient essence, as if they have been in slumber for 8 centuries. Dragon, what on earth is this? Ivankov exclaims in astonishment. D. Dragon's voice is resolute. It is not merely a surname. It is a sigil imprinted in our very blood. A final mark that awakens only when the world faces annihilation, when the divine reveals its fangs. As soon as the words are spoken, Dragon's arms spread wide. Whoosh! A tempest powerful enough to rend steel gathers behind him, forming a vortex. But this time, the wind does not roar, nor does it attack. Instead, it transforms into the gentlest yet most domineering force, lifting all those ancient life cards high into the sky. Crack! All the life cards disintegrate into powder in the heavens. The dust does not scatter with the wind, but bizarrely merges into it, becoming an invisible wave that transcends light and thought, broadcasting to the entire world at an unfathomable speed. In the next moment, Dragon's voice, suppressed for decades, melds with the vibrations of the wind, resonating across the seas. Respond to me, all those who have inherited the will of our ancestors, those whose names bear the D, no matter where you are, regardless of whether you stand with the Navy, the Pirates, or the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, for our shared dawn, lend me your will. On Hive Island in the New World, amidst the chaos of battle, the fierce confrontation between the Navy and Blackbeard's remnants has reached a fever pitch. Hold your ground. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Kobe, battered and bruised, continues to fight on the front lines. Suddenly, a grand voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, resonates directly in his mind. Kobe shudders, his movements coming to an abrupt halt. This is Bang. Beside him, the Navy hero Garp, who had just sent a pirate ship flying with a single punch, also freezes mid-motion. His eyes, usually laden with a hint of nonchalance, sharpen in an instant, becoming keener than a hawk's blade. He senses it. Within that voice lies the determination of his wayward son and the indomitable shout of his foolish grandson. You wretched beings! Garp grins widely, a wild smile breaking across his face as he slowly tightens his fist. Is it finally time to cause a ruckus? In an unknown sea, beneath the deep ocean, aboard the Heart Pirate submarine, Polar Tang, Trafalgar Law attends to the injuries of his crew, his face pale. Suddenly, he clutches his chest, gasping for breath. An irresistible tremor surges forth from the depths of his veins. It is the resonance of the D. Captain! Beepo and the others exclaim in alarm. A flicker of struggle passes through Law's eyes, but it is swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. He recalls Corazon's smile. He remembers the foolish promise made by that straw-hatted captain. He closes his eyes, without a hint of hesitation, and plunges his proud and resilient will into the surging, invisible torrent. This call, transcending life and death, reaches into realms beyond the explanation of common sense. On the Moby Dick, Ace lies quietly in the cabin, his once-cold body surrounded by a faint, almost imperceptible remnant of life energy, responding weakly to the call from the world, flickering with a glimmer of bioluminescence. Even more astonishingly, on an unknown island, where the world government cannot reach, a magnificent sword, once belonging to the pirate king Joel D. Roger, is plunged into the ground before a tombstone. Its blade scintillates with a barely discernible glow. Across the globe, from the unassuming soldiers at naval bases, to the farmers toiling in remote villages, and the pirates adrift at sea, all those descendants of the D clan, hidden among the masses, unaware of their own lineage. In this moment, they all feel the ultimate call from the source of their bloodline. Their wills, whether mighty or feeble, coalesce into invisible streams. They traverse the seas. They scale the mountains. Ultimately, like rivers returning to the ocean, they converge upon the blood-soaked battlefield of Mariehua. Boom! Luffy's Nika power. Dragon's revolutionary winds. Law's surgical will. Garp's iron-fisted fury. Even Ace's lingering flame of protection. All of this, in an instant, transcends space, transcends allegiances, and intertwines, forming an unprecedented, magnificent spiritual network. However, what is most chilling is that, at the very moment this sacred network takes shape in the depths of the sea, 10,000 meters beneath Wano, Blackbeard, evading the pursuit of the heavens while wielding the powers of the Dark King, also senses this call, and is greedy, selfish, and twisted will is forcibly drawn into this D-network. Hiv. Blackbeard's laughter, for the first time, carries genuine astonishment and dread. Chapter 140, My Justice. Take it or leave it on Hive Island, amidst the inferno of war. Garp's body stands as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Before him, the face of Navy Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, filled with rage and accusation, looms, magma swirling behind him, casting the sky in a foreboding dark red hue. Garp. Sakazuki's roar reverberates, as if it could shatter the very island. What are you doing? You felt that, didn't you? That is the call of your criminal son. Are you betraying the Navy? Are you betraying the justice you've upheld your entire life? Each word from Akainu carries the searing heat of lava, striking the hearts of every Navy soldier. All eyes are fixed upon this naval hero. They witness Garp slowly, ever so slowly, removing the dog hat he has worn for a lifetime. Without the hat to conceal him, His white hair dances wildly in the wind. The face that often bore a hint of irreverence now displays an unprecedented seriousness and chill. Sakazuki. Garp's voice is calm, yet it possesses a power surpassing Akainu's roar. Throughout his life, the old man has been a steadfast champion of justice. His gaze seemed to penetrate the figure of the marshal before him, transcending the battlefield to glimpse Mary Geos, where his grandson, adorned with a straw hat, and his son, who stirs the tempest, reside. Yet, if the culmination of justice results in robbing my family and the world of their smiles, then such a farcical notion of justice is better off discarded. As these words left his lips, an overwhelming force, ineffable and unparalleled, erupted from Karp, a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki that soared skyward. This aura bore no aggression, nor did it exude the oppressive weight of royalty. It was not directed at Akainu, nor intended to intimidate adversaries. Rather, it resembled an infinite expanse of solid earth, ascending to the heavens, responding to the call from the deepest recesses of his bloodline. This is Karp's will, not the revolution of Dragon, nor the freedom of Luffy. Instead, it is the essence of his decades-long endeavor to protect the innocent with each punch, to forge his own strength, coalescing into the most pure and indomitable will of guardianship. This will is profound, warm, and unshakable. It became the most solid and stable cornerstone within the nascent network of resonance of the will of D. Through action, Karp provided his answer. You seek death, Karp. Akainu roared in furious rage. He could not tolerate the sight of the Navy's hero openly answering the call of a criminal before all. This was the most ruthless trampling of absolute justice. Great fire. A colossal molten fist, imbued with the terrifying heat that could incinerate all, darkened the skies as it hurtled toward Karp's back. Yet, Karp did not even glance back. He merely flung his creaking iron fist backward with casual ease. No grandiose technique names. No entwining lightning. Only the purest and most refined form of Armament Haki. Boom! The air shattered. That molten giant fist, capable of melting an iceberg, was obliterated in midair as if it were a fragile glass trinket, crushed by the invisible wind of Karp's fist. The sky filled with molten rock, cascading like fireworks, yet not even brushing the hem of Karp's clothing. Kobe. Karp left behind a calm utterance. This is entrusted to you. In the next instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. He was bound for Mary Geos, not as a vice admiral of the Navy, but as D. As Monkey D, Dragon-S father, as Monkey D, Luffy-S grandfather, to fulfill a responsibility long overdue. The battlefield of Hive Island became eerily silent at that moment. All Navy soldiers stood transfixed, gazing in the direction of their hero's disappearance, their expressions a mixture of confusion, shock, and the collapse of faith. The Navy's hero had brazenly defected. This revelation shook them more than any defeat could. Meanwhile, beneath Wano, in the depths of the ocean, within the massive hull of the Pluton, Blackbeard piloted the ancient weapon, frantically evading the relentless pursuit of the Celestial King. Suddenly, he too felt it. The grand resonance that spanned the entire world, formed by the collective will of all D. Blackbeard's signature laughter, for the first time, carried true astonishment and dread. The will of D? Familial bonds? Ridiculous. Utterly laughable. Instinctively, he sought to resist this connection with his avaricious and selfish will. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. This connection was not a coercive command. It resembled an invitation, a summons from the very root of his bloodline to join the final battle. After a fleeting moment of shock, a glint of cunning and greed flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. He not only did not reject this connection, instead, he reined in his naked desires, feigning a heavy yet resolute will, carefully integrating himself into that sacred network of consciousness. What a bunch of Na'vi fools. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a silent yet sinister smile. He intended to exploit this internal channel. Like a venomous serpent, he would lurk within the hearts of all D, eavesdropping on Luffy and Dragon-S every plan. Then, at the most critical and lethal moment, he would detonate this so-called ultimate union of wills from within. Chapter 141. The Ensemble of D. On the battlefield of Mary Geos, the radiant light of conceptual annihilation that could erase all continued to rage. Yet it was different now. The void that had once surged into Luffy's mind like an avalanche now seemed to collide with an invisible dam. The brilliance still seeped through, still eroded, but its pace had been forcibly decelerated 100-fold. 1,000-fold. Ugh! Luffy knelt, his body trembling violently, as the dullness in his eyes began to rekindle a glimmer of brilliance. Some of what had been erased was returning. Why fight here? For my comrades. For freedom. For that bowl of meat. The reasons forcibly excavated from his mind were being replenished by an unreasonable surge of power. Boom! Luffy suddenly lifted his head. He felt it. He was no longer bearing this alone. Behind him, it felt as though a multitude stood united. A tempest mingling freedom and revolution surged forth, embodying the will of his reckless father. An iron fist, heavy as a mountain, unwavering in its might, represented the guardianship of his rogue grandfather. A calm, aloof yet infinitely gentle resolve emanated from Trafalgar Law's will. Even in the depths of that torrent, he sensed a familiar, fiercely protective thought, akin to a blazing flame. Ace. Further still, a presence that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth with laughter, an audacious will that defied all limits. That was Roger. The collective will of all D transcended life and death, crossed time and space, intertwining at this moment into a singular chord. Luffy's once desolate and empty mental realm was filled to the brim in a fraction of a second. It was nearly overflowing. Luffy let out a pained, yet liberating roar towards the heavens. This power was not merely defensive. It was, in fact, an amplifier. Boom! An unprecedented, wildly ferocious conqueror's haki erupted from within him. Crimson lightning no longer circled, but transformed into a tangible, wrathful dragon, tearing apart the earth and shattering the sky. Centered on Luffy, a reality-stabilizing field composed purely of will unfolded with a thunderous roar. Yet at that moment, an unforeseen side effect took place. Luffy's mind felt as though it had been connected to a runaway server. Countless fragments of memories that did not belong to him surged uncontrollably. Scene 1. On the precipice of Windmill Village, a young boy adorned with tattoos gazes vacantly at the sky, lost in uncertainty about his future. Scene 2. Amidst a tempest of snow, a man clad in a pink feather coat offers him a final smile, then the world descends into silence, leaving only his solitary, muted lament. Scene 3. At the execution platform of Marineford, a naval hero donning a dog-headed hat clenches his fists until blood spills, helplessly watching his loved ones while being unable to intervene. Scene 4. On the final island, Laugh Tale before a mountain of treasures. A man sporting a handlebar mustache clutches his belly, laughing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, as if mocking an absurd joke. The confusion of Luffy, the anguish of Law, the struggle of Garp, the maniacal laughter of Roger, countless regrets of the D's, innumerable dreams of the D's, all converge upon Luffy at this moment. This is no longer his solitary battle. It is a climactic confrontation that transcends time and space, inheriting an 800-year-old destiny. So, it is, Luffy murmurs softly, gradually rising from the ground. For the first time, a smile that intertwines pain and relief graces his youthful visage. He understands now. D signifies dream. It embodies destiny. It also conveys don't laugh. Do not mock our dreams. Do not ridicule our fate. Do not scoff at the dawn that is destined to arrive. In that case, Luffy grins widely, revealing his iconic white teeth. Let us incite another ruckus. He throws his head back, and from his heart erupts a thunderous roar. Gear 5th. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the drum of liberation resonates with unprecedented volume and rhythm, reverberating through the heavens once more. Yet this time, the drumbeat transcends mere heartbeat. Within its cadence lies the revolutionary spirit of the dragon, the fury of Garp's iron fist, the resolve of Law's scalpel, the protective flames of Ace. Even the reckless, God-defying laughter of Roger intertwines within. This is no longer the drum of liberation. This is the D's symphony. Boom! A blinding white light envelopes Luffy once again. The Nika form reemerges, and this time, it is more solid and grand than ever before. His colossal figure seems poised to rupture the sky, pure white steam billowing from him like an ocean of clouds. The sun god he embodies wears a smile that transcends pure joy. That smile, now, carries the weight of 8 centuries of tribulation, a realization born of countless dreams entrusted to him. This formidable D's symphony instantaneously pierces through the radiance of concept erasure, resonating throughout the world. Across the seas, the Grand Line, the New World. All those who had fallen into confusion under the radiant light. losing their fighting spirit, find their hearts involuntarily beating in rhythm with the sound of the drum. They still do not comprehend what has transpired. Yet the suppressed instinct of hope and rebellion within them ignites like dry kindling meeting a blazing flame, roaring back to life. Meanwhile, in Marineford, the nexus of power, amidst the flowers, sits imperiously upon the empty throne, coldly observing it all. Before him, the enormous straw hat, meticulously preserved for 8 centuries, lies quietly. Suddenly, boom, accompanied by the world-resounding beat, the massive straw hat trembles slightly. A minuscule yet undeniably real crack appears at its edge. For the first time in 8 centuries, Im's unwavering will, which had regarded all as dust, manifests an emotion named gravity. Chapter 142. The Infection of Will. Charge towards the divine. Hee. Distinctly different laughter reverberates above the ruins of Marineford. This laughter remains imbued with freedom and joy. Yet the essence of that sound no longer merely spreads happiness. It acts as the most potent stimulant, piercing fiercely into the psyche of every listener. It is mending. It is infectious. A revolutionary warrior, recently stripped of courage by a member of the God Knights, now lies collapsed and trembling upon the ground. The very thought of standing has been eradicated from his mind. But as that laughter fills his ears, the colossal figure of the sun god materializes uncontrollably in his mind, along with that fearless, wide-grinning face. Courage? Why should I seek courage from others? The desire to protect my family is the greatest courage. Crack! His trembling hand resolutely grips the fallen battle blade. The will that had been stripped away, the fighting spirit that had been extracted, is forcibly reinfected in a manner both unreasonable and profound. And it is even more steadfast than before. Such scenes unfold simultaneously across every corner of the battlefield. I can still fight. What was my goal again? Right? For freedom. For the new world. So that our children can live in a realm devoid of celestial dragons. Oh. After a brief silence, the Alliance fleet erupts into an unprecedented, earth-shattering cheer. The spirit of battle, hope, the reasons to fight, everything that had been taken by concept erasure, and the powers of the God Knights returns in a more robust, purer form through this intoxicating drumbeat and laughter. The offensive surges anew, and it is more savage than ever before. How is this possible? A member of the God Knights, witnessing their previously soft opponent now barreling towards them like a madman, displays a look of sheer horror for the first time. My will deprivation has failed. No, it hasn't failed. It is as if their power is being overlaid and crushed by the opponent's infected will, like snow meeting the blazing sun. What a fright. At that moment, a cold, steady voice resonates in the minds of all God Knights members. The leader of the God Knights, Saint Stewart, remains entirely unperturbed. Instead, he raises his head, calmly gazing at the towering sun god from a distance. He employs a more advanced transmission of will, piercing his voice like a poisoned steel needle into the newly formed D's will resonance network. This is the true power of Joy Boy, forced empathy, using his absurd free will to forcibly overwrite, distort, and assimilate the will of others. Stewart's voice carries a hint of mockery. How does this differ fundamentally from I'm Sama's concept erasure? It is merely a different form of arrogance. These words were venomous to an extreme degree. He did not attack Luffy directly. Instead, he assailed the noble ideals that Luffy represented. His aim was to subvert this union of wills, composed of countless DS, from within. He sought to instill doubt in the hearts of all D's successors, prompting them to question whether the freedom they pursued was merely a more sophisticated form of tyranny. Yet, Luffy continued to beam with a wide grin, seemingly oblivious to the discourse. What responded to Stewart was another profound will, as deep as the winds of the internet. Monkey de Dragon. The distinction? Dragons will materialize into an invisible barrier, repelling Stewart's seductive rhetoric beyond the core. Our will is an invitation, whereas yours is coercion. When you fail to comprehend this distinction, it is ordained that your so-called God shall forever remain a solitary figure. The fundamental difference between mortals and deities lies precisely here. Such twisted reasoning. Stewart's voice turned chilling. However, this philosophical debate had already reached its terminus, for Luffy had grown weary of it. He paid no heed to the drivel spewing from that so-called captain. He merely cast a glance downward at the scarlet soil of the Red Line, ravaged countless times by the fires of war. Rubber, boom! The entire expanse of the Red Line's deck was forcibly transformed into a vast, elastic mass of rubber under his unfathomable strength. Luffy grinned widely, embedding his feet firmly into the ground, his body stretching backward, taut like a colossal slingshot. His clear eyes locked onto the pinnacle of the red line. Pangaea Castle, where I'm resided. To hell with philosophical debates. To hell with clashes of wills. I cannot comprehend such nonsense. If we send the culprit flying, won't that resolve everything? Here we go. Boom! Luffy launched himself like a pristine, white ultimate cannonball, propelled by that gigantic slingshot at supersonic speed. His target was unmistakably clear. The very heart of world power. The god sitting high above. Keep up with Luffy. Do not let him steal the spotlight alone. Three-sword style. Demon Wind Foot. Almost the very moment Luffy was launched, several figures followed closely behind, transforming into streaks of light soaring skyward. It was Ace. The black flames of Conqueror's Haki erupted like a pair of wings behind him. It was Sabo. The fierce winds of Dragon Claw Fist tore through the atmosphere. It was Zoro. It was Sanji. It was Yamato. It was Law. It was Kid. The strongest forces of the Grand Alliance coalesced around that white cannonball, forming the most formidable and unstoppable strike team in human history. Their objective pointed directly toward the abode of the gods above the heavens. At that moment, the entire world, millions of eyes peering through Din Din Mushi and other means to witness this final confrontation, collectively held their breath. They beheld the Liberator adorned with a straw hat, leading a coalition of pirates, revolutionaries, samurais, kings, and even traitorous naval officers. They charged towards the god who had ruled over the world for 8 centuries, towards that sacred ground forbidden to mortals. They instigated the boldest, most audacious, and most thorough rebellion in history. Chapter 143. The God's Rise. Decapitation Tactics. Pangaea Castle. Amidst the flowers, silence, a deathly stillness. Im sat upon the throne of void. Before him stood a wall of surveillance, constructed from countless tiny Din Din Mushi. Watching without a blind spot, the wall reflected clearly the white cannonball soaring upward, along with the streaks of light trailing behind, representing the pinnacle of human resistance. The space around him subtly warped. This was not a power. It was the sheer resonance of his will, potent enough to interfere with reality. Lotim, a member of the 5 elders, the financial warrior Saint Nashiro, stepped forward. His voice bore an unmistakable weight of gravity. The intensity of the resonance of D's will surpasses all our predictions over the past 8 centuries. It appears to be a contingency plan prepared in advance by that Joy Boy fellow for the King of Heaven. His analysis was sound, attributing the current anomaly to the deep foresight of an ancient adversary. However, no, a detached, emotionless will resonated directly in the minds of the 5 elders. Im did not even glance at him. A petal gently floated down, landing in the palm of his unnaturally pale hand. You are mistaken. This is not Joy Boy's arrangement. The will continued to convey a truth capable of appending their understanding. In Joy Boy's era, the embers of D were far too scarce. Like a flickering candle in the wind, incapable of generating such a resonance on this scale. In this moment, a hint of inexplicable, almost self-mocking coldness crept into Im's will. These are the bitter fruits we have sown ourselves. It is we who have allowed the bloodline of D to proliferate freely over these 8 centuries, drawing together, ultimately birthing a monster capable of rebelling against us. This was our error. The 5 elders trembled violently, their faces drained of color. So, it was... The most lethal threat did not stem from an ancient foe, but from their own arrogance and negligence over the past 8 centuries. Since it was an error, Im's will instantaneously shifted from icy detachment to absolute indifference. Then let me correct it with my own hands. The moment the words fell, he stood up. This was the first time in 8 centuries, since the inception of the Throne of Void, that he had risen from it. Boom! The entire Marineford, the pinnacle of the Red Line, trembled violently at that moment. This was not an earthquake. It was a simple awakening from the world's highest authority. Within Pangaea Castle, all the pampered celestial dragons, regardless of their activities or locations, felt a primal fear that froze their very souls, emanating from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines. Thud, thud, thud. They had no time to contemplate. Their instincts compelled them, like a swarm of ants that had been cast a glance by a deity, to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Im stepped out from amidst the flowers. His pace was slow, yet each step seemed to resonate with the pulse of the world. He arrived at the highest point of Pangaea Castle, an open-air balcony offering a panoramic view. Below, the white cannonball approached at an observable speed. Luffy's grinning face was already distinctly visible. In Im's gaze, there was no anger, no surprise, Not even a trace of murderous intent. It was a detached indifference akin to a gardener observing a patch of wildly overgrown weeds, a pure, natural inclination to prune. He did not choose to intervene personally. He did not even further invoke the power of the King of Heaven. He merely slowly raised his hand. Then, extending his index finger, he pointed distantly at the one charging at the forefront as the arrowhead, the very core of all will, Monkey D. Luffy, an intangible mark, imperceptible to mortal eyes and eluding even the most acute senses, instantaneously traversed the expanse of space. It etched itself into Luffy's very soul like an indelible brand. In the next heartbeat, an unforeseen transformation erupted. The omnipresent Celestial King, which had been navigating the tumultuous wills of Blackbeard, the Revolutionary Army, and all the world's dissenters, suddenly relinquished all its targets. No longer did it seek to unleash its widespread assault upon the globe. Instead, in a manner that defied the laws of energy conservation, it terrifyingly condensed, compressed, and recondensed the formidable power capable of obliterating an entire era within the infinitesimal span of a millisecond. Ultimately, it manifested as an extraordinarily slender beam, imbued with the terrifying essence of primordial nothingness. Its sole target, Luffy, marked by M, a decapitation strategy. M chose to abandon the slaughter of the insignificant, opting instead for the coldest and most efficient tactic. As long as Luffy, the resonant core, was erased, as long as the sun god, the anchor of Nika, was annihilated, this so-called coalition of Will of D, this so-called fate of 8 centuries would instantaneously crumble, collapsing under its own weight. A resounding hum reverberated, an unprecedented force, surpassing Conqueror's Haki, eclipsing devil fruit powers, transcending all known human strengths, instantly locked onto Luffy. This power was pure, absolute, and utterly irresistible. Crack, crack, around Luffy. The indomitable reality stabilization field, constructed by the collective wills of countless DS, shattered as if struck by a hammer against glass. Clear fissures instantaneously spread forth. Collapse was but a matter of time. No, there was not even time left. The beam of light had arrived. Chapter 144. A golden finger? I am actually the hidden card. It turns out that Lothar had never truly awakened. His will lingered on. Aboard the Moby Dick, in the infirmary. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm wailed as if it sought to rend the very membranes of one's ears. A nurse on duty gazed in terror at the life signs monitor, where all data plummeted at an incomprehensible speed towards the red line that signified death. Quick, someone come. The life signs of Chief of Staff Lothar. On the hospital bed, the man who had previously begun to awaken and was undergoing treatment suddenly trembled violently, as if enduring an invisible torment from the depths of his soul. Yet, within the ocean of his consciousness, the situation was starkly different. What was once a desolate expanse of nothingness, where all data streams representing the system had long turned to dust, was suddenly inundated with an unimaginably vast torrent of spiritual energy, akin to the primordial rain of creation, forcefully pouring into this domain of death. The shattered system codes, the fragments of consciousness on the verge of dissolution, were forcibly reassembled by this overwhelming power. This energy was overwhelmingly restorative. It was akin to a super-concentrated nutrient directly injected into the soul. The flickering core of Lothar's consciousness, like a candle in the wind, rekindled a faint flame under the fervent nourishment of this energy. I'm still alive? Even more astonishing was that the reconstructed system codes began to merge with certain elements embedded within this energy. These were fragments of memory, the audacity belonging to Roger, the profundity belonging to Dragon, the unyielding spirit and yearning of countless members of the D-Clan that spanned 8 centuries. These ancient remnants of information were forcibly branded into the very depths of Lothar's soul like molten iron. The system was undergoing a transformation beyond his comprehension. Buzz. Lothar's awareness surged as if a drowning man had grasped a life-saving straw, propelled upwards to an unprecedented height by this vast torrent of will. His vision pierced through the material realm. He witnessed the sun god Nika, Luffy. He saw the all-consuming, conceptual annihilation. He even glimpsed that beam, condensed to its utmost potential, capable of erasing existence itself, hurtling towards Luffy with ferocity. No, Lothar's soul roared in frantic desperation. Luffy, quickly evade. That thing must not be touched. He yearned to shout, to warn, to convey this critical message by any means possible. Yet he was powerless. His consciousness remained too feeble. like a mere leaf upon this ocean of spirit, unable to stir the slightest ripple. He could only watch helplessly, witnessing that beam of light heralding annihilation, drawing ever closer to Luffy. Observing the reality stabilization field, constructed by countless wills around Luffy, fracturing inch by inch. Damn it, damn it, damn it, move. For the love of all that is holy, move. An abyss of anxiety and fury threatened to rend his newly reformed soul asunder once more. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of succumbing to this sense of powerlessness, from within his reconstituted sea of awareness, a novel data stream erupted with unprecedented brilliance. A line of text, not preordained by the system, but seemingly birthed anew, imbued with an ancient and profound essence. Gradually materialized. World-class crisis detected. Anchor point is about to be removed. Repair energy detected. Resonance of the will of D. Unlocking final permission protocol. Condition assessment in progress. At that very moment, a distant sigh, as if echoing through 8 centuries, resounded quietly in the deepest recesses of Lothar's soul. It was Joy Boy's final regret and unwillingness, left behind at the end of his life. This sigh resonated perfectly with the torrent of the will of D, transforming into a unique key. Click. The shackles deep within the system responded, unlocking. Judgment passed. Final insurance protocol activated. Boom! Lothar's mind exploded as if detonated by a nuclear bomb. Countless pieces of information, innumerable truths, flooded in all at once. He finally understood. What utter nonsense of reincarnation. What absurdity of golden fingers. All were mere facades. This master system was not a serendipitous encounter conjured from thin air. It was an extension of Joy Boy's will. A final safeguard set in place to counter the worst-case scenario, to prevent him from appending everything and employing the Celestial King to annihilate the new generation of Nika. And he himself was the chosen executor of this safeguard. Damn, after all this time, I'm not the player in the game, but rather the final piece on the board? In the midst of extreme shock, Lothar's resolve ignited with a fierce determination. A piece? Even if I am but a pawn, I shall be the one to overturn the entire chessboard. At this moment, the beam of the Celestial King was but an inch away from Luffy. Where the light passed, space warped into an eerie void. Just at this critical juncture, the flame that had been rekindled within Lothar's sea of consciousness erupted in an explosive blaze. His body remained in a state of unconsciousness aboard the Moby Dick. However, a fragment of his will, infused with the wisdom of countless descendants of the D-Clan and the ultimate plan of Joy Boy, had transformed into an invisible bolt of spiritual lightning. It traversed the most perfect network channel of resonance of the will of D, locking onto the most pivotal node on the battlefield at this moment, aside from Luffy, above the ruins of Marineford. The ever-implacable Monkey D, Dragon, who was commanding the Revolutionary Army's relentless charge, suddenly froze, his expression as unyielding as an iceberg, an alien will, bearing a haunting familiarity yet tinged with strangeness, reverberated like thunder, crashing into his mind. Dragon, I am Lothar. Follow my command. Chapter 145, Full-Scale Assault, Target, Summit of the Red Line. In a critical moment, just as the King's light, capable of erasing all, was about to pierce Luffy's soul, a faint yet strikingly familiar psychic wave surged into Dragon's consciousness. It was Lothar. Hold the core. Sacrifice is the only way. The message flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet the resolve and madness it conveyed seared into Dragon's soul like a heated iron. Sacrifice? The only method? In the span of a millisecond, Dragon's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He understood. With his last vestige of consciousness, Lothar had illuminated the solitary path that could wrest life from the hands of the divine. Damn! Dragon cursed inwardly with no hesitation. His profound will surged forth as a tempest, sweeping through the entire psychic network, issuing the most urgent and fervent command of his life to all those resonating with the D-Clan. Everyone, abandon your defenses. Pour all your will into Luffy. Forge him a suit of armor. This command was nothing short of madness. To forsake defense was to expose one's fragile psyche entirely to the aftershocks of the king. It was akin to suicide. Yet, the resolute will of Navy hero garb, as steadfast as steel, was the first to respond, without a shred of hesitation. Understanding. Trafalgar Law, his calm and aloof will, followed suit. Trust. In this moment that would determine the fate of the world, all the monsters bearing the name D chose to place their unconditional trust in Dragon and their comrades. Boom. Garp's iron fist, heavy as a mountain. Law's resolve, sharp as a scalpel. And the countless descendants of D scattered across the globe, their wills, whether feeble or formidable, yet equally unyielding. At that instant, all at once detached from the stabilizing field surrounding Luffy, they relinquished their own stability, transforming into the purest form of spiritual energy, rushing towards Luffy like rivers converging into the sea. An unprecedented will armor, constructed solely from pure will, materialized before Luffy in an instant. Yet, amidst this torrent, a dark, twisted will, filled with an insatiable hunger, quietly infiltrated the fray. What a bothersome bunch. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach muttered under his breath within the network of wills. To conceal his identity, he could only feign contribution of a fraction of his will. Yet this will was laden with the attributes of the dark fruit. It seeped into the will armor, like ink into clear water, instantly tainting its internal structure, rendering the once pure shield exceedingly unstable. However, time was of the essence. Buzz. The beam of light, condensing the entirety of the king smite, struck fiercely against the will armor. No sound, no explosion, not even the faintest emission of light or heat. Where the light beam met the shield, the very laws of reality were silently obliterated, distorted, and transformed into nothingness. The shield, constructed from the sacrifices of countless D, was visibly thinning, translucent. Behind the shield, Luffy bore the unimaginable mental pressure, the likes of which he had never experienced before. He felt as if he were no longer a solitary being. Behind him stood Garp Law, and all those who had given everything for him, the D. He felt as if he were simultaneously bearing the weight of all the lives of the D. It was overwhelming. Crack. Luffy, embodying the sun god, began to flicker uncontrollably, pure white steam escaping uncontrollably. His Nika form was on the verge of collapsing under this dual pressure from within and without. But it was precisely this weight. Hold on for me. Luffy roared like a beast. The will armor, ultimately, withstood the most lethal strike. As the energy of the light beam was entirely expended, slowly dissipating, the shield completed its mission, transforming into a myriad of glimmering particles, utterly shattered. Puffed. Luffy abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive body staggering, plummeting from the sky. His spirit was wounded, his breath waning to the extreme. Yet he survived. The lethal concept erasure execution of him had failed. Panga City, the open terrace. For the first time, the eternally impassive face of him, who regarded all living beings as mere dust, exhibited an expression that could be termed surprise. He could not comprehend. His logic failed to grasp why these insignificant insects would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect another insect. Such an action, in his eyes, was foolish, inefficient, and utterly meaningless. Now, I've got you. Dragon seized upon the fleeting moment of divine distraction. He capitalized on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, unleashing a mighty howl to the heavens. This time his voice transcended the confines of the psychic network, resonating throughout the entire allied fleet via the Den Mushi. Lothar has bought us a chance. Luffy has opened the path for us. Do not stop. Full-scale assault. Target. Summit of the red line. Flower between. Boom! The entire allied fleet, all the surviving warriors, upon hearing this roar, felt their fear and confusion swept away. In its place surged an unprecedented, ferocious fighting spirit. They no longer feared the king. They no longer cowered before the name of the divine. Having paid a tremendous psychological price, they finally pushed the front lines, unstoppable, towards the heart of the enemy. Oh, ha! The earth-shattering roars coalesced into a torrent. Pirates, revolutionaries, samurai, kings, countless rebels, guided by the fallen white sun, charged toward the sacred land that had dominated the world for 800 years, toward that lofty deity. They launched their final assault. Chapter 146. The Will of 800 Years. That immense resonance of the will of D, indescribably vast, was no longer a mere blessing for Lothar, but rather, it is an unfathomable ocean. His consciousness, akin to a sponge cast into a blender, is ruthlessly torn apart, filled, and reshaped by this torrent. He feels as though he is no longer Luo Chen. He is undergoing an experience of ancient, yellowed memories that do not belong to him. Buzz. The darkness before his eyes suddenly dissipates. Luo Chen finds himself standing on a land he has never encountered before. In the sky, massive islands glide like whales. On the ground, rivers sing, Giants laugh, and various peculiar races coexist within a grand kingdom where technology and nature are in perfect harmony. This is the magnificent kingdom from 8 centuries ago. Before Luo Chen can recover from his astonishment, his gaze is drawn to 2 individuals. One is a young giant wearing a straw hat, sporting a radiant smile that could overshadow the sun, reminiscent of Luffy. He is not a liberator. Rather, he resembles an exuberant inventor, eagerly showcasing his latest creation, a peculiar stone that could transform anything into rubber. He is Joy Boy. The other is a woman of exquisite beauty, exuding an aura of nobility that commands the world to bow before her. Her eyes are filled with profound love for the ultimate order of this world. Her name is Im. At that time, she was Joy Boy's closest companion and the foremost supporter of his whimsical ideas. The scenes of memory begin to fast-forward frantically. Joy Boy awakens the Nika fruit, enabling him to manifest his imagination into reality, bringing unprecedented freedom and joy to the world. Yet this also invites chaos. Some exploit this power for selfish desires, while others incite wars with it. Discord and destruction begin to spread. Joy Boy, your freedom is a poison. In a memory, Im's voice is calm yet sorrowful. It must be guided and managed with absolute order. She wishes to collaborate with Joy Boy to establish an eternal, perfect utopia devoid of conflict, utilizing her order and his freedom. However, Joy Boy declines. Love is letting go Im. The young giant's smile fades, his expression becoming uncharacteristically serious, advocating for the freedom of choice for everyone, even if they may err or suffer. That is their own life. No. Im's gaze turns obsessive and fervent. Love is protection. It is about charting the most perfect path for them, eliminating all possibilities of suffering. That is true compassion. Damn. Luo Chen's soul trembles violently. He understands. This is not a war between justice and evil at all. It is a tragic ideological clash about love. A tragedy born from love so profound that it ultimately leads to a rupture. In the end, Im wields the forbidden power of Uranus. She unites 20 kings to wage a war of purification against Joy Boy's chaotic kingdom. The blank century begins. The final scene of memory reveals the dying Joy Boy gazing at a world cleansed by order, now silent and devoid of laughter. 2 streams of regretful tears cascade from his enormous eyes. With his last ounce of strength, he infuses his final will and a promise for the future into a unique program, transcending the technology of the era. That program is the Master System. Boom! Luo Chen's consciousness is forcefully kicked back into his reconstituted sea of awareness. He gazes at the very center of this sea of consciousness. There, a new core, reformed from the will of D and remnants of the system, floats silently. It is no longer the familiar attribute panel with tasks and rewards. It has transformed into a pure authority terminal, seemingly capable of mobilizing the fundamental laws of the world. Lines of brand new information sear into Luo Chen's soul like a brand. The truth of the system has been unlocked. This system, codenamed Joy Boy's Testament, serves as the ultimate insurance protocol. Objective: before absolute order completely solidifies the world, seek out and nurture world rectifiers who can comprehend the balance between freedom and order. Past task analysis. All master tasks are essentially woven by the law of causality. Guiding Porgas D. Ace increases world freedom variables. Guiding Munki D. Luffy increases world freedom variables. Strengthening Roronoa Zoro increases world freedom variables. Luo Chen is utterly stunned. What utter nonsense about being a traverser? What ridiculous notion of a golden finger? It is all a ruse. He is not cultivating disciples at all. He is frantically injecting surprises and variables into a world meticulously planned by him, like a stagnant pool. Every strong individual he has nurtured, every instance of their unconventional growth, is a resounding denial of Im's worldview, where everything is predetermined. Final authority unlocked. World reconstruction. Authority explanation. Restore the true visage of the world, altered, erased, and distorted by the king and 8 centuries of rule. Activation conditions. Reference. Joy Boy's ultimate will met. Energy. Resonance with the will of D met. Executor sacrifice. Current host existence locked. A sacrifice? Luo Chen's will instantly solidifies. Supplementary explanation. Host Luo Chen is the 83rd candidate in the sequence, and the first and last world rectifier to successfully reach the ultimate protocol stage within the past 8 centuries. The past 82 failures have been converted into system energy. Damn. After experiencing profound shock, Luo Chen's consciousness is flooded with an absurd calm. After all this time, am I not just a pawn, but rather the final battery? It turns out that all of my struggles, all of my schemes, were merely paving the way for this moment. He discovers the meaning of his traversal. He also accepts this absurd fate. An unprecedented tranquility fills his heart. His consciousness begins to deeply merge with the cold, authority terminal. He feels himself transcending the realm of humanity, his perspective soaring to infinite heights. He can see the threads of the world's laws, the long river of history, and the intricate entanglements of causality among all life. It is during this process of fusion that he witnesses the battle outside. He sees Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Zoro, Sanji. All the familiar figures have roared forth to the summit of the Red Line. However, before them, on the final path leading to Flower Hill, 5 formidable auras, powerful enough to warp space itself, stand as insurmountable mountains of despair, blocking their way. Is the Gorosei? Luo Chen senses that the body of his sleeping self aboard the Moby Dick is finally showing signs of awakening. The time has come. It is time to awaken, not to fight. In order to fulfill Joy Boy's final will, it is destined to sacrifice oneself for the reconstruction of the world. Chapter 147, Unmasking the Deception. The demons of hell descend. Charge! 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 Guided by the location where Luffy fell. The most formidable forces of the Grand Alliance transformed into a torrent that tore through the heavens, hurtling towards the highest point of the red Earth continent. Among the flowers, drag that scoundrel named I'm out. Ace, enveloped in black Conqueror's Haki flames, surged ahead, his eyes aflame with vengeful fury. Do not let Ace steal the spotlight alone. Sabo's Dragon Claw followed closely, rending the atmosphere. Zoro, Sanji, Yamato, Law, and Kid. In everyone's eyes burned the flame of hope. Luo Chen seized the opportunity. Luffy opened the pathway. Victory was within reach. As they traversed the road, symbolizing the celestial dragon's supreme authority, the heavenly dragon's hoof, ahead lay the core of Panga City. The flowers amongst the blossoms. However, just as the torrent was about to reach its destination, 5 figures, like ancient and unchanging mountains, silently obstructed their path. No army of thousands, no divine knights. Only 5 old men clad in suits, leaning on canes, appearing frail and fragile. The highest authority of the world government. The 5 elders. The foremost, Ace, abruptly halted, and those behind him came to a sudden stop as well. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Step aside, you old geezers. Kid, the most impatient among them, began to gather metal in his arm, preparing to charge through. Don't block our way. We have no interest in dealing with the weak and infirm. Yet, the 5 elders showed not the slightest inclination to retreat. Leading them was the golden-haired, long-bearded agricultural warlord, Saint Jagarsha Saturn, who even bore a peculiar smile. The weak and infirm? Beside him, the scarred scientific defense chief, Saint Jagarsha sat in, slowly adjusted his glasses. His expression was no longer that of calm and authority, but rather a repressed excitement that had festered for centuries, finally unleashed. Saint Saturn chuckled softly, his laughter growing louder and more frenzied. After so many years, they could finally shed the guise of weakness. The moment his words fell, they simultaneously tore off the suits that symbolized civilization and order. Beneath the suits lay not aged skin, but grotesque bodies covered in ominous incantations, exuding a sinister aura, resembling demons. Bone! 5 overwhelming presences, surpassing even the Marine admirals and the 4 emperors, emitted a suffocating aura that detonated like 5 nuclear bombs. This aura was frigid, malevolent, brimming with brutality and destruction. Thud! In the rear of the Alliance, some warriors with weaker wills were rendered incapable of resistance. Foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious. What in the world is this? Cold sweat broke out on Sanji's forehead for the first time. Zoro gripped his 3 swords, his muscles taut, his gaze more serious than ever. This was not Haki. It was something older, something more sinister. Rebels. The bald financial warlord, Saint Marcus Nejiro, slowly drew his blade. It was a pitch-black sword, entwined with endless resentment, a cursed blade. The first generation Oitachi. Buzz. The blade emitted a hum, yearning for blood, as if a demon imprisoned for 800 years had finally caught the scent of freedom and flesh. With your blood? Saint Nejiro's voice echoed like the cold winds of hell. Come, cleanse the disrespect towards this world. In the next moment, liberation. The 5 let out roars that were anything but human. Their bodies began to twist, swell, and mutate. This was not the activation of a devil fruit power. They were shedding their human skins, returning to their true forms. Saint Saturn's lower half transformed into a grotesque, hideous giant spider, while his upper half retained a human face, resembling the legendary monster Nukekibi that devours travelers. Environmental warlord Saint Mads transformed into a colossal bird, its wings blotting out the sun, engulfed in unquenchable flames. Emitting a piercing shriek, Itsumisada. Legal warlord Saint Vacheli roared as he morphed into a massive wild boar with protruding fangs, its size comparable to a mountain, Fahiki. Financial warlord Saint Nejiro fused with his steed, becoming a spectral warhorse with only bones remaining, its hooves ablaze with green ghostly flames, Makatsu. And leading them, agricultural warlord Saint Peter elongated infinitely, transforming into a colossal worm-like creature with a maw akin to an abyss sandworm. 5 demons from the realms of myth and legend. They had come to life, descending upon the mortal realm. Impossible. Trafalgar Law's pupils contracted in utter shock. These beings were not catalogued within the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia? The Saint Saturn, transformed into Nukekibi, cast 6 mocking eyes upon Law. Who told you that we consume devil fruits? You mortals have been mistaken from the very beginning. We are not users of powers. The massive sandworm, Saint Peter, opened its abyss-like jaws, delivering a proclamation that reverberated throughout Marineford. We are the demons themselves. 800 years ago, we forged a pact with Lord M to guard this paradise as the hellish watchdog. Boom! This truth struck like the most violent thunder, crashing into the minds of every individual. They were not mere consumers of fruits. They were the very embodiment of the will of the fruits. They were the true demons who had lived for 800 years. The mythos of the celestial dragons, M's divine seat, was in fact protected to this day by these 5 hellish demons through absolute violence and terror. As the 5 demons fully liberated themselves, the ominous aura they exuded began to wildly corrupt the surrounding reality. The sacred red earth continent was visibly darkening, withering before the naked eye. The sky was stained with a nauseating blood hue. This was no longer the holy land of Marineford. It was hell. Roar. The wild boar Fahiki let out a tremendous roar, not as a soundwave attack, but as a declaration of power. Among the alliance, a revolutionary officer poised to fire became rigid, his expression frozen in terror, unable to move an inch. His sins were pronounced. The judgment of guilt from the legal domain. Top, top, top. The skeletal warhorse Makatsu charged forward a few steps, and Zoro felt the strength and stamina within him being frantically drained by an invisible force. Even the luck of a swordsman was rapidly slipping away. The financial domain's power of asset deprivation. Just moments ago, the Grand Alliance, brimming with momentum to dethrone the gods. At this moment, before the 5 true demons that emerged from the realm of myth, the unstoppable momentum of their charge was utterly quelled. It was forcefully obliterated. Shock and despair were etched upon every face. This was no longer a mere battle between mortals. It was a suicidal assault launched by the living against the very gates of hell. Ace gazed at the terrifying demonic beings, whose forms obscured the sky, feeling the chilling aura of despair that could freeze one's soul. He clenched his fist tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. His mind was blank, consumed by a singular thought. Damn it, how on earth are we supposed to fight this? Chapter 148. The Nails of Law, the Despair of the 5 Demons. Roar. Accompanied by 5 roars that seemed unearthly, the quintet of malevolent auras erupted like a black tsunami sweeping through the Holy Land. Merely being brushed by this oppressive presence caused waves of warriors in the rear lines of the Allied forces to convulse, foam at the mouth, and even lose consciousness, as if their very souls were shaken by the weight of this force. This was not the Conqueror's Haki. This was an existence beyond comprehension, an overwhelming force that crushed all in its path. Ace's eyes blazed crimson, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. No matter what monstrous beings you are, turn to ashes before me. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, a black sun, forged from the culmination of his strongest conqueror's Haki and indomitable will, hurtled like a meteor towards the colossal sandworm, Pit Saint, who loomed over the earth with its abyss-like maw. Flames? Such a warm energy. From within the sandworm's enormous mouth, the ancient and eerie voice of the agricultural martial god echoed. It did not flinch or evade. It did not even adopt a defensive stance. It merely opened its gaping, abyssal mouth. In the next instant, a sight that nearly made Ace's eyes pop out occurred. The black sun, capable of melting steel walls, was captured by an unseen black hole as it approached the sandworm. twisting and shrinking until it transformed into a pure stream of energy swallowed whole. Gulp! The sandworm's body even writhed in satisfaction, as if it had merely savored an appetizer. Damn it! Ace's curse lodged in his throat, his mind blank. My fire was consumed? Ace, be careful. Sabo's dragon claw wind followed closely, attempting a flank attack. But an eerie aura, symbolizing abundance and devouring, suddenly enveloped the sandworm. Sabo's fiery dragon claw, upon contact with this aura, vanished without a trace, as if it had plunged into the ocean. Futile, you little revolutionary brat, mocked the sandworm's voice. Before the might of the agricultural authority, all energy becomes nourishment. Meanwhile, die, old monster. In the sky, Luffy, nearly battered to the brink, forcibly activated the power of Nico once more. A massive fist, entwined with Conqueror's lightning, descended like divine retribution upon the enormous wild boar, Vacheli Saint. However, Vacheli Saint merely lifted an eyelid. An aura of cold, authoritative power burst forth from its being. Legal authority declared. This attack is deemed ineffective. Boom! Luffy's fist struck squarely against the wild boar's body. There was no earth-shattering impact, nor was there a shower of blood and flesh. It felt as though he had struck an intangible concept, absolutely unmovable. A backlash surged through him, sending Luffy's enormous form hurtling away. As the steam of his Nika form dissipated uncontrollably. What? For the first time, pure astonishment, which even the Nika form could not conceal, appeared on Luffy's face. His attack was declared ineffective? What sort of devilish ability is this? Ha ha ha. No, it's a cackling laughter. Meanwhile, the giant spider demon, Satan Saint, emitted a piercing laugh. Its 8 legs moved in unison, quick as lightning, as it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Several strands of pitch-black silk shot towards Trafalgar Law in the crowd. Law's reflexes were swift, as he deployed room instantaneously, attempting to evade through spatial substitution. But he was horrified to discover that his ability had slowed by a beat. Futile. The skeletal warhorse, Nejiru Saint, with its hooves ablaze with ghostly fire, merely trotted across the battlefield, unleashing an invisible force that drained the very essence of all present. Everyone was forcibly stripped of their stamina, strength, and even luck. The activation of Law's ability was forcibly delayed by this overwhelming power. Swoosh! A strand of silk grazed Law's arm. No wound, no pain. Yet, his complexion turned ashen as he felt the life force being ravenously siphoned away. This was not a physical attack. This was a curse of the law of poison. Caw! In the sky, the colossal bird of unquenchable flame, Jima 10, emitted a piercing shriek that enveloped the entire battlefield. The sound drilled directly into everyone's minds. Give up. You are sinners. Destruction is your destiny. The desperate whispers resonated like demonic echoes, violently assaulting their hard-won will of D. The connection point trembled violently. Damn it. Wake up, everyone. Jinbei roared, unleashing a powerful strike. The shockwave formed by the water collided with the invisible field of legal force, shattering before it could reach the 5 demons. Marco transformed into the Phoenix, and his blue regenerative flames attempted to dispel the negative states. But as soon as the flames ignited, they were instantly tainted, suppressed, and extinguished by the ghostly flames and toxic gas from the skeletal warhorse and the spider demon. Despair, inescapable, control, debilitation, psychological assault, frontal charge, energy absorption, legal proclamation. These 5 demons formed a perfectly complementary, crushing cage of despair. What are we even fighting against? Sanji's smoke fell to the ground, trembling. Law clutched his arm ensnared by silk, feeling the flow of life ebb away. His pupils constricting in sheer shock as a chilling truth surged forth. We were wrong. We have been wrong from the very beginning. They're not guarding against him. Law's voice, tinged with trembling despair, echoed in the ears of all core combatants. They are the very embodiment of the world order established by him. They are the nails that bind this world, preventing any change. The 5 nails of Law. Boom! This realization struck like an insurmountable mountain, crushing the hearts of all. The path to the summit was utterly sealed by the living embodiment of Law. They were not battling enemies. They were battling the very fabric of this world. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Marco, Jinbei. In this moment, the most formidable powers of the new era find themselves utterly suppressed before the 5 true demons that have emerged from the annals of mythology, rendered incapable of mounting any form of resistance amidst the perilous circumstances. Within the ranks of the Alliance, the flickering ember of hope that had just ignited is extinguished, doused thoroughly by a deluge of cold, hard reality. A profound despair, deeper and more suffocating than that faced against the Heavenly King, begins to spread like wildfire. The sandworm embodiment of St. Peter, with its colossal single eye, coldly surveys the multitude of struggling ants below. Its voice, devoid of any emotion, reverberates within the very souls of all present, echoing the final judgment of a deity. Do you see? This is the world, and you foolishly dare to challenge it. How utterly naive. Chapter 149, The Straw Hat Pirates' Wings versus the Five Elders, a battle for their very lives. Despair, utter, unrelenting despair envelopes the hearts of every warrior like the stickiest of swamps. This battle cannot be fought. Ace's flames are consumed as mere hors d'oeuvres. Luffy's divine iron fist is easily repelled by a single declaration of ineffectiveness. The vitality, strength, and even the luck of all are silently siphoned away by the skeletal war steed. The colossal bird in the sky shrieks, disseminating a toxic miasma of despair. The wild boar on the ground roars, proclaiming the judgment of fate. Meanwhile, the most terrifying spider weaves a web of death with its venomous silk. Do you see, ants? The dispassionate voice of St. Peter echoes in the minds of all. This is the world, and you foolishly dare to challenge it. How utterly naive. The charge of the Alliance has completely disintegrated. Everyone struggles to hold on. Merely resisting the five ominous presences has drained them of all strength. The hope of victory is being ground into dust, inch by inch, just as the will of everyone is on the verge of being crushed by this boundless despair. Hey, a voice, calm to the point of coldness, suddenly cuts through the air. Luffy, you all go on ahead. Everyone turns abruptly to see Roronoa, Zoro, slowly lowering the Wado, Ikemanji from his lips. The blades of his three swords pointed resolutely at the five monstrous beings that resemble gods and demons. His left eye glimmers with a blood-red light akin to that of Ashura. This hell shall be severed by us. Indeed, another voice follows, laced with a hint of levity, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Sanji inhales sharply, crushing the cigarette but beneath his foot. Oomph. His right leg ignites with an unprecedented brilliance. A golden flame, blazing like the sun. This is no longer merely the devil's wind leg. This is the ultimate manifestation of the technological prowess coursing through his veins, harmonized with the fervent heart of a knight. Onward to the path of kings, Sanji proclaims, a proud smirk curling upon his lips. We cannot be deterred by a few decrepit old monsters. No sooner had he spoken than Zoro's target was locked in. He set his sights on the financial war god, Saint Nesuger, who wields the original Kitetsu and has transformed into the skeletal warhorse. Buzz! The third-generation Kitetsu at Zoro's waist resonates with the original Kitetsu in Nesuger's hand, producing a fateful resonance that transcends time itself. It feels as though countless malevolent spirits are howling in the air. Thus, the battle between the old and new deities begins. Meanwhile, Sanji faces the most bizarre and ominous creature, the spider demon, Saint Satan, without hesitation. Science and magic? Sanji muses, feeling the power surging within him. A mocking smile gracing his lips. Today, I shall show you what the power of love truly means, you wretched spider. A battle of mortal flesh against the laws of demonic existence roars to life. You overestimate your abilities, sneered the skeletal form of Nesuger. The power of finance surged to its maximum, ruthlessly descending upon Zoro. Zoro's body suddenly felt heavy. He could distinctly sense his stamina, haki, sword intent, and even the luck befitting a swordsman being frantically siphoned away by an unseen force. If this continues, he would be drained dry within 10 moves. Yet, there was no sign of panic on Zoro's face. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Countering deprivation? No. He surrendered all unnecessary techniques, relinquishing all futile resistance. He began to channel every ounce of his spirit and essence into the blade he was about to strike. I cannot prevent your theft of my power, but do not think you can stop me from delivering my strongest blow before I am completely drained. This is the swordsmanship of living through death. Meanwhile, ha ha ha, foolish chivalry. Saint Satan's spider legs are as swift as lightning, ensnaring all of Sanji's retreat paths with poisonous silk. Sanji's exoskeletal armor offers formidable defense, yet he is still grazed by a strand of silk on his calf. A chilling sensation, one that drains vitality, rushes through him. It is over. Saint Satan cackles. But in the next instant, Its laughter is abruptly silenced. Sanji's leg, engulfed in golden flames, spins and delivers a fierce roundhouse kick. Crash! His mind flashes not with combat techniques, but with Nami's radiant smile, Robin's gentle gaze, and Violet's worried expression. The golden flames erupt. The searing, untainted love ignites like a small sun, fiercely scorching the strand composed of laws. Sizzle! That indestructible, life-draining thread of fate is severed. What? For the first time, disbelief flickers across the 6 eyes of Saint Satan. What kind of flame is that? It can harm the essence of a demon. Typically at odds, almost wishing to decapitate one another, the wings of the Straw Hat Pirates, in this moment, exhibit a seamless synergy. Zoro gathers the immense power for his fateful strike. Sanji delivers a kick that sends Saint Satan sprawling, and with a swift turn, unleashes a golden flame cyclone that disperses the ghostly fire surrounding the Suger, clearing a direct path for Zoro. Oh, this scene ignites Ace and Sabo. The brothers share a glance, understanding everything without a word. How can we allow Luffy's crew to steal the spotlight? Ace roars, unleashing the flames of the flame fruit to their utmost potential. Sabo's dragon claws, enveloped in peak haki, intertwine with the flames as the brothers' wills fuse into a colossal fiery whirlwind that pierces the heavens. Go Luffy! The brothers shout, propelling themselves forward. Using their bodies as a catalyst to confront the giant bird, Izanami, that spews forth maddening whispers, and the wild boar, Seek, that declares judgments of ineffectiveness. They tear open a narrow yet invaluable breach for Luffy and Dragon, sacrificing their very lives. Ace, Sabo, Zoro, Sanji, with tears brimming in his eyes. Luffy turned to gaze upon the resolute figures of his comrades, his heart twisted in anguish. Yet he did not falter. He understood, more profoundly than anyone else, the resolve of his companions. Dragon firmly grasped his shoulder, his voice deep and resonant. Do not look back. Their sacrifice is meant to propel you forward. I know. Luffy roared, his voice a tumultuous blend of sorrow and fury. He abruptly turned away, no longer witnessing the grim battlefield. Together with Dragon, they transformed into 2 streaks of unwavering light, surging through the breach torn asunder by the lives and souls of Zoro, Sanji, Ace, and Sabo. They charged forward with unwavering determination, their sights set on the summit, where the final adversary awaited, Panga City. Chapter 150. The man most despised by the Celestial Dragons arises. They surged forth from the gaping breach created by Zoro, Sanji, Ace, and Sabo. Luffy and Dragon became 2 radiant beams, bearing the hopes of countless souls. Their target aimed squarely at the peak where the ultimate enemy resided. The dawn of victory appeared tantalizingly close. However, boom! The very summit of the red soil continent trembled violently, without warning. It was as if a colossal beast, slumbering for 8 centuries, was awakening from the depths of the earth. What was this? Luffy, in the midst of his full-speed charge, was suddenly taken aback. The next moment, before him and Dragon, the hardened red earth erupted as if a carpet was being pulled back. Not merely a creature, but a gigantic worm, so immense it defied description. Its head alone, resembling a towering mountain, burst forth from the depths of the ground. Its body seemed to merge seamlessly with the entire red soil continent, stretching infinitely. Its cavernous, gaping maw was dark and profound, as if capable of swallowing the very sky. At long last, the most formidable of the 5 elders emerged, the agricultural war god, Saint Jagero Lushapite. Its gargantuan form loomed like an insurmountable mountain of despair, completely obstructing the final path to Panga City. Thus ends the Sinner of D. A grand and chilling will echoed within the minds of Luffy and Dragon, indiscriminate of age or gender, akin to the final decree of a deity. This will bore no semblance to the brutality and wickedness of the 4 preceding demons. It was solely pure termination, embodying the essence of the earth and consumption. The ultimate destination for all life, inescapable and irrepressible. Get lost, you bastard! Luffy bellowed, ready to charge. Yet, Dragon abruptly extended his hand, firmly pressing down on his son's shoulder. The leader of the revolutionary army halted, turning to face his son, a rare, gentle expression breaking through his eternally stoic visage. Go. Dragon's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. I will handle this. Go fulfill what you must. Luffy was momentarily taken aback. He looked into his father's profound eyes, which revealed no trace of hesitation or doubt. It was absolute trust. I understand. Luffy nodded vigorously, refraining from uttering another word. He bypassed the colossal sandworm, entrusting everything behind him to the one man in the world who brought him solace. Alone, he surged forward, carrying the will of all, toward that castle towering at the pinnacle of the world. Panga City, Emu, I am coming. On the battlefield, only Dragon remained, facing off against the mightiest of the five elders. The colossal sandworm, Saint Pite, regarded the minuscule figure below with a singular, indifferent eye. It will bore a thread of pure, logical confusion. Munki de Dragon, you loathe the celestial dragons, detest all that we represent. Why send your son to confront Lord Emu? What difference does it make if he faces the one you have personally slain? Upon hearing this question, a faint, almost mocking smile graced Dragon's face for the first time. The wind howled around him, causing his distinctive green cloak to billow dramatically. Yet the ground beneath him remained steadfast, unyielding. Because we're D, Dragon replied calmly. His voice is soft yet clear, penetrating the essence of Saint Pite's will. We believe in the future, in the next generation. While you only believe in the eternally unchanging present. At that moment, Dragon slowly raised his right hand. Whoosh! The surrounding winds did not transform into a cataclysmic storm. Instead, they began to converge chaotically into his palm, defying the laws of physics. A rapidly spinning, emerald-hued energy core gradually formed in his hand. This power was not merely wind. It was alive with vitality, transformation, and boundless possibility. This was the wind of freedom. Swallow? The sandworm Saint Pite felt a disquieting force, one that instinctively unsettled it. Its agricultural powers could devour all, converting energy, matter, and even life into sustenance. It was a supreme force symbolizing harvest and conclusion. It opened its abyss like maw, poised to completely consume Dragon and all in his vicinity. However, Dragon did not even glance at the formidable mouth capable of devouring heaven and earth. He executed a motion that confounded even Saint Pite. He reversed the hand holding the concentrated core of the wind of freedom and pressed it forcefully against the ground beneath him. Awaken. Buzz. The green power of the wind surged into the veins of the red soil continent, as if it were a living entity, flooding into the earth. It did not destroy the land. It did not tear apart the rock layers. It was awakening. Boom, boom, boom. The entire red soil continent began to emit unprecedented cries of agony and jubilation. The lands that had been consumed and dominated by Saint Pite for 8 centuries. The world consciousness that had been forcibly subdued began to stir under the caress of the wind of freedom, rising against its master. This is impossible. For the first time, an emotion named horror flickered within Saint Pite's will. It realized its control over the land was being relentlessly eroded and repelled by an internal surge of power. The man most despised by the celestial dragons, the world's most heinous criminal, at this moment, finally revealed to the world his true, terrifying power capable of upending the very foundations of existence. He did not seek to overthrow the world. He aimed to awaken the entire world. His opponent was the agricultural war god, emblematic of termination and harvest. He, on the other hand, represented transformation and rebirth. This was no longer a mere clash of power. It was a direct confrontation of 2 fundamental principles upon this sacred ground that had dominated the world for 8 centuries. Chapter 151. The Giant Shadow of Wano Country. As the war between gods and men reached its most brutal climax at the pinnacle of the world, in the waters of Wano Country within a new world. Boom! With a cataclysmic roar that seemed to tear the very fabric of the heavens, the ocean erupted in a violent explosion, sending towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters into the air. A vessel, no, a creature that had only existed within the annals of history and legend, unveiled its terrifying visage to the world. Pluton, the fabled ultimate battleship, its hull composed not of any known metal or wood, but rather a material as profound and cold as obsidian. The surface of the ship was adorned with bizarre patterns reminiscent of biological tissue, through which dark crimson light pulsated. As if the very veins of this iron behemoth flowed with blood, it resembled a living entity, a harbinger of doom forged from hellish steel and ancient grievances. On the deck of the flagship, the sword of Jibek, Marshal D. Teach spread his arms wide, gazing down at the slowly rising Pluton that consumed his entire field of vision, erupting with a laugh that was emblematic of avarice and ecstasy. His long-conceived plan, one that had been in the shadows for decades, had finally reached its most crucial and pivotal juncture. "Captain, it is truly magnificent," said Lafitte, the hypnotist standing beside him, leaning on his characteristic cane. Even with his usual composure, his eyes were filled with astonishment. However, he quickly regained his calm. As the most trusted advisor of the Whitebeard Pirates, he instinctively sought to bring the unknown under control. Let me see if I can communicate with it. Lafitte waved his cane, sending forth an invisible wave of hypnotic power capable of distorting the very essence of the human heart, enveloping Pluton below in a gentle ripple. He aimed to soothe, perhaps even dominate, this newly awakened Leviathan. However, just as his hypnotic influence made contact with the obsidian hull of Pluton, a thunderous hum erupted, an unreasonable, overwhelming presence, saturated with brutality and the essence of destruction, rebounded fiercely from the ship's body. Poof! Lafitte was struck, as if by tremendous force, sent flying backward, spitting blood into the air as he crashed heavily onto the deck. Struggling, he lifted his head, his face betraying a rare look of horror. "Captain!" Blood seeped from Lafitte's lips, his voice now distorted. "This entity possesses its own consciousness." Naturally, Blackbeard was unfazed, his laughter growing ever more exuberant. He swiftly helped Lafitte to his feet, his eyes gleaming with madness and triumph. "Of course it has a consciousness. This is no ordinary ship." Blackbeard's voice, like a whisper from the abyss, unveiled a harsh truth that could shatter the world's understanding. It was not constructed by the short-sighted artisans of Wano. Instead, it was forged by those defiant survivors at the time of the Great Kingdom's downfall 8 centuries ago, using their lives and boundless resentment, combined with the pinnacle of ancient technology, the ultimate weapon of vengeance. As his words fell, Teach raised his arms high. The darkness representing the consumption of all things began to surge wildly. Dark water. This time, his target was not Pluton itself, but rather the dark chains entwined with massive sea prism stone, which he had secretly commanded his crew to deploy around the seas of Wano. Buzzing. As the powers of the dark fruit surged forth, those colossal chains lying on the ocean floor erupted with ominous, dark light, as if activated by some malevolent ritual. In the next moment, an upheaval occurred. From the heart of Wano, from the flower capital, from J-Ri, from Suzu, from every corner, from every inch of land that had been oppressed by Kaido and Orochi's tyranny for 2 decades, streams of visible, dark purple energy, suffused with despair, pain, and hatred, were forcibly drawn from the earth by those chains. It was the accumulated resentment of countless citizens over centuries of suffering, directed toward their tyrants, toward injustice, toward this world. Blackbeard reveled in the immense negative energy that surged forth, his expression bordering on a maniacal fervor. To control a vengeful specter, one does not rely on mere friendship or willpower. Instead, one must feed its stronger, purer, more delectable negative emotions to satiate it. Thus, he funneled the power of resentment extracted from the entire nation, through the chains, into the core of Pluton. Feast, devour to your heart's content. Pluton, feel this power that is of your own essence. Boom! The ancient weapon, having slumbered for 8 centuries, roared for the first time after awakening, responding to the familiar and delectable energy of resentment. It was not merely a sound, but a tremor, one so terrifying that it sent shivers through the very soul. Upon the ship's surface, all the bizarre patterns glowed a sinister blood red. Hundreds of cannons of various sizes, like the eyes of demons, began to turn and open. The consciousness of Pluton stirred awake. It recognized Blackbeard, the man who had brought it its first feast in 8 centuries, as its new master. Clang! All vessels of the Blackbeard fleet were linked to Pluton through those dark chains, surrounding this harbinger of annihilation like stars orbiting a moon. Teach stood atop the towering bow of Pluton, feeling the power capable of obliterating everything surge beneath his feet, convinced he was the sole deity of this era. He raised his hand sharply, pointing towards the direction of the red line. His gaze pierced the distant expanse, as if he could already behold the battleground of chaos at Mariewa. Set sail at full speed. Destination, the red line. Blackbeard's voice thundered across the skies of Wano, akin to rolling thunder. To reap the sweetest spoils of war from the divine, clash ahead. Chapter 152, awaiting the world's most vulnerable moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Sea of Wano bore no traces of navigation, only a massive gash forcibly torn open. The legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, did not sail upon the water surface. Its colossal hull, akin to a moving island, hovered several meters above the sea. utilizing a form of anti-gravity technology incomprehensible to mortals, sliding through the air at a speed that seemed to rend space itself. Wherever it passed, the ocean was parted by an unmatched force, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high, as if to herald the arrival of this world-ending demon with the most ferocious salute. This velocity transcended all human understanding of what a ship could be. At the highest point of Pluton, upon the lookout, Inu Fan Oka stood immovable. Using his elongated rifle as a telescope, his lens locked firmly on the distant horizon. There, two brilliant lights clashed in a frenzy, one representing annihilation, the light of the Tian Wang, and the other symbolizing freedom, the light of Nika. "Captain," the voice of Van Oka, transmitted through the telephone bug, reached Blackbeard's ears with a calm resonance. The intensity of the radiance was rapidly diminishing. It appeared that both the exalted Im and the chosen sun god were on the brink of exhaustion. On the deck of the flagship, the sword of Jibek Blackbeard, now one with the underworld, listened to the report while licking his cracked lips. His eyes brimmed with an insatiable greed, as molten as lava. Not enough, not enough. Blackbeard guffawed, his laughter low and frenzied. Merely having them mutually destroy one another was far too mundane. What I await is the moment when they rend this world to shreds. The instant when the world's laws fracture due to their ludicrous final confrontation. That shall be the perfect moment for my grand entrance. He issued a command for the entire fleet to maintain a masterful distance from the underworld. This distance would allow them to strike like a dagger at the heart of the battlefield, while skillfully avoiding the aftermath of the final, most chaotic clash of the divine. The extraordinary patience of this tyrant was on full display at that moment. However, the officers of the Blackbeard Pirates were far from idle. At that moment, the deck of the underworld was no longer merely that of a ship, but rather an immense, wicked altar in the midst of a sinister ritual. "No, let me go. Teach, you bastard. You promised to set us free." Hundreds of once infamous pirates, released from the 6th level of Impel Down, were now akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, forcibly pinned to the ground by the hulking brutes of the Blackbeard Pirates. Before them loomed the ominous cannon mouths, 100 strong, already primed and exuding a foreboding crimson glow. Hee, everyone, don't be so tense. The ship's doctor, Poison Q, ambled forth on his sickly steed, cradling a box in his hands. Inside was filled with fist-sized, writhing purple bombs. "This is my latest research achievement," Poison Q proclaimed, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, his voice hoarse. "What is contained within is not some lethal virus, but rather a charming little germ that can extract your most cherished dreams and ambitions." "What?" The prisoner's terror morphed instantaneously into sheer horror. Blackbeard Teach slowly approached them, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped them entirely. "Indeed, what I desire is not your lives," he cackled, each word revealing his ultimate goal, one that would send shivers down the spine of even the devil. "What I seek are your impractical yet immensely powerful dreams. I shall extract all your ambitions and desires, then mix them thoroughly with Poison Q's delightful germs through this ship's power furnace." Then he abruptly turned, arms wide open, pointing at the largest and most central cannon of the underworld. "Fire it as a seed of desire plague. What I aim to corrupt is never mere flesh. It is the human heart. It is the very essence of desire that all beings in this world possess. I shall make every individual in this world like me, willing to go to any lengths to satisfy their desires, able to betray everything, capable of trampling all. That is the true freedom. A world belonging to Blackbeard." Boom! This wildly ambitious plan struck the minds of all prisoners like a black thunderbolt. They finally understood. This man desired not the title of Pirate King. What he sought to overturn was the very order of the world and the essence of humanity. At the stern, Akiji Kazan stood with his hands in his pockets, silently observing the madness unfold. A chilling air coalesced and dissipated beneath his feet. A flicker of complex emotions, mingled with struggle and resolution, flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, he remained silent, doing nothing. His collaboration with Blackbeard seemed far more profound and inescapable than anyone could have imagined. Just then, Blackbeard suddenly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of Marineford. Within his observation Haki, he sensed that a corner of the red line, which had stood for 800 years, was collapsing violently and irrevocably. It has begun. A sinister grin spread across Blackbeard's face. The fissure he had awaited had finally manifested. His countdown had reached 0. Time's up, Blackbeard roared, his voice reverberating throughout the seas, brimming with boundless arrogance as he declared, "Prepare everyone. Deliver my dreams to the entire world." Chapter 153, The Awakening of Luo Chen. By my will, reconstruct the laws of the world. In the medical room of the Moby Dick, a flat line appeared once more on the life sign monitor connected to Luo Chen. The readings hit 0. No, Marco, who stood vigil, felt his pupils constrict in alarm, instinctively leaping forward. A nurse in charge of monitoring had already covered her mouth, letting out a desperate wail. Admiral Luo Chen's life signs have completely vanished. The entire medical room was engulfed by a silence named death. However, in the next moment, the line representing death, along with the entire screen, abruptly sparked with electrical fire before going completely dark. On the hospital bed, the man who should have lost all vitality suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those eyes contained neither pupils nor whites, only an infinite expanse, as if embodying the birth and demise of the universe in a dazzling starry sky. This, Marco's outstretched hand froze midair, his face etched with incomprehensible shock. Luo Chen slowly sat up. The ghastly wounds left by the overextension of life and the parched skin from mental exhaustion were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. No, that was not recovery. Marco could distinctly sense that it was not the familiar vitality of the regenerative flames. It was a higher-dimensional, utterly unreasonable reconstruction, as if an invisible hand were reassembling, reshaping, and upgrading the very concept of Luo Chen using the fundamental laws of the world. Luo Chen paid no heed to the astonished gazes of those around him. He didn't even glance at his own transforming body. He merely raised his head slowly. Those starry eyes seemed to pierce through the confines of the ship's cabin, through the swirling clouds, and across distant spaces and causalities. His gaze fell directly upon the highest point of the red line, resting upon the flower that symbolized the pinnacle of worldly power. He beheld. Before me stood the enigmatic Nico Luffy, shrouded in a swirling mist of steam, his vitality nearly extinguished, yet resolutely standing against the world. I also beheld the lofty figure of him, the sovereign of this realm, poised to deliver the final divine retribution. A transcendent, almost divine smile of compassion gradually graced my countenance. In a voice only I could perceive, I softly uttered, "Luffy, the final lesson begins now." The title of this lesson was Sacrifice. As my words lingered in the air, I slowly extended my right hand, palm upward, within the vast consciousness that had seamlessly integrated with the ultimate will of Joy Boy and the myriad aspirations of the D lineage. That frigid permission terminal was officially activated. Without hesitation or doubt, I chose the singular, ultimate option, world reconstruction. A hum resonated. An invisible wave radiated from me, sweeping across the entirety of the world. Yet, the target of this reconstruction was not a direct assault on the exalted M, nor an attempt to mend this war-torn world riddled with scars. Instead, I selected a goal that none could foresee, one that had never even entered M's calculations. I aimed to reconstruct the events of 800 years past, when M, in his quest for eternal life, forcibly implanted, altered, and inscribed his own backdoor into the very laws of the world using the might of King Uranus. This loophole allowed him to gaze down upon all creation, untouched by mortality. My intent was not to obliterate the enemy through violence, but to rectify a world that had been distorted for 8 centuries, returning it to its original state. My aim was not to slay a god, but to restore divinity to humanity. With my will declared, the reconstruction commenced. With a shudder, my form began to become translucent, an irreversible transformation taking hold. My existence, my life, every system point acquired through my journey, and the bonds of karma shared with every soul in this world were, at that moment, consumed as the purest fuel, thrown into the vast furnace of the permission terminal, igniting into a fervent blaze. I was sacrificing myself. In that instant, the entirety of the world, whether on the Grand Line or the 4 seas, in the skies or beneath the waves, every being, regardless of strength, felt a profound tremor resonating from the depths of their souls. The threads of the world's laws were resonating, wailing in grief. An uncontainable, unfathomable force of correction surged through the very fabric of causality, rushing upstream against the currents of time, tracing back to that fateful moment 8 centuries ago to amend the original, most fatal error, simultaneously in Pangu City amidst the blossoms. The remnants of D had met their end. M's androgynous voice, akin to the final judgment, echoed as the specter of the king loomed behind him, aimed at the faltering Luffy. However, Just as he was about to unleash divine retribution, Im's expression, once cold and indifferent to the plight of mortals, abruptly stiffened. He sensed something deeply rooted within his soul, intricately linked to this world, being forcibly extricated by an external force. What? For the first time, an emotion named surprise surfaced within his will. A faint yet distinct sound of cracking reverberated through him. This was not the shattering of the physical, but the collapse of the divine. A drop of crimson, warm with mortal essence, trickled from the corner of Im's mouth, plummeting onto the pristine white floor below. For the first time in 8 centuries. Chapter 154. Im, your myth must end. In the realm of blossoms, silence fell. Luffy gasped for breath, white steam escaping uncontrollably as his Nika form teetered on the brink of collapse. Opposite him, Im's form underwent a cataclysmic transformation. No longer was he a vague, humanoid silhouette. A viscous, ink-like energy that seemed capable of devouring all light enveloped his body entirely. This energy writhed and morphed, ultimately coalescing in his hand into a black arrow forged from pure nothingness. The arrow, devoid of any sharpness, emanated a concept of erasure, potent enough to make the very fabric of space tremble. This was the true combat form of Im, the monarch of the world. The game was over, sun god. Im raised the void arrow, aimed squarely at Luffy's heart. Yet, just as he was about to unleash this arrow of annihilation, his movements halted without warning. It was not by his own volition, but rather an unreasonable, powerful sense of repulsion emanating from the foundational laws of the world. It felt as though the entire world, in that moment, regarded him as a virus, striving to forcibly extricate him from a system. What? For the first time, a cacophony of incomprehensible noise intruded upon Im's consciousness. He slowly lowered his gaze to his hands. Those hands ensconced in the dark energy that had preserved his youth and immortality for 8 centuries. To his astonishment, visible to the naked eye, a minuscule yet glaring wrinkle began to form. Boom! This revelation struck Im with greater shock than Luffy's Nika form or the resonating will of the D lineage. The loophole in the laws sustaining his eternal life, the privilege he had meticulously crafted for himself, was being forcibly filled by an incomprehensible power. Impossible. A genuine expression of shock and incredulity surfaced on Im's face for the very first time. To reconstruct the laws of the world was something even that fool Joy Boy had failed to accomplish. Who could it be? His power began to diminish at an avalanche-like pace. This was not mere weakening. The link forged over 8 centuries with this world was being severed with brutal force. The world itself no longer acknowledged his divinity. It regarded him as an invading anomaly, a bug that needed rectification. The lofty, indifferent heart of the god that had reigned supreme began to show its first cracks. The sensations of weakness brought on by aging, the chilling touch of impending death, fears long forgotten, reserved for mortals, erupted like a dam that had not been breached in 8 centuries, consuming his sanity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Red Soil continent, Zoro unleashed the ultimate technique of the three-sword style. 3,000 worlds. He ignited the last vestiges of his haki and sword intent, transforming into a whirling vortex of destruction, striking fiercely at the skeletal warhorse. Futile. Nasu Shuru bellowed disdainfully, activating the full force of his financial authority to utterly drain Zoro. Yet at the very moment when the power connected with Zoro, Nasu Shuru's movements abruptly faltered. He sensed that the covenant link between himself and Lord Im had become exceedingly tenuous. The power he had usurped was rapidly dissipating. What? In that fleeting moment of distraction, 3 blades, entwined with the aura of the demon god, viciously plunged into the body of the skeletal horse. Meanwhile, on the other side, die, you bastard spider. Sanji's demonic wind leg ignited with golden flames akin to the sun, clashing fiercely against Satan's 8 venomous legs. Ha! Futile struggles. Just as Satan was about to unleash a deadly threat of poison, he suddenly realized that the demon power within him was trembling at its very foundation. The immortality and authority he had obtained from Im seemed to have become as formless as water without roots, as a tree without sources. His strength was waning. What on earth? The 5 elders, these hellish demons who had lived for 8 centuries, exhibited a momentary stiffness in their movements. The very laws upon which they relied for survival were being uprooted from their essence. Lock and Strike was not aimed at any singular enemy. Rather, it targeted the very foundation upon which all enemies existed. At the cost of his own sacrifice, he forcibly dragged all the exalted gods back to the battlefield of mortals. In the flower garden, Im let out a silent but profoundly willful roar of madness, resonating through the entirety of Marineford War. He finally comprehended that bastard Joy Boy's contingency plan was not some trivial liberation warrior. Instead, it was that hidden figure whom he had never deemed worthy of notice. The nameless entity whose very name he did not even know. The damned world corrector. His mythos. His immortal legend that had ruled for 8 centuries was being brought to an end by an insignificant insect in a manner he could neither comprehend nor resist. Crack, crack. The layer of pitch-black energy representing divinity on his form began to shatter like a mirror, peeling away. What lay beneath was a face contorted by extreme rage and fear. One that belonged to a mere mortal. Stared fiercely at the nearly unsteady Luffy before him. The divine essence was receding. Yet the battle experience and overwhelming hatred accumulated over 800 years crystallized at this moment. Mortal. Im's voice transformed from an indistinguishable whisper of divinity into a shriek filled with malice and madness. Even if I fall to the mortal realm, I am still the king of the world. He suddenly aimed the unstable void arrow in his hand at Luffy, pouring every last ounce of divine power into a forceful throw. Joy Boy. Chapter 155. Do God's Blade? That arrow, forged from pure void, imbued with the laws of annihilation, was now less than a meter away from Luffy's heart. The game was over. A vengeful grin had formed on Im's twisted visage. However, in that very instant, Luffy, who had been oppressed by the divine pressure to the point of struggling to breathe, suddenly felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his body. He was unaware of what had transpired. He could not grasp the concept of law reconstruction. Yet, his beast-like combat instinct blared the most frenzied alarm. The figure before him had weakened. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice, transcending the boundaries of life and death, softly resonated in his mind. Luffy, this is the last thing I can do for you. Use your fist to shatter the illusions of the old era and create a new era filled with laughter that belongs to you. It was Locken's voice. Luffy's body trembled violently. Tears, without warning, cascaded from his wide-open eyes. Yet his expression was not one of sorrow. Instead, it was a radiant smile, more brilliant and dazzling than the sun, stretching from ear to ear. Oh! Luffy let out a roar that transcended humanity. He infused the Nika power within him, which had boiled to its limits due to the resonance of Will of D, along with the final opportunity Locken had sacrificed his life for, and the path that Ace, Sabo, Zoro, and Sanji had carved with their lives. He poured everything into his right arm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His arm began to swell uncontrollably, defying the laws of physics, expanding, growing even larger. In the blink of an eye, that fist had transformed into something akin to a small island, obscuring the sky. But that was not all. Swoosh! An unprecedented density of black lightning-like Conqueror's Haki surged around it. Immediately after, streams of golden light converged from all directions. The collective wish of the entire lineage of D. Threads of pure, white conviction erupted from across the globe, embodying the cries for liberation from all the oppressed. All the will, all the Haki, all the conviction. At that moment, they fused into that fist. With tears in his eyes, Luffy revealed the brightest smile of his life as he faced the void black arrow just within reach, directed at that exalted deity, and shouted the name of this final blow. Gum Gum. Great fire gun. He bellowed, unleashing the colossal fist, infused with all his essence and the hopes of a new era. With tremendous force, he hurled it forward. Mortal, Im screeched in vengeful fury, injecting all his remaining divine power into the void black arrow, attempting to resist. Yet, his power of law was rapidly deteriorating, while Luffy's fist, imbued with countless wills, stood at an unprecedented zenith. When the giant fist, symbolizing freedom, collided with the black arrow representing annihilation, a deafening crack echoed. The indomitable void black arrow, signifying the highest authority in the world, could not withstand even a second. It shattered into fragments like fragile glass, dissipating into a myriad of black specks. Yet Luffy's fist surged forward, undeterred. In Im's eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, it struck true against his form. There were no earth-shattering explosions. No apocalyptic soquavis. All the power, all the will, surged into Im's body at the moment of contact. In the next second, Im's body was propelled like a cannonball, Shot down from the pinnacle of Pangu City, he shattered the floral representation of supreme authority. He pierced through the impenetrable layers of the red Earth continent. Ultimately, in the heart of the continent, he left behind a bottomless pit that seemed to lead straight to hell. The world fell into a deathly silence at that moment. At the bottom of the great pit, in the darkness, Imu, like a shadow, struggled to rise. Yet upon him, the divine shadow that had endured for 8 centuries flickered erratically like a distorted signal, gradually becoming translucent. Tick! A drop of liquid slid from his form, splattering upon the cold rock. This drop was not black. It was crimson, a stark testament to mortal blood. Even gods bleed. This image, shattering 8 centuries of established belief, resonated clearly through every functioning communication insect on the battlefield, reverberating across every corner of the globe. For 800 years, the indomitable and supreme reign of divine authority stood unchallenged. In this moment, a fissure appeared, the first and most lethal of its kind. Chapter 156. The collapse of 8 centuries of divine authority. Even gods bleed. This revelation, which overturned 8 centuries of accepted wisdom, echoed through the battlefield's communication insects, reaching every corner of the world with startling clarity. In a subterranean bar in the West Sea, a bounty hunter who had just boasted of the invincibility of the celestial dragons dropped his glass, shattering it to pieces. In the North Sea, soldiers of the German kingdom stared in horror at the screen displaying that drop of blood, their expressions more shocked than when witnessing their own king's defeat. In a secret base of the Revolutionary Army in the South Sea, after a long period of oppressive silence, a cacophony of cheers erupted like a cataclysmic tide. Do you see it? They are not gods. They bleed too. They can die. For 8 centuries, the intangible mountain of divine authority that loomed over the world was, in this instant, cracked open by Luffy's colossal fist, leaving an irreparable rift. All those oppressed and enslaved around the world felt the long-dormant spark within them reignite with that drop of divine blood. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Mary Geos, Lord Imu, the 5 elders engaged in fierce combat with Zoro and others were struck with profound shock upon witnessing the blood dripping from the pit. Their movements faltered for a fraction of a second. This was not merely a wavering of faith. It was a severance of power, the covenant that had bound them to Imu for 8 centuries, granting them immortality and dominion, flickered perilously in the wake of Imu's crumbling divinity. What? The skeletal warhorse, Saint Nasajuro, suddenly realized that the power to deprive all things was rapidly diminishing, akin to a deflating balloon. Now is the moment. An opportunity. Zoro, long oppressed, unleashed a blazing fury from his crimson eye. This was the moment he had awaited, a fleeting vulnerability that even the gods could not foresee. Purgatory Demon Slayer, Azura. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro channeled every ounce of Conqueror's Haki he had wrested from the brink of hell into his 3 swords. He transformed into a formidable deity, a 3-headed, 6-armed being engulfed in green demon flames. This strike was no longer merely to sever. It was a judgment. You wretched creature, Saint Nasajuro, sensing an unprecedented threat of death, let out a furious roar as he swung his initial demon blade, attempting to block. But it was too late. Swish! 6 blades, entwined with the essence of Azura, struck with a savage ferocity against the skeletal form. Crack! Crack! First, the so-called strongest demon blade, the initial demon blade, cried out in agony, shattering into fragments. Next, the skeletal body of Saint Nasajuro, forged from the fabric of law and once deemed unbreakable, was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks as if struck by a heavy hammer, ultimately exploding into a cascade of debris. The financial war god, Saint Maka's Nasajuro, had perished. Well done. Green algae head. From the other side, Sanji's roar followed. The demon bull Satan, likewise weakened, staggered back from a powerful kick by Sanji. How could mere mortal flames? The 6 eyes of Satan filled with incomprehensible horror. Mortal flames indeed could not harm him. Yet, the golden flames upon Sanji's right leg blazed brighter than the sun. In his mind flashed images of Nami, Robin, and all the ladies. But a proud, almost arrogant smile curled upon Sanji's lips. This is no ordinary flame. This is love. You bastard spider. Demon god Windleg, love's pan-fried. Boom! His leg, entwined with profound love and technological might, struck forcefully against Satan's grotesque visage. This kick shattered not merely bones, but, on a conceptual level, forcibly purified Satan's toxic and malicious essence with pure love. Aya! Satan let out a piercing scream as his colossal spider form, as if doused with holy water, erupted in plumes of black smoke, sent crashing to the ground. Severely injured. Simultaneously, Solar God Gemini Flame, Ace and Sabo, in perfect harmony, fused the power of flames and dragon claws into two colossal black flame dragons that collided violently with Izanami and Fuka. The scales of victory tilted with unprecedented speed toward the Grand Alliance. However, just as everyone believed victory was imminent, boom! From the bottomless pit where Luffy had struck, a surge of even more frenzied and pure destructive desire erupted. Emu ascended slowly from the depths. His form was no longer youthful. His face bore the marks of age, and his hair had turned gray. The divinity had indeed vanished. Yet, in its place burned an unprecedented madness and resentment in his eyes, capable of dragging the entire world into the abyss. Since I cannot be the god of a perfect world, I shall become the demon that obliterates this flawed world. The moment those words escaped his lips, Emu relinquished the remnants of his aging life. He poured all his remaining strength, the culmination of 8 centuries as the world's king, unreservedly into the core of the heavenly king, Uranus, which hovered silently in the sky. He aimed to activate the final program of the heavenly king. Self-destruction. Buzz. The core of the heavenly king in the sky. That colossal singular eye instantly transformed from pure white to a nauseating, ominous blood red. A power of pure termination, 100 times more terrifying than the previous conceptual erasure, began to envelop the entire world like a plague. This was no longer mere erasure. This was the complete formatting of the entire planet, along with all life upon it, along with time and space, along with all causes and concepts, from reality itself. The crisis of the world has not been alleviated by Im's defeat. On the contrary, it has plunged into the ultimate despair where the deities seek to perish alongside the entire world. Defeating the god has led to the annihilation wrought by demons. The joy that briefly flickered across everyone's faces instantly froze, transforming into a deeper, more profound hopelessness. Aboard the Moby Dick in the medical room, a man whose body had become almost entirely transparent, as if he were on the verge of complete dissolution, slowly lifted his head. His starry eyes gazed at the core above Mariawa, radiating a cataclysmic crimson light, yet a hint of a reassuring, knowing smile graced his face. It seemed he had long anticipated this moment. You have indeed taken the most foolish path, murmured Luo Chen softly. His mission still had one final task remaining, unfinished. Chapter 157. The Dawn of Victory? The sky is dying. The core of the heavenly king, suspended at the pinnacle of the world, with its ominous blood-red single eye, pulsated like the heart of a star on the brink of explosion. With every throb, the very fabric of the world's laws twisted and tightened. Crack! The first fissure appeared in the sky. This was not mere clouds being torn asunder, but reality itself, like glass overwhelmed by pressure, manifesting its first grotesque wound. Damn it! Ace's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze upon that crack, a bone-deep sense of powerlessness causing the flames enveloping him to flicker erratically. What a cruel joke! They had vanquished the god. They had toppled the elders. Yet now, the fallen deity sought to overturn the entire chessboard, dragging the whole world into oblivion. Luffy knelt on the ground, his Nika form completely dissipated, leaving him devoid of the strength to rise. He could only watch helplessly as the cracks spread like a plague across the sky. The joy of victory was utterly crushed beneath a more colossal, insurmountable despair. On the other side, within the Revolutionary Army stronghold, Dragon raised his head. For the first time, a hint of unmasked bitterness appeared upon his eternally stoic countenance. He had calculated everything, the resonance of the will of D, the possibility of Luo Chen's contingency. Yet he had never foreseen that a deity, who had ruled the world for 8 centuries, would descend to such madness after falling from grace. Dragon's voice was hoarse. This was true mutual destruction. Across the globe, all who had just witnessed the divine bleed through the transponder snail, those who had glimpsed the glimmer of hope, found their cheers and smiles frozen on their faces before they could fully blossom. The screen displayed the sky, fracturing as if the apocalypse had come, pouring a bucket of cold water named reality over them. Why is this happening? Do we not win? Are we all to die? Panic swiftly replaced hope. Despair surged with unprecedented speed, engulfing the entire planet. The self-destruct sequence of the Heavenly King was irreversible. The crimson light of annihilation grew ever more intense. and the fissures of reality multiplied. This world was inexorably approaching its end. Just as everyone succumbed to this boundless final despair, a languid, mocking voice filled with arrogance unexpectedly echoed from the shattered sky above Marineford. Ha ha ha! How pathetic him! Driven to the point of perishing with your own garden, you truly are a failed king. That voice. Luffy, who stood confronting him, jolted in shock. Ace and Sabo, engaged in battle, narrowed their eyes in disbelief. It was that guy. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that nearly caused everyone's eyes to pop out. The sky, riddled with cracks and emanating the essence of termination, was suddenly overrun and devoured by an even greater, more rampant darkness. This was not the destructive power of the Heavenly King, but rather a pure, greedy darkness filled with the essence of plunder and deprivation. It was as if a ravenous behemoth, lurking in the shadows of the world, had finally awaited the feast's commencement, eagerly opening its colossal maw, capable of engulfing heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the Moby Dick, Luo Chen's nearly transparent body approached its end. A faint, knowing smile remained at the corner of his mouth. In the final moment before his consciousness completely faded, he seemed to exhaust his last ounce of strength to forge a fleeting connection, lasting merely 1/10,000th of a second, between the coordinates of this world and those of another, unimaginably distant reality buried deep within his soul. And then, his body completely transformed into a multitude of luminous particles, dissipating into the air as if he had never existed. In a dark, cramped apartment filled with the scent of instant noodles and sugary soft drinks, Luo Chen suddenly bolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat drenching his forehead. He stared blankly at his surroundings. Posters of One Piece adorned the walls. The computer screen lingered on a playback interface of the Marineford War. A half-eaten bowl of soggy noodles lay on the table. A dream? Luo Chen's mind was blank, his heart racing. That journey, the ship, those family members, that war that swept the world, was it all merely an exceedingly vivid, interminable dream? In the world of One Piece, at Panga City, amidst flowers, boom, the sky consumed by darkness was forcefully torn open by an unparalleled, colossal power. This was not a mere crack. It was a wound forcibly ripped apart. Massive battleships, so vast they could obscure the sky, entirely black and seemingly forged from the steel and resentment of hell, descended like divine demons from that gaping wound. Pluton, the king of the underworld. Atop the towering bow of the ship, a man spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally at the heavens. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. He had appeared between the exhausted, spent Im and Luffy. He was no savior. The darkness beneath his feet, alive like tendrils, frantically spread to consume those concepts of destruction released during the Heavenly King's self-destruction, absorbing the fragments of the world. He was using the power of the dark fruit to forcibly devour the Heavenly King's strength, temporarily halting the world's collapse. He did not come to prevent the apocalypse. Rather, he arrived at this bountiful banquet as a higher predatory entity after the cataclysm of divine warfare. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard's gaze greedily swept over the divinely diminished him, then over the nearly immobile sun god Luffy. The gaze was reminiscent of two ripe fruits, sweet beyond compare, poised to fall from the bough. Joy boy. The voice of Blackbeard resonated like a final decree, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Your era, your battles, are at an end. Now it is my time. Chapter 158. Blackbeard, master of the underworld, ascends to the ultimate throne. Marshal D. Teach stood upon the towering bow of the underworld, arms outstretched, as if embracing the entirety of existence. He surveyed the chaotic battlefield below, his eyes resting on the disheveled Im, stripped of divinity, and on the exhausted straw hat Luffy, who could barely maintain his footing. His expression bore no trace of reverence, only the unmasked, primal greed of a predator eyeing its prey. Aha! His signature laugh, filled with hubris and ambition, rolled like thunder, drowning out the remnants of the celestial destruction that had just transpired, resonating throughout Marineford. Thank you all. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a set of jagged, decayed teeth, mockery evident in his tone. One is a god of an ancient era that has reigned for 8 centuries. The other, a sun god of a new age, embodying the hopes of countless souls. You both fought splendidly. So splendidly, in fact, that I cannot help but applaud you. These words struck like the most vicious of insults, stinging the faces of every survivor. From the depths of the pit, Im slowly raised his head. The visage, now etched with wrinkles belonging to mortals, reveal for the first time a pure expression of confusion and rage. Mashal Ditich. The voice was hoarse and frail, stripped of divine authority. You're also AD. You are of that cursed lineage, burdened with fate. Why do you seek to thwart me? Why do you wish to prevent me from purifying this hopeless, failed world? Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's smile twisted into something even more deranged. Purification? One uproarious jest. He seemed to revel in the absurdity. No, you have misunderstood from the very beginning. This world, teeming with desire, dreams, struggles, and betrayals, is the most fascinating. It is the most beautiful. I cannot bear to see it vanish. Blackbeard's voice rose dramatically, infused with a sickly zeal. What I desire has never been some nonsense purification. I intend to transform it entirely into my own playground. The moment the words left his lips, Blackbeard sprang into action. He thrust his right hand towards the weakened on below. Dark water. Boom. An indescribable darkness erupted from his palm like a living abyss. The overwhelming, unreasonable gravitational force warped the very fabric of space around them. Im's pupils dilated as he attempted to resist, to summon the last remnants of his strength. But it was futile. His power had long been depleted in the final confrontation with Luffy and the chaotic activation of the Celestial King's self-destruction. Now, he was merely a mortal burdened with immense knowledge and endless resentment. Come here, Blackbeard sneered, his right hand tightening into a fist. Im's frail form was drawn forth from the pit, as if he were a mere scrap of metal magnetized by an unseen force, offering no resistance to the dark gravity that pulled him out. Ultimately, Blackbeard seized him as one would a chick, grasping him firmly in his grasp. Blackbeard tightened his grip on Im's neck, relishing the sight of the former ruler of the world struggling helplessly in his clutches, his face nearly bursting with ecstasy. The legendary immortal Im. He extended his tongue, licking his cracked lips, the greed in his gaze materializing. And these remnants of the supreme ancient weapon, the Celestial King, after its self-destruction. These will become my power. In the next instant, a scene so horrific unfolded that it left the entire world in stunned silence. Blackbeard had no intention of killing him. His hand, enveloped in darkness, began to voraciously draw forth Im's last vestiges of divinity, seizing all control over the Celestial King, extracting everything accumulated over 8 centuries. He was devouring a god. Im emitted a scream, so piercing it could hardly be deemed human. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's left hand was already aimed at the struggling Luffy, who was desperately trying to rise. The power of the Tremor fruit activated. Crack! The atmosphere fractured like spider silk under the force of his punch. Straw Hat, your role ends here. Boom! This punch was devoid of any flourish, pure, world-destroying power. Luffy lacked even the strength to revert to his Nika form. He could only watch helplessly as the devastating tremor struck him directly in the chest. Blood erupted from his mouth. Luffy's body, like a kite severed from its string, was sent crashing down to the ground, reverting to his ordinary youthful form, unconscious and utterly defeated. The battle had concluded, in a manner unimaginable to all. With a rustling sound behind the underworld, the vast fleet of the Blackbeard Pirates emerged like ghost ships from the depths of hell, slowly encircling the ruins of Marineford War. Rain of Shiryu, cigar in mouth and a cruel smile on his face, stealthily appeared behind the severely wounded god of science, his famed blade, Thunderstorm, slicing through the air. A head soared into the sky. Champion Byers unleashed a thunderous laugh, using his massive elbow to reduce a remnant of the Knights of God to a bloody pulp. Poison Q, Lafitte, Tyrant King. The monstrous officers of the Blackbeard Pirates, like efficient butchers, easily cleared the battlefield of the exhausted 5 elders and remnants of the Knights of God. Blackbeard, the ultimate schemer who had lurked in the shadows from the beginning, overlooked by all yet having orchestrated the downfall of many, seized the most succulent fruits of victory at the last moment of this divine confrontation, all at minimal cost. One hand firmly grasped the now shriveling Im, from whom he was voraciously absorbing power. With the other foot, he slowly ascended the first step towards the pinnacle of worldly power, the path to the flower. He surveyed the battlefield he had personally brought to an end, gazing at the fallen heroes and deities. Finally, he arrogantly declared his dominion to the world. From this day forth, there are no gods in this world, nor is there any so-called sun god. The ruler of the world is I, Blackbeard, Mashal Ditich. Chapter 159, the final chapter, the return of Luo Chen. Blackbeard erupted into maniacal laughter, one foot already poised upon the steps leading to the Throne of Void. He was on the verge of claiming a position that had dominated the world for 800 years, poised to become the new deity. However, just as he was about to take his second step, two fierce and indomitable auras surged defiantly from the ruins beneath him. Ace, injured and aflame. Ace stood resolutely before the unconscious Luffy, his body serving as an unyielding bastion. Beside him, Sabo, with his dragon claw haki shattered and bloodied fingers exposed, assumed a fighting stance, his eyes ablaze with the undying fire of the Revolutionary Army. The two brothers, akin to statues at the brink of combustion, formed the final line of defense. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard halted, leaning down with keen interest, his massive shadow enveloping the two siblings. His gaze fell upon the fiery man before him. Oh, is that not Portgas the Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates? Blackbeard grinned, playfully licking his jagged teeth, his voice laced with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. I should have sent you to meet Roger long ago, during the Marineford War. Yet, here you are, still alive. His words, akin to a dagger steeped in venom, plunged mercilessly into Ace's deepest wounds. Now I understand, ha ha ha. Fate spared you not due to some trivial miracle, but for this very moment, to witness your beloved brother, his absurd dreams, and all he holds dear, trampled beneath my feet. The despair he invoked would surely be sweeter than a swift death in the Marineford War. Wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Ace's body trembled violently, not from fear, but from an all-consuming rage that threatened to incinerate his very sanity. Just then, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Ace, Luffy, with his brother's protection, summoned an unfathomable will, staggering to his feet. His face, devoid of the Nika form's mirth and liberation, bore only an icy, unadulterated fury. He looked past Ace, past Sabo, and locked eyes with the man upon the throne. Everyone anticipated a declaration akin to his countless past proclamations of "I shall become the Pirate King." Yet, he uttered none of that. Instead, Luffy spoke, mustering every ounce of strength to deliver a statement that left all present, including Ace and Sabo, utterly bewildered. Blackbeard, return him. What? Ace froze in shock. Sabo stood dumbfounded. Even Blackbeard, cackling maniacally atop the throne, momentarily lost his expression. What nonsense was Luffy spouting? Why concern himself with the fallen world king? Had he lost his mind? Or was he merely foolish? Only Luffy understood. He grasped neither the complexities of reconstructing laws nor the absurdity of divine separation. Yet, he vividly recalled the last words of Roronoa. Roronoa sacrificed his life, not to slay a god, but to render that lofty deity into a mortal being, subject to judgment, capable of bleeding and suffering. That individual should be judged by the world, not devoured by the despicable Blackbeard, as if he were merely a morsel to enhance his power. This was Roronoa's final lesson. A lesson imparted through sacrifice. He could not allow his teacher's sacrifice to be in vain. Ha ha ha. After a brief moment of astonishment, Blackbeard erupted into a laughter even more exaggerated and frenzied than before. He laughed until he nearly doubled over, tears threatening to spill from his eyes, his massive form quaking with mirth. Return him? Ha ha ha. How naive, straw hat. Are you weaving some ludicrous fairy tale? Boom. A deeper, more ominous darkness erupted from Blackbeard, an embodiment of the newfound power he had acquired after absorbing remnants of Im's divinity. The ruins of Mary Geos trembled under the weight of this dreadful aura, as if even space itself wept in despair. What right do you have to negotiate with me now? Blackbeard sneered, slowly raising his right hand, aimed at the three brothers below, prepared to conclude this tiresome farce once and for all. But at that moment, a languid yet teasing voice, familiar enough to send shivers down the spines of the three brothers, unexpectedly resonated from behind him, from that colossal ship of the underworld. Hey, Blackbeard, do not lay a hand on my brothers. That voice, Blackbeard's mountainous form stiffened, a look of sheer horror, a ghastly emotion, manifesting for the first time on his brazen face. He whirled around, only to behold, standing silently upon the deck of the immense ship, a figure he had never anticipated. A person who should have long vanished from this world. Clad in a sharp black suit, a cigar unlit between his lips, he bore no wounds, not even a speck of dust upon him. He appeared as though he had just concluded an afternoon tea, inadvertently wandering into this hellish wasteland. A stark contrast to his surroundings. Roronoa, you cannot be. Blackbeard's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice trembling with disbelief. You are dead. Your life signs, your very existence, have vanished completely. My observation Haki cannot be wrong. Below, Ace and Sabo were equally stunned, their minds blank. Luffy, too, gaped in astonishment, tears once again spilling forth. Yet this time, he broke into a foolish grin, more grotesque than sorrowful. Roronoa paid no heed to Blackbeard's howl, which resembled that of a defeated beast. He merely gazed at the equally shocked Luffy and the others, calmly stating what seemed an undeniable truth. I did indeed die once. As a world corrector, I sacrificed myself to mend the rifts in the world's laws. That mission has been fulfilled. He paused, removing the unlit cigar from his lips, pointing at the now panicked Blackbeard upon the throne, revealing a familiar, cunning smile that suggested he held all the cards. However, as Luffy and Ace's teacher, my lessons are far from over. Now it is time for the final class, the makeup session. The moment his words fell, Roronoa's figure vanished into thin air. In the next heartbeat, he appeared before Blackbeard with such swiftness that even Blackbeard's Haki could not perceive him. Dark Water. Blackbeard, seething with rage, instinctively activated his devil fruit power, a colossal dark gravity seeking to engulf Roronoa entirely. Yet, Roronoa merely extended a finger, gently tapping the very center of that abyssal darkness. Law deconstruction. Buzz. The darkness, potent enough to warp space, suddenly crystallized as if the play button had been pressed in pause. Immediately thereafter, the myriad runes constituting the darkness disassembled like fragmented building blocks, forcibly torn apart and stripped away, ultimately transforming into the purest particles of energy that dissipated into the atmosphere. Blackbeard's powers were rendered null. What exactly are you? Blackbeard was engulfed in sheer panic, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the very essence of life itself. As for me now, Luo Chen slowly raised his hand, palm upwards, as a brilliant galaxy composed of countless stars began to gracefully rotate in his grasp. You may interpret this as the new game master of this realm. He was no longer the strategist reliant on intelligence and planning. He had ascended to become the new deity of this world. With a casual motion of his hand, Luo Chen sent forth the galaxy, which did not strike Blackbeard, but instead transformed into 3 gentle beams of starlight, imbued with the essence of life, cascading down upon Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. The injuries on the 3 brothers healed at a visibly rapid pace, their depleted stamina and haki replenished at an unprecedented rate. Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Luo Chen's voice resonated softly in their minds. This is your battle, your graduation exam. Go forth and drag that thief down from his throne. Oh. Luffy howled to the heavens, the white steam swirling once more as the call of liberation echoed across the land. The sun god Nika, returning. You bastard, teach. Ace's arms ignited with an unprecedented blaze, fierce enough to incinerate gods and demons alike. Sabo's dragon claws exuded an inky blackness of armed haki, a shadow of the revolutionary dragon seemingly manifesting behind him. The 3 brothers, in their prime, roared as they transformed into streaks of light, charging towards their ultimate adversary. The usurper of the throne, Blackbeard, witnessing the unstoppable advance of the 3 brothers and the divine figure of Luo Chen suspended in midair, who commanded all, felt for the first time the emergence of despair upon his avaricious and arrogant visage. This war that swept across the world had ultimately evolved into a final hunt against the usurper. Days later, the front page of the World Economic News Agency bore an unprecedented, colossal headline, soaring like a white dove to every corner of the globe. The World King Im has fallen. The 5 elders are annihilated. The Yonko Blackbeard's coup has failed, defeated by the trio of the D brothers. His dual devil fruit abilities stripped and imprisoned in the deepest recesses of Impel Down. The celestial dragon system has been abolished, the world government restructured, and a coalition of allied nations convened, heralding the dawn of a new era elected by the people of the world. The world had truly embraced a rebirth. The Moby Dick lay docked on the sandy shores of an unnamed isle. The sun shone brightly, and the feast was in full swing. Luffy was voraciously devouring meat with bones while animatedly boasting to Usopp and Chopper about how he had sent him flying with a single punch and how he had kicked Blackbeard away with a powerful kick. Ace was being supported on either side by Marco and Jozu, downing cup after cup of drink, his face adorned with a long-awaited, genuinely radiant smile. Zoro and Sanji were embroiled in a heated dispute over a piece of meat, while Nami gleefully calculated their spoils from the adventure. Luo Chen, however, did not partake in the revelry. He reclined leisurely on a deck chair, donning a pair of utterly ordinary spectacles, observing the raucous yet heartwarming scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the god of this world, he chose neither to reconstruct order nor to reign supreme. He simply returned the power of choice to the world itself. He was merely a spectator, a guardian of his family. Luo Chen. Ace approached with a massive goblet, swaying slightly with intoxication, followed closely by a similarly flushed Luffy. Don't just stand there. Come drink with us. Ace slurred. Indeed, Luo Chen. Luffy grinned widely. How could a feast be complete without you? Luo Chen chuckled softly, gradually removing his glasses and rising from the deck chair. I'm coming. Beneath the sunlight and amidst the sea breeze, aboard the vessel that bore countless dreams and bonds, a new legend was just beginning.